Chapter 1. The beginning of 300 years of cultivation. In the southern continent, within the divine Xianzhou dynasty, at the residence of the Duke of Tianwu, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence stood in the garden, hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head in disbelief. It is truly unexpected that the late emperor would bequeath the throne to the third prince. This has greatly surpassed my expectations. He felt a deep sense of perplexity. The divine Xianzhou dynasty governed over nearly 70% of the southern continent, with its subjects numbering in the billions. The third prince lacked both a formidable faction to support him and extraordinary talent. How could he possibly secure the imperial throne? In the man's view, the late emperor's decree might plunge the divine Xianzhou dynasty into unprecedented turmoil. Before him sat an elderly gentleman who gently sipped from his cup of tea. The late emperor possessed unparalleled cultivation. Approaching the realm of deities, it is inconceivable that he would have passed away so suddenly. This matter is fraught with mystery. The elder spoke with insinuation. The divine Xianzhou dynasty was the most powerful empire in the southern continent. How could the emperor, with such profound abilities, meet an untimely end without cause? What do you imply? The Duke of Tianwu's pupils contracted slightly. Shu, do not speak if you have guessed, and do not inquire if you know. You are a man of the dynasty. Your primary duty is to stabilize the imperial situation. Regardless of how the third prince conducts himself, whether well or poorly, the divine Xianzhou dynasty must not be affected in any way. Only in this manner, when unforeseen events arise in the future, can you, as the Duke of Tianwu, remain unscathed. With this admonition, the elder's figure gradually faded from view, vanishing into the garden. Indeed, the Duke of Tianwu, however, was not taken aback by this. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. At this moment, a cold sweat broke out on him as he grasped the implications of the elder's words. Previously, he had contemplated positioning himself to support his favored prince in usurping the third prince's position. But now, it was evident that such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. Stabilizing the imperial situation, is it? It seems I must pay a visit to the third prince. The Duke of Tianwu's gaze sharpened. In the next moment, his figure too slowly disappeared from the garden. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, within the opulent palace, Xuan Ming sat upon the dragon throne, his face a mask of shock, disbelief etched across his features. Just yesterday, he had been regarded as the weakest prince of the great Xian dynasty, with hardly anyone believing that he would ultimately ascend to the throne. Various factions had placed their hopes on other princes, completely disregarding Xuan Ming. Yet in a twist of fate, the late emperor had suddenly passed away the previous night, and with a royal decree, Xuan Ming was swiftly clothed in the dragon robe, becoming the new emperor of the great Xian dynasty. The swiftness of this change left the entire great Xian dynasty in a state of bewilderment. This situation has escalated significantly. After the initial shock, Xuan Ming gradually regained his composure. A sudden wave of concern washed over his face. The imperial throne of the Xian dynasty symbolizes the power center of the southern continent, wielding control over the lives and deaths of countless beings, effectively serving as its sovereign. However, ascending to this position does not automatically confer such authority. The existence of the throne itself is a complex mechanism of intricate interests and exchanges. To maintain one's position, one must have the unwavering support of numerous stakeholders with equal stakes. As the third prince of the Xian dynasty, Xuan Ming finds himself devoid of any substantial backing. In this precarious situation, securing his position is undoubtedly more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Moreover, he is surrounded by numerous princes who are the throne with predatory intent. His current ability to sit peacefully upon it is solely due to the swiftness of the late emperor's decree, which left the other princes with insufficient time to rally their forces. However, as time progresses, his brothers will undoubtedly not relent. The true pressure of holding the throne will soon come crashing down upon Xuan Ming like a tidal wave. At that juncture, withdrawing from the contest for the throne, though embarrassing, would be a minor issue. The true calamity would be to perish without understanding how it happened. As these thoughts crossed his mind, beads of cold sweat began to form on Xuan Ming's forehead. He had traversed into this world for 10 years, fully aware of the brutal nature of power struggles. Had he possessed substantial backing, he could have maneuvered among the other princes, seeking opportunities to solidify his rule. Yet, he did not. This left him with no other options. What must I do to gracefully cede the throne to another? He pondered. And how can I safely extricate myself from this vortex of power struggle? Xuan Ming fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, he suddenly heard a voice. Ding. The multiverse summoning system has been activated and is now binding to the host. Ding. System binding successful. Host. Xuan Ming, Emperor of the Shunxian dynasty. Cannot unbind, cannot alter. The system is dedicated to providing lifelong service to one host. The system? Xuan Ming's previously anxious heart was abruptly dispersed by this series of mechanical prompts. The system has arrived? He mused, a jolt of realization coursing through him. Yes, host, the system greeted him. Xuan Ming was momentarily speechless. Pray tell, what capabilities do you possess? He inquired, taking a deep breath. In this moment, the mingling of his fear of the throne and the surprise of acquiring a system left his heart in a tumultuous state. Yet, remarkably, he felt an unusual sense of calm. For the past decade, neither his innate talents nor any other factors had afforded him any advantage in the fierce competition for supremacy within the Shunxian dynasty. This necessitated the relinquishing of his identity. However, with the emergence of a system, he realized that his opportunity might finally be at hand. Reporting to the host, the system's primary functions are divided into two categories. The first is the sign-in function. The host can sign in once daily, with each sign-in yielding random rewards, including cultivation insights, summoning soldiers, acquiring extraordinary treasures, and more. The second is the summoning function. Once every month, the host can summon a deity or demon from the myriad realms, who will be entirely loyal to the host. Sign in and summoning, the Xuan Ming's eyes brightened. He let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. The system had indeed not disappointed him. If he could master these two functions, the throne of the divine Xian dynasty would be thoroughly secured. Ding! Daily sign-in count has been refreshed. Does the host choose to sign in? The system's prompt sounded. Let's sign in. Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne and instructed inwardly. I wonder what rewards will be bestowed this time. A hint of anticipation stirred within Ming, the present. He held the title of emperor, yet both his cultivation and power fell far short of truly embodying the divine Xian emperor's stature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in for 300 years of cultivation. Chapter 2. Ascending to the Semi-Sacred Realm, Summoning 2 Divine Beasts. Note: 300 years of cultivation acquired through sign-in. This reflects the realm attained by the host after 300 years of innate talent cultivation. Talent detected in the host. Transformation of 300 years of cultivation in progress. Ding! Confirming realm, semi-sacred. Shall I proceed with the infusion? A series of system prompts resounded. Semi-sacred. Xuan Ming's spirit trembled. In the southern continent, cultivation is categorized into 5 major realms: postnatal, innate, semi-sacred, sacred, and divine beasts. The semi-sacred realm, albeit the third tier, holds a status and strength that warrants respect among the formidable figures of the southern continent. Above this tier, there are only 7 sacred sovereigns across the entire southern continent. Among these 7, 5 belong to the divine Xian dynasty, including the previous emperor who passed the throne to Xuan Ming. The remaining sacred sovereigns, regardless of their affiliation with the divine Xian dynasty or beyond, maintain a lofty position, rendering worldly matters beneath their notice. This implies that even the most powerful factions supporting Xuan Ming's brothers are merely at the semi-sacred level. Gaining this semi-sacred cultivation at present would empower Xuan Ming to confront any crisis. Must it truly take 300 years of cultivation for one of my talent to reach the semi-sacred realm? Xuan Ming's gaze sharpened, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his face. 300 years, in the context of a civilization that values longevity, is merely the blink of an eye. Yet for an individual, it stretches infinitely long. As Xuan Ming understands, even upon breaking through the innate realm, the maximum lifespan barely approaches 200 years. Achieving semi-sacred status in 300 years, under normal temporal circumstances, implies that Xuan Ming would never reach such a level in this lifetime. Infuse it now, system, Xuan Ming said, taking a deep breath. The imperial throne of the dynasty, along with its immense power, is fraught with peril. Once the members of the dynasty regain their senses, unforeseen events could arise, targeting Xuan Ming himself. In such a situation, the only way to avert risk is through personal strength. Ding! Infusion commencing. The system prompt echoed. Immediately, a torrent of pure energy surged from an unknown void, relentlessly pouring into Xuan Ming's meridians. Simultaneously, Xuan Ming's aura began to ascend. Early postnatal, mid-postnatal, full postnatal, early innate, finally stabilizing at the semi-sacred level. In an instant, Xuan Ming felt an explosive surge of energy within, his meridians brimming with formidable power. Under this force, he sensed that every movement could unleash tremendous pressure. Such power? Xuan Ming's chest rose and fell slightly. Ding. Detection. The host possesses one opportunity for summoning a divine beast. Shall I proceed with the summoning? As Xuan Ming meticulously explored his newfound strength, the system prompt sounded once more. Use it. Xuan Ming spoke without hesitation. The divine Qian dynasty dominates nearly 70% of the southern continent, vast and abundant, home to billions of beings. To govern such an immense power with merely the cultivation of a half-saint is far from sufficient. Xuan Ming must, within the shortest span of time, deepen his foundation immeasurably. Only then can he firmly grasp the reins of the divine Qian dynasty. Moreover, being at the epicenter of the dynasty's power vortex, Xuan Ming cannot personally attend to every matter and requires trustworthy individuals to act on his behalf. Thus, the system's ability to summon deities and demons will undoubtedly be utilized. Ding. Summoning in progress. Please hold on. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the deity, the lonely sword saint, nameless. Sword saint, nameless. Xuan Ming's spirit jolted slightly. In an instant, he comprehended the origins of these two names. In the world of wind and cloud, they are the two most formidable figures, known as Nameless of the South and the Sword Saint of the North. Before the rise of Xiongba, these two were the pinnacle of the wind and cloud realm. Even after Xiongba's ascent, he remained deeply wary of them, particularly of Nameless 10,000 swords returning to origin, an unparalleled technique that no one in the world could withstand, rendering him a truly invincible entity within the wind and cloud realm. The Sword Saint of the North, in comparison, was not considerably weaker. Initially, he was defeated by Nameless enigmatic sword techniques. However, in later stages, the Sword Saint comprehended the 23rd sword of the Holy Spirit and easily vanquished Xiongba. Unfortunately, this technique had a fatal flaw, the physical body, which ultimately led to his demise. Does the system summon more than one deity or demon? Xuan Ming pondered, intrigued. Note: the summoning of deities and demons is limited to once per month. The number of summoned deities and demons is random each time. A faint blue light curtain materialized as the system prompted. Then, display the profiles of Nameless and the Sword Saint. Xuan Ming inhaled deeply and commanded. Instantly, a faint blue light curtain appeared. Sword Saint's profile. Deity, Lonely Sword Saint. Race, human. Cultivation, perfected holy realm. Technique, Holy Spirit sword technique. Divine powers, 23rd sword. Weapon, Holy Spirit sword. Nameless profile. Deity, heavenly sword nameless. Race, human. Cultivation, perfected holy realm. Technique, enigmatic sword technique. Divine powers, enigmatic sword art, supreme sword path, 10,000 swords returning to origin, boundless sword realm, blood of the sword, 9 heavens sword aura, boundless absolute sword. Weapon, heroic sword. 2 perfected holy realm beings. Xuan Ming was somewhat astonished. The perfected holy realm is the most formidable realm in the southern continent. As for the higher realm of deities and demons, it has not appeared for nearly a millennium. The former emperor, having achieved the pinnacle of the sacred realm, firmly held the esteemed position of the foremost sage of the southern continent, a significant factor that enabled the other 4 sages to join the divine mysterious dynasty. Now, under Xuan Ming's command, 2 more formidable beings have emerged, each embodying the completeness of the sacred realm. Even if the former emperor were to resurrect at this moment, it would be impossible for him to reclaim the throne from Xuan Ming's grasp. Moreover, the chances for others are even slimmer. Ding. The Nameless One and the Sword Saint, both legendary figures of the world, shall arrive at the host's side within the span of an hour. Note: this divine being is not a creature of the southern continent. Rather, it is among the most elite of the world's strongest, existing in a realm akin to gods and demons, summoned by the system. An hour, you say? Xuan Ming nodded in acknowledgement. A mere hour is but a fleeting moment. He can afford to wait. It remains uncertain how his brothers will confront the current predicament. A slight contemplation crossed Xuan Ming's mind. During the former emperor's reign, his brothers engaged in overt and covert struggles, unabashedly vying for the throne as if it were a matter of absolute necessity. However, with this position now in Xuan Ming's possession, it is likely that matters will not conclude so simply. Your Majesty, Lord Tianwu requests an audience outside the hall. Chapter 3. One of the four divine dukes, the Duke of Heavenly Martial Arts. As Xuan Ming pondered how the other princes would deal with him, a guard rushed into the Xianhuang Palace in a state of panic, respectfully reporting, "The Duke of Heavenly Martial Arts? What brings him here?" Xuan Ming furrowed his brow. The Duke of Heavenly Martial Arts, one of the four divine dukes, possessed the cultivation of a half-saint. He wielded military power in the divine Xian dynasty and held a position of great authority, making him a significant figure in both the court and the realm. However, it was ultimately his master, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, one of the five saints, who propelled the Duke to the pinnacle of power within the divine Xian dynasty. As a disciple of a saint, the Duke's path was smooth, and combined with his innate talents, he attained his current status. Yet, the Duke resided outside the imperial capital, guarding a crucial pass. What could possibly compel him to visit? Could it be that he has aligned himself with a particular prince and has come due to my ascension? Xuan Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. "Announce. Let him enter," he commanded with a wave of his hand. In the past, such a distinguished figure's arrival would have compelled Xuan Ming to meet him as an emperor. For a half-saint backed by a saint was not to be trifled with. As a mere powerless prince, even if he ascended to the throne, his authority would pale in comparison to that of the Duke. However, circumstances had changed. Setting aside Xuan Ming's own cultivation, the presence of the two perfected saints, Wu Ming and the Sword Saint, was sufficient to elevate Xuan Ming to the highest divine status in the southern continent, beyond reproach. Even saints, unless they had achieved perfection, must bow before the power that Xuan Ming commanded over the divine Xian dynasty. This was the essence of foundation. In the realm of cultivation, strength was the most formidable foundation, followed closely by connections. Previously, Xuan Ming had been isolated and weak, reliant on the aid of powerful factions to rise. Now, with newfound strength, he faced the diverse voices within the divine Xian dynasty with unwavering confidence. Under the might of his power, any shortcomings could be adequately addressed. Soon, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence strode into the palace. It was the Duke of Heavenly Martial Arts. Clad in casual attire, he entered the Xianhuang Palace with a calm demeanor, exuding the aura of a half-saint. Those with profound insight could sense an additional ominous energy emanating from him, an aura of slaughter. The southern continent was surrounded by mountains teeming with ferocious beasts, and the divine Xian dynasty frequently faced incursions from these creatures. As one of the four divine dukes, the Duke of Heavenly Martial Arts commanded troops stationed at the Tianyue mountain range, engaging in relentless bloodshed against these beasts, accumulating an unknown amount of fierce energy. In the presence of such an imposing aura, those beneath the half-saint realm would be intimidated by the Duke's fierce presence, unable to maintain composure. Xuan Ming sat regally upon the dragon throne, his eyes narrowing slightly. The realm of the semi-holy is categorized into four levels: initial entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Much like other realms, Xuan Ming, having acquired 300 years of cultivation, has broken through to the realm of perfection, now gazing upon Tianwu Ho. With a mere glance, he discerns that Tianwu Ho stands at the level of major achievement within the semi-holy realm, a status that ranks him among the top 10 in the entirety of southern continent's semi-holy figures. "Your Majesty, I have come before you," Tianwu Ho declares as he halts at the center of Xianhuang Hall, bowing slightly in deference. Although he holds the third prince in low regard, the protocols of the dynasty dictate that all, save for the saints, must bow before the emperor. "Rise. May I inquire the purpose of your visit, Tianwu Ho?" Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne, surveying the powerful Tianwu Ho from above. Xianhuang Hall is the pinnacle of the dynasty, where the populace bows and officials pay their respects. During the reign of the late emperor, the beings of southern continent held Xianhuang Hall in profound reverence. Yet, upon entering, Tianwu Ho displays no restraint in his imposing aura, his demeanor unmistakably evident. Tianwu Ho pauses, taken aback by Xuan Ming's tone. It is noteworthy that even the most formidable of the late emperor's sons would treat him with considerable respect. How could the weakest of the princes, the third prince, presume to act so? Tianwu Ho narrows his eyes, scrutinizing the prince. Yet, this scrutiny sends a tremor through his spirit. How could the third prince exude such an oppressive presence? A flicker of unease crosses Tianwu Ho's face, for in that fleeting moment, he sensed a hint of pressure indicative of a stronger being emanating from the third prince. But how could this be? Just as Tianwu Ho contemplated probing deeper into Xuan Ming's essence, an inquiry, accompanied by the might of a perfected semi-holy, suddenly bore down upon him. What? Cannot hear my words? Xuan Ming's gaze remains tranquil, though his voice sharpens with icy resolve. Perfected semi-holy. At these words, Tianwu Ho's countenance shifts dramatically. Among the late emperor's 7 offspring, 5 sons and 2 daughters, everyone has long perceived the third prince as the weakest, lacking the cultivation, talent, and backing to contend for the throne. Even the 2 princesses possess greater qualifications for rulership. Tianwu Ho himself had meticulously evaluated the strengths and potentials of all royal heirs when aligning himself with them. In every aspect, the third prince was deemed the least capable. Thus, Tianwu Ho has consistently doubted the third prince's potential for greatness. Even now, having been inexplicably proclaimed as the new emperor by the late emperor, he believes it to be a grave error on the late emperor's part. He surmises that it will not be long before the other princes usurp the third prince from the throne. His purpose for this visit is to caution the third prince against making any decisions that could disrupt the balance of the Xinxian dynasty. But now, does he still dare to issue a warning? Although it seems implausible that the third prince possesses a perfect semi-saint cultivation, the formidable aura just now cannot be feigned. Could it be that the third prince has been lying in wait, concealing his true self all along? Perhaps the late emperor was aware of this, which is why he bequeathed the throne to the third prince. The thoughts swirled in Tianwu Marquis's mind, leading him to believe that this possibility is exceedingly high. What is the foundation of the divine mysterious dynasty's governance over the vast southern continent? It is, of course, strength. A prince who has attained the pinnacle of semi-saint cultivation undoubtedly holds greater value than those who merely engage in factional alliances. Neither relationships nor interests can endure over time. Only strength is the paramount reason for enduring prosperity. With this realization, Tianwu Marquis could not afford to ponder further. He immediately bowed once more and said, "Your Majesty, I have come here to inform you that the sudden ascension to the throne may provoke some upheaval within the dynasty. Henceforth, I shall join forces with the other 3 marquises to stabilize the imperial situation. Your Majesty may act with confidence." Tianwu Marquis's demeanor was now one of utmost respect, a stark contrast to his earlier attitude. Please refrain from nurturing books. As they are nurtured, the authors may become lethargic. The more one pursues, the more the authors shall update. 5-star reviews in the comment section are highly encouraged. Wow. Chapter 4. The astonishment of the heavenly martial Marquis and the arrival of 2 divine beings, is that so? Xuan Ming inquired in a calm, condescending tone. The demeanor of the heavenly martial Marquis elicited a slight scoff from him. Had he not chosen to conceal his own formidable presence, the Marquis would undoubtedly have displayed a markedly different attitude. Nonetheless, Xuan Ming found pleasure in this spectacle, for he sought to secure his imperial throne and exert complete dominion over the divine Xian dynasty. The existence of a half-saint, even the Nameless One and the Sword Saint, 2 formidable divine beings, could not remain concealed. It was only through such manifestations of strength that the previously opposing voices within the divine Xian dynasty would gradually shift in their stance toward Xuan Ming. The heavenly martial Marquis, as one of the 4 marquises of the divine Xian, wielded significant influence and military power, engaging frequently with other lords. For the emperor, securing the allegiance of the heavenly martial Marquis would undoubtedly facilitate Xuan Ming's control over the dynasty. However, the Marquis himself was a half-saint, backed by a venerable saint master. Xuan Ming's mere display of his own perfected half-saint cultivation would hardly compel the Marquis to demonstrate the same loyalty as the previous emperor. Xuan Ming, therefore, needed alternative methods to draw the heavenly martial Marquis into his faction. The same principle applied to other key figures wielding power within the divine Xian dynasty. Xuan Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Every faction resembled a pyramid, with a complex web of influences cascading downward from the apex. For those in power to truly control the entire landscape, they must first dominate the layer immediately below them. The heavenly martial marquis was undeniably positioned within that critical tier. There is no trace of falsehood in my words. The imperial throne is akin to wealth, stirring the hearts of the populace. No one would willingly relinquish the opportunity for a transition between old and new emperors. Your Majesty must proceed with caution. Yet those of ill repute will naturally pose no threat to you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me, the heavenly martial marquis remarked, sensing a heightened authority in Xuan Ming's tone, bowing respectfully. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw for now. Xuan Ming replied with a nod and a wave of his hand. He needed to meet with the Nameless One and the Sword Saint, having no time to linger over the minor presence of the heavenly martial marquis. Yes, Your Majesty, the heavenly martial marquis said, bowing respectfully, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief within. However, once he turned away, his expression darkened slightly. During his youth, when talent was assessed, the third prince was deemed to possess only average aptitude. Even with a century of effort, achieving innate perfection would be a formidable task. How could he possibly ascend to the rank of a perfected half-saint in less than 20 years? The chasm between their capabilities was akin to a vast abyss. The heavenly martial marquis furrowed his brow, grappling with disbelief. There must be some factor at play that enabled the third prince to undergo such astonishing transformation. Could it be that he has taken a formidable master as his teacher? Or perhaps he has consumed a miraculous elixir? Thoughts swirled incessantly in Tianwu Ho's mind. The aura emanating from Xuan Ming, signifying the pinnacle of a half-saint, was unmistakable. There must be a compelling reason for the third prince, who holds a revered status among the children of emperors and empresses, to surge to such heights. Yet, what could possibly enable a martial artist of mediocre talent to achieve the consummation of a half-saint in such a brief span of time? Just as Tianwu Ho pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of two sword-wielding elders making their way toward the Xianhuang Palace. Initially indifferent, Tianwu Ho's attention was suddenly seized upon the appearance of these two sword masters. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, as if a formidable presence had incited his nascent sword intent to perceive a fatal threat. How could this be? Tianwu Ho's entire being trembled, rooted to the spot. The essence of a half-saint begins with the comprehension of the embryonic intent. Only through this understanding can one aspire to enter the realm of saints. The occurrence of such a transformation in his sword intent could only be attributed to one possibility: the presence of a master who has attained profound mastery of intent, namely, a saint. This was a sensation he had previously experienced around his own master. Yet, since the demise of the previous emperor, where could such a saint possibly reside? Tianwu Ho stood frozen, a cold sweat breaking out along his spine. Wait. Just as he was assessing the existence of a saint, he instinctively glanced toward the location where the two sword-wielding elders had appeared. To his astonishment, that place was now utterly deserted. Could it be them? A jolt ran through him. As a consummate half-saint, his cultivation, disregarding the presence of any saints, was sufficient to rank among the top 10 in the southern continent. Yet, he had failed to perceive how the two sword-wielding elders had vacated his vicinity. Coupled with the anomaly in his own sword intent, Tianwu Ho could no longer deny that these two sword-wielding elders were most likely saints, and not merely one. It is well known that, given the lofty pride of a saint, if either of the two elders were not of that caliber, they would not be worthy to walk alongside one. Their direction of travel had been toward the Xianhuang Palace. Suddenly, Tianwu Ho's breath quickened. The two saint-level beings were undoubtedly linked to His Majesty. This was not a place to linger. He must depart the palace post-haste. A sense of unease washed over him as he hurriedly took a few steps. The appearance of two unfamiliar saints within the palace was news that could send shockwaves throughout the southern continent. After all, since the late emperor's passing, the entire power structure had been held in the hands of the remaining 6 saints. The emergence of 2 saints within the palace could not possibly go unnoticed. As for the identities of these 2 saint-level beings, the identity of the heavenly martial marquis remains elusive. Individuals of the sacred realm exist beyond the mundane, making it exceedingly difficult to perceive their true forms. The vast expanse of the southern continent is rich and diverse, even among those of the same realm. It is unlikely that all sacred realm experts are recognized. Consequently, the heavenly martial marquis did not linger on the identities of the 2 sacred ones, but swiftly vanished into the royal palace. He intended to report this intelligence to his esteemed master. Your Majesty, two venerable elders seek an audience, claiming to have been summoned by your Majesty. Shortly after the departure of the heavenly martial marquis, a guard conveyed this message once more. Allow them to enter, commanded Xuan Ming, his demeanor becoming solemn. The guard retreated, and soon thereafter, the two figures, Nameless and the Sword Sage, entered the Xian Emperor's hall. Nameless pays his respects to your Majesty, exclaimed Nameless. The Sword Sage pays his respects to your Majesty. The two elders bowed deeply, exhibiting utmost reverence. Rise, Xuan Ming said, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, in the heart of the divine Xian Empire, at the largest mountain range known as the Tangshan Mountains, a middle-aged man exuding an imperial aura hovered high above, gazing down at the undulating peaks and flowing rivers. Were the heavenly martial marquis present, he would undoubtedly recognize this figure as the late emperor. Last night, I conferred the throne to my third son. Half a day has now passed. I trust my other offspring have begun to react. Ah Fu, go protect my third son. Xuan Ming, ensure he suffers no harm before I awaken. If necessary, reveal yourself to some of the elder officials, ensuring the stability of the divine Xian Empire situation. Chapter 5. The late emperor's feigned death and the quest to reclaim the throne from Xuan Ming. Allow me to swiftly regain control of the realm upon my awakening. Spoke the late Emperor Xiansu of the Shun Xian dynasty, his demeanor serene. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm, merely a step away from transcending to divinity. However, the laws of the southern continent had shifted, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary sacred realm practitioners to ascend to the level of divine beings. Only through the utilization of secret arts could one hope to achieve such a breakthrough. Thus, Xiansu resolved to employ the secret technique of the divine and demonic realms, enabling himself to ascend to this echelon, thereby becoming the sole divine being in the southern continent in a millennium. At that juncture, not only could he dominate the southern continent, but the Shun Xian dynasty would also find it effortless to extend its influence beyond its borders. Yet, this secret technique bore its own flaws. It necessitated a feigned death to deceive the heavens and earth of the southern continent, during which he would gather the laws of the divine and demonic realms and remain in a state of suspended animation. During this period, if he failed to awaken and assume control of the Shun Xian dynasty, the national fortune would gradually dissipate. Consequently, Xiansu entrusted his imperial throne to the third prince, Xuan Ming, whose capabilities were relatively feeble. Thus, once he ascended to the divine and demonic realms, he would be able to easily reclaim the throne from Xuan Ming. It was also feasible to confer the throne upon other princes. However, their talents and abilities were formidable. Should they seize the throne from him, there was a significant risk that the national fortune of the Shun Xian dynasty would devolve into uncertainty, potentially undermining Xian's own imperial luck. Reclaiming the Shun Xian dynasty thereafter would undoubtedly present complications. Hence, Xiansu opted for the third prince. This decision, however, would inevitably provoke dissent among others within the dynasty. He needed to take measures to ensure that Prince Xuan Ming could secure his position on the throne while awaiting his own awakening. For this task, entrusting it to his loyal aide, a Fu, would be most prudent. It was worth noting that a Fu's cultivation had reached the level of a half-saint, making him a valuable asset in Xiansu's arsenal. The time required for this emperor to break through to the divine and demonic realm should be brief. Xiansu mused with a slight smile. The divine and demonic realm. Ever since the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago, the laws of the southern continent had withered, and no divine beings had manifested since. Moreover, no martial artist had managed to transcend to that realm. Now, he was on the verge of embarking on the path to divinity. How could Xiansu not feel exhilarated? Indeed, Your Majesty, a Fu replied, bowing respectfully in his black robe. The Tangshan mountain range. Xiansu nodded slightly, gazing at the mountains below. In the next moment, the very fabric of space above the mountain range solidified, as an inexplicable aura coalesced, splitting open a fissure. Xiansu stepped into it, descending into the depths of the Tangshan mountain range. To conceal his feigned death from the heavens and earth of the southern continent would not be an easy task. Not only must the mortal realm be made aware of his demise, but there should also be no trace of him left in the realm of the heavens. The Tangshan mountain range spanned a considerable portion of the southern continent, serving as a nexus of its veins. With the laws in disarray and the atmosphere shrouded in obscurity, This was indeed the most suitable location for his feigned death. After the disappearance of Xian Su, the Tongxian mountain range returned to tranquility. The figure clad in a black robe, Ah Fu, bowed once more before making his way towards the imperial capital. The divine Xian imperial capital. Within the palace, in the Xian Emperor Hall, Xuan Ming and the nameless sword saint conversed, subsequently issuing commands. From this day forth, you two shall hold the esteemed position of chief guardian of the imperial palace, entrusted with ensuring its safety. With the presence of these two consummate saints, the Xian imperial court would undoubtedly be fortified, rendering it impervious to any threats. Xuan Ming would also establish his dominion over this realm with unwavering stability. Having traversed this world for a decade, he had acquired a modicum of knowledge regarding the governance of an empire. Should the situation require, he could appoint ministers to share the burdens of leadership. This realm resembled an ancient dynasty of his previous life. If the emperor were to attend to every matter personally, what purpose would there be for ministers or a court? We shall obey your commands, the nameless one and the sword saint replied, bowing slightly. Meanwhile, at the Tianwu Marquisate, after returning to his residence, the Tianwu Marquis paced restlessly in the garden. It would be wise to inform my master, he pondered, ultimately transforming his thought into a fleeting light that vanished into the unknown. Approximately half an hour later, a beam of light materialized in the Tianwu Marquis's hand. This occurrence momentarily halted his movements. His intention had been to invite his master back to the Marquisate, but it seemed his master was preoccupied with other matters and could not come. Shall I go to him? Very well, he concluded upon grasping the meaning within the light, promptly departing for the heavenly realm of his master, the heavenly sword's sacred ground, one of the 4 sacred sites of the southern continent. At this moment, the elder of the heavenly sword sat cross-legged upon a lotus cushion, facing an elderly man clad in a pink robe, who gazed intently at him. This scene would undoubtedly astonish any onlooker, for the elder of the heavenly sword was one of the 7 saints of the southern continent. Only beings of equal standing could meet his gaze, indicating that the pink-robed elder was also a figure of saintly caliber. What troubles you, Tianjian? Inquired the Hong Yuan saint, furrowing his brow. Nothing of great concern. That rascal Tian Wu has returned from the palace, claiming he has something significant to convey to me, replied the elder of the heavenly sword with a slight shake of his head. Having traveled great distances to seek counsel, the Hong Yuan saint could not simply abandon his duties to visit the Tianwu Marquis. The palace? Is it regarding the former emperor's bequeathal of the throne to the 3rd prince? The Hong Yuan saint suddenly realized. Indeed, the elder of the heavenly sword affirmed with a nod. If the former emperor genuinely wished for the divine Xian dynasty to flourish and endure, he would never have passed the throne to the 3rd prince. Moreover, his sudden demise raises numerous suspicions. There undoubtedly lies an enigma within this matter. In my humble opinion, it is prudent for us to remain steadfast and not transgress established boundaries, lest we face repercussions in the future. The elder of the heavenly sword gazed intently at the sage of Red Yuan and remarked, "They are certainly not fools. The former emperor possessed a complete mastery of the sacred realm, a force far superior to their own. It is unimaginable that he could simply perish. However, the underlying reasons are more profound, and the elder of the heavenly sword dared not delve deeper. Should he inadvertently provoke some forbidden taboo, his cultivation would render him vulnerable to dire consequences. While we may hold such thoughts, we must be wary of others who might disregard the rules." Upon hearing this, the sage of Red Yuan contemplated gravely, his expression solemn. During the reign of the former emperor, the power of other sages was significantly curtailed, particularly that of the 2 outside the dynasty. If they were to seize this opportunity to challenge the rule of the divine mysterious dynasty, what course of action could be taken? It is essential to recognize that aside from the former emperor, their realms are nearly indistinguishable from those of other sages. Absent the former emperor's vested interests, it is improbable that they would jeopardize their standing with other sages for the sake of the divine mysterious dynasty. Consequently, this could potentially ignite a cataclysmic upheaval that has not been witnessed in centuries. Chapter 6. The 3rd prince is a half-saint. The tremors of saint realm experts. In such a turbulent situation, the survival of the Xinxian dynasty remains an enigma. They are unlikely to be foolish. Elder Tianjian shook his head. In the southern continent, those who can transcend to the saint realm typically possess lifespans of at least 300 to 400 years. With such an extensive span of time, The depth of character and temperament of Saint Realm experts far exceeds that of ordinary mortals. What they can infer, other saints may also discern. Nonetheless, one can only hope that the residual might of the late emperor can keep them in check. Furthermore, it is imperative that the surrounding mountains of the southern continent remain undisturbed. Elder Tianjian pondered for a moment and sighed softly. The sudden announcement of the late emperor's demise was overwhelmingly shocking. In an instant, it left the beings of the world and the saints of the southern continent in a state of disarray. The mountain ranges of the southern continent should be secure. A century ago, we united to slay the majority of those ferocious beasts. In merely a century, those savage creatures could not possibly regain their vitality. Even if disturbances arise, the divine soldiers stationed at the entrances of the mountains are more than capable of handling them. Saint Hanyuan dismissed Elder Tianjin's concerns. The mountains near the southern continent were once home to countless ferocious beasts, a formidable adversary for all beings of the southern continent a century prior. However, the late emperor had rallied all saints to minimize this formidable threat. For any resurgence to pose a danger to the southern continent, it would take at least several hundred years. The Tianjin sacred land, nestled in the heart of the Xinxian dynasty, is surrounded by towering mountains and lush forests, brimming with spiritual energy. As one of the 4 great sacred lands of the southern continent, Tianjin sacred land boasts a history spanning several centuries. With hundreds of thousands of registered disciples, whose presence is nearly ubiquitous across the southern continent. Ancient structures, the mountains and valleys, standing majestically like stone pillars. Disciples of the Tianjin sacred land are seen diligently practicing and thriving within the verdant expanse. Duke Tianwu hastened from his residence directly to the central peak of the Tianjin sacred land, the pinnacle of the sacred land where the Tianjin sacred master resides. Before he could enter, he sensed another presence emanating a formidable aura, comparable to that of his own master, causing a slight tremor in his heart. He was aware that, in addition to his own master, other saints were also present. "Come in," a commanding voice echoed from within. "Yes, master." Duke Tianwu straightened his attire and gracefully ascended into the main hall of the mountain. Disciple pays respects to master and meets Saint Hanyuan. Within the main hall of Tianjin sacred land, Duke Tianwu paid his respects in succession, his demeanor imbued with reverence. Although he was one of the 4 dukes of Xinxian, wielding great power and authority over the lives of countless people, before the saints, he was no different from an ordinary mortal. "Speak. What transpired in the palace that prompted your urgent arrival?" Elder Tianjin inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity, sensing Duke Tianwu's usual composure was somewhat shaken. Logically speaking, such trivial matters should not compel one to hastily disclose information to another. Even if the 3rd prince were to be assassinated, it would merely fall within the realm of expectation. Therefore, the venerable Elder Tianjin found himself utterly perplexed by the events transpiring within the palace. Meanwhile, the Saint of Hanyuan, donning his pink robe, awaited the words of Lord Tianwu, evidently intrigued after hearing the news from Elder Tianjin. To report back to the master, revered Saint of Hanyuan. The 3rd prince, Xuan Ming, conceals his true nature extremely well. It is likely that the world has been deceived by his seemingly weak foundation. As Lord Tianwu spoke, a look of astonishment crossed his face, as if he had just comprehended something shocking. "Oh, pray tell, what does he hide?" "Exceptional talent surpassing the ordinary. Or perhaps the backing of a prominent family from the Xinguang dynasty." Elder Tianjin and the Saint of Hanyuan exchanged glances, intrigued. To Elder Tianjin, the concealment mentioned by Lord Tianwu seemed rather trivial. A mere 3rd prince, not yet 20, would naturally be regarded by common folk as a celestial being. Yet, to the saints, the so-called foundation of the 3rd prince held no significance whatsoever. However, to their astonishment, Lord Tianwu slowly shook his head, exclaiming in disbelief. The 3rd prince conceals his own cultivation level. At such a tender age, he has achieved the pinnacle of a half-saint. Half-saint. Elder Tianjin's eyes narrowed slightly. Impossible. Before Elder Tianjin could voice his thoughts, the Saint of Hanyuan waved his hand, exclaiming vehemently, "Utterly implausible. Even the most prodigious of talents could only reach the peak of the acquired realm by 20. It is exceedingly difficult to even step into the innate stage. The 3rd prince's mid-tier talent, as verified under the world's scrutiny, is undeniably genuine. He could at most reach the mid-acquired stage." To break through to the pinnacle of a half-saint is akin to chasing a mirage. The face of the saint of Huanyuan was filled with skepticism. Even Elder Tianjian shook his head slightly, unable to believe the claim. The third prince's cultivation level is at the pinnacle of a half-saint? Such notions are preposterous. It is indeed true. Every word spoken by my disciple is accurate. Furthermore, at the moment my disciple departed the palace, he encountered two unknown beings of the sacred realm, who met with the third prince. Lord Tianwu remained unfazed by the doubts cast by his master and the saint of Huanyuan. In truth, even he himself was reluctant to accept such a reality. Had someone told him previously that the third prince was a being at the pinnacle of a half-saint, surpassing his own century-long cultivation, he would have undoubtedly reduced them to pulp with a single strike. However, witnessing it firsthand was far more convincing than any hearsay. The third prince's cultivation truly left him astounded. The notion that he had encountered two unknown beings of the sacred realm in an audience with the third prince further intensified the intrigue. Upon hearing this, Elder Tianjian and the saint of Huanyuan furrowed their brows in unison. Indeed, my disciple would never utter a falsehood, Lord Tianwu affirmed. Observing the expressions of the elder's sword and the saint Red Yuan, which betrayed no hint of deceit, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. The involvement of a saint on behalf of the third prince was indeed unexpected. Could it be true, as the saint had asserted, that a saint would dare to transgress established norms? Suddenly, the saint Red Yuan rose from his cushion. Do not panic. Let us observe the developments, the elder's sword urged, taking a deep breath to maintain composure. Disciple, you must return now. My esteemed self and the saint Red Yuan have pressing matters to discuss. The elder sword directed his gaze towards the Marquis Tianwu. Yes, disciple obeys, replied the Marquis Tianwu, fully aware that this situation was beyond his purview, and promptly exited the main hall of the elder sword. A tumultuous period was undoubtedly approaching. Perceiving the gravity of the atmosphere shared between his master and the saint Red Yuan, the Marquis Tianwu felt a sudden heaviness in his heart as he departed the main hall. The saint's intervention would undoubtedly destabilize the delicate balance within the divine mysterious empire. Next, he resolved to reach out to the other three marquises. Reflecting on the promise made to Xuan Ming within the Xian Emperor's hall, the Marquis Tianwu's spirits sank, and he set off in another direction. Chapter 7. The tremor of the imperial capital as Xuan Ming received the two divine beings. The heavenly martial Marquis met with the elder of the heavenly sword and the Red Yuan saint. The entire imperial capital, after initially sinking into silence, erupted into chaos following the sudden demise of the late emperor and the unexpected succession, from the high-ranking ministers to the common folk. Shock was etched upon their faces upon hearing the news. The third prince, Xuan Ming, as the successor? How could this be possible? Even the sixth or seventh princess would be a more suitable choice than the third prince. What could this mean for His Majesty's intentions? Is it to incite complete disorder among the princes? Moreover, how could a saintly emperor suddenly pass away? In the residences of high officials and local taverns alike, discussions regarding this matter were rampant. Those who understood the intricacies of the situation felt an icy chill envelop them, their hearts heavy with trepidation. They were oblivious to the reasons behind the late emperor's abrupt death and the choice of the third prince as his successor. Yet they sensed that the heavens above the divine Xian dynasty were destined to change. The late emperor's saintly prowess was undoubtedly the stabilizing force of the divine Xian dynasty. Now that this force had fallen, those who once feared the late emperor could very well disrupt the realm. This was an external upheaval. The third prince, with the weakest foundation among the heirs, signified an internal turmoil. With his limited strength, it was inconceivable for him to suppress the other princes. Just imagine, facing someone lesser in strength ascending to the throne. How could those with claims to the throne acquiesce quietly? Chaos would ensue within the royal family, and war could erupt across the dynasty and even in the southern continent. The millennium-long history of the divine Xian dynasty was at risk of being obliterated in an instant. With the late emperor's unparalleled might, he had no equal in the southern continent. The notion of him suddenly succumbing to a training mishap overnight was implausible. There must be some hidden truth behind this. Yet, what could have prompted the late emperor to bequeath the throne to the third prince? In the minister's residence, Minister Li Yuanfang paced anxiously, hands clasped behind his back. The weight of the two pieces of news struck him like thunder from the heavens, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Minister, what should we do now? In the minister's residence. Apart from Li Yuanfang, various officials had gathered, all equally stunned by the news, resembling headless flies. They hoped that Li Yuanfang would illuminate a path forward. Upon hearing their inquiries, Li Yuanfang took a deep breath. The only course of action now was to wait. Wait for the morning assembly 3 days hence. Wait for the princes to fully determine the rightful heir to the throne. After 3 days, whoever ascends to the imperial throne, we shall proceed with the affairs of the dynasty according to the late emperor's established protocols. Li Yuanfang surveyed the gathered officials and pondered thoughtfully. The princes are well aware of the significance of the court assembly in 3 days. All disputes shall be resolved within this period. It is imperative to remember that during this time, one must not meet any visitors, and until the new emperor is genuinely confirmed. No allegiance should be pledged to any faction, Li Yuanfang advised thoughtfully. We are deeply grateful to the minister for illuminating our path, exclaimed the officials, shuddering with reverence as they bowed in gratitude. Once they had completely departed, Minister Li Yuanfang shook his head ever so slightly. The sudden decision of the late emperor to pass the throne to the third prince must carry some profound implications. Perhaps, upon closer interaction with the third prince, bring forth my request to enter the palace and meet the emperor, Li Yuanfang commanded, his eyes gleaming with purpose. Perhaps all the answers lie within the third prince himself. In the first prince's residence, as the legitimate firstborn of the late emperor, the foremost candidate, First Prince Xuan Ming had long united the influence of his maternal family, gathering various powers to bolster his own foundation. The late emperor had turned a blind eye to this, as long as he did not disrupt the governance of the court. He had not crossed the late emperor's limits. Within the confines of those limits, the first prince continually amassed strength. Now, both his innate talent and the vastness of his backing were unmatched. For years, Xuan Ming had never considered his younger brothers as worthy competitors, for the foundation he had built over the years served as his formidable support. Once the late emperor relinquished his hold on power, this support would safely elevate him to the throne, a day he had eagerly awaited. However, the news that reached him this morning from the palace left him utterly bewildered. The late emperor had passed away, yet the new emperor was not him, but rather the third prince, Xuan Ming, whom he had always dismissed. Upon hearing this news, he initially thought his subordinates were jesting at his expense. Yet, after confirming the authenticity of the report, Xuan Ming stood there, stunned. Your Highness, the third prince has now taken residence in the Xianhuang Hall, seated upon the dragon throne. A middle-aged warrior exuding an aura of semi-saintly power informed him in a hushed tone. How infuriating. I am already aware, Xuan Ming retorted. The maternal family of the third prince is merely a minor lineage from a small town, incapable of wielding significant influence. Even if the third prince ascends the throne, his reign will be fleeting. What is the reaction of the civil and military officials? The first prince's countenance darkened as he inquired. Reporting to your highness. The officials remain behind closed doors, refusing to meet with anyone, the middle-aged semi-saint replied. Such cunning old foxes. Xuan Ming smirked coldly. It appears they are all awaiting the court assembly in 3 days. As the most formidable first prince, he was certainly no fool. With such a considerable upheaval, how could the officials not respond? Yet at this moment, they were sealing themselves off, clearly attempting to avoid the impending calamity of succession. However, the customs of the dynasty dictate that all officials must attend the morning court. At that time, both civil and military officials will gather at the Xianhuang Hall to meet with the sovereign of the dynasty. Thus, the morning court 3 days hence is of paramount importance. Whoever occupies that position and meets with the officials will be the new emperor of this realm. Can we establish contact with the chief of the palace guards? I desire the untimely demise of the third prince. Then, this prince shall ascend to the Xianhuang Hall. Dispatch someone to investigate the cause of the third prince's death and place the blame upon the other princes. Xuan Ming's expression darkened as he turned to the middle-aged semi-saint and inquired. It is worth a try. The middle-aged semi-saint pondered for a moment before slightly bowing. Subsequently, he departed without delay. Xuan Ming took a deep breath, his countenance grim, lost in thought. As for the potential leakage of his plans, Xuan Ming harbored no concerns. The middle-aged semi-saint was his trusted confidant, sharing mutual interests that rendered betrayal improbable. Moreover, similar circumstances unfolded within the other princely residences. The ascension of the third prince would not bode well for them. Chapter 8. the Empress's rebirth and the seventh sister of Xuan Ming, the Demon Lord's rebirth and the cousin of Xuan Ming. Nevertheless, these princes did not harbor excessive concern. The imperial throne, when compared to the princes, represented a singular emperor and his subjects. Should it fall into the hands of another prince, their competition would undoubtedly amount to a dimensional suppression of the other. Unless a rebellion were to ensue, it was utterly improbable to dislodge the opponent from the throne. However, with the throne resting upon the third prince, they possessed ample confidence to usurp him. The primary caution still lay with the other princes. In the capital, within the residence of the seventh princess, none could have anticipated that the late emperor would orchestrate such affairs. Did he not fear that the Qian dynasty might descend into chaos? The seventh princess, Qian Shui, maintained an eerily calm demeanor. The turmoil outside appeared to her merely as children's play, incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. Such a perspective stemmed entirely from her status as a reborn individual. In her past life, Qian Shui was the empress of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty, a formidable being of the supreme divine demon realm. Now reborn into a minor dynasty devoid of divine demons, Qian Shui naturally looked down upon everyone here. Even the late emperor, who was reputed to be the strongest in the southern continent. Qian Shui was confident in her ability to vanquish him. The ascension of the third prince? This emperor had once observed this brother from close quarters and found him to be the weakest among the other princes, both in cultivation and heritage. It seemed unlikely he would survive the night. The immediate priority was to send someone to track down the whereabouts of that demon lord. Qian Shui's gaze narrowed slightly. Her overall impression of the third prince, Xuan Ming, was relatively favorable. However, this did not imply she would lend him assistance. Her primary objective remained the pursuit of a nefarious female demon. This demon, possessing equal cultivation, was known as the Demon Lord in the Central World and was the leader of the demon sect, having ruthlessly slaughtered the subjects of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty, incurring Qian Shui's wrath. Consequently, Qian Shui personally engaged in a climactic battle with her over the endless sea. That confrontation stained the vast expanse of the icy sea with demonic blood. Yet, both were entities of the supreme divine demon realm, leaving no room for one to suppress the other. Ultimately, their physical forms perished simultaneously, while their souls remained in a perpetual entanglement. As time elapsed, the threat of their souls dissipating due to the war loomed large, compelling them to seek reincarnation in new bodies. Their rebirth occurred within this southern continent. At the onset of her rebirth, the enchantment within the womb caused Qian Shui, the empress, to lose her memories, only recently awakening to her past. Upon regaining consciousness, Qian Shui resolved to locate the female demon's whereabouts and annihilate her entirely. This demon lord must have also awakened her past memories recently and was likely endeavoring to restore her cultivation. This emperor could not afford to lag behind her. Fortunately, this emperor was reborn as the daughter of the most powerful faction on this continent, possessing sufficient resources to eradicate this female demon. Xuan felt a slight sense of relief. Prior to this, she had been concerned that the female demon would be reborn in her vicinity. She had deliberately searched for the sixth princess, as well as other court officials and eligible young women throughout the capital, yet found no trace of the demoness reincarnation. This indicated that the forces surrounding the demoness were inferior to her own, granting her a measure of confidence for the future encounters, allowing her to vanquish her adversary in this lifetime. However, aside from seeking the demoness, she could not neglect her own training. For her personal safety and the prospect of returning to the central world, she must restore her former cultivation. In the southern continent, within the divine Qian dynasty's central south prefecture, there lay a city named Lincheng, home to the royal Lin family. It was due to the Lin family's prominence that the city bore its name. Little did she expect to be reborn into a family devoid of any saints, and moreover, this body possessed only superior talent. Upon a soft, expansive bed lay a stunningly beautiful woman, her expression slightly troubled. Her name was Lin Ning, the leader of the demon clan in the central world. Due to the ruthless slaughter of her followers by the governor of a subordinate territory under the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty, Lin Ning took it upon herself to avenge her kin. However, this act incurred the wrath of the Empress of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty. Their mutual anger erupted into conflict upon their first encounter, leading both to a weakened state and ultimately reincarnation. Now, upon awakening her memories, Lin Ning found herself profoundly dissatisfied with her current identity. Being part of a family without any saints made it exceedingly difficult for her to gain an advantage in future confrontations with the Empress. Moreover, should the Empress's reborn family prove more powerful than hers, she would find herself in an even more precarious position. Thus, Lin Ning resolved to seek out the most favorable circumstances for herself, ensuring that she could gain the upper hand in her confrontations with the Empress, or even annihilate her. As Lin Ning pondered the most advantageous course of action, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "What is it?" she inquired, her brow furrowing slightly at the unexpected disturbance. "Miss, the master requests your presence at the council hall, stating that there is an important announcement." A female voice replied. "In addition to you, the master has summoned all the senior members of the family." "Oh, what news could prompt my father to rally the entire clan?" Lin Ning mused, a hint of surprise coloring her expression. Though she had awakened her past memories, those experiences were still her own. As a member of the royal Lin family, there were rarely matters significant enough to stir the entire clan, let alone warrant a summons from the family head. "It seems the news originates from the capital. The third prince, your cousin, has apparently ascended to the throne," the maid cautiously responded. Lin Ning was momentarily taken aback. Possessing the memories of this lifetime, she inherently understands the implications of being an emperor. Throughout the vast expanse of the southern continent, there exists but a single dynasty. Ascending to the throne of this dynasty signifies reaching the pinnacle of the southern continent. Truly, it is akin to seeking something far and wide only to find it effortlessly at hand. Just as I was about to unearth advantageous opportunities, my cousin, unexpectedly, became the emperor. Now, when I encounter that audacious Xuan, I shall see how you contend with me. A delightful thought seems to have crossed her mind, as the corners of Lin Ning's mouth involuntarily lifted in a subtle smile. Subsequently, Lin Ning promptly rose and made her way towards the council hall. As various factions maneuvered, the entire imperial capital was rife with unspoken currents. Beneath this surface turbulence, information gradually disseminated from the heart of the capital to all corners of the dynasty, stirring a wave of astonishment among all who became privy to the news. Within the palace, Minister Li Yuanfang discreetly entered through a side entrance. After navigating through layers of scrutiny, he finally gained access to the Xianhuang Hall. Chapter 9. The Shock of Minister Li Yuanfang in Truth. I too am perplexed as to why the late emperor suddenly bequeathed the throne to me. Xuan Ming sat regally upon the dragon throne, confronting the inquiries of Minister Li Yuanfang with a sense of bewilderment. While the astonishment of outsiders was palpable, his own confusion was even more profound. However, having arrived at this juncture, he resolved to accept his fate. The late emperor's decision to pass the mantle to him must have been underpinned by a rationale known only to the former sovereign. Thus, he was determined to seize this opportunity and firmly hold the reins of power. "Is that so?" Li Yuanfang mused, a frown creasing his brow. Xuan Ming's response left him somewhat dissatisfied. "How is it that, as a high-ranking official of the dynasty, entrusted with the management of the empire's civil service, you did not receive any indication from the late emperor?" Xuan Ming regarded Li Yuanfang intently and inquired softly. In the divine Xian dynasty, there existed 3 esteemed officials of the highest rank, second only to the emperor himself, who wielded immense power. Minister Li Yuanfang of the Personnel Department, Minister Lin Fanyuan of the Revenue Department, and Minister Li Batian of the Military Department. Among them, Minister Li Yuanfang oversaw the empire's civil service records and was responsible for the assessment and distribution of officials, wielding authority that encompassed the entire bureaucratic career of every official. Minister Lin Fanyuan managed the population records and was responsible for all matters pertaining to the lives of the populace from birth to death, as well as overseeing the empire's treasury. Minister Li Batian commanded the military forces, holding the reins of military power. The authority of these 3 individuals was monumental, placing them in a position of unparalleled influence. Logically, if the late emperor had any pressing matters, he would have communicated directly with these 3. "Reporting to your majesty, I have received no directives from the late emperor," Li Yuanfang replied, shaking his head with evident perplexity. The late emperor's decision had not been disclosed, not just to him, but to any of the officials down the ranks. Li Yuanfang responded earnestly, his cultivation as a first-rank official and his half-saint prowess granting him a memory far superior to that of ordinary individuals. He was acutely aware that had the late emperor ever mentioned this matter or anything related, he would not have overlooked it. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ming's brow furrowed in thought. If even a crucial minister like Li Yuanfang was completely unaware of the late emperor's decision to pass the throne to him, then the situation was indeed curious. Just as he contemplated the deeper implications, Li Yuanfang's voice interrupted his musings once more. One can only say that the mind of the sovereign is inscrutable. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, what plans you hold for the future? Li Yuanfang shook his head slightly, implying deeper meanings. Ministerly, are you referring to my brothers? Xuan Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, we have no desire to meddle in your disputes with the other princes. In 3 days' time, whoever ascends the throne to govern the realm shall receive our unwavering support, just as we did for the late emperor. Li Yuanfang pondered, his intentions unmistakably clear. As a high-ranking official of the divine Qian dynasty, he understood the significance of his role. His interests, as well as those of the entire court, are in alignment with the emperor. In this scenario, regardless of who occupies the imperial throne, it does not hinder them from continuing to serve the divine Qian dynasty. Moreover, with his semi-saint cultivation, he does not fear how any prince may treat him after ascending to the throne. Not only does he possess sufficient confidence to speak out in the presence of the third prince, but he would also feel equally empowered should any of the other princes occupy that position. Minister Li might want to take a closer look at me. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ming's gaze subtly shifted, fixating on Li Yuanfang. Li Yuanfang appeared somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the third prince harbors some unknown trump card? A hint of concern flickered in Li Yuanfang's mind. In the next moment, he raised his head to scrutinize Xuan Ming, a glimmer of azure light flashing in his eyes. With this glance, he infused his full semi-saint prowess. Why can I not see through? Li Yuanfang felt a stir of astonishment within. Given his current cultivation, he could easily discern the secrets of beings below the semi-saint level. The other party could not conceal anything from him. Since the third prince had invited him to observe closely, it surely indicated that the third prince possessed some sort of card up his sleeve that he wished to draw Li Yuanfang's attention to, hoping to earn his favor and support. Thus, with a scrutinizing demeanor, Li Yuanfang probed. If the third prince indeed had something noteworthy, he might consider assisting him, especially now that the third prince had ascended to the throne. Should he succeed in maintaining his position, Li Yuanfang would certainly share in the glory of his rise. Of course, this was contingent upon the third prince proving his worthiness. If he were to fall short compared to the other princes, Li Yuanfang would unequivocally refrain from getting entangled in such murky waters, regardless of the late emperor's wishes. However, the moment his gaze met Xuan Ming's, he was met with an inexplicable force that obstructed his probing, rendering him unable to peer into Xuan Ming's inner being. This revelation startled Li Yuanfang. The occurrence of such a phenomenon could only indicate one possibility. Xuan Ming's cultivation surpassed his own. Realizing this, Li Yuanfang could not help but tremble slightly. Minister Li, having discerned the situation, if there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Prepare well, for in 3 days, I shall require your insights regarding the merits and demerits of the officials of this realm. Xuan Ming calmly leaned back against the dragon throne, his expression serene. Yes, this old minister takes his leave. Li Yuanfang's pupils constricted as he slightly bowed and turned to exit the hall of the divine emperor. As the minister of personnel, Li Yuanfang holds a prestigious position among the court officials, and his earlier words likely echoed the sentiments of other ministers. This implies that this group of officials desires to observe the unfolding conflict from a distance. Xuan Ming rubbed his brow, instantly grasping the underlying implications. Quite intriguing, however. Since I have already ascended to this position, there is no need for my other brothers to compete. Xuan Ming bore no resentment towards the ministers. Rather, he regarded their decision as astute. This matter pertains to the contention for the throne. If the court officials were to involve themselves, it would constitute a violation of ancestral edicts. Should the dragon fail, it would result in the extermination of 9 clans, a grave sin indeed. In such circumstances, the court officials remain dutiful. For their own sake, as well as for Xuan Ming and the other princes, this is undoubtedly the most favorable scenario. Time flows slowly, and the entire imperial capital is increasingly engulfed by this matter. However, since Li Yuanfang entered the palace, Xuan Ming's domain has become significantly more tranquil, undisturbed by external forces. Yet, beneath this calm surface, dark currents gradually encircle the entire palace. It appears that tonight, there will be some entertainment. In the palace training grounds, Xuan Ming and the Sword Saint sit cross-legged atop a pavilion. As time passes, the Sword Saint senses an increasing number of powerful presences lurking around the palace, and a faint smile emerges on his face. Merely youngsters, lacking in substance. Xuan Ming gently shakes his head. Tonight, it shall be your turn to keep watch. I, for one, shall indulge in a brief slumber. With that, Xuan Ming departs gracefully. Chapter 10. The Sword Saint strikes, suppressing all assassins. The third prince has concealed himself so profoundly. On the way back to the minister's residence, Li Yuanfang's brows furrowed deeply. The young servant beside him walked closely behind, not daring to utter a word. It seems that the late emperor had already assessed the value of these princes. It is no wonder he chose to pass the throne to the third prince. How foolish we are. A hint of bitter mirth crossed Li Yuanfang's face as a thought struck him. The late emperor, with unparalleled cultivation, was the foremost powerhouse of the southern continent. Surely, he would not have acted without due diligence. The late emperor was indeed sagacious. Reflecting on this, Li Yuanfang could not help but sigh inwardly. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the seemingly deceased emperor valued not the strength of Xuan Ming, but rather its fragility. Everything had been turned on its head. That night, the moon hung high, and the imperial city was shrouded in a dim, hazy gloom. The first prince's actions were still lacking in prudence. How could he allow the assassination of the third prince, especially one who had already ascended to the throne, to be known to outsiders? At this moment, the palace was devoid of formidable warriors. Only a half-saint could ensure a secure victory. In the first prince's residence, a middle-aged half-saint donned in black robes blended seamlessly with the somber surroundings, resembling a nocturnal shadow, unnoticed by any. He leapt over walls, making his way towards the inner sanctum of the palace. As the trump card in the first prince's hand, the middle-aged half-saint intended to discard any decisions that could pose a risk. Thus he prepared to take matters into his own hands regarding the assassination of the third prince. Before long, he entered the palace, his form merging with the darkness, nearly becoming incorporeal. Even as palace guards passed nearby, they remained oblivious to his presence. The middle-aged half-saint gazed intently at the most majestic palace within the imperial grounds. It was likely that the third prince would hold the record for the shortest reign in the history of the Xuan dynasty. Alas, the paths they tread are irreconcilable. He hoped the third prince would not hold any grudges in the netherworld. The middle-aged half-saint shook his head slightly, though he spoke of regret. A chilling intent glimmered on his face. In the next moment, he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he stood before the Xinhuang Hall. Just as he was about to infiltrate, suddenly, a surge of grayish-white vapor erupted around him, akin to a myriad of sharp blades piercing the air, binding him firmly in place. What is this? The middle-aged half-saint's heart jolted. Could there be powerful guardians beside the third prince? Or perhaps, hidden powers within the palace? His face darkened with unease. The aura contained within this grayish-white vapor instilled dread within him, even with his half-saint cultivation. He could not discern its true nature, only recognizing it as a form of sword energy by its appearance. Moreover, it harbors an exceptionally terrifying power. Its might surpasses that of ordinary sword energy. The only conceivable source capable of unleashing such formidable sword energy is that of a sword sage. Yet, how could such an entity be stationed within the imperial palace? The middle-aged semi-saint was incredulous. This evening, the intruder within the palace. You are the sole assassin who ventured closest to the Xinhuang Hall. A voice resonated in the ears of the middle-aged semi-saint, sending a chill down his spine. He could distinctly sense that the source of the voice was not far from him. Who on earth are you? The middle-aged semi-saint twisted his stiff neck to gaze towards the origin of the voice. There, he beheld an elderly swordsman, slightly leaning against a nearby wall. At the foot of the wall, a group of cloaked figures huddled together. Judging by their attire, it was not difficult to deduce their intentions and origins. They were likely assassins dispatched by various factions within the imperial capital. Yet now, they were all subdued by this individual. Hiss! The middle-aged semi-saint inhaled sharply. That night, countless leaders of factions throughout the imperial capital found themselves restless. Assassinating an emperor had occurred several times throughout the millennium-long history of the divine Xuan dynasty. However, for those who had personally issued the clandestine orders, anxiety ran high. Even though the target of the assassination was exceedingly weak, arguably the weakest emperor in history. He was, after all, one of the emperors of the divine Qian dynasty. Even if his reign lasted but a day, he remained a figure of utmost supremacy. Rest assured, the palace's guards are not fools. They would not risk their lives for a feeble individual. Countless individuals attempted to reassure themselves internally. Yet, the luminous moon in the night sky instilled an inexplicable sense of unease within them. Something is amiss. It is too quiet. The palace is far too silent. Soon, the leaders of the factions began to sense something was awry. The assassination of an emperor is a matter of great significance. Their dispatched assassins had already infiltrated the palace. How could it be that, at this moment, there was not a single sign of commotion? In an instant, those privy to the events of the night felt a tightening in their hearts. Chapter 11. The Frightened Assassin, Devoured by Dogs. There should be no trouble. The third prince is surrounded by no formidable guards. As for the imperial palace, we are all here to serve the prince. Thus the imperial guards should remain uninvolved. Moreover, the assassins we dispatched are exceptionally powerful. Even if the guards intervene to apprehend them, there should be some commotion, and it cannot be this tranquil. The current silence may very well be due to the third prince being aware of the impending crisis tonight and deliberately concealing himself, thus eluding the search of the assassins. Countless souls in the capital are sleepless, their gazes fixated on the palace. Alas, the palace is heavily fortified. Despite their anxiety, they remain utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. However, considering the third prince's background, it is anticipated that nothing will go awry, leading the anxious crowd to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Patience. This matter cannot be rushed. Subsequently, leaders of various factions reached a unanimous decision. They have faith in the prowess of the assassins they dispatched and are certain that the third prince cannot escape this calamity. Inside the palace, in the training ground dungeon, beneath the bright beast lamps, the entire dungeon is illuminated. A multitude of palace guards gazes at the assassins imprisoned within, their faces twitching in disbelief. This night, no fewer than 300 assassins have infiltrated the palace. This revelation fills them with a sense of absurdity. The divine Xuan Palace is a place of utmost rigor, deserving of its reputation as the most formidable stronghold on the southern continent. Yet, under their watch, so many intruders have slipped through. Had it not been for the newly appointed Grand Commander on duty, they would likely awaken to the news of the Emperor's sudden demise in the Xuan Hall. This is an unmitigated disgrace for the palace guards, a grave dereliction of duty. Speak. Who is your employer behind this? The vice commander of the guards, Lu Qianqing, felt a chill wash over him. If they cannot uncover the forces behind these individuals, they, as mere guards, would bear the brunt of the emperor's wrath. Employer? I simply find the third prince intolerable, hence my intent to kill him. The interrogated assassin in black smiled faintly. As a killer, safeguarding the identity of one's employer is the fundamental principle. With a swift motion, blood gushed from the assassin's neck as a sharp blade pierced through his chest. Dozens of guards rushed forward, mercilessly stabbing the black-clad assassin to death. The assassin fell. The scent of blood instantly pervaded the entire dungeon. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 299 assassins furrowed their brows. However, most of the assassins maintained their composure, their expressions calm. From the moment they chose to infiltrate the palace, they had already resigned themselves to death. Bring a dog. Yet, the end of death had not yet arrived. Lu Qianqing spoke coldly. During the reign of the late emperor, no one dared to intrude upon the palace. But that does not imply we lack methods to torment the assassins. This night, even if these assassins perish in the majority, they must extract a fragment of their employer's identity from them. Otherwise, they would have no means to report upwards. In that case, their own lives would be at stake. Deputy Commander, the hounds have arrived. Shortly, a guard appeared, leading a pack of dogs. Clean up the scene. Lu Qianqing waved his hand and approached the next assassin. The guard, releasing the leash, allowed the dogs to scent the blood. In an instant, they pounced upon the fallen black-clad assassin, beginning to tear and devour the body. This gruesome spectacle caused a slight change in the expressions of some of the assassins present. And you, tell me, who sent you to infiltrate the palace? Lu Qianqing fixed his gaze on the second assassin, his voice cold. If I claimed it was my own initiative, would you believe me, my lord? The second black-clad assassin grappled with the decision to speak, his expression exceedingly complex. Cut him down, feed him to the dogs. El Qianqing cast a dispassionate glance at him before moving on to the next assassin. Cut him down. Feed him to the dogs? The black-clad assassin, momentarily bewildered by El Qianqing's inquiry, soon comprehended the implication. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as the assassin clutched his lower half, writhing in agony upon the ground. At that moment, all the black-clad assassins underwent a palpable change in expression, a wave of dread washing over them. Undoubtedly, this punishment had struck at their very core. And you? El Qianqing proceeded to interrogate, like a devil. It was Wang Defa, the chairman of the Wang Merchant Association. The third assassin spoke up. Make a note of that. Take him away. El Qianqing's lips curled into a slight smile. This did not signify mercy for the assassin, but rather a means to confront the employer directly in the future. After all, El Qianqing could not assure that the assassin had not simply fabricated a name. With the first to speak up, subsequent inquiries became considerably simpler, despite the presence of some assassins fiercely loyal to their employer. El Qianqing wasted no breath, unleashing the dogs to tear them apart. The remainder of the proceedings unfolded with ease. Child's play. In the corner of the dungeon, a middle-aged semi-saint awaited his turn to be questioned last. Observing El Qianqing's methods, a cold smile crept upon his lips. In the path of cultivation, one refines the body postnatally, nurtures the spirit innately. Semi-saints shape the embryonic form of intent. Saints cultivate will, and divine beings hone the laws. With each elevation in rank, the corporeal form transcends accordingly. Having attained semi-saint status, he was, to a certain extent, impervious to blades and bullets. The dog's teeth could not pierce his flesh. Thus, he regarded El Qianqing's interrogation with disdain. However, he did not allow himself to relax. Instead, a heavy expression settled upon his face. He had confirmed that a sword saint was safeguarding the third prince. A presence of a saint among the multitude of princes, being the third prince, signifies invincibility. Should he desire it, the throne of the divine mysterious empire is undoubtedly his. None of the other princes, not even the eldest, possessed the qualifications to contest against him. Alas, everyone is mistaken. The third prince is the one with the deepest concealment. The middle-aged semi-saint sighed deeply, his countenance darkening. For one who has already chosen a side, this is far from fortuitous. The fate of life or death seems to hinge entirely upon the whims of the third prince. The middle-aged semi-saint narrowed his eyes slightly, his aura suddenly dissipating. His words not only represented himself, but also encompassed all those involved in this assassination attempt, including the eldest prince who stood behind him. He cast a silent glance at the 300 assassins present, both deceased and alive, pondering silently that perhaps all the princes were among them. The protection of a saint allows the third prince, Xuan Ming, to act with utmost freedom, devoid of concern for repercussions. After all, a saint can quell the majority of resistance and remain steadfast as a mountain. In that very moment, as the middle-aged semi-saint's aura waned, he was noticed by El Qianqing, who was interrogating the other assassins. Chapter 12. The second check-in, Evolution of the Innate Tao Body. Most of the dark-clad assassins here have been captured by the newly appointed Grand Commander. Among these nearly 300 assassins, this middle-aged figure in black robes stands out as the strongest, being the only one close to the Xianwang Palace. His cultivation reaches the level of a half-saint. Such an entity possesses a resilient spirit. El Qianqing, concerned that he might not be able to extract information from him, decided to place him at the end of the interrogation queue. After all, the employer capable of assigning a half-saint as an assassin likely wields influence that surpasses all present parties. El Qianqing has his suspicions regarding the identity of this employer, which sends a tremor of astonishment through him. Yet, regardless of the employer's background, it cannot eclipse that of the emperor. One is a sovereign, the other a subject. El Qianqing is acutely aware of whom he serves. Thus, he is compelled to devise various plans to uncover the identity of the middle-aged half-saint's employer. Initially, he feared his efforts would yield little fruit, but it now appears that the will of this half-saint is beginning to crumble. This realization brings a sigh of relief to El Qianqing. Extracting information from him is the very first task entrusted to him by the Grand Commander. Speaking of the Grand Commander, there are two appointed by the new emperor. The one responsible for capturing these assassins is known as the Sword Saint. The thought of the Sword Saint ignites a flicker of fervor in El Qianqing's eyes. Although he is unaware of the Sword Saint's precise cultivation level, the title itself coupled with the ability to single-handedly apprehend a half-saint assassin along with numerous innate-level assassins, indicates that the Sword Saint is undoubtedly one of the peak saints of the southern continent. This alone surpasses the former Imperial Guard commander, a Fu. Such a formidable figure promises significant benefits for Qianxing should he prove to be a capable aide. Furthermore, based on his observations from the previous day, the other unnamed Grand Commander, despite not having taken action, engaged with the Sword Saint in a manner indicative of equality. This scenario suggests only one possibility, that the unnamed Grand Commander is also a saint of equal standing to the Sword Saint. Two saints, across the southern continent. Including the late former emperor, there are only 7. Now, within the imperial palace, 2 reside. Moreover, these 2 are his direct superiors, which means Qianxing can readily access these saints whenever required, filling him with immense excitement. After all, in the past, saints were exalted beings, seldom seen by mortals. How could he have imagined being in frequent contact with them as he does now? However, Qianxing understands that this opportunity arises solely from his professional duties. Without this role, he would have no right to engage with such esteemed figures. Hence, he places great importance on the task of interrogating these assassins. The following day, early morning, with Xuan Ming's current cultivation, he is capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his bodily energy. There is no longer a need for him to consume the mundane fare of poultry, fish, and delicacies like ordinary mortals or common warriors. However, having recently ascended to the status of a demigod, Xuan Ming still finds comfort in his habitual meals. After partaking in his morning repast, he reclines gently in his dragon chair, pondering what treasures today's sign-in might yield. With his eyes softly closed, he reflects inwardly. The sign-in function, as one of the system's 2 principal features, is immensely beneficial to Xuan Ming himself. Had it not been for the 3 centuries of cultivation acquired from yesterday's sign-in, even with the support of the 2 consummate saints, Wu Ming and the Sword Saint, Xuan Ming would still possess the capability to stabilize the divine Qian dynasty. Yet, over time, unforeseen complications are likely to arise. In the realm of cultivation, personal strength is paramount. Should Xuan Ming remain stagnant, he would face numerous challenges, whether from formidable martial generals among his court or the inevitable aging that time brings. Fortunately, the system's sign-in feature allows for the early resolution of such potential issues. Ding. A sign-in opportunity has been detected. Would you like to proceed? The system's prompt resounds. Let us sign in. Xuan Ming commands. Ding. Signing in. Please wait a moment. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have received Heavenly Dao Body Pill Divine Grade. Heavenly Dao Body Pill. Xuan Ming is momentarily taken aback. System prompt. The Heavenly Dao Body Pill, a mythical grade elixir crafted by a renowned alchemist from an unknown realm, is exceedingly rare, devoid of side effects. Upon consumption, the user's physique will transform into the Heavenly Dao body within the next 12 hours. Heavenly Dao Body Annotation. The Heavenly Dao body serves as the vessel of the Dao, allowing for unparalleled efficiency in the cultivation of any path, facilitating access to the realms of gods and demons, and even higher forbidden domains. The Heavenly Dao body is regarded as a favored entity of the world, exceptionally rare, birthed only by the selection of the Heavenly Dao. Nevertheless, the lineage of alchemists has introduced the possibility of artificially expanding these scarce physiques. The system continues to elaborate with a plethora of annotations. Xuan Ming nods slightly. From the system's revelations, it is evident that his physique will undergo a momentous transformation in 12 hours, evolving from a mid-grade talent to an unknown realm. This new domain promises to grant him considerable advantages in his cultivation journey. In other words, had Xuan Ming's physique been that of the Heavenly Dao body previously, the 300 years of cultivation obtained would surely have elevated him beyond the mere perfection of a demigod. At the very least, he would have stepped into the realm of gods and demons, perhaps even ascending to higher echelons within that realm. At this moment, if an outsider were present, they would sense that Xuan Ming's form is dissolving into the void, an essence merging with the cosmos. It seems as though the very space he occupies is a realm unto itself. Chapter 13. The Classification of Talent Levels, the astonishing gift that shocks gods and demons. The surprised black tiger Ah Fu. Speaking of the Tao of heaven and earth, those born with a Tao body naturally evoke a sense of being the very embodiment of the cosmos. Currently, Xuan Ming's physique is still in the early stages of evolution. In 12 hours, his body will undergo a complete transformation. At that time, the advantages of possessing a Tao body will truly manifest before Xuan Ming. There is a sense of anticipation. Xuan Ming leans slightly against the dragon throne, his gaze glimmering with a hint of brilliance. The cultivation talent is classified into several tiers: inferior, average, superior, exceptional, rare as a millennium, and extraordinary as a 10,000-year occurrence. According to the records of the southern continent, those with average talent can only hope to reach the innate realm at most during their lifetime. Ascending to the semi-saint level requires grasping the embryonic form of the Tao's essence. Average talent signifies a diminished affinity for the great Tao, making it exceedingly difficult for practitioners to achieve this within their limited lifespans. After assessing his talent, Xuan Ming had exerted himself in cultivation. Yet it took him a decade to reach the mid-stage of postnatal cultivation, while several other princes with superior talents surpassed him significantly during this time. Notably, the first prince broke through to the innate realm, becoming a prodigy celebrated at the age of 20. In the eyes of the beings of the southern continent, the first prince is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the new emperor, a fact that even Xuan Ming must concede. However, the twists of fate in the world are unpredictable. Until the day of the results is announced, even if everyone believes the outcome is certain, it remains inconsequential. As for those with a Tao body, their talents cannot be precisely measured. With sufficient opportunity, even a once-in-a-millennium prodigy cannot compare to one born with a Tao body. According to the system's data, the Tao body is one of the most perfect physiques in existence. Even beings beyond the realm of gods and demons may personally intervene to invest early, accepting such individuals as disciples or forging beneficial connections. Setting aside the system, gods, demons, and other trump cards, Xuan Ming possesses yet another ace up his sleeve. In the imperial capital, beneath the towering and magnificent city walls, the streets are bustling with activity. Clad in a black robe, Ah Fu, with a stern countenance, passes through the scrutiny of the guards at the city gate and enters the imperial capital. It seems that the capital remains relatively tranquil. However, it is rather peculiar that the ascension of the third prince has not provoked any backlash from the factions within the capital. Ah Fu squints slightly, observing the seemingly calm atmosphere of the imperial capital with great perplexity. Though the Tongxian mountain range lies within the territory of the Xinxian dynasty, it is exceedingly distant from the capital. The journey to the mountain range was swift, guided by the previous emperor's extraordinary cultivation. Yet, on his return, despite Ah Fu having reached the semi-saint level, the great distance compelled him to hasten his journey, allowing him to arrive at the capital only on the second day. Initially, Ah Fu had already harbored thoughts of failure. As a trusted confidant by His Majesty's side, the third prince could not possibly be unaware of the situation. How could such a weakly endowed prince ascend to the throne and command the various formidable figures in the imperial capital? Even though the palace is heavily guarded and the elite guards possess extraordinary prowess, it remains exceedingly difficult to fend off the covert and overt attacks from the major forces within the capital. Should those who covet the throne truly decide to take action, the third prince would undoubtedly falter. Moreover, based on Ah Fu's understanding of the other princes, it is implausible that they could endure a single night without making a move. Upon entering the imperial capital, Ah Fu had already prepared himself for the news of the third prince's demise and the ensuing chaos. However, the outcome proved to be far beyond his expectations. It is not to say that no one acted. Perhaps my subordinates had intervened. Ah Fu contemplated this possibility and considered reaching out to them. In the divine mysterious dynasty, there exists a specific regulation. The commander of the imperial guards is appointed by the reigning emperor, regardless of whether the emperor abdicates or passes away. The appointed commander of the imperial guards would subsequently be relieved of their duties. Thus, when the late emperor was reported to have died suddenly yesterday, the identity token of the commander shattered automatically, resulting in the loss of that status. However, it has only been a single day. He does not believe that the guards within the palace would have forgotten him. With his near-perfect, semi-holy cultivation, it is merely a matter of time before he can express his allegiance to the third prince and reclaim the position of commander of the imperial guards. Chapter 14. Ah Fu's Scheme, the Crown Prince's Anxieties. After all, he is a pinnacle half-saint. Setting aside the saints, he belongs to the most formidable echelon of beings in the world. With his protection, unless a saint intervenes, No one within the imperial capital possesses the capability to harm the third prince, Xuan Ming, under his watch. In due course, he will leverage his position as the commander of the Imperial Guard, ostensibly assisting Prince Xuan Ming while subtly orchestrating his movements, managing the realm in accordance with the late emperor's wishes. Thus, during the slumbering state of the late emperor, the world will continue to operate under his influence, awaiting the day when the late emperor ascends to the divine realm and awakens, allowing the realm to be returned to him in pristine condition. During this interlude, whether it be the third prince, the other princes, or even the court officials, they will merely be pawns set forth by the late emperor. Particularly, the third prince will ultimately serve as nothing more than a tool. Contemplating this, Afu's chest heaved slightly as he gradually made his way towards the royal palace. In the imperial capital, where flying is prohibited to avoid unnecessary complications, Afu chose not to draw attention, instead blending in as an ordinary pedestrian, imperceptible to the untrained eye. However, the imperial capital, as the epicenter of the southern continent, is rife with watchful gazes. Despite Afu's efforts at concealment, he was nonetheless noticed by some discerning eyes. The Crown Prince's residence. Upon awakening, Crown Prince Xian Yi found the atmosphere within the estate somewhat somber, prompting him to furrow his brow in concern. What could be amiss? With a gentle furrowing of his brow, he inquired of the beautiful maidservant attending to her morning routine beside him. "Your Highness, Commander's son did not return last night," she reported, her voice low and laced with unease. The personal guards of the estate have begun a thorough search of the entire prince's residence. A flicker of apprehension crossed her eyes. The Crown Prince's residence, while not as exalted as the imperial palace, is undoubtedly the most secure place aside from it. Few would dare jeopardize the Crown Prince's safety, risking the wrath of the entire dynasty. Yet today, for the first time in history, the residence was under strict lockdown. Coupling this with the absence of the half-saint commander, she could scarcely fathom the gravity of the situation. Such a development. Crown Prince Xian Yi's pupils constricted. "Enough, you may withdraw for now. Summon Lin Shidan to see me." He gestured for the maidservant to leave and sent for the deputy commander of his personal guards, dismissing those around him, leaving him alone in the chamber. Shortly thereafter, a burly figure clad in armor, Lin Shidan, entered the hall. "What has transpired?" Xian Yi inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. "Your Highness, the commander chose to personally visit the imperial palace last night to ensure everything is secure," Lin Shidan replied. "As he was about to depart, he instructed us that if he did not return for an extended period, it would likely indicate an unforeseen mishap. He urged us to remain vigilant, to impose a lockdown throughout the estate, ensuring the safety of the Crown Prince. You have slept soundly through the night. Thus the commander chose not to inform you of this matter." Lin Shidan, with a face full of trepidation, bowed and spoke. "The commander is a half-saint. The assassination of a third prince who has yet to reach innate prowess is indeed a trivial task. Even he believed that the commander's intervention would be infallible. Hence, they resolved to withhold this information from the Crown Prince. After all, in their view, a matter that could be resolved in mere hours was better left until the Crown Prince awoke to learn of the successful assassination. Yet, none anticipated their miscalculation. As dawn broke and still no news from their commander had emerged, Lin Shidan sensed that something had gone awry. He promptly enacted the lockdown as per the commander's directive, guarding against any nefarious individuals who might seize the opportunity to infiltrate the estate. "Lift the lockdown." The Crown Prince's face was etched with anger. "Your Highness, but do it at once." The Crown Prince's eyes glinted coldly. "Understood." Lin Shidan swiftly exited the hall. Once he had entirely withdrawn, the Crown Prince cursed under his breath and rose abruptly, pacing within the grand hall. In truth, the personal guard commander's decision to assassinate the third prince, Xuan Ming, was anticipated. However, his failure to return after a night away was entirely unexpected for Crown Prince Xian Yi. He was well aware of the commander's character. If he were not hindered by some pressing matter, he would never squander time outside. What could possibly detain a half-saint-like commander's son, particularly in the midst of an assassination mission within the royal palace? The implications of this scenario sent a chill through Xian Yi's heart. Within the palace, previously, the presence of the emperor ensured that there were not many formidable forces, with only the emperor's elite guard commander, Fu, capable of contending with or surpassing Commander Sunday. However, should the emperor have passed, it was inconceivable that Fu would still be within the palace. Even if the third prince were to reinstate him as his elite guard commander, such a transition would not occur so swiftly. Yet if it were not Ah Fu, why had Commander Sun not returned throughout the night? Xuan Ming furrowed his brows, a hint of anxiety crossing his countenance. As a half-saint, Commander Sun was one of his most significant assets, akin to a right-hand man. Should anything go amiss, it would be tantamount to losing an arm. As Xuan Ming pondered this troubling turn of events, a somewhat hurried figure dashed into the hall. Your Highness, I have discovered the former palace elite guard commander, the Black Tiger Ah Fu, making his way towards the palace along Chang'an Street. The subordinate reported after a brief bow. Upon spotting him, I dispatched several brothers to follow, and I returned promptly to inform you. The capital is of utmost importance. For Xuan Ming, who was resolutely aiming for the throne, he had established his own network of informants throughout the imperial capital to observe the movements of other princes and certain courtiers. This tactic had previously brought him significant advantages. Ah Fu, how could he appear on Chang'an Street? Xuan Ming felt a slight tremor of unease. This was somewhat at odds with his expectations. Take me to see him, Xuan Ming commanded without hesitation. In his mind, the chief commander must not have returned all night due to Ah Fu's clandestine maneuvers. Yet now the latter's presence on Chang'an Street left Xuan Ming perplexed. The imperial capital was vast, naturally divided into numerous districts. Among them, Chang'an Street and Xianyang Street were the names of the main thoroughfares, with Chang'an Street being the furthest from the palace. Chapter 15. The capital in turmoil. Sealing off the imperial city, the situation is precarious, positioned at the very periphery of the imperial city. If Ah Fu indeed obstructed his own commander within the palace last night, he should not have appeared on Chang'an Street this morning. Moreover, the capital is not solely under his scrutiny for the throne. He is certainly not the only one with ambitions. According to Xuan Ming, there are no fewer than 300 factions, both overt and covert, within the boundaries of the capital, all pledging allegiance to various princes, including those under his command. These factions, driven by their desire for the prince they support to ascend as the new emperor, may not have found peace last night. After all, only with the unexpected demise of the third prince, Xuan Ming, do the other princes gain the right to compete. Otherwise, they risk accusations of treason. It is likely that these factions will not inform their respective princes, possibly opting to act independently or seek out assassin organizations. When considering this, the number of assassins infiltrating the palace last night must have been considerable. Such a force, attempting to slay the new emperor, would surely overwhelm even the palace's elite guards. The palace is vast, and even with a multitude of guards, it is impossible to oversee the entirety of it. In this context, the former chief of the imperial guards, Ah Fu, appearing at Chang'an Street on the outskirts of the capital early this morning, is perplexing to Xuan Ming. He squints slightly, following the scout towards Ah Fu's location. The decision not to send someone to escort Ah Fu to the residence of the first prince is naturally due to his cultivation level and status. Regardless of his near-saintly prowess or his position as a trusted aide of the emperor, he is not someone the first prince can summon at will. Beyond the first prince, the capital is rife with undercurrents, as countless faction leaders cast anxious glances toward the palace. The assassination of the third prince, Xuan Ming, was all but certain. However, none of the assassins dispatched last night have returned, coupled with the inexplicably tranquil state of the palace. This has instilled a sense of unease among the leaders of these shadowy factions. It seems that trouble is brewing. Some leaders, their expressions shifting dramatically, promptly retreat to the heart of their factions to plot their next moves. In the palace, the elite guards patrol various areas, while the servants and protectors tread lightly, not daring to make a sound. In the Xianhuang Hall, Xuan Ming has just finished his breakfast when the sword saint, clad in resplendent golden armor and stepping upon clouds of vibrant hues, enters the hall. Your Majesty, last night I patrolled the palace and apprehended a group of nefarious assassins, the most formidable among them being a minor semi-saint. The sword saint reports with a slight bow. Yes, I am aware. Were you able to ascertain their mastermind? Xuan Ming replies with a calm demeanor. This development was anticipated. After all, he occupies the throne, not one of the other princes. Without the protection of a powerful faction, those outside the palace tend to underestimate Xuan Ming, believing they can act with impunity against him. Thus, the heinous act of assassination transpired last night. However, he is no longer the Xuan Ming of yore. These forces shall ultimately reap the consequences of their own actions. I report to your majesty that, during the latter part of the night, after thorough interrogation by the imperial guards, some assassins revealed the identity of their mastermind. Though the veracity of their claims still requires direct corroboration, a faction of the assassins remains steadfastly silent. Some serve as examples to instill fear, while others are confined to the dungeons, subjected to relentless torture, awaiting the moment they divulge their orchestrator. The Sword Saint slightly bowed and spoke. Summon those identified by the assassins as their masterminds to the palace, and additionally, dispatch orders to the imperial army of the capital to seal off the entire city. Should these scoundrels escape into the southern regions, capturing them will become exceedingly difficult. There is no need to engage in a battle of wits with these miscreants. Should they resist or deny their involvement, it would suffice to execute them. Xuan Ming nodded, offering a subtle directive. His strength rendered him unconcerned about reprisals from any faction. In this state, Xuan Ming naturally would not squander time honing his intellect against feeble adversaries. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. For instance, to dominate the court, govern the entire Xinjiang Empire, and extend his reach across the vast southern continent and beyond. These domains were where Xuan Ming found immense intrigue. The Sword Saint respectfully withdrew, and Xuan Ming gazed at his departing figure, inhaling deeply. To command the entirety of the Xinjiang Empire and the southern continent, he must establish a formidable organization uniquely his own, capable of infiltrating every faction within the Xinjiang Empire and southern continent. Only then could he firmly grasp the entirety of the southern continent in his hands. Xuan Ming's gaze sharpened as he reflected on his years as a prince. He had diligently studied such knowledge, and now that he was qualified to implement it, he would undoubtedly do so. For instance, akin to the Jinyui and the eastern and western censors of ancient dynasties. Furthermore, he required a particularly powerful imperial army, capable of suppressing all miscreants and rebellions, and even during sieges, this force should be able to act with ease, reminiscent of the Haibingtai, the Xuanzhao army, and the Modeo army from past empires. Xuan Ming's eyes flickered. The Xinjiang Empire had endured for a millennium since the conclusion of the Divine Demonic War. Over this span, the might of the Xinjiang Empire was indisputable. Various armies, formidable individuals, institutions, and local governments sufficed to manage and suppress the entire empire, yet this remained woefully inadequate. The southern continent is vast beyond measure, with the Xinjiang Empire merely occupying 70% of it. Moreover, there exist certain forbidden territories that the empire's influence cannot penetrate. Coupled with the surrounding mountain ranges and the external world, these elements remain shrouded in mystery. The power of the Xinjiang Empire struggles to eradicate them, and its foundation requires further enhancement. It is hoped that the high-ranking officials within the court will comply dutifully. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to replace them with more obedient individuals. Xuan Ming's gaze turned icy. As the third prince, whose foundation is the most tenuous. In recent years, Xuan Ming has faced considerable neglect. This circumstance renders him devoid of any obligation to regard past affections, nor does he feel compelled to secure any benefits for the faction that supports him. To a certain extent, he is capable of adopting an exceedingly callous demeanor. During the early stages of his dominion over the Divine Xian dynasty, he would not hesitate to assume the role of a tyrant, albeit this behavior is contingent upon the obedience of certain individuals. Chapter 16. The alarm of the commander of the imperial guards if one were to comply. The matter would be entirely different. In the imperial capital, within the military grounds of the imperial guards, lies the heart of the Divine Xian dynasty, which is naturally fortified by a military presence. Unlike the various armies scattered across the realm, this garrison stationed in the capital is directly subordinate to the emperor, akin to the palace guards, and is referred to as the imperial guards. Historically, the number of the imperial guards has always been limited to 100,000. In comparison to the nearly 10 million soldiers of the various armies, the imperial guards may seem negligible, yet they are more than sufficient to maintain order within the entire capital. As time passed, a secret edict was issued directly from the palace to the headquarters of the imperial guards. The third prince actually commanded us to seal off the capital. The commander of the imperial guards, Xuan Ming, furrowed his brow as he scanned the contents of the edict. Although the imperial guards are under the emperor's jurisdiction, it was evident that the new emperor had not yet established any authority, leading Xuan Ming to first feel perplexed rather than resolute in executing the order. The capital is a place of great significance, being the center of the divine Qian dynasty, wealthy and a nexus of power. To seal off the capital, if the previous emperor were still alive, he could quell any dissent with ease. But the third prince, Xuan Ming, without the backing of a formidable force and possessing a relatively low cultivation level, what could be done if the major factions within the capital began to harbor ulterior motives after such a lockdown? While the imperial guards are unafraid, they must remain vigilant, especially during these uncertain times when other princes are stirring with ambition. Such actions could inevitably lead to unforeseen complications. Commander, since you have received His Majesty's command, you must act. What are you waiting for? Should you delay His Majesty's orders and miss this opportunity, you may find yourself unable to bear the weight of such a crime, Lu Qianxing said, his smile tinged with an unsettling chill as he gazed at Commander Xuan Ming. What does Deputy Commander Lu mean by this? Xuan Ming frowned, feeling discomfort at Lu Qianxing's response. The strength of the third prince, Xuan Ming, was well known. Though he had ascended to the throne, Xuan Ming considered himself one of the third prince's staunch supporters. Should he refuse to follow the third prince's orders, it would jeopardize the stability of the prince's position. However, Lu Qianxing's words suggested a rather uncomfortable implication. Should he defy or delay the orders of the third prince, the prince might impose penalties upon him. Xuan Ming could not help but scoff inwardly. What could the third prince, with his limited foundation, possibly do to him? Commander Xuan, this is a decree from our esteemed leader to you, Lu Qianxing declared with a slight smile. Producing an object from his robes and placing it on the table beside him, his expression turning slightly stern. This edict was entrusted to him by the Grand Master of Swords when he took command of the Imperial Guard's blockade of the royal capital. The contents remained unclear to Lu Qianxing, yet it undoubtedly possessed the power to intimidate Xuan Ming. The Grand Master? Are there still formidable figures under the third prince Xuan Ming capable of assuming the role of the Imperial Guard commander? Xuan Ming scoffed, his gaze fixed upon the table. Throughout history, the commanders of the Imperial Guard were the mightiest individuals who pledged allegiance to the new emperor before his ascension. The previous commander, Heihu Afu, was a prime example of this. With the third prince Xuan Ming now in command, it was only natural for him to appoint the new commander of the Imperial Guard. However, the position was of great significance, tasked with safeguarding the entire palace. Only those of half-saint status could hold such a rank. Did the third prince truly possess the foundation to have such a strong ally? A flicker of doubt crossed Xuan Ming's eyes as his hand moved instinctively towards the edict on the table. Commander Xuan, may you proceed with utmost caution. Lu Qianxing's voice echoed in his ears. Yet, before Xuan Ming could react, his hand had already opened the edict. Xuan Ming was rendered speechless. The edict contained nothing but emptiness, devoid of any written content. Yet, it emanated an inexplicable aura of pressure. It was this very pressure that sent shivers down Xuan Ming's spine. An aura, exclusive to the saints. The southern continent, vast and abundant, was home to only 7 saints. After the previous emperor's ascension, there remained but 6. Yet, within this edict, there lay the aura of a saint, which genuinely astonished Xuan Ming. Moreover, this bore other implications. After all, as Lu Qianxing had mentioned, this was appointed by the third prince as the commander of the Imperial Guard, signifying that this commander was indeed a saint. Xuan Ming's pupils contracted slightly, and he inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of dread. Could it be that the third prince had the protection of a saint? How could this be possible? Why was Commander Xuan still so negligent? Just as Xuan Ming was grappling with this incredulity, Lu Qianxing's voice resounded once more. Yes, I shall immediately comply with His Majesty's secret decree. I would appreciate it if Deputy Commander L could relay this to His Majesty and the Grand Commander. Xuan Ming's body trembled slightly as he cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall return to report. Lu Qianxing nodded. There were no conflicts of interest between him and Xuan Ming. His previous intimidation had merely stemmed from Xuan Ming's negligence. And now that the latter was preparing to execute His Majesty's orders, Lu Qianxing had no reason to persist. Lu Qianxing returned to the palace to report, while Xuan Ming promptly mobilized the entire Imperial Guard to rush to various points of the royal capital. Chapter 17. The Empress's astonishment. In the heart of the bustling imperial capital, there stands a magnificent pavilion, teeming with visitors, where the presence of innate martial artists can be felt. Even amongst the grandeur of the capital, this place is a veritable oasis of prosperity. Here lies the illustrious headquarters of the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce, renowned as the foremost commercial entity in the Xinxian dynasty. At the topmost floor of the Tianfeng Pavilion, a tall and imposing middle-aged man is meticulously organizing his belongings. Father, why must we leave the imperial capital for Chang'an? While Chang'an is indeed prosperous, it pales in comparison to the capital. If we are not here to oversee matters, our Tianfeng chamber could easily be surpassed by the Wang family or other competing firms. A beautiful young woman frowns, unable to comprehend her father's decision. It is well known that although the Tianfeng chamber holds the title of the leading commercial establishment, the competition among the chambers within the Xinxian dynasty is fierce. Any lapse in vigilance could result in being overtaken by rivals. The imperial capital, as the heart of the dynasty, allows for the quickest acquisition of national policies, enabling adjustments to the chamber's strategic direction. Now, her father insists on departing the Tianfeng headquarters to manage affairs in Chang'an, leaving Xia Yutong utterly perplexed. The late emperor maintained control over everything. However, with his passing and the succession of a prince lacking in capability, the ambitions of other princes can no longer be suppressed. The capital is bound to become turbulent. Our journey to Chang'an is merely a temporary retreat until stability is restored and the imperial throne's legitimacy is secured, Xian Yinliang explained softly. As the foremost chamber of commerce in the Xinxian dynasty, the Tianfeng chamber is indeed protected by a semi-saint. Yet, such status renders them ill-equipped to engage in the fierce struggles for imperial power. Should they become entangled in such conflicts, the chamber's centuries of heritage could be obliterated in an instant. Your father speaks wisely. The imperial throne of the Xinxian dynasty encompasses the most formidable powers in the realm, and numerous forces aspire to either grasp this power or align themselves with it. Even ancient families within the dynasty cannot remain indifferent to such prospects. In this context, temporarily distancing ourselves from the turmoil of the capital is the most astute decision. Your father truly embodies the wisdom befitting the president of the Tianfeng chamber. A commanding female voice resonates in Xia Yutong's ears, just as Xian Yinliang finishes speaking. Yes, master, Xia Yutong replies, momentarily taken aback, before expressing her reverence in her heart. You are still young, learn from your father. Only then can you aid the empress in the future, the seventh princess, Xian Shui, gently declares from her residence in the capital. She recently took Xia Yutong as her disciple. As the empress of the Ice and Snow divine dynasty, Xian Shui possesses a discerning eye, and Xia Yutong's prodigious talent has captured her attention. A once-in-a-millennium gift. Such talent is rare even within the Ice and Snow divine dynasty, with immense potential for advancement in the realms of divinity and demonhood. In a previous life, such a prodigy would undoubtedly attract the attention of Xuan, yet she would never lower herself to accept them as a disciple. However, this era is markedly different. Her status is merely that of the seventh princess. Her cultivation, not even a fraction of what it was in her past existence. Such a genius, however, should be swiftly secured, as they could assist her in reclaiming her former prowess. Furthermore, Xia Yutong's beauty has earned her a place among the 10 most exquisite women in the imperial capital, which Xuan perceives as an additional leverage for the future. Yes, master, Xia Yutong replied respectfully, nodding her head. She instinctively recognized the voice resonating in her mind. Fully aware of its origin, yet she willingly chose to heed its counsel. Setting aside the identity of the voice's owner as the seventh princess of the divine Xian dynasty, the cultivation techniques imparted to her were unparalleled across the entire southern continent. This revelation allowed Xia Yutong to grasp the hidden depth of Xuan capabilities, and upon her proposal to take on a disciple, Xia Yutong readily agreed. After you leave the capital with your father, remember to help me seek out the individual I mentioned to you previously, Xuan gently instructed. She had already dispatched her forces to scour the capital, yet they found no trace of the demon lord Lin Ning or any potential leads. The fact that she successfully reincarnated while the demon lord, as a peer, had no reason to fail in his own rebirth suggests that Lin Ning was likely reborn within a family outside the imperial capital. This notion was among the primary reasons Xuan permitted Xia Yutong to accompany her father away from the capital, to gather any intelligence that might be connected to the demon Lord Lin Ning. As for the struggle for the imperial throne, the trifling ambitions of the dynasty's factions held no allure for Xuan. Eliminating the demon Lord Lin Ning was her foremost priority. The Tianfeng commerce, being the foremost trading association of the divine Qian dynasty, was undoubtedly the most suitable vehicle for Xia Yutong to disseminate information. Understood, Master, Xia Yutong responded, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. What are you nodding for? Summer Nian, who was tidying up, noticed her daughter's peculiar behavior and frowned slightly. Nothing. I just feel that what you said makes a lot of sense, Xia Yutong replied, shaking her head. Very well, Summer Nian said, not dwelling on it. Make sure we haven't overlooked anything. This power struggle may linger for some time, and we shall not be returning anytime soon. All right, I understand, Xia Yutong sighed, then began to check her belongings. As the father and daughter busied themselves in their room, a sudden commotion erupted outside the Tianfeng commerce. What is happening? The pair halted their actions in unison, peering curiously out the window. At that moment, the door was forcefully thrown open. President, we have a situation, a frantic messenger exclaimed. A large contingent of the Imperial Guard has sealed off every exit of the capital, and they are now stationed at various factions within the city. The Wang family's commerce has been shut down, and its president, Wang Defa, has been taken away by the Imperial Guard to an unknown location. The Imperial Guard moved with remarkable swiftness, completing their arrangements in less than an hour. However, the bustling capital, teeming with people, soon became aware of the Guard's actions through various factions. Is this truly happening? A look of astonishment flickered in Xian Yang's eyes. The commander of the Imperial Guard has announced, by the Emperor's decree, the lockdown of the capital. We are warned that no one is permitted to remain here or venture outside. The individual continued, panic evident on his face. The lockdown by the Imperial Guard is no trivial matter, especially with the leader of the Wang Merchant Association having been apprehended. Heaven knows what is truly unfolding. By the Emperor? Xian Yang furrowed her brow. It was the new Emperor's third prince who had issued the command. Xian Yang felt a shiver run through her. Come, take me to the Imperial Guard. Without hesitation, Xian Yang followed the man out of the room, while Xia Yutong remained momentarily stunned in place. Impossible. I know that rascal Xuan Ming well. How could he possibly command the Imperial Guard? The voice of the seventh princess, Xian Shui, echoed in her mind, filled with incredulity. Chapter 18, The Capital Incident. The Emperor requires another audience with Xuan Ming. The Imperial Guards represent the sole military force within the capital, directly under the command of the reigning emperor. The soldiers, without exception, are practitioners of martial arts at a level beyond the innate realm, constituting one of the emperor's most formidable assets. However, this does not imply that any emperor can command this elite force at will. After all, this is a military comprised of warriors who possess a pride unmatched by other armies. No matter how exalted the emperor's position, if he were to be a feeble individual, how could he expect to receive their unreserved obedience? She is acutely aware of her third brother, Xuan Ming. Logically speaking, it would be utterly impossible to mobilize the Imperial Guards. Circumstances have changed. You should remain close to your father and avoid wandering unnecessarily. With me here, I shall ensure your safety. In the residence of the seventh princess, Xuan Xue's eyes gleamed with a hint of brilliance, conveying this to Xia Yutong. Understood, Master, Xia Yutong replied obediently with a nod. The panic etched on the visitor's face and the gravity reflected in her father's expression made Xia Yutong's heart skip a beat. Although the capital thrives with prosperity and opportunities, as the epicenter of the Qian dynasty, it harbors the greatest perils of all, namely, the emperor. Here, the emperor wields ultimate authority. No one can evade the emperor's decree. Should the Imperial Guard seal off the city and implicate their Tianfeng Merchant Association, it would likely lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, with her master's assurance, Xia Yutong felt a modicum of relief. After all, her master is the seventh princess of the realm. In this moment, her words carry more weight for Xia Yutong than those of any other. In the residence of the seventh princess, Xuan Xue concluded her conversation with Xia Yutong. Rising abruptly from her seat, her expression was filled with surprise. During her awakening, she had encountered the Imperial Guards, who are directly loyal to the emperor, and thus had a faint understanding of their leader's temperament. Logically, the third prince, Xuan Ming, would lack the authority to mobilize this force. Even if the third prince were to issue a command, it would likely be disregarded. Moreover, aside from the Imperial Guards, she estimated that Xuan Ming might not even survive the events of last night. Yet now, everything seems to exceed her expectations. Someone, Xuan Xue called, her gaze sharpening. At your service? A middle-aged woman in a black robe emerged from the dim corner. Investigate the activities and responses of my brothers from last night, Xuan instructed softly. Yes, Your Highness. The middle-aged woman replied with a slight bow before her form gradually faded away. The woman held a position akin to that of a private military leader within the first prince's residence. However, Xuan had transformed it into an intelligence organization named the ICE Group, dedicated to gathering information, monitoring various factions, and addressing complex matters. All members of the ICE Group practice the techniques she has devised. The minimum level of prowess is that of a martial artist, while the highest is a middle-aged woman whose cultivation is on the verge of reaching the semi-saint realm. If Xuan offers her further teachings, allowing her to comprehend the embryonic form of the profound realm, she will step into the semi-saint domain. After the middle-aged woman vanished, Xuan returned to her throne, waiting with a slight air of anticipation. Before long, in under half an hour, the middle-aged woman re-emerged, appearing once more in the Grand Hall. Your Highness, she reported. According to last night's surveillance by the ICE Group, several forces from the prince's residences and the capital have sent personnel to infiltrate the palace. However, upon entering, they have all fallen silent. This morning, the atmosphere in the residences of the princes is exceedingly tense, and some factions in the capital have shown signs of gathering towards the city gates. Yet, shortly thereafter, the imperial guards sealed the city, confining everyone within the capital, including Wang Defa and others who were apprehended by the guards. The middle-aged woman continued her report. Oh, Xuan, seated upon her throne, narrowed her eyes slightly. Is there any understanding of the events that transpired within the palace last night? After a brief contemplation, Xuan inquired further. The other princes, wary of the late emperor's presence, had never dared to extend their reach into the palace during his lifetime. However, Xuan was different. As a former supreme deity of the demonic realm, she held little regard for the mere complete saintly level. As the former empress of the Ice and Snow dynasty, Xuan inherently understood the significance of intelligence. Thus, she had ensured that her ICE Group members infiltrated even the palace. Your Highness, within the palace, we have learned that the third prince has appointed 2 new commanders of the Imperial Guards. This morning, an ICE Group member reported that last night, the guards captured several assassins who had infiltrated the palace. Yet, due to strict supervision, the specific details remain unknown. The middle-aged woman answered truthfully. The appointment of the commanders of the Imperial Guards might be a secret to the outside world, but it was no secret within the palace. Unless it pertained to matters of utmost confidentiality, the guards would not prohibit information from spreading. The appointment of 2 commanders. Xuan gaze flickered, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It seems that my third brother has surprised everyone. Your Highness, what shall we do next? The sealing of the city by the Imperial Guards has instilled panic among many factions. Some members of the ICE Group have returned with news. Hoping you can take precautions and avert this risk, the middle-aged woman expressed with concern. Fear not. We have not engaged in this upheaval. As long as my third brother is not a fool, he will not provoke us. However, this incident has piqued my interest in him, Xuan remarked, dismissing the middle-aged woman's worries. She truly looked down upon the struggles for supremacy in this trifling land. Yet at this moment, her curiosity regarding Xuan Ming had indeed been ignited. As the Empress of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty, she stands as one of the foremost powers in the central world. In the entire realm, there are few things that could deceive her perception. She is intrigued to discover what secrets Xuan Ming possesses that could render her oblivious, much like an ordinary mortal, devoid of any defensive instincts towards him. Following this upheaval, she intends to carve out some time to meet her third brother once more. Perhaps she could enlist his strength to aid in the search for the demon sovereign, Lin Ning, she mused inwardly. Then, she turned her gaze towards the middle-aged woman and commanded, for the time being, cease all activities of the ICE Group within the imperial capital. Furthermore, establish contact with the Tianfeng merchants. Should there be any conflict or negotiations with the Forbidden Army, report it to me immediately. Yes, Your Highness, the middle-aged woman replied respectfully, gradually retreating. As the leader of the ICE Group, her loyalty to Xuan is unwavering. She executes any command from Xuan without hesitation. Chapter 19. The Pursuit of the Imperial Princes. Black Tiger Afu. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guards dispatched a substantial force. Based on the list provided by the palace's elite guards, they began sealing off certain residences and issuing warnings to various factions. A multitude of individuals were escorted away from their abodes by the guards, plunging the entire imperial capital into a state of profound panic. At the fourth prince's residence. How outrageous! I am the fourth prince of the divine Qian dynasty. Who dares to provoke me? In the picturesque garden, which ought to have been tranquil and elegant, a large contingent of guards burst in, surrounding a young man clad in a dragon robe. Beside him lay several lifeless bodyguards of the residence. In response to fierce resistance, the guards executed these nameless extraneous personnel on the spot. I apologize, fourth prince, but I bear the emperor's decree. The fourth prince, Xian incited his innate perfect realm assassins to infiltrate the palace under the cover of night with nefarious intentions. Henceforth, he is to be imprisoned in the palace dungeon, pending trial. The deputy commander of the guards, Lu Chonglao, stated calmly, "What a waste of your royal privilege, fourth prince. You should have anticipated such an outcome. Take him away." Lu Chonglao waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to escort the visibly apprehensive fourth prince, Xian from the garden towards the palace. How audacious! I am the fourth prince. We are fully aware of your status, or else we would not have come seeking you. Please, this way. Two innate realm guards interrupted the fourth prince, firmly grasping his arms and leading him away from the garden in the direction of the palace. At the second prince's residence. It appears my third brother has deceived us all. The second prince, Xian observed the numerous guards storming his estate and could not help but shake his head in self-deprecating amusement. Since early this morning, upon learning that the assassins he had dispatched had not returned, he sensed something amiss. Now, faced with the invasion of the guards, he could not help but deduce that the assassination attempt on the third prince, Xuan Ming, had failed, prompting the latter to order a counteraction against him. However, what the second prince, Xian could not fathom was how the third prince, Xuan Ming, had evaded the onslaught of countless assassins the previous night. You shall discover the answer upon your arrival in the dungeon, where you will meet your assassins, and then all shall be revealed. The guards escorting the second prince responded to his inquiry. Simultaneously, at the first prince's residence, the commander of the guards, Xuan Ming, emerged with a grave expression. "Commander, we have searched the entire residence of the first prince, yet his whereabouts remain unknown," reported a soldier behind him with cupped hands. Where could the first prince have gone? Could it be that he escaped the imperial capital before we sealed it off? Xuan Ming's complexion shifted slightly. The absence of the first prince's presence instilled fear within him. If the first prince managed to flee, his position as commander of the guards would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Just as Xuan Ming prepared to issue orders for a citywide search, a captain of the imperial guards swiftly approached from outside the residence of the crown prince. "My lord, I have located the crown prince atop the Tianzi building," he gasped, a hint of excitement lingering in his eyes. During the search of the Tianzi building, he had never anticipated catching sight of the crown prince, especially considering that their leader had personally gone to the crown prince's residence to apprehend him. Now, having discovered the crown prince within the Tianzi building, it was evident that their leader had been misled. With this thought in mind, he instructed the proprietor of the Tianzi building to remain discreet and not to alert the crown prince, while he hurried to report the finding. "Oh, quickly take me there." Xuan Ming's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded at the captain, urging him onward. Soon, a considerable number of imperial guards made their way toward the Tianzi building. In the eastern part of the imperial city stood a 7-story pavilion, Tianzi building, renowned throughout the capital, known for its delectable yet affordable offerings. It was a favored haunt for dignitaries and nobility, as well as travelers who deemed it necessary to dine there before departing satisfied. Its fame had subtly spread across the entire divine Qian dynasty. Even during off-peak hours, the Tianzi building often found itself bustling with patrons. However, the current scene left many guests utterly astonished. Waves of imperial guards were storming the Tianzi building, their imposing presence and glinting weapons instilling a sense of dread. "I never expected you to be absent from the palace last night. How then did my third brother fend off so many assassins?" The crown prince, Xian reclined slightly in his chair, an air of gloom enveloping him. He had learned from Black Tiger A Fu that he had not been on duty at the palace the previous night. Yet, in such a scenario, who could possibly withstand the onslaught of his semi-saint level warriors accompanied by a throng of assassins? Who it was, I do not know. But now, crown prince, it seems you are in a predicament, A Fu remarked, taking a delicate sip from his tea, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. Predicament? What do you mean? The Crown Prince furrowed his brow in confusion. Your Highness, look. Just as the Crown Prince pondered over a Fu's words, a guard accompanying him drew back the curtain, only to be met with the sight of the sternly standing imperial guards below, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Go and inquire about what has transpired, commanded the Crown Prince Xuan Ming, deep in thought. The imperial guard served only at the behest of the emperor, and since their father had once commanded them to kneel outside the hall upon his ascension, it could not have been the previous emperor's orders. Thus, the orders given to this contingent of imperial guards could only have come from his third brother, who had ascended to the throne under dubious circumstances. The Crown Prince had his suspicions regarding his brother's intentions, but was reluctant to accept the truth. Just as the guards prepared to descend and investigate, a voice suddenly resonated, causing the Crown Prince's heart to sink. There is no need. We kindly request that the Crown Prince accompany us to the palace. His voice was steady, deep, and powerful. As soon as he spoke, Xuan Ming opened the door and stepped into the room. To his surprise, he discovered the presence of another individual alongside the Crown Prince. Initially, Xuan Ming had assumed he would find only the Crown Prince, but upon entering, he was taken aback to see another person seated across from him. Commander Chun, how delightful to see you. A Fu clapped his hands, a subtle smile gracing his face. It is you. Xuan Ming's pupils contracted slightly. A Fu's unexpected appearance caught him off guard. He had presumed that a Fu would depart the imperial capital following the demise of the late emperor, yet here he was, still within the city and entangled with the Crown Prince. Xuan Ming cast a glance at the Crown Prince before turning his attention back to a Fu, pondering the nature of their relationship. It was important to note that a Fu had attained a level of semi-saint perfection. If he chose to involve himself in this matter, their combined strength would likely render them no match for a Fu. Chapter 20. Oh no. The third prince has already appointed the commander of the Imperial Guard? At this thought, Xuan Ming's expression darkened slightly. Despite possessing power comparable to that of a semi-saint, he was no match for a truly perfected semi-saint. Moreover, the number of Imperial troops present was limited, making it exceedingly difficult to counteract Ah Fu, even with their cooperation. Commander Ah Fu, might you grant this prince one favor? I possess a hidden treasury outside the palace, filled with countless treasures. Upon leaving the imperial capital, you may take half of the riches contained within. As Xuan Ming contemplated his strategy, the first prince whispered to Ah Fu. He understood all too well the reason behind the troops' arrival. If he were to follow them without resistance, he would likely find himself trapped, with his fate resting entirely in the hands of his younger brother. This realization was intolerable for the typically self-assured first prince. Yet, the power he currently wielded was far too insufficient to escape the encirclement of the imperial forces. Furthermore, when the imperial troops were deployed, they would typically seal the city first. Even if he managed to flee from this immediate location, escaping the entirety of the imperial capital would be another matter altogether. To depart safely from the encirclement of the Imperial Guard, the only person he could turn to was Ah Fu. With his assistance, the first prince was confident he could re-establish himself outside the capital and return with vengeance. As for following Xuan Ming's suggestion to accompany the imperial troops, as the first prince, he was acutely aware of the ruthless nature of royal power struggles. Should he ascend to the throne and command the Imperial Guard, he would spare no one who posed a threat to his reign. Only thus could he secure his position. Moreover, he had not been lenient towards the third prince, Xuan Ming, having neglected and oppressed him, even sending assassins after him. Should he fall into the third prince's hands, the first prince did not believe he would survive. Taking a deep breath, the first prince anxiously gazed at Ah Fu. In truth, he was still in a state of confusion. Who could have predicted that the third prince, often looked down upon by everyone, possessed the means to suppress the assassins they had dispatched and could command the Imperial Guard stationed in the capital? Although the first prince was unaware of the true cards held by the third prince, the very fact of these two capabilities meant he and the other princes had already lost. Of course, there remained a possibility for them to turn the tide by enlisting the support of a sage. A public endorsement from a sage could elevate any one of them to the throne. However, sages were beings of immense stature. Only the late emperor had the power to summon them. After the late emperor's ascension, these sages had become as immovable as mountains. You may rest assured to follow Commander Chun. I shall ensure your safety, Ah Fu said, a slight smile gracing his lips upon hearing the first prince's hushed words. The present situation had long been anticipated by the late emperor. Thus, in addition to assisting the third prince in securing the throne, his mission also encompassed stabilizing the other princes and safeguarding the safety of any prince or princess. However, what truly surprised Afyu at this moment was that the individuals launching attacks against the other princes were not the expected first, second, fourth, or fifth princes, but rather the third prince, whom they had considered merely a tool and deemed no threat. This was indeed beyond the expectations of the late emperor and Afyu himself. The third prince's ability to reach this point was likely due to the Imperial Guard adhering to ancestral teachings and following the emperor's commands. Afyu contemplated the underlying reasons in his heart. He had accompanied the late emperor and watched these princes grow up. He had a general understanding of each prince's true situation. If not for the Imperial Guard's involvement, the suppression of external assassins last night and the current pursuit of various princes would be difficult to explain. Clearly, the Imperial Guard could apprehend the first prince, suggesting that the other princes had likely already been taken by them. It was indeed time for him to intervene and put an end to this farce. Afyu took a deep breath, preparing to engage in the matter. In his eyes, this was a farce. The entire incident involved only the princes and the Imperial Guard, confined within the capital, without affecting the realm. In the grand scheme of the divine Qian dynasty, this situation was indeed a mere farce. Fortunately, the senior officials in the court had the sense not to involve themselves. Otherwise, this farce could have ended in tragedy. Meanwhile, the first Prince Qian Yi, having heard Afyu's words, felt a sense of relief despite not understanding why Afyu wanted him to follow the Imperial Guard to the palace. Since Afyu had promised to ensure his safety, the first prince could not help but feel reassured. A formidable half-saint would not deceive him, after all. Commander Chen could take him away without concern for his presence. Their exchange lasted merely a few breaths. Xuan Ming, having interacted with him for some time, understood the first prince's worries and spoke to alleviate his concerns. Xuan Ming paused slightly, feeling somewhat perplexed by Afyu's intentions. However, the emperor's orders were paramount. The immediate priority was to escort the first prince to the palace. Come here. Xuan Ming gestured for his subordinates to seize the first prince. Thanks to Afyu's assurance, the first prince offered no resistance. The ease of the situation made Xuan Ming increasingly uneasy. If Brother Fu has no other matters, may I return to report? Xuan Ming glanced back at Afyu, who was seated comfortably in the chair. He sensed that Afyu's presence here was surely not merely to share a meal with the first prince. Ah, Commander Chen. I almost forgot. I intend to head to the palace to once again become the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards. I wonder if I could accompany you into the palace to meet the third prince? Afyu appeared to have anticipated this, smiling in response to Xuan Ming's suggestion. So, it is such a matter. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Xuan Ming's eyes. If this were indeed the case, then perhaps Brother Fu should seek other opportunities. The Emperor has now appointed the commander of the Imperial Guards. Even if Brother Fu were to gain the Emperor's favor, he would likely find himself relegated to the position of deputy commander. Xuan Ming's gaze subtly shifted as he recalled the edict that Lu Qianxing had cast before him earlier that day, prompting him to speak. Undoubtedly, the commander of the Imperial Guards appointed by the third prince is surely a revered figure. If Afu wishes to assume the role of commander as he once did, it can only be deemed impossible. What? The smile on Afu's face froze instantly. His eyes narrowed, and a wave of semi-saintly pressure suddenly engulfed the room, instilling fear in all present. Are you saying that the third prince has already appointed the commander of the Imperial Guards? Afu inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Xuan Ming. Chapter 21. The ability to forge semi-sacred beings. His brow furrowed deeply in distress. It is essential to understand that his calm demeanor stemmed from the belief that he could ascend to the position of chief guardian of the third prince Xuan Ming's faction. This elevation would grant him frequent proximity to the third prince, allowing him to manipulate the court's affairs as per the late emperor's directives. He could also fulfill his promise to the first prince by ensuring the release of all captured princes until the late emperor's awakening. At that juncture, his mission would reach a satisfactory conclusion. Furthermore, the late emperor, who had ascended to the realm of divine demons, would elevate him to the echelon of a sage. Yet now, all of Afu's meticulously laid plans were abruptly shattered by the revelation that the coveted position of chief guardian had been usurped by another. How could Afu possibly maintain his composure in such a predicament? Is what you say true? Afu found himself momentarily bewildered, akin to the earlier confusion exhibited by the first prince. Indeed, it is true. If Brother Fu harbors doubts, one need only verify for oneself. Given your capabilities, such verification should pose no challenge. Xuan Ming, taken aback by Ah Fu's intense reaction to his casual remark, decided to take his leave. He feared that lingering might provoke a sudden change of heart from Ah Fu, leading to unnecessary complications. Fortunately, Ah Fu did not impede their departure. After Xuan Ming and his contingent of guards had exited, Ah Fu remained behind, his gaze betraying a hint of gravity. The position of chief guardian was not one to be appointed arbitrarily. Without the requisite strength, even if the third prince, Xuan Ming himself, were to intervene, Ah Fu's previous comrades would not lend their support. This indicated that the individual appointed by the third prince Xuan Ming to the role of chief guardian was undoubtedly a semi-saint. Yet, among the third prince's ranks, there were hardly any with innate cultivation. How, then, could a semi-saint be appointed as chief guardian? Ah Fu was engulfed in shock, laced with a thread of suspicion. Could it be that someone had opportunistically aligned themselves with the third prince in anticipation of his ascendance? Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Ah Fu's figure gradually faded from view. He deemed it necessary to personally investigate the guardians. After all, the late emperor's plans must not falter. If irrelevant individuals were permitted to linger near the third prince, it could jeopardize the late emperor's ultimate strategy. Should the late emperor awaken and cast blame, the repercussions would be unbearable for anyone involved. Moreover, the third prince's conduct was proving to be somewhat beyond expectations. He needed to restore order to the situation. In the Xianyuan Hall, Xuan Ming sat regally upon the dragon throne. Mysterious currents of energy converged and flowed throughout the expansive Xianyuan Hall. Every current of air manifests an inexplicable ambience. If a mere mortal were to encounter any such current, their spirit would be instantly drawn into an illusory realm, succumbing to disorientation. This ambience, to a certain extent, can be distilled to the essence of the soul's level. The realm of the semi-saint represents the initial threshold in the cultivation of the soul. The soul, indeed, holds paramount significance. Should one err in their training of the limbs, losing an arm or a leg is of little consequence. With the aid of alchemical elixirs, one can even regenerate severed limbs. However, the soul is a different matter. As it pertains to human consciousness, a moment's negligence could lead one to the brink of madness. Throughout the annals of the divine mystic empire, there have been numerous instances of semi-saints descending into insanity. In due time, the innate Tao body shall undergo complete integration. Xuan Ming reclined slightly upon the dragon throne, his gaze fixed upon the myriad currents of air within the grand hall. He could sense that these were the various rules and ambiances drifting through the palace, encompassing sword intent, blade intent, Tao intent, alchemical intent, and more. Due to the innate Tao body, it was as if heaven and earth had bestowed upon him a key, granting him access to the portals of myriad paths, enabling him to comprehend their underlying principles at will, whenever he desired. The ambiances swirling within the palace could be fully grasped. Moreover, he possessed the ability to manipulate these currents of ambience, integrating them into the bodies of others. Consequently, as long as the recipient was not inherently dull-witted, their speed in comprehending the nascent forms of these ambiances would far surpass that of their equally gifted peers. This also signified that the emergence of the innate Tao body could facilitate Xuan Ming in the mass production of formidable beings within the semi-saint realm. With such a method at his disposal, any innate perfected realm cultivator who submitted to Xuan Ming would be elevated to the semi-saint domain. Furthermore, as Xuan Ming's cultivation advanced and he grasped true ambience and laws, he could extract these elements from the fabric of heaven and earth and bestow them upon his subordinates. The imperial guards within the palace were a lineage of strong warriors, passed down through generations, who had minimal contact with the outside world and held the utmost loyalty to the emperors of yore. They could serve as the initial subjects for experimentation. Considering that numerous guards had reached the perfected innate realm, and the semi-saint realm posed little concern, Xuan Ming's gaze flickered as he observed the ambient currents swirling in this space, a sense of certainty blossoming within him. In the next moment, he slowly extended his right hand and gently clenched it. Instantly, the currents within the Xian Emperor Hall surged violently, converging toward Xuan Ming's hand, ultimately coalescing into small, miniature orbs that emitted a hazy essence of ambience. Hovering above his right hand, summon all martial artists among the guards who have attained the perfected innate realm, Xuan Ming stated softly. given his current level of cultivation. His voice resonated throughout the entire palace, ensuring that the guards would easily hear him. In the palace dungeon, a substantial number of external individuals were being confined by the imperial army, having their cultivation sealed, facing off against some confessing assassins. Some individuals argued vehemently, refusing to acknowledge their acquaintance with the assassin before them, while the assassins mimicked the very words spoken to them during their commands, gesticulating animatedly. Each cell resonated with a cacophony of voices. Sun Chongfu quietly leaned against the rear wall of his cell, his gaze burdened with gravity. Fearing the saint tasked with his capture, Sun Chongfu ultimately confessed to his connection with the Crown Prince. At this moment, he awaited his final judgment, the arrival of the Crown Prince. A sense of despair had begun to envelop him. Outside the cell, he sensed the turmoil unfolding. Apprehensive that his forthcoming encounter with the Crown Prince might erupt into a fierce confrontation, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Yet, the chaotic scene outside compelled such thoughts. Furthermore, he remained uncertain about how to confront the Crown Prince, especially since his actions had not only jeopardized the Crown Prince's plans, but had also ensnared him in peril. The wait for the Crown Prince's arrival filled his heart with torment. Chapter 22. Elevating the Guardian Realm, 100 Semi-Saints. The Crown Prince likely would not feign ignorance of my presence like those outside, Sun Chongfu mused, stroking his chin. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Pondering this was futile. In the Xianhuang Palace, a guard respectfully entered the hall. Your Majesty, Vice Commander Liu has arrived with approximately 100 guardians, seeking an audience outside the palace. The guard reported softly, bowing slightly. Allow them to enter, Xuan Ming replied indifferently. Yes, Your Majesty, the guard acknowledged before stepping back. Soon, Lu Qianqing, accompanied by a cadre of innate perfection guardians, entered the hall. Royal Palace Guardians, pay your respects to Your Majesty. Lu Qianqing and the guardians half knelt on the floor, exclaiming reverently. The Xian divine dynasty is a martial dynasty, yet even the mightiest warriors must bow before the emperor. For only those who transcend to saintly status may approach the emperor without homage. Rise, Xuan Ming said, casting a mild glance over the assembly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Qianqing and the guardians stood in unison, their eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. They had been stationed at the dungeons and were unaware of the reason for their summons at this particular moment. Although the current strength of the guardians was formidable, and their absence would not cause any significant issues, it was primarily due to the presence of two saintly commanders safeguarding the palace. In this era, it was exceedingly rare, almost impossible, for any threat to breach the sanctum protected by two saints. This was one of the main reasons they felt secure in their presence here. You have resided within this palace for many years, have you not? Xuan Ming inquired casually, reclining slightly on the dragon throne. Reporting to Your Majesty, the palace guardians have entered since their youth. Unless commanded by Your Majesty, they shall remain until death, never departing a step from the palace, Lu Qianqing replied respectfully. This is the ancestral decree of the guardians, unchanged since the inception of the Xian divine dynasty, now spanning a millennium. While the palace may lack the external splendor of the world, it is not devoid of entertainment. With fortune, one may even encounter the reigning sovereign in matters of marriage selection, he continued. Over time, the palace guardians have become thoroughly entwined with the royal lineage, embodying the most loyal faction outside the royal bloodline. Upon concluding his response, Lu Qianqing's sense of confusion deepened. The origins and tenure of the guardians were well known throughout the realm. The new emperor, exalted as the current sovereign, could not possibly have forgotten. Yet now, as Lu Qianqing and the guardians grappled with their bewilderment, a sudden shift enveloped the atmosphere. Within the Xianhuang Palace, a series of enigmatic, rule-like energies surged forth unexpectedly. Around them swirled and leaped ethereal visions, once akin to the very core of mountains, enveloping layers of rock, obscured from view. Yet now, the mountain's shell has shed, laid bare before them. Even the most mediocre talents could distinctly sense the presence of these profound principles. Beneath this, the Xianhuang Hall appeared as a celestial realm of fortune. Merely standing in this place, they perceived an unusual stirring within their bodies, the nascent form of understanding yearning to emerge. Your Majesty, this is... In an instant, Lu Qianqing's gaze towards Xuan Ming was filled with awe. Undoubtedly, the principles within the Xianhuang Hall were intrinsically linked to His Majesty. By carefully sensing the principles aligned with their own paths, Today they could shed their innate forms and ascend to the realm of semi-saint. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, gesturing thoughtfully. His tone was calm, yet to Lu Qianxing and the other guards, it resonated like thunder from the heavens. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qianxing and the guards' hearts raced with anticipation. Today, they would shed their innate forms and become semi-saints. In the past, had anyone dared to speak to them in such a manner, they would have deemed it utterly implausible. Even in the presence of the late emperor, who had imparted teachings specifically for them, it would have been impossible to reach the semi-saint realm within a single day, including Lu Qianxing. This group of nearly 100 guards had all attained the pinnacle of innate perfection, some having achieved this state a decade prior. Yet, the understanding of such principles was deeply intertwined with the soul, making it exceedingly difficult to comprehend, which had left them stagnant at this level, with little hope of breaking through in the future. Now, with the principles laid bare before them, though they remained unaware of how His Majesty had accomplished this feat, they recognized that their opportunity had arrived. In that moment, excitement and reverence illuminated every face. Previously, they had been compelled by royal decree to show respect to the new emperor, Xuan Ming. Now, their admiration stemmed wholly from the depths of their hearts. Your Majesty is wise and valiant, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Lu Qianxing and the guards once more bowed in respect. Following Xuan Ming's instructions, they settled onto the ground to begin their contemplation of the principles. Leaning against the dragon throne, Xuan Ming meticulously observed the transformations occurring among them. These principles, concealed within the fabric of the universe, represented a power far more profound than ordinary spiritual energy. Whether one sought to break through the innate perfection or ascend to the ranks of semi-saint or saint, it required the soul to delve into the cosmos to gain insight, thereby deepening their understanding of these principles and enhancing their cultivation. This method held no shortcuts. Even when utilizing elixirs, it merely provided a temporary boost to the soul's power, bringing one closer to the principles but failing to guarantee comprehension. The approach of extracting the principles from the universe and presenting them to those at the pinnacle of innate perfection for insight was a notion conceived by Xuan Ming. While this method bore no significant side effects, its success was not assured. Thus, this presents an opportunity for the elite guards. While Xuan Ming is contemplating the feasibility of this approach, should it prove successful, not only would these consummate innate martial artists benefit, but even the half-saints and ordinary saints could experience substantial enhancement. This method could enable Xuan Ming to swiftly gather a faction of half-saints, and even those 6 saints who have yet to attain perfection. Naturally, this is predicated on their desire to transcend their current realms. However, Xuan Ming does not believe that these half-saints or saints would remain indifferent. For martial artists, ordinary consummate innate practitioners are impervious to ailments, while those at the half-saint level enjoy a lifespan of 300 years, and saints can live for 500 to 600 years. As one progresses in cultivation, the path to advancement becomes increasingly arduous. Even for the sake of survival, these saints would not relinquish their quest for improvement, especially considering that Xuan Ming's existence could expedite their evolution. Indifference is simply implausible. The difficulty in controlling saints is a matter for another time. For now, the primary focus remains on enhancing the capabilities of the consummate innate practitioners and half-saints. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Chapter 23. The Creation of 100 Half-Saints. The Return of Afu. In the southern continent, the sacred realm represents the pinnacle of combat prowess, an embodiment of unparalleled strength. However, the significance of the half-saints should not be underestimated. Xuan Ming aspires to dominate the world, and a multitude of half-saints can equally fortify the realm. As for the sacred realm, even with the inclusion of the 6 existing saints on the southern continent, along with the likes of Wu Ming and the Sword Saint, they can still sweep across the land. Moreover, the 2 divine demons currently present are merely the first summoned in this month. With each passing month, more divine demons shall descend, potentially becoming true powers within the realm of divine demons on the southern continent. Consequently, Xuan Ming will not lack for top-tier warriors under his command. However, mid-tier warriors must rely on the indigenous fighters of the southern continent to supplement their ranks. Thus, it is highly probable that Xuan Ming will focus his primary efforts on the upper echelons. As time progresses, an abundance of conceptual rules flows within the Xianhuan Palace. 100 elite guards, including L Qianxing, extend their spiritual awareness, continually merging with the conceptual rules in the surrounding space. Gradually, an enigmatic aura begins to emanate from these guards, resonating with the conceptual rules adrift within the Xianhuang Palace. Furthermore, as the aura of these guards evolves, an increasing quantity of pure, high-level energy converges into the Xianhuang Palace, slowly enveloping all the elite guards. In that instant, the entire hall radiates with pure spiritual light, vibrant and resplendent. The term half-saint refers to a realm attained by innate perfection warriors who comprehend the embryonic forms of conceptual understanding, existing between innate perfection and the sacred realm. This realm, due to the presence of conceptual rules, possesses a physicality that, while not on par with that of a saint, surpasses that of innate perfection by a significant margin. Moreover, as the energy required to nurture the embryonic forms of conceptual understanding begins to multiply, the act of breaking through naturally draws forth vast amounts of energy from the heavens and earth. It is said that a millennium ago, during the era of coexisting divine demons in the southern continent, the realm of half-saint did not exist. The prodigies of that time transcended directly from innate perfection to attain sanctity. However, following the divine demon wars, the environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The laws governing the divine demons became obscure, and breakthroughs became exceedingly difficult. The energy in the world could no longer support warriors in their sudden ascension to the sacred realm, thus giving rise to the concept of half-saints. Now, a millennium later, due to the passage of time, the foundation of half-saints has solidified, becoming a well-established stage in the path of a warrior's advancement. Within the Xianhuang Palace, the sound of crackling bursts, akin to firecrackers, resonates from the 100 elite guards. The sounds are incessant, each face reflecting a tinge of agony. They have been trapped in the innate realm for an extended period, accumulating an indeterminate amount of impurities within their bodies, clinging to their blood, viscera, and bones. The influx of this high-purity energy is continuously purging these impurities. After approximately half an hour, the baptism of breakthrough has just concluded. The entire process unfolded far more swiftly than Xuan Ming had anticipated. "We are immensely grateful to your majesty." Qianxing, who has ascended to the semi-saint realm, along with the elite guards, was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain themselves. They hastily paid their respects to Xuan Ming once more without stabilizing their newfound powers. Waves of astonishment surged within them, leaving them almost in a daze. Even the former emperor, who had achieved the pinnacle of the saint realm, lacked the ability to elevate them all to the semi-saint level in one fell swoop. Yet, the new emperor, the third prince, possesses such remarkable capabilities. Does this not imply that the new emperor holds greater potential and power than the former emperor? Rise. Upon your return, focus on solidifying your realms. I shall have tasks to assign to you in due course, Xuan Ming stated, nodding slightly. With the presence of these semi-saints, many of his aspirations to establish institutions within the dynasty and across the southern continent could be realized. Yes, we shall heed your command. Qianxing and the others replied respectfully as they withdrew. Once they had completely departed, the hall of the Xian Emperor fell into profound silence. The air still resonated with the lingering essence of their breakthrough and the surge of spiritual energy. Xuan Ming pondered whether they could establish organizations akin to the Eastern and Western censors or the Imperial Guards. In his previous life, the most sophisticated intelligence organization resided within the Ming dynasty. The emperor held dominion over these intelligence networks, capable of understanding the pulse of the realm without ever stepping outside the palace. Though the southern continent encompasses a greater expanse and hierarchy than the world governed by the Ming, the principle remains applicable. The emperors of the previous generations of the Sichuan dynasty had been obstinate and self-reliant, their formidable strength rendering them indifferent to the intricate dynamics between internal factions. While their overwhelming power subdued potential threats, this approach would not bode well in the long term. Therefore, beginning with this generation, Xuan Ming resolved to meticulously govern the Sichuan dynasty. In this manner, when Xuan Ming issued commands, the entire dynasty would respond in unison, thereby averting unnecessary upheavals. Indeed, as far as I know, the true foundation of the royal lineage lies within the Huangzu Mountain. The royal regulations dictate that the new emperor must pay homage to Huangzu Mountain 3 months after ascending the throne. I shall find time for a visit, Xuan Ming mused, stroking his chin. However, having just ascended less than 2 days ago, his position was not yet secure. It would be premature to pay respects to his ancestors at this juncture. The majestic palace loomed at the heart of the imperial city. A Fu, clad in a black robe, slowly approached the main entrance of the palace. He could not have anticipated such a significant upheaval in the imperial city within a mere 2 days. Gazing at the palace before him, a Fu shook his head in disbelief. The former emperor had faked his death to undergo a transformation, while the third prince's ascension had incited attempts on his life by the other princes. Then, the third prince commanded the imperial guards to apprehend all the princes. A series of events were intricately connected to the imperial palace. Although taken aback, Ah Fu's heart found a semblance of agreement with the unfolding circumstances. The imperial throne symbolized the dominion over the realm. Were he of royal blood, he would undoubtedly spare no effort to engage in the fray. It was likely that the ancestral mountain would also respond in some manner. I must devise a strategy to navigate this predicament. Ah Fu's gaze sharpened slightly. Subsequently, he withdrew a jade talisman from his bosom. Xiao Lu, come to the palace gates to fetch me. I have returned, he murmured softly to the talisman. At present, he lacked the command token of the chief imperial guard, rendering him unable to enter the palace. He could only rely on someone within the palace to escort him inside. As for a forceful breach, with his prowess, it was indeed feasible. Yet, to storm the palace would signify rebellion and being loyal to the late emperor. He could never commit such a folly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Qianxing sat cross-legged in his dwelling. The qi within his body flowed harmoniously, his cultivation reaching a stable and final stage. Just then, a rugged male voice emanated from the jade tablet beside him. Xiao Lu, come to the palace gates to fetch me. I have returned. The suddenness of this voice jolted Lu Qianxing, nearly undoing the hard-won stability of his cultivation. Who is it? So bothersome. Damn it, I have no time. Chapter 24. The demon Lord Lin Ning prepares to journey to the imperial capital. L. Qianxing's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned away in displeasure. During the period of solidifying one's realm, any disturbance is highly detrimental, particularly in the final stages. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Should any errors occur while stabilizing his realm, he might find himself forever trapped at the half-saint level, or, even worse, plummet to a lower realm. Such repercussions are undoubtedly grave for a cultivator. One can only imagine the extent of L. Qianxing's fury. Naturally, the principal cause of his ire lay in the rank of the jade talisman. The existence of such a talisman pertained to trivial matters or those unrelated to official duties, especially when contrasted with an identity token. One serves personal needs, while the other serves official purposes. The latter is of utmost importance. Had the latter sent a missive, L. Qianxing, no matter how enraged, would not have displayed such disdain. However, the former was a different matter altogether. Friends, in their folly, often jest with talismans of this nature. Yet, who would dare to joke within the confines of the imperial palace? As L. Qianxing regained his composure, a hint of confusion creased his brow. He lifted the jade talisman to examine it, and the name inscribed, imbued with spiritual energy, was none other than Commander A. Fu. It was indeed Commander A. Fu. L. Qianxing's pupils constricted. He immediately recalled the passing of the late emperor, which had shattered Commander A. Fu's identity token, rendering it unusable for summoning him. However, in their earlier years, they had communicated via jade talismans. Thus, this relic had been preserved, albeit it was only the second time it had been utilized since then. The passage of time had caused L. Qianxing to forget such matters entirely. How could he have come to the palace? Surprise aside, Commander A. Fu had already relinquished his position as the Grand Guardian, and a new Grand Guardian had emerged. L. Qianxing, ever discerning between public and private matters, would not prioritize A. Fu. After some contemplation, L. Qianxing resolved to meet A. Fu. Meanwhile, A. Fu stared at the jade talisman in bewilderment, his brow furrowed slightly. He had never anticipated that L. Qianxing, on the other end of the talisman, would react with such volatility. This was a stark contrast to his previous encounters with L. Qianxing. Could it be that he had forgotten his place as a half-saint in merely 2 days? A. Fu felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. It was worth noting that he had only just stepped down from the role of Grand Guardian 2 days prior. Today, when he sought to reconnect with his former subordinate, he was met with such a cold reception. A chill crept across A. Fu's face. This was not a good omen. Just as A. Fu was frowning and preparing to contact other subordinates to arrange his entrance to the palace, the jade talisman linking him to Qianxing suddenly trembled slightly. I apologize, Senior A Fu. I just experienced a minor breakthrough in my realm and am currently stabilizing it. I inadvertently let slip some unseemly words, and I sincerely apologize. I will arrive by your side shortly. Please bear with me for a moment. The voice of Qianxing, infused with regret, resonated from the other end of the talisman. Yet, to A Fu's ears. Yet it sent a shiver through A Fu's heart. As Qianxing had long been his trusted aide, A Fu was acutely aware of his capabilities. This was precisely why he felt a flicker of astonishment. It is worth noting that merely a day prior, Qianxing had only reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Within the confines of the innate realm, there were no further heights to conquer. A mere breakthrough in his cultivation. Did this not imply that Qianxing had ascended to the realm of the semi-saint? Just 2 days ago, he was an innate practitioner, and now he had transformed into a semi-saint. A Fu's heart was besieged by an even greater sense of incredulity. Could it be that the Grand Commander appointed by the third prince was indeed Qianxing? A sudden thought surged within A Fu's mind. Once this notion took root, it seemed increasingly plausible. After all, he had just learned from Xuan Ming that the third prince had appointed the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, only to discover Qianxing's advancement to semi-saint shortly thereafter. If there were no connection, A Fu could hardly bring himself to believe it. In Lin City, the Lin family had been reveling in splendid celebrations over the past few days. 30 years ago, the Lin family was merely a modest clan within this city. At that time, Lin City was not even named as such. Yet, by some stroke of fortune, the second daughter of the Lin family patriarch was chosen by emissaries from the imperial palace to become the consort of the late emperor, thereby elevating the Lin family to the status of imperial relatives. Consequently, the family's prestige soared rapidly. Within a few short years, they ascended to become the foremost family in Lin City, even lending their surname to the city itself. The entire Lin family, due to their imperial connections, experienced a meteoric rise. Now, with news of a momentous development concerning the Lin family emanating from the palace, how could they possibly contain their excitement? Patriarch, have you truly made this decision? Lin Haifeng, the family elder, inquired of Lin Guixian, the head of the Lin family. During the recent clan assembly, the patriarch had announced the decision for the entire Lin family to relocate to the imperial capital. This proclamation left the upper echelons of the Lin family in a state of shock. The imperial capital was a place of immense significance, the very heart of the divine Xian dynasty and the center of southern continent power. Countless dignitaries and formidable cultivators resided there. The Lin family had a handful of innate practitioners, and in Lin City, they were regarded as a peak family. Yet in the imperial capital, it was rumored that innate cultivators often found themselves relegated to the status of mere guards or even servants in the households of others. With their modest resources, entering the imperial capital would seem rather unwise, even if the patriarch's nephew had ascended to the throne. In the eyes of the senior members, such a move appeared ill-advised. While they were uncertain of how the patriarch's nephew had become emperor, it was conceivable that he was now ensnared in the web of imperial power struggles. The Lin family's foray into this tumultuous arena could very well lead to their utter annihilation. Rather than risk such peril, it would be wiser to remain entrenched in Lin City, where the distant emperor posed no threat. However, given the patriarch's demeanor, it appeared that this decision would be difficult to overturn. Indeed, Lin Guixian nodded solemnly. Years ago, when my sister entered the imperial capital, the Lin family, due to its insufficient strength, was utterly unable to assist her, leading to her downfall in the emperor's harem. Now, with my nephew ascending to the throne, though the reasons remain unclear, I can only surmise that the process was undoubtedly fraught with hardship and subsequent troubles. This time, the Lin family cannot afford to retreat. This is our opportunity. Should my nephew stabilize and become the sovereign of this realm, the Lin family shall ascend to the ranks of nobility in the imperial capital. This is a far superior fate compared to our previous existence in the small Lin city, Lin Guixian proclaimed with fervor. Lin Haifeng found himself at a loss for words in the face of Lin Guixian's assertions. Yet, within, a flicker of excitement began to stir. If what the family had spoke of were indeed true, Lin Haifeng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. To the imperial capital, then? Excellent. I wonder what my cousin looks like. If I could gain control over him, would that not secure our hold over the entire southern continent? In that case, What qualifications would the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty's Empress have to contend with me? Truly, fortune smiles upon me. Beside him, Lin Ning's lips curled into a slight smile. A fleeting hint of the alluring aura characteristic of the demon lord passing by. Chapter 25. Alter your usual conduct, what nonsense. I am your father. She and the Empress Xuan are sworn enemies. While Xuan devises schemes to suppress her, she too plots ways to strengthen her own foundation, hoping to eventually deliver a fatal blow to Xuan. However, such a possibility seems rather slim. Both are ancient and powerful entities within the realm of gods and demons, standing at the pinnacle of the central world. Even in ancient forbidden grounds, there are but a few who could rival them, although they have now descended to mortal status. They are unlikely to be swayed by the actions of these worldly beings. At least Lin Ning is confident in possessing the strength to confront the strongest in the southern continent, and the Empress Xuan surely has her own hidden cards. Yet, with such advantageous cards in hand, why not utilize them? A slight smile graced Lin Ning's lips as this thought crossed her mind. Her cousin in this life is the ruler of the southern continent. Even if she cannot eliminate the Empress Xuan, she can at least create some trouble for her, gaining a slight upper hand in their conflict. Thus, with such a valuable card to play, why not make use of it? As time progresses, the Lin family gradually begins to take action. Of course, Lin Guixian is not foolish. The capital city is a place of immense complexity where the strongest gather, and their journey involves delving into the vortex of worldly power. With the Lin family's limited resources, a single misstep could lead to their annihilation. Naturally, Lin Guixian cannot risk sending the entire strength of the Lin family to the capital. After a night of high-level discussions, they ultimately decide to split the Lin family into two factions, one led by the elders, heading to the capital, and the other led by some of the younger members, who will conceal themselves across various regions of the empire, accumulating strength and resources. Should the Lin family establish a foothold in the capital, these young members will also have the opportunity to rise in status. However, if the Lin family were to face destruction, they would still have a lineage to carry on. My daughter, the waters of the capital are too deep. Even those at the pinnacle of the innate realm cannot navigate them, let alone you. It would be wise to heed your father's advice and withdraw. Accompany your cousin and conceal yourselves elsewhere. With your talent, you may yet ascend to the rank of semi-saint in the future, but you are still too young. Lin Guixian's words were filled with earnest concern. The journey to the capital is fraught with peril. He has managed to dissuade nearly all the young members. Yet his daughter remains resolute in her desire to accompany them to the capital. This leaves Lin Guixian feeling quite helpless. How could he allow his daughter to act recklessly in such a place? Xuanzi, look at this, Lin Ning retorted disdainfully. With a thought, a surge of true energy erupted from her right hand, true energy emanating outward. Innate realm. Lin Guixian's pupils constricted, momentarily forgetting Lin Ning's address. A shock flickered across his face. When did you reach this level? A glimmer of astonishment shone in Lin Guixian's gaze. The innate realm, though not considered a mark of strength across the entire southern continent, takes on a different significance when one considers the age at which it is attained. Lin Ning, as his daughter, has only just turned 16 this year. To have broken through to the innate realm at such a tender age is a talent that perhaps even the most elite prodigies of the grand sects cannot rival. Lin Guixian swallowed hard, taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been cautioning his young daughter about her youth and the challenges of survival in the imperial capital's fierce competition. Now, she had delivered a stunning revelation. A mere 16 years old and already innate. Surely, even the court would come to recruit her personally. How about it? May I accompany you to the imperial capital? Lin Ning seemed to anticipate her father's reaction, smiling as she spoke. For someone of her former life's prowess, the innate realm was but a trivial achievement. Moreover, the subsequent realms, semi-saint, saint, and even god and demon, were all within her grasp due to her prior experiences, allowing this incarnation of Lin Ning to traverse the path of cultivation with remarkable speed, bypassing the tedious methods of ordinary seekers. However, even the swiftest shortcuts cannot escape the need for the augmentation of celestial energy. Previously, she had relied on the resources of the Lin family to break through to the innate realm, but advancing further would require more energy than they could provide. This necessity was one of the reasons she sought to journey to the imperial capital, the heart of the southern continent, where she could acquire the energy needed for her breakthrough. That is permissible, But Ninger, you must alter your usual demeanor. I am your father. It is one thing for you to refrain from calling me father, but do not refer to yourself as the true one. Furthermore, while it is acceptable to call yourself the true one at home, among the nobility and dignitaries of the imperial capital, such self-references may cause displeasure. Lin Guixian took a deep breath before concluding. As Lin Ning's father, he was well aware of her peculiar behaviors of late. However, having examined her bloodline and spirit after her transformation, he found no cause for concern regarding her identity, attributing her attitude to her remarkable talent and pride. In Lin City, the Lin family was indeed paramount, and he had not intervened. Yet, the imperial capital was a different matter. If his daughter did not amend this unbecoming habit, she could face considerable misfortune. I understand, father, Lin Ning replied, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes as she nodded. Lin Guixian assumed she had taken his words to heart and turned to gather his belongings. Nobility and dignitaries? It seems that my demonic sect might well take root in the imperial capital. I could offer these so-called dignitaries certain benefits to sway them to serve my sect. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Ning's eyes. Her father's words had sparked an idea. The dignitaries of the divine Qian dynasty were predominantly concentrated in the imperial capital. Though these individuals rarely left the city, they wielded significant influence over the fortunes of the realm, making them ideal allies for her plans to rebuild the demonic sect. As for their potential objections, with Lin Ning's former cultivation and status, even casually discarding some spiritual artifacts or techniques or elixirs could cause upheaval throughout the entire Xinjiang Empire, let alone winning the hearts of the people. As time gradually passed, the Lin family found themselves divided across generations. Lin Guixian, accompanied by a group of elder members from the Lin family and Lin Ning, made their way toward the imperial capital. Meanwhile, a faction of the younger Lin family members scattered with a portion of their family assets. According to Lin Guixian's descriptions, they represented the very ember of the Lin lineage. Should anything befall the elders, these young descendants would be able to thrive across the empire, as long as they concealed their identities, ensuring the continuity of the Lin family's legacy. I have entrusted that court official who conveyed the message to report back to His Majesty. It is only a matter of time before the Emperor learns of our journey to the capital, Lin Guixian remarked, casting a glance over the assembled Lin family members. He certainly could not embark on the journey to the capital without prior notification to the Emperor. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. In the palace, at the residence of the Imperial Guards, it was successfully managed. Lu Qianxing gazed at the now silent jade talisman, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 26. The rejection of a fu by L Qianxing, a newly ascended half-saint, was determined to approach the third prince. Despite a fu no longer holding the position of the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, nevertheless, a fu remained a consummate half-saint. And even though L Qianxing had recently achieved the same level, a fu was undeniably his esteemed senior. Such a formidable presence was best left undisturbed. However, upon relinquishing the jade talisman, a hint of perplexity lingered on L Qianxing's countenance. Logically, each generation's Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards was a trusted confidant of the Emperor. A fu, belonging to the previous generation and aligned with the late Emperor's lineage, had naturally distanced himself from the imperial hierarchy following the latter's demise. Yet, what could prompt his return to the palace now? L Qianxing was utterly baffled, momentarily overlooking the current Grand Commander. After all, there had been no precedent for such a situation. Unable to unravel the mystery, L Qianxing decided to move on. He gently circulated his inner energy, sensing that his realm had stabilized sufficiently, and then rose to depart the palace. If a fu bore no additional identity, it would be improbable for him to re-enter the palace. Yet, why had a fu returned? As he walked, L Qianxing pondered, stroking his chin. Although it had been less than 2 days since their last encounter, the dynamics of their respective identities had shifted dramatically. Regardless of the depth of past affiliations, one could not transgress established protocols. The palace was a sacred domain, accessible only to official personnel and select ministers during court assemblies. Outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering. Even someone of high rank could not regain access once they had departed. L Qianxing would never risk his life to defy such rules. Before long, L Qianxing underwent rigorous scrutiny and emerged beyond the palace walls, where he immediately spotted a fu, cloaked in a black robe and standing in a shadowy corner. Simultaneously, a Fu, upon sensing Qianxing's presence as he exited the palace, felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, despite its faintness, Qianxing's aura now revealed that he had grasped the essence of the half-saint realm. What could have transpired in such a short span? A Fu squinted, his mind momentarily adrift. The half-saint realm was not easily attained. He had previously observed Qianxing and the innate powerhouses among the imperial guards. Noting that breakthroughs to half-saint status were exceedingly rare, often requiring decades of dedication. How could it be possible for Qianxing to achieve this feat in merely 2 days? Ah, Senior Fu, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. As a Fu was lost in thought, Qianxing greeted him with a radiant smile. Indeed, it felt as if ages had passed. A Fu pondered briefly, scrutinizing Qianxing with a knowing gaze. In his estimation, Qianxing would require considerable time to reach the half-saint level, yet the current reality defied his expectations, evoking a sense of having not seen Qianxing for an extended period. Might I inquire, Senior Fu, what brings you to the palace to seek out your junior? The palace is a sacred domain of the royal family. Although Senior Fu once held the esteemed position of the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, he must understand the delicate nature of the situation. I hope, Senior Fu, that you will not place me in a difficult position, Qianxing remarked, a hint of hesitation on his face. Previously, Fu had conveyed his intentions clearly through a jade talisman, and Qianxing was acutely aware of the reason for Fu's presence at that moment. I am well aware of that, Fu replied, though a slight frown creased his brow as he calmly inquired. However, I have heard that the new emperor's third prince has recently appointed a grand commander. Might Deputy Commander Lu enlighten me on this matter? Qianxing's words stirred a sense of alertness within Fu. Although he was currently acting under the late emperor's orders and could be considered a figure of the royal lineage, the late emperor's feigned death had to remain concealed from the world. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, he had ostensibly lost his royal identity. He was bound to follow the royal protocols in executing the late emperor's directives, ensuring that his actions did not jeopardize the late emperor's plans. This matter involves certain secrets, and thus I am unable to provide an answer, Qianxing responded, momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. Although you were once a leader, attempting to extract the current leader's identity is simply impossible. One must discern the gravity of the situation, Qianxing thought to himself. He was not willing to risk offending formidable beings of the sacred realm simply to curry favor with Fu, especially not 2 of them. Fu furrowed his brow slightly. Then how did you manage to break through to the half-saint realm? I recall that you were far from comprehending the realm before. Fu's irritation prompted him to shift the topic. Senior Fu, this matter also pertains to secrecy, Qianxing replied. The method employed by the third prince is one that even the late emperor could not achieve. Furthermore, my ascendance to the half-saint level is a matter of personal gain. As an imperial guard, it can be said that I was swiftly enticed by Xuan Ming. Any dealings concerning Xuan Ming, even if the late emperor were to return, I would keep under wraps. You. Fu's brows knitted together. Young Lu, discussing matters within the palace can often be inconvenient. Why don't we step over to the Tianzi No. 1 and have a seat? A faint smile graced Fu's face. Due to pressing duties, I must attend to other matters. I shall certainly invite you to indulge in a drink another day, Qianxing said, his hair standing on end as he hastily took his leave, heading towards the palace. Each step felt like walking on needles. Upon entering the palace, Qianxing's back was drenched in cold sweat. He did not linger, but hurried deeper into the palace. Having previously declined to answer Fu's inquiries twice, he sensed a lurking danger. If he were to follow Fu without caution, he had no doubt Fu would resort to violence against him. Having accompanied Fu for many years, he was well aware of Fu's ruthless nature, cold-blooded, heartless, and capable of accumulating a mountain of corpses. Fu's return to the palace undoubtedly heralded trouble, and Qianxing felt compelled to inform the commander of the situation. Steadying his emotions, he hastened towards the dungeon. As he gazed at the swiftly departing Qianxing, Fu reined in his impulse to act. Any disturbances near the imperial palace would inevitably attract the attention of the formidable beings within. He could not dare to transgress the established rules and engage in actions against the dynasty in such a public setting. Qianxing's recent ascension to the semi-saint level made him a challenging target. However, Fu was determined to return to the palace. He was resolute that neither the palace guards nor anyone else would remain inactive. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Fu's eyes. Given his prowess, Capturing El Qianxing would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, with El Qianxing's newfound strength, he now possessed a modicum of resistance. The ambiguous identity of the chief guard within the palace made Afu somewhat hesitant. Nevertheless, he believed that with patience, an opportunity would inevitably present itself. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. He needed to explore various avenues to get closer to the third prince. Only by doing so could he execute the late emperor's orders. Otherwise, should the late emperor be resurrected, he would surely face retribution. With a flourish of his black cloak, Afu vanished into the shadows. Chapter 27. Ascending to the Sacred Realm. The innate Tao body arises, slaying the usurpers. The pathway through Lu Qianxing into the imperial palace has been severed. Afu estimates that even if he were to contact other imperial guards, the outcome would remain unchanged. Thus, he plans to employ various methods. As long as he can engage with the third prince under a legitimate identity, he will find a way to fulfill the late emperor's task. As time passes in the Xianhuang Hall, after the imperial guards had retreated, Xuan Ming has been seated upon the dragon throne, meditating in tranquility. The mysterious energy from an unknown void is continually expanding his physique, transforming every part of him into a Tao-infused body. Almost a day has elapsed. Sensing that the mysterious force within him is nearing the completion of its transformative process, Xuan Ming softly murmurs. Moments later, boom, Xuan Ming's body trembles slightly. Suddenly, myriad rays of light burst forth from within him, resembling the primordial chaos that birthed the cosmos. Each ray is imbued with a fundamental essence, pervading the entire Xianhuang Hall. These rays swirl around Xuan Ming, manifesting countless phenomena. Like a deity from mythology, the master of myriad paths, cloaked in divine realms. Each phenomenon resembles a unique civilization, gradually floating beside Xuan Ming, elevating him to the stature of a formidable divine emperor. Majestic, ancient, profound, an inexhaustible aura of divine power envelopes the Xianhuang Hall. Should a mere mortal enter this space, they would likely succumb in an instant. Recognizing Xuan Ming as their sovereign god, willingly dedicating their lives as his devoted follower. Is this the innate Tao body? Truly extraordinary. Xuan Ming gently closes his eyes, his consciousness enveloping him as he observes the newly transformed innate Tao body, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze. According to the system's data, the innate Tao body is one of the ultimate physical manifestations of the Tao in this world. Upon reaching full maturity, it possesses the ability to dominate an entire epoch like ancient deities, remaining eternal and indestructible, effortlessly generating boundless civilizations. As it stands, even without reaching full maturity, this nascent form possesses power that transcends that of ordinary mortals. Perhaps this is an opportunity to ascend to the sacred realm. Xuan Ming's gaze shifts slightly, slowly immersing himself into the embryonic form of the Tao. In an instant, infinite rules of intent, dispersed throughout the Xianhuang Hall, continuously flow into Xuan Ming's being. As these intents merge with the embryonic form he previously comprehended, they enhance its simplicity. Previously, he had achieved a quasi-saint status through a mortal body, with a singular understanding of the embryonic form. Now, as countless rules of intent integrate, the embryonic form becomes rich and abundant, with the powers of blade intent, sword intent, alchemical intent, both familiar and unfamiliar, manifesting within Xuan Ming's realm of understanding. At last, a qualitative transformation occurs within Xuan Ming's embryonic form of intent. A faint, chaotic radiance begins to emerge, solidifying and condensing into a dim yet resplendent sacred pill, quietly floating within his soul. The hierarchy of the sacred realm is indeed extraordinary, which explains its ability to stand above all beings in the southern continent. Xuan Ming's eyes gleamed with a hint of joy. This moment could be described as a double blessing. Not only has his physique transformed into one of the ultimate Tao bodies in the world, but he has also ascended to the sacred realm, surrounding Xuan Ming. Although the radiant light of his Tao body has been absorbed within him, those with keen eyesight can faintly perceive numerous small luminous orbs encircling him, akin to stars surrounding the moon, providing both protection and enhancement to Xuan Ming. Should their strength be greater, they might even glimpse the inner workings of these orbs, where the essence of civilization flickers between reality and illusion, encapsulating the profound truths of the universe and the mysteries of the great Tao. Just as Xuan Ming contemplated delving deeper into this phenomenon, A palace guard respectfully entered the hall. "Your Majesty, Deputy Commander Lu seeks an audience," the guard reported reverently. "Let him in," Xuan Ming replied with a glance at the guard. "Yes, Your Majesty," the guard bowed and withdrew. Moments later, Lu Qianxing strode into the hall. "Your Majesty, we have interrogated the mastermind behind the intrusion into the palace last night, and here is the list of names for your consideration," Lu Qianxing said, presenting a document with utmost respect. "You have discovered it already?" Xuan Ming casually inquired, unfolding the document to examine its contents. The page was densely filled with names and detailed accounts of the incident. "Fascinating." Xuan Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. The names included many of the capital's influential figures, a significant number of whom he recognized, now appearing on a list plotting his assassination. A sense of deception washed over him. Once, even as a prince, it had been challenging to engage with these dignitaries in certain circles. Yet now, they conspired together to take his life. According to the law, what punishment does one face for attempting to assassinate the reigning emperor? Xuan Ming asked, reclining calmly on the dragon throne. "Your Majesty, the law prescribes execution and the eradication of their entire clan," Lu Qianxing answered, his heart trembling slightly. The crime of attempting to kill the emperor was regarded as the gravest offense in the Qian dynasty. Such matters would invariably be dealt with the utmost severity. "Then let us proceed according to the law," Xuan Ming replied with a tranquil countenance. He had never regarded this incident with great concern. Whether it be the Nameless One or the Sword Saint, either could safeguard the palace with unwavering strength. Moreover, with Xuan Ming's near-complete attainment of semi-sacred cultivation, it would take a sacred realm assassin to pose any genuine threat to his safety. However, the assassination attempt had undeniably crossed Xuan Ming's bottom line. He could not simply overlook the actions of these individuals. "Your Majesty, these individuals possess significant status. Should they all be executed, it may incite turmoil within the capital." Lu Qianxing's expression shifted slightly at this remark. Their identities were indeed remarkable, entwined with the various facets of the dynasty. To act as such would be tantamount to declaring enmity with a substantial portion of the realm. To eliminate them all would undoubtedly disturb the peace of the imperial capital and the entire Qianxian dynasty. Xuan Ming glanced at Lu Qianxing, furrowing his brow, and remarked, "What is this? I have bestowed upon you 100 elite guards of semi-saint status, along with 2 supreme leaders of the saint realm. Yet you still cannot quell this minor unrest in the capital? Your Majesty, I shall obey your command," Lu Qianxing replied, his heart racing, his lips moving as he spoke. Indeed, the current elite guards are not what they once were. Setting aside the 2 supreme leaders, even the newly appointed 100 semi-saints should find it manageable to address these matters. The emperor's words carry undeniable weight. However, Your Majesty, what shall we do about the princes? Just as Lu Qianxing contemplated his departure, he suddenly recalled a crucial issue. Among those who attempted to assassinate the emperor, there were figures belonging to various princes. Individuals of royal blood, not something that a mere elite guard could handle. The crown prince and the second prince, for instance, were merely princes during the previous emperor's reign. But now that Xuan Ming has ascended the throne, their identities have transformed. Xuan Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I already have a plan in mind. You need only manage the remaining individuals," he stated calmly. "The dynasty possesses its own laws, and the Qian royal family has its own imperial decrees. Historically, when faced with fratricidal conflicts among princes and nobles, the emperors of past generations would send them to the ancestral grounds of the royal family, the royal ancestral mountain. There, the ancestors would personally handle such matters. Thus, there is no need for Xuan Ming to worry excessively." Chapter 28, The Sacred Realm Legion Summoning Card. 10 Commanders of the Sacred Realm. "Yes, Your Majesty," L. Qianxing replied respectfully, bowing his head. "Very well. You may leave," Xuan Ming gestured with his hand. L. Qianxing bowed and departed. "Today is yet another opportunity for sign-in, isn't it?" Xuan Ming mused as he observed L. Qianxing's retreating figure. Just as he was about to summon Wu Ming, a realization struck him. Today marked the 3rd day since the activation of the system. Upon rising this morning, he was first captivated by the innate Dao body and its breakthrough into the sacred realm, and then, due to L. Qianxing's report on affairs, he became preoccupied and inadvertently overlooked the daily sign-in. In comparison to summoning divine beings, the daily sign-in function of the system should not be underestimated. Merely 2 sign-ins had transformed Xuan Ming from a frail prince into the sovereign of South Continent. This opportunity for sign-in was certainly not one to be missed. System, commence sign-in. Xuan Ming instructed, leaning slightly against the dragon throne. Ding. Signing in. Please wait, host. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sacred Realm Legion Summoning Card, permanent. Sacred Realm Legion Summoning Card, from an unknown world. Annotation of the Sacred Realm Legion Summoning Card. Upon utilizing this card, the host may summon a legion comprising millions of soldiers. Within this legion, there exists one commander at the pinnacle of the Sacred Realm, 2 late-stage Sacred Realm Generals, 3 mid-stage Sacred Realm Generals, and 4 early-stage Sacred Realm Generals. Additionally, there are 100 perfected half-sacred generals, 200 late-stage half-sacred generals, 300 mid-stage half-sacred generals, and 300 early-stage half-sacred generals, with the remaining soldiers being of the innate realm. Summoning card annotation. Aside from summoning the primary deities, the daily sign-in function has a chance of acquiring summoning creatures, among which the summoning card is one. Typically, it pertains to summoning human legions or certain peculiar species, with special circumstances potentially revealing extraordinary beings. Red annotation. The outcome of using the Sacred Realm Legion summoning card is irreversible, and the consumption of the entire legion is immense. If the host lacks sufficient foundation to support it, please exercise caution in utilizing this card. A series of system notifications resounded, causing Xuan Ming's expression to shift slightly. What a formidable legion, he murmured, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, a card, radiant with a crystalline blue hue and exuding immense authority, materialized before Xuan Ming, hovering silently in midair. All pertinent information was inscribed beside the card. Should this legion manifest upon the South Continent, it would undoubtedly overturn the existing dynamics of the land. Xuan Ming's gaze lingered, unable to settle. The previous 2 sign-in rewards, although equally astonishing, were solely applicable to Xuan Ming himself. In contrast, the Sacred Realm Legion summoning card bore an entirely different essence. Once it appeared in the South Continent, it would surely instill awe in every living being. In the bygone era of the Southern Continent, the former emperor had merely 7 saints at his disposal. Yet, within the summoning card of the Sacred Realm Legion, there existed a total of 10 saints, one of whom was a complete powerhouse capable of rivaling the former emperor. Under the overwhelming dominance of such top-tier strength, a legion of 10 million, all at the very least of innate realm, emerged. No force in the world could contend with this legion, which is why Xuan Ming felt a profound tremor. Was the consumption immense? Certainly. A legion of millions, each at the innate stage, could potentially deplete the resources of the entire divine Xian dynasty. Currently, the dynasty remained relatively stable, and the manifestation of this legion bore little immediate impact. It could be wisely set aside for future exigencies. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, contemplating that at present, he had no immediate need for this legion. To deploy it prematurely would only exacerbate internal strife, serving merely as an embellishment rather than a necessity. By reserving it until a critical moment, it could yield remarkable results. As long as Xuan Ming refrained from utilizing the summoning card, its contents would remain frozen in time, thus long-term retention of this card would not adversely affect the legion. Ultimately, Xuan Ming resolved to store the legion's summoning card within the system's space. Subsequently, he summoned Wu Ming. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Wu Ming appeared in the Grand Emperor Hall, clad in a gray robe, exuding a demeanor of respect. The matters of the Imperial Guard were predominantly managed by the Sword Saint, allowing Wu Ming a degree of leisure in comparison. I have instructed El Qianxing to execute that batch of treacherous nobles who conspired against me. In accordance with the laws of the dynasty, you are to closely monitor the imperial capital. Should any unrest arise, address it preemptively. Tomorrow morning, the ministers will convene at the Imperial Hall for the morning court. The ensuing days may witness turmoil due to this incident, so remain vigilant. Xuan Ming proclaimed from his dragon throne. We must eradicate the roots of this menace to prevent future calamities. The elimination of these nobles will undoubtedly sow the seeds of numerous upheavals. However, since they sought my life, I cannot allow subsequent troubles to deter me from exacting justice. Thus, these nobles must perish, and any ensuing complications must be thoroughly resolved. This is also an opportune moment to reorganize the imperial capital, transforming it into a realm under my dominion. Yes, Your Majesty, Wu Ming replied with a slight bow. I elevated the Imperial Guard under your command yesterday. That group of veterans has nearly all reached the semi-saint level. You shall take them with you. Ensure that the imperial capital is pacified within these few days, Xuan Ming continued. The imperial city was vast beyond measure, and even a complete powerhouse of the sacred realm would struggle to oversee the entire expanse. However, deploying 100 semi-saints could indeed ensure that no detail went unnoticed. The imperial city was of utmost significance, and it was only by securing this territory that Xuan Ming could assert control over the other lands of the divine Qian dynasty. Otherwise, one could easily overreach and falter. As for the potential turbulence across the dynasty due to the transition between the old and new emperors, Xuan Ming recalled someone in particular. That would be the Tianwu Marquis. This individual previously asserted that he would ally with the other 3 marquises to stabilize the imperial situation in all directions. The 4 marquises of Xinxian possess a certain degree of deterrence within the entire dynasty. Xuan Ming, for the time being, shall place his trust in him once and concentrate his primary attention nearby. Naturally, even if the Tianwu Marquis were to break his word, Xuan Ming would remain unperturbed. After all, with the hidden cards he currently holds, who in the world could disrupt the imperial order under his suppression? As for tomorrow's morning court, it would be prudent to engage with matters of the dynasty in advance. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, contemplating that as the newly appointed emperor of the Xinxian dynasty, it is only fitting that he should wield authority over it. Therefore, Xuan Ming shall not squander excessive time on the governance of the Xinxian dynasty, but rather direct more of his time and focus towards realms beyond both the Xinxian dynasty and the southern continent. According to historical records, this world encompasses civilizations beyond merely the southern continent. Chapter 29. The world divided, local affairs pacified. Although the civilization of the southern continent flourished, in comparison to the entirety of the world, it was perhaps merely a secluded corner. Upon attending the morning court, the emperor contemplated, I shall first do this, then that, and ultimately conclude with this. The southern continent, vast and rich in resources, was initially divided into 7 regions. Later, under the rule of the divine Qian dynasty, it was further partitioned into 2 parts, the interior and the exterior. The exterior comprised 2 major areas, the red sand marsh and the green pasture. The red sand marsh originated from the red sand lake, one of the original 7 lands of the divine Qian dynasty, and was home to a multitude of ferocious aquatic beasts. It was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead one to be ensnared beneath the ground. Even those of innate strength would find it arduous to escape its clutches. At the heart of the red sand marsh lay a remnant of the lake's waters, where the red sand sage, one of the 7 saints of the divine Qian, resided. His sect, the red sand cult, was notably active in this region. Conversely, the green pasture was an expanse of lush grasslands, seemingly boundless. It was inhabited by the only non-human race on the southern continent, the barbarians. Once, the divine Qian dynasty had engaged in skirmishes with the barbarians, but as time passed, the 2 races ceased hostilities, coexisting peacefully within their respective territories for many long years. These 2 regions remained beyond the grasp of the divine Qian dynasty. Within the interior, the divine Qian dynasty's successive emperors had delineated 5 provinces, Tonyuan, Beishu, Nanzhao, Dantian, and Xishan. Each province varied in size and was further subdivided into counties, a hierarchical structure designed to fortify the vast empire of divine Qian. In Beishu province, within the opulent confines of a grand estate, a middle-aged man stood by a lotus pond, playfully teasing the fish. Despite the seemingly leisurely activity, an invisible aura of authority emanated from him, bestowing a solemn atmosphere upon the garden. This was none other than Li Wangluan, the Marquis of Beiyang, one of the 4 lords of the divine Qian dynasty. A semi-holy being, he commanded 500,000 troops, stationed at the northern border to fend off potential incursions from ferocious beasts. Your father, the Lord of Nanzhao, has sent a message regarding the new emperor. He insists that you must read it. A young man clad in armor entered the garden, shattering the tranquility. Oh, the new emperor? The 3rd prince, Li Wangluan's hand paused in its play with the fish, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. The 4 lords of the divine Qian were prominent figures, intricately entwined with various factions, possessing profound connections. Naturally, they were well informed. Even from a significant distance away from the imperial capital, Li Wangluan was among the first to receive news of the 3rd prince's ascension to emperor. Initially, he had regarded the matter with indifference. Do not speak of the third prince. Even if the first prince were to ascend as the new emperor, it would not undermine his position. He merely needs to take a moment to pay a visit, and naturally, all matters would dissipate. The only news that truly astonished him was the fall of the late emperor. He was the foremost powerhouse of the southern continent, a being of consummate sanctity. Not only he, but the entire world was speculating about the cause of the late emperor's demise. However, the significance of this matter rendered everyone reticent, fearful of being ensnared by its implications. Yet, why would the esteemed Tianwu Marquis send a message specifically regarding the third prince? Li Wangluan's thoughts shifted slightly, landing on the jade talisman held by his son. A trace of perplexity flickered in his gaze. I understand now. You may withdraw, Li Wangluan said, taking the jade talisman and gesturing dismissively. Though puzzled, he recognized the Tianwu Marquis's extraordinary status. If he had sent a message, it must be of considerable importance, which Li Wangluan could not afford to disregard. The young man, perceiving the situation, discreetly exited the garden. The jade talisman in Li Wangluan's hand emanated a faint glow. Upon coming into contact with his consciousness, it snapped open with a resounding crack. The transmission talisman, bound by the Master's restrictions, could not be opened by anyone of lower rank. If opened by an unauthorized individual, it would explode. Thus, Li Wangluan harbored no concerns about the contents being discovered by outsiders prior to his own perusal. Let me see what the new emperor requires the Tianwu Marquis to convey. Li Wangluan mused, subsequently immersing himself in the content of the talisman. Upon reading, he was instantly jolted. He could hardly believe the revelations therein. The Tianwu Marquis spoke of matters witnessed and heard within the Xinhuang Hall, as well as a desire to consolidate his power with that of the other three marquises to stabilize the imperial situation. The third prince, being a half-saint, was suspected of having connections with two saints. These two pieces of information left Li Wangluan in a state of bewilderment. He had never anticipated that the contents relayed by the Tianwu Marquis would surpass his expectations so profoundly. Each piece of news, if unveiled, would be enough to astonish the world. A grave expression suddenly creased Li Wangluan's countenance. The Tianwu Marquis, being one of the four marquises of Xinxian, had the backing of a saint and acted with integrity. He could not possibly deceive him. This indicated that the matter was likely true. As for the current situation in Beishu Mansion, from what he understood, it had indeed experienced minor ripples due to the transition between the old and new emperors. Come forth. Li Wangluan spoke softly. At his command, a refreshing breeze swept through the garden, and several figures cloaked in black emerged within. Go and caution the factions that have been unruly these past few days. Anyone who dares to disrupt the stability of the dynasty shall be regarded as my enemy. Moreover, let it be known throughout the land, so that all of Beishu Mansion understands my intent. Li Wangluan commanded. Yes, my lord. The summoned figures cloaked in black slightly bowed upon their arrival. Once they had completely departed, the gravity on Li Wangluan's face lessened slightly. However, as one of the five great houses of the dynasty, Beishu Manor sprawls across vast lands, harboring numerous factions that even the Northern Sun Marquis dares not provoke. Should he entertain any ulterior motives, Li Wangluan might find himself unable to intervene. Nevertheless, as a member of the upper echelons of the dynasty, he merely needed to convey his loyalty to the imperial lineage. Simultaneously, the other two marquises received corresponding jade tokens, and they were not devoid of wit, responding promptly. The four great marquises issued a joint declaration. In an instant, the winds of change swept across various regions. Some time-honored factions furrowed their brows, sensing an unusual undercurrent. However, they refrained from challenging the authority of the divine mysterious four marquises. Of course, considering their strength, while the divine mysterious four may be formidable, they might not be able to suppress these factions. The root of this lies in the profound legacy of the divine mysterious dynasty as a whole. The fall of the former emperor, the mightiest in the southern continent, indeed sent ripples through the hearts of the world's factions. The new emperor, lacking in prowess, signaled the dawn of chaotic times. Yet, the divine mysterious dynasty has maintained its rule over the southern continent for a millennium, and the stability of the dynasty is not solely contingent upon the emperor's strength. More significantly, it relies on the various class factions that are dependent on the dynasty's existence to uphold their noble interests. In other words, The former emperor's demise and the new emperor's ascension would embolden these factions to act more audaciously than before. However, inciting rebellion is still far from sufficient. In this mindset, the joint declaration by the divine mysterious four marquises prompted those factions aware of the true circumstances to exercise restraint. With these factions remaining inactive, the smaller, numerous entities, densely scattered across the lands of the divine mysterious dynasty like a multitude of stars, dared not make any rash movements. Chapter 30. The Honorable Officials of the Realm. Changes in the capital's situation. Xianhuang Hall. Xianing sipped the ginseng soup, engrossed in reviewing various documents. These records contained secrets of the divine Xian dynasty, knowledge accessible only to the emperor and select ministers. Previously, Xianing lacked the qualifications to be privy to such information, but now, in order to swiftly familiarize himself with the intricacies of the divine Xian dynasty, he deemed it essential to peruse them thoroughly, ensuring no oversights would arise later. The bowl of ginseng soup beside him was no ordinary brew. It was crafted from a century-old ginseng combined with various spiritual herbs. Even those at the sacred realm would find significant benefits from it. As the sovereign of the divine Xian dynasty, Xianing's surroundings were now equipped with the highest caliber of provisions. After approximately half an hour, Xianing had nearly finished reviewing the documents and casually set them aside. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, prompting him to inquire, "Xuan Ming, have the officials shown any signs of activity during this period?" "Your Majesty, the civil and military officials have kept their doors tightly shut, with no one entering or exiting their residences, resulting in an utter lack of movement." Xuan Ming's voice resonated in Xianing's ear. "Indeed," Xianing nodded, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He had not anticipated such compliance from these court officials. It was worth noting that on the day of his assassination attempt, there had been as many as 300 attackers, revealing the extent of deceit among the powers within the capital. Xianing had expected the officials, wielding greater authority than these factions, to engage in covert maneuvers. Yet, the outcome was beyond his expectations. Whether out of fear of death or genuine honesty, Xianing would not squander time engaging in games of court intrigue that could disrupt his plans. Should they obstruct his path, he would eliminate them without hesitation. In the southern continent, there was no shortage of individuals. A batch could be replaced with another. Ultimately, it was Xianing who held dominion over the realm, and the newly appointed would be even more compliant. In contrast to the tranquility of the palace, the atmosphere in the capital was fraught with tension. The Imperial Guard had sealed the city for 2 consecutive days, compounded by previous rounds of arrests, which left the populace in a state of unrest. Consequently, Xuan Ming, accompanied by a contingent of elite guards, patrolled the streets, observing a stark decline in pedestrian activity. "Commander, the remnants of the captured factions have largely begun to converge in a garden near the Spirit Lake to the east of the city," reported L. Qianxing respectfully. "Some of my informants have detected a deeper aura of semi-saintly power among them, and they dare not act recklessly, hence the report." Oh, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Xuan Ming's eyes. It appeared they had indeed sensed the gravity of the situation. The nobles marked for execution by His Majesty were indeed formidable figures, either the leaders of premier merchant guilds or heads of significant sections. Those who remained had to reckon with the eradication of their entire clans. The 3 clans of these individuals are certainly not of ordinary lineage. The imperial capital, after all, lies beneath the feet of the emperor, the very heart of the dynasty. To mitigate panic during their operations, the Nameless One, accompanied by the imperial guards, opted for a covert approach in dealing with these individuals, planning to announce their actions to the world only after the matter was resolved, as a deterrent to others. With his formidable strength, combined with the prowess of the semi-holy imperial guards, he had anticipated that their actions would remain undetected. However, to his surprise, word had leaked. "Is this the complete list of those marked for elimination?" he inquired. In the garden, not all were gathered, but according to the observations of his comrades, those yet to arrive displayed signs of movement, perhaps intending to unite and break through the blockade of the imperial guards, replied L. Qianxing. The assembly of these individuals resembled a ticking time bomb. Even the imperial guards might find it challenging to contain them. Yet, L. Qianxing harbored no concerns. For their supreme leader was a being of the Holy Realm. A saint stood atop the southern continent, beyond the reach of those beneath his status. Regardless of the number of individuals that congregated, it would bear no significance. Rather, it would expedite their actions considerably. Commander, these individuals initially had little interaction among themselves, yet they now gather in an uncanny manner. There must be someone orchestrating this. I request time to uncover their leader, El Qianxing continued earnestly. No need. The nameless one gently shook his head. Instruct the Imperial Guards to maintain their regular patrols, avoiding any actions that might alert them. Allow these individuals a bit of time. It is preferable that they all converge in this garden to spare us the effort of pursuit. He surveyed the Imperial Guards and declared, this indeed presents an unexpected opportunity. The Spirit Lake is situated to the east of the Imperial capital, bordered by a mountainous region connecting to the outside world. The strength of the Imperial Guards to seal off the city is relatively weak. These individuals have made a wise choice. Once they leave the capital and enter the mountains, even with the Emperor deploying more Imperial Guards, it would prove exceedingly difficult to locate them within the complex terrain. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that the eyes of the Imperial Guards are already spread throughout the city, making it impossible for anyone to conceal themselves. Of course, it is also possible that they have realized the Imperial Guards are onto them, yet they remain overconfident in their own strength. They neglect or are simply unaware of the Nameless One's existence, sealing their fate for failure. Understood, Commander, replied the Imperial Guards, bowing slightly at his words. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Lake Garden, a dense thicket bordered the lake, with numerous trees clustering to create a somewhat dim atmosphere. Within the woods, countless eyes lay hidden, meticulously observing everything approaching the garden. They were the peripheral members of the elite targeted by Xuan Ming, tasked with reconnaissance and ensuring the garden's security. It is indeed a daunting task, but who could blame them when their own faction's leader has transgressed the law by daring to assassinate the Emperor, thereby placing them in a precarious position? This time, certain powers have informed them that the Imperial Guards are secretly slaughtering their members. After dispatching spies to verify the authenticity of this alarming news, they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Ultimately, under the guidance of some influential factions, they found themselves entering a serene garden. Outwardly, the garden appeared tranquil, yet within its confines, turmoil reigned. Noble figures from the three prominent clans convened, taking their seats according to their former statuses and cultivation levels, scattered throughout the garden. In the very center, seated in a meditative posture, was a figure clad in red robes. An aura of semi-saintly power radiated from him, dominating the entire area and instilling a profound sense of trepidation among the attendees. Even those who had attained semi-saint status themselves were struck with gravity upon sensing this formidable presence. Undoubtedly, he was a powerful entity among the semi-saints. Closest to the red-robed figure sat the esteemed elder of the Wang Merchant Association, the Grand Elder of the Martial Fist sect, and the ancestral patriarch of the Tiana clan. Chapter 31. The envoys of the Red Sand Sacred Sect gather in the Imperial capital. The three individuals present were all semi-saints, backed by the three most powerful families among the nobility. It was truly unexpected that the third prince had concealed his intentions so deeply and with such ferocity. He sought to annihilate us entirely. The elderly chairman of the Wang Merchant Association, Wang Nyoma, wore a face of fury. The agony of losing a child in his twilight years was already unbearable. This compelled him to awaken from his seclusion forcibly. Upon awakening, he learned that the new emperor, the third prince, had covertly dispatched forces to eradicate them. This revelation propelled Wang Nyoma to the brink of rage. However, he was not a fool. No matter how formidable the Wang Merchant Association was, they could not confront the emperor, the sovereign of the realm, head-on. Thus, his first thought was to consolidate the family's resources and prepare to flee the imperial capital. Yet, the city was sealed by the Imperial Guards. And with his family's solitary strength, even if they broke through the blockade, they would soon be pursued by the guards, or captured by powerful figures of the dynasty along the way. As he anxiously pondered his escape from the dynasty, a figure in a red robe appeared in his courtyard. It was precisely this occurrence that led to the gathering of all the noble families ordered to be eradicated by the new emperor. Indeed, although this matter stemmed from our involvement, it was utterly unexpected that the third prince not only survived but reacted with such intensity. The Grand Elder of the Martial Fist sect bore a troubled expression. As one of the three major sects in the imperial capital, they had initially allied with the first prince. Upon learning of the third prince's ascension, the sect's upper echelons discussed the possibility of covertly assassinating the third prince. This way, With the throne vacant and the former emperor deceased, the likelihood of the first prince ascending to the throne would be maximized due to his capabilities. Once successful, the first prince would surely remember their contributions, elevating them to the foremost sect in the imperial capital and bestowing them with immeasurable benefits. Regrettably, just as the entire sect's leadership was filled with boundless hope for the future, the imperial guards burst in and seized their sect leader. It was then that they realized their grievous error. The emperor of the dynasty, regardless of his strength, remained the emperor. How could they, mere subjects, claim allegiance? The elder ancestor of the Tianhe family remained silent, yet his expression mirrored that of the other two. They had fallen, and fallen hard. Their centuries-old status reduced to naught in an instant. Furthermore, they were now like stray dogs, unable to find refuge within the entire dynasty. The first prince, whom they had aligned with, faced dire straits and could not concern himself with them. Besides the three of them, the expressions of the other attendees were equally grave, laden with heavy thoughts. Just as they were engulfed in tumultuous reflections, the semi-saint aura that had pervaded the center of the gathering suddenly shifted, causing some present to react, their gazes drawn to the center. As anticipated, the figure clad in a crimson robe, with eyes that had been gently closed, now opened them, scanning the assembled crowd. "Have all arrived?" the raspy voice inquired. At this utterance, all gazes converged upon the central figure in red. The distinguished individuals of the imperial capital were unaware of the figure's true origins. They were only aware that they had been summoned by Wang Yuma, the venerable president of the Wang Merchant Association. Beyond that, they were oblivious to any further details. However, none among them harbored doubts regarding the identity of the crimson-clad figure. For thus far, this person embodied their hopes, the sole individual capable of leading them out of the imperial capital with substantial external support, unlike their own desperate attempts to flee, which would only result in being hunted by the formidable powers scattered throughout the dynasty. Consequently, their fates were, for the time being, intricately tied to this individual. As for surrendering and awaiting the execution by the new emperor's third prince, resulting in a definitive end, that was out of the question. They were already trapped in the imperial capital. In any case, death awaited them. Thus, they resolved to take a chance. Moreover, the collective strength of those present was unprecedentedly formidable. While it was impossible to confront the entirety of the imperial guards, breaching the blockade of a single unit was well within their capabilities. This notion sparked within them a burgeoning belief in their ability to escape alive. And that conviction grew ever stronger. The envoy has yet to arrive. Some are still observing, while others are preparing to come. However, those en route must evade the patrols of the imperial guards, which will delay their arrival. At most, 1 or 2 hours. Wang Yuma responded. The personnel dispatched to gather the crowd were all from the Wang Merchant Association, thus he was acutely aware of their movements. "Shall I urge them?" Wang Yuma asked in a hushed tone, fully cognizant of the envoy's origins and intentions, to rally all those nobles being pursued by the new emperor. Although a significant number had gathered, it still fell short of the envoy's expectations, making immediate departure impossible. "No rush, the envoy can wait. Those still on their way must ensure they avoid the imperial guards and sentinels," Li Qianxiu remarked calmly as he glanced at Wang Yuma. "Indeed, envoy," Wang Yuma replied softly. "However, inform them that the envoy will wait until tomorrow morning at the latest. Beyond that, there will be no delay," Li Qianxiu added. Tomorrow morning marked one of the 4 monthly court sessions, during which civil and military officials would attend the palace to meet the emperor. Consequently, the sentinels would predominantly return to their posts, and a portion of the imperial guards would be diverted to maintain order within the palace. This would render the defenses of the entire imperial capital at their weakest. Departing at that time would prove significantly easier than now. Moreover, as he estimated, the support from the sacred teachings would also arrive punctually at the previously agreed location. As for the possibility of being discovered by the dynasty's formidable figures beforehand, Li Qianxiu harbored no concerns on that front. In the world, there are a total of 7 sages. After the demise of the late emperor, the imperial capital has been devoid of other sages to safeguard it. With his semi-saintly perfected realm, he could effortlessly escape even when confronted by the elite guards' encirclement. Should true peril arise, he would not hesitate to abandon those around him. In such a treacherous environment as the imperial capital, Li Qianxiu had meticulously devised various strategies. Wang Yuma nodded in agreement. Subsequently, He utilized a unique communication jade talisman to inform the Wang clan's mercantile network, notifying them of the absence of noble families who had yet to arrive at the garden. However, those he informed were noble kin distanced from the immediate sequence of the elite guard's purge. He was far from foolish. Had he notified everyone, the elite guards would undoubtedly have detected a hint of their intentions, thereby revealing their presence. Unbeknownst to Wang Niuma, his informants had already been compromised. The elite guards, having uncovered the existence of the garden through these informants, proceeded with their prearranged plan in silence, ensuring that no alarm was raised. The elite guard's composed response provided Wang Niuma, who was vigilantly observing the imperial capital, with a modicum of reassurance. As long as they could depart from the imperial by dawn the next day and enter the red sand marshes, they would no longer need to live in fear of being pursued by the empire. Chapter 32. The Morning Court, the imperial guards surrounding. Time swiftly passed, and dawn approached the following day. At the Xianwang Hall, preparations were underway for the morning court. Xuan Ming slowly rose from the dragon throne, departing the Xianwang Hall and making his way towards the Huangji Hall. The divine Xian dynasty spanned a vast territory, yet governance was meticulously organized. Routine matters were directly handled by local authorities. Only significant issues, which posed a threat to a region and were beyond the capacity of local officials, warranted reporting to the court. Such matters could be categorized into two types: urgent and ordinary. Urgent affairs were promptly reported by the attending courtiers to the emperor at the Xianwang Hall, seeking immediate resolution. In contrast, ordinary issues were presented collectively during the morning court. Additionally, urgent matters were announced during this gathering. The morning court adhered to a schedule of 4 sessions each month, applicable whether it was a new emperor ascending the throne or an old one. Outside the imperial palace, civil and military officials, after a 3-day hiatus, finally commanded their servants to open the courtyard gates. After adjusting their attire, they began their procession towards the palace. However, upon witnessing the capital city swarming with imperial guards on patrol, their expressions shifted slightly. In the preceding 3 days, they had remained secluded, refraining from stepping outside their doors. They dared not inquire into any news, fearful of being engulfed in the vortex of the imperial succession struggle, leading to their own demise. It appeared that the matter of the new emperor had yet to be fully resolved. The officials, understanding the gravity of the situation, shook their heads inwardly. Indeed, the complexities surrounding the succession were vast and intricate. To expect resolution within merely 3 days was unrealistic. Even the late emperor could not have achieved such a feat soon. The civil and military officials entered the palace, gathering outside the Huangji Hall, before proceeding in an orderly fashion. Long live your majesty. Upon sighting Xuan Ming seated upon the dragon throne, the officials' pupils constricted, yet the royal protocol compelled them to kneel and proclaim their reverence. In the southern continent, even the lifespan of sages is but 5 to 6 centuries, with only the legendary deities and demons rumored to possess lives exceeding a millennium. Thus, the officials' proclamation of "Long live the emperor" conveyed a sense of superiority over the divine, wishing for eternal wisdom and health. Xuan Ming sat regally upon the throne, gazing down at the kneeling ministers. The imperial authority loomed large, and the officials bowed their heads, acknowledging the concentration of power in one figure. Previously, he had not encountered such a scene. However, having ascended to the realm of the sacred, his state of mind far surpassed that of ordinary beings, allowing him to adapt with tranquility. "Your Majesty's might grows ever stronger," Li Yuanfang observed, his gaze shifting as he bowed his head. He had previously witnessed Xuan Ming's formidable prowess, and now, with the latter's breakthrough into the sacred realm, his might was even more formidable. Li Yuanfang could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment within his heart. This old fox. Alongside Li Yuanfang stood 2 others, namely the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of War. A glance exchanged between them, and Li Yuanfang ignited a silent reproach in their hearts. The intent behind the official seclusion was conveyed to Li Yuanfang, and even the 2 ministers complied with this notion. Observing the 3rd prince firmly seated upon the dragon throne, coupled with Li Yuanfang's markedly humble demeanor, they could hardly miss the underlying implications. Behind them, the civil and military officials harbored varied thoughts, yet all were somewhat astonished. "All rise," Xuan Ming gestured with a hand. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The ministers, granted permission by Xuan Ming, gradually stood to their feet. "Speak." What matters have arisen in the dynasty of late? Xuan Ming surveyed the assembly, his divine awareness perceiving the shifting expressions among the crowd, and posed the inquiry. In the imperial capital, at the temporary training grounds of the imperial guards, the moment an unknown figure appeared, all present bowed in deference. Traditionally, with the emperor in attendance, these guards would naturally return to the palace to ensure the safety of the emperor and the officials. However, under the current emperor's reign, two grand commanders of the imperial guards resided within the palace, each capable of fortifying it to an impregnable state. Thus, there was no necessity for all guards to remain stationed, especially since they had pressing matters to attend to. The Linghu Garden, once acquired by a merchant from the court years ago, had seen its ownership change hands numerous times following the merchant's demise, until recently when it was purchased by a formidable individual from outside the capital. Following scrutiny, this formidable figure was likely from beyond the empire, and it was highly probable that the aristocrats we intended to eliminate had gathered here due to this individual's influence. As the assembly convened, El Qinqing divulged some information. Beyond the empire, the Red Sand Marshes. Upon utterance of these words, the countenance of the guards shifted. The Red Sand Marshes, due to their peculiar geology, remained unfit for cultivation or construction, rendering them abandoned by the empire and excluded from its territory. Yet, it had become a refuge for nefarious individuals. Many martial artists who had transgressed the law within the empire vanished without a trace upon entering this region, eluding imperial pursuit. Moreover, what truly rendered the Red Sand Marshes infamous was the presence of a holy level force, the Red Sand Sacred Cult. While ordinary factions might find it challenging to witness the true visage of this cult, those aligned with the imperial lineage were well aware of its existence. As for why these threats did not emerge from the verdant pastures of another region, it was primarily due to the stark differences in form between the barbarians and the human race, making it virtually impossible for them to traverse the various provinces and infiltrate the heart of the empire. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this formidable outsider from the Red Sand Marshes was a remnant of past villains or affiliated with the Red Sand Sacred Cult. Should they be the former, it would have been their duty to apprehend them. This time, they would eliminate them altogether. However, if they were the latter, involving a sacred cult and a holy being, it would prove to be a more complex challenge. These individuals harbor intentions to assassinate His Majesty. Anyone who conceals them shall share in their guilt. Soon, we shall encircle the garden. Regardless of who we encounter, we shall show no mercy. As the imperial guards pondered this, an enigmatic voice resonated calmly in their ears. Indeed, we shall faithfully obey the Grand Commander's decree. The faces of the imperial guards darkened slightly, their murderous intent palpable. An assassination attempt on the emperor. The ramifications are vast. Whoever is involved must perish. At this moment, the Linghu Garden was teeming with approximately 1,000 souls, all direct relatives of those who had attempted to assassinate Xuan Ming 2 days prior. Despite the considerable number of families that had been eradicated by the imperial guards in just a day, many still remained. Sunlight filtered through the delicate gaps in the foliage, casting a clear light upon the faces of these individuals, revealing their palpable hatred. They had not witnessed the assassination of the emperor, but they had seen the imperial guards, acting on the emperor's orders, mercilessly slaughtering their kin. This stoked an immeasurable animosity towards the emperor and the dynasty within them. Is it nearly time? Li Qianxiu, the left envoy of the Red Sand Sacred Church, inquired, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed towards the direction of Linghu. In response, Wang Niuma respectfully replied, "Nearly, envoy. Those who have not arrived have largely been slain by the palace's imperial guards." Chapter 33. The Essence of the Red Sand Sacred Cult. Li Qianxiu nodded in satisfaction. He had been waiting here for a day and a night, and the number of people gathered had reached over 1,000, fulfilling the task he had set out to accomplish. A faint smile graced Li Qianxiu's face. The Red Sand Sacred Cult, with a legacy spanning several centuries, was established long before the desiccation of Red Sand Lake. It stands as one of the ancient forces closest to the founding period of the divine mysterious empire on the entire South Continent. Its ecclesiastical structure is vast and intricate, with influence not only within the divine mysterious empire, but also extending to the grasslands held by the barbarian tribes. However, after the lake dried up, it transformed into a marshland, viewed as a forbidden zone by the beings of the South Continent. This situation deprived the Red Sand Sacred Cult of fresh blood. relying solely on the support of a dwindling group of elders. Consequently, the cult resolved to recruit disciples from beyond the marsh to ensure its continuity. Li Qianxiu held the position of left saint envoy within the cult, second only to the Red Sand Saint, one of the 7 saints of the world. Every 5 or 10 years, he would depart from the marsh to recruit disciples for the cult. Yet, not just anyone could become a disciple. The Red Sand Sacred Cult is independent of both the divine mysterious empire and the barbarian tribes, necessitating that potential disciples not be spies deliberately left behind by either faction. Thus, every recruitment expedition entailed extensive observation and rigorous vetting before admitting new members into the cult. Over its centuries of operation, the Red Sand Sacred Cult established secret bases in both the divine mysterious empire and the territories of the barbarian tribes. The Linghu Garden was one such base, where Li Qianxiu took refuge after selecting disciples within the empire. At this juncture, with the transition of emperors, Li Qianxiu, possessing a perfected semi-saint consciousness, sensed certain shifts within the imperial capital. 2 days prior, he had concealed himself within the Wang clan's merchant association, where he gleaned knowledge of a plot by the nobility to assassinate the newly ascended third prince. Li Qianxiu was taken aback by this revelation, yet it subtly awakened within him a sense of opportunity. He understood that regardless of whether these conspirators succeeded, any attempt on the life of the divine mysterious emperor would undoubtedly lead to repercussions. After all, the existence of this empire was a matter of grave concern, even for the sacred cult, let alone these nobles. As anticipated, calamity struck. Although these individuals hailed from influential families and had lost a central figure, their overall caliber remained high. Should they be inducted as disciples, they would significantly bolster the cult's strength without necessitating extensive training. Thus, Li Qianxiu found himself before Wang Yoma, the former president of the Wang clan's merchant association, leading to the events of today. This could indeed be considered an unexpected gain, he mused inwardly. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the 1,000 individuals joining the sacred cult could easily rank among its mid-level members. Translated, this meant that the Red Sand Sacred Cult had effectively gained a century's worth of foundational essence, which could be utilized to hunt down the malevolent beings and fierce beasts lurking within the Red Sand Marsh. With the unparalleled environment and teachings of the holy sect at his disposal, Li Qianxiu harbored no concerns regarding the potential defection of these individuals. Messenger, are we prepared to depart? As Li Qianxiu contemplated these matters, the impatient Wang Yoma urged him on. As a messenger of the holy sect, endowed with the formidable presence of a half-saint, Li Qianxiu was naturally unperturbed by the imperial court's guards and could extricate himself at any moment. However, their situation was markedly different. They were encumbered by families and utterly isolated. Should they linger too long and attract the court's attention, even if they ultimately managed to escape the imperial capital, they would likely suffer the loss of their kin. Each of these kin was of direct lineage, and the loss of even one would weigh heavily on their hearts. Now, at Wang Yoma's insistence, Li Qianxiu inhaled deeply and declared, east of the city, Linghu Garden. Ever since this site had been acquired by the powerful, it had seldom been frequented. Moreover, as Li Qianxiu prepared to depart, the ordinary noble families responsible for monitoring the periphery began to gather inward. This led to the swift encirclement of the area by the imperial guards. Charge in. Xuan Ming gestured slightly. Behind him, hundreds of guards and 1,000 soldiers infiltrated the lake forest with utmost speed, rapidly surrounding the entire garden and sealing all exits. The sudden appearance of the guards and soldiers sent ripples through the atmosphere, which Li Qianxiu, preparing to leave, sensed immediately. His expression shifted slightly. Messenger, what troubles you? Wang Yoma, focused solely on departure, remained oblivious to the stir behind him. Upon seeing Li Qianxiu's sudden change in demeanor, he could not help but inquire. We are surrounded. It appears the court has long since discovered our presence, Li Qianxiu replied, his countenance tightening as he forced a wry smile. Although he was not afraid of being discovered by the court, this did not imply that he wished for such a revelation. The emergence of this predicament signified trouble. What? Wang Yoma's pupils constricted as he turned his gaze toward the garden's surroundings. Sure enough, the faint sounds of footsteps and whispered breaths permeated the entire perimeter of the garden. They were indeed encircled. Xuan Ming, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely into the garden. LV Qianxing, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, followed respectfully, his gaze sharp and lethal. "Who are you?" Some noble individuals stationed at the periphery, upon witnessing Wu Ming's intrusion, instinctively drew their blades to obstruct him. However, before they could utter another word, LV Qianxing dispatched them with a single stroke, slaying them instantly. Chapter 34. No wonder the assassination failed. It turns out the commander of the Imperial Guards is a Saint Realm power. The strength of the nameless commander far surpasses that of his adversaries, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm upon him. However, L. Qianxing, having been raised within the Imperial Guards, is acutely aware of his duties. Moreover, these individuals were meant to face execution. Thus, L. Qianxing acts without hesitation. As he strikes with his blade, the scent of blood pervades the garden, causing a palpable shift in the demeanor of those present. It is the Imperial Guards. "The new Emperor's henchmen are upon us. We are surrounded," a voice cried out, and panic swiftly spread across the faces of all assembled. At that moment, no one within the dynasty harbored greater trepidation towards the Imperial Guards than they. Hearing such words was akin to receiving a death sentence. The assassination of the Emperor was the doing of a single individual, of which they had no prior knowledge. Now that he was dead, why was there a need for complete annihilation? The elder of the Tianhe clan regarded the nameless figure with cold eyes, inquiring with an icy tone. With his mid-stage, semi-saint cultivation, he sensed the extraordinary nature of the nameless one. Undoubtedly, he was the recently renowned and enigmatic commander of the Imperial Guards. "Your strength resides at the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm, within the capital. There exists no one of your caliber, making you the true master of this garden." The nameless one's gaze fell upon Li Qianxiu from the outset. The Saint Realm stands as the strongest in the southern continent, while the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm is a rarity not to be trifled with. In the course of his investigations over the past 2 days, the nameless one had already ascertained the identities of such figures. Thus, he immediately deduced the elder's status as a formidable force hailing from beyond the imperial territories. Seeing that his inquiry was met with silence, the elder of the Tianhe clan felt a flicker of irritation cross his countenance. The Tianhe clan, after all, had been one of the 4 prominent families in the capital for centuries. As the elder, he had always been afforded a measure of respect within the city. Yet, now reduced to such a state, he felt a pang of humiliation. He turned his gaze towards Wang Niuma, who stood beside Li Qianxiu, the implication clear. "Your Excellency, should you continue to refrain from action amidst the encirclement of the Imperial Guards, it may soon become impossible to escape the ensuing onslaught," Wang Niuma urged, bowing deeply to Li Qianxiu. Although they too possessed semi-saint capabilities, the disparity in strength compared to someone of Li Qianxiu's caliber was significant. Coupled with the unpredictable commander of the Imperial Guards and the multitude of guards, if Li Qianxiu did not act swiftly to eliminate the threat, they would likely find themselves trapped, for this was indeed the territory of the court. As these words echoed in the air, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of all present. They had gathered here, clinging to the hope of escaping the capital, largely due to this enigmatic envoy. Their hopes rested squarely upon this individual. Yet, in the next moment, the words spoken by Li Qianxiu startled everyone present. It was utterly unexpected that the enigmatic commander of the royal guards, who had shaken the imperial capital, was indeed a formidable sage. Had he been aware of the existence of such a predecessor, he would not have dared to gather these individuals. And perhaps even entering the imperial capital would have been beyond his courage. A hint of helplessness crossed Li Qianxiu's face as he slightly bowed and offered his respects. From the moment the nameless figure entered the garden and his gaze fell upon him, Li Qianxiu was overwhelmed with astonishment. He realized, to his utter dismay, that he could not discern the realm of this nameless individual. Moreover, there were no fluctuations of extraordinary treasures emanating from him, which indicated that the inability to see through him was not due to any hidden artifacts, but rather that the nameless one's cultivation surpassed his own. This revelation left him feeling a profound sense of dread. In the world, there were only 7 sages. Following the demise of the previous emperor of the divine mystic dynasty, only 6 remained. Among these 6, excluding his own sect's leader and the barbarian sage, merely 4 resided within the divine mystic dynasty. From what he understood, these 4 sages had been assigned by the late emperor to guard the 4 corners of the dynasty, defending against fierce beasts and external invasions, making it impossible for them to appear in the imperial capital. However, the reality of one before him was undeniable. The commander of the royal guards was indeed a sage. At that moment, Li Qianqiu cast aside his initial confidence entirely. He lowered his stance to the utmost, for he understood that no matter his actions, he would never stand a chance against a sage. If the divine and demonic beings were the gods of the world, then the sages occupied the second tier, mere mortals yet possessing a portion of divine might. This divine power allowed sages to retreat unscathed from 1,000,000 soldiers, a feat that half-sages could scarcely achieve, at most. They could contend with 10,000 soldiers before they would be forced to flee, lest they exhaust themselves to death. What? A sage? The moment Li Qianqiu bowed, the atmosphere thickened with tension as everyone present inhaled sharply. A shadow of despair crossed each face, with a sage leading the charge against them. They had no hope of escape. No wonder. The Grand Elder of the Martial Fist sect murmured to himself. It was crucial to remember that the assassins they had sent were those who had one foot in the half-sage realm. Coupled with the numerous factions in the imperial capital dispatching their own assassins, it was likely that there were indeed half-sages among them. To assassinate a mere third prince, even with the late emperor's royal guard, a foo present, their actions could not have been fully thwarted. Yet, despite this, the third prince had survived and retaliated with utmost rigor. They had been baffled by this mystery, but now everything was clear. Only a sage could accomplish such a feat. In the past, when the late emperor held dominion, who dared to encroach upon the imposing imperial palace? Was it not due to their fear of the power wielded by the sages? Now, with a mysterious sage appearing beside the third prince, who could possibly threaten his claim to the throne? You possess a certain discernment, however. Gathering those who ought to be executed by the court with the intention of fleeing the imperial city renders you equally culpable. Therefore, as all present are deserving of death, let us dispense with further discourse. If one chooses to bind their own head, I, the commander, may grant the preservation of your remains. Xuan Ming cast a fleeting glance at Li Qianqiu, not lingering too long, before surveying the assembly of nobles and dignitaries, calmly articulating his decree. Upon the utterance of these words, a pallor of despair enveloped the faces of the esteemed attendees. Meanwhile, Li Qianqiu, who had maintained a facade of utmost respect, suddenly found his expression frozen in shock. He could scarcely fathom that his mere whim to attract more individuals to the sacred cult would precipitate such a perilous fate for himself. Chapter 35. When did His Majesty break through the sacred realm? The esteemed elder exuded an aura of formidable power, and the younger generation was acutely aware of their inability to resist. However, the elder, as a sage, could have lived a life of leisure and superiority over mortals after the demise of the former emperor. Moreover, they could establish their own dynasty. Why then? Would they stoop to the court, toiling day in and day out? A faint glimmer of discontent flickered across Li Qianqiu's face as he continued, with your esteemed power. If you could join our Red Sand Sacred Sect, we would have 2 sages presiding, supplemented by our sect leader's 4 centuries of cultivation. During the previous emperor's reign, he was the second strongest. Thus, the Red Sand Sacred Sect would undoubtedly become the foremost sect in the realm. We would no longer need to humble ourselves in the desolate Red Sand Marsh. Elder, a powerful alliance could glimpse the world. Li Qianqiu's persuasion was palpable. The presence of a sage within the imperial city, particularly one aligned with the court, caught him off guard, plunging him into a life-and-death crisis. Yet, having cultivated for 2 centuries to reach the pinnacle of semi-saint, he harbored hopes of attaining the sacred realm and was unwilling to perish, allowing all efforts to dissipate. Moreover, he genuinely wished to invite the nameless sage to join the Red Sand Sacred Sect. This would significantly enhance the sect's foundation. Though perhaps insufficient to contend with the divine mystical dynasty, covertly annexing the green pasture could very well be within reach. In time, the Red Sand Sacred Sect would govern 2 of the 7 regions of the former South Continent, standing alongside the divine mystical dynasty, an achievement of monumental significance. His name would be etched into the annals of the Red Sand Sacred Sect. Of course, Li Qianqiu had other ulterior motives. He had subtly referenced the Red Sand Sages' 4 centuries of cultivation, declaring them the second strongest in the current era of the South Continent, and after the former emperor's death, the strongest. Such strength would warrant respect from all. Perhaps, by disclosing this information, even if the nameless sage did not join the Red Sand Sacred Sect, they would refrain from offending a formidable sage. Or perhaps, the elder could control the court while he assisted. Li Qianqiu continued to coax, employing every trick at his disposal to survive. However, before he could finish, his expression abruptly changed. A sharp sword pierced through his chest. In an instant, it snuffed out his life force. In his fading moments, he vaguely saw the nameless sage bowing towards the palace, as if paying homage to an even more powerful presence. You have crossed the line. The nameless sage's gaze returned from the direction of the palace, his expression cold, brow furrowed. Since arriving in this world, he had been unwaveringly loyal to the emperor. Yet, throughout history, emperors are often suspicious. Li Qianqiu's words had undoubtedly struck a nerve. Regrettably, it was a moment too late. Allowing Li Qianqiu to utter such treasonous words was a mistake. It seemed that next time, the execution of offenders must not be conducted with such negligence. Those destined to die should not be allowed to cling to the world of the living. A chill pervaded the nameless sage's heart as he waved his hand. Behind him, Lu Qianqing and Elder Lu, deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, promptly received the command. One by one, they radiated an aura of murderous intent, ready to eliminate this group of aristocrats. As the nameless figure struck down Li Qianqiu, Xuan Ming felt a subtle sensation and glanced briefly towards the eastern part of the city. Your Majesty, the leader of the Red Sand evil cult is a formidable force, second only to the late emperor, with the barbarian saint following closely behind. During the reign of the late emperor, the dynasty had been wary of both the barbarian tribes and the Red Sand evil cult. Now that the late emperor has passed, the dynasty stands vulnerable, akin to losing its fortifications. Should these two powerful factions venture beyond their territories, it could threaten the dynasty and incite chaos across the realm. Furthermore, the fierce beasts in the mountains covet the human world. I believe that our next course of action should be to bolster our military strength. Within the palace of the Supreme, the Minister of War stepped forward, his voice resonating with fervor. Xuan Ming withdrew his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had previously been unaware of the disparities among the 7 saints of the realm. The divine Qian dynasty has 4 saints aside from the late emperor, and he had assumed at least one of them would be a formidable figure. Yet, to his astonishment, these 4 saints rank among the weakest of the 7 saints. The matter of strengthening the military is already on my mind. I shall take note of it. Are there any other matters to discuss, my esteemed ministers? Xuan Ming nodded. Surveying the assembly, the officials collectively shook their heads. With no further issues to address, it was time to dismiss the court. Xuan Ming rose from the dragon throne and exited through the side door of the palace of the Supreme. The officials bowed deeply. We humbly send off your majesty. Once Xuan Ming had completely departed, the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the palace gradually dissipated. The officials breathed a collective sigh of relief. Could it be that the dragon throne, occupied by successive emperors, has absorbed imperial might, which now manifests as a similar oppressive presence when the new emperor takes his seat? The deputy minister of the Secretariat wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself. The civil and military officials were not weaklings. The princes were merely too young and lacked cultivation. In the deputy minister's mind, regardless of which prince ascended the throne, none could overpower the officials by mere virtue of their position. Lord Lu, what did you just say? The keenly perceptive half-saint, Li Yuanfang, who was present in the same grand hall, could not help but inquire upon overhearing the deputy minister's mumblings. Reporting to the minister, I merely commented that the dragon throne contains imperial might, and the new emperor sitting upon it evokes a sensation reminiscent of the late emperor's presence. It was an impulsive remark born from my deep respect for the imperial authority. My apologies, my apologies. I shall discipline myself. The deputy minister's face turned pale with fear as he hurriedly sought forgiveness. Discussing the emperor behind his back is a grave taboo. Even if one must discuss such matters, it should be done in private. Now, having been overheard by the Minister of Personnel, who governs the officials of the realm, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. While he pleaded for forgiveness, the deputy minister continued to chastise himself. However, Li Yuanfang's attention was not focused on him. Instead, he repeated several phrases to himself. Imperial might. Imperial might. If the late emperor were to preside, how enlightening. A profound realization struck Li Yuanfang. He had sensed an even greater authority emanating from Xuan Ming since the commencement of the court session. Initially, he believed there had been a slight breakthrough. However, as time elapsed and the majestic aura emanating from Xuan Ming caused his heart to tremble, he began to sense something amiss. No matter how a half-saint might advance, it could never exude such overwhelming power. Yet, without the emperor's permission, as a mere subject, how could he dare to pry into the emperor's realm? He could only indulge in wild speculations. During the court session, the Minister of the Interior casually remarked, which suddenly enlightened him. It was as if the late emperor were presiding. One must understand that the previous emperor was a formidable figure of the Saint realm. If the emperor's every move radiated a might akin to that of the late emperor, did it not imply that the emperor's cultivation had indeed reached the Saint realm? As for the Minister of the Interior's mention of the imperial throne containing the majesty of the emperor, it was entirely dismissed by Li Yuanfang. The throne, being an inanimate object, could never overshadow the official air of the ministers, for only the emperor could truly command respect and authority over the civil and military officials, not the throne itself. Chapter 36. The Late Emperor's Plan, the Secret Realm of Gods and Demons. Upon realizing this, Li Yuanfang's heart was instantly set at ease, a faint smile gracing his lips. The sudden announcement of the late emperor's demise sent ripples of shock throughout the realm. With no doubt that the first to tremble were the esteemed officials of both civil and military ranks. With the late emperor's passing, the weight of the empire's responsibilities would inevitably fall upon their shoulders. A single misstep in their handling could plunge the dynasty into chaos. After all, the late emperor represented not only unparalleled martial prowess, but also embodied the collective spirit and faith of the people. All strata of power within the empire were akin to branches depending on the towering tree of the dynasty, whose sovereign was the emperor. Should misfortune befall the emperor, it would signify the loss of leadership for the entire realm. In such a scenario, the officials would lack the necessary gravitas, and if any factions harbored ulterior motives, the vast empire could devolve into a disordered mass, losing all semblance of order. The gravest consequence would be a return to the chaotic state that prevailed a millennium ago, before the establishment of the Xinxian dynasty, characterized by relentless strife, displaced citizens, and widespread suffering. Though the late emperor had designated his successor before his passing. From the standpoint of the true imperial lineage, none of the current heirs, not even the eldest prince, possessed the qualifications to ascend the throne. At the very least, the one to succeed the late emperor would need to be a figure of the sacred realm. This does not even account for the requisite capabilities to govern the affairs of the empire. After all, the highest realm currently present in the southern continent is the sacred realm, and the leader of the foremost faction is not even a figure of such strength. This predicament begs the question, how could the ruling classes aligned with the foremost faction genuinely pledge their loyalty? Perhaps in the short term, these factions would remain wary of the lingering authority of the dynasty and refrain from action, but in the long run, they would likely fragment. There may be a window of time for the new emperor to grow, yet those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly obstruct his ascendance, as evidenced by the recent assassination attempt. Should the tide turn, assassins would inevitably infiltrate the imperial capital, aiming to eliminate the new emperor. Without formidable power to instill fear, it would be impossible to maintain one's position, even if it appeared that an advantage had been gained among the princes. Therefore, upon learning that Xuan Ming had attained the status of a half-saint, Li Yuanfang still could not rest easy. However, now that he subtly sensed that Xuan Ming might have already surpassed the sacred realm, he was overtaken by a wave of delight. The civil and military officials are the closest ranks to the emperor, and as the Minister of Personnel, he was regarded as one of the three dukes, placing him even nearer to the emperor than the other officials. Next in line are the deputy ministers and the various ranks of grand officials. For the realm, his interests aligned with those of the emperor. Thus, upon realizing that Xuan Ming had reached the sacred realm and that the empire remained as stable as ever, Li Yuanfang felt a profound sense of relief. Meanwhile, as the deputy minister of the interior attempted to chastise him, noticing that Li Yuanfang's attention was elsewhere, he promptly departed. The civil and military officials began to leave the imperial hall one after another. Leader Ren, Li Yuanfang followed the officials out of the Huangji Palace. On the way out of the imperial palace, he was intercepted by the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of War. The two esteemed ministers. What urgent matters compel you to stop me? Li Yuanfang, in high spirits, felt a sense of surprise upon seeing the two ministers blocking his path. Although he held a position equal to theirs among the three dukes, their interactions had been primarily limited to official matters, leaving their personal rapport rather shallow. Thus, being halted came as quite a shock. Leader Ron, speak candidly. Did you not foresee that the third prince would ascend to this position? Inquired Fang Yuan. The Minister of Revenue, with a furrowed brow, Whether it was Li Yuanfang's orders to the officials to remain indoors or the reactions observed in the court earlier, all indicated that he might have had prior knowledge of the third prince's future. It was evident that none among the civil and military officials were not astonished by the new emperor, the third prince. Yet, Li Yuanfang alone appeared unfazed, as if his heart was already resolved. Indeed, what are your thoughts on the late emperor? Li Yuanfang countered. The imperial authority is vast and inscrutable, replied Wang Dao, the minister of war, after a moment's contemplation. Isn't that precisely the point? If the late emperor dared to pass the throne to the third prince, could it be that his concerns were fewer than ours? Reflecting on previous actions taken by the late emperor, which were executed with meticulous precision, Li Yuanfang shook his head slightly. From various perspectives, it is clear that the eldest prince far surpasses the other princes. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, still grappling with the implications. Then why could the late emperor not secretly nurture the third prince? Li Yuanfang suggested, as he began to grasp the underlying truth. They had been misled by superficial appearances. Was it truly the case that the third prince was weaker than them? Perhaps not. It could very well be that everything was orchestrated by the third prince and the late emperor, aimed at misleading the world and cultivating the true successor to the throne. As for the reasoning behind this, it was likely that only the late emperor and the third prince understood the intricacies of their concerns, pondered Li Yuanfang inwardly. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan and Wang Dao's pupils constricted, their expressions transforming to one of sudden realization. So, the late emperor had long had a plan. In the depths of the Tongxin mountain range, the late emperor Xiansu, lying dormant beneath the mountains, suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did he feel so uneasy? Could it be that a Fu had failed to accomplish the task entrusted by him? Xiansu's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had attained a perfect state of sanctity, remaining within the realm of mortals, he had nonetheless come into contact with certain powers of the divine and demonic. This proximity granted him a faint awareness of events concerning himself in the unseen realm. However, as he was not yet a deity or demon, such awareness was sporadic and often ineffective, leaving Xiansu uncertain about what was truly transpiring. Let us first succumb to slumber. This retreat has indeed illuminated certain paths, and beneath the southern continent lies a whisper of ancient divine and demonic laws from millennia past. Should I manage to harness this essence, it is conceivable that within a year, I could ascend into the realm of the divine and demonic. And within that year, what transformations may the outside world undergo? Furthermore, a Fu wields the trump card I bestowed upon him. Even the old rascal Hong Sha may not be able to harm a Fu. This current state of unease is likely but an illusion born from a mortal vessel's contact with the divine and demonic laws. Xiansu mused softly, seeking solace within himself. He then once more descended into a state of feigned death. Yet, if Xiansu could pierce through the depths of the earth, he would undoubtedly behold a unique hidden realm akin to a battlefield of gods and demons, where ancient relics of warfare lay scattered, and the remnants of what seemed to be divine and demonic corpses are dispersed throughout. The divine and demonic laws he perceives drift from this very place. However, these laws are exceedingly faint. Reaching Xiansu's location is the pinnacle of their journey, and returning to the realm of the southern continent proves to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 37. Breaking through to the minor saint realm and contemplating the establishment of a martial arts academy after exiting the imperial hall. Xuan Ming made his way directly back to the Xianhuang Palace. Today presented another opportunity for him to sign in. Leaning slightly against the dragon throne, he pondered. Following his previous 3 sign-ins, Xuan Ming felt increasingly assured that the rewards from the system, although they may not alter the grand tapestry of the world, would undoubtedly yield profound and lasting benefits for himself. Let us proceed with the sign-in system, Xuan Ming thought, a flicker of anticipation in his gaze. Ding. Signing in. Please hold on. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. 1 year of arduous cultivation. 1 year of arduous cultivation? Xuan Ming let out a soft sigh. As expected, although he had mentally prepared himself, the realization that the system's rewards would not consistently match the potency of the previous 3 times still prompted a subtle shake of his head. Nonetheless, disappointment did not cloud his heart. No matter how meager the sign-in reward, it was still a gift freely given. And this reward of 1 year of hard cultivation was not without merit. After all, in practical terms, Xuan Ming required a year of diligent effort to achieve such results. Yet now, It was merely a matter of signing in once. Just as a myriad of thoughts swirled in Xuan Ming's mind, a surge of formidable power suddenly rushed into his body from the unknown void, filling his meridians. Accompanying this process, Xuan Ming's internal energy surged dramatically, resonating within him like the roar of dragons and tigers. In an instant, his vitality erupted like a rainbow, embodying the might of dragons and tigers, causing the very space around him to emanate an inexplicable pressure, stirring with subtle rhythms. This enhanced strength, the evolution into a naturally endowed Dao body, truly surpassed all expectations. Xuan Ming clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Typically, in the realm of saints, one would require a century of time to amass sufficient experience to transform the essence of saintly intent into the miner's saintly intent. Yet here, Xuan Ming achieved this transformation from the initial stage of the saint realm to the minor saint realm in just a year. The disparity was astonishing. Moreover, it was not merely a transformation in cultivation level. As a naturally endowed Dao body, he assimilated myriad Dao insights, all intricately woven into his saintly intent. Whether it be sword intent or blade intent, Xuan Ming could wield them effortlessly. This confluence of Dao insights granted him an unprecedented enhancement of his saintly intent. And in terms of the density of his saintly essence, even a perfected saint realm practitioner might not compare to him. In just 4 short days, my strength is nearing that of the former emperor, Xuan Ming murmured, his spirit slightly shaken. The strength of the saint realm is primarily defined by saintly intent, and Xuan Ming's saintly essence was nearing the density of a perfected saint realm. Were it not for his lack of combat experience, he was confident that his strength would surpass all saint realm practitioners in the South Continent. Certainly, excluding the 2 exceptional beings from another realm, the Sword Saint and the Nameless One, who stand at the pinnacle of their respective worlds. Although they have traversed realms and remain in the perfected state of the Holy Realm, their strength verges on the threshold of divinity and demonhood, rendering them extraordinarily powerful. The cultivation within the Holy Realm is divided into 4 distinct stages. The initial entry into the Holy Realm, the minor completion of the Holy Realm, the major completion of the Holy Realm, and the perfected Holy Realm. The former emperor occupied the perfected Holy Realm, firmly seated upon the throne of the world's supremacy. The Red Sand Saint ranks just beneath the former emperor, and it is presumed by Xuan Ming that he exists at the level of major completion of the Holy Realm, or perhaps at the perfected state of the initial entry into the Holy Realm. The Barbarian Saint, belonging to the barbarian tribes, does not match the former emperor or the Red Sand Saint, and is likely situated above the major completion of the Holy Realm. The remaining saints within the territory of the Divine Qian dynasty are primarily distributed between the initial entry and minor completion of the Holy Realm. After all, in terms of temporal context, the saints born within the Divine Qian dynasty's territory have emerged only in the past 1 or 2 centuries, lacking the profound heritage of the first 3 saints. If I were to undergo another 300 years of cultivation, perhaps I could directly step into the realm of divinity and demonhood that has not graced Southern Continent for a millennium. Xuan Ming sighed softly. However, according to the system's data, the innate Dao body possesses a rarity akin to once in a millennium or even 10 millennia. It remains uncertain whether such a prodigy exists within the vast expanse of the Southern Continent. If such a talent were to be found, I must take them under my wing. Xuan Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. A year of arduous cultivation for one with an innate Dao body is comparable to the cultivation span of an ordinary practitioner over a century. By this measure, even if those rare talents of a millennium or 10 millennia are somewhat lacking, their cultivation speed would undoubtedly surpass that of typical practitioners. Such prodigies, given sufficient opportunity and time, are destined to become among the strongest in the world. The dynasty, which embraces all and fosters the growth of its populace, should naturally accommodate these talents, incorporating them to enhance its foundation. Perhaps I should establish a force akin to a martial Dao academy, to gather and nurture those with notable talents from across the land, subsequently integrating them into various institutions within the court. Xuan Ming contemplated, stroking his chin. In the past, the Divine Qian dynasty had overlooked this matter. The so-called geniuses and prodigies were essentially whisked away by various sects and factions, cultivated, and ultimately became the foundation of these unofficial powers, leading to a significant loss of exceptional individuals for the court. As time passed, these factions gradually evolved into local tyrants, creating a circle known as the Jianghu. This so-called Jianghu is rooted within the dynasty, continuously siphoning fresh blood from the court and expanding its influence. To this day, it has developed into a considerable scale. Throughout the dynasty, numerous Jianghu forces have confronted local authorities, although most have been dealt with. It is evident that were it not for the fear of the dynasty's might, these Jianghu forces would not behave so submissively. Moreover, those who have fled into the red sand marshes and the green pastures, claiming to be some sort of hero or adopting other peculiar titles, have indeed inflicted significant harm upon the common folk. It seems that indeed some rectification is necessary in this regard, thought Xuan Ming, nodding subtly to himself. Just as he was deep in contemplation, a respectful guard approached him. "Your Majesty, there is a letter addressed to you. According to the messenger, it originates from the common folk and appears to concern your maternal family," the guard said, bowing slightly as he presented a jade token of communication with utmost reverence. "Oh," Xuan Ming replied, momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing. He had heard his mother mention her family from this life, a clan from a small town. However, after his mother's departure, the internal turmoil within the royal family had caused him to forget this matter. "Very well, I understand. You may withdraw," Xuan Ming gestured dismissively. "Yes, Your Majesty," the guard replied before taking his leave. Xuan Ming then turned his gaze towards the jade token, perusing its contents. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "They are coming to the capital?" The message contained within the token was indeed a letter from Lin Guiyuan, informing Xuan Ming that the elder powerhouses of the Lin family had entered the imperial city, ready to heed Xuan Ming's command in order to stabilize the imperial throne. Chapter 38. The disappearance of the sixth princess and the empress's speculations. Xuan Ming slowly set down the jade talisman, a hint of profundity flickering in his gaze. Regarding the arrival of the head of the Lin family, his so-called uncle, to aid him in the imperial capital, he neither confirmed nor denied. However, the imperial throne entailed numerous interests, and he could not disregard whether the Lin family harbored ambitions for the myriad benefits that accompanied the throne. After all, the emperor represents the sovereign of the realm. Yet, Xuan Ming soon shook his head with a faint smile, as prolonged isolation within the royal family had led him to prioritize matters of interest. Rarely had he entertained thoughts of kinship or blood ties. This was not just true for Xuan Ming, but also for other princes and even the late emperor. The royal family epitomized the pinnacle of power in the world, where reason and coldness eclipsed so-called familial bonds. Let them come. It should be soon, Xuan Ming mused. His birth mother had treated him well, yet alas, she had long departed from this world, and any attempts at reconciliation were now futile. If possible, he would have wished for a better life for his birth mother's family. "Come in," Xuan Ming softly commanded. "Your Majesty, I am here," replied the sword saint, appearing in the Shuangguang Hall. "Please arrange for the prince's residence where I once stayed to be cleaned. It will soon be occupied. Additionally, dispatch 2 semi-holy guards to await a family with the surname Lin at this location, ensuring their safe entry into the imperial capital," Xuan Ming instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty." The sword saint bowed slightly before vanishing from the Shuangguang Hall. "It should be about time. I shall find an opportunity to meet them," Xuan Ming thought as he leaned back against the dragon throne. The 7th princess's residence. "Your Highness, the new emperor has ceased operations in the imperial capital. The factions that previously participated in the assassination attempt against him have now vanished, along with several princes," reported the middle-aged woman, leader of the ice group. With a slight bow. "In these past few days, to avoid drawing the new emperor's ire, the ice group has halted all external activities. However, our eyes remain vigilant. All occurrences within the imperial capital are still under our surveillance." Decisive in slaughter, Xuanxu mused, stroking her chin. She had encountered the third prince, Xuan Ming, on numerous occasions. Back then, he had been amiable and courteous. The upheaval in the imperial capital had surprised her somewhat, perhaps linked to those 2 mysterious leaders of the elite guards. She pondered. Her gaze then fell upon the middle-aged woman, appraising her with satisfaction. "You shall remain in my residence to solidify your position. Once stabilized, proceed according to the original plan," Xuanxue commanded. In recent days, the ice group had remained inactive, prompting Xuanxue to deliver a discourse to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman finds herself in a state of innate perfection. Following the recent discourse, she directly comprehends the essence of her being, attaining the level of a semi-saint. and thus emerges as the foremost force under Xuan Yue's command. Indeed, Your Highness, the middle-aged woman responds with profound reverence, not solely due to the fortune bestowed upon her by Xuan Yue, but also because the aura emanating from Xuan Yue is far more terrifying than that of a newly ascended semi-saint, indicative of at least a mid to late semi-saint existence. In a day or two, this princess intends to visit the royal palace, Xuan Yue muses after the woman departs. Her current cultivation is rather weak, insufficient to dominate the beings of South Continent. Hence, she must adeptly leverage her present status, including the potential need to enlist the power of the imperial sovereign to vanquish the demon Lord Lin Ning. This compels Xuan Yue to journey to the palace to seek out Xuan Ming. She also ponders the whereabouts of the young Liuzi. Having contemplated Xuan Ming, Xuan Yue's gaze shifts to a certain location in the royal capital, the residence of the sixth princess. Years ago, the sixth princess vanished without a trace from the capital, and despite the former emperor's exhaustive efforts, she remained elusive. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the realm, sparking rampant speculation regarding the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Various theories proliferated, yet even the former emperor could not unearth the truth, rendering it one of the great enigmas of the time. However, within the entire dynasty, there exists one who knows the truth, Xuan Yue herself. Ordinarily, Xuan Yue, with her profound background, would remain indifferent to the so-called royal kin. Yet, the sixth princess is different. Xuan Yue discerns a unique constitution within her, a talent akin to a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. Unfortunately, the sixth princess's abilities are sealed, requiring a special artifact for their release. Had Xuan Yue still held her former status, acquiring such an artifact would have been effortless. Alas, that is no longer the case. Just as Xuan Yue prepares to bring the sixth princess under her wing for future management, a mysterious, gargantuan bird descends from the heavens, whisking the sixth princess away. This astonishing spectacle is witnessed by none other than Xuan Yue herself. Even an emperor at the pinnacle of saintly realms could not perceive the bird's presence. The creature bears an emblem, seemingly linked to a certain faction. In the aftermath, Xuan Yue speculates that some force, unbeknownst to her, must have recognized the sixth princess, Xuan Yuner's extraordinary constitution, and dispatched the colossal bird to abduct her. Years have since passed, and if any faction possesses the capability to unseal Xuan Yuner's abilities, she has likely undergone a remarkable transformation. Even the similarly gifted Xia Yutong may not measure up. Fortunately, the emperor once preserved a drop of Xuan Yuner's blood. After departing from the desolate South Continent, Xuan Yue intends to seek her out. The path to reclaiming her position as the Empress of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty is fraught with challenges. In the realm of gods and demons, even a rebirth does not guarantee ease in cultivation. She requires a sufficient number of formidable allies by her side. Thus, as she restored her cultivation, she sought to recruit the Ice Division and accept Xia Yutong as her disciple, aiming to nurture a sufficient number of formidable warriors, including Xuan Yuner, who fell within her purview. In the palace dungeon, the once crowded scene had vanished. Within the vast cell, only a few individuals remained. "Release me." This prince demands to see Xuan Ming. "How dare you, mere palace guards, lay hands on a royal heir?" The remaining few wore expressions of deep displeasure. They were princes. Even if they had committed offenses, it was beneath these palace guards to detain them. "Your Highnesses, His Majesty has decreed that once all preparations are complete, arrangements will be made to escort you to the ancestral mountain, along with a report of your transgressions," Lu Qianxing respectfully stated. Although these princes had fallen to the status of prisoners, their noble lineage still commanded respect, and Lu Qianxing did not dare to be negligent. "What? Ancestral mountain?" The prince's pupils contracted sharply. The change in Lu Qianxing's address, coupled with the mention of the ancestral mountain, made them acutely aware of their dire predicament. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every reader who has bestowed a 5-star review. I am immensely thankful to all those who have generously offered gifts to this book." Chapter 39. The Forest of Tianlu, the Realm of Tianxiu. The Mountains of 10,000 Beasts. The imperial capital lies at the heart of the divine Xian Empire. The nearest territory is Tanyuan Prefecture, followed by the Four Directions Prefecture. Lin City is situated within the domain of Eastern Tian Prefecture. To reach the imperial capital, one must first traverse the Forest of Tianlu, which marks the boundary between Eastern Tian Prefecture and Tanyuan Prefecture, and then proceed across the Tonglu Plain. Beyond the Tonglu Plain, Only a single road remains to the imperial capital. Accompanying the Lin family are approximately 50 individuals, including Lin Guixian, 7 innate realm elders, 41 family guards, and the demon Lord Lin Ning. Departing from Lin City, they have hired wind horses from a merchant caravan. Remarkably, within just a day or two, they have crossed an entire prefecture to arrive at the boundary of the forest of Tianlu. Gentlemen, the forest of Tianlu harbors lurking ferocious beasts. The journey ahead may not be entirely smooth, so I implore you all to remain vigilant to avoid the peril of these beasts. The innate expert guiding the wind horses cast a glance at the vast expanse of the forest of Tianlu and turned back to remind Lin Guixian and the others. Lin Guixian nodded, a hint of gravity etched upon his face. The Lin family has resided in Lin City for generations, rarely venturing far. The thought of crossing an entire prefecture to reach the imperial capital fills him with trepidation. Thus far, he has been exceedingly cautious, for he understands that the closer they draw to the imperial capital, the more prosperous the realm becomes. In such regions, innate experts are no longer rare, and only those of semi-saintly status can be deemed formidable. Their family's foundation is shallow. They must tread carefully to avoid any missteps. Lin Guixian's heart quakes at the thought of the immense pressure his sister and nephew must be enduring. He takes a deep breath, aware that even now, he has witnessed numerous innate experts in action. He has seen semi-saints, high and mighty, accompanied by throngs of martial artists heading to various destinations. It is reasonable to surmise that the imperial capital will be even more formidable, where innate experts abound, and semi-saints may not be considered rare. This weighs heavily on Lin Guixian's heart. Let us remain alert as we enter the forest of Tianlu. Lin Guixian exhorts with a heavy heart. Within lurk ferocious beasts. We must proceed with utmost caution to avoid their wrath. He surveys the members of the Lin family, and upon receiving their nods of assent, he signals for the caravan's experts to advance. Why does the imperial court not dispatch troops to cleanse this region of ferocious beasts? Why allow them to obstruct the passage between the two territories? Lin Ning inquired, her gaze lingering on the seemingly endless forest of Tianlu. Her curiosity piqued. Regardless of location, humanity is sworn enemies with ferocious beasts. This is true in the central world, and even more so in the southern continent. She finds it perplexing that the divine Xian Empire permits these beasts to roam freely within its territory. What this young lady does not realize is that the majority of the mountains on the southern continent are but tributaries surrounding the vast mountains of 10,000 beasts. Even if the ferocious beasts within are eradicated, it is only a matter of time before others migrate to this area. The ferocious beasts possess a sense of territoriality. After several attempts at extermination, the court concluded that it is better to accommodate than to eradicate. Allowing these beasts to remain is, to a certain extent, far less detrimental than the casualties incurred from their elimination. Thus, the forest of Tianlu exists, as elucidated by the innate master of the merchant caravan. I see. Lin Ning nodded slightly, yet her brow furrowed in contemplation. The Wanyao mountain range seemed familiar. She recalled hearing about it in her previous life. But where exactly was it? Lin Ning pondered, a frown etching her features. The name Wanyao mountain range rang a bell from her past, when she was the leader of the demon sect in the central world. However, the time was too distant, and having recently emerged from the confusion of her rebirth, the specifics eluded her. Nevertheless, this sparked a new train of thought. In her past life, her sphere of activity was primarily within the central world, occasionally extending to nearby civilized continents. Since she had heard of the Wanyao mountain range, it implied that the southern continent was likely situated near the central world or adjacent civilized lands. This was fortuitous for her. Perhaps there were members of the demon sect active in the vicinity of the southern continent. Should she encounter them, it would alleviate much of her burden. As Lin Ning mused, their Lin family entourage drew ever closer to the forest of Tianlu. They were not the only ones embarking on this journey. Approximately a dozen other teams were also heading towards the forest. Among these, one team stood out with its considerable numbers and the overwhelming aura of its powerful warriors. Drawing attention, it was led by a semi-saint. Lin Guixian caught sight of them and quickly turned away, unwilling to gaze further. This was the same team he had previously encountered, commanded by the semi-saint leading numerous martial artists. He never anticipated that they too would traverse the forest of Tianlu. Where were they bound? To the imperial capital or Tanyuan prefecture? Lin Guixian silently speculated. Beside him, Lin Ning observed Lin Guixian's timid demeanor and glanced at the semi-saint surrounded by many warriors, a hint of disdain crossing her features. The demon sect of the Central World is regarded as the pinnacle of power in the entire Tianqi realm. Warriors of semi-saint caliber are merely local leaders within the sect, which boasts not merely hundreds of thousands, but potentially 1 million members. In stark contrast, the impoverished southern continent pales in comparison. In fact, in earlier epochs, the semi-saint tier did not even exist. It was merely a shortcut created by certain deities of the Tianqi realm, recognizing the struggles of mortals in their cultivation. Otherwise, the vast majority of mortals, upon reaching the pinnacle of their innate cultivation, would face a crossroads, either attain enlightenment and become a saint or remain forever stagnant at that level. The notion of a nascent saintly intent would not even be entertained. Lin Ning shook her head slightly, feeling akin to a titan entering a novice realm. After all, the martial civilization of the southern continent was so barren that even a dog from the Central World would scoff at it. Soon, we shall seek an opportunity to discreetly trail behind that formidable group. The presence of a semi-saint will deter the ferocious beasts along the way, rendering our passage far safer than traversing alone. The merchant strongman also took note of the semi-saint's entourage and whispered to Lin Guixian, "Might we incur the displeasure of that semi-saint?" Lin Guixian hesitated momentarily. "Not necessarily. We have employed this strategy before, and most of the time, semi-saints tend to be indifferent." The merchant's expert scratched his head, recalling that they had previously engaged in such behavior without rebuke from the semi-saint. However, he was aware that not all semi-saints possessed benevolent inclinations, and he could not guarantee the same outcome this time. "Very well, let us proceed with caution," Lin Ning interjected, with her prowess as a demon sovereign. Even though her cultivation was currently at the innate level, she could unleash the might of a saint if necessary. Regardless of the semi-saint's disposition, should they provoke her, she would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. Chapter 40. The disturbance in the forest of Tianlu, the beast tied, the sword saint takes action. "Ah, Xuan, you have not changed your nature." Lin Guishuan's expression darkened. Lin Ning spoke with the same recklessness as she did in Lin City, disregarding the consequences. Lin Guixian felt an urge to reprimand her. After all, that was a half-saint. Even with the full might of the Lin family, they might not be able to contend with such a formidable opponent. If they provoked the other party, not only would they be unable to enter the imperial capital, but they might also struggle to leave the forest of Tianlu. "Enough, put away your lecturing demeanor. If you wish to leave, then do so swiftly," Lin Ning replied with slight impatience. Her mortal father in this life was admirable in many ways, yet he was too easy to manage. But who was she? If she were an ordinary mortal woman, it would be one thing, but in her past life, she was the supreme of the demon cult in the Central World, an entity unafraid of heaven or earth. Who in the Central World dared to control her? The last person who attempted to do so was the Empress of the Divine Dynasty, and they had both perished together. Who knew where her memories might awaken now? Lin Ning was resolute in her desire to remain ungoverned. She gestured for everyone to look ahead. The half-saints party, which had instigated their dispute, had already entered the path within the forest of Tianlu. If they hesitated any longer, there would be no need to follow. "Sir, even the ferocious beasts will feel apprehensive. The more people there are, the less daring the beasts will be to approach. With our limited numbers, I fear." A congenital expert from the merchant caravan, adept at guiding the wind horses, offered a gentle reminder. "Very well, let us pursue them." Lin Guixian intended to chastise Lin Ning once more. Yet the merchant expert had traversed this path numerous times, and his advice held some merit, prompting him to relent. Subsequently, the group hastened towards the forest of Tianlu, ultimately catching up just as the half-saints party was nearly out of sight. They were not the only ones following. Alongside the Lin family, 2 other groups trailed the half-saints party into the forest of Tianlu. As the numerous human teams stepped into the forest of Tianlu, a colossal, vividly striped giant tiger, towering several meters high, emerged from the main range of the Wanyao Mountains. The moment it crossed into the forest of Tianlu, all the ferocious beasts within the forest suddenly bristled with alarm. The giant tiger moved slowly, yet its speed was unimpeded. With each step, it covered hundreds of meters in an instant, followed closely by many ferocious beasts from the Wanyao Mountains. The sacred beast of our tiger clan has begun to awaken. The other sacred beasts are also showing signs of revival. Their awakening is a testament to the great divine miracles of the demon gods. Yet they require substantial flesh and blood energy to fully restore themselves, the giant tiger murmured softly. They hailed from the depths of the Wanyao Mountains, carrying out the command of the sacred beast of the tiger clan to gather flesh and blood energy from the outside world, thus replenishing the withered essence and bodies of the sacred beasts. Their objective for this journey was clear. Beyond the ferocious beasts lurking at the periphery lies the age-old adversary of these creatures, the human inhabitants of the plains. The great tiger moved with remarkable swiftness, accompanied by its cohort of beasts, swiftly reaping all nearby creatures as it advanced towards the outskirts of the Tianlu forest. Far on the other side, Lin Ning cast a dubious glance into the depths of the Tianlu forest, a slight frown adorning her brow. What could account for such a pungent scent of blood permeating the forest? A sense of vigilance arose within her. The Tianlu forest, known as a haven for ferocious beasts, naturally bore the scent of blood, indicative of interspecies conflict or human casualties. However, the intensity of the odor present was decidedly abnormal. Something was amiss. At this moment, Lin Guixian also discerned the underlying issue. It was not only their group. Other teams traversing the Tianlu forest began to wear expressions of grave concern. Such an overwhelming stench of blood implied that a large-scale massacre had transpired within the forest. Just as the crowd furrowed their brows, the earth suddenly trembled. The source of the tremor originated from within the Tianlu forest. What was happening? Panic gripped everyone as they turned to face the forest's interior. The previously sparse and shadowy woodland environment abruptly darkened, revealing a newfound black line in the depths of the thicket. Upon closer inspection, a wave of shock coursed through the onlookers. The line that had materialized in the dense forest was a throng of ferocious beasts, tigers, leopards, and wolves among them. The tremor they felt was a result of these creatures' frantic stampede. In an instant, a singular term surged into their minds: beast tide. Run. Lin Guishuan's countenance shifted dramatically. The strong members of the caravan also appeared apprehensive, urging their wind-horse beasts to gallop at full speed. Aside from the Lin family, the other teams hastily made their way towards the opposite end of the Tianlu forest. How intriguing! Lin Ning cast a quick glance at the approaching beast tide, her brow furrowing slightly. She keenly sensed a far more potent aura behind this chaotic assembly of creatures, a presence that had drawn them together into what was now termed a beast tide. A late-stage semi-saint. No, a fully realized semi-saint. It appeared that a beast of considerable might, only second to the sacred beasts, was instigating the turmoil. Lin Ning felt a tremor of unease. Given her current cultivation, contending with such a beast would be exceedingly challenging. She would need to employ some hidden cards. Hurry, there is a semi-saint ahead. If we follow closely behind, it may just save our lives. Lin Guixian called back to the Lin family members. As he shouted, relief washed over him. Fortuitously, they had entered the Tianlu forest trailing a semi-saint's group. Had they ventured in alone, encountering such a beast tide would have spelled certain doom. In the imperial capital, the palace guards were comprised of those who had grasped the complete essence of the semi-saint realm. It is akin to having a clear path laid out before one, requiring only a methodical enhancement of one's cultivation. Unlike the typical half-saints who must continually comprehend and expand upon the embryonic forms of sacred intent. Thus, the elevation of the palace guards' realms occurs with remarkable swiftness. A small number of these guards have already achieved a minor completion of half-saint status. You too, known for your astuteness, are hereby entrusted with the task of welcoming the Lin family members. The Sword Saint has selected 2 guards who have attained minor half-saint status to undertake this responsibility. Just as the words left his lips, the Sword Saint felt a subtle tremor within, directing his gaze toward the eastern outskirts of the imperial city. A shadow of concern crossed his countenance. Had some unforeseen change transpired? The Sword Saint pondered. In the realm of complete sanctity, possessing a fragment of divine and demonic prowess, one can instinctively sense matters related to oneself. The emergence of the beast tide in the Tianlu forest poses a threat to the Lin family, naturally triggering the Sword Saint's intuition. It appears that only my intervention can resolve this situation. Chapter 41. Crossing over from the Yao mountain range. The Sword Saint furrowed his brow slightly. A premonition of the sacred realm, profound and unfathomable. The matter concerning the Lin family had been entrusted to him by His Majesty. The source of his current unease was indeed the crisis befalling the Lin family. In that direction, there seemed to be fluctuations of power at the perfected level of the half-saint realm, yet fundamentally different from the strength of humanity. It was undoubtedly a cataclysm instigated by ferocious beasts. A flicker of unusual light passed through the sword saint's eyes. Due to the vast distance, his perception was somewhat unclear. However, he could infer the source of the issue through the rules governing levels of power. He speculated that perhaps the Lin family encountered a surge of ferocious beasts on their way to the imperial capital. Never mind, you two shall accompany me. After contemplating, the sword saint resolved to proceed personally. Such a tumultuous outburst of ferocious beasts, if left unaddressed, would not only harm the Lin family, but would also inflict considerable losses upon the empire itself. The terrain of the Tianlu forest resembled a small mountain range. Towering mountains rose one after another, cloaked in dense forests. At this very moment, ancient beasts roared within the woodlands, and fierce birds evaded predators soaring through the skies. The entire Tianlu forest was thrown into turmoil due to the disruptions caused by the giant tiger from the Wan Yao mountain range. A thunderous roar reverberated through the Tianlu forest, echoing for hundreds of miles. A fierce wind swept through as the giant tiger rampaged through the woods, demolishing everything in its path, be it centuries-old trees or millennia-old woods. The origins of the giant tiger appeared to be that of a war general under some revered beast from the Wan Yao mountain range. It had entered the Tianlu forest with the intent to hunt, and every ferocious beast or human it encountered was shredded by the tempest preceding the giant tiger, with countless flesh and blood collected by the myriad beasts trailing behind it. As the giant tiger pursued, an endless horde of ferocious beasts surged forth, densely packed, shaking the earth and mountains as they charged towards the outskirts of the Tianlu forest. No. The anguished screams soon echoed throughout the entire Tianlu forest, sending chills down the spines of the fleeing human contingent. How could this be? The rare upheaval of ferocious beasts in the Tianlu forest had caught us unawares. Among the Lin family's team, the leader of the merchant convoy was already steeped in despair. As time passed, the number of rampaging ferocious beasts grew ever greater. The amassed tide of beasts was truly terrifying. Not to mention innate martial artists like him. Even a half-saint would find it futile against such a horde. Chinger, I am sorry. It is I who has brought this upon you. A flicker of despair crossed Lin Guixian's face. He should never have allowed Lin Ning to accompany him. With Lin Ning's talent, breaking through to the innate realm at such a young age, her future potential was boundless. Had he been a bit more resolute at that time, perhaps today they would not face the grim fate of Lin Ning and the elders of the Lin family perishing in the Tianlu forest. Lin Ning. It is merely an upheaval of ferocious beasts. She felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. However, the presence of that troublesome individual drew ever closer. Once they manifested, I must take action. Lin Ning subtly shook her head, casting a glance behind her at the tide of beasts. In her perception, the overwhelming might of the near-complete half-saint was now even nearer than before. Consequently, the ferocious beasts trailing behind them grew increasingly frenzied, not out of sheer malice, but rather from a primal instinct to flee. Alas, Lin Ning sighed internally. Although her trump card was not an irreplaceable asset, each use diminished its availability, and reconstituting it would require time. Presently, she was racing against the clock against the Empress of the Divine Dynasty. Whosoever restored their strength just beyond the other's reach first would gain dominion over formidable power and command a loyal following, thereby seizing the opportunity to obliterate their rival entirely. Yet, she had yet to lay eyes upon the Empress and was on the verge of wasting a meticulously prepared trump card here, which vexed Lin Ning somewhat. Can the Windhorse's speed be increased any further? Lin Ning inquired of the caravan's expert. Alas, it cannot. We have reached the Windhorse's limit, the caravan expert replied, shaking his head. As the owner of this contingent of Windhorses, he was attuned to their thoughts and could perceive their condition clearly. This was the swiftest they could travel. And given the treacherous terrain of the Tianlu forest, escaping the relentless pursuit of the beasts was exceedingly difficult. It was peculiar that the beasts also feared the strong. Why did the esteemed half-saint not intervene to intimidate the horde and send them fleeing? Even a partial deterrent would alleviate the pressure on everyone, sparing them from such frantic flight. The caravan expert felt utterly perplexed, his gaze resting upon the half-saint's party ahead. He could see that they too were in flight, as if confronted by something of utmost terror, daring not to pause even for a moment. He must sense it as well, Lin Ning murmured softly. The half-saints had begun to cultivate their souls, with their senses surpassing those of the innate realm. This group of innate beings could not perceive the aura of the giant tiger, yet the half-saint was different. The cacophony of the ancient beasts was thunderous. Lin Ning's whispers went unheard by those around her. It seemed she would need to find an opportunity to utilize her trump card. Lin Ning contemplated quietly. The identity of the Empress of the Divine Dynasty remained shrouded in mystery. She could not afford to reveal herself prematurely. Thus, any display of her trump card must be discreet. Otherwise, if detected, inquiries would abound, and secrets could be noted, laying hidden dangers for her future. Just as she pondered this, the Sword Saint, accompanied by 2 palace guards, hastened from the royal capital across the Tonglu Plain, racing towards the Tianlu forest with great speed. What a terrifying beast tide! One of the palace guards remarked, his complexion pale. The Tianlu forest was vast, and even from the skies, it was difficult to glimpse its end. To him, the landscape was rife with beasts, leaving devastation in their wake, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The true concern did not lie with the beast tide itself, but rather with what loomed behind it. Compared to the palace guards, the Sword Saint gazed deep into the heart of the Tianlu forest, discerning the source of the issue at a glance. Is there a beast within the Tianlu forest that has attained the pinnacle of semi-saint status? The Sword Saint inquired softly. In response to your esteemed inquiry, my lord. The guard replied, the Tianlu forest resides in the very core of the empire. Although the court has allocated limited resources to this area, it rigorously monitors the beasts within. The innate realm serves as a boundary, and any beast reaching semi-saint status would prompt the dispatch of elite warriors from the empire to eliminate it. While there may be rare instances of beasts escaping, they are ultimately eradicated, rendering it highly improbable for a semi-saint beast to exist here, unless it has crossed over from the Wanyao mountain range. The beasts of the Tianlu forest cannot be entirely exterminated, and stationing personnel at the juncture of the Tianlu forest and the Wanyao mountain range is impractical, given the treacherous terrain and the lurking presence of sacred beasts. Even with a saint stationed there, an ambush could lead to devastating casualties. Consequently, the court has concentrated its efforts on preventing the emergence of beasts above the innate realm within the Tianlu forest. This method has been in practice for over a century, with almost no errors reported. However, it cannot be entirely ruled out that a formidable beast might stray from the Wanyao mountain range and potentially enter the Tianlu forest. Chapter 42. The perception of the demon Lord Lin Ning. The Sword Saint nodded slightly. I shall personally address the internal source of this disturbance. You too. Disperse the gathered beasts and ensure they do not escape from the Tianlu forest, while also safeguarding that group of people. He gestured towards a crowd riding winged steeds within the woods. The attire of these individuals bore the character for Lin, and coupled with an instinctive sense. It was evident that they were indeed the Lin family members the emperor sought. Understood, Commander, the 2 palace guards replied with a slight bow. In the next moment, they split into 2 teams. A spectral sword shadow suddenly manifested beneath the Sword Saint's feet. With a gentle tremor, like a fleeting beam of light, he vanished into the depths of the Tianlu forest. The 2 palace guards exchanged glances before heading directly into the tide of beasts. These guards, having been trained within the palace, mastered the supreme techniques of the realm, their strength vastly surpassing that of their civilian counterparts. Though the beast tide was formidable, they could easily disperse it with a modicum of caution. Upon the Sword Saint's entry into the Tianlu forest, Lin Ning suddenly experienced an instinctive awareness and turned her gaze towards the rear of the beast tide. A flicker of astonishment crossed her features. Such an overwhelming sword intent, almost tangible, akin to a realm of deities and demons. If given the opportunity, this individual might ascend to the realm of deities and demons within a century, becoming a sword deity in their own right. Lin Ning murmured to herself, somewhat taken aback by the Sword Saint's holy presence. This was the first time since her rebirth that she felt such astonishment towards the southern continent. To her surprise, there existed such a powerful warrior among the human race of the southern continent. With a mix of trepidation and relief, Lin Ning relaxed slightly. Clearly, this human sage had appeared due to sensing the terrifying presence of the beast lurking deep within the Tianlu forest. His intention was undoubtedly not to engage in playful banter with the beast, but to eliminate it, lest it pose a threat to the humans outside the forest. This development allowed her to conceal her true abilities for a time, negating the need to resort to her trump cards. As for the beast tide, if casualties were not a concern, they could easily carve out a path to safety. In truth, the situation had not escalated to such a critical juncture. The beasts had gathered in a panic, driven together by fear for their lives. In this scenario, should she choose to unleash her hidden powers, she could elevate her strength to that of a sage. However, refraining from such measures, her prior comprehension of holy intent and the laws of deities and demons would enable her innate prowess to unleash a semi-saint's might, subtly driving back the beasts. In essence, with someone addressing the root of the beastly threat, these minor issues could be effortlessly resolved. Get back! Just as Lin Ning was deep in thought, a furious shout suddenly erupted, sending a tremor through the hearts of those present. A middle-aged semi-saint, clad in armor and wielding a strange blade, hovered above the Tianlu forest, his semi-saint presence pressing down upon the surging tide of beasts. The savage beasts of the beast tide were suddenly disturbed by this aura, causing them to tremble in fear and scatter in all directions, their formidable momentum collapsing in an instant. How could a dignified half-saint find himself fleeing from an enemy? One must swiftly join the imperial guards to dispel this beast tide. Another member of the palace guards hovered directly in front of the half-saint team. The title of palace guard was a designation of status, universally acknowledged, underscoring their identity. This beast tide was vast, permeating numerous mountain ranges. And with only the two of them, it would be challenging to completely disperse it in a short span of time. On the other side of the Tianlu forest lay the Tonglu plain, inhabited by a multitude of common folk. Should even a few of these ferocious beasts break free, casualties would be inevitable. Therefore, the fleeing civilian forces must be conscripted. Ma Zhirong, as an elder of a prominent sect, was reluctant to intervene and deplete his own strength, especially with an extremely terrifying aura wreaking havoc behind him, compelling him to flee with all his might. However, the sudden appearance of a powerful figure from the imperial court left him startled. Ma Zhirong did not doubt the identity of the guards. He had seen the imperial guards' distinctive armor, which bore a unique aura, ensuring its authenticity. Combined with the tokens they wore at their waists, their identity was unmistakable. Imperial experts. These were formidable beings who served the emperor directly, rarely revealing themselves to outsiders. Ma Zhirong could hardly fathom that he would encounter one today. Yet, a slight hesitation crossed his face. Esteemed guard, it is not that I am unwilling to act, but rather that I fear to do so. If it were merely the beast tide composed of these savage creatures, it would be manageable. However, the true threat lies in the formidable presence of the beast king lurking behind the tide. Its power may well rival that of the saints, Ma Zhirong explained. He was equally disinclined to exert himself unnecessarily. If he could contend with it, he would not have fled thus far. Fear not, for our esteemed leader has already engaged that ferocious beast. There is no need for concern. You shall immediately assist this guard in dispelling the beasts here. Upon successful completion, you will be rewarded according to your merits, the guard commanded. Ultimately, Ma Zhirong acquiesced and summoned all the human forces gathered in Tianlu Forest, commencing their efforts to disperse the beast tide. We are saved. Among the Lin family, the merchants erupted in cheers, and a glimmer of joy appeared on the faces of Lin Guixian and others. Undoubtedly, with a half-saint intervening, and not just one, the peril of their expedition would surely be alleviated. Yet, only Lin Ning gazed skyward, casting a glance at the two guards, scrutinizing their attire and the identity tokens at their waists. Palace guards? Could it be that these two half-saints are related to my cousin? Lin Ning sensed a flicker of realization. Deep within the Tianlu forest lay the sacred realm of the human race. The imposing figure of a giant tiger came to an abrupt halt. A flicker of fear manifested on the once imperious visage. Before it, the sword saint hovered slightly, an overwhelming aura of sanctity enveloping the colossal tiger and the entire assembly of beastfolk behind it. The ancient trees surrounding them creaked ominously. All the ferocious creatures in the vicinity lay prostrate on the ground. Beasts of such caliber ought to possess a degree of intelligence. The sword saint lowered his gaze upon the mighty tiger, recognizing it as the apex of the entire Tianlu forest. Clearly, the instigator of the feral uprising within the forest resided in this very beast. Furthermore, given the court's stringent control over Tianlu forest, the emergence of such a beast could not occur without reason. Thus its origin became evident. Pray tell, what is your purpose? The Sword Saint's consciousness penetrated the tiger's mind. The beast, amidst its rampage and accompanied by beast folk bearing the corpses of other beasts, undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. As the sworn enemy of humankind, the Sword Saint could not afford to underestimate its peculiar actions. Yet, no matter how persistently the Sword Saint interrogated, the tiger remained oblivious, seemingly daft, and unable to respond. It appeared that the expertise of a specialized beastmaster would be required. The Sword Saint furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 43. The things that terrify the late emperor. The chasm between races rendered it difficult for the Sword Saint to decipher the fluctuations of the giant tiger's consciousness. Bring it back. The Sword Saint subtly sensed that the giant tiger's intentions were vast. Should he uncover them, he might grasp the internal dynamics of the myriad beasts mountain range, which would be advantageous to the divine Qian dynasty. Although he hailed from another realm, he had comprehended the state of the southern continent upon his arrival. Thus, the notion of taking the giant tiger with him emerged. In the next moment, the Sword Saint formed a sword with his fingers, leaving the giant tiger and another extraordinary beast behind while obliterating the rest. Simultaneously, he destroyed the collected corpses of the beasts. Then, he soared towards the imperial capital with the two formidable beasts. The thought of infiltrating the depths of the myriad beasts mountain range was promptly cast aside. Just as the southern continent was the domain of humanity, the myriad beasts mountain range belonged to the ferocious beasts. Should these beasts venture onto the southern continent, an unending stream of human experts would pursue and annihilate them. Conversely, the same rationale applied to the Sword Saint's potential entrance into the myriad beasts mountain range. Moreover, the language barrier between the two races posed a significant challenge. Only by locating a Holy Realm beast could there be a possibility of communication through consciousness, albeit with only a vague understanding of their intentions. However, a Holy Realm beast would not be foolish enough to divulge the aims of the Beast Clan to the Sword Saint. Thus, the focal point remained with the giant tiger. At the moment the Sword Saint resolved to take the giant tiger, a colossal tiger lurking deep within the myriad beasts mountain range abruptly opened its eyes. Its enormous gaze pierced the skies towards the Tianlu forest, flickering with a hint of doubt. The aura of the tiger general had vanished. It seemed a Holy Realm being among humanity had detected something. The Tiger Saint narrowed its eyes slightly. On the southern continent, numerous Holy Realm beings were stationed, accompanied by a multitude of human warriors. The ferocious beasts of the myriad beasts mountain range had previously amassed in several formidable tides, yet none had succeeded in their assault. The last attempt had inflicted severe losses upon the myriad beasts mountain range, leaving several holy beasts gravely injured, necessitating their descent into slumber. This had rendered the myriad beasts mountain range devoid of vitality for a century. This awakening was a response to a summons from the formidable demon gods of the Beast Clan deep within the myriad beasts mountain range. The power of the demon gods was gradually healing the injuries of the slumbering holy beasts, allowing them to awaken once more. While other holy beasts from various territories of the myriad beasts mountain range hastened to this location. When the myriad beasts converged, they would unleash another cataclysm upon the southern continent. Meanwhile, the tumult in the Tianlu forest was drawing to a close. Numerous human experts collaborated to disperse the startled and fleeing beasts, driving them deeper into the forest. Henceforth, vigilance must be heightened in the Tianlu forest. More personnel should be stationed here to prevent calamity from befalling the populace. The palace guard, Li Kaiping, glanced at the gradually calming Tianlu forest and addressed a middle-aged general clad in armor beside him. This individual was the commander stationed at the Tonglu Plain. The commotion in the Tianlu forest was so pronounced that the local authorities of the Tonglu Plain had naturally taken notice, prompting them to dispatch reinforcements. It is precisely due to their reinforcements that the turmoil caused by the ferocious beasts was swiftly resolved. Indeed, I comprehend, the General Tonglu nodded, a flicker of trepidation passing through his eyes. If such a multitude of beasts were to burst forth from the Tianlu forest and invade the Tonglu Plain, even if he could rapidly mobilize troops to resist, he could scarcely fathom the toll it would take on human lives. Fortunately, the imperial guards from the palace were present, preemptively mitigating some of the calamity. Otherwise, by dawn, the news of the beasts invading the Tonglu Plain would surely echo throughout the dynasty, and he would inevitably find himself facing inquiries from the court. Very well, there are no further matters. Li Kaiping waved his hand, casting his gaze over the assembly before finally fixating on the Lin family. May I inquire whether you are en route to the imperial capital? At that moment, another guard, Li Di, approached the Lin family, slightly cupping his hands in greeting. Yes. May I ask what business Lord Half-Saint has? In the heart of the Tianlu forest, where thousands congregated, Lin Guixian was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly believe that this half-saint, who had commanded the throngs to quell the beast tide, would engage him in conversation. It was well known that he had always held such formidable beings in reverence, refraining from excessive interaction. Indeed, as the imperial guards arrived before his father, a glint of cunning flashed in Lin Ning's eyes. As she had surmised, these individuals were undoubtedly linked to her yet-to-be-met cousin. As they made their way towards the imperial capital across the Tonglu plain, Lin Guixian, after much explanation from Li Di, was left astounded, ultimately accepting the revelation that two half-saints had been sent by his nephew to welcome him. Simultaneously, he was engulfed in profound confusion regarding Li Di's assertion that they had come expressly to rescue them. How did the two gentlemen come to know of our presence in the Tianlu forest? Lin Guixian steadied himself and posed the question that plagued his mind. Prior to their departure, they had indeed dispatched a message via a jade talisman, informing the emperor of their journey. However, during this time, they possessed no knowledge of their precise whereabouts or the route they were traversing. How, then, had the others discerned they were in the Tianlu forest and fortuitously arrived to rescue them in such a critical moment? That is entirely credited to our Supreme Commander, Li Di elucidated. Supreme Commander? Lin Ning, pondering the entity behind the overwhelming holy presence that had surged into the depths of the Tianlu forest, was taken aback upon hearing Li Di's words. Could it be that the formidable being on the verge of transcending into the realm of gods and demons was this individual's Supreme Commander? Lin Ning's heart quivered. That holy essence was palpable, hinting at the potential to transcend the mortal realm and ascend to divinity. Such an existence, if not prematurely extinguished, would, to a considerable extent, become a member of the realm of deities and demons. And deities and demons, even in the central world, they are quite rare. The demonic sect has inherited its legacy for thousands of years, yet the number of deities and demons under its command is not substantial. In the desolate land of the southern continent, the emergence of such a master is indeed astonishing to Lin Ning. I wonder where the Grand Commander is now, so that I may express my gratitude. As Lin Ning contemplated, Lin Guixian inquired. My Grand Commander entered the depths of the Tianlu forest earlier. Indeed, listening to their conversation, Lin Ning keenly discerned that the only time she had ever felt astonished by a sacred realm expert on the southern continent was due to these two Grand Commanders from the royal palace's guard. Moreover, these two were sent by her cousin. This implies that the Grand Commander is likely also following her cousin's orders. Lin Ning's eyes narrowed, sensing that the situation was far from simple. To command such a formidable being indicates that her cousin possesses considerable power, which certainly warrants a more in-depth engagement. Lin Ning stroked her chin, a ripple of thought stirring within her. It seems that the root of it all must ultimately be traced back to her cousin in this lifetime. In the Xianwang Palace. Oh, movements from the myriad beasts mountain range. Xuan Ming sat upon the dragon throne, slightly astonished by the report from the sword saint below. With his sacred realm cultivation and innate Taoist body power, he naturally sensed the changes occurring in the Tianlu forest. However, when he perceived the sword saint's departure, he did not give it much thought. Yet, the sword saint's return with this report left Xuan Ming momentarily stunned. The myriad beasts mountain range. It had previously unleashed several calamities aimed at the destruction of the Xinxian dynasty. Nevertheless, the Xinxian dynasty endured and continued to thrive, particularly during the last calamity. The strength of the Xinxian dynasty had reached its zenith since its establishment. The late emperor, the Red Sand Sage, the barbarian saint, and the four sages allied with the Xinxian dynasty combined their might to repel the invasion with a formidable army. This calamity was recorded in history, and the myriad beasts mountain range suffered devastating losses, with sacred beasts perishing, vanishing from the annals of time for a century thereafter. Until now, with Xuan Ming's ascension, he once again heard news of the myriad beasts mountain range from the sword saint. The colossal tiger rampaging through the Tianlu forest, slaughtering ferocious beasts and carrying their corpses back, either to feed some entity or for a sacrificial act, whichever it may be. The presence of a half-saint perfected giant tiger hunting should not be underestimated. In the imperial city, there should be beast tamers present, to swiftly ascertain the mental fluctuations within the giant tiger's mind. If it poses a threat to the southern continent or the dynasty, I shall prepare accordingly. Xuan Ming commanded. Chapter 44. The second summoning of demons and gods. The ferocious beasts, akin to the human race, possess their own civilization. However, the chasm between the races leads humans to perceive the civilization of ferocious beasts as merely a realm of slaughter and territorial disputes, devoid of the diversity found in human culture. For a long time, Xuan Ming harbored a similar view of the civilization of ferocious beasts. Yet, it is undeniable that the recurrent beast disasters that have plagued the southern continent attest to the dominance of ferocious beast civilization. It is not a disorganized entity. In warfare against hostile nations, one must remain vigilant regarding any matter or news related to them, digging deep to avoid all risks. Yes, Your Majesty. The Sword Saint nodded respectfully before withdrawing. After the Sword Saint's departure, Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne, lost in contemplation. The Sword Saint's report had suddenly illuminated the existence of the threat posed by the Wanyao mountain range, prompting him to reassess the current state of the southern continent. The three major powers, the Divine Xian dynasty, the Red Sand Marsh region, and the Green Pasture, coexist. Among them, the Red Sand Marsh is regarded as a forbidden zone, resource-poor and inhospitable. Since the desiccation of Red Sand Lake, it has remained in a state of abandonment by the dynasty. The Green Pasture, on the other hand, is the territory of the barbarian tribes. Historically, the two races have maintained a covenant of non-aggression and mutual exchange. In Xuan Ming's eyes, these two powers are hardly a cause for concern. Even a mere mobilization of the dynasty's forces would easily suppress them. Moreover, he possesses a trump card, the Sacred Realm Legion summoning card. The activation of this card would be tantamount to the resurrection of the Divine Xian dynasty. Therefore, the existing powers on the southern continent pose little threat to the dynasty. The sole menace lies in the encircling Wanyao mountain range. This mountain range not only obstructs the southern continent's connection to the outside world, but also acts like a ticking time bomb, inflicting devastating losses upon humanity at unpredictable intervals. I must find an opportunity to eliminate this mountain range, Xuan Ming mused inwardly. He also recalled the Minister of War's words during the morning court session, rubbing his forehead in thought. This plan could be executed in conjunction with the Martial Arts Academy, whereby a portion of the trained warriors could be dispatched to the military, while others could serve in local governments and the court. It seems imperative to expedite the Martial Arts Academy's agenda. Additionally, institutions akin to the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guards, which amalgamate intelligence gathering, assassination, and espionage, must be established swiftly. For now, I shall temporarily mobilize my Imperial Guards. In the future, should other suitable members arise, adjustments can be made, and the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy can be trained in various skills to join such organizations. Xuan Ming's eyes gleamed with a spark of determination. If the Martial Arts Academy were to be established, it could permeate every facet of the entire dynasty. The previous dynasty overlooked this approach, and had it been implemented earlier, perhaps the current divine profound dynasty's foundation could have been exponentially enhanced. However, the establishment of such an academy is not a matter to be accomplished overnight. The divine profound dynasty spans a vast area, encompassing 5 prefectures and hundreds of counties, with countless small towns like Lincheng, numbering in the thousands. The Martial Arts Academy, in accordance with the philosophy of Xuan Ming, is envisioned as a grand net to gather all the talented individuals of the dynasty and to reap the influences of the martial world. Naturally, it cannot be confined to a single location. Otherwise, the exceptional talents from other regions would still opt to join those martial sections. Therefore, if this initiative is to take shape, the Martial Arts Academy must be disseminated throughout the entire dynasty. With thousands of counties, how shall I implement this? Xuan Ming pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. A singular establishment would be relatively simple. Yet, with an increase in numbers, the likelihood of errors multiplies. Furthermore, the Martial Arts Academy should be stratified. Those obscure small towns cannot be compared to academies situated in the 5 prefectural regions. Consequently, each academy must be tailored according to local infrastructure, which adds considerable complexity for the implementers. Eureka! The furrowed brow of Xuan Ming relaxed. He recalled experiences from his previous life. These martial arts academies could be modeled after the structure of primary schools, secondary schools, and universities, with each level encompassing the next. Annual advancement examinations could be arranged. Those who pass would ascend to the next tier of the academy, while those who do not would be allocated to local institutions. In this manner, the plan for popularizing the martial arts academy could be effectively realized. With a plan in place, the next step is to identify the executors. Xuan Ming murmured softly, "Someone, come forth. Why does your majesty summon me alone?" The Minister of Revenue, Feng Yuan, felt a surge of surprise and confusion as he left the Ministry of Revenue, making his way towards the imperial palace. From his discussions with the Minister of Personnel, Li Yuanfeng, he realized that Xuan Ming was not as simple as he previously appeared. He was likely the heir secretly nurtured by the former emperor. With his ascension to the throne, Xuan Ming revealed a profound brilliance, enigmatic and formidable. This thought made Feng Yuan feel a touch of apprehension as he approached the imperial palace. Soon, he arrived before the grand hall. After being announced by the guards, he cautiously entered the imperial hall. "Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty." The Minister of Revenue bowed with utmost reverence. "Rise." Xuan Ming gestured with his hand. "I intend to establish a martial arts academy capable of instructing the talented individuals from across the dynasty, spreading its influence throughout the realm. In order to gather exceptional talents from the populace, I wish to know how long this endeavor might require." Seated upon the dragon throne, Xuan Ming spoke directly. The Minister of Revenue, responsible for the household registration of the realm, is well acquainted with the conditions of various regions. Thus, entrusting this matter to the Ministry of Revenue is most appropriate. As Xuan Ming concluded his statement, the Minister of Revenue felt a slight shock within his heart. He pondered for a moment and estimated, "Your Majesty, this matter has yet to be undertaken by anyone, and I am unaware of its intricacies. However, to disseminate martial arts across the realm and establish such academies is akin to founding thousands of civilian factions. It is not an endeavor that can be achieved in a fleeting moment. In my estimation, it will require at least 6 months, if not longer." Throughout the millennium of the divine Qian Empire, no emperor has ever accomplished the establishment of martial arts academies, leaving me without a frame of reference. Yet, upon deeper reflection, should these academies be widely established, the significance would be profound, and the completion of such an undertaking cannot be realized overnight. 6 months, you say? Xuan Ming stroked his chin. He mentioned dissemination. If the goal were merely to establish martial arts academies in key regions, 6 months would certainly suffice. This world is not like that of my past life. Warriors possess immense strength, and there are countless skilled craftsmen. A grand edifice can be erected within half a month. Sturdy and resilient. Once the area is designated, the construction zone for the Martial Arts Academy could be completed within a month. However, the crux of the matter lies with the people. Since it is termed an academy, it must have disciples to engage in their studies, and their numbers cannot be meager. Otherwise, it would contradict Xuan Ming's plans and easily become a subject of ridicule. Thus, haste is ill-advised. Let us commence the endeavor. I shall instruct my officials to draft the specific framework and construction plans for the Martial Arts Academy to be submitted to the Ministry of Revenue. In 6 months, I expect to see significant progress. Should anyone obstruct this initiative, they shall face consequences post-haste. Xuan Ming addressed the Minister of Revenue below. The establishment of martial arts academies ultimately hinges upon human participation. When it pertains to people, whether the undertaking is easy or difficult depends entirely on their willingness to cooperate. As the emperor, Xuan Ming harbors no sentiments of compassion in his decision-making. Cooperation may lead to promotions and honors, while non-compliance may result in dire consequences. Yes, I shall obey the decree, the Minister of Revenue replied, bowing slightly before respectfully withdrawing. Upon exiting the Xinhuang Hall, the minister was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. Goodness! If the Martial Arts Academy is established, the realm may well descend into chaos. He wiped the sweat from his brow and inhaled deeply. He had failed to grasp the broader implications of the matter until now. If successful, it would be a monumental achievement for the dynasty, leaving a lasting legacy. However, for the common folk, particularly those who pride themselves as members of the pugilistic world, this could spell trouble. Even if they do not perish, their decline would be inevitable. The challenges ahead are formidable, the minister realized with a heavy sigh. Nevertheless, as an official who has served the dynasty for many years, he possesses considerable influence both within the court and among the populace. If he were to be resolute in his efforts, the task would not be insurmountable. Moreover, the court is the most powerful institution of the dynasty. If it cannot suppress other social factions, how can it claim the right to govern the empire? Soon, Xuan Ming dispatched individuals to deliver specific information to the Ministry of Revenue. The ministry promptly initiated operations, commencing the implementation of the Martial Arts Academy's decisions throughout the entire dynasty. As time gradually elapsed, numerous days passed in a serene manner, seemingly influenced by the transition between the old and new emperors. With the new emperor's consolidation of power, the previous tumult began to subside. During this period, the Lin family, under the protection of Li Di and his companion, successfully entered the imperial capital, temporarily residing in the residence of the third prince, which had previously been occupied by Xuan Ming. Meanwhile, other princes detained in the dungeons were also dispatched by Xuan Ming, who ordered the palace guards to escort them to the ancestral mountain. Accompanying them was a petition detailing the transgressions of these princes, with all punitive measures to be decided by the esteemed ancestors of the royal lineage at the ancestral mountain. Xuan Ming did not neglect his daily attendance. However, it appeared that the initial 3 instances of attendance were particularly fortuitous. Following that, the rewards became entirely arbitrary, yielding no further means for Xuan Ming or the Shinshin dynasty to swiftly transcend their current state, which elicited a slight shake of his head. He accordingly devoted more energy to establishing a force akin to the Eastern Factory. During the morning court sessions, the matter at hand and the 2 significant decisions from the Martial Arts Academy were announced, leaving the ministers visibly astonished, clearly shaken by Xuan Ming's resolutions. Days continued to pass. In the residence of the 7th princess, within the dim confines of an underground dungeon, a figure cloaked in black was tightly bound by thick iron chains. Through the faint light of the dungeon, one could vaguely discern that this figure was indeed the black-clad A Fu. It turned out that after departing from the vicinity of the palace and attempting to infiltrate the imperial palace, he had been unexpectedly besieged by the ice team under the command of the 7th princess, ultimately finding himself imprisoned in this location. Has he revealed anything? Xuan inquired, her hands crossed behind her back as she gazed through the gaps in the dungeon at the black-clad A Fu. Not at all. This individual is quite obstinate. My subordinates have employed various forms of torture but have been unable to extract any information regarding the late emperor, a middle-aged woman respectfully replied from behind. Then continue the efforts. If he remains silent, administer a dose of aphrodisiac and send in a batch of sows to break his will before further inquiries. Xuan commanded with a slight frown. The circumstances surrounding the late emperor's demise were exceedingly suspicious. Although the official narrative claimed that his body had been sealed away and all related items, including concubines, had been sent to the ancestral mountain, rendering any trace untraceable, Xuan remained convinced that there was more to the late emperor's death than met the eye. Coincidentally, during this period, her ice team encountered the black-clad A Fu, the former emperor's chief guard. It is worth noting that typically, when an emperor falls, the chief guard is likely to accompany him to the ancestral mountain. However, A Fu's presence in the imperial capital only reinforced Xuan's suspicions. Consequently, she had been persistently interrogating the black-clad A Fu, but regrettably, he adhered to the late emperor's orders and dared not disclose any of the late emperor's plans, leaving Xuan without the information she so desperately sought. However, as the empress of the Central World Divine Dynasty, having lived for tens of thousands of years, she may not excel in the art of punishment. Yet she possesses a certain understanding of it. Indeed, Your Highness. The middle-aged woman momentarily appeared taken aback, but soon a hint of cold amusement graced her features as she cast a glance at the figure in the black robe within the dungeon. Her gaze tinged with a trace of pity. If such actions were to be taken, for a being of perfect half-saint status, it would likely be worse than death. In the Xianwang Palace. On this day, Xuan Ming's gaze flickered slightly. It seemed the time to summon the divine and demonic beings was approaching. Xuan Ming murmured softly. In the next moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Xuan Ming's ear. Ding! The number of summons for the moon god and demons has been refreshed. Chapter 45. Summoning the 3 divine beasts and bestowing titles upon the gods of land, mountain, and river. A notification resonated through the air. The host possesses 1 opportunity for divine summoning. Shall the summoning commence? At long last, the moment for summoning had arrived. What formidable entities would be conjured this time? Xuan Ming reclined slightly on the dragon throne, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. The previous divine summoning had bestowed upon him two exceptional divine beings at the pinnacle of the Saint realm, who had proven to be invaluable allies. Without their assistance, although Xuan Ming could secure his imperial position, the task of thoroughly purging the capital would have been prolonged indefinitely. Moreover, the presence of the nameless warrior and the sword saint had instilled in Xuan Ming a profound sense of confidence. After all, the erstwhile supreme emperor merely reached the realms of the nameless warrior and the sword saint, and in certain respects, both of them surpassed the former emperor, alleviating Xuan Ming's concerns within the dynasty. However, the might of only the nameless warrior and the sword saint was insufficient to grant Xuan Ming complete peace of mind. The Xian divine dynasty had ascended to the apex of power in the southern continent, rendering it virtually invincible. The only persistent threat to the Xian divine dynasty had always been the Wan Yao mountain range. In truth, the records of the dynasty indicated that the Wan Yao mountain range that the southern continent had encountered was merely the periphery of a much larger, unfathomable expanse. Beyond this, vast and uncharted mountains lay shrouded in mystery, harboring unknown terrors. To prevent inciting panic, even the sages had chosen to conceal this knowledge. The only individuals aware of this truth were the former emperor, the Blood Sand Saint, and the Barbarian Saint, who had once ventured deep into the Wan Yao mountain range. According to the former emperor's accounts, they had been repelled by an overwhelming aura, returning drenched in cold sweat for 3 consecutive days before they could quell their fears. From that moment onward, they harbored an intense dread of the Wan Yao mountain range. Consequently, in the century that followed their return, the former emperor sought to expand his harem, resulting in the birth of numerous princes in recent decades. Previously, the former emperor had been fearless and indifferent to matters of succession, but after his return from the Wan Yao mountain range, he underwent a profound transformation. Xuan Ming, upon ascending to the throne and perusing the dynasty's records, stumbled upon the former emperor's notes, unveiling the long-hidden secrets. The sword saint nodded respectfully and withdrew. Within the deeper recesses of the Wan Yao mountain range, it was conceivable that formidable divine beasts lay in wait. After the sword saint departed, Xuan Ming stroked his chin, contemplating the implications. Although the former emperor's accounts did not explicitly state it, a century ago, the former emperor's cultivation had been close to the pinnacle of the saint realm. What could instill such fear in the former emperor, if not a divine being? According to the system's description, such entities, categorized within the realm of divine beings, bore incomprehensible powers akin to deities in other worlds, possessing might beyond comprehension. For mere mortals, the divine and demonic are unfathomable terrors. Only beings of similar stature can contend with them. The system prompts, "Shall the summoning commence?" "Let it begin," Xuan Ming silently intoned. Previously, he had summoned 2 formidable beings of the perfected realm, the Sword Saint and the Nameless, who aided him in securing his dominion over the world. What manner of existence would he summon this time? A flicker of anticipation danced within Xuan Ming's heart. Ding. Summoning in progress. Please hold on, host. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the divine and demonic triad, the land god, the river god, and the mountain god. The land god, the river god, and the mountain god? This is... Xuan Ming's pupils constricted, and a jolt of surprise coursed through him. These 3 titles were renowned in his previous life, with myths and legends surrounding them echoing through every city and town. However, why were only their titles presented, devoid of specific identities? Could it be? Xuan Ming furrowed his brow slightly. System, display the personal profiles of the 3 deities. Xuan Ming commanded internally. Instantly, a pale blue light screen materialized, revealing the profiles of the 3 divine beings. Personal profile of the land god. Divine being, land god, unsealed race, divine. Cultivation, divine demonic realm of land deity. Technique, divine canon of earth. Divine power, domain of earth. Weapon, the land of the sealed area. Personal profile of the river god. Divine being, river god, unsealed race, divine. Cultivation, divine demonic realm of land deity. Technique, divine canon of river. Divine power, domain of river. Weapon, the river of the sealed area. Profile of the mountain god. Divine being, mountain god, unsealed race, divine. Cultivation, divine demonic realm of land deity. Technique, divine canon of mountain. Divine power, domain of mountain. Weapon, the mountain of the sealed area. Three divine beings of the demonic realm. Xuan Ming felt a wave of astonishment within. Though he had anticipated the possibility of summoning beings from the divine and demonic realms, the actual outcome stirred a palpable excitement within him. Previously, he had been concerned about the potential existence of ferocious beasts lurking deeper within the myriad mountains. Although these entities had not invaded the southern continent for millennia, it did not guarantee their eternal absence. One day, should the ferocious beasts of the demonic realm emerge, Xuan Ming, with his current resources, would be utterly incapable of resisting them. However, now, Xuan Ming also possesses formidable beings from the divine demon realm. Yet, what could be the reason for the unsealed divine positions behind the deities? Furthermore, what lies behind the divine demon realm and the domain of the earth spirits? Xuan Ming pondered with a hint of confusion. His gaze fell upon the columns of divine names and cultivation levels, deep in thought. In his past life, these three divine positions were conferred by the mythological heavenly court to protect the territory. Now that they were summoned into this realm, the originally designated regions had likely been severed and required reconfirmation. Perhaps it was he who would undertake this task. The so-called domain of the earth spirits might represent a classification of realms behind the divine demon realm. Similar to how the divine demon realm is subdivided into lesser and greater accomplishments. Xuan Ming speculated within. Soon, the system notification confirmed his conjecture. Ding! The earth spirit, mountain spirit, and river spirit shall arrive at the host's side within 1 hour. Note: these three deities hail from the mythological heavenly court governing the territories. As they are regional deities, they have lost their territorial divine power upon leaving their original world and must be reconferred by the host in this realm. Following their reconfirmation, the three deities will regain their divine powers. Note: the divine demon realm is merely a collective term for mortals. It also contains hierarchical divisions comparable to mortal realms, specifically divided into three significant domains: Earth Spirit Realm, Celestial Spirit Realm, and Ancient Spirit Realm. So that is how it is. Xuan Ming nodded subtly, gaining a measure of understanding from the system's explanation. Meanwhile, in a certain location on the southern continent, the space suddenly solidified, then shattered like a broken mirror, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift. In the next moment, three imposing deities, clad in divine robes and towering 3 zhang tall, emerged from the rift, their countenances exuding authority. Your Majesty. The three deities scanned the southern continent, a flicker of surprise passing through their eyes, before soaring toward the imperial palace. Once they departed, the spatial rift swiftly healed, as if nothing had transpired, enveloped in silence. Little deity pays respects to Your Majesty. Within the Xinhuang Hall, the three deities bowed respectfully to Xuan Ming. You may rise. Xuan Ming sat regally upon the dragon throne, observing the three imposing divine beings. According to the system's data, these three deities belong to the first realm of the divine demon realm, the earth spirit realm. Although they were not particularly powerful within the divine demon realm, they clearly surpassed the essence of mortal strength. As Xuan Ming scrutinized them, he noticed that their divine bodies radiated an abundance of divine light, surrounded by laws. Their might formidable and boundless. The space within the Xinhuang Hall pulsed with ripples akin to those beside a lake, soothing the pressure brought by the terrifying mass of the three deities gathering. At this level, their lifespans could easily exceed 1,000 years. A single deep slumber might equate to an era of change in the mortal realm. A fundamental disparity had begun to manifest between them and mortals. Do you have names of your own? Xuan Ming inquired softly. It would be somewhat inconvenient to continually address these three divine beings by their titles. In reverence to Your Majesty, we, as the earth deities, have existed for millennia, long having forgotten the names of the mortal realm. Outsiders refer to us by the names of the territories to which we have been conferred. The central earth deity slightly bowed and spoke. By the names of the conferred regions, then? Very well. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, pondering deeply. According to the words of the system, it was imperative to re-establish dominion for these three deities to restore their divine powers. Xuan Ming's gaze flickered as he once again scrutinized the three divine beings, his mind ensnared in contemplation. The earth deity, Xuan Ming had already formulated a plan. As divine beings, they ought to remain close to Xuan Ming, to guard against malevolent forces and simultaneously assist him in stabilizing the situation. Thus, it was only fitting to establish their domain in the imperial capital, directly beneath the emperor's feet, allowing Xuan Ming to summon them at will. Moreover, The earth deity's realm would encompass a vast expanse, radiating at least 1,000 miles from the capital. As for the river deity, there exists a river in the southern continent named Weishui. Since the desiccation of the Red Sand Lake, Weishui has transformed into the largest water body in the southern continent, with its tributaries flowing through numerous regions, including the spirit lake of the imperial capital. By conferring the river deity the title of Weishui River Deity, their influence could extend widely across the southern continent. And in the future, they could even forge waterways in areas where their divine power currently falls short, enabling them to govern the waterways of the realm and protect the beings of the south, while Xuan Ming could summon them as needed. The only deity yet to be assigned was the mountain deity. The southern continent is vast, with countless mountain ranges. Even beyond the imperial capital, mountainous terrain abounds. However, compared to the earth and river deities, the mountain deities' power does not extend as far. While their presence in the capital would hold significance, it might seem somewhat beneath their potential, as the common folk would say. An idea struck. Xuan Ming lightly tapped his fingers upon the dragon table, envisioning a suitable location, the Celestial Lodge Forest. This area is a branch of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, connecting to its main body and situated in the heart of the divine Xian dynasty. Should the mountain deity be conferred here, their influence might rival that of the river or earth deities. The imperial capital is my dominion, the very center of power in the world. Today, I shall bestow this land upon you, granting you the responsibility of overseeing the earth, while also monitoring for any anomalies to report to me at any time. Xuan Ming's gaze settled upon the earth deity. Upon these words, it was as if the heavens had decreed a new order. After expressing gratitude, the robust form of the earth deity transformed into a radiant light and descended into the depths of the earth. Instantly, all beings of the saintly realm sensed a mysterious and formidable power emanating from the land of the imperial capital, causing the spiritual energy in this region to gradually surpass that of others. Weishui is the mother river of the majority of waterways in the southern continent. Today, I confer this water upon you. From this day forth, wherever Weishui flows shall be within your divine jurisdiction. Xuan Ming then turned his gaze to the river deity. Small deity receives the decree with gratitude. The river deity expressed thanks and, like the earth deity, transformed into divine light, soaring towards Weishui. To the east of the imperial city, across a vast plain, lies a mountain range known as the Forest of Heavenly Abode. This range connects to the main body of the 10,000 Demons Mountains, encompassing an expansive territory. Today, I shall bestow it upon you. Constrain the ferocious beasts within, while extending divine power to permeate the 10,000 Demons Mountains. If possible, gain control over the beasts, but do not draw too near, as there may be other deities and demons residing within. Xuan Ming then turned to the mountain deity and proclaimed the decree. Yes, this humble deity accepts the command with gratitude. The mountain deity bowed respectfully. Thus, the three great deities and demons established their presence in the southern continent. Something seems peculiar. In the palace of the seventh princess, Xuan sat in meditation within a secret chamber, suddenly opening her eyes, revealing a hint of disturbance. Why does it feel as though the spiritual energy of the imperial city has suddenly intensified, and it is more refined than before? Xuan furrowed her brow. While this is indeed a positive development, she dislikes matters beyond her control. Unfortunately, despite having been an unparalleled deity in her past life, she now exists as a mere mortal in this one. Though she possesses profound knowledge of divine and demonic mysteries, she is unable to perceive the presence of deities while in the realm of mortals, and thus cannot detect the land deity. Has a Fu spoken yet? Finding no leads, Xuan had no choice but to set aside her thoughts temporarily. She pondered for a moment before inquiring about her recent concerns. Your Highness, this individual has begun to revel with numerous soul-like companions and has yet to regain consciousness, came the voice of a middle-aged woman from outside the chamber. Perhaps the aphrodisiac was overused, the woman added. Indeed, once he awakens, I must inquire about the whereabouts of the late emperor, Xuan instructed. The more A Fu remained silent, the more her suspicion grew. At the third prince's residence, the Lin family had been acclimatizing to life in the imperial city. They learned that their nephew had firmly secured the throne with no threats looming over him, allowing the anxious hearts of Lin Guoxian and others to relax momentarily. In truth, they had entered the imperial city with little confidence. given their innate cultivation. Assisting His Majesty in a place where only semi-saints were considered strong was nearly impossible. Fortunately, their assistance was no longer required. If they continued their training diligently, it would not be long before their true selves could break through to semi-saint. However, the establishment of a demonic sect in the imperial city could not be delayed. The demon lord Lin Ning had been avoiding the Lin family, focusing on her secluded training during this time. The martial artists of the imperial city were significantly more formidable than those in Lin City. With her innate cultivation, it was challenging for her to establish a foothold here. Many of her plans relied heavily on the support of her cultivation. It was somewhat vexing that she could not personally visit her cousin and had to wait for him to come to this residence. Who knows when that fellow would think to visit the Lin family? No, once my strength has recovered somewhat, I shall personally visit the palace, Lin Ning thought to herself. Simultaneously, she sensed that the spiritual energy within the imperial city was gradually thickening. However, she did not pay much attention to its source. The rich aura is indeed beneficial for her elevation of realms. I express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every reader who has bestowed a 5-star review, and my profound appreciation to all those who have generously offered gifts to this book. Chapter 46. The Revival of Spiritual Energy in the South Continent. The astonishment of the Earth God realm powerhouses the need to amass strength for a ritual of the demonic cult loomed large, for the South Continent was barren in resources. Cultivating the influence of the demonic cult was far less advantageous than directly uniting the sect for dominion. Moreover, the presence of the Divine Empire's Empress in this land could not be overlooked. Amid her cultivation, the demon lord Lin Ning recalled the name of the Wanyao mountain range from her past life. She surmised that since the South Continent lay within the Wanyao mountain range, it might not be far from the central world of her previous existence. The ritual of the demonic cult served as a means to gather its members at a designated location. Should it be held in the South Continent, any nearby members would hastily converge to meet her. With the profound foundation of the demonic cult, should they establish contact with any branch, the South Continent would inevitably fall into their grasp. The Empress of the Divine Empire, who had also been reborn in the South Continent alongside her, would find herself ensnared like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. However, orchestrating the demonic cult's ritual was no simple feat. It required at least 3 sacred realm powerhouses to sustain the formation, and that was merely the minimum configuration. The more sacred realm powerhouses maintaining the formation, the further the influence of the ritual would extend. With the current strength at her disposal, she was still insufficiently equipped to conduct any degree of the demonic cult's ritual. In the Tianlu forest, a divine light emanating from the mountain god surged swiftly from the direction of the imperial capital, ultimately descending deep within the forest. Visibly, in the depths of the Tianlu forest, where human footprints were rare and even fierce beasts seldom roamed, a mountain god temple abruptly arose from the ground. Constructed from the stones of the great mountain and shrouded in vegetation, the temple appeared rather rudimentary. Yet, should a highly skilled warrior venture here, they would undoubtedly perceive a faint divine radiance emanating from the entire temple, as if it contained the profound truths of the divine, undeniably extraordinary. The greatness of a mountain does not lie in its height, but in the divinity it harbors. The establishment of the mountain god temple infused the entire mountain with a subtle divine glow, reflecting the evolution of divine and demonic laws, suffused with spiritual energy, rendering the cultivation environment superior to that of other mountains. As time passed, the remaining fierce beasts of the Tianlu forest sensed the transformation of the great mountain and instinctively charged towards it. O mountain god, in this place where we dwell, a deity has been born. On this day, myriad beasts gathered to pay homage to the mountain god temple. You 3 beasts shall serve as the temple's guardians. The imposing mountain god, towering 3 yards high, sat cross-legged atop the temple, bestowing enlightenment upon the 3 fiercest beasts that had first entered the temple. Threads of divine essence flowed into their minds, rendering their eyes increasingly lucid, as if they had attained a sudden realization and awakened their wisdom. O mountain god, the 3 beasts, a fierce tiger, a fox, and a monkey, after receiving the mountain god's enlightenment, astonishingly began to speak human language, nearing the threshold of becoming extraordinary beings. You shall serve as my emissaries from this day forth, traversing the Tianlu forest and the Wanyao mountain range to gather my followers. The mountain god gently commanded, whether it be the deity of the land, the mountain god, or the river god, they all fundamentally embody the essence of divinity, gaining strength and stature in accordance with the number of their devotees. However, in their previous existence, they were subjugated by the mythic celestial court, leading to their exploitation despite having numerous followers. Consequently, these terrestrial gods remained lower-tier deities, marginally more powerful than celestial soldiers. Yet, upon their arrival in this realm, the oppressive influence of the celestial court vanished without a trace, and their divine offices were preserved. In this context, they no longer require the celestial court's endorsement. Rather, as long as their follower count is sufficiently high and their amassed divine power surpasses the threshold of quality and quantity, they can ascend to greater heights of existence. Thus, the mountain god seeks to enlighten ferocious beasts, aiming to gather more followers among these creatures. The Wei River, originating in the western region of Bianlong County and flowing south to Nanjing County, traverses a significant portion of the southern continent. Its tributaries form an extensive network, nearly enveloping the four prefectures of the Xinguang dynasty. For nearly several centuries, the inhabitants of the Xinguang dynasty have thrived on the waters of the Wei, with certain locales gradually adopting the affectionate title of Mother River. Bianlong County lies at the western boundary of Xishan Prefecture, adjacent to the Wanyao mountain range. The true source of the Wei River is atop a colossal mountain within the Wanyao mountain range, known as Wei Mountain. The divine essence of the river god descends from the heavens, arriving at the summit of Wei Mountain and ultimately merging with the river's source. To the naked eye, the waters cascading from the celestial lake atop Wei Mountain shimmer faintly with divine light, rushing downwards, and as they journey further, they gradually conceal themselves within the depths of the river. This manifestation of divine light imbues the waters of the Wei with a trace of spiritual energy, although faint. It undeniably exists. The cultivation of deities and demons embodies the laws of the universe, representing, to some extent, the will of heaven. Their presence in any locale, even one devoid of spiritual energy, gradually alters the rules of that place over time, giving rise to spiritual essence. Thus, the emergence of any deity or demon in a given area inevitably fosters the development of civilization. The arrival of the three great deities and demons heralds the subtle resurgence of spiritual energy in the resource-scarce and cultivation-poor southern continent. If this trend continues, the civilization of the southern continent will flourish increasingly. The imperial capital, the Wei River, and the Tianlu Forest will emerge as sanctuaries of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the future resurgence of spiritual energy in the southern continent hinges primarily on the river god. After all, the Wei River, which harbors his power, will flow throughout the realm, causing the emanating spiritual energy to gradually permeate the entirety of the southern continent. Due to its proximity to the Wanyao mountain range, Bianlong County frequently endures incursions by ferocious beasts, resulting in a robust local culture. One often witnesses brawny men practicing martial arts, and when fatigued or thirsty, they casually scoop up a basin of Wei River water to drink before resuming their training. However, unbeknownst to them this time, they have consumed the most potent waters of the Wei River, rich in spiritual energy. Over time, the physical constitution of Bianlong's populace will grow increasingly formidable, far surpassing that of other regions along the Wei River. How intriguing! Next to the Wei River, a frail youth was poised to drink from the Wei River when a voice, laced with surprise, interrupted him. "What is it, master?" he inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. His gaze fell upon a black ring adorning his right thumb, its texture obsidian and devoid of luster, resembling a trinket hastily acquired from a roadside stall. Yet, the youth was acutely aware of the ring's profound significance. His mentor, a being transcending the saint realm, resided within the ring, rendering its worth greater than that of the entire southern continent. For within the southern continent, there existed no deities or demons. The value of a divine entity far surpassed that of an entire civilized realm. There is a trace of spiritual energy within the water you have scooped. The ancient voice resonated again. Spiritual energy. The youth's pupils constricted as he peered at the water in his hand, incredulous. The Wei River was merely an ordinary waterway, incapable of harboring such energy. Throughout the southern continent, only the air contained a modicum of spiritual energy, which, according to his master, primarily wafted from the Wanyao mountain range. No locale possessed the inherent capacity to generate spiritual energy autonomously. Could it be that what his master suggested, a precursor to the resurgence of spiritual energy, was indeed unfolding? The youth momentarily lost himself in thought. If the water in the Wei River contained spiritual energy, it implied that the Wei River had transformed into a river of spirituality, and its waters had become spiritual elixirs. This would mean that drinking from it could enhance one's strength. The resurgence of spiritual energy? It could not be so simple. The martial civilization of the southern continent evolved from the Wanyao mountain range for spiritual energy to revive. At least one entity from the realm of deities or demons must emerge. Yet, among millions, only a rare few might ascend to such heights. And in a place like the southern continent, the probability of a deity or demon arising was almost negligible. Scoop some more water from the Wei River for me to examine. The ancient voice conveyed a hint of disdain, seemingly unimpressed by the southern continent. Having awakened not long ago, he was unaware that this land once thrived in an era where deities and demons coexisted. Yes, master, the youth complied, scooping additional water from the river. Indeed, each sample contained spiritual energy, perhaps a result of some transformation at the river's source, akin to the birth of a celestial herb. The ancient voice expressed a thread of astonishment. The change in the Wei River's waters intrigued even him, a former deity among demons. However, he sensed no divine laws within, leading him to conclude that the spiritual energy originated from some celestial herb. The birth of a celestial herb. Then, master, when shall we venture to Mount Wei to investigate? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the youth's eyes. Such a phenomenon would be akin to an unparalleled tonic for practitioners. For a saint, consuming it could potentially elevate them to the realm of deities or demons. Moreover, as he understood, his mentor was in dire need of such a divine object to restore his soul. In a brief span of time, the perilous situation of the Wanyao mountain range looms ominously. In my past, while wandering through the mountain range accompanied by the ring, I sensed several inexplicable divine presences. Indeed, deities exist within the Wanyao mountains. However, your cultivation is currently inadequate, at the very least. You must attain the semi-saint realm before I can dare to guide you into that domain. The aged voice firmly declined. First, you should address the matter of your broken engagement. The waters of the Wei River harbor spiritual energy. You may imbibe them to cultivate the techniques I have imparted, which will enhance your physical constitution. In due time, when the semi-saint sects of Bianlong County begin to recruit disciples, you may wish to explore that opportunity. However, I have discerned rumors circulating among the local authorities of Bianlong County that the Empire intends to establish a martial arts academy here. If you achieve success in your studies, you may gradually ascend to the higher echelons of the Empire. Although the South Continent is diminutive and barren, this empire stands as the strongest in your region. If you are not in haste, you might consider this so-called martial arts academy. Perhaps it will facilitate a swifter breakthrough than joining a sect in the martial world. The ancient voice continued. Although his spirit could not depart from the ring, his perception allowed him to grasp many pieces of information that eluded the understanding of most youths. Understood, master, the young man replied with a slight pause, nodding earnestly. Meanwhile, at the summit of Mount Wei, where the celestial lake resides, the river deity stood upon the water's surface, furrowing his brow. Though he had been consecrated to this land and restored to his former state, his divine power was insufficient, leaving him unable to extend his consciousness throughout the entirety of the Wei River region. He needed to gather some followers. The river deity's gaze fell upon the nearby Wanyao mountain range. Simultaneously, a temple dedicated to the river deity materialized along the shores of the celestial lake, radiating divinity and beginning to attract nearby sentient beings. In the Xianwang Hall, after the three divine demons had established their territories, Xuan Ming felt a subtle resonance, a flicker of joy crossing his visage. According to the system's hidden records, he understood the significance of the divine demons. The emergence of these three beings heralded the establishment of 3 points of spiritual energy on the South Continent, indicating that the overall spiritual essence would grow increasingly rich. No longer would the martial practitioners of the South Continent be confined to drawing upon the meager spiritual energy from the Wanyao Mountains. This evolution would gradually elevate the martial civilization of the region. However, these three divine demons originated from divine ranks and were inherently different from the demons of this realm. In other words, there existed a disparity in their systems. Their ascent in realms fundamentally relied on the faith bestowed by their followers. Consequently, The revival of spiritual energy across the South Continent would not progress as swiftly as that of true divine beings. Nonetheless, Xuan Ming found satisfaction in this slow transformation. Although the pace was gradual, the abundance of divine demons promised a steady influx. Even if the emergence of 3 divine demons this month was slow, next month would surely witness the arrival of new ones. With time, the continuous manifestation of divine demons would likely establish the South Continent as a stronghold for divine entities within a year, as divine beings stood side by side. By that time, Xuan Ming harbored no concerns regarding the Southern Continent, believing little would change. However, these deities could indeed gather followers. Yet it was imperative that they prioritized me and the imperial dynasty. Xuan Ming stroked his chin and conveyed orders to the 3 divine beings. The primary method for these deities to enhance their realms was through the expansion of their follower base, but such a pursuit must not be devoid of constraints. Otherwise, over time, the world might only recognize the 3 gods, forgetting Xuan Ming and the existence of the divine Xuan Ming dynasty, which would not bode well. Although the deities would not betray him, there must be limitations in place. Thus, the recruitment of followers must be predicated on the principle that Xuan Ming is the sovereign of faith, followed by the 3 deities. According to the records within the system, the cultivation methods of the divine beings in this realm primarily involved attaining divinity through physical means, transforming sacred intentions into divine laws. Yet, akin to the deities of the mythological heavens of his previous life, they also received faith. However, this faith could not be directly utilized for cultivation. Instead, it would be employed for refining weapons, concocting elixirs, or enhancing certain divine powers. Xuan Ming reflected on this. Over the past month, although he had not signed in to obtain treasures as powerful as those from the first 3 times, he had consistently acquired potent herbs, advanced elixirs, cultivation infusions, and various artifacts. At this juncture, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm, poised to step into the domain of divine beings. Consequently, Xuan Ming had recently devoted considerable attention to the knowledge underlying the cultivation of divine beings. For instance, those who attain the earth god realm typically have a lifespan of less than 10,000 years. In contrast, those who reach the celestial god realm enjoy lifespans extending to several tens of thousands of years. Meanwhile, ancient gods can live for up to an era. However, this is not the terminus of cultivation. There exist even more formidable realms beyond. Yet, Xuan Ming had yet to touch upon that level. The system was bound to his divine soul, temporarily allowing him to decipher only a portion of the rules governing cultivation in the world. Outside the divine Xuan Ming dynasty lay an ominous expanse of crimson marshes, a region dreaded by the majority within the dynasty, the Red Sand Marshes. Here lurked the malevolent beings pursued by successive dynasties, utilizing the treacherous terrain of the marshes to elude even the most formidable forces of the dynasty. These nefarious entities occasionally ventured out of the marshes to assail the common folk, only to retreat back into their haven, causing great distress for the nearby Tianhong prefecture. However, the woes were not confined to the dynasty alone. The Red Sand Holy Sect, situated in the heart of the marshes, also suffered. These wicked beings not only assaulted the dynasty, but dared to provoke the Red Sand Holy Sect as well. Throughout history, the Holy Sect had amassed countless forces to eradicate these villains, yet all efforts had ended in failure. The primary reason was not a lack of strength on the part of the Holy Sect, but rather the overwhelming size of the dynasty, which allowed malevolent figures to continuously cross boundaries and infiltrate this natural forbidden zone, leaving the Red Sand Holy Sect in a state of despair. Moreover, considering the geographical context, the population under the banner of the Red Sand Holy Teachings is rather limited. Consequently, the Red Sand Holy Teachings commenced sending individuals to infiltrate the empire, guiding people into the Red Sand Marshes to augment their numbers. Throughout history, the Red Sand Holy Teachings have undoubtedly welcomed countless souls, which is why they have managed to endure. At the heart of Red Sand Lake lies a concealed chamber, a place seldom traversed by even the disciples of the Holy Teachings. This is not due to it being a desolate area, but rather because it is a sacred site of the sect. Within the confines of this chamber resides the leader of the Red Sand Holy Teachings, the Red Sand Sage. A century ago, the Red Sand Sage emerged from seclusion to accompany the late emperor of the empire in leading a campaign against the beast Calamity. Upon his return, he promptly declared his retreat. Over the past 100 years, This location has transformed into a forbidden ground of the sect. Except for the occasional delivery of vast quantities of medicinal herbs and nourishing blood food, no one is permitted to trespass. However, this time, the vice leader of the Red Sand Holy Teachings is compelled to enter this domain. You mean, the left saint has fallen within the empire? A somewhat aged voice echoed from within the chamber. Indeed, replied the vice leader of the Red Sand Holy Teachings with utmost respect. The left saint has reached the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm. Only a saint-level powerhouse could have slain him. Thus, I suspect that perhaps a certain saint within the empire has violated the covenant you established. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura erupted within the chamber. The vice leader was instantly subdued by this terrifying force, slightly bowing in reverence. The leader's power must have surpassed the pinnacle of the saint realm, he thought, deeply shaken. In which direction did the left saint meet his demise? A figure clad in red robes appeared before the vice leader of the Red Sand Holy Teachings, seemingly out of nowhere. Reporting to the leader, based on the guidance of the blood essence token, it is generally within the central vicinity of the empire, the vice leader replied, suppressing his inner trepidation. The blood essence token is an item possessed only by significant figures of the Red Sand Holy Teachings. It bears a drop of blood infused with spiritual energy. Should the owner perish, this drop of blood will wither away, and the spiritual energy will indicate the location of their death. Thus, it was at the moment the left saint was slain by an unknown assailant that the Red Sand Holy Teachings became aware of his demise. The center of the empire. The center of the empire. The Red Sand sage narrowed his eyes, murmuring as a dreadful aura began to permeate the surroundings. The entire Lake Heart area was enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere. How many years have I been in seclusion? The Red Sand sage pondered aloud, reporting to the leader. It has been a century. The vice leader's voice trembled slightly. A century. After 100 years, I have finally comprehended the pinnacle of the saint realm. Xiansu. It is time for a change at the position of the world's strongest. The Red Sand sage proclaimed with fervor. In the next moment, he soared into the air, hastening towards the red sand marshes. Meanwhile, the vice leader stood in shock, his mind racing. The world's strongest. The leader is about to challenge Xiansu, the emperor of the empire. The deputy leader of the Red Sand murmured to himself, a glimmer of incredulity flickering in his gaze. In the small town of Tianhong County, an elderly man clad in a pink robe gently sipped tea, while seated before him was an elder wielding a sword. The two were none other than the Sword Saint of Heaven and the Saint of Honyuan. Ever since their concerns arose over the demise of the former emperor and the potential intervention of the sacred realm, they had remained stationed here, persuaded by their council. The other two saints of the dynasty had taken to guarding the territories adjacent to the verdant plains. The four saints united in their efforts, solely to thwart any potential invasion by the Red Sand Sacred Sect and the barbarian tribes during this tumultuous period. It had now been a month since their arrival in Tianhong County. Uncertain if the Red Sand Sacred Sect was aware of their presence, the Honyuan saint was about to speak when suddenly, he froze midway through his words. The expressions of both saints shifted dramatically as they gazed towards the red sand marsh, their faces paling with alarm. Chapter 47. The oldest sage of the southern continent. The Red Sand Marsh, an expansive region occupying 1/7 of the southern continent, stretches out as far as the eye can see, enveloped in a dark crimson hue. The Red Sand Master traverses the skies, his overwhelming presence radiating for miles, instilling a sense of dread in the lurking malefactors of this territory. Once a sanctuary of spiritual energy, the Red Sand Lake has now transformed into a ghastly sight, while the realm of the divine Xian dynasty flourishes more than ever. As the Red Sand Master gazes down upon the land he traverses, he feels a twinge of alarm. A century ago, although the Red Sand Lake was gradually drying up, it was still far better than it is now. The current state of the lake's surroundings is, in his eyes, nothing short of shocking. Xiansu, after a century, I have reached perfection. I wonder if you have made further progress. The Red Sand Master withdraws his gaze from the marsh and peers toward the direction of the dynasty, murmuring softly. At that moment, he seems to sense something, his attention drawn to a certain location in Tianhong County. Interesting. In the courtyard of an inn in Mashiqing, Tianhong County, a potent aura of sanctity permeates the air. Could it be? The Red Yuan sage and the Tianjin sage exchange glances, both startled by the surprise in each other's eyes. The Red Sand Master crosses the marsh, his mighty presence unmasked. Even from a great distance, the two sages feel the weight of his energy, their expressions turning grave. Such formidable power can only belong to a member of the Red Sand Holy Sect. Indeed, the other party has made a move. The Tianjin sage's voice quivers slightly, and the Red Yuan sage shares in an inexplicable sense of dread. The individual from the Red Sand Holy Sect is, without a doubt, the oldest sage in modern Southern Continent history. Even the late emperor was a century behind him. In the eyes of outsiders, they are exalted beings of sanctity, yet before this ancient sage, they feel diminutive. Their presence here is precisely to guard against this venerable sage, to prevent him from learning of the late emperor's demise, which could lead to turmoil across the realm. They have contemplated countless strategies to manage the situation, but now, sensing the imminent arrival of their formidable opponent, they realize that in the face of absolute power, all their efforts are in vain. As one of the 7 saints of the world, they find themselves gripped by fear due to the disparity in strength, leaving both the Red Yuan sage and the Tianjin sage with grim expressions. What are you two juniors doing here? Are you perhaps waiting for me? A formidable presence descends upon the courtyard of the inn, overwhelming the two sages as they grapple with a myriad of thoughts. The surging pressure of sanctity makes it difficult for them to breathe. Fortunately, there were no signs that the Red Sand Sage intended to create difficulties for them. After settling in, he retracted his formidable aura. Congratulations on your breakthrough, esteemed seniors. The Red Yuan Sage and the Sky Sword Sage did not hesitate to bow deeply to the Red Sand Master, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. You two young ones are commendable as well. In the span of a century, you have each attained a modest mastery of the Saint's intent. Very well done. The Red Sand Master gestured dismissively, signifying his acknowledgement. He recognized both Red Yuan and Sky Sword. A century prior, during Xiansu's military campaign against the ferocious beasts, these two had just ascended to the Saint Realm and had followed him into the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Now, after 100 years, they had stabilized their realms and made further progress. Speak, did you come here expressly to await my arrival? The Red Sand Master's gaze rested upon them as he slowly inquired. These two were under the command of Xiansu, with the vast imperial territory at their disposal. It was unlikely they had come to the neighboring Red Sand Swamp merely for leisure. The most probable reason was their anticipation of his arrival. As for their purpose, it was easily discernible. Undoubtedly, only Xiansu had the authority to summon them. Esteemed senior, we are indeed here awaiting your presence. The Sky Sword Sage replied with a faint, bitter smile, acknowledging the truth. Each tier of the Saint Realm significantly enhances one's spiritual power. There was no point in deceiving a powerhouse like the Red Sand Master, even though they, too, were at the Saint level. The fluctuations in their spiritual energies while lying would be effortlessly detected by him. It was Xiansu who sent you, was it not? You may return and report to him that I have emerged from seclusion, inviting him to a duel in the Red Sand Swamp. The expression on the Red Sand Master's face indicated he had indeed deduced the truth, and he subsequently gestured for them to depart. In his view, Xiansu had stationed them here as a precaution against his infiltration into the empire. After all, a century ago, he had made an agreement with Xiansu to engage in a contest for the title of the world's strongest after 100 years. As the oldest sage in existence, the thought of having his position as the foremost powerhouse usurped by a rising contender had long troubled him. Coupled with the death of the left sage and his newfound confidence after reaching the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, the Red Sand Master was eager to confront the former emperor, Xiansu, once and for all. However, to his surprise, upon hearing his words, the Sky Sword and Red Yuan exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of astonishment. What is it? The Red Sand Master furrowed his brow slightly. Esteemed senior, are you unaware that the former emperor perished a month ago? The Sky Sword Sage inhaled deeply, incredulity evident in his tone. They had always assumed that the Red Sand Master had only ventured into imperial territory after learning of the former emperor's demise, but it appeared that was not the case. Xiansu is dead? The Red Sand Master's expression shifted, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Indeed, a month ago, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard under the late Emperor declared that an error had occurred in his cultivation, resulting in the reversal of sacred energy within his meridians and the disintegration of divine intent. The Holy Sword Master spoke the truth. Impossible, this is mere trickery. The Red Sand sect leader dismissed outright, utterly unconvinced. To him, The notion was patently absurd. As the foremost power in the realm, there was no one more knowledgeable about cultivation than he. Such a calamity could not possibly arise. In response to the elder, when this matter first emerged, we too were incredulous. Yet it is indeed true that the essence of the late emperor has vanished from the world. However, there have been recent rumors suggesting that the late emperor may have feigned death, seeking to peer into the realm beyond the sacred domain. After a moment's contemplation, the Red Yuan sage divulged information regarding the late emperor. Oh, the Red Sand sect leader's eyes narrowed slightly. The words of the Red Yuan sage stirred his spirit with a tremor. Chapter 48. The new Emperor Xuan Ming presents an excellent opportunity for a breakthrough. As the barbarian saint emerges from seclusion, warriors of the sacred realm, like them, tread cautiously in their cultivation, walking on eggshells. The late Emperor Xuanzi, having attained the pinnacle of the sacred realm, would certainly not make such a basic error. In summary, upon hearing this news, the leader of the Red Sand sect's first reaction was disbelief. Conversely, the rumors spoken by the Holy One of Hanyuan led the leader to consider their credibility. Could it be that what Xuanzi obtained from that region harbored the secrets of transcending the realm of gods and demons? A trace of solemnity appeared on the leader's face. A century ago, the Southern Coalition launched a counterattack against the myriad demon mountains, with numerous warriors infiltrating the heart of the mountains. Yet only he, along with the Chosen One and the barbarian saint, managed to escape beyond the known periphery of the myriad demon mountains, venturing into a previously uncharted mountainous area. This region, rich in spiritual energy, was suffused with an enigmatic force that transcended the mortal realm, seemingly a dwelling place of deities and demons. Although they were momentarily repelled by a mysterious aura, they did not return empty-handed. The late emperor, the barbarian saint, and he each made some gains. However, they hailed from 3 different factions, and this temporary alliance was formed merely to combat the beast disaster, resulting in a lack of trust amongst them. Consequently, the treasures they acquired were shrouded in secrecy. Over the past century, he had relied on the artifacts obtained during that time to elevate his sacred intent to the highest level, thus achieving his current state. Presently, in the southern continent, the absence of divine and demonic laws has rendered it a lifeless expanse, making personal breakthroughs into the divine and demonic realms utterly impossible. Therefore, the leader of the Red Sand sect had not considered this angle. Yet, if the treasures chosen by the late emperor were indeed linked to the realm of gods and demons, perhaps the Holy One of Hongyuan's assertions held a kernel of truth. According to ancient texts, gods and demons possess mysterious powers, and what may confound mortals need not ensnare entities of that caliber. After a century, the old man could discern the nature of that sacred object. It is plausible that Xuanzi, during this period, comprehended and began to wield the treasures he acquired in the myriad demon mountains. The leader of the Red Sand sect inhaled sharply, increasingly convinced of the likelihood of this matter. Do you know where the late emperor would go if he were to feign death? The leader's gaze fell upon the 2 individuals as he inquired. In response to the elder, I am at a loss to speculate. Over the past century, the late emperor has stationed us in various territories, forbidding us from approaching Tanyuan Mansion or the imperial capital. He has never discussed his plans with us. Thus, the Holy One of Hanyuan slightly shook his head. However, those who know the late emperor best would naturally be his close associates. The imperial capital and the emperor's ancestor mountain may hold knowledge of the late emperor's existence. The location of the emperor's ancestor mountain is known only to the royal family. If the elder wishes to gather information, one can only venture to the imperial capital. The Holy One of Hanyuan continued. The imperial capital, is it? The Lord of the Red Sands shifted his gaze slightly. Suddenly, it occurred to him that the domain of the left saint's demise was likely situated within or near the imperial capital. To slay a warrior of the left saint's caliber, one must possess the strength surpassing that of a mere saint. According to the words of the Saint of Red Yuan, the 4 saints of the divine mysterious dynasty were dispatched by the late emperor to the 4 corners of the realm. Even with the fall of the former emperor, Xian Su, it was improbable that they would appear near the imperial capital. Thus, who was it that brought about the left saint's death? Who is the current ruler of the dynasty? The Lord of the Red Sands furrowed his brow and inquired. A nation cannot remain without a sovereign for a single day. With the former Emperor Xian Su's demise, a new ruler must inevitably arise, lest chaos ensue throughout the dynasty. Response to the venerable elder, it is the 3rd son of the late Emperor, Xuan Ming. According to news from the imperial capital, it was on the very night of the former emperor's demise that he personally issued the decree for Xuan Ming to ascend to the throne. Replied the Saint of Red Yuan. Oh, the Lord of the Red Sands raised his eyes slightly. From the words of the Saint of Red Yuan, it became evident that this new emperor, Xuan Ming, might serve as an excellent point of leverage. Very well, I shall personally venture to the imperial capital, he nodded, and then soared into the air, vanishing from the sight of the two with remarkable speed. Once he had completely departed, both Hong Yuan and Tian Jin exhaled deeply, relieved. Although they belonged to the faction of the former emperor, Tian Jin bore no resentment towards Hong Yuan for exposing the former emperor's identity. Given the Lord of the Red Sands' formidable strength, it would not have required much effort for him to subdue them. Had it not been for the Saint of Red Yuan's compliance in furthering the conversation, the Lord of the Red Sands might not have departed so swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, they had narrowly evaded a life-threatening crisis. The presence of such an elder saint as the Lord of the Red Sands on the territory of the dynasty would likely herald a period of unrest. I must return to my mountain sanctuary and seal the gates, refraining from any external interactions to avoid attracting fatal calamities, the Saint of Tianjin declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the Saint of Tianjin ascended from the back courtyard of the tavern, eager to return post-haste to secure the Heavenly Sword sect. He feared that any inadvertent encounter with the existence of the Lord of the Red Sands might lead to utter annihilation of his sect. After his departure, the Saint of Red Yuan hesitated not, and similarly took his leave from the area. Heaven knows the audacity they possessed to intercept the Lord of the Red Sands. Had they foreseen the gravity of the situation, they would never have dared to involve themselves. However, the Saint of Red Yuan did not head towards his own sect, but rather flew towards the neighboring pastoral county, adjacent to the verdant grasslands. He intended to inform the two saints stationed there. The Green Pasture, one of the 7 regions of the southern continent, has been the home of the barbarian tribes for nearly a millennium. Recently, it seems that the great barbarian saint has shown signs of emerging from his seclusion. Deep within the heart of the Green Pasture, the high priest of the barbarian tribe gazed at the towering snow-capped peaks before him, softly murmuring. It is there that the saint of their race, the great barbarian saint, has been in seclusion since his return a century ago. Much like the Lord of the Red Sands. In the present day, following the late emperor, the Lord of the Red Sand has begun to comprehend the treasures acquired in bygone years, while the savage sage is on the verge of grasping their profound mysteries and is soon to emerge from seclusion. During this period, we have navigated a great river within the myriad demon mountains, seemingly uncovering traces of other civilizations. However, that region is fraught with ferocious beasts, and once the savage sage awakens, we shall seek his counsel to determine if we can venture further. The high priest of the barbarian tribe seems to have had a revelation, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Red Sand has concealed his presence. Retreating into the Tanyuan mansion, he gazes towards the imperial capital, a look of gravity etched upon his face. The spiritual energy in that location is more potent than the surroundings. It is possible that Xian Su has indeed discovered something that transcends the realm of gods and demons. A wave of astonishment surges within the Lord of the Red Sand. Only beings of divine or demonic nature can manipulate spiritual energy to spontaneously give birth to life. The anomalous fluctuations of spiritual energy in the imperial capital lead the Lord of the Red Sand to immediately suspect it to be the handiwork of the late Emperor Xian Su, igniting a fervent excitement within his heart. Chapter 49. Who possesses the authority to command a deity or demon to guard the imperial city? What constitutes a deity or demon? They transcend mortals and wield the laws of heaven and earth, possessing unfathomable and terrifying power. They represent the ultimate aspiration for countless martial artists, not to mention the fearsome longevity that leaves all beings envious. Among the saints, the Red Sand sect master is a century older than the former emperor. Yet, the former emperor is on the verge of transcending to the realm of deities and demons, while he is still reveling in his own achievement of reaching the pinnacle of the saint realm. This state of affairs is intolerable for the Red Sand sect master. He murmurs to himself, if that Xian Su truly feigns death to break through to the realm of deities and demons, I must intervene and, ideally, obtain the text pertaining to such a breakthrough. In the world of cultivation, a single misstep can lead to a lifetime of subjugation. The imperial city. The Red Sand sect master narrows his eyes slightly and then heads toward the imperial city. At this moment, he conceals his aura to the utmost degree. His left holy envoy perished nearby, and it is quite possible that a saint guards the imperial city. He remains unafraid. But he is apprehensive about alerting the former Emperor Xian Su, who may be lurking in the shadows. Thus, he sheds his long robe, rendering his aura indistinguishable from that of an ordinary martial artist, devoid of any anomalies. As time passes, outside the imperial city, amidst the throngs of people, an elderly man clad in a red robe appears. This elder is none other than the Red Sand sect master. After a century, he returns to this place. The Red Sand sect master gazes around with a complex expression. A century ago, the continent of South Zhou was ravaged by beast calamities. The martial arts world convened here, gathering powerful individuals from various dynasties. They, along with the seven saints, set forth to vanquish the myriad demons of the myriad demon mountains. 100 years later, everything has changed, yet he finds himself here once more. The Red Sand sect master feels a tinge of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, a gaze has been fixed upon him the moment he appeared. Though he has attained the pinnacle of the saint realm, he deliberately conceals his aura as he infiltrates the imperial city. The once mundane deity of the land, which had transformed into a statue to guard the imperial city, opens its divine eyes upon noticing him, furrowing its brow. At that instant, the skies surrounding the imperial city subtly shift, heralding a change. Deities and demons govern the laws of heaven and earth. Any action can provoke the might of the cosmos. Otherwise, the cataclysmic battle between deities and demons a millennium ago would not have caused the rules of deities and demons to falter, leading to a regression in the cultivation environment back to an era devoid of spirit, reliant solely on the spiritual energy sustained by the myriad demon mountains to uphold martial civilization. As the deity of the land furrows its brow, the Red Sand sect master has already blended into the crowd within the imperial city. Indeed, it appears to be more prosperous than a century ago. Meanwhile, with his hands clasped behind his back, the Red Sand sect master surveys the entirety of the imperial city. A century ago, the ferocious beasts of the Wan Yao mountain range had yet to be severely weakened by their adversaries, frequently invading the southern continent and causing countless deaths and injuries among martial artists each year. However, since that catastrophic war, the rampage of these beasts has diminished significantly, allowing the warriors of the southern continent to gradually regain their strength, ushering in an era of fierce competition among the 100 schools of thought. If one were to consider a century past, there were hardly any living half-saints left, most having perished at the hands of these ferocious creatures. The Lord of the Red Sand strolled leisurely down the streets of Chang'an, admiring the splendor of the imperial capital while purposefully making his way toward the palace. Those who have attained the sacred realm possess the ability to fly and can traverse great distances with remarkable speed. They can even employ divine energy to achieve a brief teleportation. Yet, should he inadvertently alert the former Emperor Xian Su or any of the spies he had placed, he would be compelled to reveal himself from the shadows, thus transforming the initiative into a passive stance. It would be wiser to tread carefully. As he walked, however, the Lord of the Red Sand furrowed his brow, sensing an oddity. Unbeknownst to him, his steps no longer led toward the palace but instead into a narrow, sparsely populated alley. The bustling populace of the imperial capital had vanished, leaving the alley eerily silent, so quiet that he could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. With a deepening frown, he halted his advance, realizing he could have continued toward the palace, yet had unknowingly arrived in this peculiar area. This was highly irregular. Turning on his heel to retrace his steps, he suddenly felt a constriction in his pupils. Reflected in his eyes was the image of an ancient temple. What was happening? The Lord of the Red Sand felt a tremor of alarm within. Just moments ago, he had entered this place from that very direction, and now, returning along the same path, he found himself inexplicably before a temple. Instinctively, he surveyed his surroundings, his complexion paling. Before him, the scene shifted once more. The narrow alley had transformed into a desolate wilderness, yet the temple before him remained unchanged in its position. What kind of being possessed such extraordinary powers? The Lord of the Red Sand, filled with disbelief, felt a chill run down his spine. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a shifting landscape, unwittingly ensnared in a trap. Such a method resembled that of deities or demons, far beyond the abilities of mere mortals. He trembled slightly. slowly raising his gaze toward the temple. With each shift in locale, the temple had appeared, its position unwavering. The source of this unsettling phenomenon must be connected to it. State your name, mortal. Just as the Lord of the Red Sand focused on the temple, a voice of formidable authority resonated from within, echoing like thunder in his ears. The interior of the temple was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any discernible presence. Yet at that moment, a flicker of dread coursed through the Lord of the Red Sand's heart. He understood that within the temple lay a profound terror, likely a being that transcended the realm of mortals. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly fallen into the domain of the divine and demonic. In but a fleeting moment, the Lord of Red Sand felt as if his very scalp might burst. He could never have anticipated that his simple journey to the imperial city to investigate whether the former emperor had feigned his death would lead him into such a bizarre realm. Reporting to the divine and demonic, the mortal known as Zhang Hongsha pays his respects. Zhang Hongsha, the name he bore 3 centuries ago, resurfaced. Since the establishment of the Red Sand Holy Sect, outsiders had long forgotten this name, opting instead to revere him simply as the Master. Now, before the divine and demonic, he invoked his birth name once more. I have been commanded to guard the imperial city. You, who are evidently at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, why have you concealed your presence to infiltrate this city? Reveal your intentions, and you may yet escape with your life, resonated the grand voice of the Earth God. Had it not been for the Lord of Red Sand's deliberate concealment of his own cultivation, the Earth God would have merely informed the Sword Saint and the Nameless One of his existence, without drawing him into his divine domain. After all, only those who harbor secrets or ulterior motives choose to hide themselves so meticulously. I have been commanded to guard the imperial city. This phrase flooded the Lord of Red Sand's mind in that instant, plunging him into an abyss of turmoil. Commanded? By whom? Who possesses the authority to command a divine and demonic being to safeguard this place? Chapter 50. The Shock of the Red Sand Sect Master. Reduced to a believer, the Red Sand Sect Master felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Yet, such thoughts swiftly dissipated, transforming into profound astonishment within his heart. Had anyone informed him prior that there existed individuals capable of commanding gods and demons, he would have deemed it utterly implausible. Gods and demons are beings of extraordinary stature, towering above all life forms and nearly equal to the heavens and earth. They possess eternal life and boundless power. Who, pray tell, has the authority to command such entities? However, at this moment, hearing the term under orders from a godly being rendered disbelief futile. The Red Sand Sect Master, having lived for 4 centuries, was nearly paralyzed with fear, his long life proving equally fragile in the face of divine entities. In deference to the godly presence he conveyed, the mortals journeying to the imperial capital seek to investigate whether the late emperor of the divine mystery dynasty is feigning death. They harbor no intentions of causing unrest, hence wish to avoid alarming the powerful within the capital to prevent conflict. The Red Sand Sect Master, shaken, spoke with a voice that trembled slightly. He dared not utter falsehoods. Even the most ordinary warriors of lesser realms could not deceive him, let alone in the presence of a god. Upon his declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the temple. Just as anxiety gnawed at his heart, a commanding voice resonated. You may enter the temple. Yes, replied the Red Sand Sect Master, bowing deeply in utmost respect. However, it was evident that his crimson robe bore visible dampness, soaked through with cold sweat. Such a state had rarely occurred since his ascension to the sacred realm. The last instance being when he was repelled by an enigmatic aura in the unknown regions of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Only now did he comprehend the true nature of that mysterious force. It was a god, indeed. The very sensation he now experienced before the land god mirrored that of his previous encounter. Even though he now possessed tenfold the strength of before, he remained acutely aware of his insignificance in the presence of such divine beings. They operated on an entirely different plane of existence. Should there arise an opportunity to serve under this god, just as he was about to step into the sanctum of the land god, an uncontrollable thought took root in his mind, swiftly germinating and flourishing. After 4 centuries of life, nearly all his old friends and beloved ones had departed. For him, the pursuit of transcending into godhood had become virtually his sole aspiration and hope. The lifespan granted by achieving the pinnacle of the sacred realm was a mere 500 years. This signified that upon emerging from seclusion, he had at most a century left to live. After that century, regardless of his titles, be it the perfected sacred realm master or the seven saints of the world, they would be reduced to mere dust. Though a century may seem lengthy to a mortal, the prospect of dying in such a manner filled the Red Sand sect master with profound reluctance, especially as he speculated that former rivals and rising talents might already be on the path to transcending into the realm of gods. His heart was further burdened. He, too, yearned to break through to divinity. Before him stood a deity truly existing within the realm of gods and demons. Should fortune favor him to follow in this divine presence, perhaps he might also glimpse the possibility of transcending the boundaries of divinity. The land temple lay shrouded in darkness, appearing from the outside as an abyss that consumed any approaching light. With a surge of courage, the Red Sand sect leader cautiously stepped inside. Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. His gaze fell upon the brightly lit temple, adorned with bronze artifacts, and a flicker of astonishment ignited in his eyes. He had anticipated the interior of the land temple to be a pitch-black, confined space, yet upon entering, he discovered not only illumination but also an expanse that seemed boundless. The ancient bronze palace of the deity exuded a gentle radiance, easing the Red Sand sect leader's previously anxious heart into a state of serene tranquility. Commoner Zhang Hongsha pays homage to the divine majesty, he proclaimed, lifting his gaze towards the heavens before bowing deeply upon the moss-covered stone bridge. The towering figure of the land deity, illuminated by countless offerings, radiated an aura of sanctity. The land deity narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of intrigue crossing his features. In his divine sight, the Red Sand sect leader shimmered with a glowing red light, in that moment, transforming into his follower. A rich thread of red faith fell upon the land deity, subtly enhancing his overall presence. This revelation took the land deity by surprise. It is known that a mortal's faith is limited, and typically, the increase in divine power relies on sheer numbers. Yet now, the singular faith of the Red Sand sect leader was capable of instigating a rise in the deity's overall power, a sensation the land deity had never experienced in his previous life. In the mythological hierarchy of the heavenly court, the bestowed incense and fortune were fraught with constraints. As a lower-tier deity of the heavenly realm, it was nearly impossible for him to elevate his divine status. However, now he beheld a glimmer of hope. "Rise," commanded the land deity with a nod, effortlessly lifting his hand. The Red Sand sect leader, kneeling below, appeared to be elevated by an unseen force, standing as if cradled by divine hands. "You wish to serve under my divine banner?" The land deity inquired, leaning slightly upon his throne, his gaze fixed upon the Red Sand sect leader. "Indeed. I beseech your mercy on behalf of us mortals," replied the Red Sand sect leader, feeling the weight of the deity's gaze as if it were a mighty mountain, compelling him to kneel once more. "I am tasked by the emperor to guard the imperial capital. Currently, I find myself in need of a temple steward, and you seem perfectly suited for the role." The land deity gestured dismissively, relieving the Red Sand sect leader of his burdensome weight. The Red Sand sect leader, having attained the pinnacle of the sacred realm, found that a single act of faith could indeed bolster the deity's power. Such a follower, if taken under his wing, would yield abundant benefits. His position was unique, unlike that of a mountain or river deity. Distanced from the emperor's gaze, he could gather followers with fewer restrictions. In the future, the deity contemplated, he could focus on those mortals inclined to malevolent deeds, guiding and redirecting them before they could act upon their wicked intentions, a means of nurturing his followers. The earth deity seemed to have conceived a method for seeking followers in the future, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. Although His Majesty had previously informed them that they could attract adherents, it was imperative that these followers regarded him as their sovereign. This was something the earth deity could naturally comply with. However, did he dare to do so? No, he did not. This was the realm beneath the emperor's feet, the dominion where the sovereign reigned. Every soul walking here was a subject of the emperor. To gather the emperor's subjects as his followers right under his nose was a risk he was not willing to take. Yet now, with the emergence of the Red Sand leader, he had discovered a promising approach. His gaze once more fell upon the Red Sand leader. Without waiting for astonishment to register, he sent forth a ray of divine light that enveloped the Red Sand leader. "This is the sovereign who commands my essence. Henceforth, you must regard him as your master." In doing so, your true spirit shall be safeguarded on the path of rebirth, allowing you to return to the mortal realm. Chapter 51. Once again attaining a century of cultivation within the divine radiance, there existed an ethereal manifestation of the profound and luminous Dharma body. Unlike its earthly counterpart, this Dharma body, infused with divine power, appeared far more majestic and striking, adorned in a robe of the five-clawed golden dragon and crowned with a violet gold glass diadem. Beneath it lay a divine throne, coiled by a golden dragon, radiating divine light, surrounded by 3,000 divine realms, resembling an unparalleled sovereign of the celestial path. Although the Red Sand Sect Master was a peak saintly being, he remained fundamentally within the realm of mortals. He had never encountered such a divine visage, and just one glance left an indelible imprint upon his heart, a sight he felt he could never forget in this lifetime. The transformation of the Dharma body through divine power obscured any resemblance to the attire of the sovereigns of the divine mysterious dynasty, yet he meticulously remembered the countenance, vowing to prostrate himself fervently should he encounter it again in the future. The commoner, Zhang Hongsha, had etched the visage of the sovereign into his memory, vowing to serve it for all eternity. He also pledged to faithfully fulfill the duties of the temple guardian, promoting the teachings of the divine Lord. Within the divine light, not only was the transformed Dharma body contained, but also information regarding the temple guardianship of the land. Upon comprehending this, the Red Sand Sect Master once more knelt in reverence. How many followers does your Red Sand Sect possess? I hope you can persuade them all to believe in me, and capture the miscreants from the Red Sand Marsh as well, inquired the deity of the land. As the divine light permeated the mind of the Red Sand Sect Master, he vaguely glimpsed, through the memories of his past, the distant Red Sand Marsh and its surroundings. If these individuals could be brought under my command, he reported to the divine Lord. I have been in seclusion for a century, and upon emerging, I hurried into the imperial territory to seek the whereabouts of the former emperor, so I have yet to grasp the current state of the sect. Might the divine Lord permit me to return to the Red Sand Marsh to gather detailed information and unify the sect in devotion to you, venerating the sovereign as our master, while also apprehending the various evildoers from the marsh. The Red Sand Sect Master pondered briefly before bowing in submission. It is permissible. The land deity nodded, subsequently gesturing with a wave of the hand. In an instant, the Red Sand Sect Master felt the scenery shift, with the surroundings rapidly receding. Feeling dizzy, he regained his senses only to find himself on Chang'an Street. Upon glancing back, he realized he stood just beyond the city gates. Uncertain how long he had remained in that spot, a crowd had gathered around him, engaging in hushed discussions. The methods of the divine Lord are indeed unfathomable. The Red Sand Sect Master disregarded the murmurs of the crowd and turned to head towards the outskirts of the city. The powers of gods and demons are truly formidable. It seemed that upon entering the city, he had unwittingly fallen into the realm of the divine Lord. All the miraculous phenomena he had experienced were merely the manifestations of his spirit, while his physical form had not moved an inch. This realization sent a chill of sweat coursing down his spine. Had the divine Lord harbored any malice, his soul would have been irrevocably severed from his body in an instant, rendering 4 centuries of arduous cultivation as naught. And as for that esteemed sovereign, with such strength under the influence of the divine Lord, it was likely that they were among the mightiest in the realm of gods and demons. The Lord of the Red Sand felt a surge of anxiety, yet within him blossomed a flicker of joy. He vaguely sensed that he had stumbled upon a significant opportunity. As for doubting the origins of the Earth God, although its sudden appearance in the imperial capital was indeed peculiar, the authenticity of its divine and demonic realm could not be dismissed. Regardless of his suspicions, he could not evade this fact, and deep within, he held an inexplicable conviction that the Earth God was in no way connected to the late Emperor Xiansu. Meanwhile, as soon as the Lord of the Red Sand departed, the Earth God exited its divine domain and, upon receiving permission, entered the Xianhuang Hall. Investigating the late Emperor's feigned death and the breakthrough into the divine realm. The Earth God was about to interrogate the Lord of the Red Sand and relay the memories in full detail. Xuan Ming frowned slightly. I knew it couldn't be so simple. He rubbed his brow in contemplation. The cause of the late Emperor's death was indeed difficult to scrutinize. Moreover, the throne was not passed to the most capable first prince, but rather to the nominal third prince. Xuan Ming had harbored doubts about the late Emperor, yet the motive remained unclear to him. At this moment, the second-ranking sage of the 7 sages of the world, the Lord of the Red Sand, had traveled thousands of miles to the imperial capital to seek this information, which suddenly made Xuan Ming feel a sense of alarm. He could not afford to be careless. Narrowing his eyes, Xuan Ming thought, the late emperor was fervently passionate about power. This course of action was undoubtedly deliberate. Inform the mountain god and river god to carry out my orders and simultaneously investigate any traces of the late emperor at their respective locations. Should they discover anything unusual, they must refrain from taking any actions on their own and report back to me first, Xuan Ming instructed. If the rumors of the late emperor's feigned death and breakthrough into the divine realm held any truth, Xuan Ming began to perceive that the reasons behind the late emperor's succession were not entirely pure. There were likely ulterior motives at play. Although Xuan Ming was uncertain of the late emperor's intentions, he felt compelled to prepare in advance. After all, if the late emperor had indeed feigned his demise and transferred power, he must have had considerable confidence that a being of divine might could not easily harm the current Xuan Ming. Nevertheless, the power of the divine and demonic realms was immeasurable, and should there be any treachery involved, the southern continent would undoubtedly face turmoil, which would inevitably impact Xuan Ming's rule. Recognizing the impending crisis, it was not in Xuan Ming's nature to remain unguarded. Yes, the minor deity will comply. The earth god bowed respectfully before taking leave. After the earth god departed, Xuan Ming took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the situation. The late emperor was, after all, his biological father in this lifetime. Although the memories of his past life lingered and the late emperor's disdain for him had led to a lack of deep emotional ties. Indeed, he felt somewhat indifferent. The blood connection could not be overlooked. Xuan Ming genuinely hoped that the late emperor harbored no ill intentions. System, initiate the sign-in, Xuan Ming murmured, shaking his head slightly as he set this matter aside for the moment. Both the late emperor's desire to break through to the divine realm and the troubling news about the ferocious beasts and demons deeper within the myriad beasts mountain range weighed heavily on his heart. In contrast, while he stood at the pinnacle of mortal strength, the burdens of these revelations loomed large. Yet, in the face of divine beings and demons, he remained somewhat feeble. Although he now commands 3 formidable entities, the unpredictable nature of these beings poses a significant threat. It is entirely plausible that a deity or demon might circumvent the 3 guardians of the South Continent and directly harm Xuan Ming. Therefore, the most pressing concern remains the enhancement of his power. With strength, all challenges shall be surmounted effortlessly. However, cultivation is not an endeavor accomplished in a single day. Given his current level, the most effective means of rapid advancement lies within the system's sign-in function. Ding. Signing in. Please wait. A series of system notifications resonated. Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne, filled with anticipation for the outcome of the sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a century's worth of cultivation. Chapter 52. Breaking through the divine and demonic realm. The subtle thoughts of the demon Lord Lin Ning, a century of cultivation. Just as Xuan Ming was filled with anticipation, he was suddenly jolted by the system notification sound. Awakening his spirit, after more than a month, he once again signed in to receive a reward that would greatly enhance his abilities. Although this reward, a century of cultivation, paled in comparison to the 3 centuries he had received previously, Xuan Ming understood that this time, the two were not even on the same plane. In his past, he was in the mid-stage of the acquired realm with a medium-grade talent. 3 centuries of cultivation had barely allowed him to reach the pinnacle of a half-saint. Now, however, he stood at the pinnacle of the holy realm, possessing a natural Tao body. A century of cultivation could potentially enable him to leap over the threshold between mortals and divine beings, transforming him into a land deity. As myriad thoughts swirled in Xuan Ming's mind, a surge of powerful and pure energy in the form of purple haze descended from an unknown void, flowing into his body and instantaneously transforming into boundless nourishment that fused with every aspect of him. At this moment, had there been ancient divine beings from this world present, they would surely have been profoundly shaken. The purple haze is an exceedingly ancient and mysterious energy from the celestial void realm, birthed from the cosmos at the dawn of time, and it is nearly exclusive to the primordial era. Even the various laws of the celestial void realm today are said to have evolved from this energy, which is one of the foundational energies of the Tao. It embodies the essence of the Tao and the truths of the heavens, a divine entity only the heavens and earth can wield. And it has never been heard of that any being is worthy of engaging with this energy. Yet now, it was inexplicably drawn forth from the chaotic void, entirely entering Xuan Ming's body, the very foundational power that could forge a world, now serving as the bridal gown for Xuan Ming's creation of the ultimate divine body. Should this become known, even ancient gods slumbering in forbidden lands would awaken in astonishment. At this moment, Xuan Ming remained unaware of the origins of this power. However, he could distinctly feel its formidable nature. Should he merge with it, an astonishing metamorphosis would occur within him. The essence of his life would experience a substantial enhancement. Such a transformation would be directly reflected in his cultivation power, lifespan, and other aspects, allowing him to transcend all life forms of the same level. Even beings with a natural Tao body would find their physique lacking in comparison to Xuan Ming. As he felt this energy penetrate deeper within him, Xuan Ming gently closed his eyes, and an array of sacred chains of intent rose within the Xian Emperor Palace, sealing it off completely, rendering the palace as secure as a fortress. As time passed, Xuan Ming's aura within the palace grew increasingly potent, soon reaching the boundaries of the mortal realm, stepping toward the domain of land deities. The powerful sacred pill, imbued with infinite sacred intent, began to rotate slowly, morphing into a misty haze reminiscent of the universe's inception, within which seemed to cradle a world, with stars revolving and sun and moon orbiting. Simultaneously, the sacred power within Xuan Ming began to transform into divine power, and his physique evolved into a divine body. Just as Xuan Ming commenced his breakthrough, the entire southern continent, no, to be precise, it encompasses the entire dominion of the divine mysterious empire. A surge of enigmatic energies began to boil forth, representing the national fortune that the divine mysterious empire had long concealed within the void. Historically, the concept of national fortune has been shrouded in speculation, with few believing in its existence. Yet, in truth, national fortune is one of the fundamental laws. It can only be unveiled when a sovereign, ruling over countless subjects, manifests a divine being. This occurrence allows the national fortune's formidable power to detach from the void, becoming the supreme law that shelters all beings within the empire. Otherwise, how could mere mortals access the forces that only the divine can wield? Now, as the emperor of the empire, Xuan Ming transcends into the realm of the divine, and the national fortune reveals itself to the world. With the emergence of this fortune, the void within the territory of the divine mysterious empire begins to tremble subtly, for the once familiar southern continent is now devoid of divine laws. The revealing of national fortune, as a force of law, naturally causes the entire void to become untenable. However, this tremor can only be perceived by beings who have reached the divine realm. Mere mortals, even those of the saint realm, can at most sense the shifting weather above. Meanwhile, beneath the Tongshan mountain range, a secret realm resembling a divine burial ground subtly quivers due to the manifestation of national fortune, as if a crack has appeared within the realm, releasing even more divine laws. These visible divine laws begin to exceed the limits previously established, but are still some distance from completely breaking free from the constraints of the Tongshan mountain range. Within the entire divine mysterious realm, the most profound sensations are felt by the three deities. At this moment, whether it be the earth god, mountain god, or river god, all set aside their tasks to respectfully bow towards the direction of the imperial palace. Strange, indeed. In the residence of the seventh princess, Xuanxue paused her cultivation and gazed up at the sky, her expression tinged with gravity. As a mortal, she could not perceive the force of national fortune. However, drawing from her past life as the ruler of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty, she vaguely sensed the unusual changes in the sky. Yet, despite her scrutiny, she could discern no clarity. Your Highness, it seems that rain is imminent. You should return indoors swiftly. Should you catch a chill, I would find myself utterly bereft, piped up a maid, resembling a young girl, who glanced at the tumultuous clouds and cautiously spoke. Xuanxue nodded, her gaze withdrawn with a hint of skepticism. Perhaps she had misinterpreted the signs. Meanwhile, in the residence of the third prince, the demon lord Lin Ning was attempting to refine a batch of essence condensation pills. This concoction was of superior quality and immensely valuable, Once consumed at the peak of one's innate abilities, it could enhance one's spiritual power significantly, thereby increasing the chance of coalescing a nascent form of sacred intent. The herbs for this pill had recently been procured from the Tianwu Merchant Guild. Once completed, she would be able to utilize these pills to gather numerous experts from the capital, establishing a demonic sect rooted in the imperial city and subsequently extending its influence throughout the divine mysterious empire. At that moment, the female emperor of the divine dynasty would undoubtedly reveal herself before her. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. An oppressive aura descended upon the residence of the third prince. Bang! Lin Ning's mind wavered, causing a miscalculation in the alchemical furnace. The medicinal liquid, on the verge of condensing into a pill, evaporated significantly. How infuriating! The heavens chose this moment to shift, neither early nor late. Lin Ning felt a flicker of anger. In the past, the Lin family had only possessed innate foundations, and these herbs were of semi-saint caliber. Even with the Lin family's resources, they could only procure a limited amount. Each loss was a tremendous waste. This won't do. The pills formed from the current medicinal liquid were utterly insufficient to win over hearts, and the Lin family's wealth was nearly depleted. Lin Ning furrowed her brow slightly. She was out of funds. No, she must devise a plan. Her gaze instinctively fell in the direction of the imperial palace. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to enter the palace and meet her cousin. With his strength, he could mobilize the resources of the dynasty. If he could allocate some to her, it would be far more advantageous than her own endeavors. Lin Ning contemplated. Once the leader of the demonic sect at the divine realm, she could certainly employ means to acquire resources, which was not difficult. However, comparatively, she had a better option. That was her cousin, Xuan Ming, the emperor of the dynasty. By gaining control over him, it would be tantamount to grasping the reins of the current Xinxian dynasty. Not to say she would soar to greatness immediately, but it would spare her considerable trouble and time. As for the notion of being unable to control Xuan Ming, Lin Ning felt a twinge of disdain. With her status as the leader of the demonic sect and the countless texts she had studied, perhaps she was not yet worthy of enchanting gods and demons, but bewitching a mere mortal would pose no challenge. However, this presupposes that she could indeed make contact with Xuan Ming. Without that, all was mere fantasy. Chapter 53. The Metamorphosis of the Innate Tao Body and the Supreme Sword Tao of the Divine and Demonic Realms. The manifestation of national fortune holds significant influence over the world. However, its implications are exceedingly profound, known only to a select few within the entirety of the southern continent. Above this national fortune, a different kind of mysterious power is gestating. Yet this force is obstructed by the national fortune, rendering it incapable of permeating the territories of the dynasty. This enigmatic energy is of an exalted nature, one which even the earth deity remains oblivious to. In the Xianwang Palace, several hours later, Xuan Ming has finally refined the entirety of the purple cloud divine light into his being. This formidable energy, which originates from the most ancient and mysterious realms of existence, has cleansed and reshaped his physique, elevating it to a state akin to rebirth. The essence of his life has transcended, evolving into the realm of the divine and demonic. Such a wondrous force distinguishes the earth deity realm. Despite being merely the initial stage of the divine and demonic domain, its potency is undeniable. Joy flickers in Xuan Ming's eyes as he savors the transformation brought forth by his breakthrough. The sensation is exquisite. He gently clenches his fist, and the palpable surge of divine and demonic energy ripples through the air, causing the very space around him to tremble. Xuan Ming perceives that with the slightest exertion of his newfound power, he could rend the fabric of the southern continent's existing space and traverse to any location within it. The innate Tao body, inherently a unique constitution, diverges from those rare talents of millennia. Its primary capability lies in the mastery over myriad paths. Thus, the system documentation previously categorized the innate Tao body's potential as intermediate, merely due to the innate abilities that accompany this special constitution. However, after undergoing the refining process infused with unknown divine mysteries, Xuan Ming's innate Tao body seems to have advanced further, enhancing his affinity for spiritual energy and the sensations of the world around him. Xuan Ming softly murmurs to himself. This breakthrough, while significant in the domain of divine and demonic strength, pales in comparison to the profound metamorphosis of his innate Tao body. When he introspects into his internal world, he can distinctly observe that whether it be his meridians, the essence within his dantian, or even the minutest of cells, a faint purple luminescence subtly emanates from them. Glimmers resembling the laws of the Tao dance within this radiance, and even Xuan Ming's blood has transformed into a purple hue, brimming with boundless energy and mysteries. An inexplicable fragrance wafts from Xuan Ming's being. Due to the metamorphosis of his innate Tao body, he has nearly become the divine and demonic equivalent of Tang Sun's flesh. Even a single drop of his blood encapsulates the profound truths of the Tao. Should a divine or demonic entity consume it, they could reduce their arduous cultivation period by centuries, with the allure intensifying with their own level of mastery. The power contained within the purple radiance is the primordial energy from the dawn of creation. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the comprehension of formidable laws they may derive, while the weaker one's cultivation, the lesser the rewards. For outsiders, such benefits are indeed boundless. As the possessor of the innate Tao body, Xuan Ming's gains are undoubtedly magnified. Yet, he currently finds himself situated within the earth deity realm. As he transcends to a higher realm, his innate Tao body will gradually unveil its true power, surpassing any being of this world. Xuan Ming waved his hand, causing the order divine chains surrounding the Xuandi Hall to dissipate into countless twinkling stars. Previously, Xuan Ming had merely reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm, drawing upon the power of the world, limited to the rules of sacred intent. However, with his breakthrough into the realm of gods and demons, these drawn sacred intent rules metamorphosed into the order divine chains. Your Majesty, as Xuan Ming lifted the blockade of the order divine chains around the Xuandi Hall, two figures sensed the tranquility within and rushed in at great speed, exhibiting a hint of panic. They were none other than Wu Ming and the Sword Saint. After the capital fell silent, the two had remained stationed at the royal palace. The prior sealing of the Xuandi Hall's sacred intent rules led them to mistakenly believe that something had befallen His Majesty, prompting them to wait anxiously outside the hall. Now that Xuan Ming had dispelled the order divine chains, revealing the Xuandi Hall to the world once more, the Sword Saint duo hurried to assess the situation. You are indeed considerate, Xuan Ming remarked, leaning slightly against the dragon throne, casting a glance at the Sword Saint duo and nodding gently. Their intentions were quite apparent. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on ascending to the supreme realm of gods and demons. Seeing that Xuan Ming was unharmed and had made further progress in cultivation, the Sword Saints could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and bow respectfully. As the supreme commander of the Imperial Guards, ensuring the safety of the palace was paramount. Should anything have gone awry under their watch, they would face severe consequences. Fortunately, the earlier disturbances in the Xuandi Hall were merely a result of His Majesty's breakthrough. Since my transcendence, have there been any changes in the outside world? Xuan Ming inquired, his gaze shifting slightly. Breaking through the realm of gods and demons was no trivial matter. Ancient texts recorded that a millennium ago, when a god-demon attained breakthrough, it summoned thunder from the heavens, inexplicably destroying nearly an entire region. He hoped that his own breakthrough had not inadvertently affected the empire. Reporting to Your Majesty, aside from tumultuous winds and clouds in the sky, the capital has not experienced any extraordinary changes, replied the Sword Saints, recalling the events. Indeed, Xuan Ming nodded. He had also inquired of the land deity, mountain deity, and river deity, receiving the same response. It appeared that the notion of encountering heavenly tribulations or other calamities upon a god-demon's breakthrough was a mere fallacy. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, contemplating. A millennium is an epoch too distant. Many truths have been lost to the passage of time. Some, even if passed down, deviate from the actual truth. The knowledge of 1,000 years ago may not necessarily reflect reality. He pondered the fate of the nation as one of the celestial rules, and how its revelation to the world had alleviated calamity for the southern continent. Xuan Ming's gaze flickered, settling on the Sword Saints. In the next moment, he flipped his right hand, conjuring two order divine chains imbued with sword path rules from the void. These two principles of swordsmanship, one leaning towards the ethereal and the other towards the tangible, may serve as a guiding light for your ascension to divinity and demonhood in the days to come. Upon your return, contemplate them deeply. Perhaps they will shorten the time required for your breakthrough. Xuan Ming waved his hand, binding the two principles with a violet divine force. The ethereal principle was entrusted to the Sword Saint, while the tangible principle fell into the hands of the Nameless One. This was a deliberate act by Xuan Ming. Though swordsmanship encompasses a multitude of paths, the essence of sword cultivators remains singular. In the world of tumultuous winds and clouds, both individuals are paragons of swordsmanship. The sword saint, at the peak of his prowess, has comprehended the 23rd sword principle, which is aligned with the soul. To wield this sword, one must first transcend the physical realm. The soul's manifestation brings everything to a standstill, allowing the wielder to enact a terrifying slaughter with this magical sword of death. Thus, this ethereal sword principle is exceptionally suited for the sword saint. Upon reaching ultimate mastery, he can return to the void, vanquishing all foes of reality. Conversely, the Nameless One, having lost his martial skills, has delved into the essence of the myriad swords returning to their source. This principle, rooted firmly in the physical realm, when unleashed, resembles servants bowing before their sovereign, the sword's force akin to an all-encompassing net that obliterates any obstacle in an instant. Therefore, pursuing this tangible sword principle is most appropriate for him. Upon attaining supreme mastery, nothing in this world shall withstand his might. Chapter 54. The Empress Xuan, out of money. Borrowing from the Emperor. Should the Sword Saint and the Nameless Master manage to harmonize and master these two swordsmanships, their future contributions to Xuan Ming will undoubtedly be significant. Both individuals possess immense potential, yet their progress has been hindered by the tumultuous realm they inhabit. However, in this world, mortals are not the limit, and divinities are not the ultimate goal. As long as they devote themselves to diligent practice, their ascension to divinity is merely a matter of time. Xuan Ming's involvement will considerably expedite this process. The two ministers exchanged glances, their faces flushing with determination. The pursuit of divinity is the lifelong aspiration of every martial artist. Who does not yearn to transcend the mortal coil? Yet, the path to divinity necessitates an understanding of the laws of the universe, requiring mortals to embrace the celestial forces with their corporeal forms, a daunting endeavor. Moreover, these celestial forces are often concealed within the void, realms inaccessible to mortals, compelling them to rely solely on their spiritual essence for gradual comprehension. Yet now, the keys to ascension are laid bare before them, akin to an examination with the answers conveniently at hand. How could the Sword Saint and the Nameless Master not feel exhilarated and awestruck? Very well, if there is nothing further, you may withdraw, Xuan Ming gestured dismissively. The two bowed respectfully and departed. Regarding the Martial Arts Academy, based on the feedback from the Minister of Revenue, preparations have commenced in various regions. However, I cannot afford to wait for its completion to establish an intelligence network and an invincible army. Once the ministers left, Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne, contemplatively reflecting. It has been a month since he conceived this idea. Yet, as the sovereign of the dynasty, he must consider many factors, compounded by the need to attend to other affairs. Consequently, only the Martial Arts Academy has begun to take shape, while the other two initiatives remain in their infancy. The intelligence agency involves intricate layers of schemes, assassinations, and surveillance over the realm. Establishing such an organization requires a considerable workforce, and its leadership must be entrusted to individuals of unwavering loyalty. Otherwise, even if the organization is formed, I would remain apprehensive about its efficacy. Xuan Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Since ascending to the throne, he has been acutely aware of the dearth of trustworthy individuals. The Minister of Revenue, Li Yuanfang, appears to heed his commands. Yet this obedience stems solely from his position. With the transition from the previous emperor to the new, the ministers quickly adapted to support Xuan Ming in governing the dynasty, akin to a seamless continuation of power. As long as they remain steadfast in their roles, the change of emperor would exert minimal impact. Ultimately, their loyalty lies with authority and status. Few have truly earned Xuan Ming's trust. Only the divine beings command his utmost confidence in this realm. As for the intelligence organization, it can initially be entrusted to the Earth God. Xuan Ming deliberated and reached a firm conclusion in his mind. The land deity is a divine figure revered for its unparalleled ability to attract followers and is not easily betrayed. The members of the intelligence organization prioritize loyalty, making this deity the most suitable candidate under Xuan Ming's command thus far. With his eyes gently closed, Xuan Ming stood in the underground divine realm of the imperial capital. Setting aside the original authority of the land deity, A sudden surge of imperial might emerged, and shimmering divine light coalesced as Xuan Ming's figure materialized before the land deity. Land deity of the imperial capital, I pay my respects to your majesty. The land deity gasped upon seeing Xuan Ming, clasping his hands in salute and bowing deeply. There is no need for such formalities. I have come to discuss matters with you. Xuan Ming waved his hand, and a divine dragon throne manifested within the bronze temple. Please, speak freely, your majesty. The land deity responded with deference, nodding earnestly like a chick pecking at grains. Has Afu not yet spoken? Inquired Xuan Xue from the seven princesses' residence. Reporting to your highness, Afu has yet to awaken. When I checked this morning, I discovered that a sow had already perished. I ordered the members of the ice group to deliver another batch at noon today, replied a middle-aged woman, her expression momentarily faltering. Oh, Xuan Xue's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It has been several days, yet he remains unconscious. How much of the drug did you administer to him? Xuan Xue felt a flicker of curiosity. Although a half-saint is still mortal, one who reaches such a level usually possesses a resolute will. The fact that he had not regained consciousness after so many days was rather fascinating to her. Quite a lot. For fear that we could not sufficiently cloud Afu's mind, we administered approximately a ton of potent aphrodisiac, the middle-aged woman explained. Such an amount. You certainly have overestimated the half-saint level. Xuan Xue furrowed her brow. Awaken him as soon as possible and extract the information I seek. She desired to uncover the former emperor's secrets, and Afu might be her only breakthrough. The lack of progress after so many days was beginning to frustrate her. Yes, your highness. The middle-aged woman sensed the shift in Xuan Xue's tone, her face betraying a hint of trepidation. As a capable subordinate of Xuan Xue, she was well aware of the formidable abilities possessed by the seemingly harmless and extraordinarily beautiful Seven Princess. Everything she had was granted by the Seven Princess. If she were to incite Xuan Xue's displeasure, losing all she possessed would be the least of her worries. A more severe consequence loomed ominously. Enough. You cannot even manage this trivial matter. Xuan Xue's fingers rhythmically tapped the table as she inquired once more, what is the ice group's current activity outside the imperial capital? In pursuit of the whereabouts of the demon Lord Lin Ning, the ice group must venture beyond the city. Therefore, Xuan Xue had previously instructed them to expand their influence. The ice group has successfully extended its reach to 3 counties surrounding the imperial capital, but a hint of embarrassment surfaced on the middle-aged woman's face. But what? Your Highness, the ice group has run out of funds, the middle-aged woman slowly admitted. Xuan Xue, how much are we short? Xuan Xue furrowed her brows slightly. As the 7th princess of the dynasty, it was her first time encountering such a question. A single prefecture encompasses hundreds of cities, each city further branching into various towns and villages. The prince's command to discreetly search for an individual named Lin Ning necessitated the presence of ice group members in every county. Yet, achieving this in a short period could only be accomplished through the recruitment of personnel via financial means. A single prefecture would require at least 1 million taels, if not more, while the entire dynasty comprises hundreds of prefectures. The middle-aged woman murmured. Expanding influence is no simple endeavor. Each step taken toward expansion consumes vast amounts of wealth. The enormity of the task caused Xuan Xue's brow to crease further. It seemed that the imperial treasury would barely cover daily expenses. She found herself devoid of ample funds. The demon lord, Lin Ning, was cunning and ruthless. The emperor could only search for her in secrecy, lest her nefarious tactics be unleashed upon him. Xuan Xue pondered momentarily. The demon lord, a being of divine status, possessed unpredictable abilities. Although she seethed with anger toward her, she simultaneously regarded her power with trepidation. Thus, the search must remain clandestine, if exposed. Who knows what devious schemes the demon lord might conjure? I shall seek a loan from my royal brother shortly. You may wait here, Xuan Xue instructed the middle-aged woman, rising from her throne and preparing to visit the palace to meet with Xuan Ming. Chapter 55. What? 10 billion. Not alone beneath the imperial capital. Within the realm of the divine path, it was settled. I shall take my leave, Xuan Ming declared, gesturing dismissively before vanishing into the ethereal domain. Your Majesty, I bid you farewell. The earth god knelt respectfully in the direction where Xuan Ming had disappeared. Establishing an intelligence organization? Indeed, the Red Sand sect, under the command of its leader, boasts a multitude of followers, all residing beyond the confines of the empire, leaving no trace of their existence within its borders. Thus, they would be well suited to form the backbone of such an organization. Should the Red Sand leader return successfully, these individuals could become devoted followers, capable of infiltrating the empire and remaining hidden in various locales. Seated upon his divine throne, the Earth God pondered the task recently assigned by the Emperor. Meanwhile, far away, the Red Sand sect, having thrived for 4 centuries and being one of the 3 great forces of the southern continent, remained oblivious to the impending fate of becoming mere pawns in the Earth God's intelligence network, destined to serve the Empire for eternity. On another front, Xuan Ming had just returned to his dragon chair when a court guard entered, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, the 7th princess requests an audience." "The 7th princess?" "Xuan, let her in," Xuan Ming replied, his brow slightly furrowed in thought. Since ascending to the throne, Xuan was the only royal offspring who had not plotted against him. Coupled with their occasional interactions, where she had exhibited a charming demeanor, Xuan Ming held a favorable impression of her. However, he was now slightly puzzled as to why Xuan sought him out at this moment. Was it merely a social call? Before long, a tall and graceful young woman donned in a pale white dress, exuding an air of cool detachment, entered the Xinyuan Hall. "Your Majesty, I greet you." The Empress Xuan inclined her head slightly. Before her own dominion, she could reveal her true self, referring to herself as this Empress. But in the presence of others, she would not foolishly expose her extraordinary nature without sufficient power, for such revelations would only invite peril. Thus, she maintained a carefully crafted persona in public. "Rise. It has been quite some time since we last met," Xuan Ming said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In the imperial garden, where he typically convened with his ministers, the atmosphere felt too solemn for a sibling reunion. "Your Majesty, have you employed a particular fragrance? The air is so sweet as we walk. Might you share it with your sister?" Xuan accompanied Xuan Ming along the garden path, her curiosity evident. She was strategically fostering their relationship, warming the emotional ties, for the sum she intended to borrow was no trifling matter. To broach the subject of money directly would likely lead Xuan Ming to dismiss her outright, should he not cast her away entirely. Moreover, she genuinely perceived an enchanting aroma emanating from him, an indescribable, alluring scent. As they journeyed together, Xuan Ming's presence seemed akin to a rare elixir, stirring within her an irresistible desire to partake of it. She harbored an inkling that should she truly indulge, she might reap substantial benefits. The remnants of her past life's spirit lingered in her mind, urging her forward. She cast a glance at Xuan Ming's delicate, pale wrist, pondering if such whiteness would draw blood with a mere bite. "Can you sense the fragrance that envelopes me?" Xuan Ming's form hesitated slightly, his eyes narrowing perceptibly. Ever since his ascension to the realm of divine and demonic beings, he had exuded a subtle, elusive fragrance. Upon closer examination, he discerned that this aroma was intertwined with the previously fused purple mist, which had even prompted inquiries from the Earth God during their recent discussions. However, he observed that this peculiar scent was imperceptible to mortals. Even the Sword Saint and the Nameless One failed to detect it. Only beings of divine and demonic origin could perceive it. Yet, at this moment, his younger sister, possessing merely the cultivation of a half-saint. Half-saint. A flicker of realization surged through Xuan Ming. Could it be that Xuan possessed some extraordinary constitution? As the youngest offspring of the late emperor, Xuan had only just turned 18. At such a tender age, even those with exceptional talent would struggle to reach the realm of half-saint. Yet, Xuan had not only entered this realm, but had also attained its mid-stage, which astonished Xuan Ming. He distinctly remembered the day they had all tested their talents. Xuan had ranked among the top, alongside the crown prince. Now, however, her cultivation far exceeded what even the most gifted could achieve at this stage. Yet, despite Xuan Ming's scrutiny, he found no discernible anomalies in her constitution. "Is there something amiss, Your Majesty?" At this moment, Xuan felt a surge of anxiety, feigning a demure demeanor. The captivating scent had nearly ensnared her senses, almost leading her to forget the matter at hand. "Not at all," Xuan Ming replied with a slight shake of his head, though he kept a watchful thought in mind. Clearly, his younger sister harbored some secrets of her own. After meandering through the imperial garden for approximately a quarter of an hour, Xuan Ming inquired, "Speak freely. I can see the weight on your heart. Is there something you wish to seek my assistance with?" With his current cultivation in the realm of divine and demonic beings, He could easily perceive the flickers of unease on Xuan face. It seemed her visit was not merely a stroll down memory lane, but rather held a deeper purpose. In the treacherous game of royal intrigue, the 6th princess, Xian Yun'er, and the 7th princess Xuan were the only ones who evoked a sense of familial connection within him. In contrast, the late emperor and his other royal brothers felt distant and even cold to him. Therefore, as long as Xuan troubles were manageable and did not pose a threat to his well-being, Xuan Ming was inclined to assist her. Your Majesty possesses remarkable discernment. This time, my royal sister has come to request a loan, Xuan confessed, her demeanor slightly flustered. A loan, you say? That is a trivial matter. Xuan Ming nodded slightly, deeming it inconsequential. As the sovereign of the dynasty, money is merely a figure to Xuan Ming. His declaration instilled a profound sense of reassurance within Xuan, indicating that her disguise had been remarkably effective. How much do you desire? Xuan Ming inquired. Xuan raised her right index finger, signaling the number 1. 1,000,000 taels is acceptable. Thereafter, I shall instruct the Minister of Revenue to send it to you. Xuan Ming nodded slightly. 1,000,000 taels is not an exorbitant sum. Not 1 million. Actually, it is 100 billion. Xuan, taken aback by Xuan Ming's assumption, quickly corrected herself in a hushed tone. A mere million would be insufficient for even her ice legion to develop a single prefecture. What? You require such a vast sum? Absolutely not. Xuan Ming instinctively furrowed his brow. 100 billion is no trifling amount. It would suffice to develop several small-scale armies. Lending out such a sum, while it may not cripple the treasury, would certainly inflict significant strain. Xuan Ming firmly declined. Chapter 56. The Demon Lord Lin Ning. I find myself devoid of funds and must seek assistance from my cousin. Lin Ning mused, sensing the gravity in Xuan Ming's tone. Xian Shui silently considered this, although she had not directly interacted with the treasury's accounts. The vast expanse of the Xinyuan dynasty, with its population in the billions and hundreds of counties, suggested that tax revenues must certainly amount to no less than several hundred billion. Despite the myriad expenditures that the dynasty incurred to offset this income, it had endured for a millennium, and there ought to be some surplus each year. In her calculations, 100 billion did not seem excessive. However, given Xuan Ming's demeanor, it appeared that borrowing was unlikely. Haha, Your Majesty, do not be alarmed. My royal sister was merely jesting. She would not truly seek to borrow such a sum. Xian Shui said, her delicate hand grasping Xuan Ming's sleeve and giving it a gentle shake. In truth, I merely wish to borrow 100 million. She cooed softly. 100 million. You truly startled me just now. Xuan Ming thought, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The notion of 100 million had nearly led him to suspect that Xian Shui intended to covertly assemble an army. Nevertheless, it was still somewhat excessive. He could only lend her a mere 100,000. This was not due to a lack of desire to assist, for he had only 100,000 taels of freely available funds at his disposal. The treasury indeed held vast sums, but that wealth belonged to the entire dynasty. Military expenses, monthly salaries for officials, construction of waterways, disaster relief, and so forth, each expenditure amounted to billions. With his recent plans to establish martial academies at various levels and the ambitions for intelligence organizations and an invincible army, the required funds were immense. Thus, Xian Shui's timing for borrowing was less than ideal. However, as she was his sister, Xuan Ming felt it inappropriate not to lend her something. 100,000. Xian Shui's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression frozen in disbelief. Her bright eyes were fixated on Xuan Ming, unable to comprehend how his lips could utter such a frigid figure, especially after the earlier mention of 1 million, now suddenly reduced to 100,000. Do you wish to accept? Xuan Ming inquired, his gaze resting on Xian Shui's astonished face, filled with curiosity. As a member of the royal family, Xian Shui should not be lacking in wealth. After all, the royal family possessed a treasure trove independent of the dynasty, from which resources and techniques could be withdrawn at will, as long as they were utilized by royal kin. Therefore, even though Xian Shui had progressed to the level of a half-saint, she had no need to venture out for cultivation resources. The treasury could fulfill her needs more comprehensively than the outside world. Moreover, the servants and guards in Xian Shui's residence were allocated according to the royal family standards, receiving a designated monthly stipend without any additional financial burden on her part. Furthermore, the royal family also provided monthly subsidies for daily necessities such as poultry, fish, and delicacies. Thus, in truth, Xian Shui had no need for such a substantial sum of money. Do not speak of 100 million. Even a mere 100,000 taels would suffice for indulgence in the capital. Even when acquiring certain luxuries, one might only exceed that sum slightly. It is evident that Xian Shui's peculiar behavior has captured Xuan Ming's attention. Perhaps it is best to let it be. The princess has no further matters to attend to. Xian Shui pouted and shook her head slightly. 100,000 taels, borrowed, would hardly suffice to avoid embarrassment. After all, she had just instructed the leader of her ice group to await her request for funds from her elder brother. If he were to learn that she borrowed only 100,000, TSK, the middle-aged woman may appear unaffected, yet behind the scenes, she might mock her, undermining her authority, just as Xian Shui was shaking her head on the other side. The demon Lord Lin Ning quietly approached the Ministry of Revenue official from the Lin family, requesting to convey her desire to meet the current emperor. The official initially contemplated refusal, but upon realizing that Lin Ning was the cousin of the emperor's maternal family, he hesitated. What if, in the future, she gained favor and held him accountable for not aiding her today? Thus, he decided to inform the Minister of Revenue, Lin Fangyuan. This. Li Yuanfang furrowed his brow. Logically, a commoner should have no right to an audience with the emperor, yet this commoner's relationship with the emperor is far too intricate. It is known that the emperor has summoned the Lin family to the capital, although he has not yet visited them, leaving Li Yuanfang uncertain of the emperor's intentions. However, like the official, he too pondered the possibilities. What if Lin Ning? Perhaps it would be prudent to report to His Majesty and seize the opportunity to gauge His Majesty's sentiments regarding the Lin family. If one truly seeks funds, according to the regulations set by past emperors, royal descendants are entitled to an annual additional allocation of 10 million taels drawn from the royal treasury. This supplementary amount is separate from the annual distribution. Should one borrow against it, it must be repaid the following year, along with an additional 10% interest. Xian Shui, with a countenance that suggested she might weep, stirred Xuan Ming's compassion. Let the funds remain with His Majesty upon your departure, dear sister, he thought. Xian Shui pretended to wipe away tears and took her leave. Since borrowing was futile, there was no reason for her to linger. Xuan Ming, extending his hand, furrowed his brow slightly. Was there truly something unspeakable? Sword Saint, he called, gazing at Xian Shui's departing silhouette. In a moment, the Sword Saint materialized beside him. During this time, observe my sister closely during the day. If any issues arise, report to me promptly, Xuan Ming instructed. Xian Shui appeared genuinely in need of funds. Yet when questioned by Xuan Ming, she hesitated to speak, which aroused his suspicion. He began to wonder if she was being threatened. Yet, upon further reflection, he sensed something was amiss. Xuan Shui, being a semi-saint, resided within the heart of the imperial capital, and who would dare to threaten the offspring of the royal family? However, nothing is absolute. He resolved to allow the Sword Saint a glimpse. Should there be anything reasonable that requires monetary assistance, a brief borrowing from Xuan Ming would not be amiss. Indeed, Your Majesty, the Sword Saint nodded. With a sigh, after the Sword Saint departed, Xuan Ming slightly shook his head and let out a soft breath. In the next moment, his form transformed into specks of starlight, and when he reappeared, he was back in the Xianwang Palace. Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue requests an audience. Hardly had he settled when a palace guard respectfully reported. Oh, let him enter. Xuan Ming, still pondering over matters concerning Xuan Shui, found his thoughts diverted by the arrival of the Minister of Revenue, which reminded him of the construction progress of the Martial Arts Academy. The palace guard withdrew, and soon Lin Fangyuan entered the hall. Your Majesty, I come today with an important matter to report. A young lady, who claims to be your cousin from the Lin family residing in the prince's residence, has approached me seeking an audience with Your Majesty. Lin Fangyuan bowed respectfully, his words causing Xuan Ming's expression to momentarily freeze. Just as one younger sister departed, another cousin arrives? What a turn of events. Chapter 57. If given the opportunity, it would indeed be worthwhile for Xuan Shui to make the acquaintance of Lin Ning. Could it be that today, I have inadvertently disturbed my sister's sanctuary? A flicker of surprise swiftly crossed Xuan Ming's face. The Lin family, he murmured softly, his gaze sharpening with contemplation. Ever since he had arranged for the Lin family to reside in the estate he once called home, he had not taken the time to pay them a visit. He wondered how the Lin family fared now. Although he had not interacted with them since childhood, they were, After all, relatives on his mother's side. The absence of a meeting was merely a royal tradition, yet now that he ascended the throne, such customs could easily be disregarded, Xuan Ming pondered. He directed his gaze towards the Minister of Revenue, Lin Fengyuan. Summon her, he gestured with a wave of his hand. Yes, Your Majesty, Lin Fengyuan replied, his eyes flickering as he respectfully took his leave. It seemed that the emperor held some thoughts regarding the Lin family. Thus, this minister ought to engage more with them. Lin Fengyuan mused. Although he held a prominent position as Minister of Revenue, one of the three dukes, he understood well that with the new emperor's ascendance, many traditions could not remain as they were under the previous ruler. If he failed to win the new emperor's favor, no matter how high his status or how extensive his connections, he could easily be cast down from his pedestal with a mere word from the sovereign. There were countless individuals vying for power in this realm. He was but one among many who were fixated on his position, with innumerable others eager to usurp it. A single misstep could lead to a shipwreck, leaving him with nothing. Therefore, Lin Fengyuan would not overlook any opportunity to curry favor with the emperor. Xuan Xue emerged from the palace, her expression grave as she made her way towards the residence of the seventh princess. It was unexpected that she could not procure funds from Xuan Ming. However, she had unearthed a matter of greater significance, Xuan Ming's cultivation. She could not fathom it. This revelation startled her. Since awakening her memories, she had been cultivating, benefiting from her past life's recollections combined with certain special methods. Her current prowess was at the mid-stage of semi-saint. And even the exceptionally gifted Xia Yutong, who appeared once in a millennium, could not surpass her pace of advancement. Logically speaking, even if the third prince, Xuan Ming, ascended the throne and enjoyed the highest royal privileges with boundless resources at his disposal, it should have been impossible for him to exceed her cultivation in merely a month. Moreover, the unusual fragrance emanating from Xuan Ming subtly captivated her. Even the mindset of a divine being in her previous life struggled to resist its allure. This only deepened her astonishment. All these signs indicated that Xuan Ming's existence surpassed her prior understanding, undoubtedly harboring some profound secret. As for matters concerning her third brother, she would pursue them in due time. The connection of his bloodline to her own physical form made his strength increasingly advantageous for her. Xuan Xue mused lightly, considering it an unexpected boon. In a certain sense, Xuan Ming could be regarded as one of her trump cards in this life. The immediate priority is to seek the whereabouts of that fiend. For allowing him to remain within the southern continent or the divine Xian Empire could prove to be a ticking time bomb for both myself and the empire. Xuan Xue furrowed her brow, contemplating the cunning nature of the demon Lord Lin Ning. Should he establish a foothold from his hidden lair, it is likely that he would swiftly transform the southern continent into a stronghold for his demonic sect. This would undoubtedly spell trouble for her. It seems that I must rely on my own means to amass wealth. Xuan Xue shook her head slightly. In her previous life, she was in existence at the level of a celestial being, and as the empress of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty, she possessed numerous invaluable techniques and elixirs. Even a single sacred-level technique could fetch a handsome price at auction. Her earlier decision to borrow money from Xuan Ming was merely a matter of convenience, a swift means to gather funds. But now that avenue had been ruthlessly severed by Xuan Ming, she had no choice but to explore other options. As for the auctioning of techniques, she could entrust that entirely to her disciple, Xia Yutong, who was the daughter of the president of the foremost trading association in the divine Xian Empire. Accomplishing this task would be exceedingly simple for her, which was one of the reasons Xuan Xue had chosen Xia Yutong in the first place. Suddenly, Xuan Xue paused momentarily, a subtle furrow appearing on her brow. "What is it, Your Highness?" The young maid beside her inquired softly. "It's nothing," Xuan Xue replied nonchalantly, feigning indifference as she continued on her way. Shortly after her departure, a figure gradually emerged behind them. It was the Sword Saint. "Has my cousin also requested to see her?" The demon Lord Lin Ning's face lit up with delight. "Indeed, but Miss Lin, once you arrive at the palace, please refrain from calling him cousin. You must address him as Your Majesty. Do not inadvertently offend His Majesty." Lin Fengyuan admonished Lin Ning, sensing her informal address might be inappropriate. The royal protocols are stringent, unlike those of the common folk. Should His Majesty become displeased, regardless of Lin Ning's demeanor, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. After all, Lin Ning was his liaison to the emperor, thus he was exceedingly cautious. "Rest assured, I will exercise discretion," Lin Ning assured him with a nod. She was not naive. Like Empress Xian Shui, she understood the necessity of concealing her true self before outsiders and resolved never to expose her capabilities without sufficient strength. After all, as a celestial being herself, she was wary of the Empress's prowess. In this game of power, whoever occupies the public eye finds themselves in an utterly passive position. In encounters among peak powerhouses, even the slightest disparity can prove fatal. Thus, Lin Ning would never treat such matters lightly. Very well, I shall escort you to the palace, Lin Fengyuan responded, momentarily taken aback by Lin Ning's sudden composure, yet relieved in his heart. He feared that Lin Ning might act recklessly and disturb his majesty. Soon, he led Lin Ning to the palace. After announcing their arrival, Lin Ning entered the Xian Emperor's hall. Commoner Lin Ning pays her respects to your majesty. Upon entering the palace, Lin Ning slightly bowed and performed her greetings. With an air of elegance and poise, she resembled a refined lady of noble birth. Even within the meticulously structured confines of the palace, there was a subtle yet unmistakable tension. This peculiar atmosphere elicited a flicker of intrigue in Xuan Ming's eyes as he scrutinized his cousin, whom he had never met before. The bloodline aura emanating from Lin Ning confirmed her identity. Rise, for this is our first encounter, Xuan Ming remarked, casting a discerning glance at Lin Ning. If one were to liken his seventh sister to an ice-cold snow lotus, then this cousin appeared to him as a black lotus emerging from searing magma, her visage strikingly beautiful. Yet the contrasting essence between them stirred a sense of curiosity within Xuan Ming. Should the opportunity arise, it would be delightful to introduce Lin Ning to Xuan Xue. Since the disappearance of his sixth sister, his seventh sister had longed for a companion, and Lin Ning, being new to the capital, lacked friends. They were well suited to one another in age and other aspects, and Xuan Ming pondered this as he stroked his chin. Chapter 58, 10 million taels forget it. I shall not lend it. Lin Ning shook her head and ran off. At that moment, Xian Shui had just departed from him. Calling her back now would be decidedly inappropriate. Introducing Lin Ning to Xian Shui would have to wait for a more opportune moment. My lord, it smells delightful here. Have you used any special spices? Just as Xuan Ming was contemplating the introduction of the two, Lin Ning suddenly caught a whiff of an enchanting aroma, her face quickly reflecting a look of rapture. This otherworldly fragrance was irresistibly alluring, stirring within her the remnants of divine power from her previous life, much like it did for Xian Shui. However, Lin Ning, being of insufficient cultivation, less than a half-saint, and possessing a nascent soul that was too fragile, found herself ensnared by it. Upon witnessing this, Xuan Ming furrowed his brow. Logically, the exotic scent emanating from him was derived from the purple mist of divine light, a force that only deities and demons could perceive, which mere mortals could not detect. He had previously conducted experiments with other mortals, excluding the Sword Saint and the Nameless One, and none had felt a thing. Yet now, not only his sister Xian Shui could perceive this fragrance, but even his cousin could as well. What could be the reason for this? Xuan Ming gently released his consciousness towards Lin Ning. Like Xian Shui, she bore no traces of divine or demonic energy, indicating that this was likely not an external factor. It suggested that their unique physiologies enabled them to detect the fragrance, perhaps related to their bloodline. Xuan Ming felt a sense of suspicion arise within him. How curious, he mused, rubbing his temples. The events of the day had unfolded in ways he had not anticipated. In the next moment, Xuan Ming waved his hand, temporarily shielding Lin Ning's surroundings with the chains of order from the void. The alluring scent surrounding him emanated from the purple light that enveloped his corporeal form and soul. This power seemed exceedingly elevated. Previously, during his interaction with the Earth God, he had attempted to seal himself off to block this fragrance. Yet it was pervasive. Even his divine energy bore traces of it. Despite his attempts to contain it, the scent would still seep through. I must devise a solution, Xuan Ming pondered. He understood what this fragrance signified to outsiders. Even the Earth God, a being who had lived for millennia, had previously struggled to restrain the desire to take a bite out of him, illustrating the immense allure of the purple light that had fused with his essence to the divine and demonic beings. If this matter remained unresolved, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications upon encountering external deities and demons in the future. The Imperial Garden. Xuan Ming entered once more, but this time with a different sister. Pray tell, your visit to the palace is not merely a courtesy call, is it? Has the Lin family encountered some difficulties of late? He remarked casually, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled along the royal path. The imperial garden stretched several miles, with flowers meticulously cultivated by skilled artisans, blooming in vibrant hues, pleasing to the eye. However, at this moment, the demon Lord Lin Ning was far too absorbed in her astonishment to appreciate the beauty around her. Before her arrival, she intended to entice Xuan Ming into providing her with funds to procure medicinal materials for alchemical concoction, with aspirations of establishing a demonic sect in the imperial capital. However, shortly after entering the Xinhuang Palace, she inexplicably succumbed to a peculiar fragrance and lost her conscious awareness. Fortunately, this state was fleeting, and she soon regained her senses. For the moment, she believed this to be one of the protective measures employed by the emperor of the dynasty. Yet now, as she traversed the path from the Xinhuang Palace to the imperial garden, she endeavored to bewitch Xuan Ming, only to discover that her attempts were utterly futile. As if this cousin truly regarded her as a mere sister, harboring no ulterior motives. This left Lin Ning in a state of incredulity. As a reincarnated being from a previous life, her appearance and other traits remained largely unchanged, owing to the influence of their former souls. Only significant upheavals could alter one's form. In her previous existence, she was counted among the 10 most beautiful women in the Central world. Her features were exquisite, her skin like snow, and with her mastery of demonic arts, she could hardly believe that any mortal could resist her allure. Yet, to her dismay, this strategy proved ineffectual with Xuan Ming. The emperor was indeed perceptive. The Lin family was experiencing minor difficulties. The imperial capital had its merits, but the cost of living was exorbitant, and the Lin family's wealth had nearly been depleted during this time. Consequently, the sister sought to borrow some funds from His Majesty. Having failed in her initial scheme, the demon Lord Lin Ning resolved to adopt a different approach, requesting a loan from Xuan Ming in the name of the Lin family. Do you also wish to borrow money? Xuan Ming's expression shifted, his face contorting in surprise. Today was decidedly peculiar. His sister had just departed with a request for financial assistance, and now his cousin appeared with the same intention. Moreover, both women seemed to sense the otherworldly fragrance emanating from him. Were it not for his prior investigations revealing no ties between them, Xuan Ming might have suspected they conspired together to solicit funds from him. Lin Ning's brow furrowed in contemplation. She had considered any response from Xuan Ming, yet this particular remark caught her off guard. Was it possible that someone had approached her cousin for a loan before her? How fortuitous. Lin Ning silently frowned. No worries, your reasoning is quite sound. The cost of living in the imperial capital is indeed higher than in the counties below, a fact that only the 5 provincial capitals can rival. Xuan Ming did not dwell on this matter for long. He found Lin Ning's assertions to hold some validity. The Lin family was not of royal lineage. They lacked the various resources and financial support that the imperial heirs enjoyed. Thus, arriving in the imperial capital, they could not afford to be deprived of cultivation resources, and given the higher prices, they would inevitably spend a considerable amount. A family from a county bore little significance in the grand scheme of the imperial capital. For this reason, Xuan Ming dismissed further contemplation on the issue. How much do you wish to borrow? He inquired promptly. The Lin family is the maternal family of his biological mother. In the early days of his transmigration, she treated him with utmost kindness, but tragically fell victim to the intrigues of the imperial harem. Xuan Ming could not make amends for this loss. Now that the Lin family has emerged, he is inclined to offer them support. In total, he estimates that around 10 million taels of silver would be required. Lin Ning's voice was soft, sweet, and enchanting. She had little prior interaction with Xuan Ming. The fact that he could provide her with funds was, to her estimation, largely due to her aunt's influence. Thus, she cautiously proposed a figure without being overly ambitious. If she could secure this silver, it would enable her to establish the foundation of her demonic sect. 10 million taels. Xuan Ming took a deep breath. Although Lin Ning did not explicitly demand 100 million, her suggestion still surprised him. He recalled that before ascending to the throne, he was among the weakest of princes. With barely 100,000 taels to his name, he understood all too well what such a sum represented. I cannot lend you more than 100,000. That would completely deplete my treasury. Xuan Ming gently shook his head. Is that acceptable to you? 100,000. Lin Ning hesitated, then shook her head. If it's only 100,000, it's unnecessary to exhaust my cousin's goodwill. Otherwise, it would be difficult to ask for his assistance in pursuing the empress of the divine dynasty in the future. After all, she had previously attempted to sway Xuan Ming, but to no avail. Besides her familial connection to the emperor, she had no other means to harness such formidable power. After careful consideration, she decided that 100,000 was not worth it. The value was minimal. She could offer some techniques from her past life for sale. Once sold, whether she gained or lost 100,000 would matter little. However, borrowing this amount would mean losing goodwill without any benefit, leaving her to toil for her own fortune. For these reasons, she declined the 100,000, ultimately fabricating an excuse to meet Xuan Ming. He chose not to expose her deceit and allowed her to leave. This young lady likely harbors some secrets, Xuan Ming mused, narrowing his eyes. Wu Ming, during this time, keep a vigilant eye on the Lin family during the day to see if any issues arise. If everything appears normal. Wasn't it last month that you led the imperial guards to raid a faction of nobles in the capital? Deliver some resources and silver to the Lin family. And keep an eye on my cousin, Xuan Ming instructed in a low voice. Understood. Wu Ming's figure appeared and then vanished. Strange, Xuan Ming murmured, sensing an underlying connection to today's events. Just as he delved deeper into thought, a somewhat frantic figure rushed into the imperial garden. Your Majesty, the Minister of War urgently seeks your presence. He reports that there has been unusual activity in the Wanyao mountain range, with ferocious beasts emerging from the depths of the forest to attack the borders of the dynasty. His Excellency requests that you proceed to the Xianyuan Palace, where he is awaiting your arrival. The messenger, a palace guard, reported in a flustered manner. Chapter 59. Flatten the Tongshan mountain range for me in the Xianyuan Palace. Xuan Ming swiftly crossed from the imperial garden and took his seat upon the dragon throne. Speak, which regions have been besieged by the ferocious beasts? His gaze fell upon Li Batian, the Minister of War, whose expression bore a hint of solemnity. The Wanyao mountain range, as recorded in the previous emperor's manuscripts, was known to harbor suspected divine and demonic beasts lurking within its depths. Thus, despite the presence of 4 earth gods safeguarding the Xian divine dynasty, Xuan Ming remained acutely aware of the significance of the Wanyao mountain range. Your Majesty, it is the Beitai County and Kaiyan County of the Beishu Prefecture, as well as the Nanzhao Prefecture's Nanjian County and Fengyuan County. The Minister of War, taken aback by Xuan Ming's sudden appearance upon the throne, felt a surge of astonishment. Yet he knew this was not the time for surprise and hurriedly reported the afflicted regions. The respective lords of the 2 prefectures, the North Yang Marquis and the South Feng Marquis, have already led their armies to the disaster-stricken areas. According to transmitted reports, the sages from both prefectures have also set forth. Preliminary estimates indicated that the casualties in both prefectures have exceeded 10,000. A trace of sorrow flickered across the Minister of War's visage. With the vast population of the dynasty, over 10,000 casualties might seem insignificant in the grand scheme. However, since the previous emperor's counteroffensive against the Wanyao mountain range a century ago, no incident had claimed so many lives in a single occurrence. Now, as the Wanyao mountain range erupted once more, the Minister of War felt a profound sorrow mingled with shock. Historically, amidst numerous natural and man-made calamities, the Wanyao mountain range has inflicted the most substantial losses upon the South Continent and the Xian divine dynasty. It could be said that the Wanyao mountain range is the most insidious malignancy in the annals of the South Continent's history. Over 10,000. Xuan Ming felt a tremor within. The beast calamities in the Nanzhao prefecture predominantly stemmed from the tributaries of the Wanyao mountain range extending into the Nanjing prefecture, while the ferocious beasts in the Beishu prefecture emerged from the chaotic Yang mountain range in Kaiyan County. These 2 mountain ranges, along with the Tianlu forest in the heart of the dynasty, could be classified as tributaries of the Wanyao mountain range extending into the South Continent. The Minister of War continued to relay pertinent information regarding the incident. The dynasty maintained a similar governance system for these regions and the Tianlu forest. Yet the source of this beast calamity originated from within the depths of the Wanyao mountain range. The surrounding military forces had not had the opportunity to respond in time. The minister meticulously recounted the origins of the incident. Is it a governance system akin to that of the Tianlu forest? Xuan Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling that when the Lin family arrived in the imperial capital, a similar event had transpired in the Tianlu forest. The mountain god safeguarding the Tianlu forest was vastly distant from the other 2 locations, rendering assistance challenging. The river goddess source lay on the periphery of the Wanyao mountain range, yet its power had not yet reached the entirety of the dynasty. And the land god was even farther removed from the two regions. It would likely require some time to perfect the defense system of the three divine sovereigns. Xuan Ming pondered. Until the defense system of the three divine sovereigns was fully established, the Xian divine dynasty must remain vigilant against any anomalies arising from the Wanyao mountain range. In the southern province of Zhao, the farmer saint intervened, causing the ferocious beasts to retreat into the Tongxian mountain range, thereby restoring a temporary semblance of stability. However, the beasts invading the northern region of Su are tenfold in number compared to those in Zhao. Even with the efforts of the Hanyuan saint, they can only manage to repel the onslaught, and the northern Sun Marquis is currently seeking aid from the imperial court. I beseech your majesty to issue a decree to mobilize the surrounding armies for support, the Minister of War respectfully stated. While the Ministry of War indeed holds military authority, its responsibilities are limited to the mobilization of troops and the appointment of their leaders. The power to dispatch reinforcements, to raise armies, and to declare war resides solely with the emperor. The other two major departments essentially serve to manage the realm on behalf of the emperor, with true power resting in his hands. Even though the current sovereign has only recently ascended to the throne, the Minister of War dares not overstep his bounds. I understand. Proceed with the mobilization, Xuan Ming replied with a nod. Yes, I shall carry out your orders, the Minister of War responded swiftly before departing. The matter of reinforcements could not be delayed. Any postponement might result in countless casualties on the front lines. Unnamed, Sword Saint. I require both of you to come to the palace, Xuan Ming declared after the minister's departure. It was not long before the two figures appeared within the Xianwang Hall. I am assigning you a task. You shall each bear my edict. Traveling to the troubled regions of the southern province of Zhao and the northern province of Su to oversee the situation personally. You must eradicate this calamity completely. My decree is imbued with my divine power. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you are permitted to utilize it. Xuan Ming waved his hand, and two streams of purple divine energy manifested in the air, enveloping the edicts. Though the Sword Saint and Unnamed have reached the pinnacle of mortal capabilities, the unpredictable peril of the Wanyao mountain range looms far away. Should any unknown threats arise, neither Xuan Ming nor the three divine lords would have time to intervene, leaving them reliant on his divine power for the safety of themselves and the nearby populace. Once the Sword Saint and Unnamed employ the divine power contained within the edicts, Xuan Ming would sense it immediately, allowing him to tear through space and arrive at remarkable speed. Your humble servant accepts the decree. The two bowed deeply and received the edicts. Upon leaving the Xianwang Hall, they hastened towards their respective locations. The divine power within the edicts would enhance their speed, were it not for their mortal forms, which could not withstand the strain of spatial distortion. Xuan Ming would have directly transported them to their destinations. As for monitoring his sister and cousin, that could be set aside for the moment. Bring forth the Minister of Revenue. After dispatching the two, Xuan Ming summoned the Minister of Revenue. Soon, the minister arrived, slightly apprehensive. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. I am uncertain as to why I have been summoned, he said, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As Lin Ning had only recently left the palace, leading him to suspect she might have angered the emperor. Are you aware that ferocious beasts from the Wanyao mountain range have breached our territory through the Tongxian and Wanyang mountain ranges? Xuan Ming's words caused the minister's expression to change dramatically. The mention of the Wanyao mountain range has long been a taboo across the entire southern continent. Even the venerable Minister of Revenue felt a tremor of fear. These two great mountain ranges have always been present during the upheavals of the myriad beasts mountain range. Have they not? Xuan Ming inquired with a focused gaze. Indeed, Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue replied. Xuan Ming nodded slightly. I have already dispatched reinforcements. It is assured that the beast calamities in these two regions will soon be quelled. The Minister of Revenue bowed slightly, somewhat bewildered by Xuan Ming's intentions. These two mountain ranges lie on the periphery of the empire, and their steep terrain holds little value for the dynasty. Moreover, they necessitate daily vigilance against ferocious beasts that have repeatedly wreaked havoc upon the empire, rendering them unfit for existence. Once this beast calamity subsides, I shall mobilize those idle and wayward individuals within the empire to level the Tongxian mountain range and the Wanyang mountain range. At the very least, we must ensure that these two mountains are distanced from the empire's territory for safety. Chapter 60. Empress Xuan. How infuriating. Not only did he refuse to lend me money, but he even sent people to monitor me, leveling 2 mountain ranges. Such a command is undoubtedly a waste of manpower and resources. However, in the long term, it may indeed allow the divine Xian Empire to circumvent a significant portion of losses. It is essential to understand that during every beast calamity, these mountain ranges extending from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain into the southern continent play a crucial role. The ferocious beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain can traverse these ranges, breaching multiple defensive lines and invading the Empire's territory. Conversely, the steep terrain within these mountains, even with the establishment of numerous advantageous defensive points by the Empire, can be easily scattered by the relentless ferocious beasts. These beasts are inherently suited to the mountainous environment, their robust musculature enabling them to scale various terrains, while humans struggle in such battles, often suffering grave losses. Previous emperors have contemplated various measures, yet all have proven futile. This time, Xuan Ming has resolved to end this once and for all by demolishing the Tongxian and Luanyang mountain ranges. As for manpower, the empire encompasses hundreds of counties, each with a population in the millions, so manpower is certainly not in short supply. Lin Feign, the Minister of Revenue, gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. Xuan Ming's decision truly left him somewhat shocked. Leveling 2 mountain ranges, what tremendous audacity. Yet, upon reflection, while this endeavor would mobilize a vast amount of labor, it is akin to the establishment of a martial arts academy, an endeavor that, while demanding, will yield benefits for generations to come. Once completed, the empire would finally remedy a significant shortcoming in its defenses against ferocious beasts that has persisted for millennia. This humble minister shall obey the decree, he replied respectfully, gradually retreating. The 10,000 Beasts Mountain. After the Minister of Revenue departed, Xuan Ming rubbed his temple. The 10,000 Beasts Mountain had lain dormant for a century without any disturbances, yet now it has behaved unusually, continuously invading the empire from various locations. This led Xuan Ming to realize that there must be some underlying issue within the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. This problem is likely related to either sacred beasts or demonic ferocious beasts, which weighed heavily on Xuan Ming's heart. The summoning card for the Sacred Realm Legion still resides within the system's space. Should the 10,000 Beasts Mountain launch a calamity akin to the one that swept across the southern continent a century ago, Xuan Ming would undoubtedly employ this card. However, it is still premature. The true essence of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain remains unclear. Prematurely revealing one's trump card could easily sow the seeds of future calamity. In the imperial capital, at the residence of the 7th princess. Finally, it is over. Within the estate, Xuan sat upon her throne, feeling a sense of relief as the faint presence nearby vanished completely. Ever since she stepped out of the palace, this aura had followed her. Though it did not reveal its intentions, Xuan knew it was undoubtedly monitoring her. And the purpose of this surveillance? It was likely connected to her recent request for funds from the emperor. She never anticipated that not only would her third royal brother refuse to lend her money, but he would also send someone to watch her. Xuan found herself at a loss. She realized that seeking funds from Xuan Ming had been an utterly erroneous decision. Although the individual monitoring me remains unseen, it is evident that they possess an aura of exceptional prowess, likely among the elite of the sacred realm. The operations of the Ice Clan must henceforth be conducted away from my residence. Xuan subtly shook her head, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the unwarranted intrusion of a watcher. Yet, she speculated that such a formidable being must be a trusted aide of the emperor, which alleviated her distress slightly. They would not likely keep a constant watch over her. Continuous surveillance would greatly hinder her pursuits regarding the demon Lord Lin Ning. Bring me some animal skins, Xuan instructed softly. She intended to swiftly transcribe the techniques of her previous life while she remained unobserved, planning to auction them off. Meanwhile, as the nameless figure departed, the demon Lord Lin Ning also sensed a shift. However, she maintained an air of nonchalance as she rummaged through the third prince's estate, eventually discovering a blank sheet of paper in a corner. She resolved to write down several semi-holy techniques as a preliminary test. If successful, she would recruit a batch of members from the demon sect and subsequently auction the sacred realm techniques. A hint of joy flickered across Lin Ning's face. In Beitai County, the North Sun Marquis sat within a military encampment, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a pink robe, the revered Han Yuan sage. After notifying the farmer sage and others stationed near the green pastures, he returned to Beishu Prefecture, preparing to seal his Hanyuan sanctuary. However, fate took a turn for the worse. A violent beast uprising ensued, overwhelming even the stoutest of city walls. Despite the North Sun Marquis' swift reaction, they faced relentless setbacks, forcing the Hanyuan sage to intervene. What is the current situation? Are there any remnants of formidable beasts left in Beitai County? The North Sun Marquis inquired, regaining his composure. My lord, following your and the Hanyuan sage's efforts to subdue a group of high-tier beasts, the remaining creatures have begun retreating towards the Wanyao Mountains. Curiously, as they departed, they collected a significant number of corpses, both beast and human, seemingly with intent, a respectful commander reported. Collecting corpses? The Hanyuan sage's expression shifted noticeably. Senior Hanyuan. The sage's interjection caught the North Sun Marquis' attention, prompting him to look over. Certain beings within the beast clan, upon breaking through their realms or preparing for conflict, require substantial energy to sustain their vigor, primarily derived from their consumption of flesh. If my suspicions are correct, their assault on the imperial territory may well be an effort to gather sustenance for some entity residing within the Wanyao Mountains. A century prior to a large-scale invasion of the Wanyao Mountains, there were also reports of smaller beast attacks on the empire. It appears history is repeating itself. The Hanyuan sage spoke, his voice tinged with a tremor of realization. In the sacred realm, the ferocious beasts, possessing an immense reservoir of blood and vitality, prepare for battle by consuming copious amounts of flesh to sustain their formidable strength. He harbors a grave concern that the recent invasion of Beishu Prefecture may herald the ominous advance of the myriad demon mountains. What? The pupils of the Beiyang Marquis constrict in alarm. This revelation sends tremors through his very soul. Should this intelligence prove accurate, the world may descend into chaos and despair. The Marquis has already sought assistance from the court, fervently hoping to quell this impending calamity. Restlessness overtakes Beiyang Marquis as he rises from his seat, only to feel the ground beneath him tremble ever so slightly. What is happening? A frown etches itself upon his brow. This is dire. My lord, the Luanyang Mountains have birthed hundreds of thousands more beasts. Our frontline warriors are unable to hold the line, and they are advancing towards the heart of Kaiyang County, where countless civilians remain unprotected from the impending beast onslaught. Just as unease begins to gnaw at the Beiyang Marquis, a soldier bursts into the camp at an astonishing speed, kneeling swiftly to deliver his report. Upon hearing these words, the Marquis's countenance shifts dramatically. Chapter 61. The Red Yuan Saint. I seem to have forgotten a weapon. I must return for it. How could this happen? In the military camp, the expression of the North Yang Marquis transformed dramatically. Hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts. This was no trivial number. These beasts were savage and colossal. It would require 3 or even more human warriors to encircle and slay just one without sustaining injuries. Under the onslaught of a beast tide, the terror was magnified. To impede these feral creatures, his forces would need to outnumber them by several times. Moreover, the North Yang Marquis considered a more dreadful possibility. Among these ferocious beasts, how many were acquired through later stages, and how many were innate? Perhaps it was rare for such high-ranking beast tribes to appear, but among hundreds of thousands, there would surely be many. If he could not hold the line here, the Kaiyang Prefecture would inevitably fall, and once it did, millions of innocent citizens would become prey to the beasts. He would become a sinner before the divine Xian Empire, and 1,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for his guilt. Furthermore, this was merely the immediate impact of the beast disaster. Deeper ramifications would plunge the empire into greater turmoil. He ordered a portion of his troops to remain stationed in the North Tai Prefecture, while the remainder were to fully support the Kaiyang Prefecture. At the same time, he commanded civilian warriors and martial organizations to join the battle. Anyone who dared to flee in the face of danger would be deemed a traitor. After regaining his composure, the North Yang Marquis swiftly issued commands. "Yes, I shall carry out your orders," replied the officer delivering the news, clasping his sword with both hands, and hurried off to convey the orders. "I beseech the Red Yuan Saint for your assistance," the Marquis implored as the officer departed, turning to the figure clad in a pink robe. "Rest assured, the late emperor entrusted me to oversee this region. The fate of the nation and the lives of the people are at stake. I shall not turn a blind eye," declared the Red Yuan Saint. Yet, Despite his words, the saint's expression darkened, and his heart grew heavy. Although saints were immensely powerful in martial arts, they remained mortal. The prospect of facing hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts was an enormous burden even for him. The Kaiyang Prefecture lay adjacent to the North Tai Prefecture. To facilitate the management of the beasts in both territories, the Marquis had established his camp at the boundary between the two. At this moment, the forces swiftly advanced to the defensive line of the Kaiyang Prefecture. Here, small groups of beasts had already attempted to breach the defenses and invade the heart of the Kaiyang Prefecture, but they had all been repelled. However, standing at this location, they increasingly felt the tremors caused by the impending charge of the main force of beasts. Within half an hour at the latest, they feared a full-scale invasion of the defensive line. In merely a century, the myriad demon mountains had stirred once more. If a full-scale assault were to occur, how could our divine Xian Empire withstand it, especially in the absence of the late emperor? Clad in a striking pink robe, the Red Yuan Saint stood out among the generals, his mood exceptionally grave. Earlier, he had not believed that the myriad demon mountains could regain their vigor within this century. But now he was not so certain. The ferocious beasts were already gathering their strength, and it was highly likely that the myriad demon mountains would unleash another beast disaster. Yet this time, the late emperor had seemingly perished, his whereabouts unknown. In the realm, one of the 7 saints has been lost, significantly diminishing their strength. When war breaks out, who can withstand the onslaught? The Red Sand Saint? No. He is a man of the Red Sand sect and may not aid the Divine Mystery Dynasty. A century ago, it was the former emperor himself who managed to persuade him to join the coalition against the myriad beasts of the mountain range. Now, the former emperor is no more. A heaviness settled in the heart of the Red Yuan Saint. What has become of the plea for assistance sent to the court? Has there been any response? As the Red Yuan Saint pondered these thoughts, the Beiyang Marquis, attempting to steady his own mind, inquired. His command had a substantial garrison at his disposal, yet with hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts charging forth, the losses would be catastrophic. To combat these beasts, victory could only be achieved through sheer numbers, thus minimizing casualties to the greatest extent possible. Reporting to the Marquis, the Ministry of War has replied, advising us to hold on as long as possible. The Emperor has ordered the mobilization of troops from other districts to rush here. The commander reported. Let us hope it comes swiftly. The Beiyang Marquis' gaze was heavy. The sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts into the Chaos Sun mountain range was unforeseen. Now, he could only hope that the reinforcements from the court would arrive soon. Otherwise, Marquis Beiyang, I forgot to retrieve my weapon. I must return to the sacred land. At that moment, the Red Yuan Saint suddenly remembered a weapon he had left behind and swiftly vanished, taking his dual blades with him. This left the Beiyang Marquis momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, bolstered by the enhancement of divine power, in just a short hour, the Nameless One traversed vast distances and entered the Kaiyang County. The scene that unfolded before him caused his brow to furrow. The situation in Kaiyang County exceeded his expectations in terms of severity. A multitude of civilians were fleeing in the direction from which he had come. Clearly, the feral beast uprising in Kaiyang County had escalated to a critical level, jeopardizing the safety of all citizens, prompting their desperate flight toward the heart of the dynasty. In the next moment, he produced a communication jade talisman and spoke softly. In Guangtai City, the third city adjacent to the chaotic Chaos Sun mountain range, the sudden appearance of countless ferocious beasts had overwhelmed the first 2 cities, which had essentially fallen, with all defending troops retreating to Guangtai City. Situated merely 200 to 300 miles from the center of Kaiyang County, should Guangtai City fall, a large-scale invasion of ferocious beasts would ensue, leading to the complete subjugation of the area. The unexpected departure of the Red Yuan Saint had severely weakened the defensive line, causing the Beiyang Marquis to feel increasingly anxious. Just as he awaited the return of the Red Yuan Saint with growing impatience, a voice emerged from the communication jade talisman. The commander of the palace guard? The Beiyang Marquis felt a jolt in his heart. Marquis, there is a middle-aged swordsman outside, claiming to have come from the imperial capital with an edict from the emperor, requesting an audience with you. A soldier hurriedly reported. Quickly let him in, commanded the Beiyang Marquis. He had long resided in the North Ruins. He was unfamiliar with the identity of the commander of the Imperial Guard. However, the individual bore the emperor's edict, which undoubtedly signified the emperor's presence. Naturally, one could not afford to be negligent. Furthermore, he had a slight understanding of the responsibilities associated with the position of the commander of the Imperial Guard, which was to ensure the emperor's safety. Such a role could only be undertaken by someone of at least semi-holy caliber. In the current circumstances, the presence of formidable individuals was indeed advantageous. Before long, Lord Baiyong personally welcomed the unnamed figure. The formidable aura emanating from him was so profound that even he could not perceive its depths. Upon their first encounter, Lord Baiyong felt a sense of astonishment. The presence before him resembled a peerless sword, exuding an exceptionally sharp momentum. By the Emperor's decree, I am tasked with overseeing the mission to eradicate the ferocious beasts, ensuring the complete annihilation of all creatures that threaten our imperial territory. The unnamed figure presented the edict to Lord Baiyong, who confirmed its authenticity before it was retracted. The unnamed figure then inquired, "What is the current situation?" In response, Lord Baiyong reported, "Your Excellency, our defenses have recently been breached, resulting in the incursion of over several 100,000 ferocious beasts. Our defenders were unprepared, and we have lost 2 cities." Chapter 62. Nameless. The return of 10,000 swords. His expression was suffused with sorrow. Despite the soldiers' swift reactions to the recent onslaught of ferocious beasts, the sudden assault had still resulted in the loss of thousands, including a portion of the fleeing civilians who perished in the vicinity of the first 2 cities. Were there any sacred beasts among those ferocious creatures? Nameless inquired, nodding slightly. "No," replied the Northern Sun Marquis, shaking his head. If there had been sacred beasts among the hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts, the number of soldiers able to retreat from the front lines would be less than 10%. The sacred beasts of the ferocious beast clan are not to be equated with the sacred beings of the human race. They are tough-skinned, massive, and immensely powerful, making them extraordinarily difficult to slay. Once they appear, they become instruments of city destruction, and it is nearly impossible for soldiers to escape their grasp. The front lines, including the cities currently occupied, would face utter annihilation. In that case, let us open the city gates to confront the enemy, Nameless commanded. As soon as Nameless spoke, the Northern Sun Marquis's expression changed dramatically. He never anticipated that the first command from Nameless, who bore the edict of the Emperor, would be to open the city gates and engage in close combat with the ferocious beasts. This threw the Marquis into a moment of hesitation. One must understand that the ferocious beasts are inherently tough-skinned. Engaging them directly would yield no advantage for the soldiers. Defending against these beasts typically relies on advantageous terrain such as city walls to deplete their numbers before resorting to hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, hearing of the hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts already instilled fear in the hearts of the soldiers. At this moment, opening the city gates to actively confront the enemy, pitting their weaknesses against the beast's strengths, would undoubtedly diminish their combat effectiveness. Under such circumstances, even if they were fortuitous enough to achieve victory, it is likely that half of the million soldiers would suffer grievous losses, with many others potentially disabled, requiring lifelong support from the dynasty. The repercussions of such an outcome would be profoundly far-reaching. Thus, even in the presence of the Emperor's edict, the Northern Sun Marquis hesitated to comply immediately. "Fear not, for this commander shall not let you confront the hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts directly. Your role is merely to assist me in eliminating the beasts that invade the Empire's territory." Nameless discerned the Marquis's concerns. However, upon discovering that no sacred beasts were among the ferocious horde, he conceived this strategy. His return of 10,000 swords differs significantly from the Sword Saint's 23 swords. The latter is immensely powerful and devastatingly lethal, but singular in its target. In contrast, the former is a weapon of mass destruction, capable of targeting individuals while also annihilating groups. Had there been sacred beasts among this horde, Nameless might have prioritized their elimination before addressing the eradication of the hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts. However, that was no longer necessary. Yet, the sheer number of the ferocious beasts posed a significant challenge. His sacred power was limited, and given that the beasts were living creatures, they would undoubtedly scatter upon being attacked, making total annihilation impossible. Hence, assistance from the Northern Sun Marquis and others would be essential. The Northern Sun Marquis wore a worried expression. This individual, capable of wielding the Emperor's edict, could not possibly be a fool, especially considering the formidable aura that even he could not fathom. Could it be that he is a sacred being? The Marquis pondered, his thoughts racing. Since it is the command of the Emperor's envoy, I shall undoubtedly comply. Come forth, rally the legion, and follow me beyond the city to hunt down the ferocious beasts," commanded the Northern Sun Marquis. His cultivation, though not as profound as that of the heavenly martial Marquis, had nonetheless reached the late stage of semi-saint, enabling him to perceive the depths of others' powers. The enigmatic figure before him possessed at least the full realm of semi-saint, if not the strength of a true saint. While the notion seemed somewhat absurd to the Northern Sun Marquis, the subtle, yet palpable pressure emanating from the mysterious figure made him acutely aware of his formidable capabilities. Furthermore, he recalled a letter previously conveyed to him by the heavenly martial Marquis. "I hope it is not too late. On the route from Guangtai City to the Hongyuan sacred land, the Hongyuan saint, skillfully wielding dual blades, contemplated in silence." His reason for departing the battlefield at such a critical moment stemmed from the realization that he had forgotten an essential weapon, not the two blades in his hands, but a devastating artifact bestowed by the previous emperor a century ago. This weapon contained the might of the former emperor's strike, accompanied by various projectiles. Once unleashed, it might not eradicate all the ferocious beasts, but it would undoubtedly alleviate the pressure on the front lines, granting the soldiers ample time to eliminate the remaining threats. Thus, the Hongyuan saint offered no further explanation and hurriedly made his way back to the Hongyuan sacred land. As for Guangtai City, the troops assembled to confront the ferocious beasts fell under the command of the Northern Sun Marquis. He held absolute authority over this contingent, and even if his current orders seemed tantamount to a death wish, they swiftly gathered and departed from the city, advancing towards the battlefield where the beasts were rampant. The aura of sanctity surged forth, and indeed, the new emperor's side was accompanied by a saint. As they drew closer to the gathering of beasts, the aura surrounding the enigmatic figure intensified, contrasting sharply with his earlier subdued presence, leaving the Northern Sun Marquis profoundly shaken. Earlier, the heavenly martial Marquis had relayed intelligence, suggesting the presence of a saint near the new emperor's third prince. Initially, he had viewed this with skepticism, for saints were rare entities, having only emerged 7 times in the past few centuries, and each was a titan of martial prowess, rarely meddling in the trivialities of power struggles. Despite his doubts, he had nonetheless declared that anyone daring to disrupt the stability of Beishu Prefecture would find themselves at odds with the Northern Sun Marquis. Yet now, he believed wholeheartedly. The aura radiating from the enigmatic figure confirmed his previous suspicions. 1,000,000 soldiers marched in disciplined formation towards the second city. Suddenly, the ground trembled. With the naked eye, one could observe fine dust and gravel being dislodged from the earth by the overwhelming tremors. "Halt! Shield bearers, position your shields. Heavy archers, prepare." The Northern Sun Marquis's expression shifted, and he made a swift decision. Instantly, massive iron shields were raised by numerous warriors within the legion, driven deep into the ground to form a defensive line. Meanwhile, archers lifted their heavy bows, readying their cross arrows for the impending confrontation. Against the ferocious beasts, ordinary light weaponry would prove utterly ineffective. Only heavy weaponry can penetrate the formidable hides of the ferocious beasts and disrupt their vital organs. The Northern Sun Marquis fixated his gaze ahead, for the tremors could only signify one thing: a massive horde of beasts was on the move. Clearly, the surging bloodlust emanating from the gathering of 1,000,000 soldiers had attracted the attention of the surrounding beasts, who were now advancing towards their position. Soon, a dark line emerged at the horizon. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a coalition of exceptionally large beasts, their crimson eyes ablaze with malevolence. As they galloped, clouds of dust erupted around them, and a palpable oppressive aura, accompanied by a fierce wind, bore down upon the Northern Sun Marquis. Imperial envoy. At this sight, the Marquis glanced at Xuan Ming, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. In that instant, Xuan Ming soared into the air, executing a sword technique amidst the heavens. With a resonant hum, the sky quivered slightly. "Everyone, lend me your weapons." The 1,000,000 soldiers heard this singular command. In response, their weapons trembled as if in reverence to a deity, uncontrollably vibrating. At that moment, time itself seemed to slow, and wisps of transparent energy, akin to sword chi, began to manifest from the very fabric of the world, coalescing and merging into their weapons. In the next heartbeat, these weapons, as if imbued with sentience, ascended into the air, swirling like a tempest. The sword energy cascaded like a net, sharp and unparalleled, and with a distant gesture from Xuan Ming, it descended upon the oncoming horde of beasts like a torrential storm. Chapter 63, Confrontation of Gods and Demons. The eternal flesh pasture of the 10,000 demon mountains, the sword energy fell like rain, a multitude of blades returning to their origin. In an instant, 1,000,000 weapons plunged into the horde of ferocious beasts, swiftly swirling upwards. Infused with holy power, these weapons were extraordinarily sharp, slicing and piercing through the air. In but a moment, the crowd witnessed a billowing cloud of blood mist erupt from the throng of charging beasts. What is this? The Northern Sun Marquis gazed at the scene, his pupils constricting, his heart overwhelmed with shock. He had anticipated that the saint arriving from the imperial capital would employ various methods to thwart the first wave of beastly assaults, leaving the remnants for them to battle. Yet, he never envisioned such a method. The 1,000,000 weapons rained down like a tempest, transforming the terrifying and savage horde into a veritable slaughterhouse. Engulfed in a thick mist of blood, resembling a crimson domain. Roar! Behind the infinite horde of beasts, several semi-holy level creatures halted, their eyes fixed on the blood-red rain of swords. They could not help but stop, letting out a fearsome roar before swiftly retreating towards the chaotic Yang Mountains. At that moment, the beasts that had surged forward began to stir uneasily, slowly withdrawing. Where have the weapons bestowed upon me by the late emperor a century ago vanished to? Meanwhile, the Red Yuan Saint rummaged anxiously through his sacred treasury. Yet, he could not locate them despite his frantic search. This left him in a state of great distress. A century was far too long, and he did not believe that the wounds of the 10,000 demon mountains could heal in such a short span. Thus, the formidable weapon granted to him to guard the northern ruins had gathered dust. At this moment, he could not recall where the mighty weapon lay. Do not panic. Do not panic. Think carefully about where it might be. The Red Yuan Saint reminded himself. He knew he must locate this formidable weapon swiftly, for if the frontline soldiers engaged the beasts, the losses would be catastrophic. They wished to flee. The Nameless One sensed the unusual movements behind the horde of beasts, a slight smile gracing his lips. The next moment, with a mere thought, the 1,000,000 swords split into 5 segments, forming a combined assault that surged towards the depths of the beastly throng. Having been tainted with the blood of the beasts, the weapons now resembled 5 blood-red dragons, devouring the massive horde. The command from His Majesty was clear: eradicate all invading beasts from the imperial territory. This also represented the chaotic Yang Mountains. At this juncture, as the beasts left the mountains and entered the plains under the Empire's control, it was the opportune moment for encirclement. Should they penetrate into the chaotic Yang Mountains, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Below, witnessing the Nameless One advance, the Northern Sun Marquis felt a surge of confidence. He promptly ordered the army to follow suit. Although their weapons had been taken, each soldier possessed a secondary weapon capable of combat. To the west of Bianlong County, Weishan. How intriguing! The waters of myriad celestial lakes converge into the formidable form of the river deity, indifferent to the expanse of the myriad beasts' mountain range. In the gaze of the river deity, amidst the profound valleys and towering peaks, a vast crimson eye slowly opens. The owner of this sanguine orb possesses a physique akin to a mountain, surrounded by an aura of blood-red energy, reminiscent of a hellish abyss, fierce and terrifying, standing in stark opposition to the river deity. Within the domain enveloped by this being, hordes of ferocious beasts lie in wait, including cattle, horses, dragon-like creatures, enormous pythons, tigers, and apes, all bowing their heads in trepidation beneath the oppressive presence of the Crimson Eye. 2 divine entities stand miles apart, locked in a tense standoff, while an unending gale swirls above the myriad beasts' mountain range, transforming it into a veritable forbidden zone. After a prolonged silence, the Crimson Eye gradually fades, and the entirety of the blood-soaked realm becomes imperceptible. The river deity's countenance reflects a hint of gravity. The distance is too great, compounded by the protective laws of the divine, preventing him from discerning the features of his counterpart. Yet, he senses that this being's power is on par with his own, both being formidable deities within the realm of earth gods. Dispense, the river deity murmurs softly. At the foot of Weishan Mountain, a multitude of ferocious beasts congregates. Though not as numerous as those under the command of the other deity, their presence is nonetheless formidable. These creatures are the followers he has gathered during his time amidst the myriad beasts mountain range, their allegiance fortified by the power of the divine. Now, the territory spanning 1,000 miles around the mountain has become his domain. Previously, that deity sought to guide their throng of beasts through his territory into the southern continent. But upon sensing his presence, retreated. The calamity sweeping across the southern continent is indeed orchestrated by divine forces, is it not? In the imperial capital, within the Xianhuang Hall, the river deity promptly reported his encounter to Xuan Ming. This revelation cast a shadow of concern upon Xuan Ming's features, aligning with his expectations. Historically, incursions from the myriad beasts mountain range into the southern continent have not merely been instances of beastly upheaval. Deeper, more insidious motives lie beneath, driven by divine machinations. The objective, it seems, is likely tied to blood sacrifices. Both the southern Zhao prefecture and the northern Ruins prefecture require the presence of divine beings to maintain order. Xuan Ming's gaze flickers, contemplating the implications. The western mountain prefecture, where the river deity resides, has successfully thwarted a beastly invasion this time, preventing the calamity that might otherwise have befallen it, much like the southern Zhao and northern Ruins prefectures. As for the eastern Heaven prefecture and the Tanyuan prefecture, most of their lands border the verdant grasslands and the red sand marshes, thus not being in close proximity to the myriad beasts mountain range. The only area from which incursions could occur, the Tianlu forest, is now under the jurisdiction of the mountain deity, rendering it impossible for the beasts to penetrate the imperial territory. Consequently, the entire empire is left with only the southern Zhao and northern Ruins prefectures as vulnerabilities. Xuan Ming's earlier decision to level 2 mountains was merely a temporary measure to impede beastly incursions. Stationing divine beings in both prefectures would be the definitive solution. The myriad beasts mountain range invades the southern continent periodically, each incursion resulting in heavy casualties for both realms. Such events appear akin to blood rituals, suggesting that the divine entities lurking within the depths of the myriad beasts mountain range harbor intentions of transforming the southern continent into a perpetual slaughterhouse for flesh. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, drawing parallels, contemplating the implications over the span of a millennium. The southern continent resembles a field of chives, periodically harvested by the divine beings and demons residing within the Wan Yao mountain range. Moreover, the collection of blood and flesh does not solely target the human populace of the southern continent, but also extends to the ordinary ferocious beasts inhabiting the Wan Yao mountains. Once the true nature of the Wan Yao mountain range is discerned, an endeavor to exert control or even eradicate it may be attempted. Xuan Ming rhythmically tapped on the dragon table, his gaze deepening contemplatively. Although there has been no profound engagement between his faction and the Wan Yao mountain range, Xuan Ming has nearly ascertained their intentions. Therefore, he shall not remain passive. Furthermore, neither he nor the divine Xian dynasty can be perpetually confined to this continent by the Wan Yao mountain range. In summary, a conflict between him and the Wan Yao mountain range is inevitable. However, it is evident that the opposing side possesses divine beings, and their true strength remains unclear. To engage in hasty warfare would undoubtedly lead to significant losses for the divine Xian dynasty. Xuan Ming requires time to amass resources, and with the presence of a system, this duration will be considerably reduced. Chapter 64. Signing in with 500 sacred beasts. The bewildered Han Yuan saint, the unnamed figure of 10,000 swords returning to their origin, loomed in the background. What had initially been a formidable horde of ferocious beasts was rapidly diminishing, with many perishing and others fleeing, an overwhelming tide favoring the defenders. The subsequent arrival of 100,000 soldiers led by the North Yang Marquis further decimated the remnants of the beastly forces. The outcome of this conflict was evidently beyond doubt. Such formidable beings could rival even the former emperor. On the battlefield, the North Yang Marquis cleaved a monstrous creature in half and gazed skyward at the silhouette, relentlessly annihilating the remaining beasts. His heart stirred with profound emotion. He understood that without the unnamed figure, had these ferocious beasts approached Guangtai City, they would have inflicted catastrophic casualties upon the entire North Yang army and even the Kaiyang prefecture. While the prospect of hundreds of thousands of beasts was not inherently terrifying, the threat lay in their collective might when united in an assault. That force could easily breach any city's defenses. It was unfathomable to imagine the sheer brutality of the cataclysmic battle a century prior, where the former emperor and his allies valiantly countered the onslaught from the myriad demons' mountain range. In the North Young Marquis's eyes, the unnamed figure now stood as an equal to the former emperor. To single-handedly contend with the slaughter of such a united horde of ferocious beasts spoke volumes of the unnamed figure's prowess, which had surely reached the pinnacle of martial arts among mortals. A saint of such caliber would warrant respect from even the former emperor, rather than mere commands, as murmured by the deputy commander who had also slain a beast. The mention of the former emperor caused the North Yang Marquis to shudder. He suddenly recalled that the unnamed figure had come bearing the edict of the emperor. If, as the deputy commander suggested, such a powerful being deserved respect from the former emperor, how could the new emperor command this extraordinary individual? It was evident that the reverence displayed by the unnamed figure upon presenting the emperor's edict was genuine. Thus, it was highly probable that he truly acted under the emperor's orders, rather than merely using it as a pretext. Moreover, why would such a powerhouse risk themselves in battle? If they had no desire to assist, they could easily remain in the rear, indulging in comfort, for the front line could withstand such a scale of beastly invasion through their own strength. The unnamed figure had no necessity to traverse such vast distances to offer aid. All signs indicated that he might indeed have accepted the emperor's command to arrive here, which sent a tremor through the North Young Marquis's mind. He suddenly realized that the third prince, whom he had always regarded with skepticism, might not be as incapable as he once believed. Otherwise, how could such a formidable individual hold the position of commander of the Imperial Guards? At that moment, a triumphant shout erupted from the corner of the Hongyuan Sacred Land's treasury. The Hongyuan saint lifted a grand sword, a flicker of joy crossing his face. It was this very weapon that the former emperor had bestowed upon him, enabling him to oversee the North Su prefecture and eliminate any ferocious beasts that dared to encroach upon the empire's territory. However, a century of peace had nearly caused the Hongyuan saint to forget the existence of this deadly artifact. Within the depths of this formidable weapon lies the power of the former emperor's strike. Not only that, the hilt of the sword is embedded with numerous notches, capable of solidifying the sacred energy into a tangible form. As long as the Red Yuan Saint possesses sufficient sacred power, he can unleash an infinite barrage of sacred energy arrows, obliterating all foes in his path. Suddenly, a grave realization washed over the Red Yuan Saint. He had become so enthralled by this lethal artifact that he had lost track of time. How was the situation at the front lines? In the next instant, he soared into the air, racing toward Guangtai City. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the time wasted on this weapon. The soldiers at the front could wait. But what of the ferocious beasts? Would they wait for him? Certainly not. Without his command, Guangtai City would struggle to fend off the onslaught of the beasts. Even a slight delay could lead to the city's ruin. With a heavy heart, the Red Yuan Saint hastened to Guangtai City. Upon his arrival, a wave of despair washed over him. The city was empty, no soul in sight. This eerie silence caused his heart to skip a beat. How could this be? Where had the North Young Marquis and his army vanished to? He surveyed the vast expanse of the city, remembering vividly that when he departed, the North Young army, 1,000,000 strong, had filled the streets to capacity. Yet now, the city lay desolate, shrouded in a deathly stillness. Had the ferocious beasts breached the city? The thought crossed his mind, but as he scrutinized the streets and the fortified walls, they appeared orderly and intact, not indicative of a beastly assault. A frown creased the Red Yuan Saint's brow, a flicker of confusion surfacing. How could 1,000,000 soldiers simply vanish into thin air, descending to the ground? He was engulfed by a profound sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, he focused on the streets of Guangtai City. Despite the cobblestones laid to prevent dust and mud from the rain, his keen eyesight discerned faint footprints. Instinctively, he followed the direction of the prince, leading him to the wide-open city gate. This, an empty city, 1,000,000 soldiers mysteriously missing, footprints, and an ajar gate. The Red Yuan Saint's pupils constricted, an odd expression crossing his face. These elements ignited a wild hypothesis in his mind. Yet, the notion was so outrageous, so absurd, that he instinctively shook his head. Had the North Young Marquis let 1,000,000 soldiers out of the city? What was his intention? Did he not comprehend the terror of the beasts, opting instead for a reckless confrontation? After a long pause, the Red Yuan Saint inhaled sharply, grappling with disbelief. The Northyang Marquis could not be so foolish. The beasts were inherently stronger than humanity. Without advantageous terrain, engaging them head-on was tantamount to seeking death. Once more, the red Yuan Saint ascended, propelling himself toward the direction of the footprints leading outside the city. He could feel the impending dread closing in. The Northern Sun Marquis is bound to suffer tremendous losses, perhaps even becoming ensnared amidst a horde of ferocious beasts, unable to escape. The red Yuan sage, burdened by grave concerns, is oblivious to the reasons behind the Northern Sun Marquis' decision to lead a multitude of soldiers out of the city to confront the enemy. His sole intention now is to render assistance. However, as he follows the footprints through the air, an overwhelming and nauseating stench of blood suddenly fills his nostrils. He is nearing the scene. The countenance of the red Yuan sage darkens as he detects the scent of blood, undoubtedly indicating that he is not far from the clash between the Northern Sun Army and the horde of beasts. Given the intensity of the odor, it is likely that the Northern Sun Army, the red Yuan sage, arrives at the site of the previous massacre, where an abundance of mangled corpses litter the ground, the remnants unmistakably belonging to the beasts. Not a single trace of the human race remains. This leaves the red Yuan sage utterly perplexed. Furthermore, upon examining the dismembered bodies, he notices a multitude of orderly footprints, suggesting that the army extending from Guangtai City did not engage in this battle at all. Rather, something else had annihilated the beasts before the Northern Sun Army arrived to collect the spoils. There is no evidence of any conflict. How can this be? The red Yuan sage is astounded, grappling with disbelief. From his perspective, the Northern Sun Army is currently the sole military force stationed near Guangtai City, making it implausible for another entity to have eradicated the beasts before the Northern Sun Army could intervene. Yet, what could have possibly dealt with such a large number of beasts prior to their arrival? The red Yuan sage feels as though he has plunged from an effort to support the battle into an intricate conundrum, filled with confusion and a sense of deceit. Why has the situation transformed so drastically in the brief period of his absence? In the next moment, he resolves to cease his hesitation and soar directly to the forefront to ascertain the true nature of the circumstances. Soon, he hears the cacophony of battle, and upon raising his gaze, he is rendered speechless, his pupils constricting in shock at the crimson spectacle unfolding in the sky. As time progresses, the following day arrives. In the imperial capital, at the Xianhuang Hall, the system prompts, "Please sign in." Leaning slightly against the dragon chair, Xuan Ming contemplates, ding. Signing in. Please wait a moment. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for signing in 500 sacred beasts. Chapter 65 Come forth. Craft for me 500 cages to observe the two sisters. 500 sacred beasts? Xuan Ming felt a tremor in his heart. This was indeed an unexpected delight. A hint of joy surfaced at the corners of Xuan Ming's mouth. 500 sacred beasts were equivalent to 500 martial artists at the Saint realm of the human race. Moreover, due to their inherently massive size, resilient hides, and sharp claws, their strength, speed, and agility surpassed that of their human counterparts in the same realm. Only a select few with awakened special physiques or extraordinary innate talents could rival these formidable beasts. In other words, the value of these 500 sacred beasts was comparable to that of 1,000 human martial artists at the Saint realm, if not more. However, sacred beasts belong to the category of ferocious creatures, possessing a natural distinction in appearance from humans. Despite their might, it would be challenging to harbor them within human territories, for such an occurrence could incite widespread panic among the common folk. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, contemplating the fate of these 500 sacred beasts. After all, the southern continent had been at odds with ferocious beasts for a millennium. The appearance of any ferocious creature, even if tamed, would evoke fear, let alone the exceptionally powerful sacred beasts. In the past, a single sacred beast had rampaged from Xishan Prefecture to Tongyuan Prefecture, resulting in untold slaughter of the human populace. Should these 500 sacred beasts manifest within the imperial domain, it would undoubtedly trigger considerable alarm. Furthermore, the divine Xian dynasty currently faced no internal strife, with loyal local officials and military forces guarding various regions. Housing 500 sacred beasts within the imperial confines would serve little purpose. A thought struck him. Had he not recently ordered the excavation of the Tongshan mountain range and the Wanyang mountain range? These 500 sacred beasts would be perfectly suited for that endeavor. Moreover, The mountain god and river god had already extended their influence into the Wanyao mountain range. Once the excavation of these two mountains was completed, he could assign 250 sacred beasts to each deity, allowing them to expand their territories within the Wanyao mountain range. Xuan Ming's eyes glinted with realization as he quickly discerned the utility of the 500 sacred beasts. Ding! The system will deploy 500 sacred beasts at a designated location after 12 hours. Please prepare in advance and set the coordinates. The system's notification chimed in. A targeted deployment, he mused, tapping his fingers rhythmically against the table before him. This time, it was distinctly different from the summoning card for the Saint Realm Legion. He vividly recalled the last instance when a pale blue card had appeared before him. This time, however, it involved the live deployment of 500 sacred beasts. Bring the Minister of Revenue to me, Xuan Ming commanded, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Moments later, the bustling figure of the Minister of Revenue entered the Xian Emperor's hall. Your humble servant greets your majesty. The Minister of Revenue respectfully bowed. Rise, Xuan Ming gestured, waving his hand. Not long ago, did I not instruct you to gather manpower to level the two mountains? Initially, we decided upon a minimum of 10 million individuals. This number can now be reduced to 1/10 of that. Without wasting time, Xuan Ming spoke decisively. Yes, your majesty, the Minister of Revenue replied with reverence. Reducing the number to 1/10 meant they would still require at least 1 million workers. Thus, previously, each county was required to dispatch nearly 20,000 personnel. Now, merely 2,000 will suffice. This directive, once conveyed, will undoubtedly alleviate considerable burdens for the subordinate counties. Furthermore, grant me a span of 11 hours to construct 500 iron cages, each measuring at least 7 stories in height and 10 stories in length and width, completely enclosed, with only a singular, equally towering exit. Xuan Ming continued, his tone unwavering. The sacred beast is colossal, akin to a miniature mountain. Each 7-story structure stands at a height of 21 zhang, while the dimensions of the 10-story edifices extend to 30 zhang, barely accommodating the enormity. As soon as the words left his lips, the Minister of Revenue felt a jolt of astonishment. The initial commands were somewhat comprehensible, yet the latter instructions left him perplexed. It was evident that the Emperor's mention of cages indicated a necessity to imprison someone or something. However, after much contemplation, the minister could not fathom what the Emperor intended to confine that warranted such expansive enclosures. Nevertheless, in deference to the Emperor's wishes, the minister, though puzzled, respectfully withdrew to execute the orders. Once the minister departed, Xuan Ming felt a tinge of boredom. He pondered what his two younger sisters might be engaged in at that moment. Rubbing his chin, he reflected on how, since he had dispatched Wu Ming and the Sword Saint from the imperial capital, he had lost track of their whereabouts. Their prior requests for funds led him to believe they were entangled in some predicament. With a lack of immediate concerns, his thoughts wandered. In the next moment, Xuan Ming's consciousness drifted away from the imperial capital, settling upon the residence of the 7th princess. At the heart of the estate, clad in white and exuding an air of cool detachment, Xuan Xue sat in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, causing a faint frost to materialize in the surrounding atmosphere, while the nearby lotus pond became ensconced in a delicate layer of ice shards. The manifestation of ice affinity, coupled with her mere semi-saint status, allowed her to project her essence outward. Could it be that my sister possesses a unique ice-related physique? Xuan Ming mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Xuan Xue's progress, surpassing her innate talents, captured his attention. However, the mysteries of corporeal manifestations in the world are profound. Even he could not fully comprehend every type. Perhaps a period of further observation would yield insight. Xuan Ming contemplated, and in the next instant, his consciousness departed from above the 7th princess's residence, returning to the place he once called home. Why do I suddenly feel a slight unease? Could it be that the one who monitors me has concealed themselves once more? Xuan Xue halted her meditation, a flicker of suspicion glimmering in her eyes. Instinctively, she scanned her surroundings but detected no trace of the lurking presence. Has their concealment technique grown more sophisticated? Infuriating, it seems this place is no longer tenable. Jing Shuang. Xuan Xue silently cursed, calling out for the middle-aged woman. Your subordinate is here, the woman responded promptly. Has the construction of the underground palace commenced? Xuan Xue inquired through a private communication channel. Now, her residence is no longer safe. She requires a new stronghold. The underground palace is designed to excavate a subterranean chamber beneath her estate, connecting to an uninhabited mansion somewhere in the imperial city. Any significant matters concerning the Ice faction will be conducted within this underground sanctuary. Your Highness, everything is prepared, and we are ready to commence excavation, replied the middle-aged woman. Excellent. This response brought a modicum of tranquility to Xuan heart. For the time being, she instructed that the Ice faction focus solely on this undertaking. This young lady is also cultivating, her prowess nearing the threshold of semi-saint. Above the third prince's residence, Xuan Ming stroked his chin, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Lin Ning's performance astonished him even more than Xuan. It is worth noting that, as a member of the royal family, Xuan has access to a plethora of resources, whereas Lin Ning, hailing from humble origins, has comparatively limited resources. Yet, despite this, she has reached the pinnacle of innate perfection at such a young age. If this speed were to be known to the outside world, it would undoubtedly astound the martial realm. Chapter 66. The Lord of Red Sand. Let us all embrace the faith in Lord Divine, laughed the Lord of Red Sand. In the present era of the Divine Mystique Empire, achieving the consummate state of innate cultivation is often a pursuit reserved for those past their 30s, if not closer to the grave. Yet, this cousin of mine, emerging from the common folk, has attained such a remarkable state at the tender age of 18. Her talent must be astonishing indeed. It seems that the ability to sense the otherworldly fragrance of divinity and demonic essence emanating from me is not merely a matter of blood relation, but likely intertwined with the secrets we both harbor. Xuan Ming's mind stirred as his consciousness returned to the Xian Emperor's Hall. This probing has indeed allowed him to grasp certain truths and illusions surrounding Xuan and Lin Ning. In the heart of the Red Sand Marsh, the Lord of Red Sand presided over his assembly, with the Deputy Lord, the 2 envoys, 7 elders, 18 hall masters, and 72 stewards taking their respective seats. The 2 envoys conveyed the Lord's commands and managed the lifeblood of the Red Sand sect. Consequently, during this period, the Lord of Red Sand decided to appoint a new left envoy. Congratulations on your triumphant return, Lord, they proclaimed, raising their hands in unison. Upon emerging from seclusion, the Lord of Red Sand charged into the territory of the Divine Mystique Empire, intent on challenging the Emperor of Divine Mystique. This endeavor had naturally been communicated by the Deputy Lord to the others. At this moment, witnessing their Lord's return unscathed, they inferred from his demeanor that the challenge must have concluded in victory. Otherwise, he would not appear so elated. Over the past century, despite the vast structure and remarkable foundation of the Red Sand sect, the prolonged seclusion of their lord had left the sect lacking a central pillar of strength. Now that their leader had re-emerged, seemingly having secured the position of the world as strongest, the upper echelons were filled with exhilaration. However, I did not encounter the Emperor of the Divine Mystique, Xian Su. The Lord of Red Sand replied with a gentle shake of his head and a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Why is that? The Deputy Lord inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his features. If not for a successful challenge against the former Emperor, why would our Lord smile? The Emperor Xian Su has perished quietly. Though I did not meet him upon entering the Empire's domain, I have discovered a new path for our sect, a far superior path, the Lord of Red Sand explained, stroking his beard thoughtfully. To become a vassal under a deity and receive the blessings of the divine is infinitely preferable to remaining confined within our current territory. As these words resonated, a shock rippled through the hearts of the sect's leaders. Before they could ponder this revelation, the Lord declared, "Tonight, I shall unveil the gateway to the divine realm. Accompany me to meet Lord Divine, and from henceforth, you shall all become disciples of the divine." His proclamation bore the unmistakable air of a charismatic leader. What is happening? The assembly exchanged glances, their confusion palpable. The implication of their lord's words hinted that he had encountered something extraordinary within the empire's borders, a force compelling them to join his allegiance. But what could it possibly be? Is this related to the divine or the demonic? The Deputy Lord pondered, his expression a mixture of joy and apprehension. While others may not have noticed much, he was the first in a century to witness the Red Sand Lord emerging from seclusion. And the contrast between the Red Sand Lord of that time and the present was strikingly profound. This left him with a sense of unease. In Kaiyang County, Brave City stands adjacent to the chaotic Yang mountain range. After the eradication of numerous ferocious beasts, This city has once again fallen into the hands of humanity. However, the time elapsed was too brief, compounded by the lingering fear among the populace. The only souls roaming Brave City were the imperial soldiers. The entire city had undergone a mere half-day of cleanup, which had only managed to clear away the remnants of the beasts. The bloodstains and the ruins of destroyed houses had yet to be addressed, leaving the city in a state of disarray. Moving forward, the commander would maintain a presence here for some time until the ferocious beasts within the chaotic Yang mountain range were completely eradicated. Within the Brave City Lord's residence, Xuan Ming sat in the main seat, calmly surveying the assembly beneath him. Among those present were the North Yang Marquis, the Lord of Brave City, the Governor of Kaiyang County, and the Holy One of Honyuan. With a senior figure present, a sense of relief washed over them. The Holy One of Honyuan clasped his hands in respect, his demeanor exceedingly deferential. Xuan Ming's strength far surpassed his own, and he felt a presence akin to that of the former emperor. Particularly memorable was the image from the previous day, where Xuan Ming, resembling a deity, commanded the blood dragon to annihilate a swarm of beasts, leaving a deep imprint of fear in the heart of the Holy One of Honyuan. After witnessing that display, the treasured sword bestowed by the former emperor was quickly forgotten. It was a jest to think that even the former emperor could achieve such a feat. With such a formidable individual present, the former emperors might seem trivial. Indeed, upon noticing the Holy One of Honyuan's demeanor, the North Yang Marquis and others understood the situation. The Holy One had once followed the former emperor, but now failed to recognize this powerful sage, addressing him as senior. It appeared that, as the North Yang Marquis had surmised, this was a testament to the new emperor's own depth, independent of the former emperor's influence. Acknowledging the Holy One's praise, Xuan Ming nodded in silent acquiescence. With the resurgence of disturbances in the myriad beasts mountain range, he anticipated that he would need to remain in position until true power could be established. The notion of true power, the divine and demonic forces. A flicker of fervor crossed Xuan Ming's eyes as he contemplated the sword path principles within his mind. He was determined to swiftly unravel that step, fully liberating himself from the realm of mortals. Meanwhile, in the southern Jian County, the aftermath of the beast disaster was settling. Yet the threat of the ferocious beasts in the Tongshan mountain range remained unresolved. In another location, the Minister of Revenue expedited orders to the department's workers, instructing them to construct the massive iron cage as previously mentioned by the emperor. Such a grand cage would likely be intended to confine over 100 ferocious beasts, wouldn't it? The head of the department spent half an hour drafting the structural blueprint of the cage, marveling at its scale. In a millennium, even the cells of the largest prisons had never encompassed such an expanse, let alone a mobile cage. Over 100 ferocious beasts? Beside him, the Minister of Revenue felt a stir of thoughts. Could it be that His Majesty intends to utilize these cages to capture the ferocious beasts wreaking havoc across the imperial territory? The minister's imagination ran wild. Yet, he soon shook his head, sensing that the emperor's command was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. These grand cages were likely commissioned by the emperor for a purpose yet to be revealed. As for what that purpose might be, the minister could only speculate. Perhaps only upon the completion of the cages would the truth be unveiled. The construction of 500 such colossal enclosures would naturally demand a substantial investment of manpower and resources. However, the empire was not lacking in people, and the central hub was replete with a vast array of resources. The work department set aside other tasks, laboring diligently, and ultimately managed to fulfill the order for 500 iron cages just before the deadline approached. Chapter 67. The transport of 500 sacred beasts from the imperial capital. As soon as the 500 cages were completed, the Minister of Revenue hastened to the Xianhuang Palace to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, the 500 cages have now been constructed and are currently situated within the workshop's courtyard, he stated, his expression reflecting a semblance of joy. For a minister, nothing is more gratifying than fulfilling the emperor's commands, and moreover, he could finally quell his curiosity by observing what the emperor intended to confine within these cages. The workshop, you say? Very well, I shall pay a visit, Xuan Ming responded with a nod. The workshop is solely responsible for crafting imperial artifacts and occupies a substantial area within the capital. Although the 500 cages are expansive, their dimensions fit perfectly within the workshop's confines. Furthermore, given the short time frame provided by Xuan Ming, the workshop had no opportunity to relocate these cages elsewhere. I shall summon the imperial guards, the Minister of Revenue declared, a hint of apprehension surfacing within him. The emperor symbolizes the dynasty, and it is rare for him to leave the palace unless it is of utmost importance. It appears that His Majesty regards the matter of the cages with greater gravity than he had anticipated. The imperial guards, tasked with the emperor's safety, would undoubtedly accompany him on this venture. Xuan Ming nodded in agreement, as there was no objection to this. The essence of the imperial guard's role is to ensure his safety, and transporting the sacred beasts necessitated their presence as well. Soon, 1,000 imperial guards were assembled. Xuan Ming perched atop the imperial sedan chair, carried by 8 half-saint guards with great steadiness, allowing him a glimpse of the world beyond as the jade beads within the chair swayed gently. The path to the workshop was cleared by the imperial guards, and thus no one dared to interrupt. Moreover, the location of the workshop is within the primary administrative district of the capital, where the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Personnel are situated, ensuring that no idle bystanders were present. Upon learning of the emperor's impending visit, the head of the workshop, Wu Diga, was filled with trepidation and awaited his arrival at the entrance. "I pay my respects to your majesty," he exclaimed, bowing deeply as the imperial sedan approached. "Rise, and take me to see the 500 cages," Xuan Ming replied calmly, gesturing with a hand. The 500 cages pertain to the safe transportation of the sacred beasts into the 2 border regions without inciting panic among the populace, and thus, Xuan Ming deemed it necessary to inspect them in person. "Yes, your majesty, please follow me," Wu Diga responded respectfully, stepping aside. The sedan was slowly carried into the workshop, where 500 iron cages, comparable in size to 10-story buildings, were arranged in neat rows, their dark iron structure casting an air of solemnity over the courtyard. Xuan Ming extended his awareness, surveying the cages, which met his expectations. Each cage was equipped with wheels for easy mobility. Xuan Ming retracted his thoughts, nodding in approval. "Your Majesty, do you have any further requests?" The Minister of Revenue inquired softly. "None. Li Kaitian, take my edict to the Imperial Guard barracks and instruct Xuan Ming to dispatch 10,000 guards to assist you in transporting these 500 cages to Kaiyang County and Nanzhong County." Xuan Ming commanded. Xuan Ming gently shook his head and turned to a nearby half-holy guard. "Yes, your Majesty," Li Kaitian quickly departed. "Could it be that I have misjudged?" The Minister of Revenue, overhearing this, felt perplexed. He had always suspected that the emperor ordered the construction of these 500 cages to confine something. Yet now it seemed otherwise. The minister slightly shook his head, realizing he might have been overly suspicious. "Is it a fixed-point deployment?" The deployment range encompasses any location within a 5,000-meter radius of the host, and it must be an all-or-nothing deployment. Xuan Ming, oblivious to the minister's thoughts, had just received the system notification. Deployment location, the ministry's courtyard, 1 cage each. Xuan Ming commanded inwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, a dramatic change swept across the sky above the ministry's courtyard, where, from an unknown void, numerous miniature beast shadows were released into the cages. Along the way, they concealed their presence, avoiding exposure. Unless necessary, they would remain within until designated personnel would release them. Initially, they would excavate the Shuangguan mountain range and the Luanyang mountain range for me, after which I would assign the river god and mountain god to oversee you. Once the miniature beast shadows landed in the iron cages, they swiftly returned to their colossal forms, eager to roar at the heavens. However, upon hearing Xuan Ming's command, these sacred beasts immediately fell silent. After the sacred beasts regained their massive forms, the Minister of Revenue suddenly regarded the numerous cages with suspicion. He had distinctly felt a tremor in the cages, yet now he could discern no abnormalities. Was it merely an illusion? The minister scratched his head. Soon, the arrangements in the capital were completed. 500 cages were transported from the ministry by 10,000 elite soldiers and 500 guards, drawing considerable attention along the way. Make way, make way. Fortunately, Chang'an Street was wide enough to accommodate the passage of these cages, though the citizens walking along the street had to step aside. What on earth is that? Among the crowd, the dark-robed demon Lord Lin Ning observed the iron cages being transported out of the city with suspicion. She vaguely sensed that something was contained within, yet she had yet to comprehend the sacred intent, limiting her perception and preventing her from discerning the contents of the cages. "I've made my decision. I can join the demon sect," But you must first give me that condensation pill, murmured an elderly man in an ochre robe beside Lin Ning. Agreed. Lin Ning cast a glance at the elder, her lips curling into a slight smile. Her condensation pill was nearly perfected. The task of establishing the demon sect was now actionable. Moreover, with finances at hand, she could initially sell some half-holy techniques to test the waters, Lin Ning pondered. Come, follow me. She gestured for the elder to follow her into a deserted alley, and with a flick of her right hand, a jade vial appeared in her palm. Indeed, it is the condensation pill. The elder's pupils constricted. He had previously thought Lin Ning was merely making empty claims. Yet he was astonished to discover she truly possessed such a potion. It is essential to understand that the is a treasure of semi-holy caliber, invaluable and often elusive in the market. The elder, Lin, humbly approached the esteemed leader. The elder was forthright, receiving the elixir from Lin Ning and promptly kneeling in submission to join the demonic sect. His innate talent was limited, and he had already reached the pinnacle of his capabilities. Any further advancement depended solely on the. Thus, you shall consume this elixir here, and I shall assist you in ascending to the semi-holy level. At that juncture, I will assign you a task. A subtle smile graced Lin Ning's lips. She harbored no concerns regarding the elder's fidelity or potential greed. With her formidable strength, a semi-holy being would pose no threat to her. Moreover, by consuming this elixir with her assistance, the holy intent he cultivates would be entirely under her control. Any thoughts of rebellion would be nothing short of delusional. In due time, Lin Ning planned to entrust this individual with the task of auctioning the semi-holy technique. She had not forgotten the formidable adversary, the Empress, lurking among mortals. Until she uncovered the latter's whereabouts, Lin Ning would remain discreet about her own identity. Chapter 68. The arrival of the Sacred Beast prison car at Kaiyang County and the bewilderment of the North Yang Marquis under the manipulation of the demon Lord Lin Ning. The first member of the demon sect on the southern continent, Lin Yutu, successfully ascended to the realm of Semi-Saint. What formidable power! Indeed, the Semi-Saint domain is extraordinary. Lin Yutu's face bore an expression of surprise as he examined his newfound strength, feeling a surge of immense energy coursing through his body. His combat prowess far surpassing his former self. Remarkably, his aged visage began to gradually revert to a more youthful state at that moment. The Semi-Saint domain enhanced his spirit, while his true energy began to transform into sacred power. The combination of the two revitalized Lin Yutu's physical form. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. From this day forth, I shall serve the world-honored Master with unwavering loyalty. This transformation, akin to being reborn, did not lead Lin Yutu to betray his principles or act against his better judgment. You are indeed perceptive. I possess a semi-saint level cultivation technique for you. Take it and auction it at the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce. Remember to conceal your identity, the demon Lord Lin Ning remarked, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes as she observed Lin Yutu. As the leader of the demon sect, she was adept at ensuring her own interests while bestowing favors upon others, yet Lin Yutu's reaction slightly surprised her. Yes, Master, Lin Yutu respectfully nodded, accepting the semi-saint technique, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. Although he lacked innate talent, his years of experience in the martial world had honed his ability to discern people. While he was unaware of Lin Ning's origins, her effortless provision of the condensing intent pill and assistance in his ascension to semi-saint revealed abilities beyond that of ordinary individuals, illuminating the benefits of aligning himself with her. Go forth. Lin Ning waved her hand dismissively. Lin Yutu respectfully withdrew to carry out her commands, still quite obedient. However, one person alone is not enough. Lin Ning mused, her gaze sharpening. Although the first member of the demon sect had emerged, it was insufficient for the sect's growth. To develop on a grand scale, the sect needed a solid foundation of numbers. Enveloped in her dark robe, Lin Ning swiftly vanished into the shadows. In the ensuing period, Lin Ning continued her efforts. The demon sect quietly flourished, yet Lin Ning found herself somewhat troubled. She was temporarily unable to expand the sect's influence among the aristocracy in the imperial capital, having to focus on martial artists and itinerant merchants instead, which left her shaking her head. For the demon sect to attain genuine influence, it was imperative to control an individual who wielded authority at the imperial level. She had previously experimented with her cousin in this lifetime, but it had proven ineffective, necessitating the search for another candidate. The emergence of the demon sect went unnoticed by anyone. The imperial capital saw a daily influx of over 1 million people, with a myriad of complex factions intermingling. New powers appearing endlessly within a single day. No one would pay heed to a nascent force, even if it possessed remarkable potential. Meanwhile, the sacred beast prison car departed from the imperial capital, splitting its path, one journeying north and the other south, each carrying 250 sacred beasts toward the borderlands. This expedition was destined to traverse the formidable Xian and Luanyang mountain ranges. The aura of divine and demonic energy grew increasingly intense, deep within the Tongxian mountain range. The former emperor, Xian Su, inexplicably awoke. Sensing the surging laws of divinity and demonic forces enveloping him, a flicker of joy appeared on his face. Indeed, as he had surmised, the intricate celestial mechanisms beneath the Tongxian mountains were in disarray, concealing rules left behind by deities and demons from a millennium ago. Perhaps this was the only location on the entire southern continent where one could ascend to divinity? Xian Su mused briefly before once again succumbing to a death-like slumber. Days passed swiftly. In Kaiyang County, during this period, the Marquis of Beiyang had been commanding his troops to scour the mountains, eradicating the remnants of ferocious beasts. Albeit with limited success, the beasts adeptly utilized the terrain, dense forests, vines, and canyons to elude the encirclement of the Beiyang army. The human race struggled to unleash their full strength within the territory of these ferocious creatures. On this day, the Marquis was preparing to personally venture into the mountains to clear the outermost ferocious beasts when a letter unexpectedly arrived in his hands. It was an order from the Emperor, delivered by the Imperial Guard, instructing him to receive something personally. Upon reading the contents of the letter, the Marquis's pupils constricted slightly. What could the Emperor have sent that required his personal escort? Confused, he pondered. The Imperial Workshop was the realm of the Imperial Dynasty's grand machinery, and typically, items dispatched from there were formidable weapons. However, such items were usually handled by his subordinates without necessitating the time of a half-saint military marquis. He knew well that the ferocious beasts within the chaotic Yang Mountains remained unresolved, and this was a direct command from the Emperor, who surely understood his time constraints. Yet, despite this, the item sent from the Imperial Workshop required his personal reception. This left the Marquis both puzzled and curious. Having previously discerned the unnamed individual as a manifestation of the Emperor's own prowess, the Marquis now recognized the significance of the Emperor's direct involvement in sending something. He found himself intrigued by what it could possibly be, especially since the letter bore the name of the esteemed Commander Wu Ming, suggesting that the sender intended for Commander Wu Ming to accompany him. Could it be an item of extreme peril? The Marquis's bewilderment deepened. He could hardly fathom what could threaten a being of his stature, necessitating the presence of a peaked saint alongside him. The contents of the letter ignited a profound interest within him. According to the letter, there were approximately 3 hours remaining before this item would reach the borders of Kaiyang County. There was still time to seek out the esteemed Wu Ming for inquiries. With this thought, the Marquis made his way toward Wu Ming's location. In the chaotic Yang Mountains, on the first peak adjacent to Brave City, Wu Ming resided, seated in tranquility beside the venerable Saint Han Yuan, exuding an air of respect akin to that of a devoted student before a teacher. During this period, the Nameless One harbored concerns that the ferocious beasts of the Chaos Mountain Range might emerge once more, thus he took his position here. Meanwhile, the sage Han Yuan sought to inquire about certain cultivation matters and chose to remain by the Nameless One's side. Greetings, esteemed Senior Nameless, and venerable Senior Han Yuan. The figure of Duke Beiyang materialized beside the two. After exchanging pleasantries, Duke Beiyang unfurled the letter in his hand and bowed, presenting it before the Nameless One. The correspondence stated that His Majesty had dispatched an item of considerable significance, and the court official who penned the letter requested that I escort you to receive this object. Duke Beiyang spoke with utmost respect. Oh, at these words, the Nameless One slowly opened his eyes. An item sent by His Majesty? A flicker of perplexity crossed his expression. Very well, Han Yuan, you may remain here. I shall accompany this leader for a brief excursion. The Nameless One nodded and directed his gaze towards Han Yuan. Chapter 69. The awe-inspiring North Sun Marquis, the supreme shadow of the Emperor in the realm of Mayang City, where Kaoyang County meets its neighboring territories. The North Sun Marquis awaited with great anticipation. Despite the correspondence indicating that items dispatched from the imperial capital would arrive in 3 hours, he had chosen to arrive early. His curiosity was piqued by the nature of the delivery that warranted a personal command from the emperor and necessitated the presence of a semi-saint military marquis alongside a saint for acceptance. As time progressed and the sun ascended in the sky, the North Sun Marquis stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance. Gradually, a procession of large black iron boxes came into view, carried by a contingent of armored soldiers. From afar, they resembled a colossal black centipede. The Marquis was struck by the significance of these boxes. Just as he pondered their contents, a voice of astonishment broke the silence beside him. He recognized the speaker as Xuan Ming, whose strength surpassed that of the Hongyuan saint. The fact that Xuan Ming expressed such awe only deepened the Marquis's intrigue. What could possibly lie within these iron boxes? Narrowing his eyes, the Marquis sent forth a wisp of spiritual awareness to glean insight into the contents. However, as his consciousness neared the first iron box, a ferocious roar echoed, transporting him to a primal era. There, he beheld a massive demon ape, its eyes filled with malice. Enveloped in swirling black mist, staring intently at his probing mind like a demon from the abyss. In that moment, the North Sun Marquis was paralyzed with fear, his pupils dilating in shock. Such a formidable beast. Could it be? A realization struck him. This was a sacred beast. He inhaled deeply, shifting his gaze to the other iron boxes, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. Could it be that every one of these boxes housed a sacred beast? The thought was almost unfathomable. If such a multitude existed, a century ago, the human race would have faced utter annihilation. Xuan Ming's next remark confirmed the Marquis's suspicions. With these sacred beasts at our disposal, the elimination of the ferocious creatures within the chaotic Yang Mountains will be accomplished in less than 3 days, Xuan Ming stated, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Indeed, these sacred beasts would easily subdue the lesser beasts of the chaotic Yang Mountains. The North Sun Marquis gasped in disbelief, his fear intensifying as he gazed at the imposing iron boxes. He could scarcely fathom the methods the emperor employed to ensure that these sacred beasts remained docile within the confines of the boxes throughout their journey from the imperial capital to the border. In the imperial capital, the members of the ice group under Xuan Ming had remained concealed underground, tirelessly excavating various tunnels, resulting in their minimal interaction with the demon sect. In the secluded lair of the demon Lord Lin Ning, the influence of the demon sect has steadily solidified its foothold in the imperial capital over the past few days, rivaling the second-tier powers of the city. Such levels of influence are abundant in the heart of the dynasty's capital, both overtly and covertly, numbering no less than 100. Yet, this is the pinnacle of power that Lin Ning can currently cultivate. Ascending to a first-tier influence would subject her and the members of the demon sect to the scrutiny of the court, thus exposing them to the gaze of the empire's most formidable authority. This would be decidedly detrimental to her. Consequently, she has halted her expansion and has begun commanding her sect members to focus on financial acquisition. Not only the demon sect, but also the ice group, overseen by Xian Shui, has been constrained to a second-tier status. To the court, such second-tier powers pose no significant threat, especially when overshadowed by the royal family that governs it. However, the true strength of the royal family does not reside within the imperial capital. It lies in the secret realm of Huangzu Mountain, where the spiritual energy far surpasses that of the city. It is for this reason that the learned officials, well acquainted with the royal family's depth, dare not disrupt the political order during the power vacuum following the demise of the previous emperor and the ascension of the new one. Only those unfamiliar with the imperial capital exhibit signs of restlessness. Meanwhile, the land deity's dream technique has successfully integrated the entire Red Sand Holy Sect into its fold, with a rough estimate of its population around 130,000. The majority of these individuals are ordinary people devoid of cultivation. However, upon being imbued with the divine essence of the land deity, their strengths have begun to augment, albeit modestly. In recent days, the land deity has utilized divine power to relocate the Red Sand Holy Sect within the imperial territory, dispersing its members across various sectors to establish nascent intelligence organizations. "Let them out now," commanded the Nameless One, as 250 iron boxes were transported to the foot of the Luanyang Mountains. Understood. The North Yang Marquis took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. Although he vaguely sensed that these sacred beasts were under some constraint imposed by the emperor, rendering them harmless, he still felt a tremor of fear in the presence of such colossal creatures. Soon, the sacred beasts were released in succession. The formidable demon ape, the ancient silver crocodile, and the gold wolves, both male and female, emerged before the assembly. The overwhelming aura of these beasts instilled trepidation in all present, causing their legs to weaken. On the mountaintop, the figure of the red Yuan saint had long since vanished. Upon sensing the might of the sacred beasts, he fled the scene at once, only daring to return cautiously after some time. Under the directive of the Nameless One, these sacred beasts first carved a path into the mountains and subsequently commenced the task of leveling the Luanyang Mountains at the space between two peaks. This excavation will transform the Luanyang Mountains into a vast plain, allowing for a strategic vantage point to defend against any fierce beasts that may charge from the Wanyao Mountains in the future. Simultaneously, he commanded his subordinates to venture into the mountains and extract the stone blocks carved by these sacred beasts, either for the construction of fortifications or to repair the damaged edifices. Any surplus would be transported to the imperial court. Nameless issued the order. "Understood, Senior Nameless," replied the North Sun Marquis, swallowing hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. Despite the scene before him having solidified into a reality, he still found it hard to believe that these once formidable sacred beasts, capable of annihilating the entire southern continent, were now so obediently assisting humanity in clearing the plains. The Emperor, the North Sun Marquis, gazed towards the capital, a hint of reverence glimmering in his eyes. Even someone as powerful as Nameless served under the Emperor. Now, with such an abundance of sacred beasts emerging, obeying his commands, the Marquis reflected on his past encounters with Xuan Ming, yet found the visage of Xuan Ming increasingly blurred in his memory, replaced by the image of a sovereign seated upon a dragon throne, obscured in countenance, yet exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to engulf the very heavens and earth. Chapter 70. The Third Summoning of Gods and Demons Within the Chaos Sun Mountain Range. Ever since the tumultuous uprising of ferocious beasts, remnants from the Wanyao Mountain Range have lingered within the mountains. After losing their fierce leader, they have taken refuge in the Chaos Sun Mountain Range. Despite the North Yang Marquis commanding his troops to eliminate a portion of them during this time, a significant number still remain. Now, with the arrival of 250 sacred beasts, the overwhelming aura they exude has startled the hidden ferocious beasts of the Chaos Sun Mountain Range. They gaze towards the south, acutely sensing the terror emanating from that direction. At this moment, if one were to survey the Chaos Sun Mountain Range from above, one would undoubtedly witness a multitude of ferocious beasts retreating towards the Wanyao Mountain Range, while a faction gathers at the location of the sacred beasts, quickly succumbing to their might and joining in the excavation of the mountains. The sacred beasts possess immense strength and colossal forms. As they carve through the mountains, the ground trembles and fissures form, creating a grand spectacle that even the courageous city outside the Chaos Sun Mountain Range can hear clearly. Consequently, the North Yang Marquis and the governor of Kaiyang County convened, deciding to temporarily prevent the citizens from returning to the courageous city to avert unnecessary panic. Deep within the Wanyao Mountain Range lies a vast and majestic expanse, where tens of thousands of towering peaks stand resolute. The ferocious beasts that fled from the Chaos Sun Mountain Range had not yet entered the mountain depths when a piercing roar resonated across the skies. This shriek was so sharp that it seemed capable of piercing through the very mountains, leaving many ferocious beasts in a daze, some even bleeding from their ears. "Why do you return in such disarray? Where is the blood feast I require?" Deep within the mountains, a colossal bird circled high above. Its feathers were jet black, and under the sunlight, they reflected a kaleidoscopic brilliance, with a mysterious sacred essence flowing within. This creature was the sovereign of this mountainous region, orchestrating the invasion of the North Sioux Prefecture from behind the scenes. The motive, naturally, was the pursuit of blood offerings. The Wanyao Mountain Range is a forbidden ground for blood offerings, nurturing and serving numerous ferocious beast clans and their demon gods. These demon gods, both in the outer realms and within, open various battlefields, expending vast amounts of divine and demonic essence every moment, necessitating blood offerings for sustenance. The blackbird sacred beast serves one of these deities. This invasion was merely a small-scale probe, Upon discerning the strength of the human race on the other side of the mountains, the blackbird sacred beast would collaborate with other lords to delve deeper into the Yao mountain range, driving forth more and stronger lower-tier ferocious beasts to invade the southern continent. This has always been the case. However, it was evident that something had gone awry this time. Reporting to the sacred beast, a formidable human has emerged on the plains outside the mountains, driving us back to the mountain branches. We initially intended to engage with him, but unexpectedly, a group of sacred beasts appeared, serving the humans, and now they are forcefully dismantling our access to the mountain branches leading into human territory. The response came from a semi-holy ferocious wolf. Its body trembled as it spoke, uncertain whether it was apprehensive of the sacred beasts it mentioned or the blackbird sacred beast before it. A group of sacred beasts? The blackbird sacred beast plummeted from the sky with astonishing speed, its form radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding a menacing aura. In an instant, it descended upon the fearsome wolf, delivering a fatal blow with its claw. The eyes of the blackbird sacred beast glimmered with a chilling intensity. A group of sacred beasts, formidable as those of the Holy Realm, were indeed a rarity even within the sprawling expanse of the Yao mountain range, with each responsible for a particular sector, making the presence of multiple sacred beasts unlikely. Furthermore, as the fearsome wolf had claimed, they stood in allegiance with humanity, initially dismissive of the wolf's words. The blackbird's sacred beast's skepticism waned after consulting several other ferocious beasts. Their conclusions, alarmingly similar to the wolf's, caused its pupils to constrict. Could it be that a cohort of sacred beasts truly existed? Perhaps the lowly status of these beasts obscured their true nature, prompting the blackbird's sacred beast to resolve to investigate personally. In the next moment, it soared into the air, resembling a colossal eagle, its hooked beak dark and sharp, its massive claws glinting coldly, still stained with the wolf's blood, emanating a terrifying aura. Renowned for its swiftness, it executed a series of agile maneuvers, soon reaching the chaotic Yang mountain range, where it fixated its cold gaze upon a group of enormous beasts carving into the mountainside. Indeed, they were of the sacred beast tier. Furthermore, there were no fewer than 250 of them. As the blackbird's sacred beast circled high above, its mind was profoundly shaken. Even the deity it served did not command such a multitude of sacred beasts. Yet, here, an astonishing number had congregated. Could they possibly be under the dominion of a certain deity residing in the heart of the Yao mountain range? Its own demon god had been preoccupied with expanding the outer battlefield, having never provoked other demon gods. How could their subordinates impede its pursuit of sustenance? It was evident that the blackbird's sacred beast suspected these sacred beasts hailed from the depths of the mountains, under the command of a powerful demon god. For only a being of great strength could amass such a number of sacred beasts. Lost in contemplation, it remained blissfully unaware of the machinations unfolding within the chaos of the Yang mountain range. There, a demon monkey, enveloped in swirling black mist, raced through the mountains, ascending to a peak with remarkable speed. With a single powerful leap, it launched itself skyward like a cannonball. "I shall bring you down," it smirked, a cold smile curling at the corners of its mouth. As fellow sacred beasts, they could surely sense the blackbird's sacred beast's observation, and such a creature, not belonging to their lineage, would not be spared. With a swift motion, the demon monkey seized the blackbird's sacred beast by its right wing, using gravity to pull it towards the ground. Caught off guard, the blackbird's sacred beast found itself seized. Its razor-sharp feathers, capable of piercing through mountains, proved ineffective against the demon monkey's resilient hide, instead sparking a flurry of sparks. Nearby, the golden wolf exhaled rings of binding sacred energy, while the other sacred beasts lent their strength. Within mere breaths, the blackbird's sacred beast was subdued, rendered utterly immobile. "Now, you shall assist in carving the mountain," the demon monkey proclaimed, hurling the blackbird's sacred beast against the formidable mountainside. In but a moment, a colossal chasm was carved into the mountain before him. The 500 sacred beasts were nearly at the border. In the imperial city, Xuan Ming calculated the time. At the current pace of the imperial guard, those 500 sacred beasts should have arrived at the Yao mountain range by now. "I require time." A sense of urgency surged within Xuan Ming. The Yao mountain range had existed for over 10,000 years, its true depth likely profound and formidable. Merely an additional 500 sacred beasts was insufficient. Suddenly, at that very moment, A chime echoed. The opportunity for the moon god demon summoning has been refreshed. It detected that the host possesses one summoning opportunity. Shall the summoning commence? Chapter 71. The Realm of Divine and Demonic Cultivation. The King of Mountains and Rivers. The voice of the system suddenly resonated in Xuan Ming's ears. At last, the summoning could commence. Xuan Ming's gaze flickered, and he recalled that a month had elapsed since the last summoning of divine beings. He wondered what kind of divine entity would be summoned this time. A hint of anticipation glimmered in his eyes. Although, including himself, the southern continent now boasted 4 earth gods, he felt it was still far from sufficient. The myriad demon mountain range remained a malignant presence in the southern continent. Unless eradicated or rendered powerless, the southern region, including the divine Xian dynasty, would forever be relegated to a status of prey. Xuan Ming required more divine beings. Only then could he liberate the divine Xian dynasty from a millennium of tribulation and establish an everlasting divine dynasty. Summon forth system. Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne, commanding inwardly. Ding. Summoning in progress. Please hold on, host. A series of system notifications echoed. Xuan Ming maintained a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting the outcome. He understood that summoning divine beings could not be rushed. In the myriad realms, the number of formidable entities meeting the criteria for divine summoning was virtually limitless. The system required time to perform the summoning. As time passed, ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the divine being, King of Mountains and Rivers. King of Mountains and Rivers? Xuan Ming's expression shifted slightly. It seemed that this time, only one divine entity had been summoned. From the title King of Mountains and Rivers, he discerned no indication of multiple divine beings. However, in his previous 2 summoning endeavors, he had never summoned a solitary entity, particularly the second summoning, which had granted him 3 earth gods with nearly limitless potential: the Lord of the Earth, the Lord of the River, and the Lord of the Mountain. Yet this time, there was but one. Could it be that the King of Mountains and Rivers possessed extraordinary qualities? System, display the personal details of the King of Mountains and Rivers. Xuan Ming commanded within. In the next moment, a faint blue light screen materialized before him. Personal details of the King of Mountains and Rivers. Divine being, King of Mountains and Rivers. Race, human. Cultivation, perfected earth god realm. Technique, mountains and rivers. Scripture, savage force. Divine powers, divine domain of mountains and rivers. Savage divine domain. Weapon, divine dragon vertebra whip. Origin, unknown divine realm. Perfected earth god realm. Xuan Ming's expression hardened. According to the system's records, in this realm of divine and demonic cultivation, the earth god realm was divided into 4 minor stages: minor extreme, medium extreme, major extreme, and perfection. Meanwhile, the heavenly god and ancient god realms were each divided into 9 celestial tiers. Stepping into the realm of deities and demons, each minor domain resembles an awe-inspiring peak. Even a mere earth deity requires the ordinary gods and demons millennia, perhaps thousands of years, to refine the rules of divinity and transcend their own limitations. The 3 divine beings he had previously summoned, strictly speaking, belonged to the pinnacle of the earth deity realm. Within the confines of their established domains, they can manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, barely qualifying as a complete entity. However, these 3 divine beings differ fundamentally from the sovereign of mountains and rivers. The former are deities of incense and worship. Once they depart from their designated domains and lose their followers, their powers will diminish significantly. This is precisely why Xuan Ming chose to retain them within the southern continent. In contrast, the sovereign of mountains and rivers derives his strength from cultivation. His formidable power innate to himself. No matter where he travels, he can maintain the unparalleled might of an earth deity, a truly tangible force capable of overwhelming any domain. Nevertheless, the limitations of the 3 divine beings are not weaknesses. In comparison to traditional divine paths, their bottlenecks and rates of advancement are remarkably swift. Within their realms, the ascent to a complete earth deity, or even the potential to reach the celestial deity level one day, is highly probable. Xuan Ming steadied his mind and took a deep breath. With the sovereign of mountains and rivers, he could initially contemplate engaging with the profound depths of the myriad demons mountain. Ding, the sovereign of mountains and rivers will arrive beside the host within an hour. The system's notification echoed in Xuan Ming's ears once more. After the previous two summons of deities and demons, Xuan Ming remained as calm as a placid lake. An hour's wait was a trifling matter. Your Majesty. At that moment, a vague divine voice called to Xuan Ming, as if emanating from the heavens or the depths of the earth. Earth deity? Xuan Ming furrowed his brow in slight confusion. In the next instant, within the Xuandi palace, a formidable deity clad in a crimson robe, towering several feet high, materialized. Indeed, the earth deity. This is a record of the forces under the small deity's jurisdiction of the Red Sand sacred teachings in the imperial capital, detailing some significant factions that require your attention. Your Majesty. The earth deity bowed respectfully and conjured a small tome formed of divine power. Interesting factions? Xuan Ming raised an eyebrow, accepting the tome to peruse its contents. Indeed, the earth deity affirmed with a nod. The points of interest lie directly beneath our feet. While compiling the list of forces within the imperial capital's underworld, he inadvertently discovered two names, both linked to the emperor, compelling him to hasten from the divine realm for the emperor's review. Other factions were inconsequential. Even first-rate forces could be extinguished in an instant by the earth deity if they violated imperial laws. However, these two factions caused him some hesitation, necessitating his pursuit of Xuan Ming's counsel. The Ice Assembly's Xianwei and the demon sect's Lin Ning. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xuan Ming's eyes. He was not surprised by the former. Any royal disciple with a modicum of background could amass a following within the imperial capital, undoubtedly including the seventh princess, Xianwei. Moreover, she herself was also a semi-saint. To garner the allegiance of a half-saint and establish a faction is not an extraordinary occurrence. However, regarding Lin Ning, as Xuan Ming is aware, the Lin family has only recently arrived in the imperial city, having had no prior interactions with any of its forces. Therefore, it is improbable that Lin Ning could have formed such connections. Moreover, the demon sect was established some time ago, yet it already boasts a half-saint among its ranks. Measures have been taken to closely monitor any activities, ensuring that violations of the imperial laws are met with equal scrutiny. Xuan Ming pondered momentarily before speaking. Indeed, Your Majesty, this humble deity takes his leave. The earth deity, as if receiving divine instruction, sighed in relief and respectfully withdrew. Shortly after the earth deity's departure, Xuan Ming felt a sudden stir within him, as if responding to an unseen call, directing his gaze towards a certain direction outside the imperial city. Just moments ago, he distinctly sensed an ancient and profound aura manifesting beyond the city's confines. The king of mountains and rivers. A smile graced Xuan Ming's lips. Let him enter. The instant the king of mountains and rivers descended, the divine realm of the earth deity abruptly emerged. Under the protection of the emperor's divine decree, the safety of the divine realm surrounding the imperial city was ensured. Ordinary mortals would not draw his attention. Yet the presence of a deity such as the king of mountains and rivers immediately alerted the earth deity. Chapter 72. The sovereign of mountains and rivers. If you cannot defeat them, join them above the imperial city. The nation's fortune surged. The earth god bowed respectfully towards the palace, then released the restraints of the divine realm, allowing the sovereign of mountains and rivers to enter. In the future, we shall be colleagues. There is no need for such tension, the sovereign of mountains and rivers stated calmly, his gaze unwavering. Protecting your Majesty's safety is my humble duty. The earth god replied with a respectful gesture. Though the sovereign of mountains and rivers was formidable, this domain was his divine territory, where he could harness the forces of nature to counterbalance any threat. Moreover, safeguarding this realm was a command from the emperor. Without the emperor's divine decree, even as colleagues, he would not have permitted entry. Upon stepping into the divine realm, the sovereign of mountains and rivers advanced forward. In the next moment, he found himself within the Xianhuang Hall. I, Luo Xing, the humble god of mountains and rivers, pay my respects to your Majesty. The sovereign bowed deeply, using his mortal name, Luo Xing, for formality, while the title of sovereign of mountains and rivers was conferred upon him after his ascension to divinity. Please rise, Xuan Ming commanded, observing the sovereign with a hint of intrigue. The sovereign's imposing stature set him apart from ordinary mortals, standing in the hall like a colossal warrior. His aura surged like a vast ocean, and to Xuan Ming's perception, his vitality radiated divine resonance, akin to that of a celestial being. His bare arms and the bone whip coiling at his waist exuded the ferocity of a primal beast, a presence that could prove fatal to any mortal caught in its wake. With your cultivation, Can you discern the truths veiled within the myriad demon mountains surrounding the southern continent? Xuan Ming inquired, his tone tinged with anticipation. As a perfected earth god, he possessed at least 8,000 years of cultivation according to the realm's standards. Should he uncover the secrets of the myriad demon mountains, they would no longer pose a threat. If not, Xuan Ming would have to remain in hiding, as he would not act recklessly without assurance. Your Majesty, the sovereign replied respectfully. Upon my arrival, I glimpsed a portion of the myriad demon mountains. The region near the southern continent is not particularly daunting. However, there are a few presences within that can contend with me, and one area remains obscured, beyond my comprehension. As an earth god, he commanded the power of the earth itself. Typically, an earth god would need to immerse their spirit into a mountain or land to draw upon its strength. Yet, upon achieving perfection, every place he stepped upon became a source of earthly power. In other words, deities of his caliber could traverse the entire world. Divine energy would flow ceaselessly from any part of the earth to replenish his divine form boundlessly. Simultaneously, he could use the earth's strength to perceive foes from miles away or even farther. Is that so? Xuan Ming mused, stroking his chin. It seems the myriad demon mountains are indeed extraordinary, just as anticipated. A single perfected earth god cannot entirely counter the might of the myriad demon mountains. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the vastness of the Wan Yao mountain range is boundless and immeasurable, should one lack the formidable strength to dominate it. It may be wiser to join forces and become part of it. This approach would not only circumvent hostility, but also allow for a subtle infiltration into the depths of the mountain range, ultimately leading to a comprehensive understanding and control over it. The King of Mountains and Rivers seems to have discerned Xuan Ming's concerns and suggested, resistance is not the only path. If we cannot overpower them, we may consider aligning with them and then devise alternative strategies. In a previous life, he had often adopted the strategy of joining rather than opposing when faced with insurmountable odds, which ultimately facilitated his ascent to his current stature. When I glimpsed the true nature of the Wan Yao mountain range, I observed that its denizens had delineated their territories, indicating a lack of unity. The King of Mountains and Rivers continued, and this strategy sparked a glimmer of hope in Xuan Ming's eyes. Indeed, when one is at a disadvantage, direct confrontation seems futile. Rather, it is prudent to seek other avenues. Within the dominion of the river god, a being resembling the denizens of the Wan Yao mountain range has been detected. The river god estimates that this creature's power lies somewhere between the minor and middle realms of the mountain god level. With your strength, combined with that of the river god, is it possible to capture this entity without alarming the more powerful beings lurking in the depths? Xuan Ming pondered for a moment before posing the question. The Wan Yao mountain range is a haven for fierce beasts, inherently opposed to humanity. Although the method proposed by the King of Mountains and Rivers seems implausible, it is not without merit and warrants exploration. I report to your Majesty that my domain of mountains and rivers has reached a consummate state, enabling me to draw a minor deity into my realm in an instant. Not only would the powerful beings in the depths remain oblivious, but even those nearby would likely not perceive the disappearance until it is far too late. The King of Mountains and Rivers asserted with confidence. The Earth God realm signifies an entry into the divine domain, where the disparities between each minor realm are substantial, which is the source of the King's assurance. Then choose an opportune moment to act alongside the river god and capture this divine being, Xuan Ming instructed with a nod, acknowledging the King of Mountains and Rivers' confidence. Previously, he had secured a century's worth of cultivation, and with the innate Tao body augmented by the violet radiance, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Earth God realm. However, in terms of true power, Xuan Ming's capabilities far exceed this realm. His innate Tao body grants him mastery over myriad paths, making him an overwhelmingly formidable opponent capable of transcending realms in combat. As the sovereign of the dynasty, he can wield the power of national fortune, and under the amplification of both. Any earth god beneath the celestial god realm attempting to enter the territory of the divine Xian dynasty is unlikely to escape. After all, the earth god, mountain god, and river god, each fortified by their respective domains, possess the ability to contend with perfected earth gods, and those domains are integral parts of the dynasty. Alas, the chasm between earth gods and celestial gods is as profound as the abyss itself. The fundamental differences in essence render it exceedingly difficult for an earth god to challenge a celestial god. I shall heed your command. The king of rivers and mountains bowed deeply before departing from the Xinyuan hall, making his way towards the Weishan, where the river god resided. After the king's departure, Xinying leaned slightly against the barrier. System, commence the sign-in, Xinying commanded in a hushed tone. Ding. Signing in. Please hold on. Sign-in complete. Host sign-in reward. Large-scale random teleportation scroll. Note: large-scale random teleportation scroll, divine level. The host may designate a specific area to be enveloped within the scroll's spatial power. Upon shattering the scroll, one can be transported to an unknown region. Once used, the decision cannot be altered, and the scroll will dissipate. Oh! A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Xianying's eyes upon reading the note regarding the sign-in reward. The myriad demons mountain range served as a prison, confining the civilization of the southern continent for millennia, preventing any connection with the outside world. Only by breaking through or integrating into the myriad demons mountain range could one glimpse the civilizations beyond. However, the existence of the scroll provided Xianying with a new avenue of escape. Yet, the notion of being randomly transported to an unknown area. Chapter 73. The Awakening of the Barbarian Saint and the Plunder of a Divine Demon. Xuan Ming furrowed his brow slightly, a gesture that revealed his concerns. At present, he remained entirely oblivious to the external world. Though he found himself ensnared within the depths of the 10,000 demon mountains, he was fortunate that no immediate peril loomed. However, should he tear apart the scroll and the divine Xian Empire descend upon a forbidden zone, the circumstances might not improve and could even worsen. Thus, for the time being, Xuan Ming resolved against utilizing this artifact. Yet, the very existence of the scroll provided both him and the divine Xian Empire with a potential avenue of retreat, in the event that an insurmountable danger indeed manifested. Resorting to the scroll might still offer a glimmer of hope. Outside the divine Xian Empire, deep within the verdant expanse, stood Man Mountain. On this day, countless members of the barbarian tribe gathered at the foot of the mountain, their gazes fixated upon its summit. Today marked the day of the barbarian saint's emergence from seclusion. A century prior, in conjunction with the imperial sovereign of the empire, they had launched an assault on the 10,000 demon mountains. Following that, the barbarian saint seemingly attained some fortuitous opportunity. Upon returning to his clan's territory, he announced his retreat into seclusion. For 100 years, this seclusion had never faltered, save for the periodic requests made by the barbarian saint to the priests for cultivation resources. The newly born members of the tribe had come to believe that their barbarian saint had perished long ago. Yet on this day, the barbarian saint conveyed to the priests not a request for resources, but rather the proclamation of his return. This announcement invigorated the spirits of the barbarians. As time passed, a resounding roar erupted from the pinnacle of Man Mountain, akin to the thunder of the heavens. Following this was a long, piercing howl, causing the gathered barbarians to feel a reverberation in their minds. They beheld a towering barbarian, 3 zhang in height, descending from the heavens to land atop the altar, radiating an aura of sanctity that dominated the space. The high priest of the barbarian tribe respectfully greeted the barbarian saint. "We celebrate your return, esteemed barbarian saint." The tribe's people echoed this sentiment, bowing in reverence. They could sense the formidable pressure emanating from the barbarian saint. He was their singular beacon of power, the only sage of the barbarian tribe. Indeed, it is good to see that after a century of absence, you have made significant strides toward the realm of the sage. The barbarian saint surveyed the tribe below, his gaze resting upon the high priest, nodding in satisfaction. The barbarians were known for their formidable physical prowess, yet their spiritual essence was relatively weaker. Thus, few had grasped the sacred intent necessary to ascend to the sage realm. However, at that moment, he perceived the potential for the birth of a second sage within the high priest. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed barbarian saint." The high priest responded with utmost respect, pausing momentarily, as if contemplating his next words. The barbarian saint, understanding the unspoken, gestured for the tribespeople to disperse. "Esteemed barbarian saint, the individuals I previously dispatched to the river flowing through the green pastures have returned." They reported sighting a plain downstream, where they observed a cluster of structures reminiscent of those belonging to the human race. Alas, most of them have collapsed into ruins, now overrun by ferocious beasts. To surpass their strength, they returned by boat. According to their speculation, there may have once existed a civilization akin to that of humankind, now seemingly obliterated by ferocious beasts. Thus, should we not embark on an exploration? Even though the accumulation of this civilization has been ravaged, it might still offer immense assistance to the barbarian tribes. The high priest of the barbarians remarked, "This has been a matter of great concern for him." Oh, an alleged relic of a human civilization? The barbarian saint's expression shifted. Throughout a millennium, humanity has consistently proven to be more formidable than the barbarians. The barbarian saint has long been intrigued by the power of humankind. "Take me to see it," he declared. Upon emerging from his retreat, he had thoroughly refined the energies obtained from the depths of the Xuan Yao mountain range, achieving a state of perfection in the sacred realm. His power had multiplied several times over compared to before, and his confidence was significantly bolstered compared to a century ago. In the Xishan Prefecture, Bianlong County, at Weishan, suddenly, the space seemed to condense, only to be torn apart by some unseen force, revealing a menacing rift atop Weishan. A torrent of fierce winds surged from the crevice, causing the waters of Tianhu to churn restlessly. Soon after, a towering figure, adorned with dragon bones and surrounded by an aura of the wilderness, emerged. It was the king of mountains and rivers. "Greetings, river deity." At the moment the king of mountains and rivers stepped forth, the waters of Tianhu rippled in concentric circles, and spiraling water columns arose, gradually coalescing in the center of the lake to form the divine manifestation of the river deity. "I have met the river deity." The king of mountains and rivers acknowledged with a bow. The two deities exchanged glances, both being divine entities under the command of an emperor. Upon their arrival, a mutual awareness was felt, and neither was surprised. The realm of that particular divine being was confined within the mountains, and thus far, this deity had not encountered any other divine entities in the vicinity. The river deity spoke directly, though I faced that being shrouded in black mist. My strength relied upon my divine domain. Otherwise, I could have subdued it long ago without waiting until now. "Let us commence," the king of mountains and rivers stated straightforwardly. He then tore apart the fabric of space, stepping into the unknown void. The river deity nodded, gazing towards the earlier direction of the black misted entity, and began to invoke water-based principles to seal the surroundings. Although he could not leave his divine domain, he was capable of using his power to obscure the area and affect the perceptions of the outside world. The Xuan Yao mountain range is vast beyond measure, stretching endlessly. Deep within, there lies a segment of the mountains that starkly contrasts with the outside world. This entire range appears to be shrouded by some mysterious force, casting a dim and oppressive gray hue over the mountains and forests alike. This area has remained tranquil for an extended period. Suddenly, the very earth and mountains of the region trembled, as a shadowy figure emerged from an unknown origin, standing as tall as the peaks themselves. At the moment of its appearance, an eerie silence enveloped the mountains, and the ferocious beasts within bowed their heads, daring not to release even a whisper of breath. This formidable entity towered above the mountains, enshrouded in swirling black mist, governed by the laws of the arcane. It could be discerned that it walked upright, cloaked in a thick mane of fur, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. Who dares to gaze upon this deity? The being appeared greatly agitated. Its plan to harvest blood had faltered, leaving it depleted of the vital energy necessary for prolonged combat upon invading a certain realm. Reluctantly, it had to retreat to the mountain of 10,000 beasts to replenish its strength. However, only moments ago, it sensed an unseen presence lurking in the void, which incited its fury. As it restlessly traversed the mountains, a dark rift in space abruptly materialized behind it, from which a white skeletal whip emerged, deftly ensnaring its form. "This is..." The demon ape's pupils constricted in alarm, and in the next instant, an overwhelming force surged from the bone whip, yanking it into an unknown realm before it could react. Chapter 74. The Terror of the Demon Ape and the Power of National Fate in the Celestial Realm of the Mountain and River King. The demon ape seethed with impotent fury. As a deity of the earth, it governed the Black Demon Mountain Range, revered by myriad beasts as their sovereign. Yet, it had never before been the target of such treachery. Despite its rage, the demon ape realized that the entity capable of drawing it from the realm of reality to this place possessed power that far exceeded its own. It was no match for this god. What a formidable bone whip! It was uncertain from which celestial beast's bone it was forged. As the demon ape calmed, it fixed its gaze upon the dragon bone that coiled around its form, a flicker of astonishment crossing its eyes. The wild and overwhelming aura emanating from the dragon bone suppressed the dark mist of divine and demonic laws that had enveloped it, forcing its power to be contained within its own body. This marked the first time since its ascension to the earth deity realm that its divine form was revealed to outsiders. It was a colossal, evolved demon ape, having reached the earth deity realm, with a transformative anomaly at its brow, giving birth to a crimson vertical pupil that pulsated with latent power, embodying the secrets of its divine ascendance. Who could it be? Among the myriad gods of the mountain of 10,000 beasts, although this deity did not recognize them all, it had never heard of any deity utilizing a celestial beast's bone as a divine artifact. The demon ape inhaled deeply and began to survey its surroundings. Although the divine bone was immensely powerful, sealing its entire strength within, it seemed that its captor merely intended to imprison it rather than extinguish its life. The demon ape's gaze roamed until it settled upon a figure standing atop a towering mountain in this realm. A human. Upon recognizing the form of the deity, the demon ape's pupils constricted. It turned out to be an enlightened simian. The mountain and river king stood on the mountaintop, locking eyes with the demon ape, his gaze ultimately fixating on the crimson vertical pupil on the demon ape's brow, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. This vertical pupil contained the entirety of the demon ape's divine essence. Should anyone decipher its secrets, they would inherit the power of the demon ape. The expanse of this divine realm had reached a staggering 10,000 miles, within the dominion of the mountain of 10,000 beasts. When had such a powerful human deity arisen, rivaling a chief priest? The heart of the demon ape was tumultuous. The earth deity realm involves anchoring one's spirit to the earth to draw upon the might of divinity while simultaneously forging a unique divine domain. The structure of such a domain is a synthesis of the number and rank of the laws practiced by divine and demonic beings. Generally, lesser earth deities possess limited laws, capable of establishing a divine domain of merely 100 miles, which is considered the utmost limit. Intermediate earth deities may extend their realms to 1,000 miles, while greater earth deities can reach 5,000 miles. 10,000 miles signifies the zenith of an earth deity's domain. Beyond that lies the realm of celestial beings, who manipulate the sun, moon, and stars, an echelon unattainable by earth deities. Within the entirety of the mountain of 10,000 beasts, no such divine being existed, and only the chief priest could achieve the limits of an earth deity. The human deity before the demon ape was evidently the source of its captivity, sharing the same roots as the divine domain that imprisoned it, with a domain extending 10,000 miles. Its rank was likely on par with that of the chief priest of the mountain of 10,000 beasts. Just as the demon ape was engulfed in shock and strategizing its next move, the deity of the human race, suddenly wielding the power of the divine realm, visibly caused the entire mountains and rivers of the divine domain to dissolve, gradually revealing the external world. Where has this god brought me? The divine realm is constructed by the earthly deity utilizing the laws of heaven and earth, relying on the cosmos, akin to a subspace, able to move at the will of its master. At present, as the opponent dissipated the divine power, unveiling the outside world, it seems I have been brought to some location. The demon god ape once again surveyed the surroundings after the dissolution of the divine realm, and upon seeing the endless mountain ranges, a sense of relief washed over it, realizing it was still within the myriad demon mountain range. However, the next moment, upon gazing at a towering mountain, its expression froze. This is the territory of that deity. The demon god ape stared at Mount Wei, a ripple of tumultuous emotions stirring within. Previously, it had aimed to conquer a world beyond the heavens, intending to gather blood offerings to augment its own vitality. Yet, just as it led a multitude of ferocious beasts to invade a territory under the dominion of the myriad demon mountain range for sustenance, it was unexpectedly thwarted by an enigmatic divine being. It recognized this place, the domain of the deity that had hindered its advance. At that time, it had been wary of this god's power and ultimately retreated. Little did it expect to now be captured by a human deity. Something feels amiss. Although this deity had intended to break through the god's blockade, leaving should not have been perceived as an offense, especially considering that the human deity's cultivation was formidable. How could the two deities conspire to capture me? The expression of the demon god ape grew exceedingly grim. It realized the misfortune it had encountered. Not only had its harvest of blood offerings been obstructed, but it was also seized by the divine beings that had thwarted it, leaving it in a state of uncertainty between life and death, a thread of despair welling up within. The body of the river god materialized before it amidst its despair, accompanied by the river king who had ensnared it. Your divine power, to some extent, embodies the essence of heaven and earth, classifying you as a natural divine being. When did you ally with the human race? A bitter smile crept across the demon god ape's face. Despite harboring a multitude of grievances within, the strength of the opponent far surpassed its own, rendering defiance futile. Within its vertical eye resided the essence of this deity, should it be acquired. The simian beasts under its command might possess a chance to ascend to divinity in the future. Furthermore, the divine blood of these beings contained immense energy suitable for alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. The fur, tempered by divine power, was extraordinarily resilient, capable of being fashioned into arrows. The hide was tenacious, impervious even to sacred artifacts, suitable for crafting defensive beast armor. The worth of a divine being is remarkable if it could be disassembled and utilized in various ways. It would equate to an evolution of civilization. The inquiries from the demon god ape went unanswered, as the river king and the river god pointed and deliberated over which aspects held the greatest value, completely regarding it as mere merchandise, causing a sense of humiliation to wash over the demon god ape. Damn it, do you not regard me at all? The demon god ape fumed in outrage. Its throat can emit divine sounds. If it were to be castrated and crafted by a skilled artisan, it could be transformed into a sonic weapon, wielded on the mortal battlefield, possessing immense value. If one were to strike unexpectedly, even the earth deities could be startled. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers pointed at its neck and spoke. In the divine realm of the past, wars erupted incessantly, and the value of a divine corpse could elevate a lesser civilization, even a divine-level civilization, greatly benefiting from it. This world is no different. Divine beings and demons, having attained the pinnacle of power, inspire awe among living beings, yet they themselves are treasures. Divine blood, flesh, and essence, refined by the laws of heaven and earth. Rival celestial elixirs, hair, skin, and divine bones can be forged into divine artifacts. The dragon bone in the hands of the Lord of Mountains and Rivers was a relic from a divine war involving the dragon clan in a previous life. So it is, thought the river deity, a flicker of intrigue sparking in his eyes. In his past life, as a deity governing the earthly realm of the celestial court, he lacked the qualification to partake in external wars, primarily safeguarding the rear and nurturing fresh blood for the celestial court, thus remaining ignorant of the value of divine bodies. The demon ape raised a fist comparable to a hill and slammed it down onto the ground, producing a tremendous roar. It was agitated, eager to see the deity teach it a lesson. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers narrowed his gaze. What? The demon ape, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of fear. The opponent's profound cultivation made it clear that if a lesson were to be imparted, it could be perilous. Stop. Spare me. If anything were to happen to me, the chief priest of the 10,000 demon mountains would surely receive word. At that time, you would be at odds with the entire 10,000 demon mountains. However, if you let me go, I can reveal to you the dimensional coordinates of an outer world, where lies a vein of divine stone, far more valuable than a mere divine corpse. The demon ape, in a state of panic and confusion, faintly heard, sealing it here, the emperor will soon arrive. At that moment, whether to kill or spare will depend on the emperor's will. The emperor? The demon ape felt a jolt, its limbs gradually settling down as it gazed at the two divine beings atop Mount Wei. Could it be that behind these unfathomably powerful deities, there exists an even mightier divine lord? A chill ran down the demon ape's spine. Oh, has it already been captured? In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Xuan Ming sat upon the dragon throne, listening to the reports of the civil and military officials below, nodding to himself in approval. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers and the river deity had not let him down. Their actions had indeed captured a divine demon. This brought Xuan Ming great pleasure. Capturing the divine demon of the 10,000 demon mountains meant that the true nature of the 10,000 demon mountains would soon be unveiled, no longer shrouded in ignorance as before. The fog enveloping the 10,000 demon mountains was about to be lifted. Time swiftly passed, and the morning court came to an end. The civil and military officials gradually departed from the Hall of Supreme Harmony, while Xuan Ming tore through the fabric of space and entered. Upon his reappearance, he found himself on Mount Wei. The power of a nation's fortune can be harnessed even beyond the confines of its imperial territory, though it is evidently diminished in potency compared to within those borders. The further one strays from the imperial domain, the more tenuous the connection to national fortune becomes. Atop Mount Wei, Xuan Ming experiences a profound resonance. Mount Wei lies on the periphery of the myriad demon mountains, distinctly outside the borders of the imperial realm. Here, Xuan Ming acutely senses that the amplifying power bestowed by the nation's fortune has waned somewhat, and this decline becomes increasingly pronounced with greater distance from the imperial territory. Once again, it is the human race. In the valley at the foot of Mount Wei, the demon ape is shaken to its core. A singular king of mountains and rivers has already surpassed its comprehension. Now, the emergence of another human, seemingly even more formidable than the king of mountains and rivers, leaves the demon ape in a state of disbelief. The region encompassing the myriad demon mountains has been transformed into vast plains, where countless humans and other races were drawn from the outside world in bygone years, placed within these plains amid the mountains, thus becoming territories of blood and sustenance. Periodically, these territories are harvested. Throughout its millennia of existence as a deity, the demon ape has never witnessed a human ascend to the realm of gods and demons, let alone one that appears more powerful upon their entrance. Chapter 75. The Secrets of the 10,000 Demons Mountain Range. Could it be that they originated from the outside world? It seemed implausible. Although the 10,000 Demons Mountain Range is situated within the realm of Tianqiu, there are principal priests stationed at all directions, preventing any foreign deities from entering this territory. The demon ape dismissed its own doubts and turned its gaze towards the three divine demons atop Weishan Mountain. If they did not come from beyond, it was evident that these divine beings had emerged from within. And from within, could it be? The demon ape appeared to have an epiphany, a flash of shock crossing its eyes. It recalled that a millennium ago, this place was also a domain governed by a principal priest, with a deity of that caliber presiding over it. However, the principal priest subsequently vanished, leading to a fierce struggle for supremacy among the subordinate demons, resulting in a catastrophic war that devastated the surrounding cultivation environment. As of now, this area had no principal priest, and the number of divine beings was scarcer compared to other regions of the 10,000 Demons Mountain Range, consisting mostly of newly born demons over the past 1,000 years. Upon seeing Xuan Ming and the others, the demon ape initially misjudged them as having discovered relics from the ancient demon war. Although many questions lingered, such as the source of the trio's formidable strength, it seemed that this was the only explanation for their origin. After all, the region of the South Continent was technically the inner perimeter of the 10,000 Demons Mountain Range, vastly distant from the outskirts. If any foreign deities had infiltrated, they would undoubtedly have been detected by the demons guarding the various territories along the way. Just as the demon ape's thoughts raced, Xuan Ming had already gleaned some foundational information about it from the river god and the king of mountains. He nodded and inquired, "Do you possess a name?" At the sound of Xuan Ming's divine voice, the demon ape suddenly regained its focus. This humble deity has no name. Throughout the history of the 10,000 Demons Mountain Range, only the principal priest of each demon domain can bestow names upon newly born divine beings. Since the Tian and demon domain has been without a principal priest for a millennium, I remain nameless, the demon ape replied candidly. Oh, what is a principal priest? And what constitutes a demon domain? Moreover, why did you attempt to invade the South Continent with ferocious beasts? Xuan Ming's divine power manifested as a throne, upon which he sat, gazing down upon the demon ape with an imposing presence. Feeling the weight of his scrutiny, the demon ape lowered its head slightly. The 10,000 Demons Mountain Range is vast and rich, brimming with numerous demon deities. It is divided into 8 regions, termed the 8 Great Demon Domains, each overseen by a principal priest responsible for safeguarding the safety of the mountain range, while also leading the demons of their domain to expand their territories beyond the heavens or into other lands of the Tianqiu realm, seizing more resources for the 10,000 Demons Mountain Range. This humble deity sought to gather a portion of blood offerings in preparation for the war beyond the heavens. Our demon deities are colossal in stature, and engaging in battle consumes a great deal of our vitality. Thus, before a conflict, we always strive to replenish our strength, which emboldened me to invade the South Continent. The demon ape confessed, its body trembling slightly. Indeed, the reason for its capture today stemmed from its attempt to harvest human blood offerings on that fateful day. The 8 great demon domains. The principal priest. The war beyond the heavens. The harvesting of blood offerings. Expanding territories. Xuan Ming leaned against the divine throne, his gaze sharpening with contemplation. Indeed, from this deity, he gleaned numerous secrets pertaining to the myriad demon mountains. Until now, the Xian divine dynasty and the entire southern continent had been shrouded in ignorance regarding the myriad demon mountains, enveloped by a veil of mist. However, this enigma has now been partially unraveled. The southern demon domain has lacked a chief priest for a millennium, and 1,000 years ago, legends of gods and demons circulated across the southern continent. Could there be a connection? Xuan Ming stroked his chin, pondering the historical narratives of the southern continent. Did the southern demon domain witness a cataclysmic struggle between gods and demons a millennium ago? He continued to inquire. Indeed, the southern demon domain, having remained isolated from other civilizations of the celestial void, primarily directed its focus outward. However, a millennium prior, the chief priest of the southern demon domain mysteriously vanished beyond its borders, inciting conflict among the deities and demons under his command, which ultimately transformed the cultivation environment into desolation, rendering this region a wasteland in comparison to other demon domains. At that time, the southern continent, where the lords resided, also felt the repercussions. The demon god Ape responded candidly. It sensed the perilous aura surrounding Xuan Ming and realized that resistance would yield no salvation. Compliance might offer a sliver of hope for survival. Thus, it had no intention of concealing the truth. Xuan Ming nodded, finding clarity in many of his prior uncertainties, as well as an explanation for the historical evolution of the southern continent. The minor deity expressed its willingness to serve under Xuan Ming, pleading for him to accept the role of chief priest of the southern demon domain, hoping for mercy upon its life. Just as Xuan Ming was deep in thought, ready to pose further inquiries, the demon god Ape suddenly knelt before him, bowing deeply. It could distinctly perceive the respect with which the two deities who had previously captured it regarded Xuan Ming. It was clear that Xuan Ming held dominion here. Rise and tell me how the position of chief priest came to be, Xuan Ming commanded, his mind momentarily setting aside other queries. The words of the deity suggested that one could indeed be appointed as chief priest, which piqued Xuan Ming's curiosity. From the demon god Ape's explanation, it became apparent that the role of chief priest was of utmost significance within the myriad demon mountains. There were only 8 such positions throughout the entire domain, and Xuan Ming surmised that those who could attain the title would likely be demon gods. However, it seemed that the reality was more complex. To report to you, my lord, the chief priest is the sovereign of the demon domain within the myriad demon mountains. According to the regulations of the myriad demon mountains, as long as the chief priest possesses sufficient strength to withstand the pressures from other demon domains, can lead the gods and demons of the myriad demon mountains in expanding their territory, and can uphold the common interests of the myriad demon mountains, anyone, regardless of whether they belong to the beast race, can assume the position of chief priest. Essentially, the myriad demon mountains function as a coalition of collective powers. However, for an extended period, only the beast race's deities and demons have occupied the role of chief priest, including in the southern demon domain. Had it not been for the outbreak of the divine and demonic conflict that altered the cultivation environment, it is likely that a beast race chief priest would have emerged once more, rather than leaving the position vacant for a millennium, the demon god Ape elucidated. The southern demon domain has, in the eyes of other demon realms, become a desolate wasteland, devoid of any apparent benefits. Coupled with the pressures they face from the outside world, the southern demon domain has remained unclaimed, untouched by any demonic forces. So it is. Xuan Ming's eyes widened slightly as he nodded. The rules of the Wanyao mountain range are highly applicable to his current situation and to the divine Xian dynasty. My lord, becoming the high priest not only allows one to govern a demonic realm, but also grants access to the accumulated wealth of that realm over millennia, such as the coordinates and dominion over the outer worlds. However, the vast majority of these have vanished in the wake of the divine and demonic wars. I, too, Stumbled upon a coordinate to an outer world within my territory. This outer world once belonged to the southern demon domain 1,000 years ago. It harbors rich deposits of divine stones, and in the absence of southern demon domain's rule, indigenous beings have emerged, independent, in the outer realm. I have long sought to conquer it. The demon ape spoke respectfully. This knowledge had been acquired over a millennium. Initially, he intended to conquer that outer world, grow stronger, and then seek out other outer realms, gradually ascending to the position of the southern high priest. Yet now, he finds himself stripped of that eligibility. Sensing Xuan Ming's potential confusion regarding the path to becoming the high priest, the demon ape continued, "If you wish, my lord, there exists a boundary stone in the southern demon domain that can be refined, requiring a perfected earth deity cultivation. Once refined, you may inscribe your divine name upon the boundary stone of the southern demon domain, and the entire Wanyao mountain range will come to know that you have become the southern high priest. The boundary stone of the demon realm is akin to the divine ranking list of the Wanyao mountain range, present in every demon realm. Once made public, it will announce your status to the entire Wanyao mountain range. Furthermore, the high priest may selectively inscribe the names of the deities and demons under their command upon it, with the boundary stone ranking them according to their strength. It is a divine artifact formed from the earth's power of the southern demon domain. The previous disappearance of the southern high priest and the ensuing struggle for the position among the deities and demons stemmed from their realization that the boundary stone of the southern demon domain was not yet refined, leading them to believe that the southern high priest had perished in the outer realms. Chapter 76. A breakthrough upon arriving at Weishan. Lin Ning and Xian Shui engaged in the auction of cultivation techniques. Subsequently, Xuan Ming interrogated the demon ape for a while longer. The mention of the main sacrificial altar by the demon ape indeed stirred something within Xuan Ming. Should he refine the boundary monument and seize control of the southern demon domain, he would have the opportunity to inherit all that transpired in the southern demon domain a millennium ago, including access to certain worlds beyond. However, it was still premature for such endeavors. The unique circumstances surrounding the southern demon domain rendered other demon territories reluctant to encroach upon it. According to the demon ape, the power possessed by the southern continent had essentially reached its zenith, unmatched by any other realm. Xuan Ming contemplated whether to directly assume the role of the southern high priest and engage with other demon domains and even the worlds beyond, or to bide his time until he could summon more deities or even celestial beings to manifest in the world and unify the myriad demon mountains. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately opted for the latter. In the realm of cultivation, invincibility is not an absolute state. Premature exposure would yield little benefit. This, however, did not imply that Xuan Ming would refrain from engaging with the affairs of the southern demon domain simply because he was not the high priest. On the contrary, he and the divine Xian dynasty would continue to remain in the shadows, covertly absorbing everything within the southern demon domain, waiting until they had complete control before stepping into the role of high priest. After all, while the demon ape claimed that any race could hold the position of high priest of the myriad demon mountains, it would be unwise to provoke the displeasure of the other 7 high priests, which could lead to numerous complications and unfavorable outcomes. Where is that world beyond you mentioned? After a moment of contemplation, Xuan Ming's gaze returned to the demon ape. Reporting to you, my lord. It lies within the heart of the mountain domain controlled by the minor deity. The demon ape replied respectfully. Very well. From now on, you shall serve under Lord River God. Xuan Ming nodded and commanded. The demon ape, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the earth god realm, was the first non-system summoned deity under Xuan Ming's command. If utilized wisely, it could significantly benefit the dynasty. Yet, he remained a fierce beast. Their encounter had only occurred today. Whether he would genuinely submit remained to be seen. Assigning him to the side of the river god would expose him to the divine aura of the river god, and in time, the deity would undoubtedly become useful. However, for now, it was not yet feasible. Yes, my lord, the demon ape bowed respectfully. When he raised his head again, the only figure atop Weishan was that of the river god. Strangely, 100 miles away at Bianlong County, the young Ming Xingchen was engrossed in drinking from the waters of the Weha River. Suddenly, an ancient and perplexed voice echoed in his mind. What is it, teacher? The young Ming Xingchen paused his drinking. The spiritual energy in the Weha River has grown increasingly rich, and just now, it seems even more potent than usual. This is quite strange. It appears that the divine herbs within the mountains have grown to a considerable age. An aged voice resonated within the ring, coalescing into an ethereal figure before the young Meng Xingchen, gazing towards the direction of Weishan. He could sense a peculiar stirring in that mountainous region. The convergence of the four divine demons of Xuan Ming had enriched the spiritual energy of Weishan, causing the waters of Tianhu to brim with vitality, which in turn alerted the remnants of this earth deity's soul to the anomaly. Once my disciple transcends the innate stage, shall there be an opportunity to venture forth? The youth inquired. Indeed. The ancient voice pondered for a moment before responding. Divine herbs, even in my previous life, stirred great intrigue within me. How much more so in the present? At the Shuangguang Palace, Xuan Ming reclined slightly upon the dragon throne, his palm levitating a miniature stone tablet, the very boundary stone of the southern demon domain mentioned by the demon god ape. As Xuan Ming departed from Weishan, he procured this tablet to carry to the southern demon domain, poised for refinement when the opportune moment arose. Currently, the boundary stone remained dormant, preventing any insights into the circumstances of other demon realms. This situation was mutual, as long as the stone was unrefined. Other demon domains could not perceive the changes within the southern demon domain either. Xuan Ming toyed with the stone for a moment before casually casting it into the divine realm, his mind gradually immersing in the fortunes of the divine Shuangguang dynasty. Clearly, the current fortunes of the divine Shuangguang dynasty were concentrated in the southern continent. Beyond it, even with the river god stationed 100 miles away, the fortunes had not extended to that region. The expansion of these fortunes seemed to transcend mere territorial acquisition. Could it be that the mountains of the southern demon domain must also harbor my subjects for the fortunes to expand into those areas? Xuan Ming mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Finally, the moment for the half-saint techniques auction had arrived. The elder from the demon sect, who had previously received the condensed intent pill from the demon lord Lin Ning, was elated upon receiving a message from the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce. He donned a black robe and procured the half-saint technique, hastening to the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce. Given the value of the half-saint technique, it could fetch no less than 1,000,000 taels in the imperial capital. The auctioneer assessed the elder's offering with a glimmer of excitement. Above 1,000,000 taels? That is splendid. The elder nodded, content that this sum lay within the approval of his sect leader. Let us place this technique as the penultimate item for auction, the auctioneer suggested, his face brightening upon receiving the elder's consent. Although the imperial capital served as the nucleus of the entire dynasty, it was rare for auction items to reach such exorbitant prices. Only during select annual auctions featuring extraordinary treasures could the flowing silver exceed tens of millions, or even surpass 100 million. In ordinary circumstances, such as now, a price above 1,000,000 taels was indeed a rarity. Soon, the auction commenced. After a series of bids, it finally reached the half-saint technique entrusted to the elder, culminating in a moment of anxious anticipation within him. The transaction price reached a staggering 1,700,000 taels. Holding such a substantial sum caused the elder of the demonic sect to feel his heart race with excitement. As a wandering martial artist with no true home, he had perhaps spent over 1,000,000 taels throughout his life, yet he had never before come into possession of such a large amount all at once. This realization flushed his face crimson, and he was reluctant to linger in public any longer, yearning to return swiftly. Thus, with the silver notes in hand, he began his journey back. In his haste, he collided with a passerby. This sudden encounter jolted the elder back to his senses. Without needing to see the stranger's face, he instinctively knew he had bumped into a woman. The softness he encountered against his chest made his already flushed face turn an even deeper shade of red. To his astonishment, he found himself unexpectedly blessed with both wealth and beauty on this day. Old rogue, the middle-aged woman from the ice sect cursed under her breath, giving the elder a shove. However, the anticipated chaos did not ensue. The elder merely clutched his chest and hurried away. A half-saint. The ice sect woman frowned slightly. She was taken aback to discover that the man who had just bumped into her was also a figure of considerable strength. Lady Su, you have arrived. A voice, melodious like a nightingale, broke the tension, momentarily diverting the ice sect woman's thoughts from the elder. Yutong, as the disciple of His Highness and the young master, there is no need for such formalities. Zhou Su replied, a hint of joy gracing her features. According to His Highness, Xia Yutong possessed an unparalleled talent, likely to reach the realm of the saint in the future. This thought made her smile warmly, recognizing that both the young lady's status and talent warranted her cordial reception. These are the items your master entrusted to you for auction at the Merchant Association. 2 techniques of half-saint caliber, Zhou Su said, presenting 2 pieces of animal skin. Very well, Xia Yutong replied, accepting them with delight. His Highness has given you full authority to handle this matter. Once the auction concludes, simply inform me so I may collect the funds, the ice sect woman instructed. These 2 techniques are merely a preliminary trial. Should the funds prove sufficient, we will leverage the resources of the Tianfeng Merchant Association to conduct further auctions across the empire, as the ice sect requires at least 10 billion taels for its development. With that, the ice sect woman departed. In a secluded, dilapidated house belonging to the demonic sect, the demon lord Lin Ning met secretly with the elder. How did the transaction go? She inquired. It was successful, a total of 1,700,000 taels. My lord, the elder responded, respectfully handing Lin Ning a heavy stack of silver notes. 1,700,000 taels is acceptable, with 9 more techniques. I shall have gathered the required funds, Lin Ning remarked, weighing the notes in her hand, nodding in satisfaction. She had not anticipated that the seemingly worthless half-saint techniques stored in the demonic sect's treasury in her past life would now serve her so significantly. 9 more? The elder gasped in astonishment. Previously, acquiring even a single half-saint technique was seen as an extraordinary stroke of luck. Now, his leader was casually discussing such quantities. This revelation left him utterly astounded. Provide you with 100,000 taels. First, return to the imperial city and purchase a secluded residence. Our demonic sect cannot remain in this location indefinitely. Lin Ning extracted a small stack from the thick wad of banknotes and handed it to the elder of the sect. Yes, Master Demon. The elder accepted the banknotes and then departed with Lin Ning from the area. How has the recent chapter's plot unfolded, dear? Chapter 77. The intelligence organization monitors Xuan Lin Ning, and the news from the outer realm. In a certain shadowy corner, the enigmatic appearance of the Red Sand Sect leader is noted. On the 14th day of March in the year 1001 of the Divine Mystery Calendar, under clear skies, the subject of surveillance is Lin Ning, identified as the leader of the demon sect. Her persona is one of seasoned cunning. Though she possesses only half-saintly cultivation, she boldly claims her true identity, commanding half-saint followers, which is quite astonishing and unbecoming of one so youthful. Incident report. At noon on the 14th, she met with her sect members. Previously, her followers had auctioned a half-saint level technique at the Tianfeng Merchant Association, suspected to be an original creation, garnering a staggering sum of 1.7 million taels of silver, which was handed over to Lin Ning. After surveying the dilapidated meeting place of the demon sect, Lin Ning extracted 100,000 taels from the total to instruct her followers to purchase a residence in the imperial capital, after which they all disguised themselves and departed. The Red Sand Sect leader swiftly recorded these observations in his notebook. Ultimately, the actions of the demon sect raised suspicions, warranting continued surveillance. Subsequently, he melded into the shadows, his whereabouts unknown. Since becoming a disciple of the land deity, he had been endowed with divine power that allowed him to traverse underground, monitoring the various factions within the imperial capital. At the residence of the 7th princess, Xuan sat in meditation. Suddenly, her senses heightened as she picked up a series of whispered conversations from a corner. Record, at 1:45 on the 14th. The 7th princess is in meditation. Her technique is profoundly esoteric. Her cultivation is at half-saint level. Who is speaking? Xuan eyes snapped open, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. Instantly, the corner from which the whispers emanated was enveloped by an inexplicable force, freezing it in place. However, to her dismay, the corner was devoid of any presence. Her powers and divine awareness detected no trace of life. How peculiar. Could it be an illusion? Xuan furrowed her brow. With her current perceptive abilities, it was inconceivable for a mere mortal to evade her detection. Even a fully realized saint would struggle. Yet just moments ago, it seemed as if a sentient being had been observing her, yet no one was present. As for deities or demons, setting aside whether they existed within the divine mystery empire, Xuan doubted any would choose to monitor her. for her current display of power was merely on par with that of mortals, hardly warranting their attention. Furthermore, in this realm where she had been reborn, there were no deities or demons. Your Highness, has something occurred? Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman returning from the Tianfeng Merchant Association sensed an anomaly in the courtyard and hurriedly entered to inquire. No, this princess was merely passing the time, testing the power she has cultivated. Xuan almost referred to herself as this sovereign, but her demeanor shifted, and she chose to say this princess instead. The peculiarities of recent times had made her realize that the seventh princess's residence was no longer her stronghold, thus she refrained from asserting her former title. The middle-aged woman noted the princess's choice of words, her expression tightening, yet she feigned ignorance and retreated. Princess Xuan possesses an astonishing ability to perceive her surroundings. As soon as her presence was recorded on the surface, it stirred the attention of others. It seems that henceforth, her movements must be documented discreetly underground. The leader of the ice group, who managed to seize two semi-holy grade techniques from Princess Xuan, has returned from the Tianfeng Merchant Association. Yet this time, she refrained from proclaiming herself as this emperor, instead adopting the title of this princess. The temple's caretaker suspects that Xuan has become aware of her surveillance, necessitating a more covert approach to monitoring her actions. Furthermore, the underground passage being excavated by the ice group is nearing completion. According to the will of the deity, no disturbances are permitted within the capital city. Although the caretaker is unaware of the reasons behind this decree, he has resolved to employ the divine power granted by the deity to cause some disruption upon the passage's completion. The leader of the Red Sand sect meticulously records all observations before vanishing beneath the residence of the princess. In addition to the leader, several members of the Red Sand sect, endowed with the divine power of the earth deity, traverse various locations within the capital. In the imperial palace, within the Xianhuang Hall, Xuan Ming leans lightly against the dragon throne, contemplating matters concerning the nation's destiny. From the perspective of harnessing national fortune to amplify his strength, it serves as a significant trump card. Xuan Ming is determined to discover methods to expand this fortune. However, the perilous terrain of the Wanyao mountain range poses challenges for human habitation, rendering the idea of relocating citizens there impractical, despite his ability to control the ferocious beasts within. Consequently, he dismisses the notion of transporting people into the depths of the mountain range, beyond the ferocious beasts. The very topography of Wanyao Mountain presents a considerable obstacle to human existence. For the time being, he sets aside the issue of national fortune. The chaotic Yang Mountain Range and the Tongshan Mountain Range have previously been areas beyond the reach of national fortune. Once the holy beasts have leveled these mountains, he intends to experiment with expansion methods in those regions. Additionally, he plans to reclaim the expansive grasslands and the red sand marsh during the next morning court session. Xuan Ming senses that national fortune likely holds more than merely enhancing the sovereign's power. It may possess other concealed advantages. However, his understanding of the laws of national fortune remains rudimentary, and he has yet to uncover any additional uses. Your Majesty, just as Xuan Ming relinquishes his contemplation of national fortune, the figure of the King of Rivers enters the hall. Your Majesty, as the demon god monkey indicated, the connection point to the world beyond lies indeed within its territory. However, the laws of this external realm are limited. With the strength of a minor deity, it is exceedingly difficult to enter this world. Only a deity of the earth, akin to the demon god monkey's power, can tread upon it. The King of Rivers respectfully states, bowing low. Previously, Xuan Ming had returned from the Wanyao mountain range, while the King of Rivers proceeded back to the territory of the demon god monkey to ascertain the truth of its claims. Both the emperor and he, along with the river deity, are no ordinary figures, and it is evident that they cannot simply accept the words of the demon god monkey as truth. Thus, he ventured into its domain to investigate. Unable to pass through, Xuan Ming furrowed his brow. The outer world, also known as the void realm, according to the demon ape, is born from the dissipation of the world's power beneath their feet. Moreover, some of these void realms are nurtured from the cosmos, shrouded in infinite mysteries. However, for beings of the terrestrial realm, the primary concern lies in the cultivation resources found within these void realms. They exist beyond the heavens for long periods, possessing resources largely absent in their own realm, or perhaps containing unique mineral veins. The Divine Stone Mine is one such example. It is a type of energy stone, rich in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, available for cultivation by both mortals and deities alike. Xuan Ming found himself quite intrigued upon learning this. Nonetheless, the fact that even the power of the king of mountains and rivers could not grant access to it left him somewhat at a disadvantage. Chapter 78. The land deity presents the mysterious snow, Lin Ning's information, from the human race of the outer realm. Thus, it appears that we cannot ascertain the specific circumstances of that otherworldly desolate realm. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, feeling a tinge of disappointment. If the divine stone vein were indeed authentic, seizing that desolate realm and extracting its resources could significantly enhance the power of the divine Xian Empire. Nevertheless, I still have candidates capable of venturing into that desolate realm, Xuan Ming pondered. The king of mountains and rivers has attained perfection in the realm of earth gods, and the overwhelming laws of gods and demons make it challenging for substantial forces to enter the desolate land. However, he still has the likes of Wu Ming and the Sword Saint. Once they break through the realm of gods and demons, they can further explore the depths of this desolate realm. Yet, according to the words of the demon god Ape, the southern demon domain once ruled over more than one outer desolate realm. These realms were scattered throughout the southern demon domain. But following the cataclysm of the divine demon war and the fluctuations of the laws, the connection points have become concealed within the void, making them difficult to detect without meticulous searching. Should we uncover these outer desolate realms and, with suitable manpower, venture forth to investigate, conquer, and take control, the foundation of the divine Xian Empire may experience a monumental evolution. The southern demon domain spans vast expanses, covering hundreds of thousands of miles, and the connection points to the outer desolate realms unearthed by the gods and demons of this domain may well be hidden within these mountains. Let us temporarily set aside the desolate realm mentioned by the demon god Ape and dedicate our time to searching more thoroughly within the mountainous regions of the southern demon domain. Xuan Ming instructed after a moment of contemplation. Yes, Your Majesty. The king of mountains and rivers respectfully withdrew. After his departure, Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne, massaging his temples. According to the insights provided by the demon god Ape, this world is vast. The Wanyao mountain range stretches across millions of miles. Yet within this world known as the Heavenly Void Realm, it occupies merely a small corner. Surrounding it are civilizations that rival the Wanyao mountain range. At the center of the Heavenly Void Realm lies the central world, a confluence of the world's essence. In such a realm, it is prudent to act with discretion. Your Majesty, as Xuan Ming was lost in thought, an ethereal divine voice echoed within the Xian Emperor's palace. The land deity? Please come forth, Xuan Ming said, somewhat puzzled. The land deity had been tasked with protecting the imperial capital and temporarily overseeing the intelligence organization. Could it be that there is some discovery? In the next moment, the land deity appeared within the Xian Emperor's palace. Your Majesty, this is a record of everything that the little deity ordered the Red Sand Master to monitor regarding the 7th princess and Your Majesty's cousin. The actions of the two princesses are highly suspicious and do not align with what one would expect at their age. I implore Your Majesty to review it. The land deity respectfully presented a booklet. Oh, a flicker of intrigue passed through Xuan Ming's eyes as he curiously opened the booklet presented by the land deity. Immediately, his eyes narrowed. In a certain location adjacent to Kaiyang County within the Wanyao mountain range, a line of approximately 6 or 7 individuals paused briefly amidst the dense forest. Beside them lay a formidable beast, resembling a cross between an ox and a horse, which they had recently slain. However, they had already covered its carcass with earth to prevent the pungent scent of blood from permeating the air. They were not fools. In these woods, the spread of such a scent would inevitably attract numerous ferocious beasts. While they possessed the strength to confront them, the ensuing chaos would be exceedingly troublesome, potentially drawing the attention of the local mountain lord, the blackbird holy beast, from which escape would be highly improbable. Not long ago, there had been a frenzy of beasts in this area, but since then, their numbers had dwindled significantly, and even the blackbird holy beast had momentarily vanished. According to the estimations of a middle-aged sage among them, something must have transpired in these mountains. If they could uncover the truth, perhaps the human race could carve out a new sanctuary for survival. This group hailed from the North Spirit Valley, which, like the southern continent, was a realm of blood and flesh within the southern demon domain. However, Since the conclusion of the divine and demonic war a millennium ago, the vicinity of the North Spirit Valley had been largely devoid of ferocious beasts and demonic entities. Occasional invasions were minimal, and given the valley's relatively small expanse compared to the southern continent, the formidable demon apes of the southern demon domain looked down upon the North Spirit Valley, allowing it to develop steadily. Yet, even in the absence of beastly calamities, the human inhabitants of the North Spirit Valley faced their own trials. This was primarily due to the existence of another race known as the barbarian tribe. The barbarians were individually powerful and outnumbered the humans. Over time, they seized control of the fertile lands of the North Spirit Valley, establishing a barbarian dynasty, while the humans were relegated to a desolate area known as Wolf Fortress. This fortress was perilously close to the territories of ferocious beasts, making survival a daunting challenge. Just as the humans were on the verge of succumbing to despair, strange occurrences began to unfold in the beastly mountain range nearby. Even the blackbird holy beast had failed to detect any disturbances for some time. The human populace of the North Spirit Valley, driven to the brink by the pressures of the barbarian dynasty, had long been eyeing the world beyond the mountains. The recent anomalies in the mountains sparked a glimmer of opportunity. Thus, one of the two remaining sages of the human race, Nangong Tianlong, led a group into the myriad beasts mountain range, determined to advance directly in search of a new habitat suitable for human survival. "We will surely find it," declared a young man among the group, his fists clenched in hope. The others fell into a somber silence upon hearing this. Indeed, it was imperative to find a solution. Otherwise, given the current state of affairs in the North Spirit Valley, the human race would either face a desperate battle against the barbarians or gradually fade away in Wolf Fortress. The former option would likely lead to their demise, for the barbarian dynasty was overwhelmingly powerful, boasting 5 sages, one of whom had reached full enlightenment. Such a force was not something the present human race could contend with. "Let us proceed," came the command after a brief pause. As the group began to regain their strength, Nangong Tianlong took a deep breath and spoke. They needed to traverse this forest in the shortest time possible, for none could guarantee that the ferocious beasts would not return. Nor could they dismiss the presence of the black bird sacred beast. Given its status within the sacred realm, Nangong Tianlong surmised that humanity would likely need to attain complete mastery of the sacred realm to contend with such a creature. Soon, their footsteps delved deeper into the woods, gradually making their way towards the chaotic Yang mountain range. Strangely, throughout their journey, the blackbird sacred beast had not made an appearance, nor had any trace of its aura been felt, which was indeed peculiar. After walking for a while longer, Nangong Tianlong found himself perplexed. They had traversed such a considerable distance, nearly crossing into the territory of the blackbird sacred beast. Given the creature's fierce guardianship over its domain, it was inconceivable that it would allow them to roam so freely. Initially, Nangong Tianlong had prepared for defense, ready to lead the group in a swift escape at any moment. However, the continued absence of the blackbird sacred beast, while a relief, left him in a state of deep confusion. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice resonated, capturing his full attention. Chapter 79, Xuan Xue and Lin Ningxi's identity as reborn beings. A voice, filled with astonishment, suddenly resonated through the mountains and forests, capturing the attention of all present. The speaker was the only youth in the group. How could there be so many corpses of ferocious beasts here? The gazes of the crowd followed the direction indicated by the youth, and what they beheld sent shivers down their spines. Before them lay a canyon, flanked by 3 mountains, densely piled with the remains of ferocious beasts. The presence of these corpses suggested they had been there for some time. The air permeated with a faint, strange odor. It was this very scent that alerted the youth to the abnormality, leading him to uncover such a horrifying sight. Who could have possibly slain so many ferocious beasts in one fell swoop and carelessly discarded them here? Nangong Tianlong inhaled sharply, a wave of shock washing over him. A rough estimation revealed that the corpses in the canyon exceeded tens of thousands. Even he would find it challenging to eradicate them. "Lord Saint, there are more here." Just as Nangong Tianlong was grappling with his astonishment, the youth let out another exclamation, pointing towards another direction with a look of sheer horror. As the crowd turned to look, their hearts trembled in unison. Once again, the youth had discovered a location similarly strewn with a multitude of ferocious beast corpses. What on earth had transpired here? As they gazed upon the remains, A sense of dread began to swell within every heart. The boundless mountains, which should have served as a paradise for these beasts, now felt like a forbidden zone, where countless ferocious creatures had been annihilated by an unknown force, discarded like refuse. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was that the overwhelming presence of these corpses had not attracted any other ferocious beasts. In that moment, an air of vigilance enveloped the group, compelling them to instinctively huddle closer together, casting wary glances at the surrounding stillness of the forest, their faces betraying a flicker of fear. It felt as though something indescribable lurked within the woods, watching them, poised to strike. For anyone, the unknown incites fear. And this held true even for those who practiced martial arts. Surely, something extraordinary had occurred here, a phenomenon that even the sacred blackbird could not withstand. In contrast to the others, Nangong Tianlong retained a semblance of rationality. He scrutinized the array of ferocious beast corpses, easily discerning from their sizes that among them were several innate-level beasts, and even a handful of semi-sacred creatures. These beasts should have been the right and left arms of the sacred blackbird, for this was its territory. Yet now, they lay slain by an unknown force, while the sacred blackbird itself had vanished without a trace. All signs pointed to an event so calamitous that even the sacred beasts were powerless to resist. Suddenly, as Nangong Tianlong pondered what could possibly overwhelm even the sacred beasts, his gaze fell upon a particular spot among the corpses, prompting him to utter a soft, inquisitive sound. That object appears to be an arrow of the human race. How is it possible for a human arrow to appear here? Nangong Tianlong's spirit was stirred, and he felt a hint of incredulity. In the next moment, he extended his hand towards the direction he had previously gazed. A surge of divine power immediately surged forth, drawing the suspicious arrow and the corpse of a ferocious beast towards him. Indeed, it was a human arrow. Nangong Tianlong's pupils constricted. As he extracted the arrow from the beast's body and turned it in his hand, his gaze fell upon the feathered tail of the arrow. Beiyang army. Nangong Tianlong murmured softly. A look of disbelief etched upon his face. Upon seeing this arrow, his mind instinctively recalled a possibility that seemed utterly impossible. That is, the anomalies occurring here, which he believed even the sacred beasts could not contend with, were instigated by the human race. And that human race was none other than the master of this arrow, the Beiyang army. Earlier, after the Beiyang army had captured the blackbird's sacred beast, they had stormed this area, slaughtering the ferocious beasts within this forest. Due to the overwhelming number and the great distance from the imperial territory, the Beiyang army ultimately abandoned the corpses of these beasts, tidying up the battlefield slightly and taking away some recoverable weapons before returning to the dynasty in a lighter state. Little did they expect that an arrow forgotten here would evoke astonishment among the external human sacred beings. Could it be? As Nangong Tianlong drew in the beast's corpse and produced the arrow, the others naturally witnessed this scene as well, exchanging a glance that conveyed a shared astonishment. In a flash, they, along with Nangong Tianlong, arrived at the same possibility. No way could it be? This place is deep within the mountains. Could there be other humans existing beyond the North Spirit Valley? The youth who had previously sensed the beast's corpse wore an expression of utter shock. For an extended period, the inhabitants of the North Spirit Valley had never ventured beyond its confines. All historical records they possessed belonged solely to the North Spirit Valley. They had no understanding of the outside world. Historically, including the elders of their clan, they believed that within the vast mountains, only their lineage of humans existed. Although some had speculated about the existence of other human races beyond their borders, such doubts were relentlessly shattered by reality over time. As the terrifying ferocious beasts not only obstructed their steps from leaving the North Spirit Valley, but also thwarted their belief in the possibility of human existence elsewhere. The North Spirit Valley had a natural barrier that prevented large-scale invasions by ferocious beasts. But what about other places? There may not be such natural barriers. How could humans without natural barriers possibly resist the endless hordes of ferocious beasts and the formidable sacred beasts capable of annihilating a civilization? Yet now, they seem to have uncovered a revelation that could overturn the understanding of the North Spirit Valley. My lord, what should we do next? In the ranks, a semi-sacred elder took a deep breath, his complexion tinged with a hint of crimson as he inquired. It is evident that the chest of this semi-saint elder is heaving with abnormal intensity, a testament to the profound shock he must have felt upon receiving this news. What to do now? Nangong Tianlong fell into a moment of silence, his gaze once again fixating on the arrow in his hand. He recognized this arrow as belonging to the human race, solely based on its craftsmanship and slender form, which bore resemblance to the arrows wielded by the humans of the North Spirit Valley. In contrast, the arrows known to them from the barbarian tribes were considerably more robust. He recalled the sight of the beast corpses he had just surveyed, many of which bore distinct arrow holes, presumably shot through them before being retrieved during the battlefield cleanup. In addition to the arrows, he noted that several of the beast carcasses exhibited wounds consistent with blades, swords, and spears. The hide of these beasts was remarkably tough, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary weapons to breach their defenses. Yet, it was evident that the weapons used to slay these creatures had undergone special forging processes. It was unlikely that common humans possessed such equipment, coupled with the insignia of the Beiyang army. It dawned upon Nangong Tianlong in an instant that a well-trained human army had engaged in a massacre of these beasts within the mountains and had subsequently retreated in triumph. A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Such an army must be sought after. If their assistance could be secured, perhaps the humans of the North Spirit Valley could stand against the barbarian dynasty. An irrepressible thought began to blossom within Nangong Tianlong's heart, compelling him to pursue this human army. We must find the traces of these humans. It would be an immense blessing for the people of the North Spirit Valley. He gazed at all those present and proclaimed. A chorus of agreement arose from the crowd, their faces alight with glimmers of hope. The departure of that human army would undoubtedly leave behind traces, and by following these signs, they would surely uncover the remnants of other human civilizations. Nangong Tianlong scanned the surroundings, his focus entirely directed towards the ground beneath them. A large-scale retreat, even amidst the rugged mountains, would leave behind subtle yet discernible marks. This would be the key to locating other humans amidst the vast expanse of mountains. Soon, under the guidance of Nangong Tianlong's saintly perception, they stumbled upon evidence of a large-scale march in a canyon situated several miles from their current location. Without hesitation, he led the group in that direction. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they were astounded by the sight before them. Have we arrived at another mountain range? Bewilderment washed over them. Although the Chaos Sun mountain range was a branch of the Myriad Demons mountain range, the flora and fauna of the two differed greatly. Stepping into the Chaos Sun mountain range, they were naturally taken aback by the stark contrast they encountered. Let us continue our journey, Nangong Tianlong said, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The striking transformation undoubtedly indicated that they were nearing their intended destination, the Xianwang Palace. The minor deity had even dispatched individuals to search Lin's city, where Lin Ning persistently proclaimed herself to be the true essence. The land deity respectfully reported this. Xuan Ming nodded slightly, reclining gently upon the dragon throne. After perusing the records of Lin Ning and Xian Shui over this period, a flicker of surprise crossed his visage. Unreservedly, he remarked that the behaviors of the two were indeed peculiar. One claimed to be the emperor, while the other asserted her divine status. Furthermore, their cultivation speed was remarkably swift, far surpassing that of others. Even those with exceptional talents could not compare. Additionally, the records from today indicated the presentation of various semi-holy grade techniques. The minor deity suspected that the two may have been possessed by unknown divine beings. As for their intentions, it appeared they had been accumulating wealth, yet their specific goals remained undisclosed. The land deity stated that the Red Sand Holy Sect had only recently transformed into an intelligence organization, thus only being able to observe their recent behaviors and some discernible past actions. However, the quest to locate the demon Lord Lin Ning and the Empress Xian Shui was of utmost importance. Both were reluctant to expose themselves prematurely, thus rendering it a taboo within their respective organizations, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to glean any insight. Even mortals, despite attaining the sacred realm, could not separate their souls from their bodies. However, at the level of divine beings, souls could invade mortal forms, and the act of possession and rebirth was not a formidable task for them. Consequently, the bizarre behaviors exhibited by the two led the land deity to conjecture about the possibility of possession. Possession? I find that unlikely. Xuan Ming gently shook his head. He had previously interacted with both individuals. From his divine perception at that time, their souls and bodies were in perfect harmony, with an almost imperceptible bloodline connection subtly emanating from their veins. all indicating that they were indeed themselves, with no possibility of possession. If it were possession, even if executed flawlessly, there would inevitably be some flaws preventing complete integration due to the laws of nature. Only beings born and nurtured in their natural state could achieve such perfect alignment of body and soul. Clearly, both Xian Shui and Lin Ning belonged to the latter category. However, the actions of the two were indeed difficult to decipher. Thus, perhaps only one possibility remained. They were reincarnators. Divine souls could possess mortals for rebirth, but this fundamentally represented a continuation of divine life. In contrast, reincarnators harnessed the power of their past life souls, returning to the maternal vessel with their true essence, allowing them to live another life. However, unlike the former, reincarnators cannot mobilize the powers of their previous life souls, whereas those who possess can. How intriguing, Xuan Ming mused, his gaze turning slightly frigid. Based on their behaviors, there was no doubt they had awakened memories from their past lives, and moreover, their previous incarnations were both divine beings. My existence is indeed fascinating, Xuan Ming murmured to himself. He never anticipated that in this realm, he would not only become the emperor presiding over all beings, but also find himself accompanied by two reincarnated sisters. However, in light of this situation, Xuan Ming felt no joy. If both sisters were mere mortals, he might have relished the opportunity to grow close to them. Yet, their rebirth as beings of divine and demonic lineage rendered such a connection impossible. With their past lives as gods and demons now awakened in memory, the notion of familial bonds likely held little significance for them. In other words, they might not regard him as their brother at all. Their apparent affection could merely be a means to an end. One must ponder, if one were to possess memories of a past life and live anew, could they truly forge an unblemished bond with their current kin? Even ordinary individuals struggle with such imperfections. How much more so those who have ascended to divinity and endured countless years? It was evident that these two were reincarnated beings. As Xuan Ming shook his head, the land god displayed a look of bewilderment, prompting Xuan Ming to clarify. They are reincarnators. The land god frowned slightly, familiar with the concept. In the celestial realms of his past life, reincarnators occasionally emerged. Some were drawn by fortune, while others bore ulterior motives as foes of the heavenly court. Beyond managing the celestial domain, the land god bore the responsibility of monitoring these reincarnated souls. Upon detection, he would report to the heavenly court, which would then scrutinize their past and present lives. If anything suspicious arose, they would be promptly eliminated at the celestial execution platform. Yet, in this era, there was no heavenly court to investigate the past lives of these reincarnators. Your Majesty, shall I take action to eliminate them? The land god murmured. The involvement of two divine reincarnators entailed immense consequences, with no one knowing the extent of their former powers and the repercussions of their demise. Such matters of cause and effect were his purview as a deity of incense. He possessed a modicum of ability to veil the heavenly mechanisms. Allow me to ponder this. Xuan Ming instinctively shook his head. As the emperor of a dynasty, his thoughts on the advantages and disadvantages of such matters inevitably influenced the entire realm. To him, perhaps the benefits of these two reincarnators outweighed the drawbacks. Moreover, with both he and the land god closely monitoring them, any potential detriment could be minimized. Additionally, the fate of the nation. There were certain aspects of which he remained unaware, and the summoned deities were not particularly adept in this realm. Perhaps he could subtly inquire of the two. If they possessed knowledge, it would be of immense benefit to him. Furthermore, the semi-holy techniques they were auctioning did not belong to the southern continent, likely stemming from their past lives, indicating they themselves constituted a form of wealth. The divine Xian dynasty lacked foundational depth, so accommodating them could prove advantageous. Should they ever pose a threat to the dynasty or to him, he could always take measures to suppress them later. Xuan Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Aren't they planning to auction their techniques soon? I shall dispatch someone to covertly drive down the bidding price, ensuring they receive less silver, compelling them to offer more semi-holy techniques or even those of higher realms. We must closely monitor their actions. If they possess other means to procure wealth, we shall employ similar tactics to diminish their value. From these two, we shall extract as much foundational depth as possible. Xuan Ming issued his orders. Hiss! The lord of the land inhaled sharply, instantly comprehending Xuan Ming's intention. With your abilities, Manipulating the will of mortals in secrecy should pose no challenge to you, correct? Xuan Ming's lips curled slightly. In response to your majesty, it is indeed no difficulty. I have already discerned the method. A faint smile graced the lord of the land's face. While delving into the memories of mortals is a formidable task, subtly influencing their thoughts remains an effortless endeavor. Gathering and replicating all auctioned martial arts techniques, combined with the existing practices of the divine Qian dynasty, may yield a flawless martial tome suitable for the cultivation of all subjects. I am prepared to empower the populace with martial prowess. A notion arose in Xuan Ming's mind as he spoke. Compared to the myriad ferocious beasts and other realms of monsters, the external world is vastly larger. The foundation of the divine Qian dynasty is still rather meager. To elevate our standing, it is imperative to first enhance the strength of the common people. Historically, both the former and current dynasties have seen mortals without martial power as the majority, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable in the face of savage beasts. In the future, should Xuan Ming aspire to become the high priest of the southern heavens, the divine Qian dynasty must grow formidable, and the empowerment of the populace is the sole avenue to achieve this. Yes, I shall heed the decree, the lord of the land replied respectfully. Bowing before taking his leave, Xuan Ming pondered, it remains to be seen how much benefit I can derive from you. Every reincarnated being, to some extent, possesses hidden cards. They may also be entangled in some causal web, which is why Xuan Ming refrained from exposing the other party's true nature immediately. He could not ascertain whether revealing their identity would lead to self-destruction or a different response. As for forcibly searching their souls, the soul is the most enigmatic aspect of the human body. While it may be manageable with an ordinary mortal, the other party is a reincarnated individual. It is uncertain whether their soul harbors perilous techniques. No one can guarantee absolute safety when invading another's soul to probe for memories. Moreover, although both individuals are reincarnated beings, in this lifetime, they are his sister, intertwined with him by fate. Unless they commit acts that would jeopardize the dynasty or threaten Xuan Ming's reign, he would not take action against them. Furthermore, the two reincarnated beings themselves represent a wealth of opportunity. Xuan Ming is already poised to extract every ounce of value they may reveal. This chapter contains 5,000 words. Chapter 80, The Eerie Auction Bidding. The astonished Nangong Tianlong and others. In the imperial capital, at the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce, an auction is currently underway. The atmosphere is electrifying, filled with the fervent murmur of the crowd. This excitement stems from the previous auction held by the Tianfeng Chamber, where a semi-holy cultivation technique was sold, leaving only one victor while the rest returned empty-handed. The disappointment among those who failed to secure the technique is palpable, for it is a semi-holy method, a prestigious treasure in today's world where the holy realm reigns supreme. The semi-holy level, second only to the holy realm, grants one immense power, allowing them to dominate the entire Qian dynasty, as long as they do not provoke a true saint. If their family could produce a prodigy through this technique, the prospects of ascending to the semi-holy realm would bestow upon their lineage a legacy of prosperity for generations. Regrettably, after that auction, the aspirations of the disappointed were rendered futile, for the technique had already been claimed by another. However, today, the Tianfeng Chamber has announced that this auction will feature not one, but two semi-holy techniques, igniting a fresh wave of excitement throughout the imperial capital. Crowds gather once more, determined to seize a semi-holy technique this time, having prepared ample funds to ensure they do not miss out again. Given these circumstances, it is highly likely that the semi-holy technique entrusted to them by their master will fetch an even higher price than the last. Observing the fervor in the room, Xia Yutong's lips curved into a slight smile. Indeed, such an atmosphere is precisely what an auction requires. The more irrationally the crowd behaves, the higher the premium on the items being sold. Of course, this is also contingent on the inherent value of the items themselves. The semi-holy techniques, even among noble families, are considered clan-defining secrets, reserved exclusively for the direct descendants. In the current martial world, their circulation is exceedingly rare. The appearance of such techniques in the imperial capital, especially following the previous auction's fervor, has left those who missed out feeling quite resentful. Coupled with the impassioned speeches of the auctioneer, the effect is unmistakable. "Let us begin," Xia Yutong whispered, her words delicately reaching the ears of the beautiful auctioneer below. In the next moment, The auctioneer subtly nodded, striking the auction hammer against the bell, and the room fell into a hushed silence. Now, we commence the bidding. The first item for auction is the much-coveted semi-holy technique, Xuan Gong. The value of a semi-holy technique is undoubtedly clear to all present, so I shall not elaborate further. Let the bidding begin. The starting price is 100,000 taels. I bid 150,000 taels. I bid 200,000 taels. As soon as the auctioneer's voice faded, the bidding erupted with fervor, and within a breath, the price of Xuan Gong soared to 200,000 taels. It is evident that this auction will be a fierce battle, a true contest of dragons and tigers. The previous half-saint technique commanded a price of 200,000 taels, with the fifth bidder finally raising it. This time, the auction is sure to exceed that amount. From her vantage point in the upper gallery, Xia Yutong keenly observed the unfolding events, her lips curling into a subtle smile upon witnessing this scene. Although she had previously speculated that the half-saint technique bestowed by her master would fetch a price greater than the last auction, she had yet to confirm it at that time. Now, it felt as though a weight had been lifted from her heart. The higher the bidding price, the more she could report back to her master. As Xia Yutong savored her satisfaction, an ethereal realm suddenly enveloped the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce from below. Although they had arrived somewhat late, the price was still rather appropriate. The land deity sat upon his divine throne, his gaze sharpened before he waved his hand. In the next moment, a flicker of red light flashed through the eyes of everyone present, imperceptible yet potent enough to subtly influence their actions. Instantly, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifted. Half-saint technique. My family offers 200,001 taels. 200,002 taels. The sect leader declared. My clan bids 200,007 taels. A middle-aged man boasted with confidence. As his words fell, a sharp intake of breath resonated throughout the hall. Indeed, as expected from a prominent family, they boldly raised their bid by 5 taels, showcasing their formidable strength. The crowd erupted in excitement, astonished by such audacity, while others had been increasing their bids by a mere tael. To Xia Yutong's astonishment, the half-saint technique had reached an astonishing price of 200,007 taels in just a few bids. This sum was truly beyond her expectations. She had never dreamed it would reach such heights. With the lines between truth and illusion blurring, no one could discern what was real. Observing that the time was ripe, the land deity withdrew his divine power, restoring clarity to all present. Only 200,007 taels. I bid 21,000,007 taels. I bid 26,000,007 taels. The bidding war reignited. Truth and illusion intertwine. A divine voice resonated from below. The land deity exerted his power once more. 26,000,008 taels. 26,000,009 taels. Let us shift again. 27,000,009 taels. The land deity's hand waved again. Enough of the competition. Today, there are 2 half-saint techniques available, and this one belongs to the Tianhai family, with a bid of 26,010 taels. You may proceed to bid on the next item. Anyone who dares to continue bidding shall be disregarding the Tianhai family's prestige. A middle-aged gentleman from the family stood, casting a fierce glare around the room. The sum of 26,010 taels was already extraordinarily high. To antagonize the foremost Tianhai family over a half-saint technique was simply not worth the cost. The individuals present immediately abandoned their intentions to continue the bidding. Originally, the imperial capital was home to 4 prominent families. However, the Tianhe family rebelled and has since vanished, leaving only 3 families that have endured for centuries. The auction proceeded, with the divine power of the land deity casting its influence over the entire event. The bidding prices plummeted to a historical low, yet their resolve and the memories of this moment were subtly rewritten by the land deity, leaving them entirely unaware of the peculiarity. As time elapsed, the auction concluded. Aside from 2 semi-holy techniques that reached a bidding price of over 200,000 taels, no other items surpassed 100,000 taels. This was indeed a strange and noteworthy occurrence, yet those who experienced the auction deemed it entirely natural. The 2 semi-holy techniques fetched a total of 500,000 taels, allowing for a satisfactory report to their master. A smile graced Xia Yutong's face. The high price achieved was beyond her expectations. Tomorrow, upon learning of this, her master would undoubtedly be pleased. In the chaotic Yang mountain range, as dusk approached and the mountainous terrain loomed, Nangong Tianlong and his companions, wary of potential unknown dangers while searching for other human civilizations, decided to seek refuge in a secluded spot for the night. They resolved to continue their journey at dawn when visibility improved. That night, the 7 of them took turns keeping watch before succumbing to sleep. However, an air of frustration enveloped them. Every time they lay down, they felt an inexplicable tremor accompanied by a peculiar sound resonating in their ears. Yet, upon rising to investigate, they found nothing amiss, preventing anyone from achieving restful slumber. Mysterious, indeed. Nangong Tianlong furrowed his brow. Despite his saintly cultivation, he could not discern the source of this disturbance. Perhaps the peculiar terrain of the mountains generated such sounds when stirred by the wind. Ultimately, he relinquished the notion of probing further into the night. As dawn broke, the forest was damp, and upon awakening, the group discovered their garments slightly wet. They quickly employed their true essence to dry themselves and set forth once more. The deeper they ventured into the mountains, the clearer the remnants left by the human soldiers became, bringing them a flicker of joy, for it meant they were close to locating the soldiers. However, as they delved further, a sense of the uncanny began to surface on their faces. A strange noise reverberated nearby, eerily reminiscent of the sounds that had disturbed their slumber the previous night. Additionally, they felt subtle tremors beneath their feet. What could possibly be making such noise? One of the youths in the group expressed his confusion. Let it be, Nangong Tianlong replied, shaking his head. The human soldiers should be nearby. If they could traverse this area, it must be devoid of danger. The contingent of human soldiers dared to venture deep into the wilderness to hunt formidable beasts, undoubtedly possessing an intimate familiarity with this mountainous terrain. Their ability to traverse this path unequivocally affirmed its safety. The so-called strange sounds should be considered inconsequential. The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. The group continued their journey, and as they followed the traces left by the soldiers, the tremors and sounds intensified, heightening their sense of intrigue. Once they had scaled the mountain, the view from the opposite side would surely be expansive, revealing the location of both the human civilization and the source of the enigmatic tremors. Nangong Tianlong gazed at the towering mountain before him and addressed the group. He sensed that this mountain was the highest point within a 100-mile radius. Upon crossing it, they might finally glimpse their destination and unravel the mystery behind the unusual vibrations. Upon hearing this, the group felt invigorated and began to ascend the mountain with determination. Before long, they reached the summit. Just as they prepared to behold what lay on the other side, suddenly, their gazes sharpened in unison. The pupils of all present constricted as they fixated intently on the phenomenon beyond the mountain, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. Chapter 81. The shocked Nangong Tianlong and others, a sense of bewilderment enveloped Xianyue as she gazed at the distant mountains. The crowd, standing at the opposite end, shuddered in unison, their faces betraying a flicker of terror. How could this be? Nangong Tianlong, who had reached the mountain summit ahead of the others, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief. On the other side of the mountain lay a vast expanse teeming with colossal beasts, resembling miniature mountains, densely packed and nearly occupying their entire field of vision. Not only that, but the faint aura of pressure emanating from these creatures sent tremors through Nangong Tianlong's entire being. Sacred beasts. They were all sacred beasts. Nangong Tianlong's mouth hung open, unable to close. 1, 2, 3. Instinctively, he began to count, but the sheer number left him utterly bewildered. A single blackbird sacred beast had already trapped the human populace within the northern Spirit Valley, rendering them immobile, and even uniting their strength could not match its power. Yet now, they were confronted with an overwhelming multitude of sacred beasts. A chill surged through Nangong Tianlong's mind. When did sacred beasts become as common as cabbages? How could there be so many? And he couldn't even keep count. Furthermore, amidst these sacred beasts, he witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. A towering, upright monkey sacred beast was wielding a black sacred beast, forcefully striking the mountainside, sending shivers down his spine. One blow after another. The terrifying vibrations and sounds reverberated through the air. So this was the origin of the strange sounds. Nangong Tianlong trembled violently. He never imagined that the source of the tremors and noises they had been pondering throughout their journey was a sacred beast using another sacred beast to batter the mountain. This revelation filled him with a sense of absurdity. Master, That seems to be the blackbird sacred beast we have always feared, with such immense vibrations and noises. How could the others not witness the demon-like monkey swinging the blackbird sacred beast? The proximity of the wolf fortress to the territory of the blackbird sacred beast was undeniable. They recognized it, and at that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. In this instant, they finally comprehended why the blackbird sacred beast lord had not emerged to obstruct their passage through its territory. It was because this group of sacred beasts had captured it. The upright monkey sacred beast was striking with such force that it was unclear whether it was tormenting the blackbird or intending to use its formidable beak to carve through the mountain. However, the blood dripping continuously from the blackbird's sacred beast confirmed that it was undoubtedly suffering. Suddenly, Nangong Tianlong snapped back to reality, exclaiming in horror. Faced with such a multitude of sacred beasts, they had momentarily forgotten the imminent danger. Daring to stand in such a conspicuous location and openly critique the countless sacred beasts before them. Do not speak of these sacred beasts. Even one of them noticing their presence would make escape exceedingly difficult. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Nangong Tianlong's back, and after his warning, the others also became acutely aware of the formidable nature of these sacred creatures. Alas, it was too late. Just as the group prepared to retreat from the summit of the great mountain, the monkey-like sacred beast, wielding the black bird, suddenly thrust the black bird into the mountainside, its blood-red eyes fixating upon them. This gaze made their hearts falter. Oh no! The thought rushed through their minds as the horde of sacred beasts surged forward, encircling them completely. Nangong Tianlong's legs weakened, and the others, unable to withstand the pressure, sank to the ground in dismay. What has come over this group of sacred beasts? The soldiers of the Beiyang army, obscured by the vast form of the sacred beasts, looked on in bewilderment as all the sacred creatures charged toward a towering mountain. Seemingly drawn by something unseen atop its peak, they huddled together, murmuring, "Quickly notify Commander Wu Ming and Lord Junho." A command rang through the ranks of the Beiyang army. Swiftly, someone dashed up the Yangon mountain to deliver the message. Oh, a disturbance among the sacred beasts? Atop Yangon mountain, Wu Ming, Han Yuan, and the Beiyang army felt a tremor. Could it be that the arduous task of carving through the mountain has exhausted these sacred beasts into a strike? Han Yuan remarked bluntly. Although the sacred beasts are not human, they are still living beings, and after so many days of labor, they might indeed be fatigued. Unlikely. There must be another reason, Wu Ming replied with a sidelong glance. Slightly shaking his head, let us proceed and investigate. Although these sacred beasts were sent by His Majesty, they are not of our kin, and their intentions may differ. Wu Ming's heart held a persistent wariness towards these creatures. Meanwhile, just as Nangong Tianlong and his companions were on the verge of collapse, they were astonished to witness a commotion among the sacred beasts as they gradually began to part, creating a pathway. What is happening? Nangong Tianlong and the others exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued. Even though the overwhelming presence of the sacred beasts was daunting, they had not sensed any murderous intent from them, indicating that these creatures did not intend to harm them. This realization filled them with both fear and confusion. Historically, ferocious beasts have been adversaries of humankind, preying upon them. Yet, it seemed the tide was turning. In no time, the sacred beasts cleared a path. As Nangong Tianlong and his companions peered ahead, their pupils constricted in shock. 7 figures? Wu Ming, riding upon his sword, arrived, and upon witnessing the sacred beasts parting to reveal the summit of the mountain, he felt a twinge of astonishment. Humankind? These sacred beasts had encountered countless humans before. It was improbable they would suddenly display such wonder. There must be some peculiar occurrence at play. The nameless figure cast a fleeting glance at Nangong Tianlong and the others, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Nangong Tianlong. A saint? How intriguing. His eyes narrowed slightly. Before their arrival, the southern continent had only 6 saints, though he had not encountered all of them. Through the descriptions provided by the Red Yuan saint, he had a reasonable understanding. Nangong Tianlong did not resemble any of the saints from the southern continent. Hence, he was not a saint of that realm. Furthermore, his attire differed from that of the divine Xian Empire, indicating that these individuals were not of the southern race. The nameless figure stroked his chin, his thoughts racing. The Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce. A middle-aged woman from the ice group entered, surveying the room before her gaze finally settled on a figure who had been waiting for some time, a hint of joy gracing her features. Young master, Has the auction concluded? She inquired softly. Although Xian Shui was the mentor of Xia Yutong, they had never directly interacted. Xian Shui had only communicated with Xia Yutong via secret transmissions, imparting teachings through this medium. All contact had been initiated by her, as per Her Highness's instructions, to ensure safety. This connection was also a card held by Her Highness, not to be easily revealed. It has concluded, Suai. Do you know how much silver was garnered from this auction? Xia Yutong's face radiated joy. It must be a considerable amount. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted slightly. Given Xia Yutong's evident happiness, the silver obtained from those two semi-saint techniques must be substantial. Hee, I knew I couldn't hide it from Suai. Here. These are the silver notes acquired from the auction. Xia Yutong presented a stack of silver notes into the middle-aged woman's hands. The woman, using her semi-saint consciousness, scanned the notes and frowned ever so slightly. Young master, is there a mistake in your count? This is only 500,000 taels. The middle-aged woman inquired with a smile. She recalled having heard that the previous auction for the semi-saint techniques fetched as much as 1,700,000 taels. It was inconceivable that these two techniques would sell for so little. Initially, she thought Xia Yutong might have overlooked a zero in her excitement. That's not the case. The two semi-saint techniques sold for this 500,000 taels. Is there something amiss, Suai? Xia Yutong tilted her head, feeling a twinge of confusion. The middle-aged woman's smile froze upon her face. 500,000 taels. This was a significant discrepancy. Young master, unless there is something else, I shall take my leave. Her tone had lost its earlier warmth. This amount was utterly incorrect. She had initially believed Xia Yutong had made an innocent mistake, but it was evident that was not the case. However, given Xia Yutong's unique status, she could not act rashly and could only hasten back to report to Her Highness. All right then, goodbye, Suai. Xia Yutong waved her hand. Soon, at the residence of the seventh princess, Xian Shui furrowed her brow upon hearing the middle-aged woman's report. Please wait a moment, as I, the princess, inquire of Yutong. Xian Shui had just thought to refer to herself as the empress again, but reconsidered. In this lifetime, she had temporarily severed ties with her past, and given the suspicion of being monitored, it was prudent to modify her address. Subsequently, Xian Shui gently closed her eyes and began to communicate with Xia Yutong. During their exchange, Xian Shui sensed the fluctuations of Xia Yutong's spiritual essence. Moments later, her consciousness returned. Observing the middle-aged woman, she slightly shook her head. The fluctuations of Yutong's spirit did not suggest deceit. It seemed that indeed, the two cultivation methods had fetched only 500,000 taels at that auction. As Xian Shui uttered this statement, disbelief washed over her. However, throughout her communication with Xia Yutong, she had sensed no intention of deception or concealment regarding the amount of silver. This aspect could not be masked, no matter how skillfully Xia Yutong might disguise her intentions. Furthermore, given her indebtedness to Xia Yutong, the latter could not possibly mislead her. Could it be that the semi-holy cultivation methods had previously been auctioned, leading to market saturation in the imperial capital? Speculated the middle-aged woman. Yet, Xian Shui furrowed her brow. This matter was rife with uncertainties. You should attempt to auction several semi-holy cultivation methods in other prefectural cities. There are also numerous alchemical formulas and crafting blueprints to take along. Remember, do not confine the auctions to a single location, Xian Shui commanded. During this period, she had accumulated a vast array of resources from her past life, which she had believed would suffice. Yet, it now appeared that was not the case at all. Thus, she instructed the middle-aged woman to venture beyond the imperial capital for testing, as if the situation mirrored that of the semi-holy cultivation methods. It could mean that either she was being targeted or that the values were inherently limited. Regardless, acquiring wealth was imperative. Other matters paled in comparison to the looming threat of demon Lord Lin Ning. Should her rival rise before her, her fate would be sealed. Consequently, most of her focus, aside from her cultivation, was directed towards the menace of demon Lord Lin Ning. Even though she sensed anomalies in other areas, she could not afford to divert her attention to investigations. After all, any such inquiry would signal a weakening of her vigilance against a formidable opponent, where even the slightest lapse could lead to irreparable consequences. This adversary might not even bear the name Lin Ning in this lifetime. Yet, fortunately, she had previously instructed her followers to seek out those who ascended with unusual rapidity. Given Lin Ning's character, he would certainly not resign himself to obscurity. As long as the ice group continued to expand its ranks, they would eventually uncover his whereabouts, Xian Shui thought deeply, inhaling slowly. The middle-aged woman respectfully withdrew. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the surface, the Red Sand sect leader had been quietly monitoring their every move. On the 17th of March in the year 1001 of the divine mystical calendar, amidst a rainy gloom, the subject of surveillance was Xian Shui, the seventh princess of the royal family and the clandestine controller of the ice group. The auction was conducted under the personal intervention of the Divine Lord, leaving no room for suspicion among those present. Even the concealed disciple of Xuanxue, Xia Yutong, was unwittingly deceived, leading Xuanxue to feel a sense of peculiarity. However, she seemed preoccupied with another matter and chose not to pursue this line of inquiry further. Concurrently, Xuanxue had prepared an abundance of unknown alchemical formulas and blueprints for artifacts, items largely absent in the southern continent. The claims regarding the reincarnate have been substantiated, yet it appears that these items were initially intended for auction in the imperial capital. The Divine Lord's interference prompted Xuanxue to notice the irregularities, resulting in a decision to distribute these items across various regions of the dynasty, thereby significantly increasing the workload for the disciples. With a sigh, the Red Sand sect master put pen to paper, her figure transforming into a flurry of red light before vanishing into the underground. This chapter comprises 700 words. The daily goal has been achieved. Efforts will continue tomorrow. Dear readers, remember to drop some gifts and check in daily. Chapter 82. The revelation of Meng Xingchen's identity as the demon Lord Lin Ning. Does this mean that these sacred beasts are working for humanity? In the chaotic Yang mountain range, the holy elder Han Yuan provided an explanation nearby. Nangong Tianlong and others swallowed hard, feeling a dissonance with reality. The relationship between ferocious beasts and humanity aside, the mere notion of sacred beasts, proud and lofty creatures, willingly serving humans seemed implausible, were it not for the earnest assurances from the person before them. Coupled with the evident lack of hostility from the surrounding sacred beasts, they could hardly fathom that these beings, which had nearly terrified them to death, were mere laborers. From which human gathering place do you hail? As Nangong Tianlong and the others were still reeling from the shocking revelation, the enigmatic observer, Wu Ming, slowly inquired. Responding to your esteemed presence, we hail from the North Spirit Valley. Wu Ming's tone was subdued, yet it possessed an enchanting power that compelled Nangong Tianlong to instinctively answer. This stirred a strange tremor within Nangong Tianlong, prompting him to raise his gaze and scrutinize Wu Ming. The sheer number of sacred beasts in this locale, coupled with the overwhelming aura of the sacred realm, had initially obscured Wu Ming's cultivation from his perception. However, with his focus now directed at Wu Ming, a profound sense of danger surged within him. In that moment, it felt as though the threat posed by the assembled sacred beasts paled in comparison to this singular human before him. Nangong Tianlong was deeply unsettled. A true powerhouse, an absolute force within the sacred realm, perhaps even the sovereign of the barbarian dynasty would not stand as a match against this individual. A bead of cold sweat trickled from the tip of Nangong Tianlong's nose. As one of the two sacred beings from the North Spirit Valley, he had naturally encountered the pinnacle of the barbarian strength. Yet even the fully realized sovereign of the barbarian dynasty failed to evoke the same sense of peril that Wu Ming did. North Spirit Valley. Wu Ming nodded, affirming that his suspicions were correct. These individuals indeed hailed from beyond the southern continent, although he remained unaware of their purpose for being here. The prospect of engaging with humans from outside the southern continent boded well. Wu Ming signaled for the group to return, intending to discuss matters further within the domain of humanity. Trembling, Nangong Tianlong and the others followed closely behind, harnessing their true energy to soar through the air. Along the way, the remnants of shattered mountains lay strewn about, having been excavated and removed, leaving Nangong Tianlong feeling slightly dazed. In that moment, despite any lingering doubts about the sacred beasts, they recognized the veracity of the holy elder Hong Yuan's words. This menacing assembly of sacred beasts were indeed laborers. Once they departed, the sacred beasts, feeling a sense of ennui, returned to their previous tasks, the demonic ape extracting the blackbird's sacred beast from the mountainside, adjusting the position of the blackbird's beak with sacred power. It resumed its labor of demolishing the mountain. Previously, The blackbird's sacred beast had encased its body in its own sacred energy, fortified by its inherent defenses, managing to withstand the relentless strikes for an extended period. Yet now, its internal sacred energy had been depleted, its vitality nearly extinguished, leaving the once formidable creature emaciated and withered. According to the estimations of the demon ape, it should take another day or two before the blackbird's sacred beast is no more. Meanwhile, Nangong Tianlong and his companions swiftly ascended to the summit of Yongyang Mountain alongside Wu Ming. Upon Wu Ming's inquiry, Nangong Tianlong shared with him the general location of the North Spirit Valley, the current situation, and demographic details. The barbarian dynasty has expelled the human race, and the Wolf Fortress, quite intriguing. After hearing this, Wu Ming, the Red Yuan Saint, and the Beiyang army exchanged glances, feeling a sense of wonder. The circumstances in the North Spirit Valley seemed to indicate a complete reversal on the southern continent. The southern region was where the human race established their dynasty, while the barbarians were suppressed by successive emperors, forced into the endless green pastures. In contrast, the North Spirit Valley represented a realm where the barbarians had established their dynasty, and the human race was oppressed and driven into the Wolf Fortress by the barbarian emperors. The situation was entirely inverted. However, compared to the southern region, the North Spirit Valley was considerably smaller, roughly the size of 1,000 miles, slightly larger than the Red Sand Marsh. As the three exchanged glances, Nangong Tianlong took a deep breath, his gaze landing on Wu Ming with a hint of reverence. "Esteemed elder, I have a question that perplexes me. Might you be able to enlighten me?" He rose and bowed respectfully. The six accompanying him were taken aback by this scene, for their master was a formidable saint-level powerhouse, an undisputed sovereign among the human race in the North Spirit Valley. They had never witnessed Nangong Tianlong display such humility, which left them astonished and filled them with a newfound awe towards Wu Ming. "Please, ask," Wu Ming responded, his gaze shifting slightly. Hearing this, Nangong Tianlong bowed deeply. "Might I inquire if you are the most powerful being among the human race in this southern continent?" His heart raced with excitement. He believed Wu Ming's cultivation had surpassed that of the barbarian dynasty's ruler and might even touch upon transcendent powers, a strength unseen in the history of both the human and barbarian races in the North Spirit Valley. Upon his arrival in the southern continent, he was left wondering if such a powerful being was indeed the strongest here. It should be, Nangong Tianlong thought to himself as he posed the question, confident in his conclusion that no one could rival Wu Ming. At that moment, the Red Yuan Saint and the Beiyang army were also taken aback, turning their attention to Wu Ming. Having followed him closely, they were well aware of his extraordinary prowess. Yet, they harbored many doubts, as Wu Ming had not come of his own volition but had been dispatched by the current dynasty's emperor to guard Kaiyang County. If Wu Ming truly was the strongest in the southern region, why would he heed the emperor's commands? This question had lingered unspoken in their minds, but now, with this outsider's inquiry, they found an opportunity to seek clarity. The strongest among the human race in the southern continent? Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a question from Nangong Tianlong. After a brief contemplation, he eventually shook his head and replied, "No." If Nangong Tianlong had posed this question a month or two earlier, he might still claim that he is not the strongest, but rather shares the title of the strongest. Yet now, the emperor, the king of mountains and rivers, the god of the land, the river god, the mountain god, the five great deities stand tall in the southern continent. How could a mere mortal, who has yet to comprehend the laws of the divine and demonic, dare to assert himself as the strongest? This revelation from Wu Ming caused Nangong Tianlong's pupils to constrict sharply. His previous conjectures were instantaneously overturned. If even a being of Wu Ming's caliber, who has reached the pinnacle of humanity, cannot claim to be the strongest in the southern continent, then who could? Just moments ago, while responding to the inquiries from the Biling Gorge, he had gathered a rudimentary understanding of the southern continent's situation, which spans at least 5 or 6 times the area of the Biling Gorge, inhabited by countless human beings. He had already formed a considerably high estimation of the region's power, but he never anticipated that the strength of the southern continent would be so formidable that even Wu Ming could not boast of being the strongest. Beside him, the Saint of Hanyuan and the Beiyang army could not help but gasp in astonishment. The two exchanged a profound glance and sighed deeply, instinctively gazing towards the direction of the imperial capital. Since Wu Ming hails from the imperial capital and cannot claim the title of the strongest, It follows that those mightier than him, even if not within the imperial capital, must have intricate connections to it. The most likely candidate is the newly appointed third prince, the current emperor. Although they had suspected this outcome, the revelation of the truth still struck them with shock. After a period of discussion, Nangong Tianlong and the others remained in Brave City. Meanwhile, Wu Ming sent a message to the imperial capital, requesting the mobilization of some sacred beasts to traverse from the Ruanyang Mountains to the Wolf Fortress, establishing a direct route from the Biling Gorge to the Kaiging County of the dynasty. In the imperial palace, at the Xinhuang Hall, Xuan Ming received Wu Ming's message. Foreign human beings. He pondered. Would expanding the dynasty's boundaries to the Biling Gorge enhance the nation's fortune? A sudden thought surged within Xuan Ming's mind. I grant permission. After some contemplation, he acquiesced. To his surprise, it turned out that a barbarian dynasty had been established in the Biling Gorge, similar to the previous Xinxian dynasty, boasting 5 saints. With its sovereign also at the peak of the sacred realm, quite intriguing. It seems that the summoning cards for the sacred realm legions, stored within the system space, would indeed find their purpose. With the resources controlled by the barbarian dynasty, it should be able to sustain the needs of the millions of soldiers. Xuan Ming mused internally. He had never forgotten about the summoning cards for the sacred realm legions, yet the cost of summoning them during peacetime is exorbitant. Millions of soldiers, at a minimum, would consist of innate warriors. It is worth noting that even the lowest tier innate warriors require a daily intake of half a cow or high-energy elixirs or the blood and flesh of fierce beasts to maintain their strength. Given the vast expanse of the southern continent, sustaining the existing warriors is already a considerable challenge. Yet to summon such a multitude of innate warriors, semi-saints, and saints would only exacerbate the burden. However, with the emergence of the northern spirit gorge, a new habitat and abundant resources have become available. And it is indeed the opportune moment for the myriad legions to manifest in this realm. Having obtained Xuan Ming's consent, the Nameless One promptly mobilized a contingent of sacred beasts to commence the excavation of the mountains, following the direction indicated by Nangong Tianlong, in preparation for the establishment of a thoroughfare connecting the two civilizations. In the imperial capital, a new stronghold of the demon sect has arisen. This mansion, valued at 100,000 taels of silver, is a significant improvement over the previous dilapidated stronghold, which was crumbling and falling apart. The demon sovereign, Lin Ning, surveyed her surroundings with a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, she retrieved 9 volumes of scriptures from her bosom, which comprised techniques of semi-holy grade. These are for you, she stated, to be auctioned in batches in the imperial capital. Lin Ning continued as she handed the 9 volumes to the elder of the demon sect. These techniques are no less valuable than the previous ones. Even if they do not fetch the same price, they should still command at least 10,000 taels of silver. At that point, I shall be able to initiate the next phase of my plan. However, the elder of the demon sect shook his head slightly. My lord, it appears that circumstances may have changed. What do you mean? Lin Ning furrowed her brow. It is unlikely that these 9 semi-holy techniques will reach 10,000 taels of silver, the elder sighed. Unbeknownst to you, during your seclusion, the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce auctioned 2 semi-holy techniques, but the results were far inferior to our previous auction, only reaching 500,000 taels. The entire imperial capital has been puzzled by this development over the past 2 days. Despite the intrigue, the fact that one could acquire a semi-holy technique for just over 200,000 taels has led the aristocracy of the imperial capital to form an unspoken consensus. Should these semi-holy techniques be placed on the auction block, they would likely conspire to drive down the prices, thereby mitigating their own losses. Furthermore, it has come to the attention of the demon sect that a coalition of aristocrats has reached an agreement. If the price of semi-holy techniques can be suppressed, any successful bidder would share the spoils, allowing for communal observation of the techniques. Are they fools? The demon sovereign Lin Ning scoffed, her brow furrowing in disbelief at the apparent folly of the aristocrats. If this continues, no one will sell the semi-holy techniques. My lord, our members of the demon sect have inadvertently gleaned this information, and currently, no one in the imperial capital is aware of their collusion. They might mistakenly believe that outsiders are oblivious to their scheme and that they can exploit this situation to their advantage. In my humble opinion, perhaps we should consider auctioning these techniques outside the imperial capital. In the 5 major prefectural cities and the hundreds of county towns, semi-holy techniques are even rarer. Thus, Placing them in these locales may yield a higher price than in the imperial capital, the elder proposed. Indeed, that is an excellent idea, Lin Ning mused, nodding thoughtfully. Proceed with this plan. Understood. The elder of the demon sect swiftly departed with the 9 volumes of semi-holy scriptures in hand, heading underground to the new stronghold of the demon sect. The enigmatic emergence of the Red Sand sect leader melded seamlessly with the earthy depths. On the 18th day of March in the year 1000, in one of the divine mystical calendar, a thick fog enveloped the imperial capital. Subject of scrutiny, Lin Ning. Identity, leader of the demon sect, a reincarnate. Incident. Lin Ning convened with her followers in a grand mansion, having tasted the fruits of their endeavors. She once again unveiled 9 volumes of semi-holy grade techniques, intending to auction them in the imperial capital for a fortune of silver. However, a remark from her followers subtly altered her intentions. Like the ethereal snow, Lin Ning contemplated dispersing her followers throughout the empire to sell the techniques, aligning unwittingly with the temple's design. The distant locales from the imperial capital would create an information gap between the 2 reincarnates. The temple had already set an ambush outside the imperial capital. A cunning bandit, masquerading as the vice leader of the Red Sand sect, awaited the opportune moment to decide whether to seize the resources from the ice group leader and the demon sect followers before or after the auction. Additionally, the silver obtained from Lin Ning's previous dealings in semi-holy techniques had been pilfered. Surveillance continues. Zhang Hongsha remains. The Red Sand sect leader inscribed his notes and transmitted the booklet to the domain of the Earth God, subsequently vanishing into the soil. The domain of the Earth God revealed itself, holding the booklet submitted by the Red Sand sect leader. The Earth God frowned. What could be the intentions of these 2 reincarnates? Currently, it appeared that both Xuan Ming and Lin Ning were solely focused on amassing wealth, revealing no ulterior motives. The emperor had previously decreed that their minds and souls should not be disturbed. Their unique identities were intertwined with the emperor's current life, and there was concern about potential threats hidden within their souls. After all, even for deities and demons, reincarnation is an arduous, nearly impossible endeavor. Intricately linked to the laws governing the cosmos, rebirth necessitates a fortuitous foundation, which may manifest as a special artifact or a unique ability, elements often concealed within the depths of their consciousness. Once reborn, their physical forms from their previous lives are nearly discarded, yet their souls persist, implying that the fortunes enabling their rebirth are likely ensconced within their souls. Such treasures tend to protect their masters, and any intrusion into their minds could provoke unforeseen retaliation. Until the extent of potential threats from these fortunes could be ascertained, the emperor and his advisors resolved to refrain from action. Attempts by the Earth God to probe the souls of the Ice Group members and the Demon Sect followers had proven futile. All had been ensnared by the soul restrictions imposed by Xuan Ming and Lin Ning. Any forced investigation would result in the automatic destruction of their souls, yielding no information and alarming the 2 women. This left the Earth God, intent on delving deeper into their motives, with no choice but to relent. In accordance with the emperor's wishes, a stance of cautious observation was adopted, simultaneously disrupting their cultivation and maintaining the threat level posed by the 2 within manageable confines. Thus, even if unforeseen events arise in the future, one can still impose constraints upon them. Observe, the fox will inevitably reveal its tail. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the land deity, who pondered slowly in his heart. Should the intentions of the 2 pose a threat to his majesty, he would not hesitate to disregard their identities. Even if his majesty were to cast blame afterward, he would stifle the danger in its infancy. As the land deity of the imperial capital, it is his duty to protect the safety of his majesty. In the West Mountain Prefecture, within the borders of Bianlong County, a sudden low shout pierced the tranquil wilderness. A cacophony of sounds followed suit. The one who had uttered the low command was none other than Ming Xingchen. After diligent cultivation, he had finally ascended to the innate realm. Is this the power of the innate realm? Indeed formidable. As he felt the immense strength surging within him, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ming Xingchen's eyes. The strongest in the Niu family barely reached the minor completion of the innate realm, though he had just entered the innate stage. With the divine and demonic techniques bestowed by his master, his prowess could easily transcend realms in battle, not to mention the minor completion of the innate stage. Even those who have achieved major completion or perfection would hardly be his match. Now, it is time to address the issue of his engagement being annulled. Once resolved, he would enroll in the Bianlong County Martial Arts Academy, where he could accumulate strength and perhaps investigate the matter of the divine herbs in the myriad demons mountain range. An aged voice echoed in Meng Xingchen's ear, and he nodded earnestly. He had endured the humiliation of his engagement being called off for far too long. He could no longer contain himself. With his breakthrough into the innate realm, it was only natural for him to seek retribution. With a surge of indignation, Meng Xingchen departed. Along the way, he passed by a young woman. The young woman feigned indifference as she brushed past him. Yet after a short distance, she swiftly turned back. Meng Xingchen, once a prodigy, had inexplicably encountered issues with his cultivation a year ago, unable to advance and even regressing, which led his former in-laws to abandon him in this world that revered martial prowess. 3 months prior, Niu Ma, the daughter of the Niu family's head, had sought to annul their engagement. At that time, Meng Xingchen's cultivation had nearly regressed to that of a commoner, yet now, he had unexpectedly broken through to the innate realm. In just 3 months, he had progressed from a mere mortal to the innate realm. Such an astonishing pace of cultivation suggested that his previous regression may have been akin to a reformation of his powers. Could it be that he is the demon Lord Lin Ning, as mentioned by the leader? Members of the ICE group, spread throughout Bianlong County, recalled the information imparted by their leader, their spirits soaring with excitement. She might have discovered the very person everyone in the ICE group had been fervently searching for. Chapter 83. Has the demon Lord Lin Ning reincarnated as a man? Xing Chun had just brushed past a young woman when she unexpectedly turned back and seemed to be following him. With determination, Meng Xingchun strode towards the Niu family. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his ear, causing him to pause in surprise and instinctively glance back. Indeed, a striking young woman trailed behind him. Although she swiftly diverted her gaze the moment he turned, he still caught a glimpse of her. I do not recognize her. Who is she? Meng Xingchun furrowed his brow. In the territory of Linha City, aside from the head of the Niu family and Niu Ma, there were hardly any acquaintances. Even I cannot discern her intentions, but this encounter marks your first meeting, the ancient voice expressed with intrigue. The memory of the divine realm was remarkable. Ever since the ring fell into Meng Xingchen's possession, he had retained impressions of everyone he encountered during this time. Yet, this woman was undoubtedly someone he had only seen today. First meeting? Then why is she following me? Could it be because of my handsome appearance? Meng Xingchen mused, stroking his chin. Even his own teacher had stated they had not met previously. Now, in this chance encounter, she was stealthily trailing him, provoking his curiosity. Very well. There should be no issues. You proceed with your affairs. I shall keep an eye on her, the ancient voice replied, somewhat exasperated. Understood, master. Meng Xingchen nodded and continued towards the Niu family. What keen perception. I was at least 2,000 meters away, yet she could still distinctly sense my presence. The ICE group woman continuously correlated Meng Xingchen's anomalies with the data on the demon Lord Lin Ning, and the picture became increasingly clear. I hadn't anticipated that when I entered the Bianlong County to collect information. A mere glance at Meng Xingchen's profile would lead to such revelations today. The ICE group woman inhaled deeply and hastened to follow. The Niu family, one of the 3 prominent families in Linha City, had been the focus of Meng Xingchen's attention for 3 long months, waiting to avenge his humiliation from the annulment of his engagement. However, he did not rush towards the Niu family, but instead ambled leisurely down the street. Master, is that woman still following me? Meng Xingchun inquired internally as he walked. Indeed, she is following you. How peculiar. In this Bianlong County, I have no other enemies besides the Niu family, and strictly speaking, they are not even foes. How could she follow me so brazenly on our first encounter? Meng Xingchun silently shook his head, sensing an air of oddity. Master, once I deal with matters concerning the Niu family, I shall confront this woman. Meng Xingchun resolved within himself. Very well, but be cautious. This individual is a congenital expert, replied the aged voice. A congenital expert? Meng Xingchun's expression stiffened. At this moment, he was even more convinced that the person stalking him was not merely enchanted by his handsome visage. It is known that congenital warriors have already entered the second realm of martial arts, placing them within the 3rd tier of strength in the entire empire. Their resolve is robust, making them difficult to tempt with mere beauty. The fact that this individual was pursuing him undoubtedly hinted at something peculiar. Never mind. I shall first deal with this woman before addressing the matters concerning the Niu family, Meng Xingchen declared, pausing momentarily. The thought of being followed by a congenital expert sent a shiver down his spine. He had no desire to be scrutinized by an unknown congenital warrior while creating a ruckus at the Niu family estate, especially since the Niu family themselves possessed congenital experts. Should this person prove to be an adversary, he would find it exceedingly challenging to contend against a two-pronged assault with his own limited strength. Swiftly, he began retracing his steps. This is bad. I've been discovered. The ice group woman exclaimed in alarm, her innate sense detecting the need to flee towards a more populated area. Records indicated that the demon Lord Lin Ning could engage in battles beyond his realm, possessing formidable power. If this individual harbored ill intentions, no one could rescue her. Do you still wish to escape? Speak. Why are you following me? In the midst of the crowd, Meng Xingchen seized a young woman, his tone icy. What tremendous strength. You truly are the demon Lord Lin Ning. Help. There's been a murder. The ice group woman, her expression fraught with panic, began to shout. The grip Meng Xingchen had on her arm emanated an overwhelming force, suppressing the true energy within her. This only reinforced her belief that Meng Xingchen was indeed the demon Lord Lin Ning. What demon Lord Lin Ning? Clarify this at once. Meng Xingchen's brows furrowed, sensing something amiss. The fear etched on her face was unmistakable, akin to a lamb encountering a tiger. Yet, he had never met her before. How could such a reaction arise? Moreover, who was this demon Lord Lin Ning? He had never heard of such a figure prior to this moment. Regrettably, as the ice group woman had chosen a crowded area to conceal herself, her exclamation stirred the crowd, and she inexplicably executed some strange martial technique, slipping from Meng Xingchen's grasp like a mudfish. With a rip, the fabric tore, leaving Meng Xingchen with only her upper garment in hand. When he looked up again, all he beheld was a flash of pale skin, swiftly vanishing from his view. Master, did you see that clearly? Meng Xingchen glanced around and inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed, her back was quite remarkable, came the elderly voice in response. Master, that is not what I was referring to. I meant to inquire about her origins. Meng Xingchen shook his head. No, I too have only recently awakened in this location and am not well acquainted with the southern continent. I cannot deduce her origins based on martial techniques. The aged voice shifted its tone. While he was adept at guiding Meng Xingchen in his cultivation, his knowledge of the southern continent was even less extensive than Meng Xingchen's. If Meng Xingchen remains oblivious to the origins of the other party, and possesses no knowledge of the demon Lord Lin Ning, then his understanding is further obscured. As for employing the power of his fragmented soul, it is best to forego that notion. A fragmented soul differs greatly from a complete divine essence. It cannot autonomously recover its strength, and once utilized, it incurs a permanent diminishment, only to be replenished by rare divine elixirs, which he must reserve for critical moments. Thus, he will refrain from provoking the Niu family for the time being. The recent events have stirred a sense of unease within Meng Xingchen. He resolves to observe the situation for a few days. Meanwhile, the master and disciple remain entirely unaware of the impending grave crisis they are about to face. Leader, in the vicinity of the Western Mountain Prefecture, in Linha City, there exists an individual named Meng Xingchen, strikingly similar to the demon Lord Lin Ning. The ice group woman, having escaped Meng Xingchen's grasp, glanced at her tattered garments, flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Upon finding a secluded spot, she promptly reported. What? In the imperial capital? The middle-aged woman of the ice group received the news and immediately ascended into the air, her face tinged with a blush. They had been in search of this being known as the demon Lord Lin Ning since the inception of the ice group, which was founded primarily to seek out Lin Ning. Now, this individual who meets the criteria of the demon lord has finally emerged, sending shockwaves through the heart of the ice group's middle-aged woman. She swiftly made her way to the residence of Xuan Ming. Your Highness, we have found him. The middle-aged woman from the ice group uttered, causing Xuan Ming to abruptly open her eyes wide. Is this true? There is a 90% certainty, the middle-aged woman asserted. Young, remarkably fast in cultivation, possessing great strength and astonishing perception. Xuan Ming's pupils narrowed. Excellent. As she was about to inquire about specific details, she suddenly sensed something amiss and discreetly gestured. In Linha City of Beilang County, this incarnation is known as Meng Xingchen, albeit with slight differences from your highness's description. He is male. The middle-aged woman from the ice group comprehended and utilized the special communication technique taught by Xuan Ming. He is actually a man? A peculiar expression crossed Xuan Ming's face. The demon Lord Lin Ning reincarnated as a man was an unforeseen twist. Nevertheless, to ascertain whether he truly is the demon Lord Lin Ning, she must see for herself. Given the formidable prowess of Lin Ning, she is uneasy about sending anyone else to handle the matter. Very well, this princess understands. You may withdraw. Xuan Ming inhaled deeply and stated. Understood. The middle-aged woman from the ice group, though surprised, complied. How intriguing. After lying in wait for so long, they have finally stumbled upon some clues. After the woman departed, Xuan Ming's gaze sharpened as she headed toward her quarters. Your Highness, we have found him. There is a 90% certainty. Young. Astonishingly rapid cultivation, immense strength, remarkable perception. And he is a man. The leader of the Red Sand sect exhibited a flicker of doubt on her face. As he prepared to monitor once more, the seventh princess, Xuan Ming, made her way toward the sleeping quarters. The Red Sand sect master swiftly descended to the underground of the chamber, yet this room was distinctly different from others, rendering him incapable of peering into its interior. How could this be? A tremor coursed through his mind. At that very moment, within the boudoir of the seventh princess, a sudden white light emanated from her forehead. From this radiance, a multitude of white runes emerged, sealing the entire room. Initially, she intended to summon the members of the ice group to gather in Bianlong County. However, as she contemplated this, the recent string of peculiar occurrences in the imperial capital crossed her mind, prompting a slight furrow of her brow. She could not shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was fixated upon her. Yet, this sensation felt both real and illusory, leaving her uncertain. To ensure absolute safety, she resolved to harness the powers from her past life, intending to leave the imperial capital unnoticed and venture to Bianlong County for the truth. The white light around her intensified, and a spectral white tower materialized within the glow. This tower, known as the Ice and Snow Celestial Tower, was a divine artifact she had refined in her previous life. Her soul's rebirth was attributed to this tower, though the process had drained much of its power. Coupled with her currently weak cultivation, this rendered the tower's strength difficult to wield multiple times. It typically resided within her soul. Now, with a potential lead on the whereabouts of the demon sovereign, Lin Ning, she was willing to expend the tower's divine energy once. Soon, the white light surged, and as it dissipated, Xuan Ming's figure mysteriously vanished from the boudoir. On the other side, the Red Sand sect master, unable to detect Xuan Ming's presence, promptly reported to the land deity. Upon personally investigating, the land deity discovered that Xuan Ming had already left the imperial capital, sending shockwaves through his mind. And he hurriedly reported to Xianying. In Bianlong County, amidst a bamboo grove, a brilliant white light erupted, and in its wake, delicate shards of ice crystallized. As the brilliance subsided, Xuan Ming, clad in a flowing white gown, appeared in that very spot. Li Daniu from the ice group pays her respects to your highness, announced one of the mid-tier members of the ice group, who had previously been surveilling Meng Xingchen, bowing respectfully. Where is that individual now? Xuan Ming inquired without hesitation. Reporting to your highness, he is located in a small grove 20 miles to the east of here. The ice group member replied truthfully, albeit with trepidation regarding the power of the demon sovereign Lin Ning. Yet, in pursuit of rewards, she had carefully monitored Meng Xingchen's whereabouts. Excellent, you have done well. Xuan Ming commended with a nod. She had sensed Li Daniu's soul, finding its fluctuations normal, indicating that the information relayed to the ice group leader was indeed genuine. This suggested that Meng Xingchen had a significant likelihood of being the demon sovereign Lin Ning. In the next moment, before Li Daniu could react, Xuan Ming's figure vanished from the bamboo grove. The matter concerning the demon sovereign Lin Ning was of paramount importance. Xuan Ming would not procrastinate. If she were to successfully eliminate her opponent, discussions regarding rewards could wait. If she were to fail and be vanquished by the demon Lord Lin Ning, such rewards would naturally become irrelevant to her. Nevertheless, a flicker of confidence resided within Xuan Ming's heart. In this reincarnation, she found herself reborn amidst the most formidable power in the southern continent, a foundation of profound depth and strength that could not be underestimated. The celestial artifact of the demon Lord Lin Ning and her own ice and snow divine tower were likely evenly matched at this moment, rendering both parties unable to wield their full potential. In such circumstances, their respective accumulations in this lifetime would be the sole determinants, and Xuanxue held faith in herself. In a secluded grove, Meng Xingqian had captured a wild boar and was currently roasting it. Suddenly, his ears perked up, catching the faint sounds of movement in the forest. Who goes there? Meng Xingqian narrowed his eyes and rose to his feet. He sensed an immense force within the woods. Demon Lord Lin Ning, at last. I have found you. A cold smile crept upon Xuanxue's lips. Demon Lord Lin Ning, once again. Meng Xingqian felt a sense of bewilderment. Xingqian, be careful. The opponent is a martial artist at the half-saint completion stage. An elderly voice warned, gravely concerned. What? Half-saint completion? Meng Xingqian's expression darkened as he beheld the stunning woman emerging from the grove. With his nascent realm cultivation, he was no match for someone at the half-saint completion stage. Moreover, judging by her intentions, it seemed she was not of benevolent disposition. This left Meng Xingqian feeling exceedingly uneasy, unjustly mistaken for another. He now found himself on the brink of being pursued by a powerful half-saint. Such a predicament left Meng Xingqian feeling profoundly frustrated. Beautiful lady, can we discuss this calmly? I am not the demon Lord Lin Ning you speak of. I do not know him at all. Please, spare me. Meng Xingqian stammered, growing flustered. If he had previously dismissed the initial innate woman he encountered, the presence of this half-saint completion woman made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Wait, your soul aura is not right. Just as Meng Xingqian was about to speak again, he heard Xuanxue muttering to herself. In her past life, she had battled the demon Lord Lin Ning high above the endless sea, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction. Thus, she was exceedingly familiar with the soul aura of the demon lord. However, she could not perceive the familiar soul fluctuations emanating from Meng Xingqian, coupled with his actions. Could it be that she had made a mistake? Xuanxue narrowed her eyes. Just then, a slight tremor coursed through the ice and snow divine tower in her mind. Her gaze abruptly fell upon the index finger of Meng Xingqian's right hand, her eyes flashing with intrigue. Chapter 84. The Empress Xuanxue pursues Meng Xingqian, intruding upon the domain of the river god. In the imperial capital, within the royal palace, the land goddess figure materialized. Your Majesty, the seventh princess, Xuanxue, whom I have been monitoring, has vanished from the imperial capital. According to reports from the leader of the Red Sand sect under my command, she received a peculiar message from a powerful subordinate and subsequently disappeared mysteriously, the land god reported with a solemn expression. As the earth deity, he had the ability to surveil the vast expanse of several thousand miles around the imperial capital. However, despite a thorough search, no trace of Xuanxue could be found, causing him to feel a slight loss of control. Oh, Xuan Ming's eyes glimmered with divine light as he mobilized the national fortune of the dynasty to conduct a search. In an instant, he located Xuanxue's presence in Bianlong County. Bianlong County, situated in Xishan Prefecture, lies nearly 15,000 miles from the imperial capital. The land god reported this shortly after her disappearance, which had occurred in less than a quarter of an hour. To traverse such a distance, even a saint would require at least 2 days of relentless flight. Yet Xuanxue had managed to arrive in merely a quarter of an hour, indicating extraordinary capabilities. There's no need to search further. She is in Bianlong County. I shall entrust the matter of Xuanxue to the river god, Xuan Ming instructed lightly. Understood, Your Majesty. The land god replied, visibly relieved, and respectfully withdrew. In his perspective, Xuanxue's whereabouts were inconsequential, as long as she remained under the emperor's control. After the land god departed, Xuan Ming conveyed a thread of divine thought to the river god. Atop Weishan Mountain, the winds shifted dramatically as the river god's divine form emerged from the waters of the heavenly lake, bowing slightly towards the royal palace. His gaze then turned to Bianlong County. Interesting, he mused, uncertain whether he referred to Meng Xingqian or Princess Xuanxue. Meanwhile, not far from Weishan, for towering peaks loomed majestically. For colossal chains of divine power, forged from the essence of order, bound a gargantuan demon monkey, comparable in size to a mountain, tightly among the peaks. Under normal circumstances, these ordinary mountains would be insufficient to suppress a being of such might. However, the chains, empowered by the river god's divine prowess, compressed the demon monkey's entire essence within its being. In his own domain, The river goddess' strength rivaled that of the king of mountains and rivers. Just as the king could subdue the demon monkey's divinity, so too could the river god. In a month or two, you shall be of service to our emperor. The river god contemplated, his gaze fixed upon the demon monkey. A being of such power harbored its own will, making submission a challenge. Thus, the demon monkey required transformation to truly serve the emperor. However, for now, the river deity contemplated the command of Xuan Ming, and in an instant, wielded the order divine chain, delivering a sharp strike to the demon god monkey. The demon god monkey jolted awake from its slumber, letting out a furious roar. You mean to say that the boy's ring harbors the remnants of an earth deity's soul? By consuming him, you could regain some power? Xianyue murmured to herself, feeling a flicker of unexpected joy. Not good. Xingqian, I shall temporarily take control of your body. We must leave this place. An aged voice echoed in Meng Xingqian's ears. At that moment, Meng Xingqian stood frozen, his mind profoundly shaken. He was acutely aware of the formidable existence of his master. Yet he could sense a hint of panic in the tone just now. Before he could react, an inexplicable force surged within him, and in the next instant, he found himself fleeing from the scene. Trying to escape? Xuanyue's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, she pursued him. The ice and snow divine tower, being her innate artifact, was a source of immense power she knew well. If the ice and snow divine tower were to consume the remnants of the soul within the ring, it could restore a measure of strength. A wave of delight coursed through Xuanyue's heart. If that were to happen, she could contend even with ordinary earth deities. Given such unexpected fortune, Xianyue was determined not to let Meng Xingqian slip away. Outside the grove, the owner of the aged voice, Bai Lao, was fleeing rapidly, his expression marred by a mix of shock and disbelief. How could such a divine aura suddenly emanate from that little girl? Bai Lao found it incomprehensible. What manner of being was a deity, each possessing thousands of years of cultivation? How could one manifest in a young girl of not yet 20? Regardless of his confusion, survival was his only concern now. For just moments ago, he had sensed a lethal threat from Xianyue. Should he remain, disaster was inevitable. In his panic, Bai Lao maneuvered Meng Xingqian's body westward, soon plunging into the vast mountain range. Entering the mountains, Xuanyue's steps paused momentarily before the Wan Yao mountain range. The resonance of the ice and snow divine tower's consciousness echoed in her mind. What lies within these mountains that even you regard with trepidation? Xianyue gazed toward the sprawling mountains, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Just as she was about to pursue Meng Xingqian, the ice and snow divine tower had warned her of a formidable entity lurking within. Its power was exceedingly great. Entering might spell danger to her life. No, having already pursued this individual, I have inevitably offended him. To eradicate the root of the problem, he must be slain. Moreover, if I can obtain that earth deity's soul fragment, it could restore my strength. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. I must kill this person. Xianyue took a deep breath, seemingly having made a resolute decision, and followed suit into the depths of the Wan Yao mountain range. The Wan Yao mountain range. Who would have thought that I would return here in such a manner? Bai Lao, controlling Meng Xingqian's body, wore an expression of unwillingness. In the bygone days, after his fall from grace in the outside world, his lingering spirit sought refuge within a ring, traversing the treacherous expanse of the myriad demons' mountains, enduring countless tribulations. After much hardship, he finally escaped the mountains and discovered a civilized land. Bai Lao had long since devised a plan to return to the myriad demons' mountains only after ensuring his safety. Yet now, he found himself being relentlessly pursued, entering this place in such a disheveled state. As he contemplated this, Bai Lao maneuvered Meng Xingqian's body swiftly through the forest, journeying deeper into the wilderness. Suddenly, amidst his escape, Bai Lao recognized the familiar surroundings. Soon, his gaze fell upon a river, and he wondered, could this be the Wei River? A flicker of surprise danced in Bai Lao's eyes. To his astonishment, he had fled to this very location. He had initially intended to wait until Xingqian possessed sufficient strength before venturing here in search of the legendary herbs. But now, Bai Lao shook his head with a sigh. Clearly, at this moment, he could not afford to search for any so-called divine medicines. The mere fact that he could evade the pursuit of the young girl behind him was a monumental stroke of fortune. However, in the next instant, a roar reverberated through the entire forest, causing Ba Lao's hasty flight to come to an abrupt halt. Chapter 85. The Astonishing Elder, the Chilling Xuan, and the thought of assisting Xuan Ming in ascending to divine demonhood. As the roar echoed, an overwhelming aura of divine demon energy, intense to the extreme, enveloped both the elder and Meng Xingqian's bodies without warning, radiating outwards for 100 miles. A celestial light flooded the skies, imbued with an incomprehensible pressure. What is this? The power of the divine demon? On Meng Xingqian's face, under the elder's control, an expression of disbelief emerged. Under this divine demon might, the elder felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet to his head, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Having once been a divine demon in his past life, he was well aware of their terror. This divine demon aura was even more formidable than his former self, likely belonging to an exalted being within the realm of terrestrial deities. Yet, he could discern a faint lament within that roar, as if the source of the sound was steeped in agony. The elder's face was filled with astonishment. What could possibly cause even such a divine demon to experience suffering? He felt a sense of incomprehension. Master, what exactly has transpired? Meng Xingqian's consciousness awakened from his soul. The recent surge of divine demon might had created a rift in the connection between the elder and Meng Xingqian's body. And it was precisely this rift that caused the elder to gradually lose his grip on Meng Xingqian's physical form. The girl who was pursuing us emanated a divine celestial aura, posing a grave threat to my master. And within this mountain range lies a lurking divine demon. The elder briefly elucidated the sequence of events. What? This is terrifying. Meng Xingqian sharply inhaled. In just 2 sentences, he profoundly recognized the hidden dangers. A moment's negligence could lead to their demise. Master, what should we do now? Despite having grasped the cause of the situation, the enormity of it had left Meng Xingqian's heart in turmoil, rendering him devoid of subjective control. I do not know either. The elder's voice was laced with helplessness. With a fierce tiger in front and pursuing soldiers behind, even he felt somewhat powerless. It is essential to note that they were still unharmed. The existence of divine demons might not have noticed them. However, should he utilize the power of his past life as soul, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the divine demons here, making it exceedingly difficult to determine their fate. As for departing this place, turning back, the celestial fluctuations emanating from that young girl could result in unknown consequences for him. Even if he could wield his soul's power, he felt an innate trepidation toward Xuan. Master, it seems there is a wild boar beast over there, still grazing. Just as the master and disciple found themselves at an impasse, Meng Xingqian glanced around and suddenly spotted a wild boar beast leisurely munching on grass within the forest ahead. How is this possible? Under the might of the divine demon, even sacred beasts must bow low. How can a mere wild boar beast be so at ease? The elder's voice rang out, filled with astonishment. It is essential to recognize that the divine and demonic beings transcend mere mortals, regardless of whether they are ferocious beasts or other entities beneath the divine and demonic hierarchy. They invariably experience an innate fear in the presence of such overwhelming power, which subjects them to immense pressure. However, at this moment, the master and disciple found themselves awestruck as they observed a primordial wild boar leisurely grazing before them, utterly unfazed by the divine and demonic aura that enveloped the area. This phenomenon left them both profoundly shaken. There must be something unusual at play. Let us approach cautiously, the master exclaimed. Allow me to use my spiritual sense to communicate with it and inquire about the situation. The wild boar's calm demeanor sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Should they uncover the truth behind its indifference, they might find refuge from the relentless pursuit of the young girl under the protection of this divine and demonic presence. This is not the power of the mortal realm, but the might of the divine and demonic, he realized. It appears that there is a divine being stationed here. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Wanyao Mountains, Xuan, who was in hot pursuit of Meng Xingqian, suddenly turned pale, her face reflecting an indescribable shock. She had never anticipated that a divine being lay hidden near the South Continent, close to the boundaries of the Xianyuan dynasty. No wonder she had recently perceived a significant increase in spiritual energy in the South Continent. It was due to the presence of a divine being lurking in this area. Xuan felt a chilling fear creeping over her. Initially, she had thought this development to be a blessing, but now it appeared to be a volatile bomb waiting to explode. She was acutely aware of the divine power, If this being were to unleash its wrath, the South Continent would face catastrophic ruin. Aside from herself and the demon Lord Lin Ning, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to survive against such a formidable entity. The consequences would be dire, leading to widespread devastation and the obliteration of civilization itself. Even she might not escape unscathed, considering that the power of the Ice Snow God Tower could only be invoked a limited number of times. If this divine being targeted her specifically, after a few defenses, the outcome would be all too clear. Xuan narrowed her eyes, coming to a complete halt. So the formidable entity you warned us about was this divine being? She murmured, taking a deep breath. When the Ice Snow God Tower had offered its warning, though tinged with trepidation, she had mistakenly believed it was merely concerned for her safety. She had never fathomed that a divine being could be lurking here. What truly instilled fear in me is not the divine being itself. Just as Xuan thought she had grasped the truth, the spirit of the Ice Snow God Tower subtly shook its head. There is yet another hidden presence here. A colossal figure of divine nature. Being in this realm, even I feel an unspoken suppression, as if this divine entity were the sovereign of this domain. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, this roaring divine being may be either a servant of this colossal figure or imprisoned by it. The voice of the Ice Snow God Tower's spirit echoed in Xuan's ears. As the words settled in, Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and a wave of apprehension surged within her. In her heart, she felt a rush of fear. Thankfully, she had awakened the spirit of the Ice Snow God Tower before departing the imperial capital. Otherwise, if she were to inadvertently fall under the dominion of this formidable deity, one that even the Ice and Snow Divine Tower regards with trepidation, no matter how powerful she was in her previous life, she would be unable to stir any tempest in this one. In the realm of mortals, she could strut about with abandon, heedless of others' feelings. Yet before such an overwhelming entity, she understood the gravity of her situation. Is the divine giant you speak of a celestial being? Xuan's expression grew exceedingly solemn. The celestial being, who channels the powers from beyond the heavens, governs the very realm in which it resides. Within the domain of a celestial, it reigns supreme. The description of the Ice and Snow Divine Tower made her ponder the characteristics of such a being. No, the individual in question still falls short of being a celestial. The sensation I experience may stem from some extraordinary talent or divine ability. If I could restore my full prowess, perhaps I could investigate further, but for now, it is far from adequate. Master, my strength is waning. This divine giant is at least a consummate earth deity, possibly even the apex of that realm. We cannot contend with it. You should return to the realm of humanity, the spirit of the Ice and Snow Divine Tower remarked, her eyes narrowing as if she were exceedingly weary, on the brink of slumber. Is there no method to resist this divine entity? Xuan inquired, a hint of reluctance lacing her voice. The existence of such a terrifying being in her vicinity rendered her uneasy, even should she return. Have you forgotten your past life? The imperial dynasty is a convergence of all beings. When the populace relies on the dynasty, their fortunes coalesce to form national destiny, which can rival and surpass the laws of divine and demonic beings. In my previous life, the leader of the demonic cult drew upon the powers of the demonic realm, nearly toppling the entire central world. Likewise, by harnessing the national destiny of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty, you could contend with it. The spirit of the Ice and Snow Divine Tower elucidated. To gain the ability to confront the divine beings here, you must either restore your former cultivation level or assist the current emperor of the dynasty in ascending to divinity. The consummate earth deity is the most formidable presence beneath the celestial. With such a powerful divine being, she could conceive of only two means of resistance. Indeed, a glimmer of insight sparked in Xuan's eyes. Then, with a tinge of frustration, she cast a glance deep into the forest. How infuriating, it was so close. If only she could obtain the remnants of that earth deity's soul. Perhaps there might be a third option. In the area where Xuan resided, a brilliant white light surged forth, only to vanish within the territory of Weishan. Oh, this fluctuation. Atop Weishan, the river god observed the spot where Xuan had disappeared, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. A celestial being, comparable to the might of certain heavenly generals in the mythic pantheon, the river god murmured to himself. Within the mythic heavenly realm, earth deities are akin to heavenly soldiers, while celestial beings are regarded as heavenly generals. The recent fluctuation from the ice and snow divine tower unmistakably exhibited the characteristics of a heavenly general. Yet, in her past life, such a rank would surpass his own. However, this fluctuation seemed somewhat hollow, lacking substance. The river god stroked his chin, swiftly reporting the situation to Xuan Ming. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Xingchen pressed one hand firmly against the neck of a wild boar beast, subduing it as he rode atop it. Bai Lao attempted to establish a connection with the murmuring wild boar beast spirit. After a considerable time, he sharply inhaled, retreating from the creature's mind. "Master, how did it go?" Meng Xingchen inquired anxiously. The ferocity of beasts surpassed that of humans. Had it not been for his cultivated technique allowing him to fight above his level, he would have likely been toppled by the wild boar. The beast's apparent ease stemmed from the fact that the one who had unleashed that roar was not the sovereign of this realm, but rather a captive of a certain entity. The wild boar was but a subordinate to this being. However, its consciousness was rather simplistic. Bai Lao found no other memories within its mind. Only that the true master of this domain was revered as a deity by all ferocious beasts, who also worshipped the supreme entity known as the Emperor. "We may have stumbled upon an extraordinary pantheon." Bai Lao's voice resonated with astonishment. The Emperor, the deity, the imprisoned divine beings. The countless ferocious beasts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. This force of deities and demons vastly exceeded anything he had encountered in his previous life. "Then, Master, what should we do now?" Meng Xingchen trembled, his voice fraught with despair. He was utterly bewildered, having already lost his will against a single demon. The emergence of an even more formidable one left him at a loss. "Submit. If one cannot defeat them, one must join them. My intrusion here has likely been detected. Thus, I must proactively seek an audience with this deity to see if I might find a place under their command," Bai Lao said, inhaling deeply. For him, this might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. If he were to flee, not only would he risk incurring the wrath of this deity, but he would also have no idea how to evade the little girl intent on pursuing him. Moreover, should he depart, if Meng Xingchen ultimately failed to overcome the demons or discover some extraordinary divine medicine, he might see his remnant soul extinguished over time, vanishing from existence, a fate he could not accept. Of course, most importantly, he sensed the gaze of the demons and realized that the master of this place had noticed his presence. "Xingchen, this journey is fraught with peril. Should you wish to leave, you may take a detour back to Bianlong County. The objectives of these demons and that little girl do not concern you," Bai Lao advised. Encountering an unknown and more powerful demon than those of his past life, even he lacked the confidence to ensure their safety. Xingchen was his only disciple, and he did not wish for him to accompany him to certain death. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Meng Xingchen. "No, Master, wherever you go, I shall follow," Meng Xingchen declared resolutely, his spirit ignited. His current circumstances were a result of Bai Lao's guidance. He could not bear to abandon his master out of fear of death. Therefore, he resolved to accompany Bai Lao to the domain of the demon master. "Very well. Then you shall accompany me," Bai Lao replied. Perceiving the gravity in Meng Xingchen's tone, Bai Lao was momentarily taken aback before he smiled and replied, "Yes, Master. But where shall we search for this deity?" He gestured towards a towering snow-capped peak ahead, resembling a sacred pilgrimage site, and continued, "At the summit of Weishan. The radiance of the river god cascades down, as if a divine mountain has descended to the mortal realm. Under this extraordinary phenomenon, the oppressive aura of the deities and demons in this place gradually dissipates." Meanwhile, Bai Lao's miniature phantom stood upon Meng Xingchen's shoulder as he rode a wild boar towards Weishan. In the imperial capital, within the residence of the 7th princess, Xuanxue's chamber. Upon returning to this location, Xuanxue felt as if she had been granted a second chance at life. A hint of weariness evident in her gaze. The words of the ice and snow divine tower rang true. Thus far, there were only two methods to contend with the formidable deity and demon lurking near the border of the imperial dynasty. The first method, to restore divine powers, was nearly impossible within a millennium, and without such powers, reviving the ice and snow divine tower to its former glory would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, the only viable option remained the second, to assist her royal brother in ascending to deityhood. Pacing back and forth in her chamber, Xuanxue murmured to herself. In her previous life, as the empress of the ice and snow divine dynasty, she was acutely aware of the terrifying force of national destiny. Although the Xianxian dynasty lacked the profound heritage of the Ice and Snow Divine dynasty, should the emperor ascend to deityhood, mobilizing all national fortune to concentrate upon a single individual could provide a measure of self-preservation, even if it could not pose a genuine threat to that deity. As for usurping the position of the emperor of the Xianxian dynasty, that thought flitted through Xuan mind before being swiftly dismissed. The throne of Xuan Ming was a legitimate succession, signifying the natural continuity of the dynasty. A millennium of national fortune would naturally flow from the former emperor to Xuan Ming. If an outsider forcibly seized power, it would equate to a change of dynasty. Even if they ultimately succeeded in claiming the throne, the accumulated national fortune would dissipate, and it would take at least a millennium for a new fortune to rise to previous heights. Though she, in this lifetime, was also of royal blood, the same principle applied. Even if she could bear the national fortune of the Xian royal family, it would amount to no more than half. Therefore, the only possible course for Xuan was to assist Xuan Ming in achieving deityhood. As for whether Xuan Ming would harbor suspicions about her assistance after his ascension, questioning her soul, Xuan felt no concern. Her soul had merged with her innate artifact, the Ice and Snow Divine Tower, rendering it impossible for even a deity to pry into her memories. Even now, although the Ice and Snow Divine Tower had lost much of its power, its material was still sufficient to withstand divine scrutiny. Suddenly, another thought arose within Xuan heart, to actively reveal her identity to attract the demon Lord Lin Ning. It was crucial to recognize that the threat posed by the deities and demons near the border of Bianlong County far surpassed that of demon Lord Lin Ning. It would take nearly a millennium for her to reach such heights, and she wished to appeal to him to join forces, temporarily setting aside grievances to combat the deities and demons. However, upon further reflection, she ultimately decided against it. Without delving into the mortal peril that looms, the malevolent cunning of the demon Lord Lin Ning, who is a staunch believer in the demonic clan, makes it exceedingly difficult for her to place her trust. In contrast, she is far more inclined to assist Xuan Ming in his ascension to become a divine demon. In doing so, as Xuan Ming's sister, she could also invoke the powers of the divine demon to manipulate the nation's fortune, seek out the whereabouts of demon Lord Lin Ning, and relay all of Lin Ning's treachery to Xuan Ming, thereby enabling him to suppress her. This strategy could be deemed a twofold victory, effectively addressing the two most significant threats at present. Chapter 86. I grant you the authority to enshrine the city god, governing the Weho water system. The cultivation of the third prince is beyond the comprehension of even this princess. Alas, it would have been splendid to unveil it during the awakening of the Ice and Snow Divine Tower. Yet, it has once again succumbed to slumber, and to rouse it anew would necessitate depleting its remaining power. Merely to glimpse the third prince's prowess seems a fruitless endeavor. Xuan silently shook her head, lamenting the missed opportunity. Without discerning Xuan Ming's strength, she could not formulate a concrete plan. However, wasting the power of the Ice and Snow Divine Tower was out of the question. This was her most formidable trump card. Until she could replenish it with something imbued with divinity, each usage meant one less to rely upon. And then there was that remnant soul of the earth god. Xuan took a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed. Upon learning that Meng Xingchen was a man, doubts had crept into her mind. Yet, as other information aligned with what she had gathered about the demon sovereign Lin Ning, she had decided to expend some of the Ice and Snow Divine Tower's power to venture to Bianlong County. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated. The youth's extraordinary cultivation speed, aided by the remnant soul of the earth god, was indeed not unexpected. Nevertheless, this incident illuminated for Xuan that the southern continent was far from the tranquility she had envisioned. Numerous unforeseen events lay ahead, complicating her quest to find the demon sovereign Lin Ning. Sigh. After a long pause, Xuan let out a profound sigh. Until now, she had believed that her trump cards from her past life would ensure her invincibility in the southern continent, or at the very least, allow her to safeguard herself. Adopting a dismissive attitude towards both the southern continent and the myriad of creatures within the Wanyao mountain range. After all, having once stood at the pinnacle of the world, even in her mortal reincarnation, her mindset remained fundamentally distinct from that of ordinary individuals. However, This journey to Bianlong County had made her acutely aware that even a divine being reborn must adhere to the laws of the mortal realm. Without sufficiently formidable strength, even the earth gods who had once groveled at her feet could obliterate her. For the first time since her rebirth, her perspective began to shift, prompting her to confront her current self. Meanwhile, at the third prince's residence, breakthrough, a resounding shout echoed throughout a considerable portion of the courtyard. Accompanied by the sound of collapsing structures, a powerful aura surged forth, only to dissipate in an instant. The demon sovereign Lin Ning had successfully broken through to the semi-holy realm. She reigned in her aura. Indeed, for months had sufficed to restore her cultivation to the semi-holy level. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Ning's eyes. This pace of cultivation, in her view, was quite rapid. Oh dear, my goodness, Xuan, did I not advise you to act with discretion? Look at what you have done. You have demolished your cousin's house. Just as the demon sovereign Lin Ning was savoring her newfound strength, a voice of reproach rang in her ears. It was none other than her father in this life, Lin Guixian. At this moment, gazing upon the shattered edifice caused by her breakthrough, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. It is essential to acknowledge that this domicile belongs to His Majesty, and their presence in the imperial capital is solely due to His Majesty's benevolence, permitting them to reside here. Throughout the years, he has tread cautiously, fearful of provoking any calamity. Yet, his daughter remains a perpetual source of concern. Enough already. I have changed significantly. Must you continue to berate me daily? The demon sovereign, Lin Ning, stamped her foot in exasperation, nearly driven to despair. In her former life, she wielded unparalleled power, commanding the demon sect, overshadowing numerous civilizations, and channeling the forces of otherworldly demonic realms. Half human, half demon, her formidable lineage instilled fear across the world. Countless beings have perished at her hands over the eons. Even gods and demons could be piled high. In this life, only she comprehends the extent of her transformation. Yet her father remains oblivious, consistently admonishing her from his singular perspective. This incessant criticism nearly drives her to madness. Is it merely a house? I shall compensate. Lin Ning puffed her cheeks in frustration, turning to the corner of the collapsed structure to retrieve a hidden box. The semi-holy scripture auction previously had cost 1.7 million taels. She had retained 1.6 million for resources to achieve her breakthrough, along with approximately 800,000 taels in banknotes stored within. With such funds, reconstructing a residence, even one as grand as the former prince's abode, would be more than sufficient. However, upon opening the box, her heart sank. Where's my money? In a fit of anger, Lin Ning cast the box aside, failing to locate her previously stored wealth. In the imperial palace, within the Xianyuan Hall, the ethereal figure of the river god manifested. After conveying the report to Xuan Ming, he nodded and glanced toward the already arrived Xuan Xue at the residence of the seventh princess. He intended to glean insights from the youth pursued by Xuan Xue, seeking to unravel the reason for her sudden journey across thousands of miles to chase him. This unusual behavior of Xuan Xue today intrigues me, he mused. If I can acquire information from this youth, perhaps it will elucidate Xuan Xue's origins or intentions. After reporting to His Majesty, the river god added, the youth appears rather ordinary, save for a ring he possesses, which houses the remnant soul of a being at the earth god level. The bond suggests a master-disciple relationship. The river god bowed slightly, delivering his findings. Oh, a ring, a remnant soul of the earth god, a master-disciple connection? Why does this Ming Xingqian evoke a sense of familiarity within me? Xuan Ming raised his eyes thoughtfully. These terms conjured a familiar narrative in his mind. Nanzhou is becoming increasingly intriguing, he mused, stroking his chin in amusement. Not only are there reincarnators, but now even the elder version has emerged. Very well, I shall be informed in detail about these two and subsequently receive their report. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the river god to withdraw. Indeed, the river god took his leave, his ethereal form vanishing within the hall. Xian Xue is a reincarnator, as is Lin Ning. Could there be a connection between them? Furthermore, Ming Xingqian resides so far away, evidently unrelated to Xian Xue. Yet she is able to seek him out directly. After the river god departed, Xuan Ming rubbed his temples, contemplating silently. He resolved to remain in the shadows, extracting the full value from these individuals, gathering it for the land god, ultimately to be reinvested into the dynasty, empowering the populace for martial endeavors. By enhancing the national fortune and fortifying the foundational strength of the dynasty, he would find it relatively easier to control the southern demon domain in the future. Should other demon domains attempt to invade, it would be less daunting to resist and suppress them. In the Weishan territory, Meng Xingchen rode a wild boar all the way to the foot of Weishan, where the boar knelt down, unyielding to his attempts to urge it on. It seemed this was its limit. The remainder of the journey would have to be undertaken on foot. The voice of Elder Bai resonated at an opportune moment in Meng Xingchen's ear. "Very well, master," he replied, reluctantly giving the boar one final pat. He realized that riding a wild boar was far more comfortable than riding a horse. The horse's back was rigid, while the boar's corpulent form offered a pleasantly soft ride. "If only my steed could be a pig," Meng Xingchen mused silently. Lost in thought, Elder Bai's residual spirit emerged from the ring, experiencing the external world for the first time since his essence had diminished. At the moment of his emergence, star-like specks of light continuously emanated from his spirit, dispersing into the surrounding cosmos. This was the essence of Elder Bai. Within the confines of the ring, the decay of his spirit was somewhat mitigated, but exposed to the laws of nature, the dissipation accelerated noticeably. It would not be long before Elder Bai's spirit might vanish entirely from this realm. "Master," Meng Xingchen expressed his concern. "No matter, this step was inevitable. It is a miracle that I survived as long as I have. I feel ashamed." Elder Bai replied with a gentle shake of his head and a sigh. In his prime, he was a revered ancestor of a great civilization, admired by countless mortals. However, during a confrontation with foreign beings, he fell victim to a treacherous ambush. He had thought his life was at an end, only to awaken ensnared within a peculiar ring, seemingly cast down to the Wanyao Mountains amidst the aftermath of battle. For years, Elder Bai had lingered, his former pride and vigor as a divine being nearly extinguished. Only torment remained. If not for the glimmer of hope he found in Meng Xingchen, he might have chosen to end his own existence earlier. He pondered the fate of his old companions. In his civilization, there were 4 divine ancestors in total, perpetually at odds with the foreign beings inhabiting their region. Both sides shared a similar heritage, yet with his fall, their strength had waned. The human race is destined to fall into a disadvantage, a concern that has plagued Ba Lao for many years. The two began their ascent up the mountain, and upon reaching the halfway point, their steps halted as they gazed in astonishment at a particular sight before them. What they beheld was the demon god monkey, imprisoned within 4 towering peaks. Even a deity of the middle realm could be ensnared here. Ba Lao cast a glance at the summit, a ripple of emotion flashing in his eyes. In their civilization, a deity of the middle realm was considered the strongest, and the other race was of a similar caliber. The thought that the mightiest beings of 2 civilizations were so easily imprisoned here profoundly shook Ba Lao's heart, solidifying a thought within him. Meanwhile, the river god, having returned from the Xianhuang Palace, was taken aback to see the master and disciple ascending the mountain. With a wave of his hand, the surroundings began to rapidly retreat. When they regained their footing, the two found themselves at the summit of Wei Mountain, by the shores of Tian Lake. Clearly startled by their sudden relocation, they looked around to find a grand temple, constructed of piled stones, radiating divine brilliance and vibrant colors. Within the temple sat a figure of immense stature, towering at 8 zhang. "Quickly kneel," Ba Lao exclaimed in alarm, urging Meng Xingchen to kneel beside him. "There is no need to kneel," a powerful voice resonated. "Inform this deity of the connection between that girl and yourselves, and why she suddenly pursued you." Just as they were about to kneel, an inexplicable force lifted them, and divine power enveloped the area like mist, gradually manifesting into a magnificent palace. A voice of authority echoed above them. In response to the esteemed deity, this humble servant and his disciple are equally perplexed. "We were intending to seek trouble with the Niu family in Longjuan's Linha city when a girl appeared, addressing my disciple as Demon Lord Lin Ning, and thereafter, we were inexplicably pursued by that white-clad girl." Upon hearing this, both Ba Lao and Meng Xingchen were utterly bewildered. They had done nothing to provoke anyone, yet found themselves entangled with the demon Lord Lin Ning and subsequently hunted by a half-saint, leaving them in a state of confusion throughout. "So it is," the river god noted, observing their souls were in a state of normalcy, indicating they were not deceiving him. "However, is not this demon Lord Lin Ning the cousin of His Majesty? His Majesty's sister seeks to harm His Majesty's cousin." A subtle change crossed the river god's face as he grasped the crux of the matter. "It is best to report this to His Majesty promptly," he murmured, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just as the river god prepared to send his consciousness forth to the imperial city, Ba Lao suddenly bowed deeply. "Esteemed deity, I have learned from your followers that you are the local deity, possessing boundless powers. Might I request that you extend my life? I am willing to offer my most devout faith." Ba Lao inquired with utmost reverence. Though the spirit of the wild boar beast is simplistic, Ba Lao can still sense the formidable power of the river god during his exploration. By offering his own belief power, he may obtain the divine power of petition, granting him the ability to realize his wishes through the deity. This prospect drives Ba Lao to risk his life to ascend the mountain, all for this elusive power of divine petition. Should the deity truly fulfill his desires, he would willingly submit. After all, a miserable existence is preferable to no existence at all. With the hope of survival, Ba Lao would never choose to dissipate or return to a life of mere survival. Behind the minor deity lies a civilization of the human race. If the deity could extend a helping hand, the minor deity would personally advocate for this civilization to become a land of faith for the river god. Gathering his resolve, Ba Lao continued, "Oh." The river god's gaze lingered on Ba Lao for a moment. "Wait here while I report to the emperor." Had Ba Lao merely offered his own belief power, the river god might have been moved, but would likely refrain from intervening. He could discern Ba Lao's dire condition, a fragmented spirit, depleted and nearly destroyed. Although, through divine power, he could utilize belief to reconstruct Ba Lao's form and grant him resurrection, the cost would be significant, greatly delaying his ascent to higher realms. With the earth god and mountain god fervently enhancing their own powers, he was reluctant to fall behind and risk becoming a second-rate deity in the emperor's eyes, making it difficult for Ba Lao to repay him individually. However, the mention of a human civilization carried a different weight. "Yes, I shall obey," Ba Lao responded respectfully, his heart racing. For in the mind of the wild boar, it is the deity known as the emperor who reigns supreme over this divine hierarchy. Even the currently formidable river god serves beneath him. Whether Ba Lao could extend his life hinges on the emperor's will. A nod from the emperor means survival. A shake of the head signifies death. His very existence hangs by a thread, contingent upon the thoughts of this divine emperor, leaving Ba Lao deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, the river god's consciousness arrived at the Xianhuang Palace, where Xuan Ming presides. "Your Majesty, I have uncovered the reason behind Xian Shui's pursuit of Meng Xingqian, the remnant soul of the earth god. It concerns the demon Lord Lin Ning. It appears they share a deadly grudge." Xian Shui mistook Meng Xingqian for Lin Ning and immediately harbored murderous intent, the river god reported with respect. "Ah, I see," Xian Ming mused, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. "I was just contemplating whether there was any connection between these reincarnated beings, and it seems I have my answer." He sat regally upon his throne, rubbing his temples as he considered the troublesome implications of their adversarial relationship. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" Unmasking the two, the river god made a gesture as if to slit his throat. "No need. They should not have realized that we have discovered their identities. For now, our priority is to gather their resources to strengthen the foundation of the dynasty. Moreover, with the divine waves emanating from Xuan soul, it is likely that Lin Ning is not far behind. Once I possess sufficient power, I shall personally investigate these two. Furthermore, observing them, it is evident that as mortal enemies, their encounter will undoubtedly reveal all their hidden cards. This will inevitably lead to the use of whatever generates divine waves, which could impact the imperial capital or other regions." Xianming instructed softly. "The power of the divine level remains an unknown threat that must be approached with caution. In a few days, the fourth summoning of deities and demons will occur. If we can summon a celestial being, Xianming will attempt to uncover the secrets of their souls. The backgrounds of these two have always made Xianming exceedingly vigilant. Let us see. If they can be of use to me, then it shall be as before. If not." Xuan Ming's expression remained calm. Under the imperial authority, there is no room for mercy. The only reason these two are still alive is that Xianming considers their bloodline. Two individuals suspected to be reincarnated celestial beings could provide invaluable insights into this world and expedite the strengthening of the dynasty. However, if these two fundamentally reject his identity, then there is no necessity to keep them around. "Yes, Your Majesty." However, there is one more matter from the river god. The river god revealed the situation regarding the elder. Oh, your divine authority has surpassed the control of the mythic celestial court. With your current divine power, you could appoint regional deities akin to city gods. If he can secure the human civilization outside the myriad demon mountains and bring it under the banner of the divine Xian dynasty, he could become your city god, overseeing a section of the Weha water system. A flicker of intrigue crossed Xuan Ming's eyes. Both the world beyond the myriad demon mountains and the human civilization were compelling prospects for him. If he could learn about the realm beyond from this local deity and leave the imprint of the divine Xian dynasty there, the value of this local deity would be substantial. The cost of creating a divine body is great, yet still within manageable limits. The earth god, river god, and mountain god, having detached from their previous world, have transferred their divine authority to Xuan Ming. Without the constraints of the celestial court, their divine positions are limitless. Besides their inherent strength, their powers are not inferior to those of the true gods, who are described in the system as surpassing ancient deities. Thus, with Xuan Ming's approval, they can indeed establish their own pantheon. As for the matter concerning the local deity, you shall be fully responsible. If you require additional personnel, report to me, and I shall send aid. Yes, I shall obey your command. The river god respectfully takes his leave. How is this chapter of 5300, my dear? Chapter 87. Enfeoffment of the city god of Bianlong County, rebirth of Xiangda in the northern Spirit Canyon a century ago. In the Weishan territory, the aged scholar awaited with trepidation. He surveyed the bronze temple. Unlike the land goddess abode, the river goddess sanctuary was graced by a meandering river, its destination unknown, flowing beneath the stone bridge where the two stood. The entire temple appeared to float upon this river, drifting in tandem with its currents. As it flowed, countless specks of starlight cascaded down from the temple's apex, ultimately merging into the river, gently swirling along with its waters. Along the banks, ethereal figures of the human race intermittently emerged, either drawing water from the river or seated by the shore, quenching their thirst directly from the waters. With each action of these spectral figures, the starlight that fell into the river was similarly drawn away or consumed. As the temple traversed the river, various architectural phantoms materialized, and shadows of humanity danced within them, as though it were a realm of civilizational observation. The winding river vividly illustrated a tapestry of human civilization. Upon witnessing this scene, the aged scholar and Meng Xingchen exchanged glances, both suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity, realizing with a start that it was the ethereal reflection of Bianlong County, the city by the river, with the Weha River flowing through it. It seemed that the spiritual essence within the Weha was a divine blessing bestowed by the river god upon the mortal realm, a beneficence for all beings. Amusingly, the scholar had previously mistaken it for a form of divine elixir. His eyes widened in surprise, shaking his head inwardly. He should have foreseen this. Even a divine elixir would only bestow blessings upon nearby entities. Beyond 100 miles, its reach would often be limited. And the Weha, how could it be confined to mere hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of miles? Just as the scholar was lost in thought, the river god on the divine seat returned his focus to the temple's essence. The lingering soul of the earth god, Bai Chun, awaited orders. The voice of the river god resounded powerfully, instantly drawing the scholar's spirit back. Bai Chun was present. The aged scholar was stirred, hastily bowing in reverence. Bai Chun was his mortal name, as well as his divine appellation. In his civilizational domain, he was revered as the ancestor Bai Chun, by the decree of the emperor. This deity can enfeoff you as the city god of Bianlong County, bestowing peace and well-being upon the populace. This enfeoffment could extend your lifespan by a millennium, allowing you to exist as a normal deity without the fear of your soul dissipating. However, should you fail to transcend to a higher realm within that millennium, your soul shall return to the netherworld. The condition for this enfeoffment is that you must pledge an oath to this deity. Should you ultimately fail to integrate the human civilization into the divine Xian Empire, your position as city god of Bianlong County shall ignite into raging flames of karmic retribution, tormenting your soul for a millennium. Do you consent? The river god's voice boomed like rolling thunder, resonating within the scholar's heart, causing his spirit to tremble. The humble deity consents and hereby pledges an oath to the esteemed river god. should I fail to lead the Qingyu civilization into the divine Xian Empire. I willingly accept the punishment of karmic flames. The aged scholar spoke with trepidation. The divine sound that resonated moments ago seemed etched deep within his soul. Should he dare to defy it, it would undoubtedly manifest as the infernal flames of the red lotus, scorching his very essence. Very well, for the time being. You shall await. I shall forge for you a corporeal form of a city god, at which time you may send dreams to any individual within the Qingyu civilization, guiding and persuading them to become a part of the divine Xian dynasty. The river god nodded in satisfaction. Although he wielded the authority of a righteous deity, his current divine power remained somewhat lacking. The creation of a city god's embodiment would deplete 90% of the faith he had amassed during this period, a staggering price. Should the elder fail to fulfill his oath, he would naturally face retribution. The minor deity complied, respectfully kneeling. After exiting the river goddess temple, the master and disciple temporarily settled by the shores of Tianhu Lake. Though the elder was thrilled at the prospect of his revival, a sense of doubt lingered within him. What the deity had articulated was the integration of the Qingyu civilization into the divine Xian dynasty, not merely under his command, which caused the elder to furrow his brow in contemplation. Could it be that the esteemed deity was reliant on the divine Xian dynasty? The elder stroked his chin, only to shake his head in immediate dismissal. The deity stood firm outside the divine Xian dynasty, presiding over the myriad demon mountains, his power unfathomable. The dynasty was merely a realm of mortals. No. Suddenly, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. The emperor, he murmured. He realized that the master deity's divine lineage bore an astonishing resemblance to that of the imperial sovereign of the dynasty. In an instant, the elder's countenance transformed, first astonished, then incredulous, ultimately consumed by profound shock. Indeed, while the divine Xian dynasty was undeniably a realm of mortals, the one who governed it was not necessarily so. The divine lineage to which the esteemed deity belonged must be rooted in the very foundation of the divine Xian dynasty. The stronger the dynasty, the greater its national fortune. Amidst this, whose interests would be most paramount? Undoubtedly, that of the imperial sovereign. The elder inhaled deeply, contemplating slowly. Only divine beings could wield and perceive the existence of national fortune, which significantly enhanced the power of these entities. If his conjecture held true, then the emperor within the wild boar's spirit. In light of this, the esteemed deity's words became crystal clear. As he pondered, the elder gazed toward the center of the dynasty, bowing in reverence. Just as he was about to impart wisdom to his disciple, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the disciple had conjured a rod approximately 30 feet in length, preparing to cast it down the slopes of Weishan Mountain. "What are you doing?" the elder inquired, slightly perplexed. "I am fishing for boars." At the moment his master made his request, the disciple had secretly become a devotee of the divine deity, asking for a fishing rod capable of catching large boars. Meng Xingqian explained, flinging the rod into the forest below Weishan Mountain, eagerly awaiting a boar to take the bait. Now that his master had become part of the dynasty, he too would serve it. He aspired to become a unique born knight of the dynasty, and one day, should he rise to the rank of a military leader, he intended to establish a legion of boar knights to expand the dynasty's territories. The divine form of the river god stood majestically within the realm of the gods. The divine path and the divine domain, founded upon reality, opened a portal to an ethereal world, existing in the liminal space between the tangible and the intangible. To the naked eye, one could perceive a faint white thread rising slowly above the heads of the numerous ferocious beasts within the confines of Weishan, as well as the common folk and imperial warriors who had partaken of the waters of the Weha River. These threads were manifestations of faith, an unseen blessing of power. Only the divine path could materialize this essence to alter reality. Other doctrines could only harness it without a deeper comprehension. Now, the collective faith had coalesced into a colossal orb of spiritual energy. The river god had initially intended to accumulate this power, awaiting the opportune moment to refine it entirely, merging it into his own divine symbols to ascend to the celestial domain. However, now, in pursuit of a force of civilization, he was compelled to invest it prematurely. To the north of the Xian dynasty's Kaiyang County lay a region approximately 3,000 miles in diameter, characterized by a complex canyon where 7 mountains converged. The canyon's periphery was enveloped in thorny vines exuding an unusual scent, rendering it impossible for ferocious beasts to detect any signs of life within. The active venomous insects and fierce creatures surrounding the vines ensured that any unwitting beast that ventured here met its demise. Additionally, the extending mountain range acted as a barrier, preventing any large groups of beings from traversing the canyon. Such formidable obstacles transformed this locale, known as the North Spirit Canyon, into a rare sanctuary amidst the myriad mountains. The canyon itself was not particularly narrow, yet it was not expansive either. The undulating terrain revealed various structures constructed along its gentle slopes. Notably, there were two distinct bifurcation points. To the north, majestic edifices housed the massive bodies of the barbarian tribes, occupying approximately 4/5 of the canyon's expanse. Conversely, the southern region featured diminutive buildings where human tribes resided, claiming the last bastion of safety within the canyon. This area was known as Wolf Fort, shrouded in darkness by a towering mountain that obstructed all light, rendering it a grim and desolate place. Resources were scarce here. Only an abundance of moss thrived, while the land of the barbarians basked in sunlight, abundant with food and medicinal herbs, thriving under the radiant energy that permeated the air. Many had wished for the mountain's disappearance over the millennia, yet they understood that it was precisely this mountain that shielded them from the onslaught of myriad beasts. Without it, their survival over the 1,000 years would have been perilous. Grandfather, have we humans always been this feeble, subjugated by the barbarians for generations? By a brook, an elder of innate strength sat cross-legged upon a smooth stone, shaking his head gently. Before him stood a group of children, their fists clenched in indignation as they absorbed the history of the North Spirit Canyon relayed by the elder. It is not entirely true. At least 9 centuries ago, we stood in defiance against the barbarians. However, on a fateful day 900 years past, a formidable gray wolf intruded into the North Spirit Valley. This wolf was exceptionally powerful, ascending to the level of a sacred beast, accompanied by a pack of other wolves that regarded both the human and barbarian races as mere prey, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Eventually, the two races united to drive the pack away. Yet, it was during this tumultuous time that the human race suffered significant losses due to a desperate counterattack from some wolves. At that juncture, the disparities in strength between the two races were not yet pronounced, and they continued to stand in opposition. As time progressed, however, the younger generations of both races grew, and the human race, having lost a portion of its strength while expelling the wolves, began to dwindle in comparison to the barbarians, ultimately becoming nearly subordinate to them. The elder sighed repeatedly, lamenting the relentless march of civilization and evolution. Each moment lost meant a step backward. In this ebb and flow, the humans of North Spirit Valley found themselves in their current plight. Do not worry, grandfather. Our generation shall surely overthrow the barbarian rule, a young boy declared, his fists clenched, his eyes shimmering with a hexagram pattern. His expression radiated confidence, imbued with a maturity and composure that set him apart from other children. The reason for this, of course, was his rebirth from a century hence. 100 years later, the barbarians deemed the humans devoid of value and completely annihilated them. By that time, although the boy had matured into a sage, the accumulated power of the barbarians over millennia was beyond the capacity of a single sage to withstand, leading to the ultimate downfall of the human race and his own demise at the Wolf Fortress. Though he could not fathom how he had mysteriously returned to his childhood, he was resolute in his determination to alter the fate of the humans in North Spirit Valley in this life. This time, it would be the barbarians who faced extinction, not the humans. In his previous life, he had ascended to the realm of the sacred within 100 years, entirely due to acquiring the legacy of a divine demon. This relic of the divine demon lay hidden amidst the surrounding mountains, and he must find the opportune moment to claim it, for it contained a wealth of resources left behind by the divine demon. The boy, Xiangda, contemplated silently. In his former life, when he was in his early 20s, he had contemplated venturing into the 10,000 Demons mountain range to seek a path for the human race, only to inadvertently stumble into a stone cave. This cave was a relic of a divine demon, known as the fallen domain of the hexagram god. The hexagram god, having traversed from beyond the heavens, was ambushed and ultimately fell here. By sheer coincidence, he had gained the legacy of the hexagram god while lost within the cave. Within this legacy lay not only the divine demon's profound techniques, but also the resources accumulated over millennia. In his previous life, he had spent decades cultivating within the cave, achieving the status of a sage, only to return and find the human race under siege by the barbarians, leading to his untimely demise and the loss of vast resources. This unfortunate fate was solely due to the immense time he had devoted to mastering the hexagram goddess techniques. However, in this life, he had already begun to integrate the hexagram goddess teachings. Upon rediscovering that stone cave relic, he would only need to refine the resources within. Inevitably, one must grow to heights far surpassing their past life. When that time comes, the barbarian tribes will find it far from simple to massacre the human race. It is imperative to seek an opportune moment to depart from this place, Xiangda thought quietly. The significance of the divine and demonic relics is immense. If he were unaware, it would be one thing, but now that he is acutely aware of the location of such a relic, the urgency to secure it weighs heavily on his heart. However, leaving the North Spirit Valley would mean facing a multitude of ferocious beasts, and he must ensure his safe passage to that stone cave before he sets forth. At that very moment, a tremor suddenly resonated beneath their feet. What has transpired outside the mountains? The elder, who had previously recounted tales, gazed anxiously towards the southern mountains of Wolf Fortress. Recently, tremors had been occurring at intervals. Initially faint, they had now become distinctly perceptible beneath his feet. It was evident that whatever was causing these vibrations was drawing closer to the Wolf Fortress. The Wanyao mountain range is fraught with peril. Even a saint may fall, if not cautious. The elder was deeply concerned about the horrifying creature that was responsible for the tremors, a creature that could eventually locate the Wolf Fortress and annihilate its human inhabitants. Meanwhile, Xiangda was preoccupied with thoughts of how to leave the North Spirit Valley, oblivious to the tremors. The elder wasted no time. He resolved to report the matter of the tremors to the saint residing in the Wolf Fortress. On the other side, the source of the persistent tremors reaching the Wolf Fortress was the pioneering sacred beasts. A powerful group of sacred beasts, including the demon ape, had emerged from among the 250 sacred beasts, swiftly penetrating the chaotic Yang mountain range and delving deep into the Wanyao mountain range. Accompanying them were Wu Ming, the Hanyuan saint, and Nangong Tianlong. Concerned about potential mischief, Wu Ming deliberately kept Nangong Tianlong close at hand, while delegating the task of informing the Wolf Fortress of their findings to a member of Nangong Tianlong's team. However, without the protection of a saint, that individual would require some time to traverse the vast mountains and return to the fortress. The task of pioneering was left to the sacred beasts, while Wu Ming and his companions leisurely followed behind. During this time, the demon ape approached Wu Ming, signaling for Nangong Tianlong and the Hanyuan saint to join in the excavation efforts. However, their attempts were too slow, leading them to abandon the endeavor. At the current pace, the path would surely be cleared within 3 days. By then, the North Spirit Valley would be incorporated into the dynasty, allowing for the establishment of fortifications along the newly forged road, paving the way for new cities, Wu Ming mused. The cleared path would be level, suitable for constructing cities that could serve both as strongholds and supply depots. Just as Wu Ming spoke, a sacred beast hastily approached the trio. A wave of divine consciousness brushed against Wu Ming's ear. "Oh, a cave emanating an aura surpassing yours." Wu Ming's eyes narrowed, his spirit stirred. It is noteworthy that these beings are sacred beasts, entities of the saint realm. Beyond their breath, only beings from the realms of gods and demons can exist. Could it be that there are remnants of divine or demonic nature in this place? Unnamed inhaled deeply. If that were the case, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. If Xiangda were present, he would surely be weeping inconsolably in the restroom. This chapter contains 4,500 treasures. What are your thoughts on it? Chapter 88. The Fourth Summoning of Gods and Demons. The astonished sage of North Spirit Valley, approximately 1,500 miles from the Wolf Fortress of North Spirit Valley. There lies a rather inconspicuous hill, modest in stature, yet reaching a height of 100 meters. This hill is adorned with lush vegetation, vibrant and thriving, starkly contrasting the barren appearance of the surrounding mountains. As one approaches, the air is imbued with wisps of pure spiritual energy emanating from within. The sacred beasts have carved a lengthy path through the hillside, leading directly toward Kaiyang County, flanked by towering mountains that dominate the view. Yet, This small hill stands resolutely in the direct path forged by the sacred beasts. An inexplicable aura, hinting at power beyond the saint realm, instills a sense of trepidation among the sacred beasts, causing them to hesitate in their advance. Upon investigation, the source of this enigmatic presence is traced to an entrance nestled within the small hill. The trio, Xuan Ming, Nangong Tianlong, and Han Yuan, find themselves at the mouth of the cave, under the watchful eyes of numerous sacred beasts. Is this the entrance to the relics of gods and demons? Xuan Ming casts a glance at the overgrown weeds surrounding the cave entrance, his brow furrowing slightly. It is evident that this place has fallen into disrepair, weathered by countless years of erosion, permeated by the scent of decaying vegetation and crumbling stone. Should we circumvent this mountain? Nangong Tianlong's gaze lingers on the dark interior of the cave, a sense of fear creeping into his heart, as if touching this mountain could unleash unforeseen calamity. Han Yuan, clad in a pink robe, mirrors this apprehension, trembling visibly. Let us temporarily seal this place, Xuan Ming replies, nodding towards a sacred beast, issuing a subtle command. Indeed, there is an aura here that surpasses the saint realm, yet he does not perceive any imminent threat. It seems the essence has long been eroded, losing its original potency. Nevertheless, in matters concerning gods and demons, Xuan Ming remains vigilant. He instructs 4 sacred beasts to secure the area while the others continue their excavation. As time progresses, the sacred beasts' efforts expand further. In the North Spirit Valley, an elder of innate talent relays the unsettling tremors to another human sage stationed at the Wolf Fortress. Sage Zhang Hao. The tremors are indeed palpable, growing increasingly intense. What could possibly cause the earth to quake so? Zhang Hao places his hand upon the ground, attuning himself to its vibrations. After a prolonged moment, he gazes up at the towering mountains that have long shielded the North Spirit people. A flicker of unease crossing his eyes. His perception delves deep beneath the surface. This tremor originating from the south extends far beyond the Wolf Fortress, resonating throughout the surrounding terrain and even further afield. This realization breeds a sense of apprehension within him. With Nangong Tianlong leading a small expedition away from the Wolf Fortress in search of a new refuge, only he remains as the solitary sage to guard the fortress. Its strength significantly waned. Should a dire invasion occur at this juncture, the consequences could be dire. With his strength, it seems rather challenging to protect the entire race. You should gather the women, the elderly, and the young from the tribe and urge them to move northward as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, summon the able-bodied members of the tribe to take turns guarding Wolf Fortress Mountain, ensuring that the tremors shaking the earth do not extend to our stronghold. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and issued his commands. In the face of uncertainty regarding the source of the disturbance, he could only prepare in advance. The ancient elder nodded and departed, while he ascended into the air, ultimately landing upon Wolf Fortress Mountain. There was nothing to behold. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed southward, but the distance of 1,000 miles rendered the divine beast invisible to him for the time being. Very well, I shall remain here for the time being, he thought, shaking his head slightly and letting out a deep sigh. The northern spirit race had always faced difficulties. The resources of the canyon had been nearly entirely seized by the barbaric tribes, while the myriad beasts' mountain range was merciless, with divine beasts rampaging and ferocious birds soaring overhead. The brutal conditions on both sides left the northern spirit race struggling to survive. Yet now, amidst such harsh circumstances, it appeared that a great calamity was rising from the south, leaving Zhang Hao feeling a sense of powerlessness. Is there truly a path to survival for the human race on this land? Zhang Hao could not help but question the heavens, though no reply would come. What is the matter? Why must we relocate to the north? Young Xiangda, following a group of the elderly and children, felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. He had just been preparing to ascend Wolf Fortress Mountain and leave the northern Spirit Canyon when he was met with news of the evacuation, which he found utterly incomprehensible. It is worth noting that during this time in his previous life, Wolf Fortress was peaceful and tranquil. How could it be that the elderly and children must suddenly be moved? There seems to be a disturbance in the south. The esteemed sage has ordered us to temporarily distance ourselves from that area, the ancient elder responded. A disturbance in the south? Xiangda's expression shifted. He vividly remembered that the ruins of the divine and demonic beings lay to the south. Could it be that something has transpired within those ruins? No. I must make haste to get there. A sense of urgency surged within Xiangda. Those ruins were critical to his ability to alter the fate of the northern spirit race a century hence. It was of utmost importance that nothing go awry. The chaos here presents an opportune moment to depart. Surveying his surroundings, Xiangda noticed the turmoil and quietly melded into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Somewhere within Wolf Fortress, there existed a narrow crevice nestled between two mountains, leading out to the outside world, a discovery Xiangda had stumbled upon by chance. He had initially intended to traverse Wolf Fortress Mountain to reach the land of divine and demonic beings directly, but now, with the sage Zhang Hao guarding that area, he had to seek another means of escape. Fortunately, during this period, he had diligently practiced the six-pointed star divine technique, managing to reach the postnatal realm, granting him a modicum of self-defense amidst the vast mountain range. Xiangda thought to himself, this was also one of the reasons he dared to leave the northern spirit canyon. Had he remained an ordinary child, as in his former life, he would never have had the courage to depart at such a time. The ancient relic of gods and demons lies 1,000 miles from the North Spirit Valley. For an ordinary person, reaching it would require at least 10 days of relentless travel, and the perilous mountains are teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, making survival nearly impossible. In truth, he intended to break through to the innate stage before venturing into the myriad beasts mountain range for a safer passage. Yet, he could no longer afford to wait. If the relic were to be lost, the outcome a century hence would likely be irrevocably altered. Despite his extraordinary talent and mastery of divine and demonic techniques, ascending to such heights within a mere century was implausible. Without such an elevation, even the pinnacle of the sacred realm would struggle to change the fate that awaited them. It is worth noting that a century later, the barbarian dynasty would seemingly have embraced a tribe from the vast grasslands, their power and heritage unprecedented, boasting at least 3 sacred realm experts, against whom none could contend. If, within this century, humanity fails to nurture 3 sacred realm experts or does not produce a divine being, they would undoubtedly meet the same fate as in their past. Days slipped by. Zhang Hao, stationed at Wolf Fortress Mountain, had not slept for several nights. During this time, his senses extended across the land. Increasingly discerning the clarity of impending tremors, he instinctively sensed that something was approaching them. However, he dared not venture forth alone. Should he leave this place, humanity would be without a protector. Whether from barbarian incursions or beastly invasions, the potential for catastrophic losses loomed ominously. Thus, no matter how anxious Zhang Hao felt, he had no choice but to remain at Wolf Fortress Mountain, awaiting the unfolding of events. He pondered the whereabouts of Nangong Tianlong and his companions, wondering if they had discovered a suitable refuge for humanity. With a deep sigh, he recalled their departure from the North Spirit Valley. He both hoped that Nangong Tianlong would find a new haven and yearned for their swift return. The weight of humanity's safety rested solely on his shoulders, and the absence of collaboration in devising strategies left him with an overwhelming sense of burden. Suddenly, as he momentarily drifted into distraction, an inexplicable, muffled sound jolted him back to reality. What was that noise? Zhang Hao sprang to his feet and scanned the surroundings. Master Saint, look ahead. It appears there are numerous immense shadows among the towering mountains. A semi-saint warrior, trembling, pointed towards the horizon with a look of terror etched upon his face, having fallen in shock from the very sound that had startled him. The status of a semi-saint reflects a foundation far more solid than that of an ordinary person, rendering a fall virtually inconceivable. Yet, the events unfolding ahead had so unnerved this formidable being that he faltered and collapsed. This suggested the presence of something truly dreadful, capable of overwhelming even the will of a semi-saint. With this realization, Zhang Hao quickly lifted his gaze towards the south, his heart racing. There, in the southern expanse, shrouded in mist, the outlines of colossal figures could be faintly discerned moving amongst the mountains. These forms, though appearing smaller than the mountains themselves, were indeed titanic, for humanity, standing in their midst, seemed almost invisible, particularly given the great distance from their current location. What could cast such a large shadow? A veil of gloom settled over Zhang Hao's heart. Another day passed, yet the mist persisted, though the silhouettes had drawn closer. He could discern that their forms appeared even more massive than the day before. Zhang Hao understood this was merely an optical illusion. The shadows were always of that size. But the farther away they were, the smaller they seemed. Now that they were nearer, they loomed larger in his sight. What could these entities be? And what were they doing? A hint of unease flickered in Zhang Hao's gaze. On the following day, the figures approached even closer, and the fog enveloping them gradually lifted. Yet, Zhang Hao still could not discern what they were. Compared to yesterday, however, his anxiety had intensified. He had a nagging sense that these beings were heading towards their wolf fortress. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat further, or if necessary, seek assistance from the barbarians. A chill ran through Zhang Hao's heart as he issued his command. The prospect of seeking aid from the barbarians, given the tenuous relationship between humans and them, underscored the immense pressure weighing on his mind. On the third day, Zhang Hao dared not close his eyes. As the night gradually faded, the sun rose in the south, its blinding rays causing him discomfort. Yet, he persevered, peering towards the south, and at last, he beheld the true nature of the figures shrouded in mist. His eyes widened in shock and terror. The silhouettes were revealed to be massive, ferocious beasts. It had been a foregone conclusion in the myriad beasts mountain range. Who else could possess such size? Such colossal forms could only belong to sacred beasts. Upon witnessing these sacred beasts, Zhang Hao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, leaving him weak and powerless. The size of feral beasts increases with their strength. Could there be any alternative to sacred beasts of such magnitude? As a sage, he had previously encountered the blackbird sacred beast and had a profound understanding of their terror. Even if these sacred beasts were not as fearsome as the blackbird, who could stand against such numbers? Even the barbarians would lack the strength to resist. If Zhang Hao felt so overwhelmed, the others would be even less capable. At that moment, a semi-saint elder emerged from beyond the mountains. The very one who had departed with Nangong Tianlong. Nangong Tianlong was left amidst the sacred beasts, unable to send word, thus sending this elder back to the wolf fortress to inform Zhang Hao of the saints, allowing him to prepare for the arrival of these sacred beasts under the auspices of the divine mysterious empire. Sage Lord, the semi-saint elder gasped, having rushed back without pause, utterly exhausted and sustained solely by sheer will. However, upon calling out to Zhang Hao, he found him equally worn and fatigued, casting a shadow of doubt upon the elder. Observing the others stationed at the wolf fortress, they too bore a similar appearance. Fang Yuan, is that you? Zhang Hao gazed at the unexpectedly appeared semi-holy elder, clearly unprepared for such a presence at this moment. Quickly, where is Nangong Tianlong? Urgently summon him back. Zhang Hao seemed to regain some strength as he spoke hastily. With so many sacred beasts emerging, an unprecedented tidal wave of beasts was surely imminent. Although the presence of Nangong Tianlong would not guarantee their defense, it would undoubtedly bolster the North Spirit human tribe's strength, preserving their vital forces as much as possible. Reporting to the esteemed sage, the Holy Master Tianlong did not accompany his subordinates back. Instead, he remains temporarily within the sacred beast herd to carve a path. He should arrive here shortly. The semi-holy elder respectfully replied. What sacred beast herd? Upon hearing the first half of the elder's words, a surge of panic coursed through Zhang Hao's heart. However, the latter half made his heart leap. It is indeed the case. The Holy Master Tianlong is currently among them and will not take long to reach us. The semi-holy elder turned to point towards the very herd of sacred beasts that had nearly caused Zhang Hao to faint earlier. You say Tianlong is where? Zhang Hao's heart trembled violently. Were it not for the casual manner in which the semi-holy elder spoke, he might have thought the elder was implying that Nangong Tianlong was among the beasts. But now, it appeared to be more complicated than that. Zhang Hao felt utterly bewildered. Not only him, but the entire North Spirit human tribe stationed at Wolf Fortress was equally perplexed. They could not comprehend how humans could mingle amongst sacred beasts. Had it not been for their familiarity with the semi-holy elder, they would never have believed his words. Indeed, the Holy Master Tianlong has been leading us through the Wan Yao mountain range. The semi-holy elder recounted all that they had seen and experienced on their journey. You mean to say that you discovered a human dynasty capable of controlling sacred beasts? Zhang Hao gaped, his face a mask of astonishment. Unable to close his mouth for a long while, he could scarcely fathom that the group of sacred beasts suddenly appearing south of Wolf Fortress was actually. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. After approximately 2 days, the herd of sacred beasts finally arrived at the foot of Wolf Fortress. Gazing upon the dense and formidable sacred might, Zhang Hao nearly fell to his knees. Zhang Hao, are you shocked? Nangong Tianlong emerged from among the sacred beasts, having been a friend of Zhang Hao for a century, and this time, he intended to tease him a bit. Meanwhile, the connection of two civilizations was completed. Wu Ming promptly reported to Xuan Ming. In the imperial capital, within the royal palace, at the Xianhuang Hall. Has it arrived? Xuan Ming sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze penetrating as he examined the contents on the jade talisman. With a flicker of his mind, a pale blue card materialized in his palm. It was the summoning card for the Sacred Realm Legion. Just as Xuan Ming contemplated its use, a sudden system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! The summoning opportunities for the Moon God Demon have been refreshed. It has been detected that the host possesses one summoning chance. Would you like to proceed with the summoning? This chapter consists of 500 words. How is this chapter, my dear? Are there any issues that require improvement? Please share your thoughts in the comments section. Starting tomorrow, the word count for each chapter will be set at a minimum of 4000 words. For the time being, there will be 3 updates. And as the author's skills develop, there may be 4 or even 5 updates. Chapter 89. The Arrival of the Moon-Worshipping Lord, the Divine Laws of Cultivation. Departing from the ruins of gods and demons. In the Xianhuang Hall, Xuan Ming was about to employ the Sacred Realm Legion's summoning card when the voice of the system suddenly resonated, causing a subtle shift in his expression. Another month had passed, and Xuan Ming sighed softly. Unbeknownst to him, it had already been 4 months since he ascended to the throne. During these 4 months, the gravest crisis he encountered pertained to the myriad demon mountains. However, with the insights gleaned from the demon god Great Ape regarding the myriad demon mountains, this crisis had been significantly mitigated, as long as the divine Shen dynasty remained discreet. The current circumstances in the southern demon domain would naturally not attract the attention of other demon realms. Of course, even if they did take notice, Xuan Ming felt no fear. His sole concern lay in the potential invasion by these demon realms targeting the human identity of the divine Shen dynasty, which could hinder its evolutionary progress and weaken his power. Ordinary individuals might act without regard for consequences, but he could not afford such luxury. As an emperor, a moment's misjudgment could result in the demise of countless subjects and the waste of invaluable resources. Naturally, Xuan Ming preferred not to squander the majority of his time in warfare. Achieving victory without shedding blood would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Even if that route proved unfeasible, he could utilize this time to accumulate strength, ensuring that he could crush any opposition with absolute might, thereby averting needless depletion of resources. Fortunately, the internal structure of the dynasty was well organized, with civil and military officials coordinating effectively and local governments adhering to established protocols that had been passed down through generations. After 3 or 4 morning courts each month, the significant matters requiring Xuan Ming's personal attention were remarkably few. This afforded him ample time to strategize regarding the myriad demon mountains. However, prior to becoming the high priest of southern lands, the divine Shen dynasty's ambitions would not be confined solely to the southern continent. Xuan Ming merely sought to avoid detection by other high priest demon realms during this interval. Yet, this did not imply a cessation in his quest for growth. Currently, he had discovered additional regions of human civilization beyond the southern continent, and subjugating these areas would not be a trivial endeavor. Thus, Xuan Ming required a greater number of capable individuals and formidable forces. The opportunity to summon divine beings occurred once a month and could not be accumulated. Xuan Ming would certainly seize this chance. He wondered which formidable deity from the myriad realms he would summon this time. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on Xuan Ming's face. In the first summoning of a divine being, the Sword Saint, an unnamed entity whose prowess rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his predecessor, quelled the tumult in the imperial capital and enabled him to transition from merely stabilizing his throne to fully commanding this time-honored dynasty. In the second summoning, 3 divine lords, each residing in different domains, endowed the southern continent with its first semblance of self-defense against the impending threat of the myriad demon mountains, successfully repelling any adversaries attempting to invade the divine Shen dynasty, with the demon god Great Ape serving as a prime example. In the third summoning of a divine being, in the realm of mountains and rivers, there exists a deity of the unknown world, a being of unparalleled prowess, embodying the essence of the wild. This figure, possessing the bones of a dragon, has empowered the divine Shen dynasty to the extent of engaging with the southern demon domain. thus earning the right to transcend the South Continent. As for the fourth summoning, Xuan Ming reclined slightly upon the dragon throne, contemplating inwardly. Summon forth. Ding. Summoning in progress. Host, please hold on. Xuan Ming remained unperturbed, awaiting patiently. Moments later, ding. Summoning complete. Congratulations, host. For summoning the divine demon. Moon worship leader, water demon beast. Moon worship leader, water demon beast. Xuan Ming's spirit trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that this fourth summoning would yield such formidable entities. Xuan Ming murmured softly, his gaze flickering with astonishment upon reading the name of the moon worship leader. This title was not unfamiliar to him. In the realm of immortal heroes, this being had almost single-handedly brought about the end of worlds. It is essential to recognize that the world of immortal heroes is no ordinary realm. It is home to the sword sage of Mount Shu, hailed as a saint among mortals, and the legendary goddess Enwa, who is said to have created the entire world. Although the moon worship leader ultimately faced defeat, his power remained nothing short of terrifying. The water demon beast, a subordinate of the moon worship leader, possessed abilities that defied the heavens. Born of water, it was nearly indestructible. During the primordial era, it was sealed only by the direct intervention of the goddess Enwa. Due to its immortal nature, only the descendants of Enwa and later generations could hope to contain it. System, display the personal profile of the moon worship leader. Xuan Ming commanded in his mind. Instantly, a pale blue light screen materialized. Personal profile of the moon worship leader. Divine demon, moon worship leader. Race, human. Cultivation, first level of celestial god realm. Revised, celestial and ancient gods elevated from extreme to ninth level. Technique, lunar divine art. Divine ability, domain of the moon god. Overturning the sun and moon. Weapon, power of moonlight. Origin, world of immortal heroes. Personal profile of the water demon beast, pet. Divine demon, water demon beast. Race, ancient five-spirit demon beast clan. Cultivation, first level of celestial god realm. Technique, 5 elements water divine path. Divine ability, born of water. Earth-shattering, snowstorm, and ice age. Weapon, water of the world. Origin, world of immortal heroes. Celestial god realm. Truly a being that almost brought about the end of the world. Xuan Ming's expression grew serious. However, he soon shook his head inwardly. Indeed, the celestial god realm is immensely powerful. Yet, the depths of the immortal world are profound. The goddess Enwa, capable of creating worlds and reversing time, has personally laid out her plans. Even if the moon worship leader reaches the celestial god realm, he remains ultimately powerless to alter his fate. Ding. The moon worship leader shall arrive beside the host within the span of an hour. The system's notification resounded. Xuan Ming maintained a serene countenance, devoid of any surprise. Beyond the southern regions, amidst the dense forest, silence reigned. Suddenly, it was as if a dreadful entity had descended upon this realm. The entire space trembled violently, ripples spreading forth. In an instant, a colossal spatial rift was torn open by an inexplicable force. From within the rift emerged a man draped in a deep crimson robe, his long hair cascading over his shoulders. Each step he took was as if laden with immense weight, causing the very fabric of space to quiver. His expression was austere, and his eyes bore a detached gaze, as though he had seen through the trivialities of the world. Hanging at his waist was a water spirit beast figurine, emanating a shimmering blue light, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint ripples around the figurine, as if a tremendous pressure was emanating from it, rendering the space itself nearly unbearable. In the next moment, he stepped forward and vanished into the mountains. After his departure, the space gradually healed, and tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. At Wolf Fortress, despite repeated confirmations that these sacred beasts residing in the mountains posed no threat and were reinforcements from the divine Xian Empire, St. Zhonghao still felt as though he were in a dream. Though he possessed the cultivation of a saint, at this moment, he felt his legs grow weak beneath him. Senior, how should we proceed from here? Should we collaborate with these sacred beasts to clear a path through Wolf Fortress Mountain and allow them entry? Or? Zhonghao inquired cautiously. They had lived for generations in the North Spirit Canyon, their understanding exceedingly limited. Even a saint like him, upon encountering these sacred beasts, was overwhelmed by feelings of disbelief at the pinnacle of his comprehension. how much more so the North Spirit tribes, who, upon witnessing these beasts, would likely erupt into chaos. Fortunately, he had previously commanded the temporary relocation of people to the northern part of Wolf Fortress, and the obstruction of sight by Wolf Fortress Mountain had prevented any immediate disturbance from the arrival of these sacred beasts. However, with subsequent actions, such concealment would surely be fleeting. Thus, he sought to inquire, preparing in advance to avert any uncontrollable events. Meanwhile, Nangong Tianlong also turned his gaze toward the nameless figure. Until now, he had only known that the nameless aimed to establish a direct route between two civilizations, yet the specific intentions remained unclear to him. Presently, he felt perplexed. Is it your intention to make this land a part of the Empire's territory? The nameless subtly conveyed Xuan Ming's thoughts. Zhang Hao was taken aback. If the esteemed Empire can accommodate us, we are indeed grateful. However, regarding the barbarian tribes, just as Zhang Hao was about to elucidate the relationship and strength concerning the barbarian tribes, he abruptly fell silent. His mindset had yet to shift, still viewing the power of the barbarian tribes in the North Spirit Canyon through the lens of his previous perspective. Indeed, in their eyes, the barbarian dynasty appears immensely powerful, occupying 80% of the Northern Spirit Valley and boasting 5 saints along with 1 million barbarian warriors. However, the divine profound dynasty they have encountered is not their Northern Spirit human race. Not only is the majority of its power concentrated within the homeland of the dynasty, but even the sacred beasts beyond Wolf Fortress Mountain are sufficient to overturn the barbarian dynasty. Upon contemplating this, Saint Zhang Hao's pupils momentarily dilated, and he inhaled sharply. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, the young Xiang traversed the woods, taking brief rests to regain his strength before continuing towards the domain of the gods and demons, not daring to squander a moment of time. The legacy of the gods and demons is of utmost importance. To him, it not only pertains to his future, but also to the survival of the Northern Spirit human race. He must seize it in advance. Waiting until he is in his 20s to venture to the legacy, as in his past life, is simply beyond his patience. This time, he has already mastered the 6-pointed star technique, rendering any time wasted in that stone cave unnecessary. He can take the resources from that ring and return to the Northern Spirit Valley to cultivate at his leisure. Furthermore, he could use these resources to instigate discord within the barbarian ranks. As Xiangda walked, he envisioned the future that awaited him after obtaining the legacy of the gods and demons, and his complexion gradually flushed with excitement. He could already envision himself ascending to the throne of the Northern Spirit human race after the annihilation of the barbarians, ruling over the entire Northern Spirit Valley. In his fantasies, he even saw himself advancing to become a god or demon, with all that he could see becoming his territory. With these thoughts, he found himself becoming increasingly impatient. Due to his diminutive stature and the advanced concealment techniques he had mastered in his past life, the predators lurking in the woods failed to detect his presence, allowing him to evade various dangers time and again. In the Xianwang Hall, Xuan Ming, seated upon the dragon throne, suddenly shifted his expression. "Come in," he gestured. The next moment, the moon worship leader, clad in a long robe, entered the hall. "Your subordinate pays respects to your majesty." The moon worship leader bowed respectfully. "Rise." Xuan Ming glanced at the moon worship leader, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Xuan Ming sensed that the divine power within the moon worship leader was subtly intertwined with the earth, while his mind seemed to be partially detached, resonating with a celestial star. It is the power of the moon star. Xuan Ming's gaze lifted slightly. In the realm of immortals, the moon worship leader established the moon worship sect, venerating the moon to harness the power of extreme yin, which allowed for a union with aquatic magical beasts. After entering this realm, the moon worship leader's connection to the moon transformed into a bond with the moon star. It appears that the source stars in every world possess a similar essence. Xuan Ming pondered. The moon in the realm of immortals must share the same fundamental power as the moon star in this world. Thus, it is due to the absorption of the moon's power that the moon worship leader, upon arriving in this realm, could establish a connection with the lunar star. The lunar star and the solar star are 2 colossal primordial celestial bodies that dominate the sky of the void realm. Throughout the ages, countless deities have relied on these 2 stars as their spiritual anchors to ascend into the divine domain. I have a question I wish to pose to you. Suddenly, Xuan Ming recalled something, his expression shifting slightly. "Your Majesty, please speak," the moon-worship leader respectfully replied. "With your strength, are you able to sense the entirety of the myriad demon mountain range? Are there any other deities akin to yourself?" Xuan Ming inquired with anticipation. The words of the demon ape suggested that there were no beings in the divine realm within the myriad demon mountain range. Even the major demon domain leaders were confined to the perfect state of earth deities. However, the demon ape might not have been entirely sincere in its submission. Hence, Xuan Ming remained somewhat skeptical of its claims. "Reporting to your Majesty, the myriad demon mountain range is exceedingly vast. It is my estimation that at least a fourfold heavenly deity is required to perceive its entirety. My current capabilities are insufficient to reach such heights." The moon worship leader responded with utmost respect. The strength of a heavenly deity's spirit naturally far exceeds that of an earth deity. Yet the enormity of the myriad demon mountain range renders it beyond the reach of the moon worship leader's current spiritual awareness. To fully comprehend the mountain range, one would need to step into the higher realms of heavenly deities. "I see," Xuan Ming mused, stroking his chin, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. If the myriad demon mountain range harbored no heavenly deities, it would imply that he had acquired the power to dominate the other demon domain leaders. Yet, it remained unclear whether any deities truly resided within the mountain range. It was likely that none existed. After all, according to the system, breaking through to become a heavenly deity necessitated an earth deity's spirit to anchor itself to a celestial body beyond this realm. The process of separating the spirit from the body to transcend requires enduring various tribulations, compounded by inherent limitations. Thus, the likelihood of such a breakthrough is exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, one must not be careless. It would be prudent to proceed according to plan, utilizing the system to summon divine and demonic powers. Even if there were indeed a heavenly deity lurking within the myriad demon mountain range, it would not pose a significant threat to me in the coming months. Xuan Ming subtly shook his head. He then turned his gaze towards the moon worship leader. Approximately 2,500 miles north of the dynasty lies a relic of divine and demonic origin. This relic is situated along the direct route of the Shinshin dynasty's entry into the northern Spirit Gorge. I instruct you to transport it to a suitable location within the dynasty. Xuan Ming commanded gently. Given the previous settings of the realms, the subsequent narrative may be challenging to pen. The realms of heavenly deities and ancient deities have undergone some alterations. I apologize for that. How does this chapter fare, dear reader? Should you have any inquiries, feel free to leave a comment. Chapter 90. Xiangda. It must be that the timing is incorrect, which is why the remnants of the divine and demonic realm have yet to manifest. The divine and demonic relics may hold little value for him. Yet for the mortal realm of the divine Shin dynasty, they would undoubtedly provide a significant enhancement. The site of the relic discovered by the Nameless One is rather distant and not easily explored. It would be preferable to transport it directly to the imperial court. With the celestial power to reshape the heavens and the earth, moving an abandoned divine and demonic relic that has lain dormant for a millennium would be well within reach. Moreover, should there be any treasures within the relic, they should be retrieved as well. Indeed, Your Majesty. The moon worship leader slightly bowed and then vanished from the spot. Go forth. After the moon worship leader departed, Xuan Ming found a pale blue card in his palm, with a mere thought. The Sacred Realm Legion summoning card transformed into a flurry of starlight, entering a spatial node. After utilizing the summoning card, Xuan Ming reclined slightly upon the dragon throne. He also had plans for Xian Shui, Lin Ning, and would probe into matters further upon the moon worship leader's return. There were still several other matters to attend to. After pondering for a moment, Xuan Ming instructed the guards at the palace entrance, summon the Minister of Revenue to the palace. As you command. In the North Spirit Gorge, upon learning that this formidable saint from the divine Shin dynasty intended to take action against the barbarian dynasty within, both Saint Zhang Hao and Nangong Tianlong felt a tumult of emotions. It was not dissatisfaction, but rather an overwhelming sense of wonder. They could never have anticipated that their spontaneous decision to investigate the Wan Yao mountain range would unexpectedly alter the fate of the entire North Spirit human race. Although, after this, the North Spirit Gorge would become part of the divine Shin dynasty, the outcome still thrilled them. In such a harsh environment, aligning with a powerful faction for survival was far superior to independence. Moreover, This formidable faction was comprised of their own people. To find each other amidst the vast mountains was indeed a stroke of fortune. On another front, Zhang Hao and Nangong Tianlong had already gathered the upper echelons of the North Spirit human race. Suppressing the barbarians was a long-held aspiration of theirs, and with this newfound support, they could not refrain from joining the fray. Within a foreboding fortress shrouded in darkness, the Nameless One sat in the highest seat. Zhang Hao, Nangong Tianlong, and Saint Hong Yuan occupied positions beneath him, while the other senior members of the North Spirit human race took their places according to rank. There were a total of 11 individuals present, excluding the 4 saints. The North Spirit Gorge was composed of merely 7 half-saints. Senior Nameless. All available troops of the North Spirit human race have been assembled. May I inquire when we shall commence our assault? Nangong Tianlong respectfully asked. This battle would see them invest all their strength, with their success or failure hinging on this pivotal moment. We wait, the Nameless One replied, shaking his head slightly. Wait. At this statement, all present were momentarily taken aback. Previously, the Nameless One had not expressed any intention to take action, leading Zhang Hao and Nangong Tianlong to believe that it was due to the lack of assembled forces from the Northern Spirit human race. After all, although there were many sacred beasts, the number of barbarian cities was vast, and it would be impractical to leave a sacred beast to guard every conquered city. If that were the case, they might find themselves without strength before even reaching the barbarian imperial capital. Therefore, the two gathered all the forces of the Northern Spirit, waiting for the sacred beasts to eradicate the more formidable barbarians before swiftly taking control of the barbarian cities, thereby subduing the inhabitants. This strategy would not only expand their territory, but also make use of these lower-tier barbarians. However, it now seemed that this was not the intended meaning. Do you have a venue capable of accommodating millions? Just as everyone pondered the meaning of the Nameless One, he suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards Zhang Hao and Nangong Tianlong. Yes, between Wolf Fortress Mountain and East Yuan Mountain, there is a training ground left by humans 900 years ago. However, it has since fallen into disrepair. Are you suggesting that the sacred beasts be allowed to enter? I will send someone to quell the people's unrest. Zhang Hao responded, momentarily taken aback. He initially thought the Nameless One was inquiring about the location to allow the sacred beasts, which had remained outside Wolf Fortress Mountain, to enter the gorge. The training ground, left by humans 9 centuries ago, was used to guard the external passage and lay in the southeastern part of the territory currently occupied by the Northern Spirit human race. It was situated between 2 mountains, separated from the outside world by only a ridge, making it relatively perilous. Hence, the primary activities of the Northern Spirit human race did not occur within that area. Nevertheless, the terrain was flat, and the appearance of sacred beasts would certainly attract attention. Given the fearsome nature of the sacred beasts, it was imperative to calm the populace in advance. Otherwise, it could incite riots and panic. No, not them. The Nameless One shook his head. Not the sacred beasts? Then who could it be? Zhang Hao's motion to rise abruptly ceased. If it were not the sacred beasts entering, then there would be no need to pacify the citizens. But if not the sacred beasts, who else could require such a vast space? This confusion was shared not only by him, but also by Nangong Tianlong and the Red Yuan Saint, who had accompanied the Nameless One. It is known that the strength of the barbarian dynasty is formidable. According to current information, the barbarians possess at least 5 saints, with a population exceeding 100 million, and they are renowned for their martial prowess, capable of mobilizing the entire populace as soldiers when necessary. Given such strength, aside from the intervention of sacred beasts, they had scarcely considered any other possibilities. Nangong Tianlong remained silent, while the Red Yuan Saint, being a native of the divine Xian dynasty, recalled that before his encounter with the Nameless One, he had observed that aside from their larger population, the divine Xian dynasty was nearly on par with the barbarian dynasty in all other aspects, and following the demise of the former emperor, the top-tier combat strength of the divine Xian dynasty was even inferior to that of the barbarian dynasty. Could it be that the dynasty would dispatch a powerful figure whom even the Nameless One would regard as superior? The Red Yuan Saint pondered silently. As for the notion of the dynasty sending an army, it had not crossed his mind. When they arrived, there had been no military contingent accompanying them. The journey from here to the chaotic Yang mountain range spanned approximately 4,000 miles. A massive military march is underway, though the duration remains uncertain. Just as the crowd was bewildered by the enigmatic responses of the Nameless One, a voice suddenly resonated from outside the wolf fortress. "Enter," Zhang Hao declared with a slight furrow of his brow. Soon, a warrior from the Northern Spirit clan appeared. "Esteemed sages, a vast and unidentified human army has crossed the ridges between the Wolf Fortress and East Yuan Mountain." What? The report from the human soldier startled everyone present, causing them to rise in shock. "Let us go and investigate," the Nameless One proclaimed, standing up at an opportune moment. Could it be that this army? Nan Gong Tianlong felt a jolt of anxiety. Indeed, it is the reinforcements dispatched by the emperor. This army will henceforth guard the Northern Spirit Canyon. Upon hearing this, Nan Gong Tianlong and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, their astonishment unmistakable. Meanwhile, as the Sacred Realm Legion arrived, the moon-worshipping leader donned a long robe and entered the remnants of the hexagram god. This was the final resting place of a deity at the pinnacle of the Earth God realm. The moon-worshipping leader surveyed the towering hill, over 100 meters high, with an expression of indifference. With his cultivation, he could pierce through everything in an instant. The remains transforming into a mountain was indeed peculiar. Yet death ultimately signifies the end. A glimmer of divine light flickered in the moon-worshipping leader's eyes. Within that divine radiance, a massive figure, with skin resembling ancient bronze, struggled to rise from the mountain, bowing respectfully before the moon-worshipping leader. The giant bore the imprint of the hexagram formation upon its chest, now dim and filled with a sense of decay. This fragment of divine consciousness had lingered within the mountain for ages, seemingly awaiting a successor or resisting demise. Without hesitation, the moon-worshipping leader raised his hand slightly. In an instant, day turned to night. The power of moonlight gathered from the heavens, akin to the inversion of day and night, as the lunar essence descended. Once tranquility returned, both the site and the four sacred beasts guarding it vanished without a trace. Outside Kaiyang County, in the chaotic Yang Mountains, a hollowed-out mountain pit suddenly sprouted a new hill. With a wave of his hand, the moon-worshipping leader retrieved 3 items from within: a miniature giant's soul shadow, a ring, and a luminous orb. These represented the remnants of the hexagram god's divine consciousness, the accumulation of his life's work, and the cultivation method he practiced. Initially, the moon-worshipping leader had no intention of taking the first item, allowing it to exist within the mountain, for even he could not derive any utility from a mere fragment of divine consciousness. However, the emperor was different. Under his command were divine spirits well-versed in the understanding of divine souls. Perhaps they could glean some information from this remnant of consciousness. Subsequently, the moon-worshipping leader tore through the fabric of space and returned to the imperial capital, while the 4 sacred beasts resumed their task of excavating the mountain. The moment is near, it is finally approaching. On the other side, Xiangda's heart raced with excitement, and his trembling hands found no place to rest. He had arrived in the vicinity of the area that had haunted his dreams. According to his recollections, crossing the mountain ahead would lead him directly to the site of the divine relics. Soon, Xiangda ascended the mountain, standing atop its peak, gazing eagerly in the direction of the relics that lingered in his memory. Yet, in an instant, his expression froze. What? No way. Xiangda swallowed hard, feeling as though something had struck him fiercely in the chest, rendering him breathless. The divine relics were supposed to be right here. How could they have vanished? With his mouth agape, disappointment washed over him. He had retraced his steps according to his memories, and everything, the mountain and the surroundings, bore a striking resemblance to what he had recalled. It was this very familiarity that had fueled his excitement along the way. But why? Upon reaching his destination, did everything appear so different? Furthermore, this mountain path, he had no recollection of it from his previous life. The location of the path was undeniably part of the mountain. Where had things gone awry? Xiangda rubbed his temples vigorously, a hint of madness flickering across his face as he began to reflect on his journey. Aside from the initial departure point being incorrect, everything else seemed nearly identical. How could this be? Was it possible for a mountain to simply vanish? Surrounded by the crushing weight of his dashed hopes, Xiangda felt a profound sense of despair. Reluctantly, he scanned his surroundings, but the divine relics from his memory remained elusive. What had gone wrong? As he paced back and forth, a sudden realization struck him. Of course, the issue lay with time. The route was consistent, the people were the same, yet only the timing diverged. He recalled that in his previous life, He had arrived here at the age of 24. Now, he was merely 7 or 8. A year's difference could lead to changes, let alone a span of over a decade. It must be due to the timing. He would need to return at the age of 24. Xiangde felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, coming to an enlightening conclusion. It was undoubtedly the discrepancy in time that had caused him to overlook the divine relics. He resolved to return on his 24th birthday. Alas, what a futile mix of joy and concern this had been. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Had he known this would be the outcome? Why had he ventured from the North Spirit Valley, traversing 1,500 miles to this place? Not only had he wasted time, but he had nearly frightened himself to death. Taking a few deep breaths, Xiangde prepared to return. The myriad demon mountains were fraught with peril. Since the time was not right and the relics had not manifested, there was no need for him to linger any longer. It would be best to make haste back to the North Spirit Valley. With that, Xiangde set off on his journey homeward. The nameless elder expressed concern, stating that the barbarian dynasty, according to the accounts of Nan Gong Tianlong and others, possesses as many as 5 saints, with an indeterminate army. The strength of the barbarians is considerable, arguably surpassing that of our human race. If we do not allow the sacred beasts to intervene, achieving victory may prove exceedingly difficult, resulting in unnecessary casualties. On the road to the abandoned training ground, the Saint of Honyuan advised with a furrowed brow. In his perspective, although the origin of this army remains unknown, it is evident that the emperor dispatched them with the intent to suppress the barbarian dynasty. However, the emperor, situated thousands of miles away, is entirely unaware of the circumstances in the North Spirit Valley. Utilizing a powerful army instead of the sacred beasts is undoubtedly a misguided decision. Just as the Saint of Honyuan finished speaking, the Nameless One shook his head. This army numbers in the tens of millions, a legion of tens of millions, with the minimum being innate warriors and the strongest among them akin to us saints, constitutes a decisive force. The sacred beasts will indeed take action, but even with their might, they may not be able to contend with such an army, he remarked softly. Tens of millions, millions of warriors exceeding the innate level, along with saints. The Saint of Hongyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. How could the dynasty possibly command such a formidable army? The Saint of Honyuan trembled with disbelief. Others may be unaware of the profound resources of the divine Xian dynasty, but surely he was not ignorant. Even if we set aside the existence of tens of millions, gathering even 100,000 innate warriors would necessitate the mobilization of commanders from various regions, supplemented by martial artists from the rivers and lakes. The sheer magnitude of resources required daily would be astronomical. Even a dynasty might struggle to sustain such a force. The Saint of Hongyuan's heart was filled with skepticism, yet it was evident that the Nameless One was not lying. Coupled with the fact that they were currently en route, a look of doubt emerged on the Saint of Hongyuan's face. Chapter 91. The Emergence of the Sacred Realm Legion and the Arrival of the Ancient Armies of Huaxia. The Martial Arts Academy. Could it truly be real? The heart of the Honyuan saint was filled with doubt. As a saint himself, he understood all too well what it meant for millions of innate warriors to form an army, especially in relation to those beneath the mortal realm. 2 words: invincible. Yet, this legion comprised of millions of innate warriors, among whom were not a few semi-saints and even saints, was something that even the late emperor had no authority to nurture. Although the existence of the Nameless One itself signified the extraordinary nature of this generation's emperor, the mere idea of such a legion still left Honyuan Saint feeling a twinge of disbelief, rendering it utterly unfathomable. In response to Honyuan Saint's reaction, the Nameless One remained unsurprised. Compared to the former Xinyuan Empire, such a legion far exceeded common understanding. Honyuan Saint, a native of the Xinyuan Empire, represented the limitations of the emperors of the past, unaware of the capabilities of the current emperor. On one side stood the mortals, constrained by their understanding, while on the other stood the divine path emperor, who regarded gods and demons as mere playthings. For Honyuan Saint to reach such a level, he needed to gradually adapt. Not only him, but the entire Xinyuan Empire required a breakthrough in perception. The abandoned training grounds were not far from Wolf Fortress. The crowd marched toward the desolate grounds with great fervor. However, before they could approach, they were met with an overwhelming and oppressive military aura. A legion of millions, with the lowest ranks being innate warriors, exuded a palpable presence. The surrounding flora visibly withered under the weight of this military might, their vitality being drained away. What is this? Such a powerful aura. This force was even more formidable than those sacred beasts beyond the mountains. The crowd gazed between the two mountains, where a seemingly tangible pressure loomed, causing their scalps to tingle. Under such power, a single charge from the opposing side could render them utterly defenseless. Despite the terrifying nature of this aura, the group, bolstered by the Nameless One's confirmation, steeled themselves and pressed forward. Soon, they arrived atop a high ground, witnessing a vast expanse of densely packed black-armored soldiers, numbering in the millions. Such a legion truly existed. A profound astonishment washed over Xuan Saint's face, especially as he beheld the commanding general, mounted on a tall steed, exuding an air of authority. He sensed an aura second only to that of the Nameless One, causing a chill to erupt in his mind. It must be noted that the Nameless One had reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. If these generals were merely slightly weaker than the Nameless One, did that not imply that all 10 of them were at the pinnacle of the sacred realm? Or even that 10 formidable figures of the former emperor's caliber stood before them? Xuan Saint was left utterly astounded. Previously, the Sword Saint had speculated about the former emperor's feigned death and unclear intentions, hinting at a potential return to power. If the Sword Saint's conjecture held true, what thoughts would the former emperor harbor upon witnessing this scene? The Sage of Xuan suddenly recalled the earlier encounter with the Sage of the Heavenly Sword and the words spoken by the elderly figure. Although this was merely a conjecture and not necessarily the truth, the Sage of Xuan couldn't help but think of it upon witnessing the current events. Xuan Ming, I have met with the esteemed generals. Just as the Sage of Xuan and the others were overwhelmed with astonishment, Xuan Ming clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and offered a slight bow. Xuan Ming was not an ordinary sage at the pinnacle of his realm. At this moment, he could clearly discern that the strength of these generals was at the utmost limit of the sage realm. Should they one day grasp the principles, they would undoubtedly become 10 formidable deities. Their potential was immense, and even Xuan Ming could not afford to overlook it. Senior Xuan Ming, there is no need for excessive formalities. We have come at the behest of His Majesty. When shall we strike? The 10 generals inquired with a salute. Immediately. Do any of you require the assistance of sacred beasts? Xuan Ming nodded and asked. No need. For the mere barbarian tribes shall be as ants beneath the hooves of my White Horse Brotherhood, proclaimed General Gongsun Zan of the White Horse. The White Horse Brotherhood, the most elite cavalry of the past, once numbered 3,000, capable of trampling all nations. In this era, if 300,000 were to descend, it would be no less formidable. Wherever righteousness leads, life and death accompany. Let the heavens bear witness. The White Horse stands as proof. The 300,000 of the White Horse Brotherhood shouted in unison. The iron-blooded aura surged through the skies, a testament to their military might. Amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, our flanking legion is no different, proclaimed Gao Shun, his spear pointing to the ground. Our resolve is to advance to the death, boasted the 60,000 soldiers of the flanking legion, their morale soaring. The summoning card for the Sage Realm Legion gathered the most potent ancient military forces of the past. The White Horse Brotherhood, the flanking legion, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, and others manifested, their power and numbers unprecedentedly enhanced, their spirits high, eager to trample the barbarian tribes and shake the mountains and rivers. What an extraordinary momentum. Is this the strength of the divine Qian dynasty? Nangong, Tianlong, and Zhang Hao exchanged a glance, their minds shaken profoundly. Millions of legions, all innate. With the leading generals being exceedingly terrifying, even a single one among them could challenge the barbarian tribes. Yet now, the divine Qian dynasty possessed 10 such figures. This did not even account for Xuan Ming and the formidable beings still hidden deep within the divine Qian dynasty. Soon, under Xuan Ming's command, the millions of legions began their march northward to assault the barbarian dynasty. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by the emergence of the millions of legions had long since caught the attention of the barbarian borders. What is this? So many human beings. No, they are all armored. These are the soldiers of the human race. The towering barbarian warriors stood atop the city walls, gazing in shock at the Sage Realm Legion appearing in human territory, their hearts trembling. It was known that the human race had faced increasing hardship under their oppression, with their population drastically declining from over 100 million to merely 10 million. Had it not been for the existence of sages, they would have likely been extinguished by the barbarian tribes long ago. Yet, the sudden appearance of the formidable warriors within the human territory is truly alarming. No, look above these human soldiers. What is happening? The sky is darkening, ominous clouds are gathering. Is rain imminent? Fool, those are not mere clouds. It is likely an anomaly induced by the sheer momentum of these human warriors congregating. An elder barbarian semi-saint gazes at the ominous clouds above the Holy Legion, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he senses an unprecedented fear. What could the humans, gathering such a multitude of warriors, be plotting? Could it be? A glimmer of shock passes between the barbarian warriors as they exchange glances. Just then, they observe millions of legions converging towards them. This is dire. The humans intend to rebel against the dynasty, swiftly inform the esteemed sage. The barbarian semi-saint's pupils constrict, and he hastily issues the command. The entire North Spirit Gorge is a long canyon with terraced plains, with the humans situated in the lowest valley. While their city faces the human territory at the border of the barbarian dynasty, there are sages among the humans. Naturally, this city also has its own sage. However, due to the humans' usual timidity and reluctance to invade barbarian borders, the station sage is either in seclusion or indulging in pleasures, seldom appearing on the city walls. The humans have gathered an army of at least several million. What? Are they finally prepared to risk everything? In a secluded chamber, a barbarian sage reveals a faint, cold smile. Their emperor had long anticipated that the humans would not remain complacent and would eventually rise against them. Now, that day has finally arrived. The barbarian sage remains unfazed. Indeed, millions of human soldiers are substantial. Yet, this is the border, heavily fortified by the barbarian dynasty. 1,000,000 valiant soldiers, coupled with his own strength as a barbarian sage, would not stir significant turmoil. And those two human sages? He is a fully realized sage. While those two are merely fledgling sages, he could easily contend with both. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, he could undoubtedly hold out until reinforcements from the dynasty arrive. Just as the barbarian sage prepares to advance, another barbarian warrior rushes in. Esteemed sage, please hasten to contact the dynasty. The invading humans number at least several million innate warriors, led by 10 formidable sages. Their presence is terrifying and palpable. Even before nearing the border, numerous barbarian warriors have already succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. The barbarian warrior trembles with fear as he reports. Impossible. The once indifferent demeanor of the barbarian sage freezes, his face contorted with rage. Does this individual not comprehend the gravity of his words? Millions of innate warriors, led by 10 sages? Such power is beyond even the entire dynasty, let alone the remnants of the human race, which numbers merely in the millions. This is sheer nonsense, utter folly. The barbarian sage cannot believe it. The information is simply too preposterous. Imagine a force, already on the brink of annihilation due to its own suppression, suddenly emerging with a might that far surpasses its own by several multiples. How could the barbarian sage believe that if humanity possessed such power, it had not been wielded before? But only now, at this critical juncture? However, as he ascended into the air to reach the borders, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Indeed, there were millions of innate beings. This is dire. The barbarian sage's scalp prickled as his gaze fixated on the 10 human generals at the forefront of the million-strong legion, each radiating an aura of strength that eclipsed his own. Clearly, each surpassed the pinnacle of the holy realm. There was no time for the barbarian sage to ponder the origin of these individuals. At this moment, he harbored but one thought: to flee swiftly. Yet, it was already too late. Among the human generals, a cavalry commander on a white steed drew his bow and loosed an arrow, which soared towards him as if piercing the very heavens. The space was locked, and holy intent intertwined. In an instant, the barbarian sage was struck through the head. The cavalry of the white horse, skilled in archery, could effortlessly annihilate the majority of foes, even from horseback. With the death of the barbarian sage by a single arrow, the morale of the Holy Realm Legion soared, and a deluge of arrows rained down, besieging the first city of the barbarians, and then the second and the third. The overwhelming might rendered any grand battle moot. There was only the spectacle of one side fleeing in terror while the other crushed them with overwhelming force. In the imperial capital, within the royal palace, in the Xianhuang Hall, the Minister of Revenue was summoned by the guards, wearing a look of perplexity. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty." The minister bowed respectfully. "Rise," the emperor said. "What is the status of the martial arts academy?" Xuan Ming inquired gently. He had been urging this matter for the past 2 to 3 months. "Reporting to your majesty, the martial arts academy has now been established across the nation. In every province and county, with over 90% of the academies having expended considerable funds to locate martial arts experts from local areas. Some academies have even begun to recruit students." The Minister of Revenue replied. Originally, the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy would take at least 6 months under normal circumstances. Given the vastness of the empire and the insufficient manpower of the revenue inspectors. However, the emperor's repeated inquiries made the minister acutely aware of the emperor's emphasis on this matter. Gritting his teeth, he invested heavily to expedite the process. Moreover, the direct oversight of the court made local authorities recognize the potential and significance of the martial arts academy. Whether for teachers or students, it became quite easy to find them, except in a few areas densely populated by underworld forces. "So soon?" Xuan Ming exclaimed, slightly taken aback. His summoning of the minister was merely a routine inquiry to prevent any delays, yet he found that the endeavor was nearing completion. With Xuan Ming's cultivation at the level of the divine, he could naturally discern that the minister was not being deceitful. "However, Your Majesty, regarding the ranking of the Martial Arts Academy, should it be classified according to the administrative divisions of the prefectures and counties, or, furthermore, how should the allocation of instructors within the academy be determined? Some regions are stronger, while others are weaker, making unification challenging." The Minister of Revenue inquired softly. "The local martial arts academies have indeed been established. However, Your Majesty previously requested that these academies be interlinked rather than operate independently, akin to a hierarchical structure. Initially, the Minister of Revenue intended to categorize them based on the existing regional hierarchies of the dynasty, but upon reflection, he realized that this matter requires a directive from the emperor himself. "Let us proceed as you suggest. As for the others, well, in the county towns, where the population is sparse and martial arts are weak, the instructors can be appointed from those who have achieved innate mastery. In the prefectural cities, which are vast and expansive, the instructors must be semi-saints, while in the capital, they shall be of the saintly realm." Xuan Ming pondered briefly before issuing his command. "This." The Minister of Revenue looked astounded. "Your Majesty, while it may be feasible to recruit semi-saints in the prefectural cities by offering substantial remuneration to leaders of martial factions, finding a saint for the prefectural martial arts academy will be quite a challenge." He expressed his concerns. "Saints are not easily found. Furthermore, a single academy cannot possibly have only one instructor. Saints are not as common as cabbages. It seems unlikely that we could fulfill this requirement for the prefectural city." "Fear not, for I shall assign personnel for the prefectural martial arts academy," Xuan Ming replied softly. "Creating a deity-level master is nearly impossible. However, achieving the saintly realm merely requires time and dedication to cultivate. Entrusting this task to the land god or the mountain god, among others, will certainly suffice. Thus, saints are not in short supply. It is true that the dynasty currently lacks them, but that is merely because Xuan Ming has not yet prioritized this matter." Before the Minister of Revenue could fully process this revelation, Xuan Ming continued, "In addition to the allocation of these academies, a martial arts academy shall also be established in the imperial capital, designated as the nation's premier institution. I shall personally oversee the assignment of instructors, while you are responsible for its construction. Within 2 months, you must ensure that the site selection and infrastructure are completed for my review. After 2 months, this academy will commence recruitment nationwide, as well as from other regions. Following this initial recruitment, the students of this academy will be drawn from the prefectural and county martial arts academies. This chapter consists of 4,200 words. How does it seem, dear? The 3rd installment is complete. If there are any questions during your reading, please feel free to express them in the comments section. Chapter 92. His Majesty's 2 sisters in a previous life, they were likely prominent figures. For instance, upon reaching corresponding realms within designated time frames, students could gain admission to advanced academies, where courses in alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and national studies would be offered. Should a student master any one of these subjects, they would be deemed to have met the standards, thus qualifying for equivalent treatment. Conversely, those who failed to meet the requisite conditions could, after fulfilling the academy's training duration, be assigned to local government offices, imperial projects, or even the court for internships. If they ultimately achieved the performance benchmarks for officials, they would be granted permanent positions. Concerning special recruitment, a talent assessment system would be implemented across various regions. Individuals under 30 who had not yet been assessed would be required to undergo further testing. Following this, the focus would shift to infants born during this period. Any who displayed exceptional talent, or even surpassed the pinnacle of talent, could be directly recruited into the Royal Academy in the imperial capital, thereby receiving the finest educational resources available in the realm. Xuan Ming conveyed his plans for the Martial Arts Academy. He meticulously informed the Minister of Revenue, aligning the structure with the hierarchical system akin to primary, secondary, and higher education, while also considering the millennia-long circumstances of the divine Qian dynasty. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Revenue was taken aback. The stipulated timelines linked to corresponding cultivation levels, mastery of alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting at the required standards. Such students would then advance to higher academies to receive superior resources. Those who did not meet the standards would enter various local internships within the dynasty, with qualified individuals transitioning to permanent positions. The minister's pupils constricted, and he inhaled sharply. Should this system become widespread, the entire dynasty's talents would be utilized for the dynasty's benefit. What a profound concept! A multitude of thoughts flooded the minister's mind, ultimately coalescing into deep respect. This educational approach would not only ensure that the younger generation of the dynasty received ample training, but would also place those with maximum potential in suitable positions within the dynasty. His Majesty's decision was indeed exceptionally astute and meticulously planned, leading the minister to bow in reverence. Realizing this endeavor would not be easy, Xuan Ming remarked that once the various academies were equipped with proper mentors, he believed everything would fall into place. Until then, he instructed the minister to prepare diligently in all aspects. The prospect of harnessing the entire dynasty's talents for its own benefit was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Yet, achieving such a level of success would be no simple task. The martial factions within the divine Qian dynasty had gradually evolved over the course of nearly a millennium, establishing deep roots over 9 centuries. The very foundation of these factions lay within the younger generations of various regions. Only by absorbing them could their legacy endure through the ages. Once the Martial Arts Academy was fully established, it would inevitably create an antagonistic relationship with these entrenched factions. Would those who had thrived for over 900 years simply relinquish their hard-won foundations to a nascent system that had yet to last half a year? Such an outcome was inconceivable. Even though these factions may covet the might of the dynasty and dare not overtly obstruct it, they will undoubtedly employ various schemes in secret to ensure their survival. This will inevitably affect the Martial Arts Academy's objective of transforming the entire dynasty's talents for our own use. In the short term, such changes are difficult to achieve. Xuan Ming can eliminate foes, but this merely addresses symptoms, not the root of the problem. However, once he focuses on nurturing formidable individuals and properly assigns mentors across various academies, who among the dynasty's factions could contend with the momentum generated by the Martial Arts Academy. Imagine, within the county city, a single faction with a semi-saint stature serves as a magnet for countless talents. Yet, as the master of a semi-saint faction, how could one easily reveal themselves? The Martial Arts Academy established by the dynasty, however, is different. Several instructors for various courses are semi-saints, and any student of the academy would receive direct guidance from these semi-saint mentors. What faction could rival such an enticing enrollment prospect? Provided the academies are well equipped over time, the decline of these factions is merely a matter of time. Not only county-level academies, but even prefecture-level ones have mentors who are saints. As long as one enters the Martial Arts Academy and diligently practices or perfects their studies, they will receive personal cultivation from saint mentors. Once this news spreads, which talent would still choose to join a faction? Even those disciples nurtured with great care by the factions would ultimately become part of the academy. Nevertheless, where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. The dynasty remains a gathering of civilization, internally divided into myriad circles. Xuan Ming understands that as long as there are individuals who do not wish to enter local governance or the court, those who cherish freedom will gravitate towards circles akin to the martial world. However, when the martial arts academy consolidates its strength, no civilian faction can wield the essence of a nation. This is a stabilizing measure for the dynasty, a national policy to ensure lasting heritage. The establishment of the martial arts academy is of great significance. Once the academy's rules are firmly in place, any obstruction can be swiftly dealt with. Proceed with the arrangements. Xuan Ming gestured dismissively. The martial arts academy is crucial to talent cultivation and must be founded on solid legal principles. Naturally, Xuan Ming does not wish for the students he has invested considerable resources in nurturing to be exploited by a faction affiliated with the dynasty. Yes, I take my leave. The Minister of Revenue expressed with visible excitement as he exited the Xianyuan Palace. Shortly after the minister's departure, the moon worship leader entered the hall clad in a flowing robe. In the northern Spirit Valley, the heart of the barbarian dynasty, lies the barbarian imperial capital. It occupies the highest point within the entire valley, offering a panoramic view of its topography. As the Holy Realm Army launched its offensive, the barbarians became aware and reported to the imperial palace. "This is dire, Your Majesty. From Wolf Fortress, an immense human army is advancing toward us. Having already breached dozens of cities, 2 saints have perished, and 1,000,000 barbarian warriors were shot down before they could even resist." A tall figure trembled as he burst into the palace, kneeling to deliver the grim news. Dozens of cities breached? 2 mighty saints have perished, and 1,000,000 barbarian warriors have been slain? The barbarian emperor reclined upon his throne, brusquely pushing aside a towering barbarian woman of 3 meters. His countenance darkened, yet quickly transformed as realization dawned upon him. Initially, he believed the barbarian general was deceiving him. How could mere humans possess the strength to breach numerous strongholds of his barbarian dynasty and slay 2 saints? However, upon extending his spiritual perception, he indeed discerned a multitude of human soldiers invading barbarian territory. The true battle had commenced. The barbarian emperor's consciousness caught sight of a general clad in white armor. Yet, in an instant, a commanding voice shattered his focus. How audacious! The barbarian emperor's mind quaked, and he struck the armrest of his throne in frustration. Although seething with anger, he hesitated to confront the adversaries. Within his spiritual gaze, not only was that white-armored general present, but several formidable presences hovered nearby, evidently of the perfected saint realm. Moreover, one aura subtly eclipsed all others, seemingly brushing against the realm of gods and demons. Where did humanity acquire such power? It would be exceedingly difficult for me to contend against it. I must flee. With a single thought, the barbarian emperor swiftly retreated, crashing through the wall behind him and plunging into the unknown. Seeking an escape, an enigmatic figure materialized within the palace. Since the incursion of the Legion began, he had been fixated on the mightiest of the barbarian dynasty. How could he allow the barbarian emperor to evade capture now? The figure pursued relentlessly to the canyon's rear. A moment later, he emerged, dragging a lifeless body. With the barbarian emperor lost, the barbarian dynasty was left with merely 2 saints, and countless barbarian warriors had fallen. As he emerged, the remaining barbarian elites had largely surrendered. Thus, the barbarian dynasty succumbed. The saintly legion and the northern spirit humans began to consolidate the resources of the barbarian dynasty, assigning a portion of the surrendered warriors to the Wolf Fortress, with designated personnel to oversee them. How were the spoils? Xuan Ming reclined slightly in his dragon chair, inquiring of the moon worship leader. "Your Majesty, please review this." The moon worship leader bowed respectfully, presenting 3 items obtained from the relics of gods and demons before Xuan Ming. Residual divine consciousness of the gods and demons? Xuan Ming glanced at it briefly before sending it into the domain of the land god to probe the information contained therein. Xuan Ming's voice resonated as the divine consciousness settled into the land god's realm. "Your humble servant will obey." Upon this command, chains of divine power surged within the realm, transforming into tendrils that delved deep into the consciousness. Meanwhile, Xuan Ming turned his attention to the luminous sphere. This orb should encapsulate the divine and demonic techniques practiced by this deity during their lifetime, which could be integrated into the martial arts academy once established in the capital. As Xuan Ming's spiritual essence swept through the interior of the orb, he stroked his chin in contemplation. According to his plans, the martial arts academy in the capital should be of divine caliber. After all, the academies in the provincial cities were overseen by saints, and the capital's institution ought to be of a higher standard. Naturally, this divine academy must be anchored by divine techniques. Previously, Xuan Ming had no such possession and had intended to either acquire a tome through the system's signing-in process or induce other deities and demons to manifest a work within the next 2 months. However, unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him, granting him a volume. Xuan Ming resolved to place it within the academy, allowing the disciples to peruse it at their leisure. Furthermore, he recalled that within the North Spirit Valley, there existed a human presence. Thus, when the time came for enrollment, that location too required blessings, for one must not neglect any aspect. Reflecting on this, Xuan Ming picked up a ring. The ring emanated a faint chill and bore a divine seal. Under Xuan Ming's mental scrutiny, he sensed an elusive space contained within it. Is this a storage ring? Xuan Ming released a wisp of his consciousness into it. The storage ring had apparently been without a master for an extended period, and the restrictions left by its previous owner had long turned to dust, allowing Xuan Ming to enter effortlessly. Upon his consciousness's entry, Xuan Ming was overwhelmed by the sight of thousands of items of various sizes. There were several hundred divine stones, over 100 weapons of various ranks, and numerous unidentified millennium-old spiritual herbs. The Nameless One and Sword Saint were on the verge of ascending to the realm of deities and demons. The items within this ring could indeed be of great benefit to them, Xuan Ming mused. Each of the 3 categories of items held a specific purpose in his mind, maximizing their utility, especially for Sword Saint and the Nameless One, once they broke through to the realm of deities and demons. Their mastery of the sword path would significantly bolster Xuan Ming's forces. Having concluded this matter, Xuan Ming turned his gaze to the moon worship leader, stating, "Within this city, there are 2 women who are my sisters in this lifetime. However, their origins are extraordinary, suspected to be reincarnations of celestial beings from a previous life. By your power, can you discern their backgrounds?" Xuan Ming inquired with a glimmer of anticipation. Since learning of their origins, his focus had remained unwavering on Lin Ning and Xian Shui. "The minor deity may attempt to probe," the moon worship leader replied, "but celestial beings possess their own safeguards, particularly regarding their divine souls, which are regarded as closely guarded secrets. They meld with the laws of deities and demons, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to uncover." He pondered briefly before continuing. "Celestial beings have begun to utilize their divine souls to connect with the forces of heaven and earth, which is the most enigmatic aspect of celestial beings. Each celestial being heavily seals their divine soul. Only in this manner can they protect their essence from annihilation in times of crisis. As long as their divine soul remains intact, they can be reborn nearby." Thus, the moon worship leader did not dare to make any guarantees. Shortly thereafter, at Xuan Ming's behest, his consciousness began to delve into the fates of his sisters. Moments later, the moon worship leader shook his head slightly. "Your Majesty, your sister's divine soul is safeguarded within a snow-white divine tower, while your cousin's soul is enveloped in a shadowy world of swirling darkness. From the perspective of a minor deity, it seems that your 2 sisters are heavily entangled in karmic ties from their previous lives. If your Majesty wishes to glimpse their memories, I estimate that only a formidable celestial being could forcibly breach these protective forces," the moon worship leader remarked, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Xuan Shui and Lin Ning possess extraordinary artifacts within their minds, intricately intertwined with the threads of causal power emanating from the void. To unravel them, one must ascend to the realm of celestial giants, a feat achievable only by those who have reached the 7th tier of divinity. Such formidable beings possess the ability to traverse the transcendent void and venture into the depths of the cosmos. It is likely that His Majesty's 2 sisters were significant figures in their previous lives. Thus, Xuan Ming decided to temporarily refrain from action. The moon worship leader, currently his most formidable subordinate, remains an enigma even to him. Xuan Ming resolves to bide his time. In the residence of the 7th princess, Xuan Shui awakened abruptly from her meditation. What transpired? Why does an inexplicable sense of trepidation linger in her heart? Xuan Shui silently focused her thoughts, contemplating the unsettling feeling that recently, it seemed as though a grave crisis loomed near. Yet, this sensation vanished as quickly as it arose, leaving her perplexed. Could it be that the multitude of recent upheavals has overwhelmed her senses? Upon reflection, this indeed seemed plausible. In her previous incarnation, she was the empress of the central world, a paragon among the human race, her power nearly reaching the pinnacle of divinity. However, in this life, that formidable soul has dissipated, leaving her confined to the realm of mortals. Initially, she sensed a violation of her privacy, followed by a bewildering incident spanning vast distances that drained her spiritual energy. Moreover, she was unsettled by the dormant deities hidden within the myriad demon mountains. Her physical form may have reached its limits, necessitating a period of rest. Meanwhile, the demon lord Lin Ning was actively investigating the loss of funds among her disciples, completely oblivious to the moon worship leader's scrutiny. The ethereal world within her mind served as the original source of her divine power, a sanctuary for her soul. Meticulously constructed from the laws of deities and demons she had gathered before her reincarnation. This essence protects her soul in this life, awaiting her resurgence to reclaim her former prowess. Within this shadowy realm, numerous true spirits of her demon sect members remain sealed. The demon lord Lin Ning can exert control over these spirits, enabling her to command the former members of the demon sect, which emboldens her to create the demon altar and summon her erstwhile followers. This chapter contains 200 words. How does this chapter resonate with you? If you encounter any issues during your reading, please share your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 93. The overturned worldview of Xiang De pondered, perplexed. How his own funds could have vanished without a trace, especially since no one possessed the capability to intrude upon his residence and pilfer his wealth. Furthermore, it was peculiar that no additional individuals were privy to the location of that money. The demon lord Lin Ning roamed the streets, her spirits plummeting. It was a time when she desperately needed funds, yet they had mysteriously evaporated. Compounding her woes, she had dispatched an elder from the demonic sect to various auction houses, such as Tanyuan Mansion and Dongtian Mansion, to procure alchemical formulas and martial arts manuals. While the items had indeed been auctioned off, the funds were intercepted on the return journey by a scoundrel who proclaimed himself a notorious thief. Although the elder had reported the incident to the authorities, there had been no updates thus far. The accumulation of such events left the demon Lord Lin Ning with a throbbing headache, as an unsettling sensation gnawed at her. Could it be that she was under surveillance? Why else would her recent endeavors be so fraught with misfortune? Lin Ning massaged her temples, her gaze sharpening. Beneath the ground, the Lord of the Red Sand concealed himself within the earth. On April 1st of the year 1001 of the divine mystical calendar, the weather was overcast. Target of surveillance, Lin Ning. Identity, leader of the demon sect. Incident, much like Princess Xuan, who faced continuous setbacks. Lin Ning too began to suspect that she was being watched. The Lord of the Red Sand noted these thoughts, a grave expression crossing his face. For him, the vigilance of these two reincarnated beings was far from favorable. It signified a decline in the information he could extract from them, or worse, its inaccuracy. Perhaps it would be best to dismantle Princess Xuan's underground passage first. The Lord of the Red Sand shook his head slightly and vanished from sight. In the Shuangguang Palace, Xianing sat regally upon the dragon throne. Several days had passed since the fourth summoning of the deities and demons. The earth god had fully analyzed the divine consciousness of the fallen deity, presenting the gathered information before Xianing. However, it proved to be of little use, as this fragment of consciousness contained merely a portion of the deity's past experiences. Beyond that, there was little of substantial value to glean from these recollections. System. Commenced the sign-in, Xianing murmured, leaning back against the throne, rubbing his temples. He could only wait until the age of 24 to depart from the North Spirit Valley once more. Gazing at the familiar mountains before him, Xiangde reflected on his arduous journey, feeling a pang of helplessness. This nearly 10-day trek had taken a toll on his body, and most disheartening of all was the lack of any significant discoveries. How peculiar it was that the ruins of the hexagram god could only manifest at specific times. And what was the nature of that seemingly forcibly open mountain path? Why, after more than a decade since my previous life, did I not witness any semblance of the present scene upon my arrival? These questions have incessantly circled in Xiangde's mind, leaving him with a sense of bewilderment. However, deep within his heart, he did not entertain the notion that the remnants of the divine and demonic might vanish. After all, he had obtained them during his past life. In this incarnation, with no significant upheaval occurring, it was only reasonable that he would reclaim what was rightfully his. Perhaps the arrival of the divine and demonic relics altered the landscape of that region. He consoled himself. He approached a crevice in the mountain, the very path he had traversed when departing from the Biling Gorge. At Wolf Fort, The sage Zhang Hao could command the young and old to seek refuge to the north, and for the past few days, they should have remained there. The sage possessed an extraordinary perception, so to avoid arousing suspicion, Xiangde refrained from approaching Wolf Fort and instead retraced his steps directly from the site of the relics. Before long, he passed through the mountain crevice and re-entered Wolf Fort. However, upon his arrival, Xiangde's pupils constricted sharply, and he promptly retreated into the mountain crevice. What was the meaning of this? This was the heart of Wolf Fort, a stronghold of the human race. How could there be any signs of the barbarian tribes? A jolt of alarm coursed through him. The reason for his distress was that as he exited, he beheld a throng of towering barbarians wandering outside. This sight instantly heightened Xiangde's vigilance, even evoking a flicker of terror within him. It must be noted that this area lay within human territory. How could the barbarians have infiltrated? Had they launched an offensive against humanity during his absence and seized control of Wolf Fort? The thought sent shivers down his spine. How could this be? Xiangde felt as if he had been struck by an unseen force. In his previous life, during this period, the humans and barbarians coexisted peacefully. How could they possibly launch an attack just as he had departed, successfully taking this place? Stand still and refrain from any treachery, lest you risk your heads. Just as Xiangde grappled with confusion, a robust voice suddenly resonated from outside the crevice. What was this? A human voice? Xiangde's face registered shock as he peered through the gap. The reprimanding voice undeniably belonged to a human. What could be happening? A hint of skepticism crept across Xiangde's features. If the barbarians had indeed occupied Wolf Fort, who among the humans possessed the audacity to issue such commands? He briefly contemplated the possibility of traitors leveraging the barbarians' might to scold their own kin, but quickly dismissed the idea. Given the barbarians' nature, they detested traitors above all else. Should such scoundrels exist within humanity, they might be utilized for a time, but once the barbarians had secured their hold, they would never permit human traitors to continue flaunting their power. This, precisely, was what left Xiangde in a state of suspicion. In his view, the aforementioned was the sole explanation for the presence of the barbarians at Wolf Fortress and the audacity with which the humans spoke. However, this reasoning was abruptly severed, leaving him profoundly perplexed by the external voices. Just as Xiangde hesitated on whether to investigate the outside world, another voice echoed from beyond the crevice. What are you doing? That barbarian, stand still. Why are you removing your trousers? Are you seeking death? What is happening? A jolt coursed through Xiangde at these words, which starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions. To him, the appearance of the barbarians in this place undoubtedly indicated an invasion of human territory. If any humans remained, they ought to be under the watch of the barbarians. Yet those two recent utterances clearly suggested a reversal of status between the barbarians and the humans. This was bizarre, utterly bizarre. Xiangde's expression grew complex as he began to move towards the opening, eager to discern the reality of the situation beyond. Upon stepping through the gap, his pupils widened slightly. Previously, he had observed only a confined area, catching glimpses of a group of barbarians. But now the scene before him sent a shockwave through his mind. He beheld ranks of cavalry, mounted on tigers and leopards, patrolling the vicinity. The barbarians he had seen moments ago were evidently being monitored and contained by these human cavalrymen. It was painfully clear that beyond this region, countless others were under the watch of human cavalry and infantry, an estimated 10,000 at the very least. How could this be? Xiangde was utterly bewildered. He felt disoriented. This was entirely at odds with what he had known from his previous life. At this juncture, the humans should have been coexisting peacefully with the barbarians. How could it be that within the mere span of 10 days since his departure, so many barbarian kin had been imprisoned here? And what of these human cavalry and heavily armored infantry? In Xiangde's recollection, there had been no such military factions among the northern Ling humans. Mouth agape. He stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the surreal spectacle before him. Du Liuqi, 4th Lieutenant of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, commanded a 1,000-strong contingent of cavalry, possessing semi-holy cultivation. A few days prior, they had advanced alongside various forces to the barbarian capital, and as the barbarian monarch fled, the remaining barbarians lost all will to resist and surrendered en masse. To better assimilate the resources of the barbarians, the various generals ordered the remaining barbarian populace from their cities to be numbered and imprisoned within the territories of the northern Ling humans. To prevent any futile resistance from these barbarians, Each army had stationed personnel to guard the area. Du Liuqi was responsible for overseeing the remaining barbarian kin in the 137th group from Tianman City. Just as he was patrolling, he suddenly noticed a small, slender figure among the towering barbarian prisoners. A child, approximately 7 or 8 years old, had seemingly intruded into their midst. The majority of the northern spirit tribes have already migrated to the barbarian cities. How could there be any humans remaining in this place? Du Liuqi felt a slight perplexity. However, he had no time for further contemplation. Urging the fierce tiger beneath him, he made his way toward the barbarian clan. The barbarian warriors of Tianman City had been mostly subdued, leaving behind only those lacking significant combat prowess. At this moment, upon seeing Du Liuqi's approach, they fell silent, retreating in fear, anxious that Du Liuqi might unleash his wrath upon them. Which family do you belong to? Why have you not joined the majority in migrating to the northern spirit gorge? Du Liuqi, looking down from his elevated position, regarded the slender figure of Xiangde with curiosity. It was known that the migration of the northern spirit tribes had occurred 2 days prior. They had conducted a thorough search at that time, so it was unlikely anyone had been overlooked. How could a child suddenly appear at this moment? To the northern spirit gorge? Xiangde looked up at Du Liuqi atop the fierce tiger, utterly bewildered. Who are you, uncle? I am the lieutenant of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, hailing from the divine mysterious dynasty. We have now vanquished the barbarian dynasty that has long oppressed you. The entire barbarian realm is now under our control, and the human inhabitants of this land may relocate to the resource-rich northern spirit gorge. Du Liuqi explained briefly. He discerned from the child's expression that Xiangde seemed genuinely astonished, as if he were completely unaware of the events unfolding. This revelation caused Du Liuqi's eyes to narrow slightly. It was known that their arrival had been grand and imposing. It was inconceivable that the entire northern spirit tribe would remain uninformed. This indicated that this child was either completely ignorant of the situation or had been lost and was only now returning. Someone, take this child to the northern gorge and reunite him with his family. Du Liuqi commanded after stroking his chin thoughtfully. Soon, a member of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry took the bewildered Xiangde away. Along the way, Xiangde gasped, feeling a sense of breathlessness. Who could explain to him what had transpired? This was not how events were meant to unfold in his previous life. He swallowed hard. Was it not supposed to be that the human race endured for a century, only for the barbarians to attack and annihilate them? How could the barbarian dynasty have been eradicated during his childhood? And what was this divine, mysterious dynasty he had never heard of in his past life? Xiangde's worldview was upended, leaving him in a state of confusion throughout the journey. Is this child perhaps daft? Pondered Li Qing, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry soldier responsible for escorting Xiangde to the north, furrowing his brow. In the Xianwang Palace, Xuan Ming felt a jolt. Having just signed in, he had also signed out a segment of his cultivation time, elevating his realm to the pinnacle of the earth god level. The celestial god realm was unique, requiring the soul to draw upon the celestial energy of the universe, rendering it difficult to make a decisive judgment. Xuan Ming frowned slightly. In truth, with his current level of cultivation, even without reliance on the system, one may endeavor to ascend to the realm of the celestials. However, the cultivation of the celestial state necessitates a determination of one's own fundamental path. By entrusting one's spirit to a source of origin, one may draw upon primordial divine power in preparation for the subsequent evolution within the celestial tier. Nonetheless, Xuan Ming, being a reinforced natural Tao body, possesses the ability to control myriad paths and can entrust himself to any source of origin within the cosmos. Yet, he is yet to ascertain which path he wishes to specialize in. Given his aspirations, it is only natural for him to desire mastery over supreme paths such as time, space, and destiny, subsequently enhancing the power of all paths. However, this realm lacks such sources of primordial spiritual trust. The most potent sources of Tao are the celestial bodies of the sun and moon. This realization leaves Xuan Ming in a state of hesitation. As he contemplates, a sudden shift in expression occurs as he gazes towards the northern expanse of the dynasty. Has the foundational order of the North Spirit Valley been established? Xuan Ming muses softly. Just moments ago, an unnamed messenger conveyed tidings to him. The generals of the Sacred Realm Legion have, in accordance with the administrative system of the Shinshan dynasty, appointed positions for the North Spirit Valley, which will henceforth serve as the sixth domain of the dynasty, subject to imperial governance. However, in Xuan Ming's view, he envisions this sixth domain transforming into a logistical supply station for the Sacred Realm Legion. The national fortune indeed seems to harbor intentions of consolidating in the North Spirit Valley. As Xuan Ming's consciousness melds with the national fortune, he perceives a genuine trend of expansion towards the north. Yet, this trend is exceedingly gradual, so subtle that it would be nearly imperceptible without careful observation. Xuan Ming gently shakes his head, choosing to refrain from further contemplation of the national fortune for the time being. He instructs the Minister of War and the Director of Engineering to come forth. The palace guards swiftly take their leave, hastening towards the palace exit. At present, the North Spirit Valley has been secured, and a mountain path has been established between the southern continent and the North Spirit Valley. Despite the presence of sacred beasts, no ferocious creatures dare to encroach upon this pathway through the myriad beasts' mountain range. However, given that this is a vital connecting point, it cannot be without soldiers to guard and manage it. Furthermore, once this mountain path is properly maintained, the two regions will be officially interconnected, facilitating the exchange of resources, which will be advantageous for both the Shunxian dynasty and the logistical support of the North Spirit Valley's Sacred Realm Legion. The matter of stationing troops will be handled by the Minister of War, while the establishment of a transit city will fall under the jurisdiction of the Engineering Department. How does this chapter fare, dear? Were there any issues during your reading? Please share your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 94. The Lord of the Red Sand. I shall obliterate your underground palace. Emperor Xuanxue, what? In the capital city, at the residence of the seventh princess, a subterranean passage, wide enough for two individuals and towering at approximately 10 feet, extends towards an estate in the eastern part of the city. This passage stretches a total of 5,000 meters and was constructed through the concerted efforts of the ICE group members, taking over a month to complete. To avoid detection, this underground route lies deeply buried, 100 meters below the surface, with its entrance concealed beneath the less populated alleys of the capital. Every 10 meters along the passage, there are underground pillars reinforcing its structure against the weight of the soil above. Finally completed, splendid. Upon receiving the report from a middle-aged woman of the ICE group, Xuanxue's lips curled into a slight smile. The subterranean earth was so solid that even a peak Holy One's divine consciousness could not penetrate 100 meters of soil to sense any changes below. Thus, the establishment of this underground passage signifies that the ICE group can operate with greater secrecy in the future. The members involved in this endeavor shall receive a reward of 1,000 taels of silver, and they may also comprehend the sacred technique, Great Yuan skill. Xuanxue instructed lightly. Thank you for your gracious reward, Your Highness. The middle-aged woman of the ICE group felt a surge of joy within her, while the silver reward was of little consequence. The sacred technique was truly priceless. Each sacred technique is. Suddenly, both the middle-aged woman of the ICE group and Empress Xuanxue felt a tremor beneath their feet, followed by a muffled sound, as a portion of Xuanxue's chamber visibly collapsed. What is happening? Xuanxue's expression shifted slightly. I shall investigate immediately. The middle-aged woman of the ICE group hastily exited Xuanxue's chamber. After a few breaths, she returned, her expression tinged with alarm. Not good, Your Highness. It seems the underground passage has collapsed. A flicker of fear crossed the woman's eyes. What? Xuanxue's countenance darkened instantly. Esteemed lords, please. Outside the palace, the guards displayed a demeanor of humility. Before them stood two ministers, one a grand minister of the court, holding significant power, and the other overseeing the Bureau of Construction, a position favored by His Majesty. Thus he was exceedingly respectful. Might I inquire if His Majesty has conveyed any instructions regarding Lord Li and myself? The head of the Bureau of Construction appeared somewhat anxious. Since the day the Emperor commanded him to forge 500 large iron cages, he had been gripped by an inexplicable fear of this sovereign. It was not the act of forging the cages that frightened him, but rather what might reside within them. He had long been curious about the purpose of such colossal iron cages, yet given that it was a royal decree, he felt it inappropriate to pry. However, a letter from the border had sent shockwaves through his heart. The iron cages dispatched from the capital to the southern regions of the dynasty had arrived, filled with 500 sacred beasts from the north. Sacred beasts indeed. Upon learning this news, the head of the Bureau of Construction could not find rest that night. Heaven knows where the Emperor obtained 500 sacred beasts and where they were loaded, as they were sent to the northern and southern borders. Well, the two esteemed lords will understand upon their arrival. The palace guards slightly bowed. Director Wu Diga glanced at Libation, and both took a deep breath before entering the imperial palace. In the Xianwang Hall, your servant pays his respects to your majesty. The two bowed in reverence. Rise. Xuan Ming waved his hand. Thank you, your majesty. Libation and Wu Diga replied respectfully. North of Kaiyang County, in the northern part of the empire, I have ordered the construction of a new official road, stretching 4,000 miles. Director of Works, you shall mobilize personnel from the capital and various regions to establish a transit city every 1,000 miles. Minister of War, you are tasked with dispatching troops to garrison these 4 cities, Xuan Ming stated directly, giving both men a scrutinizing glance. As soon as Xuan Ming finished speaking, both men were taken aback. It is important to note that north of Kaiyang County lies a vast expanse of mountains, desolate and uninhabited, where fierce beasts lurk. Your servant accepts the decree. When Libation felt puzzled and wished to inquire further, the Director of Works interjected with a cupped fist. Libation opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from asking anything. Since the Director of Works had already acquiesced, he felt it inappropriate to press further, and thus accepted the decree. Upon exiting the Xianwang Hall, Libation pondered the mountainous region north of Kaiyang County, where peaks soared into the clouds and the canyons were disconnected. Who possesses the capability to carve out an official road spanning 4,000 miles in such a place? His tone reflected a profound bewilderment, not questioning the emperor's command, but expressing disbelief regarding the existence of such a road. Constructing a 1,000-mile official road on flat ground requires a tremendous workforce, how much more so in the mountains? The canyons in that region are not interconnected, and to forge a path, one must move mountains and carve caves. The Wanyao mountain range is endless, with undulating terrain stretching as far as the eye can see. To cover even 100 miles would require an unimaginable amount of time. Moreover, there had recently been a beast calamity in that area. Director Libation, are you aware of the large iron cages that were transported from the Works Department to the northern part of the empire recently? Director Wu Diga looked at Libation upon hearing this. He was certainly aware. Libation nodded. The 500 large iron cages were quite conspicuous when they left the capital, so he had heard of them. However, at this moment, he did not comprehend Wu Diga's intention. To be frank, I learned of this from one of my disciples. To avoid causing unnecessary panic, the information has been sealed at the border. If Director Libation wishes to know, it must not be disclosed, for the consequences could be dire. Wu Diga said mysteriously. Those cages were empty when they left the capital, but upon reaching the border, they were filled with sacred beasts. To carve through the mountains and open an official road is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, to harness sacred beasts to smash through mountains and push down ridges to connect pathways is a task of remarkable ease. Your Majesty, in recent days, has focused on the Wanyao mountain range, establishing a martial arts academy within and a legion without, executing plans with meticulous precision. As court officials, we are bound to obey any commands Your Majesty issues, Wu Diga whispered softly. In truth, he was aware that a renowned disciple from the northern territories of the dynasty was coincidentally in Kaiyang County, having learned of the 250 cages filled with sacred beasts being transported. However, he had received no news from the southern border. Yet, if the north is so formidable, the south must surely be no less powerful. Even if not sacred beasts, they must still be formidable entities. From this perspective, the energy that the emperor can command is undoubtedly terrifying, and it seems that he possesses far more than just the support of our faction. There may be other hidden, formidable powers lurking in the shadows. Nevertheless, the director of the engineering division harbored his own doubts. He was intrigued about what lay on the other side of the official road. It is known that Your Majesty would not arbitrarily carve out such a thoroughfare through the mountains, yet despite his contemplation, he could not fathom the reason behind such a decision. He would have to wait until he dispatched personnel to investigate further. The director of the engineering division slightly shook his head and respectfully addressed Libation. Mobilizing the dynasty's skilled artisans is no trivial matter. I shall take my leave. Sir Li. With that, he turned and departed before Libation could respond. He was somewhat impatient. In his view, the other end of this 4,000-mile official road must harbor astonishing revelations. He now needed to promptly dispatch a team to uncover what lay behind this extensive thoroughfare that had been forged through the vast mountains, filled with sacred beasts. On the other hand, Li Batian felt as though struck by lightning. It is known that 500 large iron cages had been dispatched from the dynasty. If they were filled with sacred beasts, it would mean that 500 sacred beasts were under the emperor's command. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. He stood there, bewildered. The director of the engineering division had no reason to deceive him, meaning that all of this must be true. But where did the emperor acquire so many sacred beasts, and how does he command them? Historically, the sacred beasts that emerged from the Wanyao mountain range have never numbered anywhere near this figure. Li Batian shuddered, his body nearly drenched in cold sweat. The emperor's ability to control such a multitude of sacred beasts indicates that he possesses a terrifying force unknown to others. Such power, in some respects, transcends the court itself. After all, even the combined strength of the entire court would struggle to contend against 500 sacred beasts. Yet the emperor can command them without anyone being the wiser. This speculation sent chills down Li Batian's spine. Although previous emperors have been powerful, the vastness of the dynasty necessitated the cooperation of court officials for effective control, even for the late emperor. Yet this current emperor appears to wield a mysterious and frightening organization capable of managing 500 sacred beasts. In other words, the emperor wields control over the entire dynasty, unlike previous sovereigns who may have been limited in their means and susceptible to replacement. Should he choose to act decisively, the loss of power could be but a fleeting thought for him. This notion instilled a profound sense of dread in Li Batian. "Lord Wu, wait for me," he exclaimed, as he glanced at the retreating figure of Wu Dejia and hurriedly followed. "Have you discovered anything about the seventh princess's residence? What exactly transpired?" A flicker of anger surged across Xuan countenance. The underground passage had only just been completed, and she had yet to inspect it herself. She had merely received reports from her subordinates, and then it was as if it had vanished without a trace. Over a month of painstaking effort, and the expenditure of substantial resources culminated in nothing but a fleeting sensation beneath her feet. A mere echo? Moreover, her sleeping quarters had also collapsed. This reality weighed heavily on Xuanqiu's heart, stirring her doubts about the connection between the destruction of the underground palace and the suspicion that she was being surveilled. Consequently, she instructed the ice group to conduct a thorough investigation. "Your Highness, the collapse of the underground passage may be linked to a giant grasshopper beast lurking below. Members of the ice group observed it emerging from the ground in the eastern part of the city, with remnants of the debris from the pillars we had established scattered on its body. It likely collided with the pillars during its movements, causing the passage to succumb to the immense pressure of the soil above," reported the middle-aged woman from the ice group, her expression betraying concern. "A giant grasshopper beast? What a remarkable coincidence," Xuanque remarked, her eyes narrowing. Nevertheless, despite her suspicions, she began to dismiss the notion that the passage's collapse was related to being monitored. It was crucial to recognize that the martial civilization of the southern continent was rather impoverished. Here, one could only find the most rudimentary martial prowess, lacking any significant development beyond its foundational elements. Were this to occur in the central world, she might suspect the covert actions of a beastmaster. However, in the southern continent, where even the most basic beast-taming techniques were absent, the presence of such a grasshopper beast could not possibly be orchestrated by anyone. It was truly unexpected that beneath the capital, such a ferocious creature existed. A chill swept over Xuanque, leaving her somewhat shaken. "Have we ascertained the whereabouts of that notorious thief?" "Your Highness, not yet. The Tanyuan Prefecture has mobilized a considerable number of personnel to track down this individual," replied the middle-aged woman from the ice group, shaking her head slightly. "It is indeed rather peculiar," Xuanque mused, rubbing her temples. "How is it that right after the ice group auctioned the techniques and items I provided, a half-saint of substantial prowess appeared to assault the group and abscond with all their wealth? What a string of misfortunes I've encountered lately." Taking a deep breath, she waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave now. This princess is feeling somewhat fatigued." "Yes, Your Highness," the middle-aged woman from the ice group replied with a slight bow before taking her leave. Below, a 10-meter-long giant grasshopper beast suddenly shimmered with a red light and transformed into a human form. Event. The divine power of the revered deity is the most wondrous energy in the world, capable of manifesting and materializing any object. In order to dispel the doubts of Princess Xuanque, the temple's priest deliberately transformed into a ferocious beast, wreaking havoc in the underground passage. Indeed, Upon hearing of the beast, Princess Xuan immediately dismissed her suspicions. Although the members of the ice group displayed expressions of regret and anger, it was of little consequence. The imperial capital is under the watchful eye of the deity, and no one is permitted to disturb the earth. The leader of the Red Sand sect penned a few words, and with a flash of crimson light, vanished into the soil. Meanwhile, in Xishan Prefecture, Bianlong County, at the peak of Weishan Mountain, a brilliant red light suddenly erupted, gathering countless divine essences. A robust figure clad in golden armor appeared above the heavenly lake. The dazzling golden light rendered Meng Xingchen and the wild boar beneath him unable to open their eyes. However, despite the overwhelming aura exuding from this golden-armored being, it possessed no signs of life, as if merely a hollow shell. "Where is the city god of Bianlong County, Bai Chun?" A divine voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, awakening the old man trapped in a state of void. In order to successfully merge with the divine body of incense, and to restore the missing soul of the old man, his spirit had long ago been placed by the river deity into the realm of incense to undergo transformation. Bai Chun then appeared as a slightly solidified old man in the heavenly lake. Utilizing the divine methods imparted by the deity, merge with this city goddess body, and thereafter, you shall be the city god of Bianlong County, a subordinate deity in the divine system of this revered deity for generations to come. Go forth. The river deity manipulated the waters of the heavenly lake, waving a hand to fuse the old man's spirit with the golden-armored divine body. Once this was accomplished, the river deity turned to Meng Xingchen, who was kneeling by the lakeside. He earnestly requested the deity to grant him the art of subjugating beasts. Meng Xingchen trembled all over, kneeling in respect. "Your talent exceeds the pinnacle level, a rarity in a millennium, indeed aligning with the standards for prodigies under the emperor's rule. Since you aspire to subjugate beasts, here lies the divine scripture for beast subjugation, a technique of the earth deity realm, which I have fortuitously comprehended. Today, I bestow it upon you. Once learned, you may descend the mountain. Over a month later, at the Martial Arts Academy of the imperial capital, you shall be one of its members." The river deity waved a hand, and a burst of divine light infused Meng Xingchen's mind, subsequently bestowing the same blessing upon the wild boar beside him, transforming it into a demigod pig imbued with divine essence. As the earth deity, Bai Chun possesses discerning vision. He would not casually choose an ordinary person as a disciple. Meng Xingchen's talent far surpasses that of common folk. With the future opening of the Martial Arts Academy in the imperial capital, numerous disciples will be needed, and Meng Xingchen cannot remain in Weishan indefinitely. This chapter contains 250 words. How is this chapter, dear? Were there any issues during your reading? Please share in the comments. Chapter 95. Meng Xingchen rode the flying pig backward, while the chief architect of Beishu Mansion, Zheng Fengqi, wore a perplexed expression. Meng Xingchen knelt in reverence. The slave beast divine cannon had been imbued with divine power by the river god. Meng Xingchen's soul swiftly embraced this divine and demonic technique, comprehending its essence. Reluctantly casting one last glance at the heavens, where the ancient spirit was merging with the body of the city god, he bid farewell to the river god and prepared to return to Bianlong County with the pig. Although he had lost the support of the ancient spirit, the divine and demonic technique in his mind illuminated his path, rendering external guidance unnecessary. Halfway down the mountain, the wild boar suddenly spoke. "Actually, I can fly. I can take you back to the territory of the human race." "What? When did you learn to talk?" Meng Xingchen exclaimed in astonishment. The human race and the fierce beast race were isolated. Even their communication relied on soul connection. Yet here was a pig speaking human words, shocking Meng Xingchen to his core. Thanks to his master, the Divine Lord had also bestowed some favor upon the little pig, transforming it from an ordinary pig into a divine pig. After the wild boar spoke, it knelt towards the mountain peak. It was known that since the ancient spirit had become a subordinate of the river god, Meng Xingchen was also considered part of the river god's lineage. Thus, not only had he received guidance and the precious slave beast divine cannon, but the divine power also purified the pig at his side, transforming it from a fierce beast into a spiritual beast, one imbued with divine essence. Such a spiritual beast, if placed in the outside world, would be regarded as a key member of the fierce beast clan, attracting fierce competition among beast tamers. Meng Xingchen could be said to have greatly benefited from his master's grace. This is splendid. Quickly, take me flying. Meng Xingqian exclaimed joyfully. He had always yearned for the pig clan, viewing them as his ideal mounts. Now, with a divine pig blessed by a god at his side, he was utterly delighted. Filled with anticipation, he understood that only upon reaching the semi-holy realm could one fly briefly. However, he was but a congenital being, lacking the qualifications for flight. The distance to Bianlong County was 100 miles. Previously, it had been the ancient spirit controlling his body, allowing for swift movement, which enabled him to traverse the Weishui area in such a short time. But now, traversing on his own, even riding a divine pig, he could not fathom how much time it might consume. After all, the terrain was steep, and in some areas, flying was not an option, necessitating a detour. But now, with the divine pig capable of flight, he had no such worries. All right, master, the divine pig responded. It approached Meng Xingqian from behind, leaping onto him, its front legs resting on his shoulders, while its hind legs wrapped around his thighs. It whispered softly in his ear, "We shall fly." At that moment, Meng Xingqian felt a surge of powerful energy emanating from the divine pig, lifting his entire being as they soared towards Bianlong County. However, the position seemed as if he was carrying the divine pig. "What are you doing?" Meng Xingqian felt somewhat odd. Master, did you not wish to fly?" The divine pig whispered gently in his ear. This is not the kind of flight I envisioned. The posture feels rather peculiar, as though you were riding me." "Am I not your mount, master?" The divine pig furrowed its brow slightly. "This is a misunderstanding. You are the mount. Quickly turn over." Meng Xingqian felt somewhat speechless. He relished the sensation of riding a pig, but did not appreciate being ridden by one. "Very well, master." The divine pig flipped over. The arrangement transformed into Meng Xingqian carrying the pig while lying down and soaring through the air. Meng Xingqian exclaimed, "In truth, the flight I desire is the kind where you stand normally, and I ride on your back." Meng Xingqian explained, somewhat bewildered, "Master, I cannot fly in that manner. Please make do with this. As long as we can fly, isn't that sufficient?" The divine pig's tone was gentle, whispering in Meng Xingqian's ear. Instantly, a chill ran down Meng Xingqian's spine. Atop Weishan Mountain, the river god did not pay heed to Meng Xingqian's departure. Instead, his divine gaze fell entirely upon Ba Lao. The power of this city god's form was approximately between the lower and middle realms of the earth god. However, since it absorbed most of the earth's essence from Bianlong County, the source of Ba Chen's power was fundamentally rooted in that locale. Once removed from the earth's essence of Bianlong County, the strength of Ba Chen would gradually diminish over the course of a month. Should divine power be exerted during this time, the decline would be even more severe, the river god contemplated. Whether it be the city god, earth god, or the celestial deities, they all belong to the lower echelon of the mythological heavenly court, laden with endless restrictions. Most often, the bestowal of such deities was granted to mortals who, despite their merits, were insufficient to ascend to the heavenly realm or to foreign entities. He was no exception. However, in this life, he had utilized the emperor's assistance to break free from the constraints of his previous existence, receiving the authority of a true god from the emperor. Once this deity ascends to the celestial domain and further solidifies his divine authority, he shall establish himself upon Weishan, allowing his spirit to traverse the outer star rivers or connect to the depths of the continent, thereby expanding his divine realm across various worlds to safeguard the emperor's dominion. A flicker of red light glimmered in the river god's eyes. After a brief focus on Ba Lao, he returned to his divine realm. To integrate Ba Lao's spirit with this city god form would require at least 10 days for complete mastery, and by then, it would also be the moment to act against the civilization behind Ba Lao in the Qingyu continent. The fruit sown must naturally be reaped once ripe. Meanwhile, in the North Spirit Valley, ever since the Holy Realm Legion suppressed the barbarian dynasty and established their dominion, the sacred beasts began their return. However, they did not return empty-handed. They delved deep into the surrounding mountains, driving back the remnants of ferocious beasts. They prepared to assist the sacred beasts left behind in excavating the chaotic Yang mountain range. Nevertheless, they had spent a considerable amount of time in the North Spirit Valley. The remaining ferocious beasts had nearly cleared the major mountains of the chaotic Yang range. A few smaller hills could still be carved into terrace structures, marking the conclusion of efforts to eradicate the chaotic Yang mountain range. Fengqixian, under the jurisdiction of the Northern Ruins Bureau, The chief officer is responsible for coordinating all decisions and deployments related to the construction of the empire within the northern ruins. Recently, a directive issued personally by the director of the bureau compelled Feng Qixian to hasten towards Kaiyang County. However, as he journeyed, a tumult of emotions swirled within him, stemming from the contents of this command. The order to relay His Majesty's decree entailed the establishment of 4 transit cities along a royal road extending 4,000 li north of Kaiyang County, necessitating his oversight in resource allocation, distance assessment, and monitoring of construction. Upon receiving this order, Feng Qixian was utterly bewildered. Wasn't the expanse north of Kaiyang County a vast range of mountains? When had a 4,000 li royal road emerged? In that moment, he instinctively questioned whether he had traversed time and space. It is essential to understand that carving a road through such mountainous terrain, especially the formidable Wanyao mountain range, teeming with venomous creatures and perilous landscapes, is no minor feat indeed. A journey of even 100 li would take years of toil and tenacity. Thus, Feng Qixian was deeply skeptical of this command. Nevertheless, with the imperial edict in hand, he dared not delay and quickened his pace towards Kaiyang County. In a mere 3 days, he arrived at his destination. His swiftness was driven not only by the urgency of fulfilling the imperial mandate, but also by a curiosity to ascertain whether the rumored 4,000 li royal road truly existed within the Wanyao mountain range, as well as to address a matter entrusted to him by the bureau director. He silently pondered the director's request to investigate what lay at the terminus of this purported royal road. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he soon reached the location of the county magistrate. "I am the chief officer of the Northern Ruins Bureau, dispatched by His Majesty to survey the 4,000 li royal road north of Kaiyang County. I kindly request the magistrate to grant us passage to the northern regions," Feng Qixian stated as he presented the official decree before the magistrate. Recently, Kaiyang County had faced a beast disaster, leading the magistrate to order the closure of all routes to the north, barring any entry. Consequently, Feng Qixian, who initially intended to proceed directly to the northern regions, found himself compelled to return to the magistrate's location to obtain a travel permit. Indeed, it is a royal command. "Since you wish to enter the northern region of Kaiyang County, I shall grant you passage. However, I must advise you and your accompanying personnel to prepare yourselves, as there are certain minor issues in the northern regions that may be unsettling," the magistrate remarked with a bow, fully aware of the circumstances that awaited them. "What issues?" Feng Qixian inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Due to the multitude of eyes and ears here, I cannot elaborate further. However, once you arrive, you shall be informed of the particulars," the magistrate replied, bowing again. "This is a command from the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard, and I cannot defy it. The Chief Officer of the Northern Ruins Bureau holds a rank superior to that of the county magistrate in accordance with imperial protocols. The governor of Kaiyang County harbored concerns about potential inquiries from his counterpart, rendering dialogue difficult. Thus, he mentioned the nameless figure. The commander of the Imperial Guards? Feng Qixian's mind stirred slightly. The commander, entrusted with the protection of the emperor's safety, was undoubtedly one of the emperor's closest confidants. Moreover, anyone capable of assuming the role of the commander of the Imperial Guards must possess formidable strength. Given that this command originated from the other party, Feng Qixian deemed it prudent not to press the Kaiyang governor further, lest he provoke the displeasure of this esteemed commander. It is essential to recognize that the closest individuals to His Majesty could easily influence his fortunes should unfavorable remarks about them reach his ears. Nevertheless, the governor's words left Feng Qixian with a lingering sense of unease. What could lie to the north of Kaiyang County that warranted such a grave warning from its governor, urging him to prepare mentally? Was it the uncollected remains of ferocious beasts, or perhaps the fate of the citizens who perished during the onslaught of these beasts? With these questions weighing on his mind, compounded by his curiosity regarding the 4,000-mile official road, Feng Qixian journeyed northward. After his departure, the Kaiyang governor gazed after Feng Qixian's retreating figure. The term sacred beast had long been a taboo within the dynasty. The appearance of any sacred beast could incite widespread panic among the populace, even causing discomfort among the saintly. A century ago, during the invasion of sacred beasts, had the previous emperor not taken decisive action, abandoning the prior strategy of merely resisting the beast calamities in favor of a proactive approach, rallying the imperial forces to first encircle and eliminate one sacred beast, then another, The consequences would have mirrored the earlier disasters, leading to catastrophic losses for the dynasty. The prospect of humanity launching a counteroffensive against the myriad beasts would have been utterly implausible. In the current era of peace, the recent minor incursions of ferocious beasts had already instilled fear in portions of the populace, prompting many to flee. Should news of 250 sacred beasts emerge from the northern regions of Kaiyang County, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Even if the dynasty were to proclaim that sacred beasts posed no threat and were under imperial control, who would be inclined to believe such an outrageous declaration? After all, the historical lessons of the devastation wrought by sacred beasts were well known. How could humanity suddenly subjugate these sacred beings? How could one guarantee that they would not inflict harm? Moreover, given the vast expanse of the dynasty, if rumors began to circulate, they would not dissipate quickly. Although, in time, the populace might realize that the sacred beasts had indeed not caused any harm, the ensuing impact would undoubtedly be significant. When the court sought accountability, the governor's position would be perilous. Even though he was aware that the sacred beasts were under human control, he still harbored a vague sense of apprehension, fearing that one day these beasts might break free from their restraints and revert to their primal instincts, wreaking havoc. Thus, such information could not be allowed to spread. Consequently, when the nameless figure ordered the suppression of reports regarding the appearance of sacred beasts north of Kaiyang County and the sealing off of pathways, the Kaiyang governor readily acquiesced. Just moments ago, there were too many individuals accompanying Feng Qixian. Should he utter a word, any one of them carrying a communication jade would transmit the news, rendering futile the governor's months-long efforts to secure the region. However, he felt compelled to give prior notice. Otherwise, upon arrival, Feng Qixian might blame him for not informing him in advance upon witnessing the sacred beasts. Alas, it is indeed challenging, as one must consider all aspects. Fearful of offending anyone, the governor of Kaiyang took a deep breath, shaking his head with a sigh. This is what the governor of Kaiyang refers to as a minor issue. In the northern part of Kaiyang, Feng Qixian's pupils dilated in shock, gazing at the multitude of sacred beasts resting in the vicinity of the old Ruanyang mountain. His heart trembled with fear. He had never anticipated that what the governor deemed a trivial matter would involve such a staggering number of sacred beasts. My goodness, if such a multitude were to revolt, it would spell disaster for the dynasty, even during the reign of the late emperor. Feng Qixian leaned against the city wall, feeling unsteady. Although Brave City was not in close proximity to where the sacred beasts resided, the overwhelming pressure they exuded caused his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Rest assured, Lord Feng, these sacred beasts will not cause harm, the Marquis of Beiyang remarked from beside him. Will they truly refrain from causing harm? What assurance do you provide? Feng Qixian managed to steady his mind and swallowed hard. Who could guarantee that such colossal creatures would not inflict injury? Just a flicker of a thought could provoke them. Surely, the individuals present would not suffice to withstand their wrath. Guarantee? My soldiers and I can assure you that they will not harm anyone. I shall personally lead you, Lord Feng, and the others to measure the official road, accompanying you throughout the process. The Marquis of Beiyang paused momentarily, then gestured towards the direction of Ruanyang Mountain. There, a considerable number of Beiyang soldiers were mingling with the sacred beasts. Feng Qixian looked over with suspicion. He had been so preoccupied with the massive sacred beasts that he had overlooked this detail. Now, he noticed a group of Beiyang soldiers resting beside the sacred beasts, some even climbing onto their shoulders to massage and tend to them. The atmosphere hardly suggested that these creatures would harm anyone. Gasp! Feng Qixian inhaled sharply. This chapter contains 200 words. How is this chapter, my dear? Were there any issues during your reading? Please share in the comments. Chapter 96, Signing in at a Small World, Obtaining the Imperial Realm, and Advancing the Path to Ascend as a Celestial Being. Master Wolf, how does this strength feel? A robust soldier of the Beiyang army grasped the golden wolf's fur with one hand, carefully entwining himself within it as he inquired. Oh. The golden wolf let out a comfortable sound. Thank you for your recognition, Master Wolf. This humble one is always at your service. But might I request that you bestow upon me the occasional fur that falls from you? The stout soldier whispered. The fierce beast is a treasure trove in itself. Even an ordinary innate ferocious creature holds substantial value in the imperial court, let alone a sacred beast. Although they could not obtain the most valuable core or flesh of the sacred beast, Acquiring even a single strand of its fur is a rare treasure. One must understand that the fur of a creature evolved to the level of a sacred beast is remarkably resilient, nearly comparable to black iron. Whether sold in the market or used to reinforce one's own weaponry, the benefits are indeed immense. Thus, many soldiers of the Beiyang army cautiously befriended the sacred beasts, seizing the opportunity to gather some of their fur. This robust soldier was no exception. The golden wolf extended a claw to scratch its back, shedding a considerable amount of fur onto the ground. With a slight air of disdain, it pointed toward the ground, indicating for the soldier to pick it up. "All right, Master Wolf." Upon seeing this, the soldier was overjoyed, leaping down from the sacred beast. This scene was witnessed by Feng Qixin and others, who approached with trepidation. Their expressions bewildered. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a ferocious sacred beast could coexist so amicably with the human race. Amidst their astonishment, the stout soldier gathered the golden fur from the ground, tying it into a bundle and placing it behind his waist before climbing back onto the golden wolf. As he ascended, Feng Qixin clearly noticed that the soldier already had several bundles of fur on his back. Furthermore, numerous soldiers from the Beiyang army were mingling with various sacred beasts, particularly near the demon ape, who possessed a deceased sacred beast. The demon ape suggested that if someone could provide it with comfort, it might consider sharing half of its spoils. This proposition instantly attracted a throng of Beiyang soldiers. The Beiyang Marquis was unfazed by all this, leading Feng Qixin and the others to a newly opened mountain path. The ancient Wanyao mountain range, whose existence was shrouded in mystery, had indeed revealed the official road of the god Xian. Could it be the work of those sacred beasts from the outside world? Feng Qixin gazed intently at the endless 4,000-mile road, astonished. Suddenly, he recalled the group of sacred beasts from outside, as if understanding precisely how this 4,000-mile path had come to be. The Beiyang Marquis nodded, confirming Feng Qixin's conjecture. What an extraordinary wonder! The manipulation of sacred beasts to carve out a mountain path is something unheard of and unseen throughout history. Feng Qixin shook his head in awe. Such feats had been nearly impossible since ancient times, yet now, it materialized before his very eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Qixin opened his mouth to inquire about the extraordinary circumstances enabling control over the sacred beasts. However, he was swiftly interrupted by the Northyang Marquis. This is a matter of imperial secrecy. It is likely that only the sovereign residing within the palace is privy to such knowledge. The Marquis said with a slight shake of his head. The ability to command sacred beasts from such a great distance, directing them to excavate mountains, was a phenomenon that left even the Northyang Marquis in a state of incredulity regarding the sovereign's power. Emperor Feng Qixin murmured softly, choosing not to press further. When it comes to the emperor, matters of this nature are certainly beyond their grasp, at the very least. Only the 3 esteemed officials of the court would have access to such information. Nevertheless, this revelation left Feng Qixin and his companions profoundly unsettled. After a lengthy pause, Feng Qixin suddenly recalled the matter the director of the engineering department had tasked him with investigating. Does the Northyang Marquis know the purpose behind the construction of this official road? Or what lies at the other end? Feng Qixin inquired, his curiosity piqued. After all, since the establishment of the divine mysterious dynasty, they had been confined to the southern continent, with no one aware of what existed beyond the mountain range. The myriad demon mountains had always remained an enigma to the beings of the southern continent. Perhaps it is a new civilization. The Northyang Marquis speculated after a moment's thought. After all, when the Nameless One opened the mountain path accompanied by the sacred beasts, he took with him figures such as Nangong Tianlong. If they were not heading towards the civilization of Nangong Tianlong, why would such a road be constructed? Is what the Marquis says true? A jolt of realization surged through Feng Qixin. Much like the initial shock upon encountering the sacred beasts, he was now stirred by the Northyang Marquis' assertion. Like the isolated North Spirit Gorge, the majority of the southern continent's populace, encircled by mountains, had accepted the notion that only their civilization existed within the vast range. Yet now, the Northyang Marquis claimed that this official road linked to another civilization, igniting a tempest of unrest within Feng Qixin. Indeed, it is true. The Northyang Marquis affirmed with conviction. Following this revelation, Feng Qixin commenced the tasks of his journey. simultaneously relaying the information entrusted to him by the director of the engineering department. Meanwhile, on the other side, the director of the engineering department received the news with a start. A new civilization. Those 3 words, though brief, seemed to resonate with an inexplicable enchantment, sending a shiver through the director. The other end of that official road led to a new civilization. Could it be that this was the discovery of the mysterious organization that the sovereign controlled from behind the scenes? Pacing back and forth, the director's expression grew increasingly grave. The incident involving 500 sacred beasts had alerted him to the terrifying power that the emperor held, one that transcended the dynasty itself. Now, with the emergence of a new civilization, the director's mind ventured deeper still. It suggested that the emperor commanded another force, distinct from the court, which had begun to delve into the depths of the myriad demon mountains, likely having already established a significant presence within them. Otherwise, how could 500 sacred beasts come into being? The director of the company widened his eyes, overwhelmed by his astonishment. What kind of place is the Wanyao mountain range? A paradise for ferocious beasts and a forbidden land for mortals. For so long, it has confined the divine Xian Empire, continuously stifling its development. Even the former emperor, who once ventured deep into the Wanyao mountain range, ultimately retreated, daring not to linger, let alone establish imperial cities or expand territories there. Yet now, the current emperor has already reached into the depths of the Wanyao mountain range without relying on the empire's power. This stark contrast left the director in a state of utter disbelief. Perhaps, the era of boundless expansion and eternal prosperity for the divine Xian Empire will be realized under this emperor's reign. The director's eyes glistened with red excitement. As a loyal minister of the divine Xian Empire, witnessing the empire transcend the southern continent and extend its territory into the Wanyao mountain range and even beyond, transforming from a secluded place into a flourishing realm attracting all domains, would be an extraordinary fortune. Wu Dijia was filled with exhilaration, as he vaguely perceived a magnificent emperor capable of leading the divine Xian Empire to such heights. Now, it has been 4 months since I ascended to the throne. Perhaps I should find an opportunity this month or the next to visit the royal ancestor mountain. In the Xianyuan Hall, Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne, lost in thought. It is an essential tradition for each emperor at the beginning of their reign to journey to the royal ancestor mountain to imprint their imperial title. Xuan Ming had no intention of deviating from this tradition. Furthermore, he planned to take everything from the royal ancestor mountain. In his youth, he had accompanied the former emperor to the royal ancestor mountain once. The former emperor had remarked that it was the foundation upon which the Xianyuan family established itself in the southern continent, governing the world, seemingly holding dominion over a secret realm. Should the emperor from the outside world falter one day, a formidable force would emerge to reclaim the throne for him. For millennia, the occurrences of the royal ancestor mountain have been concealed by successive emperors, with only a handful of court officials aware of its existence. The entrance to the royal ancestor mountain lies at the heart of a mountain range in the southern part of the empire. Let it be this month. After the morning court session in 5 days, I shall set forth for the royal ancestor mountain. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, contemplating. Although he possessed ample power, the divine Xian Empire is now thoroughly stable, making any coup impossible. Therefore, the royal ancestor mountain no longer needs to remain hidden in the shadows. It would be better to present itself to the world, aiding him in his endeavors. After all, the divine Xian Empire is destined to expand, and relying solely on divine beings and court officials is far from sufficient. He requires more hands to suppress various regions. System, commenced the sign-in. Having determined the date for his visit to the royal ancestor mountain, Xuan Ming decided not to waste any more time and shifted his focus to the daily sign-in. Ding. Signing in. Please wait, host. Sign-in complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small world. The Emperor's world. A small world? Initially lacking in enthusiasm, Xuan Ming, who presumed that he would not unearth anything remarkable, was suddenly jolted to attention. System, what is this imperial world? Xuan Ming inquired with keen interest. Imperial world description. Level, minor world source. Unknown purpose. It harbors the essence of myriad paths, allowing the host to choose to anchor their spirit within the imperial world, thus becoming its sovereign, cultivating the path of the emperor. Selecting a dynasty as foundation and national fortune as support. wielding the authority of the myriad paths as the sovereign of the imperial world. Note: the minor world can annex the essence of other worlds to ascend, automatically absorb external energies for enhancement, and evolve alongside the host's cultivation, possessing boundless potential for growth, capable of safeguarding the host's spirit or existing in the external realms. A faint blue light curtain materialized before Xuan Ming. His mind quivered slightly. The brief information displayed by the system instantly conjured thoughts of his own path after ascending to the celestial realm. He envisioned cultivating the emperor's lineage, utilizing the divine Qian dynasty as a foundation, supported by national fortune, with the imperial world as the source, commanding the power of myriad paths. After all, the imperial world contained the essence of myriad paths, quite suitable for Xuan Ming's innate Tao body. Should he establish this as his celestial foundation, he could cultivate all paths. And with the addition of the divine Qian dynasty as a trump card, he could amplify the imperial path, mastering the forces of the myriad paths. Indeed, Xuan Ming nodded inwardly. Where's the imperial world? As soon as he spoke, a phantom of a world manifested in his mind, gently vibrating. It was the imperial world. It seemed that the imperial world could wholly encompass his being. Xuan Ming meticulously sensed it, and in the next moment, with a mere thought, he vanished without a trace, as if he had dissolved into this realm. Within the imperial world, Xuan Ming gazed around. Beneath an endless sky stood towering peaks that pierced the clouds, connected by dense forests, with a sprawling mountain range teeming with lush greenery. Among those lofty mountains and expansive forests, colossal beasts roamed, while fierce birds soared above. However, the expanse of the imperial world extended far beyond this. In the more distant reaches, other mountains, plains, rivers, and vast seas were present, seemingly infinite, stretching beyond sight. Is the area of a minor world truly this vast? Xuan Ming pondered, momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had assumed that the system's designation of a minor world might suggest it was larger than Southern Continent, albeit not by much. Yet, he had not anticipated that even the undulating mountains before him surpassed the size of Southern Continent, not to mention the other regions that lay beyond. The entire imperial world exuded a primal aura, reminiscent of the dawn of creation, yet teeming with vibrant life across countless epochs. However, within this world, there appeared to be an absence of divine beings or demons. Xuan Ming sensed carefully, furrowing his brow. In this vast world, brimming with life, there were no beings ascending to divinity or demonhood. Note: in this realm, the myriad paths have accumulated over a long time. Upon the host entrusting their soul, they ascend to divinity, and beings of talent gradually transform into gods or demons. A faint azure light curtain appeared before Xuan Ming. In that case, I shall first attempt to entrust my soul and subsequently explore this world. Xuan Ming nodded slightly. In the next moment, he shifted to the source of the imperial world, the residence of the seventh princess. The series of unforeseen events has rendered Xuanchua's various schemes unfeasible. It seems I must resort to this method. Lin Su, Xuanchua whispered, transmitting her voice through secret arts. Soon, a middle-aged woman from the ice group materialized in Xuanchua's new chamber. This princess wishes to inquire about something. If you sought to assist someone in rapidly advancing their realm, or to comprehend certain perils without that person discovering your intentions, how would you proceed? Xuanchua questioned in confusion. She intended to follow the advice provided by the Ice and Snow Divine Tower, prioritizing the enhancement of her third brother Xuan Ming's strength to stabilize the broader environment of the southern continent, thus preventing that deity or demon from taking action, leaving the southern continent utterly defenseless. Only then could she confront the demon lord Lin Ning without the worry of external interference. Furthermore, given her and Xuan Ming's identities, dealing with demon lord Lin Ning would become considerably easier. It is a query on behalf of a friend of this princess, and I do not possess an optimal solution. Hence seeking collective wisdom, Xuanchua remarked, touching her nose. The middle-aged woman from the ice group displayed a look of skepticism. This chapter contains 50 words. How is the recent plot unfolding? Are there any areas that require adjustment? If so, please share your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 97. The soul's entrustment to the imperial realm, the court in turmoil, journeying to the ancestral mountain. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that I lack any profound suggestions. Perhaps I could consult with other members of the ice group? Murmured the middle-aged woman from the ice group. From her years of following Sun Tzu, it was evident that this so-called friend was predominantly a figment of her own imagination. She hesitated to voice any recommendations regarding Sun Tzu, fearing that any misstep might bring calamity upon herself. "Very well, proceed to inquire," Sun Tzu replied, rubbing her temples and waving her hand dismissively. In her previous life, she had been of the royal bloodline of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty, ascending to the throne without encountering any obstacles, amassing the entirety of the dynasty's resources, and stepping into the exalted realm of the celestial deities. In this life, she was reborn into the royal lineage of the divine Xuan dynasty. Despite the cumulative experience of tens of thousands of years, she found herself lacking in expertise regarding such matters. In her past, when her cultivation was at its peak, she could subtly influence others' wills and memories. Yet now, that was no longer feasible. Sighing softly, she leaned back against her throne, her thoughts drifting into an indiscernible abyss. In the East Sky Prefecture, a contingent of constables ventured deep into the forest. "Captain, it appears there are traces of the notorious bandit in this area." One of the innate constables knelt down, feeling the earth and catching a whiff of a peculiar scent reminiscent of incense ash. It seemed the bandit was indeed lurking in this vicinity. Further investigation was warranted. Should any subsequent discoveries arise, they could notify the two officials who reported to the court. Both were semi-saints, and enlisting their aid would likely facilitate the apprehension of the bandit. The middle-aged man, known as the captain, furrowed his brow slightly. The bandit possessed formidable strength. Although he himself was a semi-saint, he might not match the bandit's prowess. "Understood, Captain." The constables pressed onward into the depths of the forest. In the depths of the imperial realm, Xuan Ming's divine form descended like a blazing comet, plunging rapidly to the very heart of the imperial realm. The majority of worlds within the starry expanse draw their essence from the subterranean depths. Hence, this primal essence is referred to by myriad celestial beings as the core essence. The existence of the core essence enables a world to nurture myriad creations, saturating the cosmos with energy and giving rise to the laws of the great Tao, allowing the world to endure in the starry void. As long as the core essence persists, it can continuously absorb the wandering energies from beyond, sustaining and fostering the growth of life both within the world and in its very essence. One could liken the core essence to the heart and soul of a world, encapsulating the ultimate mysteries of evolution and the genesis of all things. However, amidst the boundless rivers of stars, not every world is endowed with core essence. Those devoid of it exist as barren wastelands, utterly devoid of value. In the daily accumulation of rewards from the realm known as the imperial world, one can find the essence of the Earth's core. It is for this reason that when Xuan Ming first beheld this world, he could perceive the boundless life thriving in its many corners. In the dimly lit subterranean expanse, upon passing through a film-like structure, Xuan Ming suddenly arrived in a radiant area. Having acquired the hexagram-shaped divine storage ring and familiarized himself with the form of divine stones, he swiftly realized that he was amidst veins of divine stones embedded within the Earth's core. Divine stones can only coalesce into a rock-like form in places where the energy of heaven and earth is abundant. The Earth's core, brimming with immense energy that sustains the world's rotation, easily fosters the formation of these pure energy-infused divine stones. Xuan Ming's divine consciousness permeated the Earth's core, revealing luminous veins of divine stones nearby. Some of these extended to the surface, connecting with various crystalline deposits and ancient mountains or dense forests, giving rise to rare spiritual herbs and unique minerals, while others lay hidden beneath, continually releasing the essence of heaven and earth into the surface world. The energy contained within the imperial world primarily originates from these sources. Creatures dwelling on the surface benefit from this, transforming into powerful holy beasts and ancient entities. These veins of divine stones serve as conduits for the Earth's core to deliver energy to the cosmos, resembling an intricate spider's web woven throughout the core. The Earth's core functions like the heart of a being, pulsating with each beat to supply monumental energy for the world's operations. This magnificent sight left Xuan Ming in awe. Pausing for a moment, his gaze gradually shifted from the densely interwoven veins of divine stones to the central focal point, where a massive orb of light rhythmically expanded and contracted. With each pulsation, Xuan Ming felt a surge of pure energy emanating from the Earth's core, flowing towards the surface. Meanwhile, the energy in the outer atmosphere subtly intensified. However, the surface beings consumed this surplus energy in their breaths, maintaining a balance that kept the energy of the imperial world at a constant level. Curiously, if the spiritual essence of the imperial world is supplied by the Earth's core, why is it that the southern continent and the myriad demon mountains lack this essence? Only in places inhabited by divine beings and demons, where the laws of these entities arise, does spiritual energy manifest. Xuan Ming pondered, noting the fundamental differences between the southern continent, the myriad demon mountains, and the imperial world, suggesting that something was amiss in certain areas. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate this matter later. For now, his priority remained the ascension to the realm of the celestials. With a shake of his head, Xuan Ming contemplated the imperial world, using his spirit as a guide to manifest the power of the entire realm. As his spirit coalesced into an ethereal form and merged with the Earth's core, Xuan Ming found himself suspended like an ancient deity in the depths of the imperial world's firmament, observing the subtle transformations of this vast realm with profound power. He observed, accompanied by the primordial energy emanating from the Earth's core, that the mountains, forests, deep seas, and plains were all alive with vibrant fluctuations of life. Suddenly, as if the very fabric of space were torn asunder, tiny life forms began to emerge. These diminutive beings, bewildered, surveyed their surroundings before cautiously crawling forth, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth while seeking out anything to satiate their hunger. Abruptly, a colossal foot, magnitudes larger than these tiny beings, descended upon them, an ancient beast active in this realm. It seemed to ascertain that these newly birthed creatures were a source of nourishment, and it began to voraciously inhale, devouring the myriad of innocent lives, which were completely oblivious to their fate. With each consumption, the vitality within the ancient beast surged, its heart's rhythm resonating like thunder. While a few fortunate souls managed to escape, gradually finding sanctuary, embarking on their own transformative evolution. Intriguing indeed. The ethereal shadow manifested from Xuan Ming's divine essence beheld this scene, and he comprehended that the entire imperial world was still in a stage of primal evolution. Not only the ancient beasts, but all life forms within this world were progressing in the most rudimentary of ways. The shadow of Xuan Ming slowly diminished, floating above the massive ancient beast. The beast, having just feasted and prepared to rest, instinctively sensed his presence. Its enormous body prostrated upon the ground, bowing repeatedly towards the direction of his shadow, a gesture of profound humility. Xuan Ming could perceive the fear and reverence that filled the ancient beast's being. It was a manifestation of instinctual terror experienced by a weaker creature confronting a formidable deity. The shadow of Xuan Ming scrutinized the ancient beast closely, and an extraordinary realization dawned upon him. This creature was, in essence, one of his subjects. A sudden epiphany struck him. The shadow expanded wildly, returning to the heavens above the imperial world. His divine essence meticulously sensed the evolving rules of the imperial world. The earth god draws strength from the very soil of its world, while the celestial god derives power from the primordial sources beyond the heavens. To ascend to the status of a celestial god is akin to harnessing the earth's core's essence, allowing one to traverse the vast cosmos and explore new celestial civilizations. In contrast, the earth god, only after absorbing sufficient terrestrial energy, can step into the starry expanse. Should this energy dissipate, and if the earth god fails to return to its original realm in time, it risks becoming lost among the stars, aimlessly drifting until its lifespan is exhausted, or encountering perilous cosmic domains, leading to its demise. Xuan Ming's gaze gradually settled upon the origin of the imperial world. He recognized that this was the most profound aspect of the entire galaxy. The evolution of life forms in the world was but a mimicry of the cosmic order. Should they succeed in this imitation, it would usher in an unimaginable transformation for those life forms. Xuan Ming's essence, attuned to the wondrous changes within the imperial world, began to forge a subtle connection, evoking within him a remarkable sensation of merging with the world itself. Unlike the usual ethereal attachment to a distant realm, the imperial world resides within Xuan Ming's consciousness. Once the soul's tethering is complete, the imperial world transforms into Xuan Ming's private domain, where he wields absolute authority over all within it. System data reveals that the core essence of the imperial world can evolve by devouring other sources, thereby bestowing substantial benefits upon everything within, potentially allowing the sovereign to ascend to a higher divine realm more swiftly after attaining the status of a celestial deity. Xuan Ming mused softly. He suddenly recalled that within the vicinity of the royal ancestor mountain lies a secret realm, which likely harbors some essence as well. Since Xuan Ming did not intend for the royal ancestor mountain to remain shrouded in obscurity, the existence of this secret source seemed to hold little significance. It would be more prudent to assimilate it into the imperial world for evolution. Should a remarkable transformation occur, Xuan Ming could then consider venturing into the domain of the demon divine ape to plunder its core essence and integrate it into the imperial world. At this moment, the Xuan Ming clan, who had dwelled for generations within the secret realm of the royal ancestor mountain, could not fathom that the age-old tradition of emperors ascending to their ancestors would result in their own loss of home. For days swiftly passed. The process of tethering one's soul to a world and transcending to become a celestial deity is not a fleeting endeavor. It requires an extensive period for the metamorphosis into a divine corporeal form. Xuan Ming retained a portion of his soul within the imperial world in his mind, while the other part returned to the realm of reality. Today marked the occasion of the morning court, a time when ministers report on matters of state. Xuan Ming could not afford to be absent, and, moreover, his pilgrimage to the royal ancestor mountain necessitated informing the civil and military officials, ensuring they prepared accordingly during his absence from the capital. In the imperial hall, Xuan Ming ascended to the throne, surveying the assembly of civil and military officials. "Your Majesty," began the chief construction officer Feng Qixian. "A preliminary assessment indicates that the 4,000 li of official road north of Kaiyang County can be constructed using local materials for the 4 transit cities. The earliest we could see the rudimentary forms of these cities would be in a month and a half, with completion expected within 3 months. The skilled artisans of the Xinxian dynasty, being martial artists themselves, alongside the stationed soldiers, could determine the construction of a city within a matter of months." As the chief construction officer concluded, a wave of astonishment swept through the court. "Your Majesty, the area north of Kaiyang County, as I understand it, is a desolate mountainous region rife with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, presenting formidable natural obstacles. This 4,000 li official road?" questioned the Minister of Personnel, Li Yuanfang, stepping forward with a look of confusion. The Minister of Revenue and others shared similar expressions of bewilderment. Except for the Minister of War and the Chief Construction Officer, none of the officials were privy to this matter. They were preoccupied with their duties and did not venture far, particularly since this was an edict issued by Xuan Ming in the Imperial Hall. Had the Chief Construction Officer not mentioned it during the morning court, they would have remained entirely unaware of the existence of the 4,000 li official road north of Kaiyang County. "This matter, which you have not inquired about, I intend to address in the court. Previously, the mountainous regions of Kaiyang County and Nanjiang County have been susceptible to ferocious beasts infiltrating the imperial territory from the Wanyao mountain range, leading to numerous calamities for the dynasty. Moreover, the chaotic terrain makes it exceedingly difficult to implement preemptive defenses. Therefore, I have commanded the Minister of Revenue to select personnel to level these 2 mountain ranges. This endeavor has now yielded notable results. Recently, I discovered another area of civilization inhabited by the human race north of Kaiyang County. This 4,000-mile official road connects directly to that human civilization. I have dispatched individuals to manage affairs there, and I will subsequently send detailed information regarding this region of human civilization to the imperial capital for your thorough examination." Xuan Ming sat upright on the dragon throne and spoke softly. "Since the North Spirit Gorge has already been connected, it is only a matter of time before it becomes exposed to the gaze of the divine Xuan dynasty. Rather than waiting for that moment to reveal it to my ministers, it is better to disclose it now, allowing them to prepare psychologically. However, the North Spirit Gorge is recognized by Xuan Ming as a sanctified supply area for the military corps, and for the time being, no one shall interfere with the situation there. It is akin to a new territory independent of the court, yet under Xuan Ming's control." As soon as Xuan Ming's words fell, a tempest of astonishment surged within the court. Even the seasoned officials, such as the Minister of Personnel and the Minister of Revenue, wore expressions of shock. The emperor's brief remarks subtly overturned their previous understanding. Nevertheless, The ministers of personnel and revenue soon realized that the emperor had merely acknowledged the existence of this civilized land without discussing how it should be governed, indicating that he did not intend to delegate authority to the court. Among those present, only the Minister of War and the Director of Engineering appeared somewhat less affected. Yet they too were not unscathed. They speculated. And now the emperor's personal acknowledgement was tantamount to revealing the existence of a power under his control that diverged from the authority of the court. Very well. I have decided to travel to the imperial ancestor mountain for ancestral worship tomorrow. During this time, you must make the necessary arrangements. If there is anything else, please speak now, Xuan Ming gestured. For the following period, he would not be in the imperial capital. If any matters arose, these ministers would have no means to seek him at the Xian Emperor's hall. Hence he instructed them to voice any concerns during the morning court session. The emperor's visit to the imperial ancestor mountain, however, did not stir any significant upheaval among the civil and military officials, as this was a tradition. Subsequently, they reported various matters, and the morning court finally concluded. This chapter consists of 400 words. How does this chapter fare, my dear? Were there any issues encountered during your reading? Please share your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 98. The Crisis of the Azure Domain Civilization. After the morning court, Xuan Ming returned to the Shenhuang Palace. The moon worship leader appeared before him as he sat upon the dragon throne. You shall accompany me to the royal ancestral mountain, Xuan Ming instructed softly. As you command, the moon worship leader replied with a respectful gesture before vanishing from sight. Once the moon worship leader departed, Xuan Ming leaned back in his throne, his mind immersing into the Empyrean realm. He sought to envision the divine manifestation of the Empyrean realm with haste, striving for ascension into the domain of celestial beings. Only those who attain the status of celestial beings can be deemed the pinnacle of power in this world. In the eastern expanse of the Tianshu realm lies the Azure Domain Civilization. This civilization, belonging to the human race, boasts a legacy of nearly 30,000 years. Having endured countless tribulations throughout history, resiliently persevering through the ages. However, the Azure Domain Civilization now faces its gravest crisis. 3 millennia ago, during an expedition beyond their realm, they inadvertently left behind their civilization's coordinates, inadvertently attracting a terrifying alien race that feeds upon sentient beings drawing near to their territory. Originally, the strength of this alien race was commensurate with that of the Azure human race, each possessing formidable deities among their ranks. Although the aliens' supernatural abilities were peculiar, the Azure human race managed to resist valiantly, resulting in a millennium of conflict without significant advancements for the aliens. Yet, in recent centuries, the Azure human race has begun to falter. This decline can be traced back to the misfortune of one of the 4 great ancestral deities, Elder Baichin, who fell into an ambush set by the alien race during a departure from the Azure domain. Despite sending a timely signal for assistance, the other deities arrived too late. With the fall of Elder Baichin, the Azure civilization was left with only 3 ancestral deities, and each battle against the aliens resulted in heavy losses due to the absence of one of their own. If within a century the Azure human race fails to produce another deity or secure assistance from other civilizations, their fate is sealed. The Azure domain will inevitably face annihilation, becoming mere sustenance for the evolution of the alien race. In the Azure Temple, the supreme decision-making body of the Azure human race, a meeting was underway, presided over by the 3 ancestral deities and attended by high-ranking officials from various sacred realms. The atmosphere was heavy with despair. Since the Azure human race began to lose ground, a profound unease gripped the hearts of the populace, even among the upper echelons, who were shrouded in a thick veil of gloom. The alien race's uncanny abilities rendered them nearly invulnerable, making it increasingly difficult for these leaders to withstand the onslaught of their formidable foes. Consequently, the Azure Domain civilization has already surrendered a quarter of its territory to the encroaching alien forces. Yet this was not the end. The objective of the barbaric tribes of the Great Wasteland was to devour the entirety of the Qingyu civilization. However, after thousands of years of warfare, the foundational essence and resources of the Qingyu civilization had been nearly exhausted. The birth of divine beings from their own civilization was utterly impossible. Consequently, they directed their efforts toward soliciting external aid. The primary purpose of this assembly was to declare whether the Qingyu human race had managed to secure support from outside forces amidst the vast expanse of the Great Wasteland. Beneath the divine hall, all gazes were fixed upon the three ancient divine beings, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Yet, the three ancient beings shook their heads slightly, causing a pang of despair in the hearts of those present. During this period, 3 civilized regions had been discovered within the Great Wasteland, 2 belonging to the feathered tribe, who were unwilling to provoke the barbaric tribes and severed ties with their own kind. The other region belonged to the human race. But they too faced troubles within the wasteland, making it difficult for divine beings to descend, at most. They could send a single saint accompanied by a legion of 100,000 warriors to provide assistance. Among the 3 ancient beings, the one of highest status, greatest age, and most formidable cultivation, the elder Qingyuan, spoke slowly, cursed wasteland. As his words echoed, the high-ranking individuals within the hall secretly fumed, yet their anger was futile. The Great Wasteland was referred to as the Land of Secrets by the beings of the Tianshu realm, encompassing over 70% of its territory. Aside from the legendary Central World, all civilizations and races were enveloped by the Great Wasteland. For countless eons, myriad legends of the Wasteland had circulated throughout the Tianshu realm. Yet the most profound impression they left was the lurking danger it posed. For instance, the barbaric tribes of the Great Wasteland. Furthermore, the human civilization mentioned by Elder Qingyuan was also entangled in troubles within the wasteland, rendering them incapable of aiding in their time of need. Did the heavens truly wish for the demise of the Qingyu civilization? A sense of despair welled up within some hearts. The barbaric tribes of the Great Wasteland were a collective term for races that had once become lost within its depths. They were tainted by ominous forces, which had transformed them into dangerously bloodthirsty entities. The Qingyu human race, targeted by these tribes, would likely find it impossible to escape the fate of annihilation. How wretched! If only my father were here. In a corner of the Qingyu Divine Hall, a middle-aged man of modest saintly achievement clenched his fists with all his might. His expression filled with anguish. His name was Bai Yin, the son of Bai Chun. For others, the barbaric tribes represented terror, a formidable enemy poised to eradicate humanity. But for him, it was also a personal vendetta, the hatred for his father's murder that had long clouded his heart. Alas, the 3 divine beings on the throne naturally noticed Bai Yin in the corner and could not help but shake their heads with a sigh. The death of Bai Chun was a source of their own anger and sorrow, yet what could be done? With their current strength, rage would only bring greater suffering to the Qingyu human race. As the 3 divine beings prepared to step into the Great Wasteland to explore civilizations, Elder Qingyuan waved his hand, signaling the conclusion of the meeting, advising them to rest well after their exhausting endeavors. A group of high-ranking figures from the sacred realm departed from the Qingyu Divine Temple, their faces clouded with solemnity. Once they had left, the 3 divine beings, including the esteemed ancestor Qing, exchanged glances, each reflecting the weariness they felt. During this period, while the sacred realm busied itself traversing vast territories, they too had been tirelessly journeying across multiple civilizations. Regrettably, while the sacred realm had support and could afford to rest temporarily, they, as the pillars of the entire Qingyu human race, could not indulge in such luxury. Rest was a privilege they could neither afford nor dare to consider. The threat of invasion from the foreign tribes of the great wilderness loomed constantly. They had to remain ever vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. Meanwhile, atop Weishan Mountain, the designated 10 days had elapsed. A brilliant flash of red and white divine light erupted, signaling the stirring of the golden-armored deity that had hovered over the celestial lake for many days. Following the complete fusion with the Elder, the golden armor of the city god transformed into the ceremonial garb of the city deity, and his visage morphed to match that of the Elder. Observing the ceremonial attire draped upon him, the Elder touched his arm, cheek, neck, thigh, and posterior, feeling an astonishing sense of realism. As if he had been granted a second life, embodying a mortal form rather than being a mere remnant of a soul. His expression was a blend of sorrow and joy as he bowed respectfully towards the river god temple by the lakeside. As a newly appointed subordinate of the river god, the Elder could now sense the river god's presence. This was, of course, a deliberate act by the river god, had he wished to remain undetected. Even the Elder's formidable abilities would not have revealed his location. Likewise, this divine form was bestowed upon the elder by the river god, who held absolute authority over his existence, a hallmark of the divine hierarchy, where the deity wielded complete control over their subordinates. Inside the temple of the river god, the elder bowed before the deity seated in the place of honor. Arise. Now that you have become one of my divine subordinates, there is no need for excessive formalities. As long as you do not err, I shall not impose punishment upon you. The river god gestured dismissively, speaking casually. Thank you, esteemed lord, the elder replied, his tone filled with respect. Having assimilated with the city god's form, your next task is to attempt to send dreams to the people of your former civilization. The method for this has already been imbued within you during the forging of this city god's body. With careful contemplation, you shall come to understand it. Bear in mind that divine power is most effective when employed near the divine realm. The farther one strays from it, the weaker the divine might becomes. The Qingyu civilization is situated far from the southern continent, separated by the myriad demon mountains and the vast wilderness. Forcing a dream upon divine beings is a challenge even I cannot guarantee success with. Therefore, it would be prudent to target mortals for your dream sending. However, even with mortals, the duration will likely be exceedingly short. To extend the duration of the dream, or to send dreams to divine beings, they must first willingly fall asleep, harboring the desire to receive a dream. This approach will yield significantly better results, the river god instructed. The divine arts are in harmony with the natural order, resonating with the heavenly principles. Thus they manifest their greatest potency within one's own divine realm, surpassing ordinary practitioners by several degrees. Yet, they are not without their weaknesses. Straying too far from the divine realm renders one's divine power akin to a rootless reed, ineffective and transient. Yes, esteemed deity, Bai Chen respectfully bows. In truth, he has long chosen the one to convey his dreams, his son, Bai Yin. Before his demise, Bai Yin's cultivation was nearing the sacred realm, and he had been concealed within a ring for approximately 2 centuries. During this time, it is presumed that Bai Yin's cultivation remained within the sacred realm, yet he had not transformed into a divine being. Moreover, driven by paternal affection, when the river deity first mentioned the dream conveyance, Bai Chun immediately thought of him. Soon, upon the river deity's indication, Bai Lao gently closed his eyes, connecting his spirit with the city god talisman within him. At once, he felt a surge of divine power flooding into the city god talisman, causing his heart to tremble slightly as the dream conveyance magic took effect. He quickly focused on Bai Yan's name, and as he chanted, it seemed he transcended a certain boundary. When Bai Lao opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a vast and indistinct gray area. In the realm of Qingyu, Bai Yan, in a daze, returned from the Qingyu Divine Palace to Bai City. Observing the bustling crowd on the streets, he recalled that this was once the domain of the ancestral deity Bai Chun, which had attracted numerous human beings. Although some had departed following the demise of Bai Chun, many still remained. Bai Yin shook his head slightly. The familiar faces were no longer present, and regardless of the world's commotion, it held no relevance for him. Upon returning to his abode, Bai Yin reclined upon his bed. The sacred realm, though exalted, still belonged to mortals. Despite abundant vitality, it could not withstand exhaustion. Moreover, memories of the past weighed heavily on him, and soon he found his eyelids growing heavy, drifting into a deep slumber. Xiao Yan. In his dreams, Bai Yin vaguely heard someone calling his childhood name. He opened his eyes to find himself not in his bed, but in a shimmering lakeside. As he furrowed his brow, anxiously surveying his surroundings, a flash of golden light appeared before him. A golden figure clad in peculiar attire flew towards him. Xiao Yan, have you been well during this time? The golden figure, without hesitation, approached to embrace Bai Yin, causing him a moment of alarm. However, upon recognizing the figure's visage, he stood frozen in place, allowing the golden being to embrace him. Father? Bai Yin was momentarily speechless, his face awash with disbelief. He had never anticipated the day he would reunite with his father. Just as he was about to inquire, Bai Lao gently shook his head. My child, I have been revived. My true form lies in a realm far removed from the Qingyu civilization. At present, this is a dream conveyance for our meeting. Yet my power is too feeble to sustain this for long. Let us keep this brief. Once you awaken, seek out the venerable Qing Yuan and inform him of my revival. Encourage him to rest, so that we may meet in dreams. I fear you may awaken thinking this is but a dream. Take this item. Upon awakening, you will understand. Bai Lao patted Bai Yin's shoulder, placing a small object into his hand, then spoke solemnly. Bai Yin opened his mouth, poised to speak, but was taken aback as the surroundings rapidly receded. His father's figure vanished along with the scenery, while he himself began to plummet. Was it merely a dream? Startled, Bai Yin sat up, only to find himself still in bed, the clock in the room indicating that he had just lain down for a mere quarter of an hour. Sighing softly, Bai Yin shook his head, dismissing the dream as inconsequential. After all, he had witnessed his father's demise at the hands of the foreign tribes in the great wilderness. His divine form shattered and his soul dispersed. The notion of resurrection seemed utterly implausible, let alone entering another's dream to convey messages, a feat even the venerable Qing Yuan could not accomplish. The recent dream caused a bead of sweat to form on Bai Yan's forehead. Instinctively, he raised his hand to wipe it away, only to suddenly encounter an object. What could this be? Bai Yin was momentarily stunned, recalling everything that transpired in the dream. Could it be real? He gazed at his right hand, where a peculiar carving of a boy carrying a pig, seemingly in flight, sent a shiver down his spine. He had never had an affinity for pigs since childhood, ensuring that nothing related to them ever graced his living space. Yet now, this enigmatic sculpture of a pig-carrying boy had materialized beside his bed. It was evident that this might be a warning from his father, signaling that the dream held truth. Do not dismiss it. His father had mentioned that he would need to rest in order to communicate through a dream. Bai Yin meticulously recalled the events of the dream, his excitement mounting. He resolved to heed his father's words and put them to the test. This strange appearance of the pig-carrying boy at his bedside made him realize that his father might indeed have risen from the dead somewhere. This chapter comprises 100 words. How does this chapter fare, dear reader? Did you encounter any issues during your reading? Kindly share your thoughts in the comments. Dear friends, today I find myself lacking in vigor, so I will present only 2 chapters. Tomorrow, I shall deliver a single chapter of 5,000 words, totaling 3 chapters. Oh, Chinese athletes, let us create brilliance once more. Chapter 99. The Dream of the Elder Qing Yuan, the Terrifying Depths of the Divine Xian Empire. Is there truly a place in this world where the deceased can be resurrected? And where might this realm of resurrection for one's father be located? On the bed, Bai Yin fell into deep contemplation, as various signs suggested that his dream might not be merely a dream. Ignoring the potential consequences, an unexpected surge of energy dispelled his prior fatigue, prompting him to push open the door and head straight towards the borders of the Qing Domain civilization. The Qing Domain Temple, situated at the heart of the Qing Domain territory, serves as the venue for high-level meetings among the human leaders of the Qing Domain. Outside of these gatherings, the temple rarely opens its doors, given the looming threat of the great wilderness's alien tribes. It is inevitable that Elder Qing Yuan and his peers would hasten to the borders after their meeting, remaining vigilant against potential attacks. Thus, Bai Yin wasted no time returning to the Qing Domain Temple, opting instead for a swift journey to the border. At the temporary palace of the Elder Qing Yuan, the elder gazed gravely toward the direction of the great wilderness tribes. He could distinctly sense a pair of eyes among the alien beings occasionally sweeping across the Qing Domain border, pausing momentarily upon him before continuing their scrutiny, seemingly indifferent to his presence. The great wilderness tribes. A flicker of anger flashed in Elder Qing Yuan's eyes, yet he felt powerless. The disparity in power between the Qing Domain human race and these great wilderness tribes was ever increasing. They had lost the initiative to strike and could only resort to passive defense. It was precisely for this reason that the probing demon among the great wilderness was so audacious, despite lacking the strength of Elder Qing Yuan. What manner of entity exists within the great wilderness that could transform a race originally belonging to the Tianshu realm into something entirely foreign? Elder Qing Yuan's apprehension extended far beyond mere strength. He was even more wary of the forces lurking behind the scenes. The great wilderness, as a secret land, spans vast expanses filled with countless precious herbs and treasures, enticing innumerable beings from the Tianshu realm to delve into its depths throughout history. However, within the heart of the great wilderness, a certain ominous and enigmatic power remains active. As darkness falls, any beings unable to depart the great wilderness in time are consumed by the shadows. Those devoured by the darkness emerge with darkened skin and eyes transformed into a deep green. Their natures altered to become bloodthirsty and ferocious. This is the origin of the great wilderness tribes. Regardless of the race, any being tainted by the darkness becomes a part of the alien tribes of the great wilderness. Among those invading the Qing domain civilization are also humans who have succumbed to the influence of the darkness. Elder, Baiyan seeks you, announced a palace attendant respectfully, just as Elder Qingyuan was lost in thought. Baiyan, why is he not resting properly and coming to the borders? Let him in. Elder Qingyuan replied, a slight frown creasing his brow as he gestured dismissively. Yes, the palace attendant bowed respectfully and withdrew. Soon, a middle-aged man radiating a sacred aura entered the imperial palace, and it was Baiyan. Baiyan respectfully greeted the ancestor. Upon seeing the esteemed Qingyuan ancestor, he could hardly contain his excitement. Although he had internally accepted the truth that this was no dream, confirmation ultimately rested with the Qingyuan ancestor. If he could connect with his father even in slumber, it would unequivocally affirm that his father had truly returned from the dead. Xiaoyanyu. The Qingyuan ancestor observed Baiyan's extraordinary agitation with some confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, Baiyan interrupted him. Ancestor, I had a dream. The Qingyuan ancestor's brow furrowed slightly. I dreamed of my father. He conveyed to me that he has been reborn in a certain place and has something of great importance to share with you. He specifically asked me to inform you to take a rest. Baiyan bowed respectfully. Very well. The Qingyuan ancestor nodded. Xiaoyan, you should take a good rest. Ancestor, I assure you I speak the truth. Look at this piglet. You have watched me grow since childhood. You know I have no affection for pigs, so I would never possess anything related to them. Yet, in my dream, my father entrusted this object to me, and upon awakening, I found it at my bedside. Baiyan excitedly explained. Nonsense. The Qingyuan ancestor chided gently. To him, Baiyan's tale of a dream visitation from Baichun seemed utterly absurd. Dreams are ephemeral illusions. Even he could not intrude upon another's dreams, let alone those of the deceased Baichun. Your father perished at the hands of the great wilderness foreign tribes. I understand your longing for him, but 2 centuries have passed. You cannot remain trapped in the past. The Qingyuan ancestor sighed. The 4 divine beings shared a deep camaraderie, and Baiyan had not been neglected due to Baichun's demise. On the contrary, they had closely monitored Baiyan's growth over the past 200 years. Yet, Baiyan had never truly emerged from the shadow of his father's death. Baiyan was willing to stake his life on this promise. He implored the ancestor to grant him this wish, even if just for a moment. If his father did not appear in the ancestor's dreams, Baiyan would accept whatever fate awaited him. Aware of the peculiarity of his request, Baiyan knelt before the ancestor. The Qingyuan ancestor's brow furrowed deeper. He had never anticipated that Baiyan's obsession would weigh so heavily today. This, alas. The Qingyuan ancestor sighed softly. Rise. I shall grant you a brief respite, but thereafter, you must cease this frivolity, and you must move on from your father's death. The Qingyuan ancestor earnestly advised. As a close friend of Baiyan's father during his lifetime, the Qingyuan ancestor did not wish to see Baiyan trapped in the past. If this moment could help extinguish Baiyan's illusory hopes, then allowing him a brief slumber would not be a burden. Thank you, ancestor. Baiyan bowed deeply. You must certainly be able to see the father of your nephew. The venerable Qingyuan shook his head slightly, harboring no belief in Baiyan's words. Baichun was deceased, and the notion of a dream visitation was utterly absurd. Before Baiyan, the venerable Qingyuan gradually closed his eyes. Strangely, he intended only to feign a brief respite. Yet a profound weariness, seemingly emerging from nowhere, enveloped him. Before he realized it, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, the venerable Qingyuan vaguely heard someone calling his name, though the words were indistinct. Eerie sounds echoed around him, as if something were dragging his body, incessantly moving. Alarmed, Qingyuan's spirit jolted. The supernatural was indeed formidable. He quickly comprehended that he was ensnared in a dream. Straining to lift his eyelids, he opened his eyes, only to find himself atop a grand mountain, where a celestial pool lay nestled. Where's this? Qingyuan, fortunately, you heeded Xiaoyan's counsel, otherwise, it is likely you would never see me again in this lifetime. A familiar voice resonated in his ear, prompting him to turn instinctively. There, he beheld a city god, wearing a broad smile as he gazed upon him. Baichun. Doubt flickered in the venerable Qingyuan's mind, recalling Baiyan's earlier words within the grand hall. causing a sudden jolt of realization. Within the palace, observing the peacefully slumbering Qingyuan, Bai Yin felt a twinge of unease. He instinctively picked up a model of a young flying pig, attempting to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Yet, as he toyed with it, a frown creased his brow. The matter was far from simple. Initially astonished by his father's appearance in his dream, he had not scrutinized the token closely. Now, however, as he focused intently on the visage of the piglet youth, a jolt of recognition struck him. The boy's features did not resemble those of his childhood self. Faced with this revelation, Bai Yin sprang to his feet. Who was this youth? He paced back and forth within the hall, sensing an uncanny strangeness. His father was well aware of his aversion to pigs since childhood. He had previously believed that his father employed the image of his younger self as a cautionary reminder. But now it seemed otherwise. Could it be that this individual is also his father's son? Bai Yin's expression oscillated between sorrow and joy. It was well known that the memories of the divine and demonic beings could not falter or forget his childhood visage. Why would his father choose the likeness of an outsider to awaken him? Clearly, this youth bore significant relation to his father. Moreover, considering that his father had been reborn over 2 centuries ago, the implications of the boy's age and other related matters pointed towards a singular conclusion. This piglet youth was likely his younger brother. After his father's resurrection, he had fathered another child. Contemplating this possibility, Bai Yin found himself at a loss, unsure whether to rejoice or lament. In the realm of dreams at Weishan, you have indeed been reborn. I initially believed that your son's profound longing for you had caused this. The venerable Qing Yuan stared in astonishment. A look of dawning realization etched upon his face. His inherent caution allowed him to sense the presence of the other the moment he appeared, and he was certain it was Bai Chun. Aside from the peculiarities of his divine body, his soul remained unchanged from 2 centuries prior. The fluctuations of the divine soul represent the essence of a person. While the divine body may be usurped, the divine soul can never truly become another. For any alteration or usurpation would immediately manifest in distinct waves, betraying its disguise to those who are familiar. This was the aspect he found most perplexing. It was essential to note that by the time they arrived at Bai Lao, besieged by foreign tribes, it was already too late. The divine body lay shattered, and the soul had long since vanished within the husk, indicating a death that had occurred some time ago. Were it not for the unerring resonance of the divine soul, he would have suspected Bai Lao to be an impostor of some malevolent entity. Indeed, I too did not foresee such a remarkable turn of events. Bai Lao slightly shook his head, meeting Qing Yuan's gaze as he delved into the matter. From the dreams of Xiao Yan, I have gleaned some insights into the current plight of the Qing domain, which compelled me to expend considerable effort to reach out to you through dreams. Do you possess any means to aid the Qing domain in overcoming this calamity? As soon as Bai Lao's words lingered in the air, Qing Yuan's spirit stirred, prompting him to inquire urgently. During the intervening period, he had scoured the vast expanse of the Great Wasteland, seeking assistance from every civilization he could previously contact. Yet, the foreign tribes of the Great Wasteland were exceedingly formidable, their roots embedded within the wasteland itself, relentless in their pursuit. Should they become entangled, it would likely result in an unending influx of these foreign entities. Consequently, scarcely any civilization was willing to extend their aid to the Qing domain. Even the 3 civilizations he had recently discovered were similarly reluctant, with one offering only minimal support. This left Qing Yuan feeling mentally and emotionally drained. It was precisely during this time that Bai Lao appeared to him in a dream, an enigmatic method coupled with an inexplicable means of resurrection, instilling a flicker of hope within Qing Yuan. Indeed, Bai Lao affirmed with a solemn nod. Qing Yuan's reaction brought a subtle joy to Bai Lao's heart. The more the people of the Qing domain required assistance, the more inclined they would be to align with the divine Xian dynasty. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. His greatest fear was that Qing Yuan and his peers would remain obstinate and insular, yet it appeared his concerns were unfounded. However, Qing Yuan's response also cast a shadow over Bai Lao's heart. Given his previous understanding of Qing Yuan, for him to vocalize such a plea clearly indicated that the current peril facing the Qing domain was likely more dire than he had anticipated. I am uncertain of the method employed. I have heard from Xiao Yan that your place of rebirth lies a considerable distance from the Qing domain, making it improbable for you to arrive in the near future. Furthermore, the foreign tribes threatening the Qing domain are no longer the same as those from 2 centuries ago. In the past 2 centuries, numerous alien races, adrift in the vast wilderness, have been drawn to the invading forces of the Qing domain, their numbers increasingly daunting. Even if you were to return to the Qing domain, we would still find ourselves unable to resist, ultimately facing annihilation. What the Qing domain requires is the support of a grand civilization. Only in this way can we eradicate the alien races of the wilderness, and at the very least, the human populace of the Qing domain could secure a route of retreat. The elder of the Qing domain shook his head in dismay. The crisis currently afflicting the Qing domain is far more severe than during the time of Baichun, with territories continuously lost. Without the assistance of a formidable civilization, the human race of the Qing domain cannot escape the fate of extinction. Contemplating this, a wave of despair surged within the elder of the Qing domain. "Look at that place," Bai Lao remarked, a smile creeping upon his lips as he waved his hand. Before the elder of the Qing domain appeared a series of endless city illusions. "This is the civilization I presently inhabit, Qing Yuan. If you can decide for the human race of the Qing domain to join this place and accept its governance, then this civilization will surely dispatch troops to assist. The crisis faced by the Qing domain can naturally be resolved." Bai Lao took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Whether this can be accomplished depends on your words. Elder of the Qing domain, it is well known that you possess the highest cultivation and the greatest authority within the Qing domain. As for the crisis currently besieging the Qing domain, Bai Lao had an inkling of its gravity through the dreams of Bai Yan, understanding it to be far more terrifying than 2 centuries prior. Yet, the realm of the divine mystery dynasty is even more formidable. The elder of the Qing domain had never visited this place and was thus unaware of its true nature. However, Bai Lao was different. The longer he remained in the Weishan territory, the more he sensed the overwhelming terror of the divine mystery dynasty. The enigmatic sovereign, who holds dominion over everything within the dynasty, remained silent. Merely during the time when the river god was coalescing his divine form, he detected several formidable beings, not inferior to his own deity, manifesting, particularly a powerful figure adorned with dragon bones, whose presence nearly shattered his soul. Recently, he had even perceived a terrifying phenomenon of the sun and moon reversing within a mountain range. Though he did not comprehend its nature, he could foresee that it was undoubtedly the result of some exceedingly fearsome deity. The emergence of this being elicited no reaction from his own deity, nor did any other divine beings appear to obstruct it. It was evident that this formidable entity likely belonged to the divine lineage of the divine mystery dynasty. In comparison, the alien races invading the Qing domain are truly insignificant. Can we decide? The elder of the Qing domain gazed at Bai Lao in astonishment, then nodded solemnly. Securing assistance for the human race of the Qing domain had consumed all his efforts during this period. If he were to accept Bai Chen's conditions, the civilization of the Qing domain would undoubtedly face endless constraints, and even the elder himself, along with the other ancient deities, might lose their freedom. However, such limitations pale in comparison to matters of life and death. Although Bai Chun appears to operate from the perspective of this civilization, the elder of the Qing domain, though surprised, gradually came to understand. Bai Chen's resurrection must have stemmed from the blessings of this place, akin to granting him another life. In this context, the presence of Bai Chun, who recalls the crisis of the Qingyu civilization and chooses to reveal himself, has already garnered the approval of the esteemed ancestor Qing. It is indeed fortuitous that we have been able to converse at such length, thanks to the divine power bestowed by the Lord God. Now that our intentions are clear, I shall not squander further time. Take this item with you to aid in your entrance into the Qingyu civilization, and I shall utilize it to inform you in advance. Bai Chun handed a scroll of divine edict to the ancestor Qing, which contained an abundance of divine power. Once the ancestor Qing returns, should the divine Xin dynasty dispatch reinforcements, the Lord God may establish a divine gate here to communicate with the power within the edict, thereby forging a transient passage that would allow the reinforcements to swiftly enter the Qingyu civilization. Moreover, with the influence of the divine edict's power on the ancestor Qing, he would not require the intervention of the river god in his next venture into the opponent's dream. However, the formation of the divine gate necessitates time, and the Lord God must also report to his majesty, which will delay the arrival of the reinforcements, until we meet again in this place. With a wave of his hand, Bai Chun transformed the surroundings, and the ancestor Qing suddenly heard a rushing wind. When he turned to look at Bai Chun, he found that the latter had become part of the swiftly retreating scenery. Upon regaining his composure, the ancestor Qing exclaimed in surprise, rising abruptly in the palace. It was indeed a dream, and this divine edict. The ancestor Qing gazed at the edict in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He sensed an extraordinarily terrifying power within it, causing a slight tremor in his heart. The creator of this object was undoubtedly not Bai Chun, but rather another formidable deity. The civilization revived by Bai Chun must be extraordinarily remarkable. The ancestor Qing's spirit was shaken. You have awakened, ancestor. The awakening of the ancestor Qing naturally caught the attention of Bai Yin, who was beside him. A mix of sorrow and joy evident in his expression as he wiped away tears from his eyes. May I inquire, ancestor, can I meet my father in the dream? Bai Yin asked anxiously. Indeed, through my divine perception, your father has indeed been revived. The ancestor Qing responded with a hint of nostalgia, having previously thought Bai Yin was merely jesting. My father is revived. Bai Yan's face flushed with excitement, as speculation thrilled him far more than reality. Though he soon seemed to recall something, and his expression dimmed. May I inquire, ancestor, did my old father mention my younger brother in the dream? Bai Yin swallowed hard and asked softly, your brother? It appears he did not mention him. The ancestor Qing replied with a slight frown, puzzled as to why he was unaware of Bai Yin having a brother. Chapter 100. Check-in at the Heavenly Artifact. The disturbance in the Royal Ancestor Mountain's secret realm. However, upon witnessing the tear stains on Bai Yan's face and the statue of the young boy in his hands, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. Rest assured, my ancestor conversed with your father in the dream realm. He still loves you dearly. Even if he has a new child, you shall not be forgotten. The elder Qing Yuan softly remarked. Is that so? Bai Yin felt a pang in his nose, tears streaming forth in an instant. The elder Qing Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. Perhaps there is some truth to it. He was uncertain, for Bai Chun had not mentioned such matters in the dream. Bai Yin wiped his tears and ran off. The elder Qing Yuan watched him depart, opening his mouth but choosing to remain silent. Since it is a family matter, let Bai Chun handle it himself. There is still some distance to cover. In the Xianhuang Palace, Xuan Ming withdrew his thoughts with a gentle sigh. The imperial world is vast, encompassing countless southern continents. The brief moments of contemplation over the past few days are insufficient to achieve the ascension to a celestial god. Yet, in the source of the imperial world, Xuan Ming can tread freely. Successfully entrusting his soul is merely a matter of time. Compared to the earth gods who can only visualize from the outer realms for long durations, fearing the theft of their souls, Xuan Ming undoubtedly holds a superior position. System. Proceed with the check-in. Recollecting his thoughts, Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne and spoke. Today marks the day of his journey to the Royal Ancestor Mountain. However, before departing, he must first check in. Ding. Checking in. Check-in complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Xianhuang Divine Sword. Note, Xianhuang Divine Sword, Heavenly Artifact, possesses remarkable growth potential, and upon blood oath, can continually evolve with the wielder's cultivation level. A growth-capable heavenly artifact. Xuan Ming was slightly astonished. He had not anticipated such a rewarding outcome from this check-in. Clang. A resounding metallic chime echoed throughout the Xianhuang Palace, illuminated by a resplendent sword light. A sword inscribed with the characters Xianhuang gradually floated before Xuan Ming, encircled by the essence of Xianhuang, subtly transcending the laws of heaven and earth. With a mere thought, a drop of divine blood detached from his hand, gently descending upon the blade of the Xianhuang sword. Buzz! The Xianhuang divine sword quivered slightly, and in that instant, Xuan Ming felt a peculiar connection forged between himself and the sword. After the blood oath, he sensed a subtle anomaly within the divine and demonic laws residing in his body. Upon introspection of his divine form, he observed that the sword laws of divinity and demonic essence were exceptionally vibrant. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Xuan Ming's eyes as he absorbed the Xianhuang divine sword into his being. Almost instantaneously, these sword laws of divinity and demonic essence converged frantically around the Xianhuang divine sword. These sword laws appear somewhat more robust than usual. Is it due to the presence of the sword artifact? Xuan Ming stroked his chin, a semblance of understanding dawning upon him. The magnitude of the divine and demonic laws reflects the profundity of one's cultivation realm. The divine artifacts possess the remarkable ability to amplify the potency of the laws governing deities and demons. For instance, the Xian Yellow Divine Sword, when wielded by Xuan Ming, enhances the swordsmanship principles exponentially, perhaps even beyond measure. This transformation suggests a symbiotic enhancement between the two entities. In light of this, I might consider amassing more divine artifacts to forge them within my being, Xuan Ming mused. At that moment, as Xuan Ming contemplated, the ethereal visage of the river god appeared within the Xuan Ming palace. Your Majesty, the Qingyu civilization has agreed to submit to the imperial reign as of yesterday. However, they are facing certain difficulties, and I require additional personnel. The river god respectfully bowed. Oh, so soon? Xuan Ming expressed astonishment. Having anticipated that engagement with Qingyu would not occur until at least next month, given the considerable distance. Yet, it appeared that he had underestimated the formidable nature of the divine realm. I shall be journeying to the imperial ancestor mountain in the coming days and will arrange for the moon worship leader to accompany me. You may freely mobilize others as needed. Should any issues arise, you may communicate with me. Xuan Ming gestured dismissively. The task of securing the Qingyu civilization does not conflict with my visit to the imperial ancestor mountain. Even from there, I can intervene if necessary. Yes, Your Majesty. The river god respectfully withdrew. Subsequently, Xuan Ming summoned the imperial guards and the moon worship leader. The guards bore the imperial palanquin, slowly departing from the royal capital. Your Highness, the emperor has left, a middle-aged woman from the ice group reported as she appeared in Xuan Yue's chamber shortly after Xuan Ming's departure. Has he gone to the imperial ancestor mountain? Very well, Xuan Yue nodded. She had intended to seek out Xuan Ming in the coming days, subtly revealing her intentions for him to hasten his foray into the divine and demonic realms, but now that he had left, she had no choice but to abandon her plans. Your Highness, this presents an excellent opportunity. The middle-aged woman from the ice group suddenly whispered. What opportunity? Xuan Yue inquired, her brow slightly furrowing. With His Majesty away from the palace, it should pose no issue for him, in his capacity as emperor, to casually acquire some high-level divine and demonic techniques or alchemical formulas, the woman suggested quietly. Her words caused Xuan Yue's eyes to widen in realization. Indeed, in his imperial capacity, it would be entirely reasonable for him to collect divine and demonic techniques or high-grade formulas, or even receive some perilous insights, without requiring her personal presence. With this thought, Xuan Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In recent days, to discover a suitable method, she had replaced her friend with herself, hence the ice group woman's proposal. I can arrange for members of the ice group to place some techniques along His Majesty's path, the woman stated. That is permissible, but given the multitude of powerful individuals surrounding His Majesty, we must ensure that we raise no suspicions. Xuan Yue nodded and instructed. Setting aside Xuan Ming's inscrutable cultivation, the imperial guards alone might thwart the ice group members' attempts. Nevertheless, this plan seemed to be her only viable method of operating discreetly. Thus, every step must be taken with utmost caution. Understood, Your Highness. There is another matter. Recently, the notorious bandit we tasked Dong Tianfu to investigate has been located, and the individual has instructed their subordinates to assist. In addition to their subordinates, this bandit has also stolen the possessions of another semi-saint, who will be joining in the pursuit. A middle-aged woman from the ice group reported this. The bandit possesses strength at the pinnacle of semi-saint. Otherwise, they would not have been able to seize the banknotes from her hands single-handedly. With the official forces of Dong Tianfu alongside her and another semi-saint, this coalition is determined to apprehend the thief and recover the stolen wealth. Go, Xuan Shui commanded without hesitation. Subsequently, the middle-aged woman from the ice group departed towards Dong Tianfu. On the other side of the imperial capital, an elder from the demon sect received the communication from Dong Tianfu, learning that the whereabouts of the bandit had been discovered. He was invited to join in the effort to reclaim their losses. Upon receiving the news, the elder promptly reported to the demon sovereign, Lin Ning, who, upon being informed, consented to the elder's departure to Dong Tianfu. The elder then set out for his journey. In the secret realm of Huangzu Mountain, a youth expressed his keen interest to others in a tavern of the Xian family, saying, "Have you heard? The emperor of the external dynasty has sent word that he will enter the secret realm in the next couple of days to conduct ancestral rites." The emperor of the external dynasty has long been a subject of intrigue within the Huangzu Mountain secret realm, yet they seldom leave, rendering their existence merely a legend. Thus, the news of the emperor's impending visit for ancestral worship naturally piqued the interest of many. The tavern erupted in lively discussions. In a corner of the tavern, a group observed the animated conversations within. "What do you think? Should we go see the emperor when he comes to pay his respects? After all, he is connected to our Xian family's lineage," inquired a frail young man with great curiosity. Opposite him sat two exquisite young women, who bore a striking resemblance to one another. The elder sister, clad in a white garment, exuded an air of cold elegance. The younger sister appeared to be around 16 or 17, radiating a charming innocence. Within the tavern, countless patrons discreetly admired the beauty of the two sisters, yet none dared to approach them, primarily due to the remarkable prowess of the trio, particularly that of the woman in white, who emanated the aura of a semi-saint. "Indeed, sister, I heard from our grandfather that this generation's emperor is only about 20 years old, not much older than you and brother Leon. By that measure, you would be his sister. Aren't you curious to see him?" Xian Ziyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having been raised in the secret realm from birth, she had never encountered individuals from the outside world, let alone someone of legendary status. "How dull. These are trivial matters," the elder sister replied dismissively. "In contrast, I find myself more intrigued by the Hongyu Divine Tower." Xian Ziying gently shook her head, a flicker of indifference crossing her eyes. Were the visitor an individual of considerable age, akin to the one named Xian Su who had visited previously, her interest might have been piqued. After all, that individual's prowess was on par with several of the esteemed ancestors of the Xian family within the secret realm of Huangzu Mountain. However, the arrival of a mere 20-year-old youth did little to excite her. At such a tender age, even if blessed with extraordinary talent, it was likely that he had only recently ascended to the semi-saint level, much like herself. Thus, there was little to behold. Indeed, the Hongyu Divine Tower pertains to the legacy of a celestial deity, a treasure that the Xian family's ancestors fought valiantly to bring back from the outside world, serving as a pivotal link for our family to leave the Huangzu Mountain secret realm and the myriad of demons in the outside world. It harbors not only the unparalleled legacy of the celestial deity, but also countless rewards for any member of the Xian family who could ascend to the main leaderboard and obtain the tower's rewards. It would not only elevate them to great heights, but also possess the potential to uplift the entire Xian family from the confines of the Huangzu Mountain secret realm. Returning to the civilization of the mainland, Ziying stands among the most gifted of the younger generation from the 18 branches of the Xian family, and her focus on the Hongyu Divine Tower is well placed. There exists a substantial likelihood that she might ascend to the main leaderboard. Upon hearing this, the frail youth appeared enlightened, subtly encouraging himself. Yet, when met with the praise from the frail young man, Xian Ziying merely shook her head slightly. The Hongyu Divine Tower is not the sole entity of its kind. It is rumored that the Hongyu Celestial crafted countless such towers to ensure that the legacy would be entrusted to the most capable hands, dispersing them throughout the Tianqi realm. Challenging the Hongyu Divine Tower is akin to competing against the elite of the entire Tianqi realm. She possessed little confidence, for the Xian family is ultimately a small clan confined to the southern continent. Were it not for the sanctuary of the secret realm, the Xian family might have long perished under repeated blood sacrifices. To pit herself against the elite of the Tianqi realm seems an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, she would strive with all her might. Ascending the main leaderboard would determine the fate of the Xian family. Let us finish our meal and depart swiftly. The Hongyu Divine Tower opens tomorrow, and I must return to prepare, Xian Ziying remarked, rubbing her temples. The Hongyu Divine Towers, scattered throughout the Tianqi realm, do not all open simultaneously. However, the mechanism of the Hongyu Divine Tower dictates that upon the victory of a challenger, their battle imagery will be recorded, becoming the new guardian projection for that level. This implies that even if only the Hongyu Divine Tower in the Huangzu Mountain secret realm opens tomorrow, she cannot escape the necessity of contending against the elite of the Tianqi realm and must prepare diligently. Meanwhile, within the entirety of the Huangzu Mountain secret realm, several youthful figures were eagerly preparing, poised to take action towards the direction of the Hongyu Divine Tower. In comparison, the arrival of the emperor from the outside world to pay tribute to their ancestors had garnered little attention from them. As time passed, the entire Huangzu Mountain secret realm, comprising approximately tens of thousands from the 18 branches of the Xian family, gradually became captivated by the news surrounding the Hongyu Divine Tower. The Hongyu Divine Tower opens once every 5 years, a matter of fate concerning the Xian family's ability to depart. Thus, it is of paramount importance to all. The current generation of the 18 branches, particularly the most gifted individuals, has gradually garnered the attention of many, among them Xianzing. In the imperial chariot, Xuan Ming softly murmured, his mind drifting to the lore and origins of the imperial ancestor mountain's secret realm. In the past, the various high priests of the 10,000 demon mountain sought to cultivate blood sacrifices, surreptitiously ferrying beings from diverse civilizations into the confines of the prison they had established, allowing them to grow freely. The founding ancestor of the divine Xin dynasty was among the captured. Moreover, it was not solely the founding ancestor who fell prey, but the entire Xian family as well. Upon their arrival on the southern continent, the ancestor realized the despicable nature of the 10,000 demon mountain and felt a profound sense of dread, recognizing that if this continued, the entire Xian family might be annihilated. Thus, he commenced a quest for an escape route. Eventually, they did discover one, albeit not an exit, but rather a hidden sanctuary, the origin of the imperial ancestor mountain's secret realm. They concealed themselves there for approximately a century until the secret realm was discovered by another individual seeking a means of survival. Fortunately, this was merely one person, and the Xian family easily dispatched him. However, this incident instilled in the Xian family an awareness that the existence of the imperial ancestor mountain's secret realm was not a concealed haven. Without proper precautions, they could easily be detected. This time, fortune favored them with a solitary intruder. Yet, what if the next visitor were a family? It is essential to note that during that era, the southern continent was home to numerous powers even more formidable than the Xian family. Should they discover the secret realm, the Xian family would stand no chance of maintaining their hold on it. Furthermore, those seeking to dominate the area might resort to annihilating the entire Xian family to prevent any leaks. To avert such dire consequences, the founding ancestor led a portion of the family away from the imperial ancestor mountain's secret realm. Chapter 101. Xian Ziyue, great-grandfather, look. There are people in the sky carrying a palanquin. The decision was made to stabilize external affairs to ensure internal peace. However, during that time, there were numerous powerful families and sects active in the South Continent. Just as the founding emperor was troubled about how to secure the external situation, the Hongyu Divine Tower descended, capturing the attention of the entire South Continent. Upon learning of the Hongyu Divine Tower's connection to the divine inheritance, everyone became frenzied with ambition. Meanwhile, the demons of the Tiannan demon domain in the Wanyao mountain range, who had captured many, faced their own issues, leaving them unable to tend to their own sustenance. A fierce battle erupted in the Tiannan demon domain, and war broke out across the South Continent. The entire Tiannan demon domain was thrown into chaos. Ultimately, the founding emperor persevered until the end. After the numerous powerful factions had nearly decimated each other, he emerged, obtaining the Hongyu Divine Tower. At that time, the battle between gods and demons was still ongoing. To prevent the tower from being detected by the demons, the emperor concealed it within a secret realm. Subsequently, he led the Xian family in a frenzied assault on the tower. Although they suffered many defeats, the emperor successfully reached the deputy list of the Hongyu Divine Tower, receiving rewards that significantly enhanced the Xian family's foundation. With his newfound formidable power, the founding emperor, in a bid to protect the secret realm of Huangzu Mountain and the Xian family's roots, unified the South Continent, establishing the Xinxian dynasty. His descendants became the main lineage of the entire Xian royal family, passing down the imperial throne through generations. The collateral branches of the Xian family were left behind in the secret realm of Huangzu Mountain for generations. This strategy aimed to preserve two avenues for the Xian family. Allowing mutual support, the main lineage would govern the South Continent, shielding the Huangzu Mountain secret realm from outside detection, while also seeking methods to explore beyond the South Continent. The collateral branches within the secret realm would accumulate strength, ready to assist if any issues arose with the main lineage. Furthermore, by challenging the Hongyu Divine Tower, the rewards from the deputy list could potentially give rise to sacred beings, and thus, the rewards from the main list would surely yield gods and demons. If the Xian family were to possess gods and demons, they would undoubtedly be able to leave the South Continent. Whether returning to their original civilized continent or establishing a new civilization in the vast wilderness, both were within reach. Naturally, the main lineage would not forfeit the chance to ascend the Hongyu Divine Tower. Due to the tower's limitations, young heirs were required for the ascent. Hence, each generation of emperors would return to the secret realm of Huangzu Mountain with their heirs to challenge the tower. 5 years ago, the late Emperor Xianzi brought Xuan Ming and others to the Huangzu Mountain secret realm, yet all of his descendants failed. Originally, Xuan Ming was unaware of the secrets of the South Continent. However, in his quest to utilize the Huangzu Mountain secret realm for his own ends, he sought to understand its lore. In the process of sifting through a collection of ancient records, he discovered texts documenting the Huangzu Mountain secret realm. Among these ancient tomes, it was recorded that the Xian family had a total of 18 collateral branches. Although the exact number of individuals was not detailed, Xuan Ming had witnessed, 5 years prior, that the number was likely in the hundreds of thousands. The secret realm of Huangzu Mountain, enriched by the presence of the Hongyu Divine Tower, is imbued with a dense aura, possessing an independent source of energy. The members of the Xian family therein generally exhibit greater strength than those in the southern continent. Particularly, several venerable ancestors are rumored to belong to the era of the late Emperor Xianzi, whose legacies persist to this day, reigning at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. This serves as the foundation for the Xian family's stronghold in the southern continent and their firm grasp on imperial authority. The Hongyu Divine Tower, a legacy of the celestial gods. Perhaps it shall also be taken away this time. A faint smile graced Xuan Ming's lips as he urged, "Let us hasten to the Huangzu Mountain secret realm." The moon-worshipping sect master nodded in agreement and waved his hand. The formidable divine power surged forth, instantly augmenting the surrounding guards. Coupled with the 4 elite guards bearing the imperial palanquin, cultivated meticulously by Xuan Ming, who had now attained the sacred realm. The entire entourage soared into the air, heading towards the Huangzu Mountain secret realm. The Tianxian mountain range, situated in the central part of the southern Zhao prefecture, is one of the few mountain ranges within the southern continent. This range is rife with ferocious beasts, rendering it one of the forbidden zones of the southern Zhao prefecture. However, the local authorities have never conducted a cleansing, and remarkably, the beasts within the mountains have seldom ventured out to attack humans. This peculiarity has left the warriors of southern Zhao in bewilderment. Due to the presence of these beasts, no one dares to tread deep into the mountains, leaving them oblivious to the enormous mountain at the heart of the range, known as Huangzu Mountain. Atop Huangzu Mountain lies a celestial pool akin to that atop Weishan Mountain, which serves as the entrance to the Huangzu Mountain secret realm. At this very moment, the waters of the celestial pool suddenly rippled as though disturbed by falling pebbles. Emerging from the pool were an elder and a young maiden, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, known as Xianzi. The elder is one of the 3 venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the sacred realm in this generation of the Huangzu Mountain secret realm, here to welcome the current sovereign of the Xian imperial lineage, the emperor of the dynasty. Ultimately, as a branch of the Xian royal family, they are a protected lineage. Although the main lineage governs the southern continent with immense power and influence, they are often exposed to the perils of the myriad monster mountains, where a slight misstep could precipitate a biological crisis. In contrast, the branch lineage has thrived for generations within the safety of the Huangzu Mountain secret realm. Though confined to a singular location, their lives are relatively serene, devoid of significant danger. Furthermore, the veneration accrued by the ancestors of the Xian family has engendered deep respect for the main lineage among the elder generation. I wonder what the emperor looks like. Xianzi mused softly. I've heard they can command territories 1,000 or even 10,000 times larger than the Huangzu Mountain secret realm. They must be extraordinarily imposing. Otherwise, they could never subdue those outsiders. Unlike her sister, she yearned to glimpse the world beyond and the people inhabiting it. Thus, upon learning that her great-grandfather of their branch would be welcoming the new emperor, she insisted on accompanying him. Ziyue, you have grown up in the secret realm under the protection of your father and the support of your sister, which has led to your somewhat spoiled and willful demeanor. However, you must not be disrespectful in the presence of the main lineage's emperor, the elder gently cautioned. Understood, grandfather, murmured Xianzi feebly. In the presence of this esteemed elder, she dared not retort. As one of the most senior members of the Xian family, if she were to challenge him, her father would undoubtedly punish her severely. Observing her compliance, Xian Guishan nodded. The new emperor was a descendant of Xian Su, and in terms of lineage, he surpassed over 99% of the Xian family, making it imperative that Xian Ziyue behaved accordingly. Since she insisted on accompanying him, he felt it necessary to lay down some ground rules. Just as Xian Guishan was about to speak further, suddenly, Xian Ziyue exclaimed, pointing towards the sky, "Grandfather, there are people in the sky carrying a palanquin." In the sky? Xian Guishan paused momentarily, his attention primarily fixated on Xian Ziyue. Upon hearing her exclamation, he instinctively glanced upward, and his heart raced. PFF. This is too much. Chapter 102. The Saints Carry the Palanquin. Astonishing, Xian Gui Mountain, Hengyu Divine Tower. Lo and behold, there truly exists a palanquin in the heavens. No, it cannot be. The will of the saints solidifies, and the energies soar. Saints. The forebearers of the palanquin are all saints. How can this be? Xian Gui Mountain's pupils contracted, waves of turmoil surging within. Saints are a rarity even within the Xian family, with only a handful existing. Their might is unparalleled, wielding immense power. Even when the South Continent was flooded with foreign beings during its formation, no force possessed such profound depth as to command for saints to carry a palanquin. Moreover, the elite guards surrounding them are all top-tier semi-saints. This greatly unsettled Xian Gui Mountain. 5 years ago, when the late Emperor Xian Su returned to Emperor Ancestor Mountain, the entire realm had only 7 saints, and upon receiving the news of Xian Su's demise, there remained but 6. 5 years. A mere 5 years. When did the South Continent witness such formidable strength, capable of summoning 4 saints to bear a palanquin? Uncle Xuan, after 5 years, you remain well. Just as Xian Gui Mountain's thoughts fluctuated wildly, a gentle voice emerged from the imperial palanquin, igniting a bold conjecture within him, transforming his astonishment into skepticism. The emperor? Indeed. As the conversation unfolded, the 4 saintly guards had already descended with the palanquin atop Emperor Ancestor Mountain. Upon receiving a response from Xuan Ming, Xian Gui Mountain could not help but swallow hard. One must admit, Xuan Ming's entrance was truly astonishing. To travel with 4 saints bearing the palanquin, such grandeur had never been reached even by the late Emperor Xian Su. Quickly, Ziyue has come to greet your great-grandfather. Suppressing the turmoil within, Xian Gui Mountain remembered the presence of a descendant beside him and promptly spoke. The 13th descendant of the Xian family, Xian Ziyue, pays respects to great-grandfather the emperor. Xian Ziyue, also shaken by the aura of the 4 saints, respectfully bowed towards the imperial palanquin of Xuan Ming, displaying remarkable obedience and understanding. Rise. Seated within the palanquin, Xuan Ming's gaze fell upon Xian Ziyue, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, he had already reached the initial stages of innate mastery. Such talent is indeed commendable. With a flick of his right hand, a jade vial appeared. This vial, a reward from his recent sign-in, contained numerous precious elixirs. However, by that time, Xuan Ming had already ascended to the rank of Earth Deity. Mortal's elixirs no longer piqued his interest. Furthermore, he had amassed no fewer than 800 vials, most of which he had bestowed upon his elite guards to enhance their realms, leaving only a portion remaining. Now, seeing this promising descendant, who had come forth to welcome him alongside Xian Gui Mountain, Xuan Ming felt quite fond of him. It is worth noting that the entire secret realm of Emperor Ancestor Mountain hosts tens of thousands of individuals. When the late Emperor Xian Su arrived 5 years ago, the number of attendees was considerable. But now, this object is bestowed upon you. Xuan Ming waved his hand, and the jade vial instantly flew towards Xian Ziyue. The previously praised Xian Ziyue displayed a fleeting expression of joy on her face. However, before she could react, the jade vial had already landed in her hands. Xian Ziyue expressed her gratitude to her great-grandfather. She was no fool. Receiving a reward, regardless of its value, necessitated her sincere thanks. Such a rich aroma of medicinal essence. After expressing her gratitude, Xian Ziyue inhaled deeply, her eyes widening as they gazed at the jade vial in her grasp. The fragrant aroma emanating from the vial subtly stirred the innate true energy within her, causing it to circulate slightly faster. This piqued Xian Ziyue's curiosity, compelling her to open the jade vial. It is well known that the innate level is already the second realm of martial arts. Furthermore, given her distinguished status within the Xian family, she had consumed the majority of medicinal herbs found in secret realms since childhood. Thus, ordinary elixirs held little effect on her. Yet, the jade vial bestowed by her great-grandfather, merely exuding fragrance, could accelerate the flow of her true energy. If she were to ingest its contents, could it not propel her to a breakthrough in the innate realm, or even to the pinnacle of innate perfection? This is, gasp, black chicken pill, soul-nourishing pill, innate condensation pill, intent condensation pill, sacred intent pill, joyous sheep pill. So many precious elixirs. Xian Ziyue exclaimed. She recognized many of these elixirs, all of which are exceedingly rare in the realm of martial arts. However, some elixirs, such as the sacred intent pill, she had only heard of but never seen. For the materials required to concoct such elixirs had become extinct throughout the entire Huangzu Mountain secret realm and even in the external world of Nanzhou. She never expected to encounter them here today. Xian Ziyue expressed her gratitude to her great-grandfather once more. If she had previously respected Xuan Ming for his status or formidable strength, now, Xian Ziyue was entirely convinced and held immense reverence for him. The sacred intent pill. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Xian Gishan's eyes. Just moments ago, he had observed the trajectory of the jade vial's flight and believed it to be a casual gift, initially thinking there was nothing of value within. His shock deepened as Xian Ziyue began naming the items inside, compounded by the fragrance wafting through the air. The astonishment on Xian Gishan's face intensified. It was already astonishing enough for 4 saints to bear a palanquin. Now, among the casually gifted items, there existed elixirs of the caliber of the sacred intent pill and soul-nourishing pill. The former could assist a semi-saint in condensing their sacred intent. It could be said that, if utilized effectively, it would enable the Xian family to gain another saintly presence. The latter nurtures the soul and prolongs life, offering substantial benefits even to him. Contemplating this, Xian Gishan's gaze fell upon the jade vial in Xian Ziyue's hands. He chuckled. Just as Xian Ziyue held the vial in excitement, a large hand snatched it away from her grasp. Ziyue, the elixirs within this vial are far too precious for you at this moment. You cannot handle them. For now, let your great-grandfather take care of them. Be obedient. Xian Guishan extended one hand to block Xian Ziyu, while the other carefully placed the jade vial into his bosom. No, this is a gift from my great-grandfather. Grandfather, you wish to keep it for yourself. Xian Ziyu could hardly bear to witness the precious elixirs that she had nearly obtained vanish into thin air. My dear child, your great-grandfather acts for your own good. You have consumed a copious amount of medicinal substances since childhood, and the potency within your body has yet to be fully refined. At your current stage, you cannot continue to ingest elixirs. This jade vial shall be safeguarded by your great-grandfather, and I shall provide you with the appropriate elixirs when the time is right. Xian Guishan shook his head resolutely. Securing the vial in his possession, Xian Ziyu's talent was nearly on par with that of her sister. If not properly guided, such a promising seedling might be hindered by the elixirs. Thus it was imperative to retrieve them now, regardless of the immediate circumstances. Indeed, you should heed your great-grandfather's words. Your body cannot recklessly consume elixirs at this juncture, Xuan Ming gently interjected, having discerned the issue at hand. However, from the perspective of divine beings, this concern held little gravity. With but a touch of divine power, he could refine the residual potency lingering within Xian Ziyu, rendering it harmless. Nevertheless, since Xian Guishan had taken possession of the elixirs, it would be prudent to allow him to arrange Xian Ziyu's training. Thus, she could refine the remnants of the medicinal properties within her, which would ultimately benefit her future endeavors. A month later, the Royal Academy in the imperial capital was to commence. Xian Ziyu was indeed qualified for entry. Upon hearing Xian Ming speak, she ceased her protests. Soon after, Xian Ming, accompanied by the moon worship leader and 16 elite guards, followed Xian Guishan into the heavenly pool. The surface of the pool rippled, and rather than submerging, they emerged into a different realm. Before them lay 3 towering mountains and a vast plain. The plain was within the secret realm of the royal ancestral mountain, the dwelling place of the 18 branches of the Xian family, where one could observe a network of cities. The 3 mountains served as the ancestral worship site of the Xian family and other sacred locations. The rites of ancestral veneration were not overly elaborate. Xuan Ming swiftly performed the homage to the ancestors of the Xian family. In truth, he was merely 8 or 9 generations removed from them. Yet a millennium had passed since then. Ziyu, you should proceed to the Hung Yu Divine Tower. Your great-grandfather has matters to discuss with your great-great-grandfather, Xian Guishan said, glancing at Xian Ziyu after the ancestral rites were complete. Earlier, Xian Ziyu's presence had rendered certain topics inappropriate for discussion. Now, as one of the elders of the current generation of the Xian family, he sought to represent the entire clan in inquiring about specific matters with Xuan Ming. Understood. Xian Ziyu nodded obediently and departed from the ancestral grounds. After her departure, Xian Guishan's expression grew grave. Your Majesty, to speak candidly, the Xian family of the Royal Ancestral Mountain has begun to experience some issues of late, he sighed. Indeed, I have already sensed this. It must be a problem with the essence of this secret realm, Xuan Ming replied. Gazing down upon the entirety of the Royal Ancestral Mountain's secret realm with his hands clasped behind his back. The Earth God is the sovereign of the earth, drawing strength from the very essence of the land. Upon entering the enigmatic realm of Huangzu Mountain, Xuan Ming immediately sensed a stark depletion of energy beneath the surface. The subterranean expanse appeared remarkably barren in comparison to the outside world. This predicament was evidently linked to the essence of the Huangzu Mountain's secret domain. When the foundation of a mystical sanctuary falters, its endurance may wane, leading to a potential collapse. Should such a calamity occur, the members of the Xian family within would inevitably be drawn into the boundless void, where their mortal cultivation would leave them with no hope of survival. Concerned about the repercussions on the Huangzu Mountain's secret realm, Xuan Ming opted to conceal his own cultivation upon arrival. The emperor had seemingly already been apprised of the situation. Xian Guishan opened his mouth in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the circumstances. He had intended to elaborate on the reasons for their plight, but Xuan Ming's abrupt revelation of the source of their troubles left him momentarily at a loss for words. He pondered the extent of the emperor's current cultivation level. If he were to lead the branches of the Xian family away from this place, would it safeguard their lineage? After a brief silence, Xian Guishan took a deep breath and inquired, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. From the moment Xuan Ming commanded the 4 revered sages to bear him to Huangzu Mountain, Xian Guishan had realized that Xuan Ming had likely surpassed the former emperor, Xian Su. However, he remained oblivious to the present circumstances outside and found it challenging to gauge Xuan Ming's true cultivation level. He needed to ascertain the situation beyond the sanctuary to determine whether the Xian family could continue to thrive. Given the overall condition of Huangzu Mountain's secret realm, it appeared increasingly difficult for the Xian family to sustain their presence. Departure seemed their only option. Once they exited the mystical domain, they would have but one path, the main lineage of the Xian family. As for cultivation, it could be said that he had attained the level long coveted by the ancestors of the Xian clan. Regarding the outside world, the Wanyao mountain range no longer posed a significant threat to the dynasty. The emperor's intention was to relocate all of them from this place. At this moment, it seemed fortuitous. With his back to Xian Guishan, Xuan Ming spoke in a calm tone that nevertheless filled Xian Guishan with astonishment. In just a few sentences, he had utterly upended Xian Guishan's previous understanding. It was well known that even the former emperor, Xian Su, had struggled to transcend that legendary realm and had once led an army into the Wanyao mountain range. Yet, 5 years prior, in conversations with Xian Guishan and others, he had expressed profound trepidation regarding the Wanyao mountain range. Now, the new emperor casually recounted achievements that surpassed those of Xian Su. Is it truly so, Your Majesty? Xian Guishan's spirit was shaken. Indeed, it was true. Xuan Ming offered little elaboration. He reached forward with a single hand, reminiscent of a dragon's claw, summoning the spiritual energy within the entire secret realm. With ease, he tore through the fabric of the mystical space, exposing terrifying rifts to the void. This spectacle left Xian Guishan utterly speechless. It is important to recognize that even with the utmost mastery in the sacred realm, a full-force strike is unlikely to significantly impact the fabric of space. Yet, now, with merely a casual blow from Xuan Ming, the secret realm's space is torn asunder. This power, indeed, as recorded by our ancestors, the might of the divine and demonic can rend heaven and earth, slipping into the void. Who would have imagined? Xian Guishan appears to be struck by an unfathomable shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a prolonged moment, he finally regains his composure, casting a gaze of extreme complexity towards Xuan Ming. The Hengyu Divine Tower, which opens once every 5 years, must have been activated by now. Xuan Ming pays no heed to Xian Gishan's astonishment. Indeed, it has been activated, Xian Guishan replies. I intend to take a look, Xuan Ming states softly. After all, the Hengyu Divine Tower is an artifact crafted by celestial beings. He must first address this matter and escort the Xian family members away before preparing to extract the essence of the Emperor Ancestral Mountain's secret realm. Xian Guishan watches Xuan Ming return to the imperial carriage, somewhat astonished. He had intended to discuss when to evacuate the Xian family's branch from the secret realm and to gain a deeper understanding of the outside world. However, Xuan Ming's interest is evidently focused on the Hengyu Divine Tower. Could it be? A sudden realization strikes Xian Guishan. With the ability Xuan Ming has displayed to effortlessly tear apart the secret realm space, it is undeniable that he has attained the coveted realm the entire Xian family has longed for, the divine and demonic realm. Yet, for Xuan Ming, the significance of the Hengyu Divine Tower has become minimal. Nevertheless, Xian Guishan now contemplates an alternative implication, the legacy of the master behind the Hengyu Divine Tower. How do you find this chapter, my dear? This chapter consists of 4,000 words. Chapter 103, The Ranking of the Hengyu Divine Tower. The Xian clan saints pay homage to the emperor ancestor. The Hengyu Divine Tower stands as a colossal edifice, nearly level with the mountains within the secret realm. Constructed from an unknown, weighty metal, it exudes an aura of profound darkness. The tower comprises 99 levels in total. Ascending to the first level grants one rewards commensurate with that level, and as one ascends higher, the rewards become increasingly lavish. It is said that whoever reaches the 99th level and defeats the guardian shall receive a supreme divine inheritance along with a lifetime of accrued wisdom. However, in the millennium since the tower's emergence, no one has ever breached the 99th level. The highest attained has merely been the 80th level. The Hengyu Divine Tower tests one's combat prowess, independent of cultivation strength. For instance, if Ziying possesses the cultivation of a minor half-saint, the guardian projection at the first level will also be of minor half-saint caliber. This pattern continues, and by the time one reaches the main leaderboard levels, their adversaries may approach or even attain the status of a saint. A frail young man accompanied Xian Ziying and several others to the vicinity of the tower. 5 years prior, he had attempted the Hengyu Divine Tower and now elucidated its rules to the group. Upon their arrival, the area before the tower was teeming with challengers. The names of those who have achieved prominence floated above the tower, aglow with a white luminescence against the dark structure. Dongfang Bai, Xinyu Civilization, 80th level. Tianyue Divine Hall. Ouyang Nandi, Northern Continent, 79th level. Ouyang Divine Clan. Haiyan Dragon Domain, 79th level, Dragon God Clan. Jiushin, Tianshu Lake, 78th level, Tianshu Dynasty. These names captivated Xian Ziying as she gazed upon the tower. The names displayed on the tower represent the main leaderboard of the Hengyu Divine Tower, which comprises a total of 100,000 entries. Thus, any individual who ascends to the main leaderboard is considered among the top 100,000 prodigies within the regions that the Hengyu Divine Tower encompasses. While the figure of 100,000 seems vast, the regions housing the Hengyu Divine Tower are innumerable. Over the centuries, countless individuals have attempted the tower, and those who have succeeded are invariably the foremost talents of their respective civilizations. Gaining a place on this leaderboard not only brings rewards, but also bestows immense honor. In addition to the main leaderboard displayed on the tower, observe that there are also lesser-known names inscribed at the base where the tower meets the ground. These represent the secondary leaderboard. The rules for the secondary leaderboard stipulate that it is a compilation of records from the 5 neighboring Hengyu Divine Towers. Thus, including this tower, there are 4 additional towers situated elsewhere, and the challenge records from those locations will also be reflected in the secondary leaderboard. Consequently, when you ascend to the secondary leaderboard, you will likely confront the battle projections left by those challengers within the tower. The frail youth possessed an intricate understanding of the rules governing the Hengyu Divine Tower. At that moment, he addressed the 4 individuals present, including Xian Ziying. These 4, Xian Ziying, Xian Xiudi, Xian Fangyuan, and Xian Zhanghao, were the most gifted members of the Xian family branch in contemporary times. Should any of them ascend to the main ranking, It would signify the end of the Xian family's confinement within the Wanyao mountain range. This was the ranking of our ancestor, Xian Tianba, who conquered 50 levels and claimed the first position on the auxiliary list. A millennium ago, it was precisely due to his ascent to this esteemed position that our ancestor acquired unparalleled resources, achieving the pinnacle of the sacred realm, and establishing a vast territory in the outside world. It is this legacy that has shaped the Xian family of today. The frail youth spoke with utmost reverence. Countless individuals from 5 civilizations aspired to participate, yet our ancestors' ascension to the first position on the auxiliary list attests to his extraordinary prowess. Even the later generations of the Xian family, despite reaching the sacred realm's pinnacle, have scarcely surpassed his ranking, consistently trailing behind. Indeed, the rewards of the first position on the auxiliary list can birth a figure of the sacred realm's completeness. Does this not imply that those who ascend the main ranking, if they survive, would now be divine beings? Xian Fangyuan exclaimed in astonishment. 10,000 positions on the main list equate to 10,000 divine beings. The master of the Hengyu Divine Tower truly possesses an astonishing vision. Merely in selecting successors, he has distilled 10,000 divine beings. Not necessarily. Divine beings embody a formidable existence, where mortals treading in their realm face peril at every turn. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Observe the names on the main list. Though dazzling, over 95% of them appear somewhat dimmer than others. According to ancient texts left by our ancestors, those whose names are dimmed have typically perished, yet their exceptional talents warrant a place on the main list, and should no one surpass them in the future, their names will endure through time. The frail youth gently shook his head. Xian Xing and the others glanced over, and indeed, a significant portion of the names on the main list appeared dim. However, they had only glimmered in white light previously, making them easy to overlook. The Hengyu Divine Tower has now opened. If any among you is prepared, then let the challenges commence, the frail youth declared. This time, he accompanied the 4 under the orders of the Xian family's ancestor, who had expressed an inexplicable importance on their endeavor, hoping they would achieve favorable outcomes. Even if they ultimately could not ascend to the main list, they were encouraged to conquer as many levels as possible. Xian Xing and the others nodded in agreement. They had long since prepared for this moment, and now stepped directly into the Hengyu Divine Tower. May success be on their side. Watching as Xian Xing and the others entered, the frail youth murmured to himself, his gaze lingering on the last entry on the auxiliary list, where his name, Xian Liang, appeared, having conquered 10 levels and ranked last. Brother Liang, where is my sister? At that moment, as Xian Liang contemplated the auxiliary list of the Hengyu Divine Tower, a voice like a nightingale echoed, a voice belonging to Xian Ziyue, who had been sent away by Xian Guishan. You have arrived late. Your sister and the others just entered. Xian Liang replied, fully aware of Xian Ziyue's purpose for being there. However, that matter was not as significant as the ascent of Xian Xing and her companions to the tower. Soon, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xian Liang's eyes as he noticed the names of Xian Xing and others appearing on the secondary leaderboard. As time passed, the attention of those present converged upon the Hengyu Divine Tower. On a ridge adjacent to the tower, 4 venerable saints were seen bearing the imperial palanquin. Having mysteriously appeared in this location, the essence of the Hengyu Divine Tower turned out to be a divine artifact. Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the palanquin, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. According to the records left by the founding emperor, there were numerous Hengyu Divine Towers, scattered throughout the Tianshu realm by their master. Initially, Xuan Ming believed this object to be merely an ordinary divine-grade vessel, yet it now appeared to exceed his expectations. The craftsmanship of this Hengyu deity was far grander than Xuan Ming had envisioned, capable of creating tools for inheritance at the divine level. It was no wonder that, despite the Hengyu Divine Towers being located throughout the Tianshu realm, the information regarding the Tower's challenges could still be synchronized. However, in Xuan Ming's perception, this particular Hengyu Divine Tower was the lowest grade of divine artifact, significantly inferior to the Xian Huang divine sword he possessed. Just as Xuan Ming was about to instruct Bai Yu to attempt the challenge, a commotion arose in the plaza below. Xian Xing, Xian Fangyuan, Xian Xiudi, and Xian Zhonghao, the 4 most talented descendants of the current generation of the Xian family, had a chance of ascending to the main leaderboard. Xian Guishan approached, glancing at the disturbance in the plaza, and offered a brief explanation to Xuan Ming. Xuan Ming, whose cultivation was unfathomable and who was one of the ancestors of the Xian family, hoped that Xuan Ming would remember the names of these promising descendants for future support. The main leaderboard? Xuan Ming could not deny its significance. According to the records of the founding emperor, those who could ascend to the main leaderboard were typically endowed with the potential to advance into the realm of gods and demons. If these individuals could indeed make it to the main leaderboard, they would be worthy of his nurturing. If not, with the Royal Academies opening in just over a month, Xuan Ming would send these four, along with the earlier mentioned Xian Ziyue, to the Royal Academy. Just as the discussion was ongoing, some individuals present were startled by the formidable aura of the four saintly guardians. Turning to gaze toward the direction of the imperial palanquin, their faces marked with astonishment. What an overwhelming presence! The bearers of the palanquin must be at least semi-saint level. Who could possibly be within the palanquin, commanding such powerful figures? Fear swept through some. For anyone capable of having semi-saint or even stronger beings carry a palanquin was undoubtedly a person of great importance. Soon, their eyes shifted toward the elder accompanying the imperial palanquin, and they were struck with realization, understanding who resided within. It was the emperor of the Xian family. Unexpectedly, he had also been drawn here. Whispers filled the plaza, capturing the attention of Xian Liang, who had been meticulously monitoring the changes in the secondary leaderboard of the Hongyu Divine Tower. He could not help but be drawn in. What interest could the external emperor have? Xian Liang shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yet, a strange sensation began to stir within him. No matter who the new emperor is, 5 years ago, they all ventured through the celestial tower under the guidance of the ancestral figure, Xuanja. However, none of them made it onto the leaderboard, which is why Xianyang showed little interest. Now, among them, the four most gifted individuals have ascended the tower, evoking a peculiar sense of pride in the formidable youth of the Su family lineage. Brother Liang, do refrain from secretly gossiping about our great-grandfather, otherwise, one of his sedan bearers could easily leave you searching for your teeth. Xuan remarked with a frown, her tone fiercely assertive. Ever since Xianing bestowed upon her an abundance of elixirs, she considered herself the most loyal protector of their great-grandfather's lineage. Searching for my teeth? Little Ziyue, you jest. Xianyang laughed heartily. Jest? His cultivation is that of a half-saint. I acknowledge that there are indeed many powerful beings in the outside world. The emperor of the Su family is the most authoritative figure beyond our realm, undoubtedly accompanied by numerous experts. But how formidable could someone reduced to carrying a sedan be? To claim he could leave me toothless? Yet, his mirth was short-lived. Our great-grandfather has stated that those who bear the sedan for him are all saints. As formidable as your father. If your father can render you toothless, why not one of our great-grandfather's sedan bearers? Xuan countered. Xuanyang's body trembled, and his expression froze. His gaze lingered on Xuan face for a long moment, realizing she was not merely speaking in anger. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him. It must be noted that Xuan's great-grandfather had attained the pinnacle of the saint realm. If she was not lying, Xuanyang's eyes narrowed, and he turned his gaze back toward the imperial sedan on the ridge, releasing a sliver of divine sense to sense the surroundings. Impudent, one of the sedan bearers, sensing his divine intent, slightly shook his head and cast a stern glare in his direction. Boom. Under the weight of that scrutinizing gaze, Xianyang felt as though he were being targeted by some malevolent force. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his limbs turned icy. Under the gaze of that sedan bearer, the embryonic form of his sacred intent felt as if it had been struck violently, teetering on the brink of shattering. On the surface, he appeared merely weak, suffering no visible harm. Yet, the damage to his embryonic sacred intent could take a considerable time to heal. A saint. It is indeed a saint. A being as powerful as my father. Xuanyang's complexion turned pale, and turmoil surged within him. He had always regarded his father as the ultimate goal, vowing to reach the same heights of the saint realm. Now, merely a sedan bearer in the outside world, he faced someone as strong as his father. At that moment, Xianyang felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. It must be the ancestor. It appears that the person seated in the sedan is indeed the emperor of the main lineage in this generation. Surrounding the celestial tower, the Su family saints who had been observing the trials also took notice of the imperial sedan's presence. Originally, they were not inclined to attend the ancestral worship of the emperor, as they were already aware of the circumstances. The previous emperor, Xian Su, had fallen, and his successor was his offspring. However, due to Xian Su's late fatherhood, his children were merely in their 20s, possessing relatively low cultivation levels. Moreover, their generational seniority exceeded that of their peers, compelling even the highest-ranking sage present to address them as uncle, which rendered them somewhat reluctant to meet. They found the situation exceedingly awkward. After all, it was indeed uncomfortable for a sage to address a youth with such deference. Consequently, they all intended to avoid the encounter. Yet now, even without extending their divine senses, they could perceive the bearers surrounding the imperial sedan, whose prowess matched their own. In particular, the long-haired man standing beside the sedan, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an overwhelming aura of annihilation that instilled profound dread within them. They exchanged glances and inhaled sharply, clearly taken aback by the unexpected scene. "Let us depart. The foundation of this generation's emperor is likely entirely different from our initial assumptions," murmured a robust figure with notably thick eyebrows, known as Xian Boba, the father of Xian Ziyu and Xian Ziying. He was also the highest cultivator among the branches of the Xian family, aside from the ancestors. The other 5 sages exchanged glances that hinted at internal conflict, but soon they nodded in agreement. "Descendants of the Xian family branch, pay your respects to the main lineage's emperor." Xian Boba led the bowing. "Rise," came the response from within the sedan, where Xuan Ming's countenance was obscured by the shifting light of the glass, and his tone remained indifferent, leaving Xian Boba and the others uncertain of his sentiments. However, as they drew nearer to the imperial sedan, they felt an inexplicable terror intensifying. Chapter 104. The astonishment of the Xian family, the arrival of the moon-worshipping leader. They meticulously sensed the inexplicable dread that originated from within the imperial carriage, rather than from the surrounding saints bearing the palanquin or the elusive figure in the long red robe. This revelation stirred a tempest of emotions within Xian Burba and the others. Their initial approach had been driven by apprehension towards the formidable powers encircling the imperial carriage and the presence of their ancestor, without considering Xuan Ming as a formidable threat. In their estimation, despite Xuan Ming's exceptional talents, achieving profound mastery at the tender age of 20 seemed implausible. However, it became evident that they were gravely mistaken. The fear emanating from the imperial carriage eclipsed the imposing auras of all other strong individuals present, indicating that, at that moment, the pressure exerted by Xuan Ming far surpassed that of any surrounding power. "I intend to bring the Xian family branch into the southern continent. You have no objections, I trust?" Xuan Ming spoke slowly. At this, Xian Burba and the others were taken aback, their gazes instinctively shifting to their standing ancestor. "Impudent. When the imperial lord inquires, you shall respond without hesitation." "Why do you hesitate?" Xian Gishan's face bore a mixture of anger and urgency as he signaled fervently. Upon witnessing this, Xian Burba and the others felt their pupils constrict. Xian Gishan's reaction suddenly illuminated the potential for a deception. Their ancestor was evidently wary of the main lineage's imperial lord's disposition. The words spoken, those seemingly inquiries, were indisputable. They discerned no signs of dissent upon their ancestor's countenance. This implied that the imperial lord had likely conferred with their ancestor prior, and that their ancestor wholeheartedly agreed with his decision. This realization sent a jolt through Xian Burba and the others. "We report to the imperial lord that we harbor no objections," Xian Burba promptly replied with a bow. "Very well. Once the Hengyu Divine Tower closes, gather the belongings of the Xian family and depart with me," Xuan Ming instructed softly. Following this command, they suddenly perceived the source of their inexplicable fear receding like a tide. Xian Burba and the others retreated, their eyes inadvertently darting towards their ancestor, who was nodding in approval. They exchanged glances, a flicker of relief passing between them. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the plaza beneath the Hengyu Divine Tower. The onlookers atop the ridge turned to see that Xian Ziying and the others, who had previously entered the Hengyu Divine Tower, appeared to be concluding their trial. Hengyu Divine Tower, 47. 48. The lights on the 50th floor have illuminated. A voice rang out, drawing the gaze of all towards the Hengyu Divine Tower, where the lights on the 50th floor shone brightly. It is evident that someone has successfully reached the 50th level. It is Xian Ziying. Soon, individuals observed the rankings on the secondary leaderboard and declared the identity of the challenger on the 50th level. Indeed, it is Xianzing. This is unmistakable, as the second position on the secondary leaderboard bears her name. Undoubtedly, Xianzing has triumphed over the second-ranked challenger, successfully surpassing the 49th level. And now she stands before the formidable challenge of the 50th level. The guardian of the 50th level looms in the minds of all present in the plaza, Xian Tiangba, the revered ancestor of the Xian family. This illustrious figure was instrumental in elevating the Xian clan to greatness, a legacy that has endured for a millennium. However, those who had initially focused on Xianzing soon noticed that she seemed to be struggling at the 50th level. It is noteworthy that she had previously navigated the earlier challenges with remarkable swiftness. Yet, at this stage, Xianzing appeared to be ensnared. Time passed without her achieving victory. While Xianzing faced her trials, the other three challengers sequentially met with failure, which caused a minor stir. However, the collective gaze swiftly returned to the towering Hengyu Divine Tower, including that of the defeated trio. They all understood that if Xianzing succeeded, it would lead to a confrontation with the strongest on the main leaderboard, and a triumph would elevate the Xian family to unprecedented heights. A lengthy period elapsed, and uncertainty hung in the air regarding the outcome. The plaza buzzed with speculation. Yet, in the next moment, the lights of the 50th level abruptly extinguished. Indeed, the ancestor of the Xian family is formidable. With my current prowess, I can merely contend, and to secure victory, I must await another opportunity. Xianzing emerged from the Hengyu Divine Tower, her expression weary, filled with reflection. The ancestor is undeniably powerful. Despite her extensive preparations, they proved futile, ultimately succumbing to the ancestor's overwhelming might. Although she did not succeed in confronting the ancestor, achieving second place grants her rewards that will undoubtedly enable Zing to transcend into the Holy Realm. Moreover, it is likely that she will attain the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, and in a century, Ziying will surely ascend to become the new ancestral figure of the Xian family. In the plaza, while the outcome left many feeling somewhat disheartened, they accepted it as a matter of course. The ancestor of the Xian family stands as the most formidable figure in their lineage over the millennia, embodying their faith. Had Xianzing actually defeated the ancestor, disbelief might have shadowed their sentiments. Did she fail? The members of the Xian family branch on the ridge cast a glance, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Even the most gifted of this generation, Xianzing, lacked the qualifications to vanquish the ancestor. Why not give it a try? Just as the atmosphere on the ridge grew somber, Xuan Ming gazed with keen interest at the towering Hengyu Divine Tower and subtly commanded. The master of the Hengyu Divine Tower is a celestial being. Bai Yu, the sect leader, is also a celestial being. He desires to ascertain the extent of the disparity in combat prowess between them. Should Bai Yu succeed in conquering the Hengyu Divine Tower, it would save him the exertion of intervening. If not, it would provide insight into the capabilities of celestial beings in this realm. Yes, Your Majesty. The moon-worshipping master displayed an expression of indifference regarding the celestial tower of eternity, imbued with divine inheritance, as devoid of any worth. Nearby, Xian Bo and others, along with Xian Guishan, were instantly stirred by his words. To mere mortals like them, the moon-worshipping master was shrouded in mystery, both in his cultivation and his very presence. Had he not been standing before them, they would have been utterly oblivious to his existence, as if he were a figment of the void. This piqued their curiosity regarding his performance within the celestial tower of eternity, particularly for Xian Guishan, who had come to comprehend Xuan Ming's strength. He speculated that the moon-worshipping master was likely a being of divine and demonic nature akin to Xuan Ming. Xian Liang, what troubles you? The four who had failed in their trials returned to Xian Liang's side, only to find him pale and seemingly shaken, leaving them perplexed. Alas, it is my fault for inadvertently sensing a presence beyond perception. Xian Liang offered a wry smile, yet he dared not disclose the identity of that presence, leaving Xian Xiu and the others in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Xianzing glanced at Xian Ziyu, then cast her gaze towards the imperial carriage upon the ridge, her mind swirling with speculation. Just as Xian Liang had smiled ruefully, his eyes had instinctively drifted in that direction, leading Xianzing to vaguely discern the identity of the person he referred to. Turning her head towards the ridge, she beheld a figure descending from above, heading toward the celestial tower of eternity. The ancestral lord of the main lineage, seemingly unwilling to partake directly. had dispatched an outsider to face the trials? Xianziying furrowed her brow. The Celestial Tower of Eternity was a private possession of the Xian family. The moon-worshipping master bore neither the family garb nor the bloodline identification, signifying he was undoubtedly not a member of the Xian clan, which contravened ancestral edicts. However, as Xianziying surveyed the individuals surrounding the imperial carriage, a look of astonishment crept across her face. She observed that, including her father, none of the Xian family's sages, nor even the ancestors, exhibited any signs of dissent. Moreover, the stance of her father and the others imparted a sense of subservience to Xianziying, akin to that of juniors or servants. In stark contrast stood the imperial carriage, suggesting that the individual seated within it commanded a regard that even her father, a formidable figure, was relegated to the role of an attendant. Xianziying was acutely aware of the identity of the person within the carriage, yet this very knowledge rendered her incredulous. "Sister, let us pay our respects to great-grandfather together. Perhaps he will bestow upon you a jade vial, given your remarkable talent." Xianziyu tugged at Xianziying's hand, drawing her back to the present. A jade vial? What might that be? A hint of skepticism flickered across Xianziying's face. "Tomorrow we shall conclude the saga of Huangzu Mountain and soon embark upon a new chapter." "How do you find this chapter, dear?" Chapter 105. The turmoil among the pinnacle forces of the human race in the celestial void realm sigh. "It is truly difficult. If only the jade vial were still here, I could show it to my sister. Alas, it was taken by our great-grandfather." Inside, there were numerous precious elixirs, such as the sacred intent pill. Hiss. Xianziyue still lingers on thoughts of that jade vial containing the elixirs. Unfortunately, now that it is in the hands of our great-grandfather, she doubts she can reclaim it all. Taken by our great-grandfather? Precious elixirs? The sacred intent pill? Xianziying feels somewhat bewildered. If Xianziyue had uttered this herself, she would have dismissed it as mere nonsense. But when it involves their great-grandfather, she knows that, despite her sister's mischievous nature, she would never dare to jest about him. This suggests that the sovereign of the main line may have indeed bestowed upon her a jade vial containing various precious elixirs. And that vial must have been so enticing that even their great-grandfather was swayed. This leaves Xianziying feeling somewhat disoriented. After all, she had previously assessed that the sovereign of the main line held little significance and that it would be more worthwhile to venture into the cosmic divine tower. Yet, it appears she has missed a fortuitous opportunity. "Sister, you truly are fortunate. Rest assured, our great-grandfather does not act without reason. Taking the jade vial from you must surely be for your own good," Xianziying teased, playfully pinching Xianziyue's nose. Although her smile was radiant, it betrayed a hint of bitterness. In her view, that jade vial containing precious elixirs could not be anything trivial. The fact that it was bestowed upon Xianziyue likely stemmed from the latter being the only one to accompany their ancestor in the greeting. It was precisely for this reason that Xianziyue fortuitously received the vial from the sovereign of the main line. And missing this opportunity means that no amount of respect could ever grant her the same chance again. "Sister, this is not mere good fortune. That is our great-grandfather. Since childhood, the ancestor has said that the Xian family branch is under protection. The main line maintains order in the outside world and defends against the myriad beasts of the mountain range, suffering great losses and deserving the respect of the entire Xian family. For Ziyue to pay her respects is a blessing indeed," Xianziyue chuckled. Xianziying opened her mouth, about to say something, when a commotion erupted in the square, drawing everyone's attention. So soon, the pupils of Xianziying and the others contracted. Initially, they felt a tinge of displeasure that the sovereign of the main line did not enter the tower personally, but sent an outsider instead. However, that displeasure was swiftly replaced by astonishment, for they beheld the moon worship leader, who had just entered, swiftly making a name for himself on the secondary leaderboard, ascending at an extraordinarily rapid pace, faster than Xianziying had previously achieved. In the blink of an eye, he passed through a level. This left the challengers in the square utterly stunned. They were acutely aware of the challenges posed by each level. The moon worship leader's astonishing speed suggested he was overcoming each guardian with an almost instantaneous prowess. 40th level, 41st level. With each breath, the name of the moon worship master appeared on the next level. Before long, they reached the 49th level. Without pause, they directly ascended to the 50th level. How could such an outsider possess such formidable strength? Xianziying's expression was complex, her fists clenched, palms slick with sweat. The ease with which the opponent traversed the 49th level indicated that their combat prowess far surpassed hers. In just one encounter, they had effortlessly obliterated her guardian projection, which embodied all her strength. How could this be? This realization filled Xian Ziying with an inexplicable dread. She soon recognized that her previous dismissiveness towards the master of the main pulse was entirely misguided. The jade vial bestowed upon Xian Ziyue, as well as the formidable subordinates surrounding her, all signified that the heights attained by the other party exceeded her imagination. She had to concede that she had been somewhat narrow-minded. Just as her thoughts fluctuated, a sudden gasp erupted from the square. Xian Ziying turned to look and was immediately jolted. The name of the Moon Worship Master had appeared on the main leaderboard. Moon Worship Master, Nanzhou, 51st level. Divine Xin Dynasty. Furthermore, they continued to ascend at an astonishing speed. It seemed that with such combat strength, even the top talents on the main leaderboard could be dispatched with ease. On the ridge, Xian Boba and others had already held their breath when the Moon Worship Master ascended the sub-leaderboard. Now, witnessing the ascent to the main leaderboard, they were struck with astonishment. Was this what the talents of this realm truly were? They appeared to be no more than this. The Moon Worship Master maintained an indifferent demeanor as a young man from the human race, carrying a sword on his back, appeared before him. His cultivation had reached a minor success in the Saint realm, yet upon entering this challenge, the Moon Worship Master's power was inexplicably suppressed to the same level. This was the equilibrium system of the Hongyu Divine Tower, designed to maintain the assessment of all tower climbers' combat capabilities. However, before the young swordsman could react, the Moon Worship Master waved his hand, unleashing a surge of lunar holy power that instantaneously dispatched him, before stepping into the next level. So swift. Even on the main leaderboard, such speed was remarkable. On the ridge, Xian Boba and others felt their brows furrow as they witnessed the terrifying pace of the Moon Worship Master's challenge. It is worth noting that the entire Xian family lineage, encompassing generations of main pulse members, had taken a millennium to attain merely the first position on the sub-leaderboard. And that first position was a record left by their ancestors 1,000 years ago. No descendant had surpassed it. Yet now, an outsider accompanying the master of the main pulse had shattered various records of the Xian family in an instant, breaching the main leaderboard. Moreover, it appeared that the main leaderboard could hardly impede him, as he charged forth at an extraordinary speed to higher tower levels. This upheaval of understanding left Xian Boba and his companions utterly astounded. Have you all noticed? As time passed, a ripple of realization crossed the faces of several sages from the Xian family. Xian Boba inhaled deeply, casting a glance at them as he spoke softly. According to the ancient manuscript of the everlasting universe divine tower left by our ancestors, the higher the level, the more formidable the guardians become. At present, the emissaries dispatched by the Emperor Ancestor have already reached over 60 levels, where the guardians are predominantly beings of divine and demonic prowess. This implies that those sent by the Emperor Ancestor are likely. Xuanliang's father, Xuangai, spoke but left the thought unfinished. Yet, Xian Baba and the others understood implicitly what Xuangai refrained from voicing. Demons and deities. That enigmatic figure in a red robe with flowing hair, who eludes their comprehension, likely possesses the strength of a divine demon. Indeed, he might himself be a true divine demon. If this holds true, does it not suggest? Xian Baba and the others swallowed hard, their gazes fixed upon the silent central imperial carriage, as if struck by an unseen force, a trace of dread surfacing on their faces. The Moon Worship Master has been commanded by Xuan Ming to undergo trials within the tower. If the Moon Worship Master is indeed a divine demon, then the Emperor Ancestor, who commands such a being, must be even more terrifying. The chilling implications dawned upon Xian Baba and the others. At this rate, it seems there is no need for me to intervene. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, unconcerned with the reactions of Xian Baba and the others. His attention was captivated by the everlasting universe divine tower, where the Moon Worship Master navigated the trials with remarkable ease. Truly, a being capable of almost annihilating an entire world. Xuan Ming reclined slightly in his dragon throne. In the immortal realm, the Moon Worship Master's prior failure was orchestrated by the divine scheming of Goddess Enhua, indicating that the Moon Worship Master's power is indeed extraordinary. However, should the Moon Worship Master succeed in reaching the pinnacle, his personal intervention may no longer be necessary. The ancient imperial city, a formidable ancient stronghold entrenched in the vast wilderness. Towering walls stretch endlessly, corroded by the passage of countless epochs, rusty and marred, with remnants of shattered spears and dried blood, exuding an aura of dread. It seems this ancient city has witnessed more than one cataclysmic battle throughout its existence. Above the city, powerful forces of law swirl, reverberating through the wilderness. Singer, previously, you reached the 10th position on the main leaderboard of the everlasting universe divine tower with your perfected saint realm. Now, having successfully harnessed the laws of divine demons and entered the domain of earth gods, you undoubtedly possess the capability to compete with the prodigies of the Heavenly Moon Temple and the Ouyang Divine Clan. Should you seize this opportunity to conquer the everlasting universe divine tower and inherit the legacy of the everlasting celestial god, our ancient imperial city may very well experience a renaissance through you. The lord of the ancient imperial city, ancient Yuanshan, proclaimed with a booming voice. The ancient imperial city was once the mightiest force in the Tianqi realm. Yet, as the cycles of sun and moon continue, even the strongest of ancient gods will eventually meet their demise. How much more so for a mere faction, the master of the everlasting universe divine tower. The everlasting celestial god was once a supreme being of the ninth heaven before his fall, second only to the ancient gods of the forbidden zones. Even the lord of the heavenly moon temple of the human race, the ancient ancestor of the Ouyang clan, and the long-lost empress of the ice and snow divine dynasty, along with the half-human, half-demon demon lord, pale in comparison to the celestial god of the eternal universe, who stands as the most formidable existence of the near-ancient era of humanity. Whosoever acquires his legacy shall possess the right to emerge as the new leader of the human race in the times to come. Fortunately, the legacy of the celestial god is primarily located within the territories of human civilization, with only a few remnants amidst foreign powers. Hence, the majority of those who ascend this tower are indeed the prodigies of the human race. Fear not, Father, with my ice-cold physique, this time entering the earthly god realm. My strength will significantly increase. Defeating Dongfang Bai and Ouyang should not pose a challenge. The ancient figure of Ninger, clad in a flowing white gown, resembled a snow lotus amidst the ice, exuding an air of noble elegance. Moreover, as the daughter of the lord of the ancient imperial city, she is renowned as one of the illustrious prodigies of the human race. Very well, let us ascend the tower. The ancient figure of Yuanshan nodded, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his eyes. If he could obtain the legacy of the celestial god, perhaps he too would be worthy of peering into the domain of celestial giants, stepping beyond the seventh heaven of the celestial god. At that time, the ancient imperial city would possess the power to stand alongside the heavenly moon temple and the Ouyang clan, becoming one of the three great sovereigns of the human race in the celestial void realm, governing the entirety of the human territories therein, rather than remaining confined within this vast wilderness, frequently besieged by the foreign tribes. However, just as Ninger was preparing to ascend the tower, the main rankings of the celestial tower of eternal universe suddenly shifted. The ancient Ninger, who had secured a place within the top 10, was abruptly displaced by a name, now relegated to the 11th position. In her stead rose a human powerhouse known as the Moon Worship Leader. Ninger, upon witnessing this turn of events, Yuanshan's expression shifted, and he hurriedly glanced at his daughter. No worries, this merely reflects my strength from 5 years ago. Ninger smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed. Yet soon, her expression grew grave, for the Moon Worship Leader did not halt his advance. During their conversation, he had begun to challenge the 8th-ranked contender, forcefully pushing the original 9th position down to 10th. Ninger's pupils constricted, and her countenance changed. 5 years prior, she had challenged the 9th rank but returned defeated, acutely aware of her opponent's prowess. Even now, having broken through to the realm of divine and demonic, she believed she could subdue him, yet she certainly could not match the Moon Worship Leader's speed. This implied that the Moon Worship Leader's combat strength might far exceed her own. Nanzhou, the divine Xian dynasty? What kind of power is this? I have never heard of it. Yuanshan's expression also shifted dramatically. The vast wilderness, a territory where the foreign tribes dare not invade. Great dragons writhe and soar through the skies. Oh, it seems that among the human race, there are still some formidable prodigies. A black dragon emerged from the celestial tower of eternal universe, her eyes flickering with astonishment. She had just sensed the frenzied advancement of the moon worship leader through the ranks, and soon he would challenge her position. This greatly displeased Haiyan, who entered the Hengyu Divine Tower to confront her opponent in her true form. The outcome, however, was all too apparent. She was defeated. The adversary's divine power seemed to embody a profound chill, coupled with a terrifying force capable of annihilating worlds. Even her proud dragon god body struggled to withstand such might, ultimately forcing her to retreat. The southern continent, the divine Qian dynasty? Was there not to be a gathering of the 100 clans in a few years? It would be fortuitous to meet this formidable human warrior. Haiyan's dragon-like gaze fell upon the name of the moon worship leader, and a thought crossed her mind. Despite the opponent's terrifying power, the Hengyu Divine Tower was ultimately a venue for competition, with certain restrictions in place. She did not believe that the opponent's cultivation surpassed her own. If they were to engage in battle in reality, she might not meet the same fate as in the Hengyu Divine Tower. In the central world, within the territory of the Ouyang Divine Clan, Ouyang Nandi also entered the arena in his true form. The result, however, was the same. He was unable to withstand the moon worship leader. This left him profoundly shaken. What kind of power was the divine Qian dynasty? Why had he never heard of it before? Ouyang Nandi's eyes narrowed, his hands now covered in frost. Remnants of the moon worship leader's divine power, a force difficult to dispel. In mere moments, his hands had frozen, rendering his divine power nearly impossible to channel. To cultivate such a prodigy, the divine Qian dynasty must surely be a hidden force among humanity. Ouyang Nandi pondered in silence. Shortly thereafter, at the Tianyue Divine Palace, there was a stir of excitement. Investigate immediately. What sort of origins does the divine Qian dynasty and the moon worship leader possess? This young master must meet them in reality. Dongfang Bai's gaze fixated on the uppermost position of the Hengyu Divine Tower's leaderboard, now occupied by the moon worship leader, and still rising. This revelation shook him to his core. Until now, he had considered himself the foremost genius among humanity. But now, simultaneously, in the central world, within the human celestial force known as the 100 Flowers Valley, a direct female disciple of the celestial realm stared in bewilderment at the name occupying the top of the leaderboard. She did not recognize the moon worship leader, but she was all too familiar with the region and the force associated with the name. Southern Continent. Divine Qian Dynasty. Was this not her homeland? Qian Yuner was utterly perplexed. This chapter contains 100 words. How does this chapter resonate with you, dear? Chapter 106. Xuan Ming. Heavenly God Hengyu. I possess a method to resurrect you, but you must agree to become a mentor at the academy. The name of the moon worship leader is one I have never encountered before. Having been away from my homeland for so long, I now turn my gaze once again towards news of my origins. Qian Yun's initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather a tinge of inexplicable unease. After all, as far as she knew, the Hengyu Divine Tower in the southern continent had always been under the control of the ancestral secret realm of the Qian family, with only members of the Qian clan ever having the opportunity to challenge its trials. Outsiders were simply impossible. Yet now, it was clear that the moon worship leader did not belong to the Qian family. At first, Qian Yun feared that her hometown had been invaded. However, upon reflection, something felt amiss. The affiliation of the moon worship leader indicated a connection to the divine Qian dynasty. This meant that the moon worship leader was a member of the dynasty. Qian Yun immediately associated this with her father and several siblings. It was evident that the moon worship leader had gained access to the tower through the main lineage of the Qian family. The Hengyu Divine Tower, crafted by the formidable heavenly god Hengyu from the ancient epoch, held a legacy that even her master found compelling, urging her to intensify her training to conquer its trials. Yet, whether it was the Eastern Bai from the Heavenly Moon Temple or Ouyang Nandi from the Ouyang clan, their innate combat prowess was terrifyingly extraordinary. Both were capable of ascending the ranks of the celestial talents of 100 clans. The moon worship leader's ability to consistently shatter their records was nothing short of astonishing. Qian Yun inhaled deeply, secretly awed by the talent of this compatriot from her homeland. The older generation may be unfamiliar with the likes of Eastern Bai and Ouyang Nandi, but the younger generation was well aware of their formidable nature. If the moon worship leader's talent were to manifest in the central world, It would likely incite fierce competition among all human factions. However, the adage, the taller the tree, the harder it falls, holds true. The southern continent is a relatively obscure region, and when I was taken by my master years ago, even the presence of deities and demons was lacking. If the coordinates were to be exposed, it could spell disaster for the southern continent, the divine Xian dynasty, and even the entire Xian family. I must guard this secret fiercely, at least until I can break through to the realm of deities and demons, and return to the southern continent with the capacity to safeguard the Xian family before discussing anything further. Xian Yuan mused silently. In her heart, she believed the current divine Xian dynasty to be too weak, lacking the strength to reveal itself to the discerning eyes of the powerful in the Tianqi realm. Should it be prematurely exposed, the moon-worship leader might rely on her innate talent and remain unharmed. But the divine Xian dynasty and the Xian family would not be so fortunate. Thankfully, her master was currently in seclusion and would not emerge for several years. Moreover, given the geographical location of the southern continent, it was unlikely that anyone else was aware of the existence of the divine Xian dynasty. Xian Yuan cast a grateful glance towards the depths of the 100 Flowers Valley. In the next moment, she resumed her meditative practice. Her physique was unique. A rare ethereal body, second only to the 10 most potent physiques in the Tianqi realm. Such a physique rarely encountered any bottlenecks. With sufficient resources at one's disposal, one can ascend to heights far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Since the moment the master of the 100 Flowers Valley took her under her wing, she has been groomed as the successor to the valley. The master has explicitly stated that, provided Xuan Ming does not meet an untimely demise, she is destined to tread upon the celestial realm in the future. Of course, the duration until that future remains uncertain. Nonetheless, with the entirety of the 100 Flowers Valley's resources backing her, it is certain that on the day the master emerges from seclusion, she will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the earth deity. At that juncture, she shall endeavor to establish a passageway to the southern continent, facilitating the arrival of her family to the central world. Just as Xuan Ming prepared to engage in her cultivation, a female disciple from the 100 Flowers Valley approached her. Respected young valley master, your 1,000 suitors have all collapsed to the ground, claiming that if you do not cast even a glance their way, they shall perish here. The disciple slightly bowed. Let them die? Xuan Ming furrowed her brow. She was determined to enhance her cultivation to return and save her homeland, with no time to indulge in matters of romance. However, her striking beauty, coupled with her identity as the young master of the 100 Flowers Valley, had inadvertently drawn a multitude of admirers, incessantly intruding upon her life, causing her considerable vexation. Yes, the disciple replied respectfully. As her words fell, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered across her face as she brandished a blade and strode towards the valley's exit. However, Xuan Ming ultimately stayed her hand. Those suitors were fully aware of her identity, yet dared to pursue her. The forces behind them were undoubtedly formidable. To slay them would likely bring trouble to her master. Meanwhile, during this exchange, the leader of the moon worship sect had already ascended to the 99th level, witnessed by the entirety of the human populace within the celestial void realm, having conquered the cosmic divine tower. At that moment, all present were left in a state of bewilderment. Over the span of a millennium, countless powerful figures and prodigies of the human race had challenged the tower. Yet the highest records remained unchanged. Some eminent individuals had predicted that it would take the likes of Dongfang Bai and others some time to mature before they could qualify to inherit the legacy of the cosmic celestial. Yet now, unexpectedly, an unknown figure, whose name, power, and location were entirely unheard of, had surged forth with unparalleled speed, breaching the cosmic divine tower, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. This was an event of immense gravity, pertaining to the most esteemed legacies of the human race. Such a challenge should have occurred in a far more significant context, or at the very least, among familiar prodigies, rather than being snatched away under such bewildering circumstances. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate. We must uncover the southern continent. We must find the divine Xian Yuan dynasty, and that moon worship leader. The legacy of the cosmic celestial plays a crucial role in determining the future leaders of the human race. We must ascertain the origins and details of this individual. In an instant, countless powerful figures of the human race felt their spirits stir, while many prodigies were struck with fear, prompting untold factions to emerge from their reclusive states. Yet, the southern continent lay nestled within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. The Wanyao Mountain Range lies within the vast expanse of the wilderness. Since ancient times, it has served as a primary sacrificial site for communication with the outside world. Following the emergence of the southern demon domain, the existence of the southern continent has remained unknown to all. For these powers to uncover the location of the southern continent, they must delve into the historical archives of the various clans from a millennium ago throughout the Tianshu realm, in hopes of discovering a trace of its existence. In the mysterious realm of Huangzu Mountain, hundreds of thousands from the Xian family swallowed hard. Unlike the outside world, where awe is often accompanied by a sense of confusion, they have witnessed miracles unfold before their very eyes. Within the inner sanctum of the Hengyu Divine Tower, on the 99th level, there exists no guardian to challenge the seekers. Before the moon-worshipping sect leader stands a middle-aged man clad in white robes, his countenance stern. Surrounding him are the intricate, interwoven rules of celestial beings, weaving together to subtly manifest a world, exuding a terrifying wave of supreme, celestial energy. To his astonishment, within merely a millennium, someone has indeed ascended into the Hengyu Divine Tower. The middle-aged man sits upon the divine throne formed by the world's ethereal silhouette, gazing at the moon-worshipping sect leader with a hint of approval. He is none other than the Hengyu celestial being. After 3 decades of cultivation, he attained the pinnacle of supremacy. Yet, the realm of ancient gods harbors the mysteries of existence, and despite his extraordinary talents that surpass time, he failed to grasp that final step, ultimately succumbing to the void. However, for the Hengyu celestial being, who is fervently devoted to cultivation, even in death, he wishes for his legacy to guide someone towards that pivotal step, to tread into the realm of ancient gods. Thus, he established the Legacy Tower, distributing his essence to the entirety of the human domain before his demise. As the mightiest among humans, his successor cannot be one of mediocrity. Hence, the challenges within the Hengyu Divine Tower are exceedingly formidable. From the 1st to the 98th level, one must possess the strength to transcend the limits of existence. Under such constraints, even a mortal capable of confronting a divine being may falter. Originally, the Hengyu celestial being believed that the fragment of his legacy left within the tower would require at least 10,000 years, if not longer, to attract a worthy successor. Yet, he never anticipated that within a mere millennium, one would appear. His essence began to coalesce within the Hengyu Divine Tower of Huangzu Mountain. And as the divine thoughts scattered across various locations converged here, the expression of the Hengyu celestial being gradually shifted. He sensed the apocalyptic power emanating from the moon-worshipping sect leader. Your physique is rather unique, resembling the long-lost annihilation demon body of ages past. I was previously pondering what sort of prodigy could breach the barriers I have set, only to discover it is the annihilation demon body. With an expression of intrigue, the Hengyu celestial being laughed heartily. The annihilation demon body, a physique that vanished in prehistory. It is said that those possessing such a body wield terrifying combat prowess, once capable of confronting ancient gods in secret battles during primeval times. He could never have imagined that the individual who breached his legacy barrier within a millennium would be a bearer of the annihilation demon body. The inheritance of this entity, paired with the terrifying annihilation demon body, heralds the dawn of a golden era for mankind. The celestial god of Hengyu, filled with fervor, acknowledges that the annihilation demon body, one of the 10 most formidable physiques in the Tianshu realm, is a blessing for any race fortunate enough to possess it. This could elevate the human race to the status of supreme overlords among the myriad races of the Tianshu realm. Historically, the pinnacle ancient clans of the Tianshu realm have all birthed such formidable physiques. To his astonishment, it appears that this time, it is the turn of humanity. Little one, having acquired my inheritance, coupled with your annihilation demon body, if you find a secluded place to cultivate diligently, once you reach the level of a celestial god, you will undoubtedly suddenly. The celestial god of Hengyu was struck dumb. No matter how powerful a physique may be, it requires time to develop. The opponent possesses the annihilation demon body, and with his inheritance, it is akin to adding wings to a tiger. However, this does not imply invincibility. The depths of the Tianshu realm are profound. Certain deities and demons will not idly watch the rise of humanity. Should they discover the existence of the annihilation demon body, they will undoubtedly act covertly to eliminate it. Thus, the celestial god of Hengyu wished to keep the moon-worshipping leader at a distance from the vortex of racial conflict, suggesting that once he ascended to become a celestial god, he could freely retreat beyond the realm and possess the strength for self-preservation before revealing himself. Yet, as his consciousness converged, his perception of the moon-worshipping leader grew increasingly vivid. He detected the celestial fluctuations emanating from him, which meant that the leader had indeed reached the level of a celestial god. How splendid! How splendid! It is a pity that I cannot live for another 1,000 years, for I would truly wish to meet you in reality. A hint of excitement flickered across the face of the celestial god of Hengyu. Any supreme physique, upon ascending to the domain of celestial gods, can unleash its terrifying capabilities, rendering the heavens unscathed and the earth undisturbed. If he could live for another millennia and meet this individual to join forces, humanity would surely usher in a golden age, attracting the attention of all races. Even if he ultimately does not ascend to the rank of an ancient god, he would harbor no significant regrets. Regrettably, the moon-worshipping leader regarded the fervent celestial god of Hengyu with indifference, unable to dismiss his words. The so-called annihilation demon body might be the destructive principles he nearly extracted from the immortal cultivation world in his previous life. Those principles indeed transformed his physique, imbuing the essence of the lunar source with annihilating energy. Perhaps this is what the celestial god of Hengyu refers to as the annihilation demon body. What say you, little one? Do you wish to take me as your master? The celestial god of Hengyu, seated upon his divine throne, expressed keen interest in the moon-worshipping leader. I possess methods that can grant you resurrection. However, upon your revival, you must agree to become a mentor at an academy. Just as the celestial god of Hengyu awaited the moon-worshipping leader's response with eagerness, a myriad of Tao rhythms suddenly surged within the Hengyu divine tower, cascading like a celestial shower. The overwhelming laws of myriad paths intertwined throughout the 99th level, and among them emerged a majestic Tao that transcended all, imposing a suppression on both the path of annihilation and the grand domain of the celestial god of Hengyu. As soon as the words fell, the celestial god Hengyu suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the figure beside the moon-worshipping master. Chapter 107. The astonishing shock of the celestial god Hengyu, the conclusion of the royal ancestor mountain's secret realm. A sudden transformation rendered the celestial god Hengyu's countenance dramatically altered, although he was considerably diminished from his former self. The remnants of his divine consciousness still possessed the ability to suppress ordinary celestial beings. Furthermore, this divine tower was crafted by his own hands. The unexpected intrusion of Xuan Ming sent tremors through his very spirit. What did your recent utterance imply? However, the turmoil within the celestial god Hengyu was not solely due to Xuan Ming's presence in his domain, but rather the weight of Xuan Ming's statement. Resurrect him. How could this be conceivable? One must understand that he was akin to a lamp extinguished, or even worse, for he had already succumbed to death. Only a flicker of his residual divine consciousness lingered in this world. Once that fragile remnant lost the support of its soul power, he would vanish completely. And divine consciousness differs from divine soul. Even if the soul were shattered, as long as a portion remained, it could be nurtured through certain rare divine herbs. Yet, divine consciousness is merely a thought derived from the divine soul, reliant on the soul's power for existence. His divine soul had already exhausted its lifespan and shattered, and his corporeal form had disintegrated. No force in existence could grant him revival. This was a matter of the cosmic order. No being could contravene it. Not even the ancient gods held such authority. Wait, your constitution is rather peculiar. The celestial god Hengyu, initially astounded by Xuan Ming's words, now found himself in greater shock. For he discerned that Xuan Ming's constitution appeared even more formidable. The myriad rules of the universe surrounded him, subtly transforming into a realm of divine sovereignty, infused with divine resonance. As if he were a sovereign over all paths, with the myriad rules at his command like mere playthings. This distinctly pronounced characteristic instantly led Hengyu to contemplate another form of supreme physique, the innate Tao body. Could this be the innate Tao body, capable of mastering all paths from birth? It is said that when this body reaches its zenith, it can manipulate the myriad pathways, even controlling the eternal truths of time and fate. ranking among the top 3 in the pantheon of supreme physiques. As Hengyu gazed upon Xuan Ming, surrounded by the myriad rules, his pupils constricted sharply. The innate Tao body is a constitution even more powerful than the annihilation demon body. Legends tell of its ability to command the myriad pathways, separating the cosmic order to forge an era of divine pathways. Throughout history, there has been but one such physique, not within the celestial void realm, but amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos. This innate divine body established the realm of myriad gods, with countless powerful beings bowing to its might. Even the celestial void realm felt the influence of its dominion. Subsequently, this formidable being with the innate Tao body vanished. Some claimed it ascended to a higher realm. Others suggested that its overwhelming power led to its demise under the assault of the myriad pathways of the cosmos. Opinions varied widely, yet no one produced verifiable evidence. Subsequently, the once briefly unified vast expanse of the starry sky reverted to its former chaotic state, with various races entrenched deep within the cosmic ocean, vying for supremacy. Even if a formidable physique were to emerge, it would only achieve a minor unification in a localized region of the star sea, leaving the entirety of the cosmos unaffected. However, now, such a physique has inexplicably reappeared. Moreover, it resembles the world-annihilating demonic body, and it has manifested within the human race. What could possibly be the cause of this? Within a mere day, I have witnessed 2 of the most powerful physiques in existence, both residing within humanity. The celestial god of the eternal universe was truly astonished. Since attaining the status of a celestial god, he had never experienced such profound shock. The world-annihilating demonic body was one thing, but a naturally born Tao body has also emerged. The celestial god of the eternal universe could hardly conceal the tumult within his heart. Regrettably, he had already perished. Had he lived, conversing with such powerful beings would have been a remarkable fortune. What do you think? Xuan Ming inquired. According to records regarding the imperial ancestor, the celestial god of the eternal universe was a being of the 9th heaven of celestial gods, undoubtedly possessing vast knowledge. The Royal Academy, in its nascent stage, aspired to recruit mentors who were at least of the earth god realm, but the number of such divine beings was still insufficient. Furthermore, in the future, these divine beings would have their own affairs to attend to, making it challenging to concentrate on the cultivation of ordinary disciples within the academy. If Xuan Ming could enlist the celestial god of the eternal universe, it would alleviate many of his troubles. After all, a celestial god of the 9th heaven would likely possess some alchemical and crafting skills, making him capable of instructing mortals with ease. As for the fact that the celestial god was left with only his divine consciousness, this might pose a challenge for ordinary individuals. However, in the realm of the divine, it was possible to forge a new soul and body. Even if he had perished due to the constraints of the heavenly rules, such as the depletion of his lifespan, there were ways within the divine path to transcend this. The divine path was said to govern in place of the heavens, existing within its own divine domain as if it were a microcosm of the universe. As long as the celestial god of the eternal universe refrained from wandering about, he would not be subjected to the suppression of the heavenly rules. Furthermore, on that day when the treasure of the underworld's reincarnation was obtained, it could truly facilitate the rebirth of the celestial god. Oh, do you truly possess a method to resurrect me? Xuan Ming's inquiry left the celestial god of the eternal universe momentarily stunned. Even though he had resigned himself to the belief that resurrection was impossible, who truly wishes to embrace death? Xuan Ming's words ignited within him a flicker of hope, akin to a dying horse being treated as a live one. If it were to succeed, he could continue to exist. If it were to fail, he was already dead, and thus would lose nothing. Subsequently, the celestial god of the eternal universe agreed to Xuan Ming's terms. Upon learning that the essence of his legacy resided within this fragment of divine consciousness, he realized that demanding the entirety of the legacy would deplete the essence of his soul, leading to his demise. Xuan Ming pondered for a moment, opting not to rush into acquiring it. Instead, he prepared to forge a new soul and then had the celestial god imprint several copies to be entrusted to Xuan Ming and stored within the academy. Xuan Ming temporarily preserved the celestial god of the eternal universe's divine consciousness using divine power, intending to return and present it to the Lord of the Earth. The domain of the Earth deity resides within the imperial city and its vicinity. The Royal Martial Arts Academy is likely to be situated in the same region. Thus, it is most fitting for the celestial being Hengyu to become a subordinate deity of the earth deity. After Xuan Ming and the moon worship leader departed from the Hengyu divine tower, the shock among the Xian family had yet to subside. Xuan Ming gestured for the senior members of the Xian family to return and instruct the branches of the family to prepare their belongings, as they were to leave the Imperial Ancestor Mountain's secret realm in 3 days. Xuanbo and others readily accepted the command. As time passed, during this period, Xuan Ming also encountered 2 other ancestral figures from the Xian family. 3 days later, the Xian family departed the Imperial Ancestor Mountain's secret realm in a grand procession. It was time to retrieve the essence of the secret realm and the divine tower. Upon noticing that the Xian family was nearly ready to depart, Xuan Ming placed the Hengyu divine tower into his divine domain while simultaneously delving into the heart of the secret realm to extract its essence. Baiwe, you shall escort them away and hand them over to the Minister of Revenue, instructing him to arrange accommodations and other matters. After obtaining the essence of the secret realm, a subtle collapse began to manifest within the entire Imperial Ancestor Mountain's secret realm. The vegetation withered, the landscape changed color, and the realm gradually lost its vibrancy, resembling an ink wash painting fading into monochrome. Xuan Ming issued a command to the moon worship leader before entering the imperial world. This fragment of the secret realm's essence, once merged into the imperial world, might hasten the progress of his soul's anchorage within it, potentially allowing him to ascend to the celestial domain. Yes, Your Majesty. The moon worship leader then led the anxious members of the Xian family away from the Tianshan mountain range. While they gazed in astonishment at the wonders of the southern continent, the majority among them had never witnessed the outside world. On a hillock, several members of the ice group stealthily concealed themselves behind the mountain, cloaked by the surrounding trees. According to the intelligence received, the emperor of the dynasty was expected to pass through this location within the next few days. We must remain vigilant. The emperor is surrounded by numerous powerful allies who may sense our presence from miles away. Thus, we must not reveal ourselves, cautioned the leader of the ice group to the participating members. The other members nodded in agreement. How is this chapter, dear? This chapter consists of 2,300 words. Daily updates have been achieved. Chapter 108. Xuan Ming's Ascension to Divinity, creating the source of creation and commanding the terrifying powers of deities and demons. This marked their inaugural participation in such a grand undertaking, leaving each individual palpably anxious. It was rumored that the notorious bandit who had stolen the leader's silver note was traced by the constables of the Eastern Heaven Prefecture in the Tianlu Forest. Currently, the leader was mobilizing forces to collaborate with the constables to apprehend this brigand. Indeed, while that bandit boasted the formidable strength of a peak semi-saint, I was fortunate to have accepted this mission. Otherwise, venturing into the Tianlu Forest could have resulted in injury or even death during the ensuing conflict. During the wait, several members of the ice group exchanged hushed remarks about the recent significant events affecting their faction, their faces reflecting shock. This matter was of such magnitude that it had reached their ears from higher authorities, indicating the profound impact it had on them. Enough, enough. Their mission is perilous, but ours is no less daunting. Suddenly, a series of muted thuds resonated through the air. The ice group members rolled their eyes and lost consciousness. Behind them, several adherents of the Red Sand sect emerged, brandishing spiked clubs. They exchanged glances and proceeded to discard everything in the vicinity, along with the ice group members, into the center of the road below the mountain. They had been covertly monitoring this group of ice members for several days. Initially, they believed it to be a mere instance of petty collective crime. However, it became evident that these audacious ice group members were entangled in affairs that reached the emperor, compelling them to reveal themselves. A moment later, a peculiar expression crossed their faces. Then it seems we misjudged them? One had anticipated explosives to be placed along the emperor's route, intending to cause havoc, yet instead, they stumbled upon such a treasure. The Red Sand adherents searched through the belongings of the ice group members, feeling a sense of incredulity. They had presumed the parcels carried by the ice members posed a threat to the emperor's safety, prompting their preemptive intervention to eliminate the danger at its inception. However, it now appeared that these ice members were not as they had presumed. Rather, they resembled bearers of gifts. The ice group is indeed an anomaly. While other factions unite and expand primarily to increase their territories and maximize benefits, The ice group expands its influence only for their members to indulge in the everyday lives of women, even those barely past infancy. Engaging in such clandestine acts of delivering treasures aligns perfectly with the ice group's modus operandi. We shall wait here. Should we encounter the emperor or those in his retinue, we will entrust these individuals to them, remarked the red-sand adherent with a sly smile. In the imperial realm, Xuan Ming sat cross-legged amidst the most verdant expanse of mountains and forests. As the formidable ancient beasts sensed the arrival of Xuan Ming, they swiftly fled the forest, racing towards the vast expanse of the imperial world. For these beings, who had yet to ascend to the status of divine demons, the aura of divinity was overwhelmingly oppressive. Even mere proximity filled them with immense pressure and profound dread. The surging divine might of Xuan Ming resonated throughout the entire mountain range, its colossal power palpable even beyond the woodland, spreading and thriving within. What could possibly be occurring? How could such terrifying fluctuations emanate from the primordial forest? Near the forest lay a human settlement. At the moment Xuan Ming unleashed his power, the villagers felt their bodies weaken, many collapsing to the ground. Even more alarming was the sight of a 10 zhang tall, 30 zhang long, blood-red giant bull kneeling before them, incessantly bowing in the direction of the primordial forest. This colossal creature, known as the heavenly firebull demon, was one of the absolute sovereigns of the ancient woods. Many of the villagers had grown up hearing tales of its legend, and now they witnessed the heavenly firebull demon entering their village, joining them in reverence towards the primordial forest. What was happening? The villagers of Dahuang were utterly bewildered. Moo, the heavenly firebull demon, emitted a low roar. Initially, the two races spoke different tongues, rendering the villagers incapable of understanding the bull's meaning. Yet, in this moment, they inexplicably comprehended its intent. Were you implying that a small beast, akin to us, had intruded into the primordial forest, and that the source of this terrifying energy was derived from it? Were you seeking to convey goodwill towards us by kneeling before a certain being, a benevolent creature? The village chief of Dahuang felt a tremor within his soul. The small beast undoubtedly referred to the humans in the eyes of the heavenly firebull demon. This indicated that the formidable presence emerging from the primordial forest belonged to a human. Could it possibly be a deity of the human race? The village chief murmured to himself. The legend of the human deity had circulated throughout this wild world. Even the sacred sites of humanity on the savage continent held profound reverence for the human gods, though throughout history, no one had ever laid eyes upon such divine beings, leading all to believe it was merely a myth. Yet now, while the villagers remained engulfed in terror, a newfound sense of awe began to emerge within them. As the humans bowed in submission, Xuan Ming naturally sensed their presence. However, he had no time to ponder these matters. At that moment, his vast divine consciousness fragmented into countless threads, each wave of divine thought merging into a colossal bubble before him. This bubble represented the essence of the royal ancestor mountain's secret realm, shimmering with radiant colors, intertwining and gradually coalescing into a vivid panorama of the ethereal royal ancestor mountain's secret realm. Xuan Ming intended to refine the essence of the royal ancestor mountain's secret realm and subsequently integrate it into the essence of the imperial world. Thus, the ethereal essence of Xuan Ming was entrusted within the very core of the imperial world, drawing forth the power of the entire realm. Standing upon the myriad paths of the imperial world to tread into the celestial domain, the source of the Huangzu Mountain's secret realm had already suffered depletion, and now it was swiftly refined by Xuan Ming, accompanying him into the heart of the imperial world. Under the impetus of Xuan Ming's consciousness, the essence of the Huangzu Mountain's secret realm began to gradually merge with the core of the imperial world. During this fusion, the original flow of essence within the core became exceedingly chaotic, as if it were giving rise to and nurturing new laws. With the continuous intertwining of the two essences, Xuan Ming increasingly sensed his connection with the imperial world, beginning to strengthen upon the foundation of his previously entrusted spirit. Boom! The heavens of the imperial world reverberated with a tremendous shock. In the wild continent, the ancient wilderness, and the sea of death, countless beings dwelling within the imperial realm gazed skyward, feeling an awe-inspiring aura that threatened to rend heaven and earth asunder, instilling unparalleled terror. However, this extraordinary phenomenon soon came to an end. The essence of the Huangzu Mountain's secret realm was, after all, merely that of a secret realm. The mere fusion with the other party did not elevate the imperial world to a higher echelon. Nevertheless, even so, the foundational rules of the imperial world had been significantly enhanced, with certain primordial laws beginning to sprout forth. The great sun, the great moon, and myriad stars in the sky began to emanate strands of celestial power, infused with the subtle essence of the great path. This transformation prompted ancient beings of esteemed status, dwelling beneath the divine and demonic, to open their eyes wide in astonishment. In the original imperial world, the pinnacle lay beneath the divine and demonic. Having reached this stage, they found themselves at an impasse. Yet now, the elevation of the imperial world seemed to bestow upon them a renewed evolution on the path they thought had reached its end. The laws that burgeoned from every corner of the cosmos resembled the divine thoughts birthed from the overwhelming vitality of sentient beings, continuously peeling away from the rules and relying upon the foundational principles of the world, beginning to exist within the imperial realm. This power, transcending the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, filled the ancient beings with an inexplicable thrill. They could clearly perceive that if they cultivated based on these laws, they might shatter their current boundaries and attain a divine realm that had never before graced the wild world. It seemed that the entrustment had indeed succeeded. Within the core space of the heart, Xuan Ming opened his eyes. Fiery streams of light manifested from his gaze. Yet, what Xuan Ming beheld was not merely brilliance, but the entirety of the imperial world. His spirit seemed to ascend to the azure vault above, gazing upon the transformation, operation, and historical evolution of this ancient and colossal world. An inexplicable aura of antiquity blossomed within Xuan Ming's being, as if his body and spirit had existed for an eternity. Observing the temporal river of the imperial world, the evolution of ages, and absorbing the essence of ancient time that lingered until now, he could distinctly sense that the transformation of the imperial world stemmed from his introduction of the Huangzu Mountain's secret realm essence. In that sky, the burgeoning power of laws was in perfect synchrony with his current transition from the earth deity laws to the celestial deity laws. The divine powers of time, space, the lunar deity, the solar deity, and the elemental forces, as one undergoes the metamorphosis into a celestial being. The terrifying nature of the innate Tao physique begins to unfurl gradually. Ordinary celestial beings can only possess a singular celestial law. These laws surge incessantly within the Xuan Ming divine body. The majestic celestial laws intertwine like a vast ocean, manifesting the primordial chaos, the primal essence, and the void. Simultaneously, around the Xuan Ming divine form, luminous orbs begin to emerge, within which one can faintly discern boundless continents, towering mountains that pierce the clouds, and stars exuding intense heat. Without exception, these realms seem inhabited by ancestral beings, prostrating before the Xuan Ming divine body, as if myriad divine realms are being born from the void, worshipping their creator. However, as time elapses, these divine realms waver between reality and illusion, seemingly ephemeral. Gazing down upon the divine realms surrounding him, Xuan Ming is inexplicably struck by a sense of their tangible existence. It is as if his divine power cannot sustain the existence of these realms for long. Yet, should he attain a certain level of strength, these divine realms would materialize in the real world, and their denizens could serve him. Xuan Ming slightly shook his head. This matter is still too distant for him. For now, he must focus on the transformation of the Emperor world. He cast a glance at the stars in the void of the Emperor world, which were manifesting the primordial forces of heaven and earth. These stars resonated with the celestial laws within him, and it seemed that his transformation was causing these once ordinary stars to begin to nurture the power of the Tao's essence. Indeed, the power of the innate Tao physique is formidable. Xuan Ming's mind was stirred. In his perception, he felt that he could easily infuse a forsaken star or even mere debris with a celestial law, causing it to evolve towards the essence of creation. Whenever he wished, he could forge a perfect world brimming with various primordial essences, akin to the Emperor world. This is a feat unattainable by any celestial being, or even by the other 9 supreme physiques. The innate Tao physique is, in essence, a constitution forged from the very source of the Tao. As my strength grows, the myriad primordial essences of the Emperor world will flourish ever more robustly. The deities and demons born here, their souls tethered to my primordial creations, will possess power equivalent to what I bestow, and I can reclaim their strength at any moment. Furthermore, their cultivation can, to a certain extent, feed back into these primordial stars, thereby enhancing my own strength. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Xuan Ming's eyes, not only within the Emperor world, but he also realized that he could create primordial entities in the Tianshu realm, and indeed throughout the vast cosmos, to control those who unwittingly tether their souls to his creations, thereby giving rise to deities and demons. It is no wonder that the system holds the innate Tao physique in such high regard. It is clear why the innate Tao physique, distinct from other supreme physiques, can achieve unity in the cosmos. Possessing such capability, the bearer of the innate Tao physique can, with time and effort, orchestrate a grand design. In the distant future, spanning millennia, the celestial beings and demons amidst the cosmos may predominantly belong to the lineage of innate Tao bodies, a foundation unattainable by other supreme physiques. However, to actualize such capabilities, Xuan Ming's current divine power is woefully insufficient, at the very least. He must ascend to the realm of the seven heavens of the celestial gods, or even the ancient divinities. Only with the formidable intensity of the myriad laws of the celestial gods can one be deemed worthy of creating a primordial artifact to house the essence of a world. Otherwise, possessing merely a fraction of primordial power would lead to the swift dissolution of beings on the cusp of transcending into celestial demons. The breakthrough of the celestial gods will inevitably forge a terrifying might. Nonetheless, Xuan Ming's dominion over the myriad paths of the primordial world ensures that all anomalies arising within it are suppressed under his absolute control. Outside, the primordial world does not exist within the realm of the void, thus failing to attract the attention of others. Once stability is restored, Xuan Ming, with a subtle shift in thought, perceives that there are no pressing matters concerning him in the external world, prompting him to linger temporarily within the primordial world. He intends to observe the inner workings of this realm. In the Eastern Heavenly Mansion, the official residence had already assembled the majority of its forces, preparing to encircle the notorious bandit who had sought refuge in the Tianlu forest. Despite the formidable strength of the bandit, the officials, though all possessing innate prowess, felt a tinge of insecurity. Consequently, the head officer made an immediate decision to summon 2 victims to aid in the operation. Although these individuals were victims, their strength was not to be underestimated, each having attained the pinnacle of semi-saint status, potentially contributing significantly to the encirclement task. Among them, Lin Su, a middle-aged woman from the Ice Group, arrived early with a contingent of Ice Group members at the Eastern Heavenly Mansion. Upon learning that they would have to wait for another semi-saint victim, she felt a flicker of impatience. Yet, recalling the bandit's formidable power, she resolutely chose to wait. In confronting a powerful adversary, having additional hands on deck is undeniably advantageous. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Before long, an elder from the demon sect, accompanied by several sect members, arrived at the official residence. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, Lin Su immediately narrowed her eyes in suspicion. This chapter consists of 4,100 words. What do you think of this chapter, dear? Chapter 109. The middle-aged woman from the Ice Group gazed at the elder of the demon sect and inquired, "What faction do you belong to?" A couple of months prior, the incident at the entrance of the Tianfeng Commerce Association, where the elder had struck her chest, remained vividly etched in her memory. However, it was not due to any affection for the elder. Rather, his formidable cultivation had aroused her vigilance, prompting her to remember his visage. In the ensuing days, she had not encountered the elder again in the imperial city. Given that the imperial city was the heart of the dynasty, bustling daily with countless formidable individuals, she gradually allowed the matter to slip from her mind, redirecting her focus to the auction of treasures as instructed by Xuan Xue. Little did she anticipate that today she would encounter him once more. "It seems you have also come because of the notorious bandit." The elder of the demon sect evidently recognized the middle-aged woman from the Ice Group. However, the circumstances at that time had been unsuitable for elaboration, so he tactfully shifted the conversation. Indeed, the woman, taken aback to discover that the victim was the elder, nodded coldly, choosing not to engage further. "Well, what a coincidence." The elder chuckled, noticing her disinterest in further discussion, and he decided against pursuing the conversation. "Boss, this lady is quite something," a member of the demon sect whispered as he leaned in. "Far superior to the courtesan from the Xiuquan Tower, number 857. Silence." The elder's expression shifted at this remark. The demon lord Lin Ning had established the demon sect without much foundation, primarily focusing on rogue cultivators, whose characters often varied significantly. The elder had not anticipated such boldness from his subordinate. It was crucial to remember that the woman before them was a half-saint. To jest in front of a half-saint and make comparisons to courtesans was audacious indeed. Even the elder found himself somewhat impressed by his subordinate's daring. The keen senses of a half-saint are unparalleled. No matter how quietly the demon sect member spoke, the middle-aged woman from the ice group heard his words distinctly. Her expression turned frigid, and she replied icily, "Young man, your words are inappropriate. What my subordinate says has nothing to do with me. I would advise you to speak with discretion." The elder furrowed his brow, sensing the tension in the air. Just then, Wei Shangren, the head constable, approached. He had observed the interaction between the elder and the middle-aged woman, but showed little concern. Both individuals were distinguished half-saints, and their acquaintance was hardly surprising. Moreover, the urgent task of pursuing the notorious bandit took precedence. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our observations over the past few days, we have identified a stronghold of the bandit in the Tianlu forest, where he occasionally resides. He is currently within that stronghold. Time is of the essence. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. I implore you both to join us. Wei Shangren gestured respectfully toward them, urging their cooperation. Both the middle-aged woman from the ice group and the elder of the demon sect nodded in agreement. They are acutely aware that attending to pressing matters takes precedence at this juncture. In comparison, the discord between the two pales in significance when juxtaposed with financial concerns. After all, this is a foundation for grand endeavors under their own master. Losing it from their grasp necessitates reclaiming it. Consequently, 1,000 strong, each possessing innate capabilities, surged forth toward the celestial forest. "How fares your work lately, Brother Niu?" Within a modest stone abode nestled in the celestial forest, the Red Sand deputy master lowered his gaze, sipping a modest drink, while two foxes indulged in libations in his company. One of the foxes, articulating human speech, observed the troubled countenance of the Red Sand deputy master. "Fair enough. Merely engaged in petty mischief," replied the Red Sand deputy master with a shake of his head. Although he harbored hopes of transcending to the sacred realm as a devotee of the land deity, recent directives from his master had embroiled him in a vexatious predicament. Petty mischief? The two foxes exchanged glances. "Brother Niu, we cannot tarry with you for long today. Indeed, it is the day of the mountain deity's sermon, and we, as members of the beast clan, must hasten there. Might we visit you again on another day?" After a moment, the two foxes gently proposed. They belonged to the first cohort of formidable beasts under the mountain deity's command. Now, having undergone enlightenment, they exhibited human-like behavior apart from their fox forms. "Since it is the mountain deity's discourse, you two sisters should proceed promptly to avoid incurring the displeasure of the esteemed mountain deity," the Red Sand deputy master stated with a solemn expression. The mountain deity, akin in rank to the land deity they served, wielded dominion over mountains and rivers, the growth of flora, and the fierce beasts of the forest, possessing vast powers. The Red Sand deputy master dared not procrastinate recklessly. The two fox sisters promptly leaped from their seats, bowing to the Red Sand deputy master before scampering up the mountain in a spirited manner. The Red Sand deputy master quickly rose to return their salutation. After the sisters had departed, he was left with a sense of wistfulness. Before his allegiance to the land deity, he had never witnessed fierce beasts exhibiting human speech and behavior. Yet now, it seemed their entire sect had transcended from the realm of mortals into a mysterious dimension. This left the Red Sand deputy master with an enduring sensation of dwelling within a dream. There truly is an unshakable specter lingering. The Red Sand deputy master set down his cup, gazing intently toward a particular direction within the mountains. Following his master's orders, he had attempted to seize silver from two semi-holy beings. He succeeded, but inadvertently drew the attention of the Eastern Heavenly Government. For some time now, they had been tracking his whereabouts. When, he pondered, would the matter his master spoke of be resolved? He could not remain in a state of perpetual pursuit. The Red Sand deputy master's expression turned grim. In the next moment, he glanced at the wine bottle in his hand, casually placing it upon the stone table beside him. Suddenly, a crimson glow enveloped his entire being, and under this radiance, the form of the vice leader of the Red Sand seemed to dissolve into liquid, slowly merging with the solid stone. In less than 3 breaths, he vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, the notorious bandit was immensely powerful. As they approached or neared his stronghold, all were advised to exercise extreme caution and avoid recklessness. The group ventured deeper into the jungle, where Wei, the elder, whispered his warnings. At the pinnacle of semi-saintly strength, he stood as a formidable force, far surpassing the capabilities of those present. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences. The middle-aged woman from the ice group and the elder from the devil sect nodded in understanding. To prevent the bandit from escaping, their allies formed a circle at a considerable distance from the stone house, advancing towards it with one person positioned every few paces, ensuring a wide field of vision. Unless this bandit achieved sainthood, it was virtually impossible for him to slip away unnoticed. Soon, they arrived at the stronghold they sought, the stone house. However, it seemed they had arrived too late, for there was no one inside. Wei picked up the half-consumed wine on the stone table, inhaling the scent of the fragrant ash in the air. Noticing the 2 wine cups across the table, his brow furrowed deeply. He has escaped. The elder from the devil sect and the middle-aged woman from the ice group approached, their expressions turning grim. They had mobilized their members, traveling thousands of miles to this location, not to encounter such an outcome. You two have both interacted with that bandit. The peculiar scent reminiscent of fragrant ash should be familiar to you. The air within this stone house is thick with that aroma, coupled with the warmth of the wine, indicating that he has only just departed. Wei gestured towards the 2 small wine cups on the table, speculating. What are you insinuating? The elder from the devil sect and the middle-aged woman from the ice group furrowed their brows in unison, sensing the underlying implications in Wei's words. There is a traitor among us. Someone who has facilitated connections with this bandit. Wei inhaled deeply, asserting. They had taken all necessary precautions. It was inconceivable that the bandit could vanish just as they were about to confront him unless he had received prior warning of their ambush. Of course, another possibility existed. The bandit may have sensed their approach and fled. However, they had formed a circle and advanced towards the stone house from several kilometers away. Under such circumstances, unless this bandit possessed the ability to traverse heaven and earth, escape was implausible. But could such feats be possible? Ascending to the heavens was a feat achievable only by the saints. Even at the pinnacle of semi-saint status, one can merely achieve a fleeting low-altitude flight. However, a broad perspective, should the adversary ascend, will undoubtedly allow them to perceive it. As for descending into the earth, that is altogether impossible. Even the saints cannot accomplish such a feat. Therefore, why has the notorious bandit vanished without a trace? Ultimately, there exists but one plausible explanation. To my 2 trusted companions, I can extend my utmost confidence. What about yours? Furthermore, after auctioning your treasures, in order to ensure safety, your movements must have been exceedingly clandestine. Yet, despite this, you still fell victim to his robbery. Did you not harbor any suspicions? Wei Shangren exhaled slowly, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. The relentless pursuit over the past several days had drained him significantly. Little did he anticipate that just as he was on the verge of apprehending the suspect, such an unforeseen circumstance would arise. Had he foreseen this, perhaps he should not have informed these 2 victims, nor allowed them to bring along their accomplices. However, it was too late now. Besides, his decision had been made in the interest of minimizing casualties among his own ranks, which was not necessarily erroneous. As Wei Shangren's mind swirled with thoughts concerning the bandit's escape, the middle-aged woman from the ice group and the elder from the demon sect simultaneously emerged from the stone chamber, their expressions clouded as they regarded their subordinates. In truth, they could not place complete trust in their own followers. Ultimately, these individuals were beholden to the powers that lay behind them, namely, Xuan and Lin Ning. The 2 were merely representatives chosen by Xuan and Lin Ning to temporarily oversee the operations of the ice group and the demon sect. Upon hearing a few remarks from Wei Shangren, they began to perceive some peculiarities. A flicker of doubt crossed their minds, yet they ultimately shook their heads. Their personnel had been meticulously selected by the forces behind them, implanted with seeds of divine thought, and were under absolute control. Thus, the possibility of collusion with external enemies was simply unfathomable. If there were truly any traitors, it would be within the ranks of their adversaries. The middle-aged woman from the ice group and the elder from the demon sect exchanged glances. What is your faction? The woman inquired, fixing her gaze upon the elder. The imperial world, he replied. Xuan Ming gazed into the vast expanse of the universe. At this moment, as his spirit was entrusted to the imperial world, the entire realm resonated with an essence that stemmed from the same source as Xuan Ming. His vision became immensely expansive. Should he wish, he could scrutinize any corner of this realm. Yet, the imperial world was far too immense. Scanning it piece by piece would require an indeterminate span of time. I recall there seemed to be some human presence in the prior location, Xuan Ming mused, directing his course toward the ancient forest where he had previously refined the essence of the Huangzu Mountain's secret realm. Nearby that ancient woodland lay a diminutive village inhabited by humans. However, at that time, being ensconced in the entrustment of his spirit, Xuan Ming had no leisure to concern himself with such matters. Now, eager to acquire information regarding the imperial world, he could venture forth to inquire. Yet, halfway through his flight, Xuan Ming's figure suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a certain location within the imperial world. The imperial world, at its heart, lies the wild mountains. This region is the epicenter of the world, ancient beyond comprehension, having evolved over countless millennia, harboring innumerable terrifying primal beasts. The slightest disturbance could unleash a cacophony of roars, reverberating throughout the entire imperial world. Cursed wretch, you have stolen my foundation. A young girl clutched her chest, collapsing near the banks of a great river. The waters of the river surged violently, occasionally sending waves crashing onto the shore, towering several meters high. The position where the girl found herself appeared precarious. With the slightest misstep, she could be swept away into the torrent. Given the ferocity of the river's current, even a congenital expert would find it nearly impossible to escape if they were to fall in. However, the girl could no longer afford to concern herself with such matters. Her foundation had been stripped away. Her life was hanging by a thread. It seemed to be some form of primordial spiritual entity. Xuan Ming's figure gradually descended above the girl. With his keen eyesight, he could instantly discern the girl's unique constitution. Yet, she appeared to have endured some form of torment. Her foundational essence was seized by another. I wonder, with my current strength, can I forge a primordial spiritual entity? Xuan Ming pondered, stroking his chin. The primordial spiritual entity is an exceedingly powerful constitution, not only within the celestial void realm, but throughout the cosmos. In the celestial void realm, among the 10 mightiest constitutions, more than half belong to the primordial spiritual entity. Meanwhile, the innate Tao body can create entities of the great Tao's essence. I am curious if this special constitution, belonging to the category of great Tao essence, can be crafted through the innate Tao body. What do you think of this chapter, dear? This chapter contains 200 words. Chapter 110, The Clash of the Evil Cult and the Ice Group, a triad of fire and fury. For instance, the formidable Taiyin body and Yang body, alongside the lesser ice spirit body and fire spirit body, all of which are born from the essence of heaven and earth. If he could indeed forge such physiques, the power of a naturally endowed Tao body would reach an astonishing level. The barbaric mountain range is a territory rife with ferocious beasts, possessing an acute sensitivity to the scent of blood. Even a single drop carelessly spilled on the ground could lure countless starving predators. The blood seeping from the young girl's chest undoubtedly posed a grave danger. Suddenly, a beast resembling a hybrid of a bull and a horse emerged from the shadowy forest. Am I destined to perish? The girl gazed at the creature, murmuring to herself. Her eyes filled with reluctance. She had grown up hearing tales of such beasts, known for their brutality and their propensity to belittle other ferocious creatures to elevate their own status. Now, with her blood attracting such a menace, survival seemed impossible. Despair enveloped her, and as her vitality waned, her consciousness began to fade. In her final moments of awareness, she sensed a strangely gentle aura descending beside her. Amidst her astonishment, she heard a single phrase before darkness took her. Xuan Ming utilized his divine power to heal the wound on the girl's chest, temporarily sealing the remnants of her life force. He furrowed his brow slightly, as the primordial laws attempted to penetrate her being. They subtly clashed with her corporeal and spiritual essence. This indicated that simply relying on the infusion of primordial laws would not suffice to forge a special physique. The birth of a primordial body, it seemed, was far more complex than the mere creation of its essence. Other methods must exist. For the moment, Xuan Ming tucked the girl away and prepared to return to the village. He intended to place her in the human settlement after gaining an understanding of the imperial world. What do you mean by that? The elder from the evil cult inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Before he could voice his questions, the other party had already begun to express their doubts about them. Literally speaking, I suspect that the informant who notified the notorious bandit is among you. The middle-aged woman from the ice group narrowed her eyes. This pursuit of the bandit and the recovery of the stolen silver was of utmost importance to their lord. Having allowed the bandit to escape, one could only wonder when they might encounter him again and if they could reclaim the lost banknotes. Consequently, she had largely abandoned hope of recapturing the bandit. However, if the reason for his escape lay within this unknown force, she would not hesitate to extract some benefit from them, especially since her gaze fell upon the elder of the evil cult and another member. One was reckless, leaving her chest still aching from the encounter. At the moment of their first encounter, another individual spoke ill of her behind her back, clearly revealing their unsavory character. Perhaps among these individuals, there truly exists a collusion with the notorious bandit. The gaze of the middle-aged woman from the ice group shifted away from the two, sweeping over the entourage brought by the elder of the demonic sect, her eyes glinting with a hint of danger. Not saying anything. Humph. The middle-aged woman from the ice group scoffed, extending her right hand to seize the chest of a member of the demonic sect. Instantly, an identity badge pierced through the member's clothing, falling into her grasp. Observing this, the elder of the demonic sect also reached out, snatching the identity badge from a woman of the ice group. Magic? Ice. Simultaneously, both the middle-aged woman from the ice group and the elder of the demonic sect narrowed their eyes. These two words were undoubtedly too familiar to them. Whether it was the Empress Xuan or the demon Lord Lin Ning, both had mentioned them numerous times. While their underlings might not possess great awareness, they were acutely aware of the significance of the initial characters of each other's factions. Could it be that the coincidence was too remarkable? Slowly, the two shifted their gazes from their respective identity badges to each other's faces. Demon Lord Lin Ning? A trace of suspicion flickered across the ice group woman's face as she probed. Empress of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty? Simultaneously inquired the elder of the demonic sect. As their words fell, an odd expression appeared on both their faces. I believe the silver coins taken by the bandit may no longer be worth pursuing, the middle-aged woman from the ice group finally spoke. The ice group had expended vast resources and manpower to scour the entire dynasty. She had envisioned every possible encounter with Demon Lord Lin Ning or her sect, yet she never anticipated that today they would meet in such a manner. Truly, it was as if she had traversed countless paths only to find that person standing at the end of a dimly lit corridor. I recall having seen you before. This implies that Demon Lord Lin Ning has long since entered the imperial capital? The middle-aged woman from the ice group slowly deduced, further unraveling the truth of the matter. However, before she could continue, a demonic hand materialized from the sky, crashing down towards her. Strike first. Attack. The elder of the demonic sect roared. Although the members of the demonic sect had not anticipated the unfolding situation, they now sensed the tension in the air and surged towards the members of the ice group. How despicable! The methods of the demonic sect are indeed treacherous and ruthless. The expression of the middle-aged woman from the ice group shifted slightly. She had clearly not foreseen that the elder would strike before she could ascertain the truth. Though the elder acted swiftly, she had received the teachings of her empress and adeptly evaded the attack with an unusual maneuver. Sisters, the person before us is the enemy we have pursued for so long. Attack. After dodging the strike, the middle-aged woman quickly rallied the ice group to confront their foes. In the face of a sudden assault from the demonic sect, the ice group found themselves momentarily disoriented, yet swiftly regained their composure and engaged in fierce combat with the members of the sect. Not long after recognizing each other's identities, a violent clash ensued. Meanwhile, Wei Shangren, still within the stone chamber, abruptly sensed the commotion outside, his expression shifting dramatically. He initially presumed that the notorious bandit had returned, engaging in a skirmish with his subordinates and two victims. However, upon stepping outside, he discovered that it was the two victims and their followers embroiled in conflict for reasons unknown. The scene was starkly divided into two factions, one clad in black and the other in white. The constables he had brought along appeared utterly bewildered, glancing around in confusion. What was transpiring? Wei Shangren refrained from immediately intervening in the fray. The combatants possessed strength comparable to his own, and without understanding the situation, a rash move could provoke formidable adversaries. The head constable, a middle-aged woman, emerged from the stone chamber and accused the elder of harboring a traitor within his ranks, leading to their inexplicable confrontation. Among the constables, none were of the semi-saint level, and as the middle-aged woman from the ice group and the elder from the demonic sect acted swiftly, the others found themselves at a loss, only catching fragments of their conversation. However, when the battle erupted, they prudently vacated the area. Blades are blind, and with semi-saints on both sides, they dared not act without orders from their head constable. Upon hearing the accusations, a peculiar expression crossed Wei Shangren's face. A traitor. Could it be that he had instigated this? He conceded that the recent escape of the bandit had indeed left him in a rather awkward position. And while he had pointed fingers at the elders group, insinuating treachery, it was merely a ploy to shift blame, not to incite a deadly conflict between the two. Why are you all standing idle? Move with me to apprehend these individuals. They are engaged in a brawl, and all must be taken to the cells. He commanded with fervor. There are semi-saints among them. Capture as many as you can. Their duty was to uphold public order. Regardless of whether the clash between the ice group and the demonic sect was a result of his machinations, it constituted a breach of imperial law. Should word get out that they merely observed without intervening, and if the governor or the court were to learn of this? Before long, Wei Shangren led the constables into the fray. However, they did not strike to kill. Rather, they positioned themselves between the combatants in hopes of diffusing the conflict. Yet the situation spiraled out of control. Wei Shangren soon realized that in their attempts to interrupt the fighting, the constables were inadvertently struck by both sides, igniting true fury. What began as an effort to halt the battle transformed into the constables aiding the ice group against the demonic sect, then assisting the demonic sect against the ice group, ultimately culminating in the ice group and the demonic sect collectively assaulting the constables. Cease this at once, Wei Shangren shouted urgently, witnessing the constables struggling to withstand the onslaught. O Lord of the deities! Within the shrine of the mountain god, countless fierce beasts congregated, awaiting the divine inspiration of their deity. Yet the sounds of battle resonating through the forest caused the assembled beasts to stir restlessly, unable to find peace. Upon witnessing this, the three temple guardians, kneeling beneath the seat of the mountain deity, turned their gazes towards the divine figure. Noticing the deity's subtle nod, the guardian of the fierce tiger rose to his feet and slowly made his way towards the site of the conflict between the ice group and the demon sect. As he approached the designated distance, he gathered all his strength and bellowed, "Depart from the heavenly Lu forest." In an instant, a tempestuous gale surged through the mountains, causing the expressions of the three warring factions to change dramatically. Chapter 111. The Empress Xuan Xue and the demon Lord Lin Ning gather in the imperial palace. The three factions are entangled in a fierce battle, and even with the constables caught in between, it is difficult to bring the conflict to a halt. However, an ominous wind rising from the depths of the mountains, infused with a terrifying aura of sanctity, abruptly halts the struggle. Each combatant retreats, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Even the middle-aged woman of the ice sect, the elder of the demon cult, and the esteemed Wei, all semi-saints, find themselves compelled to cease their actions, their gazes fixed upon the depths of the forest, trembling with astonishment. Such an overwhelming presence. Could there be a sacred beast concealed within these woods? Wei murmurs to himself, unaware of the existence of the mountain deity, leaving the constables in a state of profound trepidation. The Tianlu forest lies within the eastern Tian prefecture, deep in the heart of Tanyuan prefecture, surrounded by countless civilians. If a sacred beast were to lurk here, just as Wei is struck with awe at the potential existence hidden in the forest, the middle-aged woman of the ice sect and the elder of the demon cult begin to stealthily retreat. Do you two intend to escape? Wei reacts swiftly, grasping the elder of the demon cult by his rough arm and the middle-aged woman of the ice sect by her delicate hand, still bearing the traces of shock from their recent skirmish. Having navigated the world of martial arts for many years, Wei, who had been appointed as the chief constable of the Eastern Tian Prefecture a decade ago, is encountering the demon cult and the ice sect for the first time. Their martial techniques and methods are vastly different from those in the martial world. Had their recent battle not been so fierce, leaving them both injured, he would not have been able to seize them at this moment. Aware that both are semi-saints, Wei swiftly retrieves two mechanical orbs from his waist. With a flicker of his thoughts, he directs them to press against the foreheads of the elder of the demon cult and the middle-aged woman of the ice sect. Buzz! The mechanical orbs rapidly assemble and expand, enveloping their heads. A series of tiny needles emerge from the side, facing their scalps, penetrating their skulls. This is the forbidden martial prison helmet. The pupils of the middle-aged woman of the ice sect and the elder of the demon cult constrict sharply. Having been active in the dynasty for a long time, they are well aware of the special devices targeting the martial world, and the forbidden martial prison helmet is among them. Once ensconced within, it instantaneously shields the martial artist's consciousness, rendering them immobile. Only a saint, through the formation of holy intent, could shatter this object. No other martial artist has the ability to counter it. It is a devastating weapon developed by the imperial court against martial practitioners. They never anticipated that they would be ensnared by such a device, sealing off their consciousness. Damn it! The middle-aged woman of the ice sect and the elder of the demon cult frown inwardly. The forbidden martial prison helmet does not endanger their lives. Thus it will not interfere with the contingency measures left by Xuan Ming and Lin Ning in their souls. However, they're hidden cards. At present, their consciousness is confined within their skulls, making it challenging to utilize them. You two have joined forces to incite a brawl. And although it occurred in a remote location without causing significant harm, it nonetheless violates the laws of the dynasty, and having injured the intervening constables adds further charges. This matter will be communicated to the individuals behind you by the East Tianfu, so you should prepare to remain quietly in the prison. Upon noticing that the two had lost their ability to resist, Wei Shangren's expression took on a peculiar shade. He had not anticipated this outcome. The special weapon initially intended for that notorious bandit was instead utilized on the two victims. Meanwhile, as he confined the middle-aged woman from the ice group and the elder from the demonic sect, the constables below swiftly took action, apprehending members of both the demonic sect and the ice group. Do you know who my master is? Are you not afraid of incurring his wrath with your actions? As Wei Shangren urged them to leave the Tianlu forest, the ice group's middle-aged woman whispered earnestly, "Who is your master?" The elder from the demonic sect's eyes gleamed with interest, picking up on her words. With his extensive experience in the martial world, he deduced that although this incident involved a brawl, remarkably, no one had perished. Even with the added charge of assaulting constables, a brief period in prison would suffice before their release. At present, if he could ascertain the whereabouts of the empress behind the ice group, he could report to the demon lord immediately upon his release. Surely, it would be a significant achievement. However, the elder cast a deep glance at the middle-aged woman, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Since she dared to speak so boldly to the chief constable of a prefecture, the empress's identity must be extraordinarily remarkable. Engaging in opposition to their demon lord would likely result in considerable disadvantage. The ice group's middle-aged woman, her face flushed with indignation, realized that she could not afford to expose herself and chose to remain silent. Observing this, the elder abandoned his intention to uncover the empress's identity. Refraining from questioning Wei Shangren further, he dared not risk revealing the demon lord's identity in this location. Especially given the empress's unknown and mysterious status, such a revelation could lead to dire consequences. As the ice group and the demonic sect reported the incident, all information was duly submitted to the prefectural office. Wei Shangren was, of course, aware of the identities of the individuals behind them. However, this was not the time for such concerns. The existence of sacred beasts in the Tianlu forest posed a grave threat. He needed to report to his master without delay. Within the prefectural office, 150 elite members from both the ice group and the demonic sect were now imprisoned within the East Tianfu's dungeons. Wei Shangren arrived at the office with a heavy heart. The situation regarding the sacred beasts lurking in the Tianlu forest was far too serious. Should they erupt into chaos, the repercussions for the citizens of both prefectures could be catastrophic. Thus, even though those captured had masters of unique identity backing them, he could not afford to expend energy on such matters at this time. He hoped that once the prefect reported to the court, the authorities would possess the means to address the crisis. "Shangren, how goes the pursuit of the notorious bandit?" The prefect of East Tianfu, a stern-faced man, inquired as he sat at the head of the office, observing Wei Shangren's arrival. The report was disheartening. However, the subordinate uncovered a more terrifying revelation. Deep within the Tianlu forest lies a sacred beast, Wei Shangren reported in a grave tone. The existence of such a creature rendered even a semi-saint like him weak in the knees at the mere mention. "Fear not," reassured the master of Dong Tianfu. "For a powerful individual, directly under His Majesty, resides within the Tianlu forest, ensuring that the sacred beast will not harm anyone. Unlike Wei Shangren, the Lord of Dong Tianfu remained notably composed. As one of the 5 lords of the dynasty, he stood just below the 3 high officials of the court. In fact, news regarding the Tianlu forest had reached him shortly after the beastly tumult, conveyed through an imperial edict. However, he remained uncertain about the identity of the formidable figure stationed there. One thing was clear: they were incredibly powerful. Initially skeptical, he had ventured deep into the forest to seek an audience, only to be repelled by the ferocious beasts surrounding him. Though fierce, these creatures merely drove him back without inflicting harm, leading him to believe the contents of the edict. Moreover, in subsequent days, any human attempting to penetrate the depths of the Tianlu forest was met with similar repulsion by the beasts, incidents that had been reported to him more than once. This instilled within him an inexplicable reverence for the powerful figures safeguarding the forest. Wei Shangren, burdened by the gravity of the situation and contemplating a response, could not have anticipated the outcome of his report to the Lord. What manner of person is this? One who can command a sacred beast? For a moment, he thought the Lord was jesting. Yet upon reflection, the fierce winds that seemed to embody the sacred beasts might appear merely intent on driving them away, devoid of hostility. He faintly recalled someone shouting, "Leave the Tianlu forest." But the words were lost amidst the tempest, overshadowed by the capture of a middle-aged woman from the Ice sect and an elder from the demon cult, causing him to forget those details. Could it be that the Lord's words held truth? In a flash, myriad thoughts raced through Wei Shangren's mind, his face betraying a flicker of astonishment. "You need not concern yourself with the matters of the Tianlu forest. Pray tell, why was the notorious bandit not apprehended?" inquired the master of Dong Tianfu. He recalled that Wei Shangren had not only brought along a weapon-restricting helmet for martial artists, but had also enlisted 2 semi-saint warriors from the Jianghu. Surely, this should suffice to bring the bandit to justice. Wei Shangren recounted the events that transpired in the Tianlu forest in meticulous detail. "My lord, the individuals behind those 2 factions." At this moment, a sliver of anxiety crept into Wei Shangren's expression. "Fear not. The royal family indeed commands respect and reverence. But that was before any transgressions. This time, the Ice sect and the demon cult gathered to engage in brawls, injuring the officers and violating imperial law. Even those 2 cannot justly hold us accountable for this," replied the Lord of Dong Tianfu, pausing to ponder. "Firstly, the demon cult and Ice sect have indeed committed offenses. Moreover, these individuals are merely under their command, not the leaders themselves. Thus, they should be apprehended without exception. Moreover, they are directly subordinate to the court, and behind the court lies the emperor. Throughout the realm, there is no land that does not belong to the sovereign, nor is there a subject that is not under the king's dominion. The territory of the emperor is such that, not to mention them, even if the former emperor were to rise again in chaos, he would find it difficult to escape unscathed. This matter, I shall report truthfully to the court. Additionally, it has come to my attention that the Martial Arts Academy in the capital has nearly completed its construction. According to the messages conveyed from above, this Eastern Sky Academy is to be established as a sacred ground for martial arts within the Eastern Sky Prefecture. I intend to send you there for further study." The prefect of Eastern Sky expressed, "Further study?" Upon hearing this, Wei Shangren was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. It is important to note that he had nearly achieved the pinnacle of semi-saint status. A figure of such strength could easily establish a sect and become a renowned figure in the martial world. Now, having returned to the court, he had become the chief constable of the Eastern Sky Prefecture. It would suffice if he were merely appointed as an instructor at this academy, but to have him attend as a student was utterly perplexing. At his level, even a typical peak semi-saint would lack the qualifications to be his teacher. Only a true saint could impart knowledge of cultivation to him. Yet, what manner of existence is a saint? It is inconceivable that one would come to the Eastern Sky Academy to serve as an instructor. Furthermore, as Wei Shangren was aware, a higher institution, the Imperial Capital Academy, was also preparing to be established. If a saint were to take up a teaching position, it would surely be at the Imperial Capital Academy, not here at the Eastern Sky Academy. I find myself intrigued to see how the Eastern Sky Academy will fare, considering they wish for someone of my semi-saint caliber to be a student. Wei Shangren inhaled deeply, pondering this matter. Soon, the prefect of Eastern Sky reported to the court. In turn, the court dispatched notifications to Princess Xuan Ming, and the emperor's cousin, Lin Ning. Upon receiving the news, the female emperor Xuan Xue and the demon lord Lin Ning felt utterly bewildered. Weren't their subordinates supposed to be heading to the Eastern Sky Prefecture to apprehend the notorious bandit? How had they ended up in prison themselves? In this moment, both the female emperor and the demon lord were left in a state of confusion. However, the middle-aged woman from the ice group and the elder from the demon sect were their respective subordinates, highly capable individuals. There were many matters they could not handle personally and required the assistance of these two. Yet, it was evident that both individuals would need to remain incarcerated for a period. During this time, the two would have to cultivate new personnel, which would prove somewhat counterproductive. Therefore, they prepared to secure the release of the two from the Eastern Sky Prefecture's prison. Unfortunately, despite their extraordinary identities, they wielded no actual power within the court. To secure the release of the middle-aged woman from the ice group and the elder from the demon sect, they would need to seek out a figure of authority. Concurrently, they turned their gaze towards the imperial palace. In terms of actual power, who in this realm could rival the third imperial brother, cousin? Consequently, both prepared to set out for the imperial palace almost simultaneously, intending to meet with Xuan Ming. Chapter 112. The freshly emerged legacy of the eternal universe deity. Astonishing the Empress Xuan Xue in the imperial city, within the land deity temple, a remarkable path unfolded amidst the heavens and the earth. Countless offerings of incense and the fervent wills of the people continuously flowed into the last remnants of the divine consciousness of the eternal universe deity. With astonishment, the eternal universe deity discovered that these wills, in harmony with the fluctuations of his divine consciousness, gradually gave rise to numerous soul forces that shared his origin. These soul forces intertwined, slowly metamorphosing into soul flesh. The entire process unfolded entirely through his divine consciousness, reversing the birth of his spirit. This revelation left the eternal universe deity utterly astounded. Although he could not grasp the essence of this divine lineage, he foresaw that if this divine power were to effectuate a transformation within him, he might indeed be resurrected, once again standing upon the soil of the celestial void realm. This realization plunged the eternal universe deity into profound delight, for he had never anticipated that what Xuan Ming had spoken was indeed true. At the pinnacle of the temple, the land deity observed the reactions of the eternal universe deity with keen eyes, shaking his head slightly. In a previous life, the mythical celestial court relentlessly expanded its territories, waging wars across the myriad realms, incurring tremendous casualties. Yet, the celestial court was never short of manpower. Even some powerful deities who fell in battle could return to the court after some time, all due to the support of the divine way behind them. The divine way, born from the heavenly way, was akin to a miniature heavenly way within its jurisdiction. The fervent wills of the people belonged to faith, possessing the power to manifest the ethereal. The combination of these two forces enabled the divine way to function as if crafted by divine hands, possessing extraordinary capabilities. Under such power, resurrecting an individual was merely a matter of ensuring that the person retained a fragment of their conscious soul. The task of channeling divine consciousness was not insurmountable. The cultivation techniques of this realm also provided insights into the understanding of the divine way by the land deity. Gradually, several thick tomes materialized in the hands of the land deity, inscribed with the words "The Eternal Universe Deity's Lifelong Legacy." These volumes were crafted by the land deity, in accordance with the fluctuations of the Eternal Universe Deity's divine consciousness, extracting and compiling the essence of the Eternal Universe Deity's legacy contained within that strand of divine consciousness. Included within were the Eternal Universe Deity's lifelong insights on cultivation, alchemical techniques, artifact crafting methods, and the trajectories of talisman creation, among other vast accumulations gathered over millennia. Originally, the soul power contained within the Eternal Universe Deity's divine consciousness could only pass on to one individual, but now, he could produce this legacy in quantity. Master Baiwe, I am currently unable to leave, spoke the land deity, calling upon the Master Baiwe. Please deliver these 10 volumes of the Eternal Universe Deity's lifelong legacy to His Majesty, as per his command. You, I, the Mountain Deity, the River King, the River Deity, the Sword Saint, and Wu Ming shall each receive one, while the remainder shall be placed within the Imperial Academy. After all, the Eternal Universe Deity existed at the 9th tier of celestial beings, and they had yet to reach such heights. Thus, Xuan Ming initially instructed the land god to compile several volumes of inheritance, allowing everyone to peruse them and draw upon their doctrines to enhance and enrich their own cultivation. After receiving a response from the moon worship leader, the land god left behind a tome containing the lifelong teachings of the celestial god of the eternal universe. The remaining 9 volumes were cast towards a distant location outside the temple. In the next moment, the moon worship leader, stationed in the imperial capital, found 9 volumes of inherited knowledge materializing in his hands. He personally took one and, with the remaining 8 in hand, entered the Xinhuang Hall, placing them upon the emperor's dragon table, the legacy of the celestial god of the 9 heavens. Having completed this task, the moon worship leader lightly touched the tome in his grasp, his eyes narrowing slightly. In his previous life, upon ascending to the first tier of the celestial god rank, he had attempted to enact a cataclysm, only to fail at the last moment, learning the meaning of love from a mere youth. Had he, at that time, ascended to the 9th tier of the celestial god rank, perhaps the cataclysm would have been successfully executed. He shook his head gently, preparing to pick up the tome and seek a quiet place to read. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something, casting a glance towards the palace exterior, a fleeting shadow crossing his features. Is His Majesty about to deal with these 2 individuals? The moon worship leader remained composed, then vanished from his location. Shortly after his departure, Xuan Xue arrived before the towering Xinhuang Hall. Your Highness, the princess, the guards at the hall saluted respectfully upon seeing Xuan Xue approach. Please announce my presence. I seek an audience with His Majesty. Xuan Xue waved her hand, stating, yes. One of the guards cupped his hands and cautiously entered the Xinhuang Hall. After a brief moment, he emerged. Your Highness, His Majesty is temporarily not within the hall. Not within? Xuan Xue's brow furrowed. It should be noted that the Xinhuang Hall serves not only as the emperor's residence, but also as a venue for state affairs outside of court sessions. Previously, members of the ICE group stationed in the capital had clearly observed the emperor's imperial carriage returning from outside the city. It was evident that her 3rd royal brother should have returned by now. How could he possibly not be in the hall? May I enter and wait? Xuan Xue pondered briefly before asking. Your Highness is not an outsider. It would be permissible to enter. However, I must request that you refrain from touching anything while inside, lest the emperor hold you accountable upon his return. The guard replied softly. The Xinhuang Hall does not prohibit entry. At times, certain ministers with urgent matters may request to wait within if they happen upon the emperor's absence. This has been a long-standing practice established by previous emperors, and the current one has not altered it. That is acceptable. Xuan Xue sighed with relief and slowly entered the hall. Since she had come this far, it would be pointless to turn back simply because Xuan Ming was temporarily unavailable. Now that she could choose to wait inside, there was no reason for her to leave. She wondered what her 3rd royal brother was occupied with. As Xuan Xue surveyed the grand hall, boredom began to set in, prompting her to stroll about. As she walked, she arrived at the uppermost part of the entire Xinhuang Hall. Was there some state affair yet to be addressed? Xuan Xue cast a fleeting glance at the ancient texts upon the dragon table, initially dismissing them as petitions presented by the ministers. However, upon a second glance, she felt something was amiss, and given her current ennui, her gaze fell once more upon the pile of ancient tomes, tilting her head in curiosity to discern what they contained. Hengyu. The dragon table and throne were elevated above the Xinhuang Hall by a considerable height. Surrounded by steps, Xuan Xue strained to catch sight of the 2 characters inscribed upon the ancient volumes, and suddenly, her heart quaked. In her past life, as one of the most formidable beings of the human race, Xuan Xue was no stranger to the name Hengyu. In fact, thousands of years ago, she had encountered the celestial Hengyu on several occasions, seeking counsel on matters of cultivation. At that time, although Xuan Xue had already attained the 7th level of the celestial realm, she was still but a junior in the presence of the supremely powerful Hengyu, who possessed knowledge far beyond her own. She had intended to take Hengyu as her master, but with his lifespan nearing its end, he was wholly preoccupied with breaking through the ancient divine realm, leaving him no time to take on disciples. A millennium ago, when Hengyu failed to penetrate the ancient divine mysteries and succumbed to the depletion of his life force, Xuan Xue's regret at not having become his student grew substantially, especially since this was also the time when the demon sovereign Lin Ning led the demonic sect in ravaging the divine dynasty, bringing calamity upon innocent lives. With her heart heavy with sorrow and her territory laid waste, Xuan, in a fit of rage, confronted the demon's sovereign Lin Ning. Both were at the 7th level of the celestial realm, and driven by the ambitions of their respective factions, neither would easily yield to the other. Thus, they gradually unleashed their true might. Had Hung Yu still been alive at that time, he might have intervened to prevent their duel, but with his demise, no formidable ancestors remained to guide the human race, and the other celestial beings were engrossed in their own seclusions, unable to attend to their strife. Meanwhile, the myriad races merely observed the spectacle of the two supreme beings of humanity, and given their differing natures, they had no incentive to intervene and risk weakening the human race due to the fallout of the duel. In such circumstances, they battled in the endless seas for an indeterminate duration, ultimately resulting in the shattering of their physical forms. Their souls, shielded by their respective celestial artifacts and the laws they had cultivated, were swept away by the remnants of their conflict, leading to the emergence of their present selves. Fortunately, when both sensed the impending danger, they refrained from annihilating each other's souls. Otherwise, even with the protection of their celestial artifacts, the energy of their fractured souls would not have sufficed for rebirth. Nevertheless, even with a clear understanding of the origins and nature of these events, Xuan's fury towards the demon's sovereign Lin Ning remained unabated. In her perspective, as an illustrious empress defending her subjects on her own territory, it was merely a matter of maintaining her dignity to feign resistance before departing. After all, they were both beings of celestial rank, and it was inconceivable for her to pursue vengeance against someone for the loss of a few subjects, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. However, the demon Lord Lin Ning was insistent on proving superiority, which escalated into a fierce confrontation that led to their mutual downfall. After a prolonged moment, Xuan regained her composure. She had sufficiently come to terms with this life and was prepared to embrace her rebirth. Yet, she was taken aback when the two characters Hung Yu on her third elder brother's desk unexpectedly triggered memories from her previous existence. Shaking her head, she sighed softly. Nevertheless, her gaze fell once again upon the ancient texts on the table. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what the annotation Hung Yu signified. Since there was no one around, she thought it reasonable to ascend the steps for a brief glance. Surveying the vicinity and finding it deserted, Xuan approached the desk. The next moment, she shivered involuntarily. The lifelong legacy of the Hung Yu Celestial. Could this be a fabrication? Upon witnessing the full title of the ancient text, Xuan initially thought she was dreaming. The tranquility nurtured over millennia was disrupted for the first time since her rebirth. No, this was not a dream. Yet, what was the meaning of this Hung Yu Celestial lifelong legacy? Xuan was utterly bewildered. She could scarcely believe that an immortal dynasty, in a realm devoid of gods and demons, such monumental words could emerge. It was common knowledge that even among the human race of the Central World, such a thing did not exist. Yet, here it was, on her third elder brother's desk. Moreover, it appeared to be in multiple copies. Was it merely a coincidence? After the initial shock, Xuan began to scrutinize the legacy of the Hung Yu Celestial on the desk. At this moment, she could no longer concern herself with etiquette. She casually opened one of the texts to glance at the first page. Hung Yu Celestial's Insights on Postnatal Comprehension. Hung Yu Celestial's Insights on Innate Understanding. The first page was entirely a table of contents, and without wasting time, Xuan flipped directly to the Celestial section. With her previous life's cultivation and the inquiries she had posed to the Hung Yu Celestial, she could discern the authenticity of this so-called lifelong legacy at a glance. However, it didn't take long for her expression to be filled with profound astonishment. It was indeed genuine. The insights regarding the celestial realm, including the questions she had sought answers to, were recorded here in identical form. Furthermore, it elaborated on the 7 heavens of the celestial realm, how to consolidate the Tao principles, augment the primordial powers of the outer world using a miniature universe to break through to the 8th heaven, and even how to transcend to the 9th heaven from the 8th. Moreover, it even contained a fragment of insight regarding the Hung Yu Celestial's apparent failure to break through to the ancient god realm. Xuan felt her legs weaken as she cradled the tome containing the lifelong teachings of the celestial god Hung Yu, a sense of dizziness washing over her. She had only glimpsed a portion of its content, with further teachings on alchemy and artifact crafting yet to be uncovered. Yet, Xuan now understood that there was no need for further exploration. It was indeed authentic. The lifelong teachings of the celestial god Hengyu were genuine. She had merely come to seek assistance from her third imperial brother to rescue Lin Su, yet she had stumbled upon such a priceless treasure. Her hands began to tremble, and a quiver laced her voice. The value of the lifelong teachings of the celestial god Hengyu was beyond compare. She believed there was no one who understood this realm better than herself. Had she possessed this tome in her previous life, she would have paid no heed to the likes of the demon Lord Lin Ning, fully immersing herself in the ancient text instead. Could it be that her third imperial brother was a hidden master of extraordinary prowess? Xuan Ming inhaled deeply, the thought crossing her mind. In the past, such a notion would have elicited derision from her, utterly beyond belief. Yet now, the casual appearance of the celestial god Hengyu's lifelong teachings here rendered belief irrelevant. There was a 99% chance that her third imperial brother's identity harbored some profound secret. The remaining 1% was merely a sliver of doubt, a question lingering in her heart due to her lack of first-hand confirmation. What should she do now? Clutching the tome of the celestial god Hengyu, she found herself at a crossroads, neither able to leave nor to remain. If her third imperial brother were indeed a hidden master, would it not provoke his displeasure if she perused such a treasured legacy without his consent? Yet, she was loath to abandon the teachings of the celestial god. What was a princess to do? Xuan Ming took a deep breath. This was a supreme legacy from a celestial being. Should she commit it all to memory and glean insights, the benefits would be immeasurable. In her quest to restore her celestial prowess, she could potentially surpass her previous self, perhaps even catching a glimpse into the realm of the ancient gods. But at this moment, just as Empress Xuan Ming grappled with the dilemma of whether to continue perusing the celestial god Hengyu's lifelong teachings, the demon Lord Lin Ning arrived before the Xian Emperor's hall. Chapter 113. The Demon Lord's Surprise Attack on the Empress. The Empress strikes back at the Demon Lord. The previous chapter has eliminated the flaws. Dear readers, please take another look. Is His Majesty not present? A flicker of astonishment crossed the face of the demon Lord Lin Ning. Do you know where His Majesty has gone? She inquired. The elder of the demon sect was her carefully nurtured and capable assistant. This imprisonment would last at least 6 months, if not longer, without bail. During this time, she would have to cultivate new powerful figures within the demon sect. However, aside from the question of time, she was also lacking in financial resources. Thus, she had mustered the courage to seek assistance from her cousin. The palace guards shook their heads in response. In that case, I shall take my leave, Lin Ning said helplessly. In the royal family, there were no cousins. If the emperor was absent or held a differing opinion, she lacked the qualification to linger within the palace. Therefore, she would have to choose another time to re-enter. Allow her to enter. Just as the palace guards were about to bow and escort Lin Ning away, a voice imbued with authority resonated in their ears. In fact, you may enter the Shenhuang Hall and await His Majesty for a moment. Perhaps he will return shortly. The palace guards suddenly spoke. Is that truly permissible? Lin Ning was taken aback. Indeed, it is, the guard replied. Then I shall enter and wait for a while. With that, Lin Ning stepped into the Shenhuang Hall. In the realm of the emperor, Xuan Ming temporarily set aside his current tasks, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene. His expression tranquil. The fact that Xin Shui was profoundly affected by the legacy of the celestial god Hengyu suggested that her previous existence was likely inferior to that of Hengyu. Based on prior conjectures, it seemed that Xin Shui and Lin Ning had perished together in their past life, both being reborn in the southern continent. Thus, it could be inferred that their previous cultivations were likely comparable, both falling short of Hengyu's prowess. The moon-worshipping sect leader had previously stated that only a formidable figure at the seventh heaven of the celestial realm could breach their soul barriers. This indicated that their past cultivation levels were likely around the 7th or 8th heaven of the celestial realm. Xuan Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. His gaze lingered more on Xin Shui. Judging by her reaction, he could surmise their previous levels of cultivation. When Xin Shui and Lin Ning simultaneously departed their homes, heading towards the palace, Xuan Ming sensed this development. The reason he did not distance himself from them as before was that the Earth God had delivered the complete legacy of Hengyu at this moment. This inspired Xuan Ming to test the former foundations of Xin Shui and Lin Ning, leading him to order the moon-worshipping sect leader to remain incognito for the time being, to observe the reactions of Xin Shui and Lin Ning, and subsequently address their issues as well. The caliber of this reborn individual, although possessing a foundation from a previous life that surpasses the power I wield, is still confined to the realm of mortals in this existence. It is unlikely they possess the means to rival the might of a celestial being at the 7th or 8th tier. Even if they do, I can swiftly invoke the spatial laws residing within the Xianyuan Palace, casting them both into the void in an instant. Xuan Ming has already conceived a preliminary plan in his mind. The Xianyuan Palace is where he frequently resides, a place where the myriad laws are far more vibrant than in the outside world. It stands as the most fortified stronghold of the entire Xinyu Empire. Here, Xuan Ming feels most confident in addressing the matters concerning Xuanxue and Lin Ning. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he can immediately manipulate the spatial laws to exchange the outer void with the Xianyuan Palace, effectively banishing the two. If all remains within his control, he will personally intervene in their affairs. After all, as the Xinyu Empire progresses, celestial beings from the divine realm will inevitably emerge. At this stage, they no longer pose a significant threat to Xuan Ming. It is indeed time to take action. As for the legacy of the celestial of the eternal universe, it serves merely as bait. To outsiders, such a legacy is akin to a priceless treasure, yet for Xuan Ming, it is but a means to enhance the foundation of the empire. In the future, when the Royal Capital's Academy is established, the celestial of the eternal universe and its legacy will surely feature within its curriculum. Given that this revelation will inevitably come to light in a little over a month, it is more advantageous to harness its potential now. Yet, he wonders how the two will react upon their encounter within the Xianyuan Palace, whether they will engage in a fierce battle or something else entirely. Meanwhile, the disguised Lin Ning, the demon lord, cautiously and seemingly obediently enters the Xianyuan Palace. As she surveys her surroundings, her gaze lands upon a figure clad in white, standing gracefully upon the palace steps. Someone. Lin Ning is taken aback. She had not anticipated the presence of another within the palace, and the silhouette appears to be that of a woman. Lin Ning raises her hand, preparing to greet her, but as her mouth opens to speak, a flicker of doubt crosses her face. Why does that figure seem so familiar? Her eyes narrow slightly as a shadow, long buried in her memory, begins to merge with the silhouette before her on the steps. Could it be? Lin Ning's eyes widen in disbelief. A sense of dread washes over her as she cautiously approaches Xuanxue, her presence cloaked in utmost silence. Meanwhile, a surge of demonic energy coalesces at her waist, forming a pitch-black dagger. It seems the other party is preoccupied with something, completely unaware of her entrance into the palace, which compels her to tread carefully. As time passes, Lin Ning stealthily ascends the steps, suddenly peering forward to discern Xuanxue's features, her pupils constricting. Indeed, it is you. Die, you shameless harlot. The demon lord Lin Ning seized the long hair of the Empress Xianxue, yanking her down the stairs with brutal force, sending her crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the dagger in her hand was thrust with immense power toward the Empress's kidney. However, as the blade was about to pierce Xianxue's flesh, the demonic energy coalescing around the dagger swiftly formed a layer of icy shards. The weight and chill of it were the first sensations that engulfed the demon lord Lin Ning, and the frigid aura began to spread, threatening to freeze her arm. Instinctively, she discarded the weapon. In that brief moment, the Empress Xianxue, having momentarily regained her senses from the legacy of the celestial god Hongyu, was taken aback by the sight of the demon lord Lin Ning poised to stab her waist. A sudden jolt of alarm surged within her. At that instant, Xianxue disregarded any thoughts of the celestial god's legacy. With a swift motion, she summoned a formidable force that flipped the demon lord Lin Ning over. Her fist struck fiercely at Lin Ning's face. Such overwhelming strength. You have restored your cultivation to the pinnacle of the half-saint. The demon lord Lin Ning was caught off guard by the Empress's sudden might, her body jolting in surprise. Earlier, to prevent Xianxue from sensing her, she had refrained from using her divine consciousness. Now, realizing the Empress's cultivation, she found herself in a precarious position. This Empress will not allow you to ambush me. The Empress Xianxue delivered 2 powerful blows to Lin Ning's right eye, causing it to quickly swell with bruises, half of her face becoming swollen. The demon lord was no pushover either. A surge of determination filled Lin Ning as hatred clouded her vision, enhancing her combat prowess. The two then engaged in a fierce brawl, each punch landing with palpable force, hair strewn across the ground, and clothing gradually torn, revealing soft, pale skin. However, as the fight continued, they soon sensed something amiss. The myriad laws of the Xian Emperor's hall flickered, an inexplicable force suppressing their powers and severing their ability to communicate with the Snow God Tower and the shadows of the demon realm in their minds. They were forced to engage in a primal struggle, akin to mere mortals. How is this chapter, dear? Chapter 114. Controlling Empress Xuan Xue and the Tactics of Demon Lord Lin Ning. How could this be happening? Xuan Xue and Lin Ning grew increasingly alarmed as they fought. Where is your demon realm millstone? Why don't you bring it out? Xuan Xue landed a punch on Lin Ning's nose, causing the demon lord to grimace in pain. What about your ice and snow divine tower? Why haven't you summoned it? With Lin Ning pinned beneath her, unable to strike Xuan Xue's face, she resorted to pummeling Xuan Xue's chest in frustration, but it proved futile. The softness of Xuan Xue's bosom absorbed the impact. After their exchange of blows, both combatants abruptly ceased their attack. They were not fools, given their temperaments. Once battle commenced, they would hold nothing back. Yet, neither had called upon the powers of their past lives. Clearly, they both faced the same dilemma. This place is strange. Let us pause the fighting for now, proposed Empress Xuan Xue. Agreed, nodded demon Lord Lin Ning. Get off my body. Lin Ning shot Xuan Xue a disdainful glance. Xuan Xue chuckled but relinquished her hold over Lin Ning. In their previous lives, their cultivation levels had been comparable, and neither could gain the upper hand. However, in this life, it was evident that Lin Ning was at a disadvantage. Currently, she was only at the cusp of half-saint, transitioning from minor to major completion. Even if Xuan Xue released Lin Ning, she could easily subdue any schemes the latter might attempt, which pleased her immensely. As they separated and began to cautiously survey their surroundings, their search yielded no unusual findings. The myriad chains of order left by Xuan Ming were hidden within the void. In their past lives, they would have sensed the presence of these chains, but now, as mere half-saints, they were unable to touch the laws. After a fruitless search, both Empress Xuan Xue and Demon Lord Lin Ning's gazes returned to one another. This is the forbidden area of the royal palace. Even ministers require the guard's approval to enter. How did you manage to infiltrate here? Xuan Xue scrutinized Lin Ning in this life and inquired. It was crucial to note that the royal palace was not a place for common intruders, aside from the patrolling guards. Lin Ning could not have accessed the palace without some clever trickery. And how did you enter? Lin Ning asked coldly, her eyes bruised and cheeks swollen. Although a half-saint could manipulate their vital energy to disperse bruises and swelling, it required time, and her appearance had already suffered. She glared at Xuan Xue, her frustration simmering within. Secretly vowing to reclaim her dignity, she proposed, "We both have our issues. This is not the time for petty squabbles. Why don't we each take a step back, investigate the cause, and then decide whether to fight?" With her upper hand in this life over the demon lord, Xuan Xue felt a significant relief from her previously pent-up frustration and spoke lightly. Very well. Lin Ning took a deep breath to calm her emotions and nodded in agreement. The demon realm millstone, however, is where her spirit resides, and the divine artifact she crafted is her greatest trump card in this life. Presently, the peculiar inability to utilize this card has left her somewhat perturbed. The reason she has dared to establish a demonic sect and amass wealth in the imperial capital has always been this millstone. Yet now, as her life hangs in the balance, her anger temporarily subsides. As far as I know, the current upheaval is likely linked to the emperor's brother in this life. Xuan Xue, recalling the legacy of the celestial god Hengyu, immediately associates the strange occurrences with Xuan Ming. If anyone possesses the capability to sever their connection with their innate divine artifact, without a doubt, it is the reclusive powerhouse she suspects to be Xuan Ming. Who is your brother? The demon Lord Lin Ning's face revealed a trace of suspicion as she glanced around, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Naturally, he is the emperor of the divine Xian dynasty, Xuan Xue declared aloud. Ever since she discovered that in this life, the demon Lord Lin Ning seemed to be inferior to her in every aspect, her spirits inexplicably lifted. Upon uncovering the true identity of the demon Lord Lin Ning, the need for secrecy dissipated. The emperor, that is my cousin in this life. Lin Ning mused inwardly, a dark line flashing across her forehead. The distinction between a brother and a cousin is evidently pronounced. In this life, not only has she failed to surpass him in cultivation, but she has also suffered a beating. Even in status, she does not compare. Lin Ning's chest heaved slightly, her swollen eyes narrowing in discomfort. Oh, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xuan eyes. She could discern that Lin Ning was not fabricating her words. Moreover, her presence here bolstered her conviction that Xuan Ming was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could such a vast southern continent yield such a coincidental rebirth for them? Does this imply that we share the same brother in this life? Lin Ning's lips had become akin to sausages. Indeed, Xuan nodded. Then how does the upheaval pertain to my cousin? Is he not a mere mortal? Lin Ning inquired, puzzled. A mortal? I once held the same belief. Yet look at this. Xuan picked up an ancient tome from the ground, the very one that had fallen during Lin Ning's surprise attack, which contained the lifelong legacy of the celestial god Hengyu. This, gazing at the large characters inscribed within, Lin Ning opened her mouth, her mind swirling with a multitude of unspoken thoughts, yet nothing escaped her lips. She was utterly astonished. She had glimpsed this tome while ambushing Xuan, as it had captivated her attention and rendered her unaware of Lin Ning's approach. Moreover, when she had stealthily ascended the stairs, she noticed several such tomes on the dragon table, but at that moment, she was too focused on her attack to pay them any mind. Now, however, her thoughts were racing wildly. It can't be real. Lin Ning's lips trembled slightly. It is not a fabrication. I suspect the origins of the emperor are far from trivial. Xuan divulged a portion of the information to Lin Ning, causing her heart to tremble slightly, instantly dispelling any doubts she held regarding the inheritance. Do we possess a significant background? The demon sovereign Lin Ning inquired with a composed demeanor. I am uncertain, but it is undoubtedly not trivial. Xuan replied. In her previous life, she was one of the prominent deities of the Tianxu realm, and she had heard tales of many powerful figures among the human race. However, she had no recollection of Xuan Ming, the southern continent, or the Xinxian dynasty. By such reasoning, Xuan Ming's background was naturally less formidable than theirs. Yet, the fact that they managed to acquire the inheritance of the Hengyu divine sovereign left Xuan feeling perplexed. It appeared that she would need to revisit the memories of her past life before awakening. After awakening, she had gleaned information about the southern continent's Xinxian dynasty and the character of this life, which led her to scheme a path towards locating the demon sovereign Lin Ning. However, now she sought to clarify Xuan Ming's identity and intended to thoroughly search her memories prior to awakening. Perhaps she might uncover some clues. Her gaze shifted back to the demon sovereign Lin Ning. In my view, we should swear an oath to our hearts, prioritizing the restoration of our cultivation for the time being. Once we regain our former prowess, we can address the unresolved conflict from our past. Given our current levels of cultivation, engaging in a life-and-death struggle serves little purpose, Xuan stated softly. Under normal circumstances, without any uncontrollable factors intervening, she would undoubtedly not allow the demon sovereign Lin Ning to escape if she held the upper hand. She was wary of Lin Ning's strength. While she might temporarily surpass her, it did not guarantee a perpetual advantage. Thus, should she manage to overpower Lin Ning, she would naturally seek to eliminate her entirely. However, the uncertainties surrounding Xuan Ming made her cautious. Continuing to fight could indeed lead to the demise of the demon sovereign Lin Ning. Yet such an outcome might deplete her own trump cards and, should Lin Ning retaliate fiercely, jeopardize her foundation. It would be a Pyrrhic victory. Instead, it would be wiser to mutually swear an oath to their hearts, focusing on restoring their peak cultivation before engaging in battle. At that point, Xuan would possess greater confidence. Unlike now, when she could easily be manipulated or lacked the ability to safeguard herself. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed the demon sovereign Lin Ning's expression. She had not anticipated Xuan to utter such words. However, upon reflection, this arrangement only held benefits for her and no drawbacks. After all, her current cultivation was inferior to Xuan's. The act of swearing an oath to their hearts implied that both would be bound by the laws of heaven and earth. And during the duration of their vow, neither could resort to treachery. This would afford her ample time to restore her cultivation. Soon, they each swore oaths to their own hearts, their promises emanating from the depths of their souls, witnessed by the heavens. However, as they departed from the Xian Emperor Palace, myriad rules shimmered, the laws of the oath and causality intertwined, intercepting their promises. Simultaneously, within the imperial realm, Xuan Ming's gaze flickered slightly. Sensing a faint connection forming between the laws he controlled and Xuan and Lin Ning. Thus, it appears I can indeed exert control over the two. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xuan Ming's mind. Due to the oath, he sensed his power could permeate the souls and bodies of both Xuan and Lin Ning, establishing dominion at its very essence. Should either of them exhibit any deviation, a mere thought would suffice to strip them of their strength, potentially leading to their corporeal dissolution and spiritual exhaustion. The demon Lord Lin Ning and the Empress Xuan could never have anticipated that their vows to the heavens would transform into oaths to Xuan Ming. The heavens possess no consciousness. They operate according to the fundamental rules of existence. Naturally, Xuan and Lin Ning would only incur heavenly punishment upon violating their vows. However, Xuan Ming was different. Now that the celestial realm had stabilized and myriad laws began to evolve and flourish, it was time for him to return. Xuan Ming stroked his chin, contemplating. In truth, he had not foreseen that allowing the two to meet would culminate in such an outcome, granting him absolute authority over them. He glanced back at the entirety of the imperial world. The path of a celestial being involves the soul's anchoring to a primordial entity, followed by continued meditation and comprehension, gradually deepening the connection with that entity. The closer the bond, the greater the power a celestial can derive from the primordial source, resulting in increasingly profound and intricate laws. The apex of celestial beings is achieved when the soul fully merges with the primordial entity, thereby possessing all its formidable capabilities. The higher the tier of the primordial entity, the greater the strength of the celestial being that anchors its soul to it. For instance, in the void of the celestial void realm, the two most potent primordial entities are the moon and the sun, with celestial beings anchored to these entities exhibiting unparalleled might. Yet, throughout history, few celestial beings have succeeded in transcending from the moon or the sun, and even fewer ancient gods have managed such feats. Of course, there exist primordial paths more powerful than the moon and the sun, such as those of time and space. However, these do not manifest in the physical realm. It is utterly impossible for ordinary celestial beings to anchor their souls and become gods of time or space. The realm of ancient gods signifies transcendence, breaking free from the ties of the earth and the heavens, consolidating all power within oneself. This trial resembles severing one's previous foundations. Success leads to an untrammeled existence, while failure results in the obliteration of one's foundation, leading to death and the dissipation of the soul. Such is the nature of the celestial god of eternity. However, Xuan Ming's chosen path diverges fundamentally from the cultivation of this realm. His soul's anchoring is a process of refining the essence of the imperial world, rather than merging his soul with its laws. Consequently, upon reaching the pinnacle of celestial beings, the imperial world will become Xuan Ming's private domain. At that juncture, whether he chooses to assimilate the imperial world into himself or separate from it, he will face no risks. In other words, as long as he accumulates sufficient power, he can break through to become an ancient god. Presently, Xuan Ming has already begun to merge with the imperial world. As his comprehension of the myriad laws deepens, the speed of this fusion and refinement will only accelerate, thereby enhancing the myriad laws within the imperial world, which will, in turn, reciprocate and bolster Xuan Ming, achieving a harmonious and mutually beneficial effect. The figure of Xuan Ming gradually appeared atop the dragon throne in the Xianhuang Hall, casting a gaze upon the two individuals, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. They were still engaged in a fierce struggle, not for a life or death confrontation, but rather for the possession of the eternal universe divine legacy held by Xuan. The demon Lord Lin Ning was eager to witness it, yet the Empress Xuan withheld it from her. Consequently, the two women clashed vigorously. It remained uncertain whether their actions were intentional or accidental. The other eternal universe divine legacies on the dragon table remained untouched. Ahem. Xuan Ming leaned slightly against the dragon throne, observing for a moment before finding it uninteresting. With a light cough, she called the two women back to their senses. Have you finished? Xuan Ming inquired softly. The sudden voice startled both Xuan and Lin Ning, causing them to shiver. Your Highness, we pay our respects. I, a humble woman, pay my respects. They responded swiftly, bowing deeply. Have you both perused the legacies? A flicker of thought from Xuan Ming summoned the ancient tome of the eternal universe divine legacy that the two had been vying over back to the dragon table. With a casual motion, he shifted a pile of legacies aside. Once the eternal universe divine legacy fell into his hands, Xuan Ming detached these teachings from his mind, treating them with indifference. Ultimately, the divine beings under his command each possessed their own doctrines, their potential significantly surpassing that of the eternal universe divine legacy. The reason for extracting these legacies for mutual examination was merely to draw on the cultivation paths of the celestial beings in this realm, allowing his subordinates to adapt or gain understanding. Regrettably, Xuan Ming mused, with his current divine power, he could not temporarily condense the essence from living beings' corporeal forms. Otherwise, he would be able to allocate the Sword Path essence body to the Sword Saint and others. Your Highness, my sister inadvertently disturbed the items on your dragon table. Please bestow upon her a suitable punishment. I have only glimpsed a little. I implore your Highness to punish me as well. Upon hearing these words, Xuan Xue and Lin Ning were greatly agitated and hastily admitted their guilt. They tugged at their garments cautiously. Their recent battle had rendered their attire into mere rags, leaving them insufficiently covered, and they had clearly not anticipated encountering each other that day, thus lacking any spare clothing. Chapter 115. The Seizure of the Xuanxue Ice and Snow Divine Tower, Lin Ning of the Demon Realm, the Astonishment of Foreign Deities and Demons. Just moments ago, the two were embroiled in a fierce struggle, momentarily forgetting their surroundings. They were taken aback when Xuan Ming suddenly appeared. The two women anxiously clutched their garments, attempting to cover their exposed skin, but to no avail. Your Majesty, might you command someone to deliver some clothing to my royal sister? Xuanxue's ears flushed with embarrassment, her voice barely a whisper. Despite her noble status across 2 lifetimes, it was her first time feeling so vulnerable in the presence of a man. Your Majesty. And as for the commoner, Lin Ning, the demon lord, was experiencing this for the first time as well. The tranquility of her heart, undisturbed for millennia, rippled with unease. Xuan Ming, however, did not impose excessively upon them and instructed the palace maidens to bring forth some garments. Soon, 2 maidens arrived with clothing, bringing an end to the women's mortification. Their hearts were fraught with anxiety. The presence of the celestial being, Hung Yu, upon the dragon table, and the silent figure seated upon the dragon throne, signified a mystery surrounding Xuan Ming that they could not fathom. This was fundamentally different from their initial perception of him as an ordinary human, and it could be said that their understanding had been profoundly upended. Furthermore, the exchange of unguarded words and revelations about their past lives during their earlier altercation led them to realize that their identities had likely been unveiled to Xuan Ming, casting a shadow over their spirits. You have been quite busy beneath my very eyes. Now, tell me your tales. Will I be compelling you to speak, or will you reveal them willingly? Xuan Ming reclined slightly in the dragon throne, his expression calm. As his words lingered in the air, Xuanxue and Lin Ning felt a sudden weight in their hearts. It was evident that they could not conceal their truths from His Majesty. A faint, bitter smile crept upon Xuanxue's face. Despite having suspected that Xuan Ming was aware of their identities, the confirmation still sent a wave of panic through them. My royal sister is willing to disclose the accounts of our past and present to His Majesty. I beseech you to quell your anger, Xuanxue said, inclining her body respectfully. She understood that her previous disdain for Nanzhou stemmed from her knowledge of its comparatively limited foundation, which paled in comparison to the formidable cards they had held in their past lives, leading to her erratic behavior. Now, having recognized the true depth of the Xian Emperor's dynasty, she realized that if she continued to act based solely on past accomplishments, her very life could slip beyond her grasp. I feel the same, Lin Ning replied with respect. Having attained their previous realms, they were certainly no fools. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Xuan Ming gestured for them to continue. Through the myriad laws resonating and exerting pressure within the Xian Emperor's hall, he had largely discerned the limits of Xuanxue and Lin Ning's strength. They were indeed formidable, having once been unmatched in Nanzhou. Yet now, before Xuan Ming, they felt somewhat inadequate. The innate Dao body ascending to divinity meant that their combat prowess could not merely be compared to that of an ordinary celestial being. In addition to the oaths sworn by the two, the authority of punishment rests firmly in the hands of Xuan Ming. Thus, regardless of their location, the lives and deaths of the two are ultimately at the mercy of Xuan Ming's whims. Soon, the Empress Xuanxue and the demon lord Lin Ning recounted the events of their past lives. After a considerable time, Xuan Ming stroked his chin and mused. So it appears that you both perished in your former lives due to your respective pride? A peculiar smile flickered across Xuan Ming's face. Indeed, Your Majesty, Xuan Xue replied somewhat helplessly. The conflict arose from Demon Lord Lin Ning's unwillingness to concede. Lin Ning remained silent, reflecting on her past. In the central world of that era, among the human race, her reputation suffered due to her spirit being bound to the demon realm and her inheritance of the position of the demon sect's leader. Though she was a demon lord, the populace dared not speak ill of her openly. Nevertheless, over time, she had heard comparisons made between herself and Empress Xuan Xue, which had irked her and fostered a growing disdain for Xuan Xue. She acknowledged that her emotions had led her to rash decisions during the Great War, resulting in dire consequences. Were it not for their eventual restraint, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Rest assured, Your Majesty, in this lifetime, there will be no Empress and no Demon Lord. Only your sister and cousin, Xuan Xue stated, casting a respectful glance at the silent Lin Ning before bowing deeply to Xuan Ming. Sister Xuan Xue and I shall start anew, dedicating ourselves to Your Majesty and prioritizing the divine Xian dynasty. The past shall be rendered void, for this life is where our foundation lies. Both took a step back, and Lin Ning followed suit, bowing respectfully as well. Perhaps you did not think this way before? Xuan Ming's gaze lifted slightly, his tone devoid of emotion. We implore Your Majesty to temper your wrath and grant us forgiveness, they beseeched. At this, Xuan Xue and Lin Ning sighed inwardly, exchanging glances as they slowly knelt. Historically, emperors have been suspicious. Without tangible actions, it would be arduous to earn their trust. You are aware of the significance of the legacy of the celestial god Hengyu. Xuan Ming continued, shifting the conversation. Since you have inadvertently glimpsed it, some form of compensation is warranted. He pointed towards their heads, causing Xuan Xue and Lin Ning to feel a chill run down their spines. Moments later, a pristine miniature divine tower and a black grinding disc appeared on the dragon table before Xuan Ming, both crafted from materials of exceptional quality. Even though their power had diminished, traces of divine might still emanated from them. Observing the ice tower and the demon realm's grinding disc being claimed by Xuan Ming, Xuan Xue and Lin Ning swallowed hard, yet felt a slight relief wash over them. When Xuan Ming had pointed at their heads, they had sensed a near-death dread. They had no doubt that had Xuan Ming harbored any murderous intent, their demise would have been inevitable. Fortunately, Xuan Ming's intention was to reclaim the hidden cards left over from their past lives rather than to take their lives. Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking away the relics of our former lives. This way, we shall no longer be disturbed by them or dwell on past matters. Xuan Xue expressed her gratitude fervently. In her previous life, she was the Empress of the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty, surrounded by numerous sycophantic ministers, whose names were well known to her. Now, she had acquired some knowledge and was naturally aware of how to act in order to dispel the Emperor's doubts. You are quite skilled, thought Lin Ning to herself, her eyes widening slightly, as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Enough, Xuan Ming declared. I have observed that you have recently presented various techniques and remedies from the central world. The southern continent is lacking in resources, so for the next month, you shall remain in the estate and document everything you know. I will send someone to verify your findings. Through the intertwining of causality and the oath of fundamental rules that permeated their bodies and souls, Xuan Ming understood that the abilities of the two from their past lives were essentially contained within these two divine artifacts. Without them, both Xuan Xue and Lin Ning were akin to tigers stripped of their claws, coupled with the control of causality and oaths, while they still surpassed ordinary warriors. They had utterly lost their threat to the dynasty. Naturally, Xuan Ming would not easily trust their words. Everything depended on their actions. Besides their current identities, there were also many aspects of their past lives that could be exploited, which was one of the reasons Xuan Ming chose to keep them. Yes, Your Majesty, Xuan Xue and Lin Ning replied, clasping their hands in respect. They understood how to conduct themselves. After speaking, Xuan Xue hesitated, contemplating before finally saying, Your Majesty, previously, the princess unexpectedly ventured into the border of Xishan Prefecture, where she sensed the presence of a terrifying demonic entity. It is said, although that demon has not reached the divine realm, the Ice and Snow Divine Tower has alerted me to it, indicating it must have attained the pinnacle of the Earth God realm, coupled with the eerie sensation of facing divine might, which has always filled me with trepidation. Initially, She intended to support Xuan Ming in becoming a demigod to confront this demon, but it seemed that she need not worry excessively now. However, she could not help but mention the existence of that demon. Are you referring to the time when Meng Xingchen from Bianlong County mistook Lin Ning for someone else? Xuan Ming interjected dismissively. You need not concern yourself with that demon. He openly stated this to admonish Xian Shui, signaling her not to engage in any further deceitful schemes. Upon hearing this, Xian Shui trembled, her expression deeply conflicted. Lin Ning, wide-eyed, was clearly taken aback that Xian Shui had mistaken someone for her, especially since Meng Xingchen was evidently a man. Lin Ning found it hard to accept that Xian Shui could confuse a man with her. You may leave now. Although the inheritance of the celestial god Hengyu is precious, I possess more than one copy. If your future actions align with your claims, I would not mind granting you the opportunity to comprehend it or allowing you to become students at the Imperial Academy, Xuan Ming stated in a calm tone. Yes, Your Majesty, Xian Shui and Lin Ning responded, their hearts filled with joy as they quickly expressed their gratitude. Subsequently, the two took their leave. The issues concerning these two individuals have been resolved. It is now time to enhance the spiritual essence of Nanzhou, to equip the populace for battle, and to seize control of the southern demon domain. As Xuan Ming observed the departure of Xuan Xue and Lin Ning, he stroked his chin in contemplation. These matters had been on his mind for some time, and now he could finally begin to implement his plans. With only a few days remaining until the next summoning of deities and demons, the conflict in the Qingyu civilization should be nearing its conclusion. Xuan Ming's gaze settled in the direction of Bianlong County, where he sensed an overwhelming surge of divine power emanating from the area, an intensity that was not solely attributed to the river god, but also involved the mountain river king, the sacred realm legion, the earth god, and the mountain god. The entire battlefield of Qingyu was abuzz with formidable forces, with the only exception being the celestial might of the Xian dynasty that had yet to engage. Given the grave circumstances faced by Qingyu, resolution would not be far off. Outside the palace, Xuan Xue cast a complicated glance back at the royal residence. To her, the indifference in her third royal brother's tone towards the demon in Bianlong County suggested that this demon likely served under him. The existence of the Xian dynasty might be tied to a vast and unknown demonic power from a previous life, not merely a secluded domain of her third brother. Although many questions lingered, it was undeniable that her understanding of the Xian dynasty had been profoundly altered. As thoughts swirled in Xuan Xue's mind, Lin Ning declared, I will take my leave, but in this life, I shall reach the divine realm ahead of you. Her voice, though filled with a competitive spirit, bore less of the intent to kill. Likewise, Xuan Xue nodded in agreement. The grievances accumulated from their past lives could not be resolved simply through mutual recognition of their errors. Now that they had both survived, despite losing their innate divine artifacts, they remained committed to their vows. The battles would continue once they regained their strength. After Lin Ning departed, Xuan Xue did not linger and made her way home. She had not forgotten the emperor's directive. The legacy of the celestial god Hengyu was indeed enticing to her. However, she paid little heed to the emperor's mention of becoming a student at the Imperial Capital Academy. She was already aware of the ministry's plans to establish this academy, which she perceived as an institution intended for mortals. While the prospect of attending such an academy might thrill those commoners, it held little significance for her, a reincarnated being endowed with the memories of a celestial god. Even if the emperor appointed a demon as the headmaster, she remained indifferent, as it was unlikely that anyone could impart knowledge to her. In contrast, her aspirations lay in obtaining the legacy of the celestial god Hengyu. Even a mere fraction of hope to acquire it from the emperor was paramount. For not having taken Hengyu as her mentor was a regret she bore. This opportunity for legacy must not be missed. As for the Ice Group and the Demon Sect, neither Xuan Xue nor Lin Ning mentioned them at that moment. Perhaps in the future, there would be a chance to rescue them. However, just moments ago, they themselves were in dire straits, naturally lacking the capacity to attend to others. For now, let them remain confined within. When the time comes for their favor to be restored, we shall speak of their release. In the Azure Domain, a colossal divine gate has emerged, its divine might overwhelming the entirety of the Azure Domain civilization. With the arrival of formidable beings from the divine Xian dynasty civilization, the counteroffensive against the great wilderness alien tribes swiftly commenced. As time progressed, the Azure Domain gradually began to reclaim lost territories. Roaring amidst the multitude, the demon god ape, ensnared by the order divine chain, was enveloped in dark energy, exuding an aura of supreme power. Armed with the divine chain as a weapon, it resembled a hellish deity. With each strike, tens of thousands of great wilderness alien tribes perished. Its formidable physique rampaged through the ranks of the adversaries. Behind it, the Holy Realm Legion followed closely. With spears, bows, and mounted archers, each wave of assault swept across the battlefield. In the skies above the battlefield, the chaotic aura of the mountain and river king resonated, and the surging bloodlust resembled a vast ocean, instilling terror. The divine beings of the great wilderness were completely subdued within the aerial conflict. Such terrifying depth. This battle, grand in scale, naturally attracted the attention of divine beings from surrounding civilizations, who gathered in the great wilderness, gazing upon the battlefield with astonishment. With their keen sight, they could easily discern that neither the mountain and river king, nor the demon god ape, nor the Holy Realm Legion belonged to the Azure Domain civilization. They hailed from another force with immense depth. As they gazed at the divine gate standing resolutely in the heart of the Azure Domain civilization, a tremor coursed through their hearts. They could sense that beyond the divine gate, at least 3 terrifying gazes were fixated on this battle. Moreover, in addition to these 3 formidable gazes, there was another indistinct presence, seemingly shrouded in the essence of the primordial, observing the conflict of the Azure Domain civilization through the divine gate. Although this gaze did not deliberately focus on them, the subtle aura it emanated instinctively instilled a sense of dread within them. The celestial deity. Behind that divine gate resides a celestial deity. The demons exchanged glances, feeling an overwhelming shock. They understood all too well that, clearly, the demise of the great wilderness alien tribes in this war was merely a matter of time. A celestial deity has the power to dictate the rise and fall of a civilization. Furthermore, even if the celestial deity behind the divine gate refrained from intervening, the mere presence of the divine being exuding a savage aura was sufficient to tilt the scales of battle. The Azure Domain civilization has flourished. A hint of bitterness flickered in the eyes of the divine beings. The assistance from a celestial deity's faction would surely ensure that, in this perilous great wilderness, their future circumstances would be far superior to their own. This chapter comprises 300 words. How was this chapter, dear? Did you encounter any issues during your reading? Please share your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 116. The fifth summoning of deities and demons as time elapses. The invading alien forces in the Azure Domain are relentlessly expelled and vanquished. Behind the divine gate that instills fear in the hearts of deities and demons alike, the celestial beings of the imperial dynasty, who have been observing this war, begin to withdraw their gaze one by one. This development brings a quiet sigh of relief to the deities and demons residing near the Azure Domain. Although these divine attentions do not directly target them, the residual aura still evokes a sense of inexplicable unease. Henceforth, the Azure civilization must strive to maintain cordial relations and must not offend. All the deities and demons monitoring the battlefield cast a profound glance at the jubilant human populace of the Azure Domain, silently resolving their intentions. Days later, the battlefield of the Azure civilization gradually draws to a close. The Xianxian dynasty leaves behind a demonic sacred ape and a contingent of heavy cavalry to temporarily oversee the human territories of the Azure Domain. The other deities and demons, along with their military regiments, retreat through the divine gate back to the southern continent. In their wake, the populace of the Azure Domain gazes reverently at the grand and magnificent divine gate, akin to pilgrims in a sacred realm, bowing in respect. An immeasurable force of belief, embodying a civilization's faith, surges invisibly into the southern continent, converging upon Xuan Ming and the 3 great deities. Father, once order is restored in the Azure Domain, I shall accompany our ancestor to meet you, thought by Yan, one of the revered leaders of the Azure civilization. Although he yearns to step through the divine gate and meet the esteemed elders, as a high-ranking member of the Azure civilization, he must remain behind to address the aftermath, restore the order that existed before the invasion, and cleanse the lands tainted by the barbaric alien forces. Following this, the upper echelons of the Azure civilization will collaborate with the ancestral deities to journey to the southern continent, paying homage to the imperial sovereign. Additionally, They are required to construct temples dedicated to the sovereign and the three great deities across various regions of the Azure civilization, ensuring that the divine system of the Xianxian dynasty firmly establishes its roots in the Azure land. In the imperial palace, within the Xianhuang Hall, Xuan Ming gazes towards the direction of Bianlong County, a flicker of intrigue glimmering in his eyes. The history of the human race in the Azure domain is far more ancient than that of the southern continent, with its population surpassing that of the entire southern human race by several multiples. The surging power of belief floods into the southern continent from the unknown void after the war, with half of it dividing into three parts, each settling within the territories of the three great deities. Visibly, the divine symbols of the three great deities begin to transform from their inherent crimson hue to a subtle azure tint. Is this an evolution towards celestial divinity? Xuan Ming muses, sensing an aura comparable to that of celestial beings emanating from the faint azure energy. It seems that the path of divinity fundamentally relies on absorbing the faith of the world. Other methods of cultivation become burdensome for the three great deities. A case of putting the cart before the horse. Xuan Ming comprehends this clearly. The mere 50% of belief from a single region is sufficient to allow the three great deities to shed their earthly forms and ascend to the realm of celestial beings. This significantly deepens Xuan Ming's resolve to seize other civilizations. As for the remaining 50% of the belief within the Qingyu civilization, it resides in the hands of Xuan Ming. However, Xuan Ming does not primarily cultivate the divine path. The power of belief he possesses is temporarily retained. In the realm of divinity, the power of belief has the ability to manifest the ethereal into the tangible. Transformations such as turning stone to gold and summoning soldiers from beings are all considered divine powers. This power of belief relies on physical forms to alter its essence. Such accumulated belief will undoubtedly find its purpose in the future. Therefore, I shall await your transformation to conclude. The three great deities are at a crucial juncture of metamorphosis, and Xuan Ming's plans are momentarily set aside. As time progresses, 2 days later, the divine symbols of the three great deities have completely transitioned from a pure crimson to a delicate azure. Their aura has ascended from that of earthly deities to celestial ones. Thus, the entire divine Xian Empire is now fortified by 5 celestial-level powers. A millennium ago, the cataclysm of the divine and demonic war left the spiritual veins of the southern continent damaged and the ethereal energies depleted. This time, I intend to center our efforts in the southern continent, governing the southern demon realm. Each of you shall employ your means to enhance the spiritual veins of the south. Xuan Ming, seated upon the dragon throne, spoke slowly. His voice resounded with divine majesty, echoing through the ears of the 6 divine and demonic beings of the current divine Xian Empire. The minor deity acknowledged the decree. In the Xishan prefecture, within the Weishan territory, the oppressive force of the celestial realm reverberated through the void. The river deity respectfully bowed and then invoked the rules of divinity with both hands, causing a surge of ethereal energy to emerge from the Weishan heavenly lake, flowing gently along the Weha River into the entirety of the southern continent. In the Bianlong County, the city god Baichen also began to mobilize the divine power accumulated over time, manifesting the laws of divinity and gradually nurturing spiritual energy in the void of Bianlong County, which began to slowly release towards other regions. In the Tianlu Forest, the mountain deity's power surged forth, revealing boundless divine and demonic laws from the void, with dense spiritual energy transforming into mist, gradually spreading from Tianlu Forest to Tanyuan Prefecture and Dantian Prefecture. In the imperial capital, the land deity's temple materialized in the void, with infinite spiritual energy flowing like a great river towards various locales. In the southern frontier prefecture, the river and mountain king sat majestically in the heavens, as ethereal energy gently descended from the sky. In the imperial palace, within the Xianhuang Hall, Xuan Ming slightly closed his eyes and summoned the strength of national fortune. The absence of spiritual energy in the southern continent is due to the divine and demonic war a millennium ago, which drained the local spiritual veins, leading to their depletion and causing the southern continent, and indeed the entire southern demon realm, to descend into a mundane state. Now, Xuan Ming aims to gather the powers of the divine and demonic entities to foster new spiritual veins in the land, allowing the southern continent to reclaim the spiritual essence of a millennium past, or even to surpass it. At that time, It will mark the beginning of Xuan Ming's initiative to arm the populace and strengthen the foundations of the empire. The actions of the divine and demonic beings are governed by laws of their own realm, imperceptible to mortals. Yet, they can faintly sense the transformation of the southern continent. Spiritual energy is burgeoning, and the forces of nature are becoming increasingly vibrant. Some warriors, long trapped at the thresholds of their cultivation, suddenly achieve enlightenment and break through their barriers. Some elderly citizens, nourished by the spiritual energy, gradually regain their vitality. As the spiritual veins swell and myriad beings awaken, the forces of the southern continent are rapidly elevated. In this moment, the transformation of the southern continent is most acutely perceived by the powerful beings who have attained the sacred realm. Beyond the sacred realm lies the initial understanding of the laws and the comprehension of divine strength. The southern continent, once depleted of spiritual veins and stripped of the vital essence that nourished the laws of gods and demons, struggled to manifest, lingering only in the void. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, these laws begin to gradually materialize from the void, offering a newfound path to the once hopeless practitioners of the sacred realm. Sword Saint, nameless, you too shall seize this opportunity for metamorphosis, refining the spiritual treasures within to ascend to the divine level of the sword path. Xuan Ming mobilizes the national fortune to stabilize the southern continent, while simultaneously casting a ring into the void, distributing spiritual herbs into the hands of Nameless and Sword Saint. The two require copious amounts of spiritual energy and a profound understanding of the sword path's laws for their ascension to godhood. Previously, the conditions in the southern continent were insufficient, but now, as the laws of the south manifest with remarkable vitality, it presents the most opportune moment for their elevation to divine status. Should they let this chance slip away, once this transformation concludes, the laws of the south will gradually return to tranquility, though they may still support the birth of gods and demons. It shall never be as effortless as it is now. Sword Saint and Nameless bow respectfully and commence their breakthrough. Ding! The opportunity for summoning the moon god and demon has been refreshed. The system detects that the host possesses one summoning opportunity. Shall the summoning proceed? Just as Xuan Ming's words fell, the system notification resounded abruptly. Chapter 117. Summoning the ancient god-level alchemist, the 10 divine demons of Xinxian. It has been 5 months. Xuan Ming sat pensively upon the dragon throne, reflecting on the passage of time. For months prior, he was but the third prince, a figure of little influence, forcibly elevated to the imperial position by the late emperor. In those days, he was the target of envy among numerous princes vying for the throne. Xuan Ming possessed no means of counterbalance. However, with the emergence of the multiverse summoning system, the existing dynamics underwent a dramatic reversal. In the brief span of 4 months, Xuan Ming not only secured his position as emperor, but also gained control over the entire dynasty. He extended the dynasty's influence into the southern demon domain of the Wan Yao mountain range, as well as the Qing domain beyond it. The territorial expanse of the dynasty had grown immeasurably compared to the millennia of its history. His subordinates, once mere mortals, now boasted divine-level combat prowess. And not just a singular powerhouse. Even within the entirety of the Tianxu realm, the foundational strength of the Xinxian dynasty was far from weak. Yet, Xuan Ming was acutely aware that this was still insufficient. Whether it was the recently discovered Hengyu Celestial or his 2 sisters, Xuan Ming understood that the mere metamorphosis of 4 months could not elevate the Xinxian dynasty to a truly commanding position within the Tianxu realm. Ancient forces that had existed for tens of thousands of years, as well as ancient clans that had thrived for countless epochs within the Tianxu realm, possessed formidable legacies. Xuan Ming needed more powerful beings at his disposal. Furthermore, he required an enhancement of the martial foundation of the Xinxian dynasty to bridge the gap between its elite warriors and ordinary fighters. Only then could the dynasty's strength surge, and the national fortune he could wield grow ever more robust. Summon forth, O system. Xuan Ming reclined slightly on the dragon throne, issuing a silent command within his heart. Ding. Summoning in progress. Please wait, host. One could only wonder which divine demon from the multiverse would be summoned this time. Xuan Ming's thoughts ebbed and flowed. His focus would gradually shift to the Xinxian dynasty. The task of nurturing powerful beings could indeed be managed by the many divine demons currently at his command. However, such responsibilities were not their forte. and it was uncertain whether they would be available in the future, given their individual tasks. Should they be tasked with directly cultivating strength, it would undoubtedly prove somewhat challenging, and delays could arise from various obligations. Thus, Xuan Ming urgently required a divine demon capable of significantly enhancing the martial prowess of the Shunxian dynasty. Ding. Summoning complete. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the divine demon. Lingmu, ancient god-level alchemist. The system's mechanical voice resonated suddenly. An ancient god-level alchemist. Xuan Ming's gaze fell upon the newly summoned divine demon, his pupils narrowing slightly. He happened to require a deity capable of significantly enhancing the martial foundation of the imperial dynasty and thus summoned the divine spirit Lingmu, renowned as an ancient god-tier alchemist. System, retrieve Lingmu's profile. Xuan Ming commanded. Instantly, a pale blue light curtain materialized. Divine spirit, Lingmu. Title, ancient god-tier alchemist. Race, human. Cultivation, 3rd level of celestial god. Technique, primal alchemy. Divine ability, Qingmu Alchemist Fire. Weapon, Qingmu Alchemist Furnace. Origin, Qingmu Alchemy Realm. An ancient god-tier alchemist at the 3rd level of celestial god. Xuan Ming's gaze quivered. Within the legacy of the celestial god Hengyu, there are records detailing the levels of the alchemy path in the Tianshu realm, aligned with the classifications of martial deities. However, thus far, the alchemy scene in the Tianshu realm has been languishing. The most formidable alchemist is merely at the celestial god level, capable of concocting medicinal pills beneficial to those at the 7th level of celestial god. Yet such a feat has elevated this alchemist to the pinnacle of renown in the Tianshu realm, rendering their pills exceedingly rare and sought after by numerous celestial god titans eager to cultivate favorable relations. Could it be that the Shunxian dynasty has, for the first time, attained the apex of the Tianshu realm? Xuan Ming inhaled sharply. This time, the system had indeed surprised him. Ding. The ancient god-tier alchemist Lingmu will arrive beside the host within 1 hour. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. With this ancient god-tier alchemist present, uplifting the Shunxian dynasty, which still rests on a foundation of mortals, should not prove difficult. Once the capital's academy is completed, Lingmu may serve as its alchemical mentor, Xuan Ming mused privately. Undoubtedly, Lingmu's arrival is sufficient to realize Xuan Ming's ambition of fortifying the martial foundation of the Shunxian dynasty. In the capital city, Xuan Xue and Lin Ning returned to their respective homes. As they were diligently transcribing the techniques from their past lives, they suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy around them, their expressions shifting in unison. Such potent spiritual energy seemed to invigorate even the forces of nature. The path of cultivation for martial artists in Nanzhou would henceforth become considerably easier. Xuan Xue and Lin Ning extended their perception, their hearts racing. In the next moment, they turned their gazes toward the direction of the palace, a complex expression adorning their faces. Undoubtedly, this tremendous change in Nanzhou must be related to their brother. It is worth noting that when they awakened in Nanzhou, they had utilized the heavenly artifact to examine the realm. Nanzhou, devoid of spiritual veins, rendered the laws of deities and demons akin to rootless weeds, difficult to manifest in the world, hidden within the void, which led them to conclude that Nanzhou lacked any deities or demons. Yet now, even without the heavenly artifact, they could keenly perceive that the world had transformed. In a certain part of the dynasty, the sword saint, Wu Ming, sat cross-legged in the void. Invisible sword energies danced around them like soaring dragons, embodying the principles of the sword path. With the forces of nature invigorated, the laws of deities and demons revealed themselves to the world. The two sword saints had previously received the sword path laws bestowed by Xuan Ming. This journey into the realm of gods and demons is remarkably effortless, leading to the emergence of two sword deities standing majestically in the void. One, the god of void swords, and the other, the god of reality swords. The former exists as the sharpest blade of assassination wandering through the world, while the latter embodies the sword of slaughter in the wars of civilization. Thus, in the southern continent, including the venerable city god of Beilang County, there are now 10 summoned entities of divine and demonic nature. Furthermore, the 10 leaders of the Sacred Realm Legion have themselves attained the pinnacle of the Sacred Realm. Seizing this opportunity, they strive to elevate their essence, now merely a step away from the divine and demonic realms. Once they break through, the foundational power of the southern continent will undoubtedly increase significantly. The former Xian mountain range has now been leveled by the sacred beasts, transforming into the Xian plain. An endless stream of spiritual energy cascades from the heavens, and the spiritual veins begin to revive, giving rise to pure essence throughout the Xian plain. Beneath the ground, Xian Su feels a sense of comfort. Even in his state of suspended animation, his soul can distinctly perceive the changes within him. According to legend, when mortals ascend to the divine and demonic realms, they undergo a transformation into divine bodies, mastering the laws of gods and demons that generate spiritual energy in their surroundings. With the abundance of spiritual energy now surrounding the emperor, it appears that the threshold to the realm of gods and demons is not far off. A faint smile graces the lips of the former emperor, Xian Su. Below him, in that secret realm of gods and demons, the infiltration of spiritual energy hints at signs of revival among its inhabitants. Chapter 118. The decision of the two former saints of the dynasty as time progressed. The spiritual veins, propelled by the deities of the dynasty, began to awaken further. A dark cloud gathered above the entire southern continent, its arrival shrouded in mystery. Thunder flickered ominously within the murky mist as droplets of rain, infused with spiritual energy, began to fall. In the Xinwang Hall, Xuan Ming shifted his focus from summoning deities and demons to the transformations occurring in the southern continent. He could distinctly perceive that with the revival of the spiritual veins, the myriad world rules of the southern continent were also beginning to restore. The land of the southern continent grew increasingly rich, with tendrils of spiritual energy continuously emanating from it, merging with the energies birthed in the sky. An ever-increasing abundance of spiritual energy began to manifest, and in certain locales, spiritual veins had already begun to emerge, nurturing divine stones. The concentration of spiritual energy in the realm surpassed that of the previously besieged Qingshan region by several folds, enabling the beings of the southern continent to undergo unprecedented evolution. This resurgence was the result of the collaboration between the deities and demons under Xianming's command and the restoration of the southern continent itself. Not only had the southern continent returned to the prosperous state of spiritual energy it enjoyed a millennium ago, but it had also ascended to a higher plane. Before long, the southern continent would transform into a land of abundance. Furthermore, once Xianming elevated the martial foundations of the divine Xian dynasty to a certain level, the southern continent would become a sacred domain for martial deities and demons, a place where myriad gods would converge and countless tribes would offer their homage. Xuan Ming's gaze shifted away from the transformation of the southern continent, resting instead upon its vast expanse. The millennia of desolation in the southern continent stemmed from the wars between deities and demons, which had impeded martial development for ages. Now, I shall restore the spiritual veins of the southern continent, transforming it into a land of spiritual abundance, so that its people may soar like dragons. Xianming proclaimed while seated upon the dragon throne. Above the southern continent, as its inhabitants remained uncertain whether this upheaval was a blessing or a curse, the forces of heaven and earth began to surge, manifesting a majestic imperial figure seated upon a divine throne forged from golden dragons. Clad in imperial robes and crowned with a majestic diadem, the figure's visage was veiled by an ethereal aura, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a mythic emperor gazing down upon the mortal realm. Divine sounds resonated within the hearts of the southern continent's denizens, stirring tumultuous waves of emotion. This was the emperor, the ruler of the dynasty. Countless hearts trembled in acknowledgement. In the southern border prefecture, the farmer sage, deep in meditative practice, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing up at the imperial figure with pupils that contracted in astonishment. Upon the arrival of the mighty sword saint, the commander of the imperial guards under this era's emperor, he realized the extraordinary nature of this ruler. The subsequent arrival of 250 sacred beasts into the southern border further filled the farmer sage with trepidation. Despite the many uncertainties surrounding these events, there was no doubt that the foundation of this emperor was so formidable that even saints could not fathom it. The farmer sage, filled with immense curiosity, dared not venture beyond the southern border to investigate the emperor's true nature, aware that such an action could lead to his demise in an instant. The sudden upheaval in the southern continent and the revival of spiritual energy left all in a state of awe. In the first instance, The farmer sage immediately thought of the one who presides over the imperial capital. After all, the southern continent has always been this way for millennia. Whether the spiritual energy awakens early or late, it happens at a time when the heavens and earth begin to nurture it. If one were to claim that this bears no relation to the emperor, the farmer sage would find it utterly implausible. Now, with the manifesting silhouette of the emperor in the void and the resounding divine voice affirming his speculation, the truth becomes evident. Ching, I am here. A beautiful woman withdrew her gaze from the heavens, her expression tinged with unease. In the past, we hesitated, but now we must journey to the imperial capital. The farmer sage sighed and shook his head. Have you decided already? Indeed. The farmer sage inhaled deeply, nodding in affirmation. For months prior, they had keenly sensed an anomaly surrounding the death of the former emperor. As sages under the former emperor's command, they bore remnants of his influence. Following the announcement of his death, the means left upon them showed no signs of response, leading them to believe that the former emperor might be feigning death. Thus, they had once entertained the notion that the new emperor was merely a temporary appointee of the former emperor, awaiting his return from an unknown state to reclaim his throne. This belief had caused them to delay their allegiance to the new emperor. However, it appears they were mistaken. The capabilities of the new emperor were evidently beyond that of an ordinary mortal. Despite their lingering doubts, such as how the new emperor attained such power, the unfolding reality rendered their skepticism meaningless. They dared not delve deeper into the matter. Sometimes, feigning ignorance is far more prudent than appearing overly clever. As for the former emperor, they no longer wished to contemplate him. The methods left by the former emperor had led them to realize that he was merely human. The sacred beasts under the control of the new emperor could very well surpass 70 or 80 of the former emperor's prowess. In comparison, the new emperor was simply unparalleled. Yet, Ching's expression shifted subtly. Whether it was the sword sage, the 250 sacred beasts, or the current upheaval in the southern continent, the celestial shadow of the emperor all indicated that the divine Qian dynasty was no longer the same as they once perceived it. Since the ascension of the new emperor, an overwhelming array of formidable forces had emerged into the world. The once revered 7 sages of the southern continent now seemed insignificant in the face of these powers. Moreover, their delayed journey to the imperial capital after 4 months made their pilgrimage perilous. We are both sages, capable of sensing that the new emperor's words are not mere fabrications. Yet, the southern continent has languished in poverty for a millennium, its martial arts confined to the realm of mortals. Even if the heavens and earth were to revert to their state 1,000 years ago, or even stronger, allowing for the birth of gods and demons, the martial path of the southern continent lacks a road to transcendence into divinity or demonhood. The farmer sage shook his head. What do you mean? Ching sage's eyes narrowed slightly. As one of the original 7 sages of the southern continent, she was no fool. In an instant, they realized what the farmer sage intended to convey: the divine and demonic arts. Indeed, no matter how much the southern continent transforms, their chances of ascending to the realms of the divine and demonic remain exceedingly slim. They have been confined to a world devoid of such powers for far too long. Even if a path were to be opened for them, it would be exceedingly difficult to navigate the realm of divinity and demonhood. If they still had ample time, it would be of little consequence. However, having lingered in the sacred realm for so long, their lifespans have dwindled significantly. The new emperor, radiating such formidable power, must possess the means to break through to the divine and demonic realms. They have no alternative but to seek his guidance. Understanding this, they exchanged a glance, a flicker of determination igniting in their eyes. Outside the palace, the ministers, the minister of revenue, the minister of personnel, and the minister of war gathered together. With such a momentous upheaval occurring in the southern continent, news traveled swiftly through the communication talismans to reach them. It was impossible for them to remain unresponsive. They hastened to the palace at the first opportunity. Within their hearts, they understood that in the face of such events, it was imperative for the emperor to decide how to address the situation. After all, the resurgence of spiritual energy signifies a potential exponential increase in the number of martial artists in the southern continent, and the emergence of powerful warriors could lead to a significant outbreak of strength. Without a method of governance, stabilizing the imperial situation could prove exceedingly challenging. Yet now, they were suddenly struck by the sight of the imperial shadow in the sky. Their spirits jolted. Having served the emperor for so long, Even though this imperial apparition radiated overwhelming grandeur, how could they fail to recognize the imperial robes and crown? Undoubtedly, the figure in the sky was none other than the emperor residing in the palace. This revelation implied that the upheaval in the southern continent was orchestrated by none other than the emperor himself. The three ministers displayed an indescribable shock upon their faces. The transformation of the southern continent, the resurgence of spiritual energy, the metamorphosis into a land of fortune, elevating the imperial dynasty so that all its people become like dragons. Such methods, akin to those of celestial beings, were indeed the work of the emperor. Chapter 119. The terrifying alchemical ability, refining trillions of elixirs in a single day. The shock of the three ministers. In a fleeting moment, the three ministers stood frozen in place. It is essential to recognize the upheaval occurring in the southern continent. As hundreds of prefectures simultaneously reported celestial anomalies to them, their hearts were gripped by profound dread. The foremost thought echoing in their minds was that the upheaval in the southern continent was beyond human resistance. Moreover, the imperial capital served as a pivotal nexus for the resurgence of spiritual energy. The magnitude of their astonishment was immeasurable. Yet now, all of this was orchestrated by His Majesty. They could scarcely fathom the kind of power capable of stirring the entirety of the southern continent. Only the divine or demonic entities could possess such means. Li Yuanfang, the Minister of Personnel, murmured softly, "Divine or demonic," a term that had not crossed the southern continent for millennia. No one knew the extent of the powers of the divine or demonic. Yet now, he could conceive of no other force, aside from the divine, that could transform the vast expanse of the southern continent, spanning tens of thousands of miles. All three ministers were semi-saints. Li Yuanfang's whispered words were naturally overheard by the two ministers beside him, who trembled and gazed upward at the imperial visage, bowing deeply in reverence. "Your Majesty." The term divine or demonic was too shocking, rendering them momentarily incapable of calming their tumultuous hearts. Countless warriors had coveted this realm throughout the ages, and many had perished in despair as a result. The lengthy history had led them to believe that the divine or demonic was merely a legend. Yet now, the prowess of their sovereign illuminated the might of the divine or demonic, challenging their prior understanding. In the Xuan Palace, Xuan Ming sat regally upon the dragon throne, his gaze subtly shifting. Within his sight appeared an elderly figure clad in a Taoist robe, with silver hair. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." The silver-haired elder bowed deeply before Xuan Ming. "Ling Mu?" A hint of a smile graced Xuan Ming's face. Ling Mu's cultivation aside, his ancient, god-level alchemy skills were sufficient to rank him first in the Tianqi realm. Within the Tianqi realm, a god-level alchemist could elevate a god-level civilization within just a few millennia. Ling Mu, far surpassing a god-level alchemist, would undoubtedly usher in a transformative evolution for the Xinxian dynasty. The essence of the way of wood embodies the cycle of life. Xuan Ming regarded Ling Mu. Perceiving his path of cultivation, the way of wood, one of the 5 elemental origins. Even among myriad paths, it could rank within the top 100. This path is infused with vibrant vitality and complements the path of alchemy. It is no wonder he could forge ancient god-level alchemical techniques at the godly realm. Furthermore, Ling Mu had also traversed great distances within the realm of the soul. "Ling Mu, I have a question to pose to you." Xuan Ming contemplated before speaking slowly. "Your Majesty, please proceed." Ling Mu, draped in a cerulean robe, despite his advanced age and silver hair, emanated an aura filled with vitality. "With your alchemical skills, how long would it take to refine pills for mortals, earth gods, celestial gods, and ancient gods, disregarding the loss of materials?" Xuan Ming inquired directly. In response, I humbly report, "Your Majesty, that with my alchemical prowess, I can conjure mortal-grade pills instantaneously, regardless of their rank, producing millions simultaneously while ensuring their superior quality. As for earth god-grade pills, they involve the intricate workings of cosmic laws, making them somewhat more challenging. However, within a single day, I can refine several hundred earth god-grade pills, also guaranteeing their superior quality. The yield of celestial god-grade pills is even scarcer, with only a few dozen produced daily, yet their quality remains assuredly high. Regarding ancient god-grade pills, which transcend the primal essence, I would require a year to concoct a single batch, and even then, quality cannot be guaranteed, Lingmu stated thoughtfully. The art of alchemy greatly emphasizes the spiritual essence of the alchemist. Although Lingmu resides within the realm of celestial gods, his spiritual power has already reached that of an ancient god, the most formidable beings in this realm. Mortal-grade pills can be formed in an instant. However, pills within the realms of deities and demons are governed by the forces of law. Even ancient god-level alchemists cannot surpass the world's regulations to produce them on a grand scale. Nevertheless, Lingmu's prowess remains exceptionally formidable. Mortal-grade pills can be refined in the blink of an eye, totaling millions. Xuan Ming inhaled deeply. Indeed, ancient god-level alchemists are exceedingly powerful. The term instant here does not equate to a mere day. If Lingmu were to dedicate an entire day to refining such pills, the quantity would likely exceed trillions. Even if the citizens of the Xinxian dynasty were all mediocre, as long as they survived the consumption, they could collectively reach the holy realm. Alas, while ideals are grand, reality is often stark. The medicinal reserves accumulated by the Xinxian dynasty over a millennium may scarcely suffice for a few of Lingmu's thoughts, let alone an entire day of production. Furthermore, the subsequent pills from the realms of deities and demons astonished Xuan Ming. It is recorded in the chronicles of the Hongyu celestial god's legacy that even the strongest local alchemist requires months, if not years, to refine a single celestial god-grade pill. Yet, Lingmu produces dozens within a day. It appears the Xinxian dynasty must intensify its efforts in gathering medicinal materials, Xuan Ming mused inwardly. While a proficient alchemist is now at hand, the raw materials are woefully insufficient. This is simply untenable. The outer worlds once ruled by the Tian and Demon domain have not been accessed for a millennium, likely harboring numerous herbs and perhaps even divine medicines. Now, with the Sword Saint and the Nameless One ascending to the realms of deities and demons, it presents an opportunity to initiate conflict beyond their domain. Additionally, the Qing domain, with a legacy spanning 30 millennia, must possess a significant stockpile of medicinal materials. Thus, it would be prudent to acquire them, along with those from the surrounding civilizations of the Qing domain. Xuan Ming contemplated while stroking his chin. In an instant, Xuan Ming devised various methods to gather medicinal herbs. Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of War, and the Minister of Personnel seek an audience, reported the palace guard cautiously. Let them enter, Xuan Ming replied, mildly surprised, yet quickly deducing their intent. As the three high-ranking officials of the court, their presence was inevitable given the significant upheaval in the southern region. The multitude of memorials from across the empire must surely have piled up like a mountain. The palace guard withdrew, and soon the figures of the three ministers appeared in the Xianhuang Hall. They collectively noticed the presence of the spirit wood, their expressions revealing astonishment. The vitality emanating from the spirit wood was unlike anything they had ever witnessed, coupled with an almost imperceptible yet terrifying aura of power. This silver-haired elder was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Could it be that he was a member of the mysterious organization under the emperor's control? A tremor ran through the hearts of the three ministers. Naturally, following the discovery of civilization in the regions north of Kaiyang County, they, along with other court officials, realized that the emperor wielded a formidable force behind the scenes. Although they dared not investigate further, the orders issued by the emperor in recent days, along with certain memorials from various territories, had led the ministers to vaguely identify a few locations of interest. One was the forest of Tianlu, and the other was Bianlong County. These two locations were undoubtedly inhabited by individuals of unimaginable power. Prior to this, they had uncovered that numerous ferocious beasts had sought to invade southern continent from the surrounding areas of the Wanyao mountain range. However, disturbances had only been reported from Kaiyang in the North Su prefecture and Nanzhao in the southern frontier. Meanwhile, both the forest of Tianlu and Bianlong County had remained untouched by chaos. According to the memorials submitted by the local governors, it appeared that the ferocious beasts in those regions were somehow deterred by an unseen force, remaining confined within the mountains and forests, leading them to realize that something immensely powerful must exist in those areas. As for what that might be, their observations over time had made it abundantly clear. Behind the tranquility of these two regions undoubtedly lay the emperor's influence. And now, upon witnessing the spirit wood, they instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. Chapter 120, Establishment of the Dan Shrine and the Evaluation of the Three Ministers. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty." The three ministers withdrew their thoughts from Lingmu, inhaling deeply before bowing respectfully. "Please rise," Xuan Ming said softly. "Thank you, your majesty," the three ministers replied as they stood. As soon as they rose, the Minister of Revenue immediately reported, "Your Majesty, the 5 prefectures of the dynasty have received petitions from various regions, claiming that numerous counties have exhibited extraordinary thunderous phenomena. Following a spiritual rain, an aura of ethereality enveloped the land, and in certain areas, miraculous mist has appeared, astonishing the populace. In the wake of the spiritual rain, unusual occurrences have been reported across various locales, with over half of the martial artists, previously ensnared in stagnation, breaking through to new realms. Furthermore, some elderly citizens, rejuvenated by the essence of the spiritual rain, have regained their vitality. Many common folk have reported that their better-than uncles, after the spiritual rain, have suddenly vanished, exhibiting extraordinary agility." The Minister of Revenue relayed all the reports from the provinces. They were already aware through the celestial imperial shadow that the anomalies in the southern continent were orchestrated by your majesty. Hence, they were compelled, as ministers of the dynasty, to fulfill their duties and inform your majesty of the changes across the various prefectures, allowing you a clear grasp of the state of affairs throughout the realm. Your majesty, with the resurgence of spiritual energy in the southern continent, the number of martial artists is bound to increase. Although the local governments have managed to maintain order thus far, over time, unrest is inevitable. It is crucial to preemptively suppress any potentially turbulent forces within the martial world, the Minister of War reported. Your Majesty, the Minister of Personnel began to report. Xuan Ming sat upon the dragon throne, silently absorbing their words. "I have already contemplated the matters you have raised. Since the number of martial artists is set to rise with the revival of spiritual energy in the southern continent, we shall first enhance the strength of the court and local governments to stabilize the realm. As for the method of enhancement, we shall add 2 items to the stipends of the court officials, local magistrates, and military generals. The first item will be the allocation of elixirs tailored to the realm of those under the dynasty's jurisdiction, designated at a monthly quota of 10 each. The second item will involve the unified distribution of a technique known as the Earthly Yuan Demon Art." Xuan Ming pondered briefly before issuing his command. The revival of spiritual energy in the southern continent marked the initial step in his grand plan to elevate the martial arts across the dynasty. He believed that not enhancing the foundational strength of the court officials beforehand was not an issue. Prior to the revival of spiritual energy, the strength of local governments across the dynasty was commendable. This enhancement of the southern continent's spiritual quality merely elevated it several tiers above its previous state. Essentially, the gap between the court officials and the forces of the martial world remained, albeit the pace of bridging that gap may quicken slightly. Yet, this expedited progress was predicated on Xuan Ming refraining from intervening in local transformations. Now, the enhancement of official stipends was set in motion. Whether it is the monthly allocation of 10 corresponding elixirs or the Earthly Yuan Divine Demon technique, both serve as a cheat code that places official personnel ahead of the martial forces in the realm, even allowing them to overtake in certain regions. The Earthly Yuan Divine Demon technique, obtained through the lifelong legacy of the celestial god of the universe, represents a consummate level of mastery within the earthly god realm. This is several tiers superior to the civilian martial arts scriptures that are currently being prepared for universal distribution. Even when the martial arts scriptures are disseminated throughout the imperial territories, the benefits afforded to official personnel will far surpass those of the common folk. Consequently, this may entice some martial practitioners among the populace to willingly join the ranks of the imperial bureaucracy or to enlist in the military. The 3 ministers exchanged glances, their pupils contracting slightly. The words of Xuan Ming sent a tremor through their hearts. The second item, the Earthly Yuan Divine Demon technique, was evidently a divine-grade technique. Although they were astonished, they understood that since His Majesty had spoken, it must be feasible to procure it. However, the first item, the monthly increase of 10 corresponding cultivation elixirs for official personnel, caused their brows to furrow in concern. It is imperative to note that the imperial alchemical industry is not particularly advanced. The combined annual output of elixirs from both civilian and imperial alchemists barely reaches 10 to 20 million. While this may seem substantial when viewed over the course of a year, It pales in comparison to the proposed monthly allocation of 10 elixirs per individual. The entire empire, despite suffering great losses during the beast calamity a century prior, still boasts a population of 2 to 3 billion. Among these, approximately several million are official personnel, not to mention the considerable number of military forces and generals. Even if one were to distribute the entire annual supply of elixirs to these individuals for a single month, it would prove insufficient. Furthermore, the varying levels of cultivation, from acquired to innate and even semi-holy, must be considered. Should this imperial welfare policy for officials be implemented, it would not take long for the entire empire to find itself in financial ruin, hindering its development. If subsequent support fails to materialize, the officials may not immediately react. However, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the emperor's prestige and the authority of the court. Your Majesty, regarding this matter of elixirs, the Minister of Revenue pondered for a long while, unable to fathom how the emperor intended to manage this situation, and could not help but voice his doubts. It is only natural that you, well-versed in the various sectors of the empire, would have reservations about what I have stated, Xuan Ming acknowledged. In the past, the Xinyuan Empire was weak in its foundations, with many areas lacking the capacity to support reform, such as the alchemical industry. Alchemists are a rare breed in the entire celestial void realm, let alone within the Xinyuan Empire. However, the situation is different now. The Xinyuan Empire has acquired an ancient god-level alchemist, a force that cannot be rivaled even by the combined might of the alchemical arts in the celestial void realm. Ministers of Revenue, personnel, and military, heed my command. Xuan Ming spoke slowly. We humbly accept the decree. The three ministers felt a sense of trepidation and promptly bowed in reverence. The emperor's sudden emphasis on this matter undoubtedly signaled the announcement of something of great importance. I fear this pertains to the recent decree. The three ministers harbored a subtle suspicion in their hearts. Today, I have resolved to establish the Danshan Hall outside the three departments of the court, which will oversee the imperial alchemists directly under my command. The master of the Danshan Hall shall be the esteemed Lingmu beside you. You three ministers must cooperate with him diligently, leaving no room for error. Xuan Ming proclaimed the edict. Yes, we humbly accept the decree. The three ministers replied respectfully. Their hearts trembled with emotion. Although they had their suspicions, they had not anticipated that the imperial edict would involve this elder, whom they believed to be associated with the emperor's enigmatic organization. The master of the Danshan Hall, overseeing the imperial alchemists directly under the emperor. The ministers gasped in astonishment. Such honor is seldom witnessed. Yet, they were even more concerned about the implications of the emperor placing this individual within the court. Did this mean that the mysterious organization under the emperor's control would be infiltrated into the court? If that were the case, considering the influence of those individuals, the three ministers felt an inexplicable pressure. In their journey here, they had indeed contemplated several strategies to stabilize the court's situation following the resurgence of spiritual energy, and they were prepared to report these to the emperor. However, the emperor's decree extinguished their intentions. The emperor does not jest. It was evident that the emperor was quite confident in this matter. The methods they proposed paled in comparison to the emperor's command, lacking both effectiveness and efficiency. As ministers of the court, having served the Xinxian Empire diligently for many years, the elevation of the court's officials' cultivation begins with you. This is a superior quality Xingyi pill with potent effects. After consuming it, you are certain to experience a breakthrough in your cultivation. Xuan Ming presented 3 jade vials, each containing a Xingyi pill. The 3 ministers, having accumulated their cultivation over the years, would undoubtedly break through to the sacred realm with the powerful effects of these superior pills. Before the ministers could express their astonishment, Xuan Ming continued. Once you achieve the sacred realm, I shall entrust you with a task. Your ability to accomplish it will depend on your individual capabilities. The future of the Xinxian Empire will gradually progress. The 3 ministers, having led the court for many years, had demonstrated their competence. As of now, Xuan Ming had no other capable civil servants under his command, so it was natural to consider reappointing the 3 of them. However, the forthcoming development of the empire would not be confined to the southern regions alone. Whether they would receive further responsibilities would inevitably require assessment. Upon hearing this, the 3 ministers felt a sudden chill within their hearts. Chapter 121. Sign in. 3,000 perfected martial artists of the human race outside the imperial palace. The three ministers emerged from the Xianhuang Hall. Though they possessed the esteemed holy intent pills, capable of elevating a seasoned half-saint to the sacred realm, their hearts were beset by another matter. An assessment? Indeed, an assessment. First, they had installed Master Lingmu within the court, establishing the Pill God Temple outside the three ministries. Now, the issuance of holy intent pills indicated that we were to undergo evaluations upon our ascension to the sacred realm. The emperor's intentions were unmistakably clear. Minister of Personnel, Li Yuanfang murmured softly, his expression laden with concern. Since time immemorial, serving a sovereign has been akin to accompanying a tiger. The emperor, as the sovereign of the southern continent, holds the fate of countless lives in his hands. As ministers, they too are within the grasp of this power. Throughout history, innumerable officials have misinterpreted the emperor's will, leading to a tumultuous career, or worse, demotion. Having served in office for many years, their ascent to the esteemed ranks of the court was not merely due to their own capabilities, but also their adeptness at discerning the holy intent. Many have gleaned the meanings embedded within the emperor's decrees, striving to deduce the outcomes he desires, the processes he wishes to see, and even anticipating his subsequent strategies. In summary, those in power must not only fulfill the emperor's commands effectively, but also ensure his satisfaction. Otherwise, any misstep could jeopardize their careers, which would be a mere trifle. Under ordinary circumstances, the emperor bestowing such a precious treasure would undoubtedly elicit immense excitement and exhilaration among them. For the emperor's willingness to permit their ascension to the sacred realm signifies his intention to place them in high regard. Yet, the mention of an assessment in the emperor's proclamation added a layer of intrigue. There was no doubt that the emperor indeed intended to promote them. However, this promotion hinged upon their successful evaluation. What manner of assessment could necessitate their ascension to the sacred realm for participation? It is crucial to recognize that, despite the resurgence of spiritual energy in the southern continent, a half-saint remains a formidable figure, capable of self-preservation without difficulty, especially for these seasoned half-saints. Even those who have not reached the pinnacle of half-saints are nearly there. If the assessment were to take place within the southern continent, they believe their abilities would suffice. However, the holy intent pills in their possession suggested otherwise. Furthermore, considering the emperor's control over a mysterious force distinct from the court, they suddenly realized that this so-called assessment was likely connected to this enigmatic power. The location of the evaluation might not even be in the southern continent, but rather in territories that this mysterious force has extended into or invaded, such as the civilized lands beyond the 4,000 li official road of Kaiyang County. Only assessments of such magnitude would require them to attain the sacred realm to proceed. Otherwise, their status as half-saints would not only undermine the imperial authority, but could also lead to unforeseen calamities, endangering their very existence. Indeed, this presents a tremendous opportunity for us, Li Yuanfang murmured slowly, fully aware of the significance of the moment. Lin Fangyuan and Li Batian inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. The mysterious force under the emperor's control had always been shrouded in enigma from the perspective of the court and the populace of Nanzhou, evoking a sense of inexplicable dread among all. After all, the deeds they had revealed only underscored the terrifying nature of this organization. However, it was evident that the emperor's assessment was intricately linked to this power. Should they withstand the evaluation, it would not only signify their potential integration, but also grant them access to the core circle under the current sovereign, liberating them from the confines of mere observation. This was an immeasurable advantage for them. In the Xianhuang Hall, after the departure of the three ministers, Xuan Ming dismissed Lingmu and gradually reclined upon the dragon throne. "Let us commence the sign-in system," he instructed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Ding. Signing in process initiated. Sign-in complete. Congratulations, host. Sign-in reward. 3,000 fully realized martial artists of the human race. The system's notification echoed in the air. Xuan Ming's pupils involuntarily constricted. 3,000 perfected saints? This sign-in outcome was rather unexpected. Considering Xuan Ming's current perspective, it was challenging to astonish him unless it pertained to divine or demonic entities. Yet, these 3,000 perfected saints were different. In terms of combat prowess, they might not pose a significant threat to a celestial being or even a terrestrial deity. However, within the realms of the divine Xian dynasty, there was an urgent need for saints to stimulate internal development, whether across various provincial academies or in other matters. The arrival of these formidable saints was impeccably timed. The presence of 3,000 perfected saints would alleviate a considerable amount of Xuan Ming's burdens. After all, cultivating semi-saints might be a trivial endeavor for him, yet achieving the saintly realm was the ultimate threshold for mortals bordering on the divine and demonic, without innate talent. Breakthroughs were immensely challenging. Even if he desired to nurture them, it would require substantial time and effort, which could not match the sheer quantity of this occasion. Enhancing the cultivation of the dynasty's administrative personnel would necessitate time. During this period, across the 572 counties of the dynasty, a perfected martial artist could be stationed in each county. The remaining perfected saints could be allocated to provincial academies, with each academy potentially hosting 10 to 100 perfected mentors. Additionally, some could be assigned to bolster the imperial guard, augmenting this previously premier military force of the dynasty, while some could be distributed among second-line military corps. Once the medicinal pills and techniques were disseminated, guided by saints, their strength would rapidly ascend. Despite the considerable number of 3,000 perfected saints within the vast expanse of the dynasty, their allocation was swiftly orchestrated by Xuan Ming. However, Xuan Ming refrained from placing saints in academies beneath the provincial level. For one, if he were to do so, it would significantly reduce the number of saints allocated to other areas. Moreover, rarity enhances value. Should both the county and district academies possess saints, many students therein might not aspire to further ascend, seeking superior resources and education in martial arts. As Xuan Ming pondered, the void before him suddenly coalesced, revealing a pale blue card. 3,000 complete Saint Realm storage card. Usable. Upon usage, it will instantly summon 3,000 subordinates of the complete Saint Realm. Note: the characters obtained from the system's sign-in possess commendable realms and talents in their original world. These martial artists, with appropriate guidance, have a chance to evolve into divine demons. However, they are generally inferior to those summoned through the summoning function, as those divine demons exist at the pinnacle of the world, and apart from their realms, they are also revered as deities among the beings of their original world. A delicate inscription appeared on the pale blue card, which gently descended into Xuan Ming's palm. With a flicker of thought, he activated the card. Instantly, a hexagram array materialized within the Xianhuang Palace. 3,000 complete Saint Realm beings emerged. Chapter 122. The arrangement of 3,000 saints completed. The transition of dynasties within the Xianhuang Palace. There exists a realm governed by unique spatial laws. From an external perspective, it appears unremarkable. However, internally, since Xuan Ming ascended to the celestial domain, it has subtly transformed into a distinct space. The arrival of 3,000 perfected martial artists from the human race within the palace does not induce any sense of crowding. Xuan Ming's spiritual awareness swept across the 3,000 saints, taking a moment to survey them before nodding in quiet approval. As indicated by the system, each individual has attained the pinnacle of the sacred realm, each honing their sacred intent with remarkable individualism, be it sword intent, spear intent, weapon intent, or alchemical intent. They are all well versed in the diverse paths of the world. Regrettably, neither the imperial world nor the Xianhuang dynasty possesses any divine-grade medicinal herbs at this juncture. Xuan Ming's gaze sharpened slightly. Both regions had previously only existed at the mortal realm level. Although records of divine herbs exist within their respective histories, they have never materialized. Had Xuan Ming possessed such divine herbs, he could have entrusted them to the spirit wood for the crafting of divine elixirs. The 3,000 perfected saints before him might have the potential to become divine beings. Nevertheless, the Xianhuang dynasty has only just embarked on its rapid development phase, with many resources still unattainable. The capital of the Xianhuang dynasty serves as a confluence of myriad schools of thought and trades, making it the most intricate city within the entire dynasty. While divine beings may oversee the capital, they cannot intervene in every matter. You 200 shall take charge of the capital's guard forces, responsible for maintaining order within the city, Xuan Ming declared, selecting 200 individuals. The 200 perfected martial artists bowed deeply in response. I established the Dan God Pavilion to oversee the alchemical industry of the dynasty. All alchemical saints shall automatically belong to it. No sooner had he spoken than several perfected martial artists, versed in alchemical intent, stepped forward to pay their respects. As spiritual energy revitalizes in the southern continent, the region lacks martial experts to maintain order. You 572 individuals shall bear my decree and proceed to the Ministry of Personnel to temporarily oversee the various prefectures of the dynasty. Moreover, take this opportunity to impose a temporary lockdown on each prefecture, conducting a thorough investigation into any potential criminal activities by the various factions. Those found in violation of the dynasty's laws shall be dealt with immediately. Once all is purged, the prefectures shall be reopened. Xuan Ming selected 572 individuals, preparing to assign them to oversee the 572 prefectures of the dynasty while simultaneously conducting a thorough cleansing. I hereby establish a martial arts academy, temporarily situated within the 5 prefectures of the southern continent. The 5 major prefectural academies require 250 instructors. Xuan Ming's gaze swept across the 250 individuals, including recently appointed alchemical saints from the Dangod Pavilion and others yet to be assigned. Given that it is an academy, each must possess varied expertise to cultivate well-rounded talents. Alchemical saints, in addition to their affiliation with the Dangod Pavilion, should also serve as instructors within the academy, fostering local alchemists and enhancing the dynasty's alchemical industry. In various borderlands and distant realms, there exists a pressing need for manpower. Xuan Ming sat majestically upon the dragon throne, overseeing the allocation of 3,000 martial arts experts, each designated to different sectors of the empire. With a grand gesture, he commanded their departure from the Xianhuang Hall. In the training grounds of the Imperial Guard, Commander Xuan Ming bellowed for a breakthrough. Suddenly, his body trembled as a substantial amount of spiritual energy converged in the air, which he absorbed into himself. His aura visibly surged, ascending until he reached the pinnacle of the half-saint realm before finally pausing. I have finally attained this level. In the South Continent, where spiritual energy had rejuvenated, the capital city was awash with vitality. Empowered by this influx of energy, he shattered his previous limitations, achieving the coveted half-saint completion. Yet, despite this long-desired breakthrough, Xuan Ming felt little exhilaration. He had witnessed the imposing figure of the emperor looming over the South Continent, undoubtedly linked to the one who resided deep within the palace. He could hardly fathom the level of power capable of reshaping the entire realm, with mere residual waves granting him a leap in strength. The emperor's realm was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Xuan Ming sighed deeply, feeling as if he had aged a decade in an instant, drained of all strength. The Imperial Guard stood sentinel over the capital, ensuring its stability. Although the position of commander was not as esteemed as that of the supreme commander of the Imperial Guards, it was still significant, reserved for those trusted by the emperor. As a seasoned minister under the previous sovereign, Xuan Ming was acutely aware that he would eventually be replaced, now that the emperor wielded control over the South Continent. Hastening the revival of spiritual energy and producing individuals like him, it was only a matter of time before someone would take his place. As he gazed towards the palace, lost in myriad thoughts, a soldier from the Imperial Guard entered. "Commander, there are 200 saints bearing the emperor's edict to take command of the Imperial Guard." What? Upon hearing this, Xuan Ming's pupils constricted. In the Ministry of Personnel, as saints distributed the recommendations from the ministry to various prefectures of the empire, officials who were aware of the situation displayed expressions of shock. Although the emperor was an unfathomable force who had stimulated the revival of spiritual energy and ushered in an era of martial prowess, a single saint remained a divine figure across the empire, coupled with the emperor's decree to cleanse the realm. It was likely that the appointment of these saints would incite significant upheaval and transformation within the empire. In no time, these saints, equipped with perfected cultivation, hastened to the various prefectures, armed with recommendation letters from the ministry and imperial edicts, swiftly acquiring enforcement powers from the local authorities. They temporarily imposed restrictions across the prefectures, initiating an internal purge. As time flowed onward, a palpable atmosphere of awe gradually enveloped the entire divine Xian Empire. The source of this profound shock undoubtedly stems from the 572 revered saints dispatched by Xuan Ming. Initially, this astonishment lingered within the confines of various prefectures. Yet as the thorough investigations concluded and trade routes gradually reopened, news of the imperial court's assignment of a saint began to circulate throughout the dynasty. In an instant, the entire realm was engulfed in awe. "My lord, Although our joyful sect is the most significant force in the Jianghu of Yuanyang Prefecture, we have always engaged in modest enterprises, adhering strictly to the laws of the dynasty and never daring to contravene them. The joyful sect, the preeminent power of Yuanyang Prefecture, has its leader who, over a decade ago, achieved a breakthrough to the realm of semi-saint, not only in Yuanyang Prefecture, but throughout the entire Tongyuan Prefecture. He is considered an eminent figure. Yet now, this leader finds himself bending cautiously before a middle-aged man, respectfully discussing the affairs of the joyful sect. The sacred aura emanating from the middle-aged man sends tremors through the heart of the sect leader, simultaneously weighing heavily upon his spirit. The presence of this saint essentially confirms the veracity of the recent news disseminated by the imperial court. He cannot fathom how the dynasty managed to summon such a multitude of saints in one fell swoop. Yet the reality stands irrefutable. No amount of skepticism or doubt can alter this fact. As for speculating on the origins of these saints, it is widely believed that the recent revelation of the emperor's divine shadow in the southern continent is inextricably linked to this matter. Updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 123. The Minister of War awaiting judgment. The demeanor of the sect master of the joyful sect was humbly submissive to an extreme degree. Yet, the eminent sage dispatched by the court remained indifferent, leisurely strolling along the path of the joyful sect with hands clasped behind his back, uttering not a single word. The silence enveloping the scene instilled a sense of dread within the sect master. Just as the sect master was consumed by anxiety, a government official from Yuanyang County hastily approached the middle-aged sage. Your Excellency, the accounts of the joyful sect and its internal affairs have been meticulously examined, and no issues have been uncovered. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged sage cast a sidelong glance at the sect master, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. As the largest martial force in Yuanyang County, the joyful sect permeated the economic landscape, controlling a substantial portion of the county's economic lifeblood. Consequently, when the middle-aged sage first arrived in Yuanyang, he refrained from immediate action against them, opting instead to target smaller factions for preliminary investigations. After dismantling several unlawful groups, he was poised to confront the most significant challenge, the joyful sect. In his estimation, the sect had likely engaged in numerous clandestine dealings to attain its current stature. However, the findings thus far had left him somewhat taken aback. Is it truly the case that your joyful sect has not engaged in any illicit activities? The middle-aged sage inquired, his piercing gaze imbued with an air of authority that sent shivers down the sect master's spine. It seemed he harbored great expectations for the joyful sect to reveal some nefarious deeds. My lord, while our joyful sect boasts profound heritage, our primary business revolves around the trade of pigs, sheep, ducks, chickens, and horses. At most, we have engaged in legitimate market practices such as price negotiation, all within the bounds set by the dynasty. We have never transgressed the law, the sect master, Lu Xingge, stammered, struggling to maintain his composure. The name of the joyful sect, though seemingly suggestive of dubious undertakings, was merely a tribute to its founder, Lu Huanxi. Furthermore, the core operations of the sect were fundamentally detached from any unlawful conduct. The current sect master was acutely aware of the perils of provoking the imperial authority, having witnessed the grim fate of a neighboring sect that, in its arrogance, concealed itself from official scrutiny. Within a day, blood flowed like rivers, with all involved either imprisoned or ruthlessly eliminated, a centuries-old sect reduced to ruins overnight. Thus, the sect master was paralyzed by fear, grateful that the joyful sect had consistently remained loyal to the dynasty. Had it been otherwise, the fate that befell that neighboring sect would surely have been his own. The middle-aged sage surveyed the sect master with a slight shift in his gaze. Just moments ago, he exerted his formidable presence. If the joyful sect were indeed guilty of any nefarious deeds, the sect leader would undoubtedly betray a hint of unease in his demeanor. Yet, the joyful sect displayed no such signs, which astonished the middle-aged sage. In the world of martial arts, it is rare for a sect of the joyful sect's stature to remain untainted by crime. The middle-aged sage nodded slightly and subsequently departed from the joyful sect. Upon the sage's departure, the sect leader of the joyful sect let out a heavy sigh of relief. He issued a decree that any malevolent acts previously uncommitted must never be undertaken in the future. Moreover, the joyful sect would henceforth adhere closely to the edicts of the government. Whatever the authorities commanded, they would comply without the slightest hint of resistance. Any member who defied these directives would be reported directly to the authorities, with the sect leader personally ensuring their incarceration. The sect leader gathered the members of the joyful sect and instructed them accordingly. In light of the recent appointment of numerous sages by the dynasty across various prefectures, the entire realm was in a state of upheaval. Reports of the annihilation of various sects had instilled widespread trepidation. Clearly, this was a significant governmental initiative to regulate the martial world, potentially reflecting the will of the royal palace. This time, the joyful sect had narrowly escaped disaster by adhering to the law. But what of the next occasion? Regardless, the joyful sect must refrain from any actions that contravene the imperial regulations. More critically, the sect leader perceived an opportunity amidst this turmoil. Evidently, since the resurgence of spiritual energy in the southern regions, the dynasty had embarked upon an authentic era of martial advancement. Even he, a martial artist who had achieved semi-saint status over a decade ago, sensed a faint possibility of further breakthroughs after the resurgence. What of the others? Furthermore, could the emperor be orchestrating other significant initiatives that would lead the divine Qian dynasty to unprecedented progress not witnessed in a millennium? As subjects of the dynasty, if this were indeed the case, the joyful sect would undoubtedly reap numerous benefits. Thus, the sect leader resolved to align closely with the government's directives. As time passed, more than 10 days slipped by. The incidents across various regions gradually subsided. However, the repercussions of these events would linger for a considerable time. The Minister of War, a martial prodigy under the previous emperor, received the emperor's sacred intent elixir and immediately retreated for seclusion. Half a month later, he successfully broke through to the sacred realm, attaining the status of a martial sage. Yet, instead of elation, the newly ascended sage felt an immense weight of pressure. He had become acutely aware of the recent disturbances throughout the dynasty, which sent shivers down his spine. It is essential to recognize that these were sages. During the previous emperor's reign, there had only been 7 throughout the entire southern region. Now, however, martial sages appeared to be as commonplace as cabbages, scattered throughout the entire dynasty. In contemporary times, the Minister of War finds himself akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, utterly astonished by the occurrences within the imperial court. After a considerable pause, he eventually emerges from his state of shock, taking a deep breath as he adjusts his attire and proceeds towards the royal palace. He remains oblivious to the nature of the trial set forth by His Majesty. Yet it is evident that it is far from a trivial matter. He must muster all his focus. With trepidation, the Minister of War arrives at the palace. Upon receiving the emperor's permission, he steps into the Xianhuang Hall. After exchanging courtesies, he anticipated that the emperor would promptly initiate the trial. To his surprise, he is merely instructed to hold a decree from the emperor and wait at a post station in the capital. What could this trial arranged by His Majesty entail? The Minister of War is somewhat bewildered, still unable to fathom the nature of the trial that has been set for him. Nor can he speculate on the identity of the individual who will soon arrive at the post station. He swallows hard, pondering silently. The emperor has commanded that someone will accompany him to the trial location and be responsible for documenting certain aspects of his assessment. Thus, the Minister of War is quite curious about this individual, just as he anxiously awaits. An elderly man clad in a coarse robe with a long sword at his waist slowly enters the post station. Chapter 124 In the Hands of His Majesty. There are likely at least 4 deities and demons. The nameless commander? The Minister of War appeared momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the individual assigned by His Majesty to evaluate him would be the commander of the Imperial Guards, who stood so close to the emperor. As one of the 3 ministers, the identity of the nameless figure was shrouded in mystery to the outside world, yet he was somewhat aware of certain truths. It seemed that this trial was indeed connected to the enigmatic force under the emperor's command. The Minister of War understood the implications. Previously, there had been no information regarding the Nameless One or the Sword Saint, yet after the ascension of the emperor, these 2 figures seemingly emerged from thin air, swiftly becoming the commanders of the Imperial Guards and trusted confidants of the emperor. This had left the Minister of War and his peers in utter confusion. However, upon realizing that the emperor wielded yet another organizational power, they began to comprehend that both the Sword Saint and the Nameless One were likely members of that mysterious organization. Now that His Majesty had appointed the Nameless One to lead him to the trial site and oversee all assessment matters, It aligned perfectly with their earlier speculations. "Minister, let us depart," the Nameless One remarked with a fleeting glance towards the Minister of War. The ascension to the realm of deities and demons had been remarkably smooth. Yet mastering the powers of such beings required a period of adaptation. Thus, following his breakthrough into the Earth deity realm, both the Nameless One and the Sword Saint had been diligently consolidating their levels. This time, they had only emerged from seclusion due to a command from His Majesty. "Commander, please," the Minister of War said with utmost reverence. Although the commander of the Imperial Guards held a position solely within the palace's internal affairs, far beneath the status of the three ministers, the Minister of War still felt compelled to address him with the title of commander, not daring to be dismissive. For the commander was a trusted confidant of the Emperor, which, in itself, conferred a level of status that surpassed his own. Moreover, the Nameless One had come bearing the Emperor's decree. The Nameless One nodded slightly, raising his hand. Suddenly, a beam of sword light emanated from his palm. In the next moment, the Minister of War felt his body become remarkably buoyant. A tremendous force propelled him into the sky, heading towards the western regions of the Empire. "What is this?" The Minister of War stood upon the sword light, secretly astonished. Though he had also attained the Saint Realm and could fly, he was nowhere near as effortless as the Nameless One. Furthermore, the power contained within this sword light sent a shiver of trepidation through his newly attained saintly being. The strength of this nameless commander had likely reached the realm of deities and demons. As he gazed at the Nameless One soaring ahead upon the sword, the Minister of War felt a tremor in his spirit. The forest of Tianlu, located in the border region. The two formidable beings stationed there were suspected to be deities and demons. Otherwise, how could they possibly control sacred beasts and thwart the incursions of ferocious creatures from the Myriad Beasts mountain range? Saints did not possess such power. The mere presence of these two individuals is enough to leave countless onlookers in awe. The Minister of War initially believed that this was the pinnacle of the mysterious power under the Emperor's command. After all, for a millennium, the imperial records regarding divine beings and demons had been utterly vacant. The Emperor's ability to control two such entities surpassed that of all preceding sovereigns by an unfathomable degree. However, the minister had not anticipated that even the commander of the Imperial Guard, who stood by the Emperor's side, possessed the strength of a divine being. Moreover, the enigmatic figure known as Xuan Ming also exhibited such prowess. Thus, it stands to reason that the other commander of the Imperial Guard likely shared the same formidable abilities. In total, the Emperor's known divine beings already numbered 4, at the very least. This realization sent a reverberation of astonishment through the minister's mind. Saints can sustain the glory of an empire for centuries. How much more so could beings far superior to them? The mere presence of these 4 divine entities could ensure the dynasty's legacy for millennia. Coupled with the unfathomable power of the Emperor, the minister's astonishment deepened exponentially. "Commander, are we heading to the Myriad Beasts mountain range?" After a period of flight, the minister discerned that their destination lay not within the southern continent, but rather in the perilous Myriad Beasts mountain range beyond it. Indeed, Xuan Ming affirmed with a nod. As soon as Xuan Ming's words fell, the minister's heart skipped a beat. The Myriad Beasts mountain range was notorious for its ferocious beasts, a territory that had long been a forbidden zone for the human race of the dynasty. Even the previous sovereign had suffered defeat within its confines. Yet now, he could soar confidently alongside Xuan Ming within this treacherous realm. The vast disparity in their circumstances left the minister silently astounded. Could it be that the Emperor's trial was somehow related to the ferocious beasts of the Myriad Beasts mountain range? As the minister followed Xuan Ming into the area of the mountain range, his spirit was set ablaze with anticipation. "We should be nearing our destination," Xuan Ming observed, surveying the expanse of the Myriad Beasts mountain range beneath them. The location he intended to take the minister was the territory of the demonic divine ape, a spatial passage connecting the outer realm to the southern demon domain. With the arrival of the spiritual wood, the dynasty found itself increasingly bereft of resources, necessitating the initiation of external conflicts. Among the targets of the dynasty was indeed the outer realm. The minister's trial revolved around this very realm. Xuan Ming sought to ascertain how the minister would mobilize his forces amidst the competition of diverse races from beyond their world to secure victory. As the future of the Xianxian dynasty unfolds, it will inevitably engage with a myriad of civilizations and races, some of which may clash with the dynasty, potentially leading to civilizational wars. Within the management of internal affairs in the southern continent, the minister's capabilities were more than sufficient, maintaining order within the military and the various armies. But what of external matters? Should the minister exhibit his prowess in external conflicts? Xuan Ming would surely place great trust in him. Conversely, if, in the face of external warfare, the minister failed to leverage his abilities, instead, it is the unfamiliar environment and the terrifying foreign races that instill fear, rendering them incapable of combat. Naturally, Xuan Ming would not employ such individuals. Similarly, the other two ministers share this sentiment. The assessment criteria are intrinsically linked to civilizations beyond the southern continent. Only those who can maintain composure in the face of foreign encounters, engage in warfare, or conduct trade with the outside world are deemed worthy to serve as the grand ministers of the dynasty, capable of guiding the court and expediting the adaptation to the current upheaval, as well as managing external affairs. Conversely, those who falter become a liability. Of course, even the trials are grounded in real occurrences. Thus, Xuan Ming arranges divine guardians by their sides to ensure that their capabilities are tested while fulfilling his commands. The trial for the Minister of War involves following Wu Ming into the realm of the outer void. The combined strength of Wu Ming and the Minister of War alone proves insufficient. Participants in this endeavor, aside from Wu Ming, include the city god of Bianlong County and more than half of the Holy Realm legions. The city god, once removed from his territory, experiences a gradual decline in divine power. Should combat ensue, this power diminishes even more swiftly. Therefore, the support from the city god will not last long. It is also for this reason that Wu Ming possesses a formidable weapon imbued with Xuan Ming's power, allowing for a forceful breach of the realm should unforeseen circumstances arise, striking down adversaries from afar. Chapter 2, Chapter 125, Touching the Foreign Realm. The shock in the heart of the Minister of War before long. The Minister of War, accompanied by the enigmatic figure named Wu Ming, approached the territory of the demon god ape. From a distance, he observed a multitude of ferocious beasts densely inhabiting the mountains and valleys. Something was amiss. The condition of these beasts was peculiar. Initially astonished, the minister estimated that the number of these beasts was at least in the millions. With his keen perception, he discerned several among them to be of the divine beast caliber. Logically, given the diverse species and temperaments of these creatures, along with some being natural enemies, they should be scattered throughout the mountain ranges. Yet, they had congregated in such an uncanny manner. There must be a formidable force nearby exerting its influence over them. The minister speculated. Otherwise, the presence of these beasts could not be rationally explained. The sheer number rivaled that of the beast calamity from a century ago. It was likely that a god or demon resided in this vicinity. Here we are. The minister was still surveying the beasts when a sudden voice from Wu Ming reached his ears. He felt himself plummet rapidly, landing upon a flat expanse nestled between the mountains. "Commander, the legion is assembled and ready for action." As soon as he touched down, the minister had yet to regain his footing when he heard a robust voice that seemed to disrupt the sacred energy within his body, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was important to note that although he had just entered the sacred realm, he was still a formidable sacred realm warrior. Having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess among mortals, his vital energy exceedingly resilient. For an ordinary person, even a saint, not to mention the mere sound of a voice, even the release of pressure upon him could not disrupt the flow of his sacred energy. The minister lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice, spotting a man towering over him, who was cupping his hands in a gesture of respect to Wu Ming. The oppressive aura that disturbed the minister's sacred energy emanated from this individual. However, what captured the minister's attention was not merely this. The burly man was clad in a type of military armor, coupled with the mention of a legion that this man had just reported to Wu Ming. The minister gasped in astonishment, his body trembling. From the brief exchange between the formidable soldier and Wu Ming, the minister surmised that there was indeed an army present in this location. This revelation filled him with a sense of awe. The Wanyao mountain range, known for its treacherous terrain, and to his knowledge, no army recorded within the Ministry of War had ever reached this place. This implied that the army here likely belonged to one of the mysterious forces under the emperor's control. Having witnessed the astonishment of Wu Ming and others, the minister was no longer surprised by the army's ability to traverse the Wanyao mountain range or the prowess of this soldier. In his perspective, given that His Majesty wields powers of divine and demonic caliber, The emergence of a saint of the former emperor's level among his ranks is hardly surprising. Furthermore, during his seclusion, a plethora of saints had already manifested within the dynasty. The only source of his bewilderment and astonishment lies in the purpose of this army's appearance here. What trials did the Nameless One bring him? It is worth noting that when he previously arrived, the ferocious beasts in this area had likely already been subdued outside. Clearly, the objective of this army does not pertain to the beasts congregating within the Wan Yao mountain range. Yet, if that is not the case, why then do they find themselves here, and how is it related to the trials established by His Majesty? The Minister of War, wearing a perplexed expression, trailed behind the Nameless One as they advanced toward the heart of the demon god Ape territory. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals whose prowess rivaled, or even surpassed, that of the former emperor's level, nearly stepping into the legendary realm of gods and demons. Additionally, powerful soldiers adorned in armor and mounted on fearsome beasts, alongside other known military units absent from the dynasty, appeared here. With many years of experience overseeing the dynasty's military affairs, he discerned that this legion, in terms of both strength and combat experience, far surpassed the frontline forces of the dynasty. Their presence here, linked to His Majesty's trials, surely signifies a matter of great import. Could it be that they intend to assault a certain civilization? The more he observed, the more astounded the Minister of War became. This force possesses the capability to conquer the dynasty under the former emperor's reign. If the purpose were merely to test him, such overwhelming strength would be unnecessary. Thus, it is evident that His Majesty must be seizing this opportunity to extend their influence externally. The Minister of War is no fool. A moment's speculation leads him to grasp certain truths. Yet, what civilization necessitates the deployment of such a formidable legion and divine forces? Stealing a glance at the nameless figure ahead, he pondered silently. Just as he was enveloped in doubt, their footsteps brought them to a canyon. Gazing into the spatial rift within the gorge, the Minister of War's pupils constricted sharply. Behind that rift lies a world beyond the heavens. Our task, the trial bestowed upon you by His Majesty, is to conquer this outer world and integrate it into the realm of our divine mysterious dynasty. The Nameless One spoke slowly. The Minister of War stood frozen in place. He never imagined that the trial arranged by His Majesty would entail an assault on an outer world. He could not have foreseen that His Majesty's power had reached such heights. This is akin to his initial conjecture of attacking other civilizations. Yet the magnitude of the event is entirely different. One involves warfare against other civilizations on the earth beneath one's feet, while the other extends to the realms beyond. Gazing at the ominous, gaping rift that seemed to devour all, the Minister of War inhaled sharply, a chill running deep within him. The identity I bear in this expedition to the outer realms, the Minister of War inquired softly. The Supreme Commander during wartime. The single utterance from the Nameless One sent a profound tremor through the Minister of War's spirit. This marked the Empire's inaugural assault on the Outer Realms, an endeavor of paramount importance. Each commander of the legions possessed exceptional combat leadership abilities. Should your command falter, they would not heed your orders. To earn their respect, you must demonstrate remarkable skill. This commander shall closely monitor your performance, the Nameless One articulated slowly. Each word struck the Minister of War like a heavy blow. Yet he simultaneously felt a surge of honor. The sovereign had entrusted him with the command of this outer war. Undoubtedly, it was a validation of his capabilities. He was determined to pass this trial. The Minister of War inhaled deeply and nodded earnestly. Subsequently, he bowed respectfully towards the southern palace. Has it begun? Xuan Ming's gaze flickered. The role of the Minister of War encompassed the overarching deployment of the imperial army. Mere combat prowess was insufficient. Otherwise, the 10 commanders of the Sacred Realm Legions would all be qualified to ascend to the position of Minister of War in the divine Xian Empire. However, the reality was far more intricate. The Minister of War had earned the title of the foremost martial champion during the reign of the late emperor, subsequently entering the court to serve. Over a century, he had advanced step by step, rising from humble beginnings to his current esteemed rank, amassing profound military expertise. The empire spanned 70,000 miles from north to south and 30,000 miles from east to west. Such an immense expanse could be effectively coordinated and governed under his leadership. To supplant him, mere talent in warfare would not suffice. Just then, as Xuan Ming pondered, a sudden thought stirred within him, and his gaze fell beyond the walls of the imperial city. he discerned the arrival of two intriguing individuals. Chapter 3. This segment, narrated from the perspective of the Minister of War, concludes this portion of the narrative. Following this, the Empire would be poised to engage fully with the outside world, embarking on trade and warfare anew. Chapter 126. The twilight of the old era in the southern continent. The two figures that Xuan Ming beheld were none other than the farmer sage and the Qingqing sage. As two of the 5 great sages of the former dynasty, their appearances were indelibly etched in Xuan Ming's memory. Initially, following his ascension, he had contemplated subduing them. However, as time marched on, the power he wielded grew exponentially, rendering the two lesser sages increasingly inconsequential, and he gradually cast them from his thoughts. Yet, he never anticipated their reappearance in his line of sight at this juncture. Could it be that they sought him out? Xuan Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Previously, their activities had been predominantly confined to the southern Zhao prefecture, seldom venturing beyond its borders. Yet now, their presence graced the outskirts of the imperial capital, making their intentions all too clear to Xuan Ming. The former 7 sages of the southern continent had met their fates in mysterious ways. The former emperor had perished under enigmatic circumstances, the Red Sand leader had become a follower of the land god, and the barbarian sage had attempted to escape the green pastures, only to meet a watery demise along with several other high-ranking barbarians. The red element sage had been reduced to a nameless lackey, while the heavenly sword sage had joined the local government following the recent purges of the martial world. Thus, only these two remained. Upon seeing them, Xuan Ming was struck by a poignant realization. The 7 sages had once epitomized an era in the southern continent, serving as the quintessential figures prior to his rise. Yet now, as he ascended to power, even without intentionally dealing with them, they succumbed to the tides of change he had orchestrated. Some perished, others surrendered. This revelation struck Xuan Ming with the understanding that the bygone era of the southern continent was drawing to a close along with the fates of these once mighty figures. Meanwhile, outside the imperial capital, the farmer sage gazed upon the magnificent ancient city before him, a wave of nostalgia washing over his heart. This ancient capital had stood unchanged for a millennium in the southern continent, yet the hands that wielded power within had transformed with each passing generation. Particularly in this current era, the ruling powers had reached an unprecedented zenith, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Originally, they had intended to arrive here sooner, but the court had dispatched sages to seal off various prefectures and cleanse the martial world, causing delays in their journey. Their initial hesitation to storm through with their own sage-level prowess stemmed from a wariness of the sovereign residing in the imperial palace. As time passed, however, they realized that the court's sages, who had been blockading their prefecture, possessed powers comparable to that of the late emperor. This revelation left them in a state of shock, prompting them to refrain from causing any disturbances. They sought refuge in a tavern for several days, only departing swiftly once their prefecture was liberated. Along their journey, they were further astonished to discover that every prefecture they traversed and every court sage they encountered was nearly on par with the former emperor. Coupled with all they had witnessed along the way, they became acutely aware that the emperor had likely dispatched over 500 former emperor-level saints to cleanse the court and the populace, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. They recognized that the emperor's ranks were far from lacking in saints. Yet, despite this realization, they still pressed on, driven by the elusive opportunity to transcend into divine beings. In the past, the path had been obscured, and no amount of seeking had yielded a breakthrough. However, now that a route had emerged, the prospect of transcending into divine entities was too enticing to forsake. Even the faintest glimmer of possibility compelled them to attempt it. "Are we certain we wish to enter?" The saintess Qingqing inquired softly from the side. The imperial capital was the domain of Xuan Ming, where the myriad laws of divine and demonic forces converged, leaving even lesser saints like them feeling an inexplicable awe and profound unease. "Let us proceed." The farmer saint inhaled deeply, his voice resolute. To hesitate would equate to relinquishing all possibility. "I refuse to leave this world with regrets." Although he understood that the chance to transcend was likely rare, a flicker of hope ignited within him. What if they succeeded? The lifespan of a divine being spanned eons, witnessing the endless cycles of the world. In contrast, the mortal realm could only observe the rise and fall of a single divine being across countless generations. This prospect alone held an irresistible allure. Indeed, the Saintess Qingqing echoed his sentiments. The two exchanged a glance and began to tread along the official road towards the city gates of the imperial capital. However, as they approached the gates, an acute sense of trepidation enveloped them. In a fleeting moment, at least 4 formidable divine wills swept over them with chilling intensity. At the gates of the imperial capital stood 4 former emperor-level saints as sentinels. Anxiously, they traversed the threshold, cautious not to betray any unusual behavior. By the time they entered the city, they were drenched in cold sweat. They sensed that the owners of those divine wills had scrutinized them thoroughly, inside and out. The icy presence of those wills left no doubt that any sign of disturbance would have prompted immediate and lethal action against them. How could this be? A hint of bitterness crossed the farmer saint's face as he exchanged a glance with Saintess Qingqing, both gripped by an inexplicable fear. If there had been a sliver of hope outside the gates, now, standing within the capital, only terror filled the farmer saint's heart, the terror of the ruling powers. For former emperor-level saints were stationed merely to guard the gates. What merit or capability did they possess to seek an audience with the reigning emperor? Just as they stood there, bewildered, their gazes fell upon a notice posted near the city gates. The Ministry of Revenue, the Eastern Celestial Academy, is in dire need of internal affairs administrators, mentors, and teaching assistants. Presently, there is a requirement for 100 individuals, with generous remuneration. The qualifications demanded include a minimum cultivation level of half-saint, or proficiency in other professions such as alchemy or artifact forging. Those who meet these criteria may proceed to the Grand Hall of the Ministry for preliminary screening and review before the 3rd hour of the day. Caution: this is an edict from the Emperor. Any imposters will be detained on the spot and imprisoned in the penal department, with penalties starting from 10 days. Depending on the severity of the offense. The gaze of the farmer saint and the green saint swiftly scanned the content above, quickly settling on the phrase edict from the emperor below. It might be worth a try, the farmer saint mused, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. The emperor's edict could potentially signify the emperor's forthcoming focus. Although they lacked the privilege to meet the emperor, joining an area of the emperor's emphasis might offer a glimmer of opportunity to acquire divine and demonic techniques in the future. Resolutely, they decided to partake in the assessment organized by the Ministry of Revenue. Chapter 4. Work has commenced. Tomorrow, I shall strive diligently, and in a few days, I will compile and release the chapters collectively. Chapter 127. The National Fortune and the Trials of 2 Ministers, Conquering the Outer World. Let us first find a place to stay in the imperial capital. 3 days hence, we shall visit the Ministry of Revenue, the farmer sage remarked softly, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his face. Merely a few months have passed, yet everything feels as if it belongs to a distant past. He had been aware of the establishment of martial arts academies across various regions during his time in the southern Zhao prefecture, though he did not take it seriously. After all, he believed the dynasty was akin to its former self, and the Martial Arts Academy merely a governmental initiative to counterbalance the forces of the martial world. With a population of 2 to 3 billion, 5 prefectures, and 572 counties, the dynasty could barely count over 1,000 half-saints among its ranks. Moreover, over 90% of the martial forces belonged to the martial world. How many formidable warriors could the Martial Arts Academy possibly accommodate? Yet now, the very essence of the dynasty felt alien to him. The Eastern Sky Academy, the second-tier institution of the dynasty, required even teaching assistants to possess half-saint cultivation, leading him to speculate that instructors must be saints. Although this notion was beyond his current understanding, he could not dismiss the possibility of the former imperial-level saints sent to the populace to regulate the martial world. If such was the case for the prefectural academies, what profound foundation would the forthcoming academy in the imperial capital possess? The Qingqing sage suddenly interjected, should it not be even more formidable? Yet, it is evident that we lack the opportunity, the farmer sage replied with a slight shake of his head. The Qingqing sage paused, a bitter smile emerging. Just months ago, she ranked among the top 7 warriors in the world. Now, however, she found herself far beyond the thousands. Competing for limited positions alongside a cohort of half-saints left her with a sense of melancholy due to the vast disparity. Within the palace, Xuan Ming had been observing the reactions of the farmer sage and the Qingqing sage. Upon witnessing their decision to approach the Ministry of Revenue and compete for the teaching assistant position at the Eastern Sky Academy, He gazed at the swirling national fortune above southern Zhao, his focus sharpening. With his ascension to the divine realm, he had gained further control over the dynasty's national fortune, which stemmed from the populace and the territory of the nation. In places enveloped by this fortune, a grand momentum would form. This momentum would, in an almost mysterious manner, guide all things within it towards a direction favorable to Xuan Ming. The matters concerning the farmer sage and the Qingqing sage revealed to him the significance of this momentum. It was akin to being driven by a grand force. The stronger the foundation of the dynasty, the less Xuan Ming would need to deliberately attend to trivial matters. The national might coalesced by the dynasty would naturally align certain affairs with its essence, integrating them into the very fabric of the dynasty or erasing them entirely. This momentum of national fortune bore a remarkable resemblance to the sovereign's command over his subjects. However, the latter was under the sole control of Xuan Ming, whereas the former was propelled by the entirety of the dynasty. Your Majesty, the Minister of Personnel requests an audience. Just as Xuan Ming was deeply contemplating the implications of this matter, a palace guard respectfully entered to report. Allow him to enter, Xuan Ming said, rubbing his temples and momentarily setting the matter aside. Very well, Your Majesty, the guard respectfully withdrew. Soon, the Minister of Personnel, Li Yuanfang, entered the hall. Your Majesty, I am fortunate not to have failed in my mission. I have successfully breached the sacred realm. Li Yuanfang bowed deeply, speaking with utmost respect. Indeed, the locations of your trials are twofold. The North Spirit Gorge, situated 4,000 miles north of Kaiyang County, and the Qing Domain. These two sites are now under the dominion of the Empire, though we currently lack a definitive governance strategy. The Emperor, Xuan Ming, instructed lightly. Both the North Spirit Gorge and the Qing Domain possess ancient, enduring civilizations. Although they have become vassals of the Empire, fundamentally, they remain distinct entities, not yet fully integrated into our realm. It is imperative for me to devise a practical plan that enables these two civilizations, and any others we may conquer in the future, to assimilate into the Empire. While the use of force and the imposition of faith can secure control over these civilizations, to ensure their complete allegiance and self-identification as subjects of the Empire is a more enduring solution. The latter presents far greater benefits to the Empire compared to the former. However, achieving this objective is exceedingly challenging. The North Spirit Gorge is relatively manageable. Its population and resources are lesser compared to the South Continent. In contrast, the civilization of the Qing Domain boasts a legacy spanning nearly 30,000 years, with a cultural depth that far surpasses that of the South Continent by 20 or 30 times. It stands as a true external civilization under the Empire's control. Should we fail to integrate it into our realm, our future engagements with ancient civilizations from the celestial void or the boundless cosmos will likely meet with similar resistance. In the event of a crisis or unforeseen circumstances, the vast structural framework of the Empire could collapse, leading to discord and dissent. This is not the outcome Xuan Ming desires. He fears not external foes, yet he seeks to avoid distractions arising from internal factions. Thus, he intends to address this issue at its roots from the outset. Undoubtedly, the trials faced by the Minister of Personnel will prove to be the most arduous among the three ministers. The Minister of War, while tasked with leading military campaigns beyond our borders, is accompanied by not only the enigmatic Sword Dao deity and various formidable ancient generals, but also by covert strategies devised by Xuan Ming himself. With the intelligence gathered from the foreign world, victory is virtually assured. The Minister of War's trial is merely a passage through a foreign conflict to triumph. Should he excel, he will be deemed an indispensable participant in this war. Should he falter, his role will be negligible. Thus, the Minister of War's trial pertains solely to his personal capabilities. The Minister of Personnel, however, faces a different challenge. He must not only endure the trial of his own capabilities, but also contend with the civilization of the Qing Domain, which has accumulated knowledge over 30 millennia, as well as the impending imperial ambitions directed at all subjugated civilizations. Should he succeed, the future dynasty will reign over boundless territories. As the head of the officials, the Minister of Personnel will undoubtedly be worthy of presiding over the myriad officials of the Empire, positioned just below one and above countless beings, observing the world's evolution alongside the dynasty, witnessing the rise and fall of myriad spirits. However, should he falter, given the complexity of the task, Xuan Ming would not be remiss in his dealings. The minister acknowledges the decree and shall not disappoint your majesty. The minister of personnel inhaled deeply and bowed once more. The North Spirit Gorge was already known to him. The Qing domain was evidently another external civilization under the emperor's dominion. Although the emperor had previously alluded to it, he had not permitted court involvement until now, indicating a readiness to delegate authority to the court. This was, indeed, a matter of great merit recognized by the emperor for the court. You may wait for a moment at the capital's relay station. The sword saint will arrive shortly, Xuan Ming instructed softly. Yes, your majesty. The minister of personnel replied before taking his leave. Not long after the minister departed, the minister of revenue requested an audience. Upon receiving Xuan Ming's permission, he respectfully entered the Xianyuan Hall. I pay my respects to your majesty. The minister of revenue bowed deeply. Rise. Your trial concerns external trade. The establishment of the Pill God Temple necessitates an abundant supply of medicinal materials. However, the dynasty currently lacks sufficient reserves. Therefore, I intend to send you to the Qing domain to engage in trade with the Qing people and the surrounding civilizations. Here is the list of medicinal materials, along with the composition of each and the quantity and quality of pills that can be refined. Please take a look. Xuan Ming waved his hand, conjuring a piece of white paper that detailed the capabilities of spirit wood and alchemy, alongside the names, effects, and identification methods of various medicinal materials and pills. The Minister of Revenue respectfully accepted it. For the mortal-grade pills beneath the divine level, it is possible to yield 5 high-quality pills. Even divine-level pills can also produce 5. Does such an alchemist truly exist in this world? The Minister of Revenue, Lin Fengyuan, perused the contents with increasing astonishment. Taking a half-saint grade condensation pill as an example, its medicinal effects can yield up to 5 pills. However, the maximum outcome may not reflect the actual results of refining. Each pill requires the alchemist to invest their heart and effort, managing the heat and blending the medicinal properties harmoniously. Yet, producing 5 pills essentially necessitates simultaneous melting and condensation from the materials, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary alchemist to control even 1 pill, let alone 5, while ensuring quality. Given the decline of the dynasty's alchemical industry, it is hardly surprising that the Minister of Revenue felt alarmed. Furthermore, he was unaware of the spirit wood's astonishing ability to refine millions of medicinal materials with a single thought. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the desired trade system? The Minister of Revenue respectfully asked. On this blank sheet of paper, the narrative unfolds. The alchemical prowess of the Alchemy Temple has reached the pinnacle of the alchemical industry. Regardless of the nature of the transactions, the dynasty is assured a profit. However, the Minister of Revenue dares not take unilateral action. This matter must align with His Majesty's wishes. The Qing domain belongs to the civilization of the dynasty's alliance, and while the exchange ratio for elixirs, medicinal herbs, and divine stones can be somewhat lenient, the civilizations surrounding Qing domain remain beyond control. I intend for you to utilize the informational disparities surrounding the elixirs to consolidate the medicinal reserves of the Qing domain and other civilizations into the territory of the dynasty, thereby supplying the Alchemy Temple. Furthermore, the alchemical industry is a scarce field. If we can leverage this capability gap to inspire civilizations that do not belong to the dynasty to consider joining us, it would be most advantageous. Xuan Ming spoke softly. Elixirs serve as a shortcut for breakthroughs in martial arts. In a world where martial prowess is revered, the existence of elixirs is indispensable. It would be ideal to entice these lower civilizations with the benefits of elixirs, thereby integrating them into the dynasty's domain without the need for military force. Should these preliminary strategies fail, subduing them through military might is not an insurmountable task. Ultimately, this is a test for the Minister of Revenue. Success is favorable, but failure is acceptable as well. Yes, I shall obey the decree. The Minister of Revenue responded respectfully, bowing in reverence. Proceed to the royal city's courier station and await further instructions. I shall have Wang Shana escort you. Xuan Ming gestured for him to withdraw. Soon, the minister departed. As he gazed at the minister's retreating figure, Xuan Ming fell into contemplation. The current population and strength of the dynasty have yet to be cultivated. And if the conquest of other civilizations relies solely on summoned divine beings, the insufficient numbers will clearly hinder external expansion. Thus, I require additional formidable allies. The divine beings of the Qing domain, as well as those from other demon realms and nearby civilizations, are potential assets. We can establish a divine beings bureau or other organizations to harbor external divine beings, in addition to controlling them through various means. Moreover, we could implement a system akin to performance points, encouraging them to autonomously assist the dynasty in its external expansion. These points could be exchanged for elixirs, divine artifacts, or even the resurrection of souls of divine beings or mortals, thereby significantly alleviating the pressure of needing powerful allies for expansion. Xuan Ming pondered silently. The dynasty's inherent strength cannot rapidly grow. Alternative methods are required to gather external power. In complementing one another, this will also foster the development of the dynasty itself, enhance the national fortune, and promote the advancement of Xuan Ming's cultivation. This plan can be executed, though it will require time. Xuan Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ultimately, it all boils down to time. Having taken charge of the dynasty for several months, significant progress has been made. Yet it remains challenging to compare with forces that have existed for tens of thousands of years. System, check in, he mentally noted, temporarily setting this plan aside. Ding. Signing in. Sign in completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item. Purple Gold Divine Intent Hammer, Half-Step Ancient Divine Artifact. Another artifact? Xuan Ming furrowed his brow slightly. During this period, he had signed in for no fewer than 10 artifacts, each of which was at least a heavenly grade. And now he was on the brink of acquiring an ancient divine item. Immediately, a pale blue card appeared before Xuan Ming. The card contained a purple gold hammer radiating the pressure of a half-step ancient divine artifact. He casually infused it into his body, and the laws of the hammer instantly enveloped the purple gold divine intent hammer securely. In the imperial world, there were also beings who had reached the saintly realm. He could gather them and teach them the methods to ascend to divinity and demonhood. With a flicker of thought, Xuan Ming vanished from the Xianhuang Palace. In the outer ruins realm, standing upon the earth, one could gaze through the starry river and behold the splendid and beautiful vastness of the night sky. The Minister of War walked through it, feeling as though he were in a dream. However, he quickly regained his composure, understanding what he ought to do. This realm harbors divine beings and demons. As we traverse dimensions, they have already sensed our presence, yet they are wary of our strength and have not approached us immediately. Wu Ming, standing nearby, spoke of the situation in the outer ruins realm. The Minister of War suppressed the tremors within his heart. To assault a world guarded by divine beings and demons, perhaps only His Majesty among the ancient emperors could achieve such a feat. The Minister of War took a deep breath. Gazing at the assembled generals, he commanded, "This realm is our first foray. Is there a terrain map available?" "Yes, but only partially," Wu Ming replied, his gaze focused. His divine sense scanned a small portion of the outer ruins realm. As a terrestrial deity, he was unable to grasp the entirety of the realm's layout, especially with the interference of foreign divine beings and demons. Thus, he could only obtain a fraction. Subsequently, a scroll appeared before the Minister of War. With the terrain map in hand, this battle was already a victory of 1/3. The Minister of War felt a slight sense of resolve within. Let us create brilliance once more. Chapter 128. The conclusion of the war beyond the heavens, the scheme of the Minister of Personnel, the terror of the divine pill hall. In the unfamiliar arena of battle, comprehending the terrain is paramount to securing victory. To recklessly initiate an assault without grasping the lay of the land could lead to catastrophic losses. However, now armed with a topographical map, one can meticulously strategize the entire battlefield. The plains. After scrutinizing the terrain map, the Minister of War's face blossomed with a smile. Prior to entering the realm beyond, he had already perused it. The army arranged by His Majesty consists of approximately half cavalry. Cavalry thrives in geographical settings characterized by flat terrain, expansive visibility, and firm soil, ideal for their swift maneuvers and rapid charges. The vast majority of this otherworldly domain is comprised of plains. Consequently, after several charges, the opposing forces will undoubtedly be significantly weakened. General Gongsun, the troops under your command are adept in mounted archery, equipped with the lightest armor for maximum mobility. You may lead the White Horse Brigade to disrupt enemy formations upon their discovery, harassing them from the flanks. Generals Gao, Chao, and Qin, your forces are heavy cavalry. Once General Zan's tactics draw the enemy's focus, you shall exploit this diversion to scatter their ranks at the earliest opportunity. The Minister of War stroked his chin thoughtfully as he delineated the strategy. A century ago, he participated in the counter-offensive against the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Though led by the previous emperor, it was he who orchestrated the deployment of various armies from behind the scenes. That conflict involved thousands of legions and over 100 million soldiers, far surpassing the scale of this impending battle. Yet, the significance of each engagement varies, as do the adversaries, which kept the Minister of War on high alert. Once hostilities commence, the enemy's divine fiends would undoubtedly seek to exploit any opening. At that juncture, he would rely on the illustrious commander Xuan Ming for protection. After laying out the plan, the Minister of War turned to the aloof figure of Xuan Ming standing nearby. Upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement, a wave of inexplicable exhilaration coursed through him, leading an elite force into the fray of the celestial realm, facing divine demons as adversaries. Such a distinction was never bestowed upon the previous emperor. The Minister of War brimmed with fervor. Yet, he was acutely aware that with such honor came the necessity for utmost vigilance. Your Majesty, the Minister of War glanced towards the rift in space, his gaze imbued with a hint of reverence. If they are to contend with divine demons, then His Majesty is playing a far grander game, maneuvering the very essence of divinity as pawns, residing in the depths of the palace, yet possessing the power to shape the destiny of an entire world. Meanwhile, the Minister of Revenue accompanied King Shanha into the territory of the Qing domain. The intricacies of the medicinal herb trade system remained only partially conceived in his mind. The decision to enter the Qing domain ahead of time was motivated by, I wish to gain insight into the elixirs of the Qingyu civilization, as well as the trade of these potions in neighboring cultures. Only by comprehending these aspects can one concoct refined and beneficial medicinal substances for the dynasty, as well as understand the intricacies of the elixir trading system. This marks his inaugural departure from the southern continent and his first encounter with a civilization entirely distinct from that of the dynasty. Despite the Minister of Revenue having prepared himself mentally for the journey, upon setting foot on the soil of Qingyu, he could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Divine beings. The three leaders ahead were undeniably divine beings. Although the minister maintained a facade of composure, internally, he was engulfed by a tumultuous wave of shock. The ethereal presence of the three Qingyuan individuals instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Moreover, a substantial number of Sacred Realm practitioners trailed behind them. There was no doubt that the cultivation of these three individuals surpassed the realm of divinity. The minister had initially presumed that Qingyu, under the dynasty's control, lacked significant depth. However, the appearance of the upper echelons of Qingyu before him shattered his initial perceptions, not to mention the three divine warriors. Even the Sacred Realm practitioners behind them surpassed his own capabilities. The people of Qingyu pay their respects to the envoy of the dynasty. The venerable ancestor of Qingyuan led the respectful salutation. An envoy of the dynasty? A subtle tremor coursed through the minister's heart. He could sense the genuine reverence emanating from the Qingyuan ancestors, devoid of pretense. This indicated that these divine beings harbored sincere respect. His Majesty the minister inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by an inexplicable shock. He understood that, given his own cultivation, he had only just entered the sacred realm and lacked the qualifications to command respect from divine beings. Yet, they paid him homage, addressing him as envoy. Clearly, what they valued was not his cultivation level, but rather his identity as an official of the divine profound dynasty. In that moment, he realized the formidable influence wielded by the current emperor, even in the absence of the emperor's direct involvement. A mere command relayed to Qingyu prompted the immediate mobilization of all its high-ranking officials to respectfully welcome this insignificant sacred practitioner. A flicker of reverence crossed the minister's eyes, not out of reverence for Qingyu, nor for the divine beings before him, but for the enigmatic figure of the emperor who resided within the depths of the palace. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying power the emperor now commanded, so potent that even divine beings dared not disregard his orders. There is no need for excessive formalities. The Minister of Revenue steadied his emotions and offered a slight bow. The Minister of Personnel, having followed the Sword Saint, arrived at the North Spirit Canyon. After a preliminary assessment of the situation, he realized he had underestimated the complexity of the Emperor's trial. Every civilization possesses its own unique cultural heritage. The protracted development of its society has fostered a profound sense of belonging among its people. Under such circumstances, it is exceedingly challenging, if not nearly impossible, for the divine profound dynasty to instill loyalty within them, unless the dynasty can cater to their inclinations, evoking gratitude and appreciation from them. Nonetheless, some individuals may still find themselves emotionally tethered to the previous civilization, thereby creating a chasm between them and the subjects of the dynasty. To fundamentally integrate a foreign civilization within the dynasty, it is essential to forsake the old generation and cultivate the new, subtly and imperceptibly. However, these individuals have already established their own civilization, making the dissemination of the dynasty's culture nearly impossible under such circumstances. The Minister of Personnel furrowed his brow slightly. This posed a formidable challenge. Unlike other powers, the dynasty essentially embodies a composite of civilizations. Any force, race, sect, faction, or academy in existence can be embraced within the dynasty's fold. Thus, the dynasty's development necessitates a balance of benevolence and authority, strength and gentleness. Violence is merely one aspect of the dynasty's external dealings. Rebels can be eliminated, and those who submit may also face the same fate. Yet, what would it achieve to eradicate all outsiders? The heartland of the dynasty remains anchored in the southern region. Even if the sovereign were to contemplate relocating the capital in the future, the dynasty's essence would still be confined to a singular locale. The external world is vast and boundless, and the cosmos is infinite. For the dynasty to truly command the world, there exists but one method: to assimilate all external beings and civilizations into the fold of the dynasty. This approach would not only significantly enhance the dynasty's foundation, but also eliminate any potential threats at their roots. However, the Minister of Personnel, Li Yuanfang, gently shook his head. While this method is indeed feasible, it would undoubtedly consume an inordinate amount of time. In the realm of martial arts, the older generation can endure as long as they continue to break through limitations. True assimilation may require several centuries, if not millennia. Since His Majesty has tasked him with finding a solution, it is evident that he would not wish to wait that long. Moreover, addressing the core issue by eliminating the older generation is clearly impractical, not to mention the potential resentment that might arise in the younger generation. The very absence of powerful elders would necessitate the dynasty's deployment of personnel to safeguard against threats from the wilderness or other civilizations. Perhaps the Sword Saint commander could accompany me to the Azure Domain, the Minister of Personnel proposed after a lengthy pause. He had begun to formulate a plan in his mind, one that could address the older generation of various civilizations while preventing resentment in the younger generation, gradually integrating them into the ranks of the dynasty's subjects. This plan would require an amalgamation with the educational system established by His Majesty, along with additional measures. However, he was not yet certain and wished to observe the Azure Domain further to refine his proposal before presenting it to His Majesty. Subsequently, the two set forth to Bianlong County, preparing to journey to the Azure Domain. Meanwhile, on the battlefield beyond the heavens, the Minister of War had already commanded the Sacred Realm Legion to commence a siege against the foreign entities of this world. These were races he had never encountered before. Standing at 3 zhang tall, they possessed 3 legs, with 2 resembling human limbs, while the third protruded from their hips. Disturbingly, a third eye was prominently situated on their foreheads, capable of unleashing searing rays. At this moment, however, the Minister of War exhibited no trepidation. The formidable combat prowess of both the Nameless Warrior and the Sacred Realm Legion instilled a sense of calm within him, allowing him to observe the battlefield with composure and strategize accordingly. Amidst the chaos of war, Gongsun Zan donned resplendent white armor, his countenance stern, and his spear gleamed with a chilling radiance, exuding an aura of menace. Behind him, the White Horse volunteers maneuvered in a fluid formation, their presence suffused with a sense of lethality as they harried the enemy's ranks, rendering the adversaries beleaguered yet unable to inflict harm upon the elusive cavalry. During this period, the Tiger and Leopard Riders and the elite infantry launched a frontal assault against the foes, their ferocity shaking the very earth. Following their onslaught, the light cavalry swiftly arrived to provide support, further disrupting the enemy and compelling the heavily armored cavalry to dominate the battlefield. As the enemy began to rally and pursue the White Horse volunteers, the heavy cavalry surged forth, pairing off to exhaust the adversaries, resulting in devastating casualties. The alien forces of this extraterrestrial realm had long been engaged in combat with the ferocious beasts under the command of the demonic ape, whose tactics were rudimentary at best, relying solely on brute force. In contrast, the Sacred Realm Legion possessed distinct strengths and unparalleled combat effectiveness, enhanced by the coordination of their commanders. Consequently, the resistance from the alien forces weakened considerably. Just as the enemy began to falter, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the depths of the outer world, shaking the heavens and the earth. This force heralded the awakening of the demonic entity. Could it be that the god and demon could no longer restrain themselves? The Minister of War's expression shifted slightly as he quickly turned to the nameless warrior, who met his gaze with a grave nod. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, a thread of swordsmanship, imbued with the essence of divine and demonic principles, radiated from the nameless warrior, enveloping a significant portion of the outer world. The oppressive force of the divine and demonic fluctuated, and alarmingly, the void began to manifest fine cracks. The rules governing this world were astonishingly fragile. It was no wonder that individuals like Wang Shan and others could not penetrate its defenses. The nameless warrior focused intently, taking a deliberate step forward, instantly vanishing from sight as he delved into the depths of the world, where the alien, demonic entities resided. Boom! The moment the nameless warrior crossed into the depths, a cataclysmic collision reverberated through the outer world, visibly fracturing the ground and shattering the void, unleashing a tempest of terrifying laws that engulfed the inner realms. Was this the power of a god and demon? The Minister of War's pupils constricted, and he swallowed hard. It was his first encounter with such divine combat, a force imbued with the capacity to annihilate the very heavens and earth. It was no wonder that the cataclysmic battles of a millennium past drained the laws of the southern continent. Taking a deep breath, the Minister of War gazed into the depths of the battlefield, a flicker of concern crossing his features. In a conflict of this magnitude, no one present could intervene. All reliance rested upon the nameless warrior. As time progressed, the aftermath of the terrifying battle began to subside. The outer world slowly healed from the wounds inflicted by the divine clash. Yet, for the time being, mortals dared not tread upon its soil, feeling a lingering trepidation from the residual power. The alien demonic entity had fallen. Who could seize control of this realm? This outer world harbored deposits of divine stones, which the alien forces could exploit as miners. Simultaneously, the corpse of the divine demon possesses immense significance. Whether it is the divine blood, the divine bones, or the divine flesh, each can be regarded as a miraculous elixir. Once the residual power dissipates, the corpse can be disassembled. A nonchalant remark from the unnamed individual left the Minister of War momentarily breathless. Hiss. This implies that for the alchemists among you, procuring a single herb is exceedingly challenging, necessitating the preparation of multiple quantities to have a chance of refining a batch of elixirs. This predicament is mirrored in other civilizations, where the quality predominantly remains subpar. The Minister of Revenue stroked his chin while seated within the sacred hall of the Azure Domain, realizing that it was not merely the imperial alchemical industry that languished. Even those external civilizations, which had flourished for countless years, were similarly in decline. However, this revelation sparked a flicker of delight within the Minister of Revenue. He was well aware of the details inscribed in the documents bestowed by His Majesty. At the Alchemy Sanctuary, a single herb can yield 5 elixirs of superior quality, whereas in the Azure Domain and other civilizations, it typically requires 5 herbs to produce a single batch, yielding merely 2 or 3 elixirs. Even those labeled as master alchemists do not fare much better. The Minister of Revenue felt an uncontrollable joy swelling within him. This comparison reveals that the alchemical practices of the Azure Domain and other civilizations are not inferior. Rather, the alchemy sanctuary of the Imperial Court is extraordinarily formidable. After all, prior to the establishment of the sanctuary, the imperial alchemical industry was equally dismal. The Minister of Revenue inhaled deeply. Consequently, the ratio of external herbs to elixirs appears disproportionate. The Imperial Court's system of exchanging herbs for elixirs could prove to be immensely profitable. How many varieties of herbs do you currently possess? And what is the status of your herb reserves? The Minister of Revenue inquired after a moment of contemplation. In response to your inquiry, esteemed official, the varieties of herbs below the divine demon realm are generally complete. However, due to the ongoing war, the Azure Domain's treasury holds merely several tens of millions of herb reserves. Nonetheless, the Azure Domain has designated regions for herb cultivation, which are approaching maturity. replied the venerable ancestor of the Azure. His tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Chapter 129. You may profit, but the dynasty will never suffer loss. The envoy dispatched from the dynasty appeared to harbor a distinct interest in medicinal herbs. Could it be? The heart of the ancestor Qing stirred. Although the dynasty had previously issued orders for this envoy to arrive, they had not disclosed the purpose of the envoy's visit to the Qing domain's human race. This left ancestor Qing and his compatriots in a state of considerable confusion, coupled with a tinge of apprehension. After all, the might of the dynasty was evident to all. Failing to discern the dynasty's intentions in a timely manner could lead the Qing domain to face consequences far graver than an invasion by foreign tribes from the Great Wastes. During the conversation with the Minister of Revenue, the focus of the discussion had consistently revolved around medicinal herbs, which eased ancestor Qing's concerns. If the envoy required these herbs, the Qing domain could unconditionally submit them to the dynasty. Furthermore, they could offer 50% of this year's newly produced herbs and guarantee an annual contribution of 50% of their medicinal herb yield, along with similar offerings of other treasures from the Qing domain. The Minister of Revenue furrowed his brow slightly. The divine figure before him seemed to have misconstrued his intent, interpreting his inquiries about herbs and elixir refinement as an indication of the dynasty's expectation for tribute from the Qing domain. Esteemed envoy, the Qing domain possesses a vast population, with martial practitioners constituting over 50% of the total populace. If the tribute were to increase further, the Qing domain would struggle to sustain the continuation of its martial traditions. Ancestor Qing observed the minister's frown and felt an uneasy pang in his heart. He feared that the envoy was dissatisfied with the offerings presented by the Qing domain each year. Yet, the 50% tribute had been the result of urgent discussions upon learning of the envoy's arrival. If this were still deemed insufficient, the Minister of Revenue remained silent, yet internally he was alarmed. The mere fact that this Qing domain deity brought up the weighty tribute of 50% demonstrated an astonishing boldness. Such a demand indicated a remarkable degree of intimidation. If the dynasty did not wield absolute power to instill such fear in the Qing domain, the latter would never have autonomously proposed tribute demands without even being prompted. Just as the minister was about to voice a rejection of this matter, he reconsidered. He represented the dynasty, and to reject this would mean to effectively dismiss the tribute from the Qing domain. Should he do so, it would likely lead to his demise at the hands of the emperor. The minister stroked his beard and cleared his throat. Well, let us set aside the matter of tribute for now. I am here to discuss the trade of elixirs on behalf of the dynasty. Trade of elixirs? Upon hearing this, ancestor Qing exchanged glances with others. We beseech the esteemed envoy to elaborate further. Indeed, I have just been informed of the output of your elixir refinement industry. Your success rate is approximately 2 to 3 elixirs produced from 5 portions of herbs, with quality not guaranteed. Am I mistaken? The Minister of Revenue nodded and remarked, indeed. The venerable ancestor of the Qing domain scratched his head. With the recent imperial decree, aside from the annual tributes supplied to the dynasty, the medicinal herbs from the Qing domain may now be submitted for refinement by the imperial court. For every 5 portions of medicinal herbs, the Qing domain shall receive 10 corresponding elixirs in return, all of superior quality. Moreover, as a subordinate civilization of the dynasty, the emperor has instructed that certain concessions may be granted to you, such as an additional 10% of elixirs for every 10 million units of medicinal herbs provided. What do you think? As soon as the Minister of Revenue finished speaking, an abrupt silence enveloped the interior of the Qing domain's temple. A flicker of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces, including the venerable ancestor and other deities, who gaped in disbelief. If what the minister said were true, the mere exchange of 10 elixirs for every 5 portions of medicinal herbs would completely offset the annual tribute from the Qing domain to the dynasty, not to mention the guaranteed superior quality of the elixirs and the special privileges granted by the emperor. It seemed that the Qing domain's annual tribute to the dynasty would not only incur no losses, but would instead yield substantial profits. The venerable ancestor of the Qing domain calculated swiftly in his mind, gasping in astonishment. They had initially believed that becoming a subordinate of the divine powers would ensure their safety in the wilderness, but would inevitably impose great production pressures on the Qing domain. After all, the divine powers were not benevolent entities. Who among them had risen without leaving mountains of corpses in their wake? How could the Qing domain expect to receive the protection of the divine powers without sufficient treasures to offer as tribute? Yet, it appeared that their submission to the dynasty had not increased their burdens, but rather bestowed upon them immeasurable benefits. Taking a deep breath, the venerable ancestor rose and clasped his hands in respectful acknowledgement, stating, "If what the envoy has conveyed is indeed true, the Qing domain shall defer to the dynasty's authority. This represents a monumental opportunity for the advancement of Qing civilization." He found no reason to refuse. As for the notion that the dynasty might deceive them by demanding medicinal herbs without compensating them with elixirs, such a notion was ludicrous. Given the dynasty's might, it could effortlessly obliterate the Qing civilization. If it truly sought the Qing domain as herbs, it would not resort to such measures. Indeed, the Minister of Revenue nodded. This decision was made after careful consideration. The emperor's command was not solely directed at the Qing domain, but also at the surrounding civilizations. To entice them into the dynasty's fold, it was essential to create a significant disparity in treatment, one that would inspire envy, jealousy, and even animosity. Only then could the dynasty expand its influence in this region. He believed that, in due time, some would succumb to temptation, thereby fulfilling the dynasty's objectives. As for whether the concessions were too generous, the minister had already contemplated this. While the Qing domain might profit, the dynasty would never incur a loss. 5 elixirs would yield a total of 25, and by paying 10, they would gain a reward of 15 elixirs, a profit exceeding 100%. Moreover, this is merely the azure domain. Other civilizations cannot avail themselves of such favorable decisions. They may only experience a marginally higher success rate in the process of elixir refinement. May I request that you summon representatives from other civilizations? I wish to engage in dialogue with them. The Minister of Revenue's lips curled slightly upwards. Obwa, the esteemed elder of the Tiani sacred land, had long ascended to the sacred realm a century ago. Recently, the tumult in the celestial energies propelled Obwa to the pinnacle of the sacred realm, establishing him as one of the most formidable figures in the emperor's world. Yet, he has been plagued by a profound sense of bewilderment. Why has the emperor's world undergone such a sudden transformation? How has the cosmos introduced an unknown force, one that intricately intertwines with the cultivation system behind the sacred realm? These myriad uncertainties have rendered Obwa restless and unable to find solace in either sleep or sustenance. He harbors an unsettling intuition that the emperor's world has experienced a monumental shift, one that may no longer resemble the world he once knew. He had previously commanded the disciples of the Tiani sacred land to investigate the cause, yet they returned empty-handed. However, just half an hour ago, a voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind, inexplicably guiding him toward the direction of the ancient wilderness forest. Chapter 130. I am the sovereign of the emperor world, Xiandi. It seemed as though the answers to all anomalies lay deep within the primeval wilderness. After much contemplation, Obwa resolved to venture into the wild forest to uncover the truth. Though he stood among the mightiest in the realm of the holy, his lifespan was but 5 centuries. He sensed that if he missed this opportunity to explore the ancient woods, he would carry the regret for eternity, perhaps never to ascend to the realms beyond the holy. This premonition was, in fact, the source of his greatest astonishment. Undoubtedly, there existed some unknown and formidable entity within the wild forest, potentially the very essence of the legends. In the depths of the emperor world, Xuan Ming sat in meditation, attuned to the holy figures converging towards his vicinity. His connection to the emperor world allowed him to manipulate its denizens through the celestial pathway. In the emperor world, where neither gods nor demons resided, it could be said that the cultivation beyond the holy was a blank canvas. Even now, as the emperor world had birthed the laws of the universe, permitting the emergence of divine beings, the evolution of these entities to the realm of godhood could span years, decades, or even centuries. Xuan Ming could not afford to wait that long. He resolved to personally intervene in the evolution of the emperor world as history. After all, these beings were intrinsically linked to the emperor world, and their advancement could elevate the laws of this realm, thereby facilitating Xuan Ming's own cultivation. Naturally, only those who transcended to the realm of gods and demons were within his consideration. Beings beneath the holy were not part of his plan. He also intended to select certain representatives to nurture the inhabitants of the emperor world, enhancing its foundational essence. Outside the wild forest, Obwa raced ahead and finally arrived. Upon his arrival, he encountered a familiar face. "Old Monster Cheng, what brings you here?" Obwa exclaimed, astonished to find Cheng Jinshan preparing to enter the wild forest. This man, like Obwa, was an elder of the sacred land of the wild continent, though he had lived a bit longer, earning him the moniker Old Monster Cheng. "I was about to ask you the same," Cheng Jinshan replied, equally surprised. "Could it be?" Obwa's pupils contracted slightly, and Cheng Jinshan's eyes widened in realization. It must be noted that these venerable elders rarely ventured out. They typically remained in their sacred lands, engrossed in seclusion. Yet here they were, coincidentally appearing at this location. The mysterious voice that echoed in their minds suddenly illuminated their understanding of one another's presence. Was it possible that this enigmatic voice was not directed at individuals? Obwa paused, a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. Previously, he had thought this opportunity was uniquely his own. Indeed, it was so. "I too have heard." Before the elder of the opposing faction could respond, a series of voices echoed in Obwa's ears. Turning their heads, they beheld the 12 venerable ancestors from all the sacred sites of the wild continent had arrived. Moreover, a deep, resonant voice emerged, announcing, "And we." A blood-red, blazing bull demon of heavenly fire emerged from the ancient forests of the wild. Following it were over 20 majestic sacred beasts. The overwhelming presence of these sacred creatures sent a jolt of alarm through the human ancestors present, their faces paling in fear. It is known that in the Empire world, the human race of the wild continent has always been at odds with the beast race of the wild mountain forests. However, since the beast race has an aversion to the plains, the humans have managed to carve out a living space for themselves. Thus, one might ponder if that mysterious voice was summoning all the sacred beings of the world. Seeing no hostility from the sacred beasts, Obwa felt a wave of relief wash over him and spoke up. Yet, he was also struck by an inexplicable awe. Summoning the sacred beings of the entire Empire world was an unprecedented event in history. Before others could fully grasp the gravity of the situation, a voice drew their attention entirely. "I have a vague idea of the entity that has called us," the bull demon of heavenly fire stated slowly. "He is the deity of your human race." It cast a glance at the human ancestors, a subtle sigh escaping its heart. When Xuan Ming was refining the essence of the Emperor Ancestor Mountain's secret realm, it happened to be in the bull demon's territory. Out of fear, it had fled into a human village to disguise itself, later feeling a wave of trepidation. The power it sensed far surpassed that of the sacred realm. Facing such a being felt akin to confronting divine wrath, instilling profound fear. The sacred beasts behind it also looked towards the humans, their expressions tinged with envy. They had come to understand Xuan Ming's existence through the bull demoness narrative and believed he was the one summoning them. If this gathering was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, it was inevitable that the humans present would gain benefits far exceeding their own. As soon as the bull demon finished speaking, the human sacred beings exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion and astonishment in their eyes. "Enough, let us not keep our esteemed guest waiting. We must enter the wild mountain forest without delay," the bull demon urged, noticing the myriad questions swirling in the humans' minds. Had it not been for the concern that these oblivious humans might disturb their esteemed guest, they would not have lingered here to alert the humans. Moreover, there was an undercurrent of anxiety, for they were about to confront a deity who had never before graced the Empire world. Subsequently, the sacred beasts ventured into the ancient forests of the wild, and Obwa and the others exchanged glances before following suit. The deity of the human race. Did these sacred beasts possess knowledge of something significant? Obwa intentionally flew at the forefront, untroubled by the thought that the sacred beasts might suddenly turn against them. Whether it is the mysterious voices echoing in their minds or the expressions of the sacred beasts, it is evident that the sacred beasts may harbor certain secrets. Simultaneously, these mysteries compel them to permit humanity's entry into their domain. Buzz, just as the group is soaring through the skies, it feels as though they have penetrated a gossamer veil, causing ripples to spread across the void. Sacred beast Nyo pays homage to the divine lord. Sacred beast Langmia pays homage to the demon lord. As they traverse this realm, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura envelopes them in an instant. The low chants of the sacred beasts resonate in their ears, prompting Obwa and the others, in their astonishment, to bow down and reverently call out to the divine lord. Such a terrifying presence can only belong to a legendary deity. Obwa gulps and cautiously raises his gaze, only to witness an unforgettable scene. Before them stands a magnificent figure. Seated upon a throne crafted from jade, elevated and aloof, his eyes cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, gazing down upon them. His eyes shine like two golden lanterns, captivating and more akin to twin suns in a dark world. The shimmering light within them seems to hold the most profound powers of the imperial realm, terrifying yet enticing all living beings to beseech. Upon his head rests an imperial crown, surrounded by an endless radiance of divine mysteries, illuminating all beings. As they look lower, they see him adorned in an imperial robe, similarly imbued with an infinite flow of divine light. More astonishing to Obwa is the sight of 3,000 flourishing divine nations suspended within that radiant flow, alongside 3,000 decaying divine nations fading into oblivion. Deep within the light, 3,000 divine nations are in the throes of rebirth. Beneath his feet, 1,000 divine nations seem eternally undying, forming myriad lotus blooms that uphold the towering imperial figure. Within each divine nation, citizens chant, pray, and recite hymns. Obwa can even sense that one particular divine nation resonates with the path he cultivates, yet it is exponentially more potent than his own power. It feels as though that divine nation is the ultimate destination of his spiritual journey. Such divine nations number in the tens of thousands, corresponding to the myriad paths of the universe. I am the sovereign of the imperial realm. You may call me Xiandi. Amidst the all, Obwa and the others hear the deity's whispered words before losing consciousness. Chapter 131. Ancestor, another alchemy force has emerged in the vast wilderness. Within the ancient wild forest, Xuan Ming sat cross-legged in the void. At this moment, all the beings of the sacred realm in the imperial world were engulfed in slumber. A hazy glow enveloped them, faintly connecting them to one of the fundamental laws of the imperial world's myriad sources. Xuan Ming was guiding them into the realm of gods and demons. These beings would become the first generation of gods and demons in the imperial world, and the ancestral figures among the beings of future generations. In the Azure domain, following the edict of the Minister of Revenue to convene representatives from other civilizations, Ancestor Qingyuan promptly dispatched a message to notify the known civilizations near the Azure domain, 6 in total. Among them, 5 belonged to alien races, while 1 belonged to the human race. What matter has summoned us to the Azure domain? Does anyone know? Inquired the ancestral figure of the feather race upon entering the Azure domain, meeting other civilization ancestors, and furrowing his brow. I do not know, replied Ancestor Qingyuan, who had not divulged the specifics. The other ancestral figures shook their heads in unison. Initially, they were reluctant to attend. As ancestral figures of gods and demons, their statuses were equal. Why should they abandon their homelands and traverse the vast wilderness at the behest of another? Despite such thoughts, they arrived nonetheless. They were well aware that the Azure domain had transformed significantly, having allied with a celestial power. They feared that neglecting the invitation could lead to disdain from the Azure domain, and if that civilization spoke ill of them to the celestial powers, it would be a costly miscalculation. Do you not know? The ancestral figure of the feather race furrowed his brow even tighter. The Azure domain's cryptic behavior instilled a sense of unease within him. Enough. Let us not overthink it. We have previously interacted with the gods and demons of the Azure domain. Their nature should not lead them to abuse their newfound support from the celestial powers to look down upon us or treat us with contempt. Their summoning of us must pertain to matters of great importance, likely involving the celestial powers, speculated Tian Yuan, the ancestral figure of the Tianlan civilization, as he surveyed the other gods and demons. He had already learned from the Azure domain that the celestial force backing them was also a human civilization. As a fellow human, Tian Yuan did not feel excessive concern. Could it be related to the celestial powers? The expressions of the other 5 gods and demons shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, they gritted their teeth and followed Tian Yuan into the depths of the Azure domain. Within the Azure domain's temple, the 6 ancestral figures gathered, gazing at an elder seated at the head of the assembly with a hint of suspicion. They had been informed by Ancestor Qingyuan that this individual was a high envoy of the celestial force. The gathering in the Azure domain was indeed related to him, albeit the minister's cultivation level elicited a slight frown from the assembly. The sight of the deity, exuding an aura of primal wilderness beside the Minister of Revenue, sent a shiver down their spines. the figure of the king of mountains and rivers, who single-handedly battled the four formidable deities of the barbaric lands and emerged victorious, lingered vividly in their memories. Upon recognizing the king of mountains and rivers, their doubts regarding the minister of revenue's identity dissipated, suppressing their inner turmoil. The elder of the Feather clan was the first to inquire, "Might I ask, esteemed envoy, for what purpose have we been summoned? Please, take your seats. I have convened you all to discuss a matter of commerce," the minister of revenue replied, gesturing with a hand and stroking his beard. The six deities exchanged glances, their tension slightly palpable as they settled into their seats. "There is no need for apprehension. The transaction I speak of pertains to elixirs and medicinal herbs," the minister continued, his eyes narrowing slightly as he noticed their unease, which invigorated his spirit. To command such apprehension from divine beings while merely immortal is an unprecedented feat in the history of the divine Xuan dynasty. The source of this power lies in the formidable empire that supports him. Regarding elixirs and medicinal herbs, the tension in the hearts of the deities eased a fraction. Though they had speculated on the potential involvement of celestial powers on their way here, the realization of the envoy's identity brought about a palpable sense of trepidation. They feared that the envoy might harbor ulterior motives and impose unreasonable demands, such as seeking control over their underlying civilization. While having a celestial power as a backing could be advantageous, it also risked imposing a heavy burden of expectations upon them. After all, any celestial force within the barbaric lands is not to be trifled with. Without a vested interest, why would they offer protection to outsiders? Consequently, despite their envy of the Qing domain, they harbored no intentions of becoming subservient to any celestial powers. Moreover, their civilization had not encountered any crises that would necessitate seeking external support. They preferred to fortify their own strength and remain masters of their own fate. However, they genuinely feared that this celestial envoy might propose unreasonable demands, which would leave them in a precarious position. "What manner of transaction do you propose, esteemed envoy?" inquired the elder of the Tiger clan. The prospect of merely engaging in a transaction offered them a modicum of reassurance. Even if it meant conceding some profits or incurring minor losses, as long as they could appease this envoy and avoid provoking formidable adversaries, it would be a significant boon. The rules of the transaction can be discussed later. For now, I invite each of you to express your thoughts, the Minister of Revenue stated calmly, stroking his chin. Among the three departments of the dynasty, the Ministry of Revenue was the most intricate, overseeing taxes, labor, households, the national treasury, and trade. The minister's ascension to the head of this department was a testament to his exceptional capabilities. He understands how to secure a dominant position during negotiations, thereby maximizing his own interests. The venerable ancestor of the Feathered clan, with a commanding voice, stated, "Our civilizational trade of elixirs is predominantly based on an exchange of 5 portions of medicinal materials for 4 mid-tier elixirs." Other deities echoed his sentiments, aligning their words with the Feathered clan's patriarch. However, exchanging glances with the other deities, the patriarch subtly added, "Should your esteemed envoy prove hesitant to engage in trade, we can alternatively offer 4 inferior elixirs for every 5 portions of medicinal materials." The inferior elixirs refer to the inherent efficacy derived from the combination of the materials, while mid-tier elixirs boast a potency 50% greater than their inferior counterparts. Superior elixirs, on the other hand, possess double the efficacy of inferior ones. The first category represents the standard elixirs, while the latter 2 categories can only be produced by master alchemists of equivalent rank. These deities have already resolved to avoid offending the divine powers backing the Azure Domain civilization. Hence, they are willing to concede benefits to the forces behind the Azure Domain, desiring merely to limit their associations with them. "Oh, this is indeed somewhat superior to the Azure Domain," remarked the Minister of Revenue, a hint of intrigue crossing his features. He had gleaned from the elder of the Azure Domain that these civilizations are engaged in trade with a particular civilization specializing in alchemy. Previously, the Azure Domain had remained distant from that domain of elixirs due to geographical constraints, thus not becoming a participant, which rendered their elixirs somewhat inferior. The Minister of Revenue masked his surprise and addressed the gathered deities, stating, "No, quite the contrary to what you propose. I can offer you 4 superior elixirs for every 5 portions of medicinal materials, without any restrictions on quality." A slight smile graced his lips. "What?" The 6 deities felt a jolt of astonishment. The red maple elixir domain, a celestial-level civilization, stands apart from ordinary divine forces. The red maple elixir domain primarily focuses on alchemy, with alchemists comprising 30% of its population, and its patriarch is a celestial-level alchemist. Under the aegis of the red maple elixir domain lies a network of 100 civilizations, all engaged in trade with it. Each civilization sends its harvested materials to the red maple elixir domain for processing, receiving compensation before reclaiming the corresponding elixirs. This trade has persisted for countless years, establishing the red maple elixir domain's monopolistic status. At this moment, within the red maple divine hall, the venerable patriarch of red maple sat at the head of the assembly, his expression serene as he surveyed the alchemists of the terrestrial realm beneath him. This gathering is held once every century. Patriarch, the red maple elixir domain has been gaining notoriety in the vast wasteland, with even some forces from the central world beginning to approach us for elixirs. One elderly terrestrial alchemist remarked, "I believe it is time to reconsider the trading standards between elixirs and medicinal materials. It has not increased in all these years." When the red maple alchemy domain was first established, it possessed nothing. Consequently, it resorted to pricing its elixirs at remarkably low profits, such as trading 5 portions of materials for 4 superior elixirs to attract merchants. Over the course of millennia, the red maple alchemy domain transformed from a feeble establishment into a celestial powerhouse, forging a network of closely knit clientele. However, once they ascended to celestial influence, the meager profits became inadequate for further development, leading to losses instead. Thus, the alchemists of the red maple alchemy domain harbored discontent. Yet, the ancient ancestor of red maple had been preoccupied with refining celestial elixirs in seclusion, leaving no opportunity for them to voice their grievances. With the rare appearance of the ancestor at the Centennial Assembly, they seized the moment to address their concerns. After all, the true master of the red maple alchemy domain was the ancient ancestor. Should he agree to raise the prices, the domain could then adjust its rates with all trading civilizations. Indeed, it was precisely due to this matter that the ancient ancestor emerged from seclusion. He was inclined to declare that, effective immediately, the trading ratio of elixirs and materials would be altered from 5 portions of materials for 4 superior elixirs to 5 portions of materials for 3 superior elixirs, with the limit set for low-tier, celestial elixirs. The ancient ancestor spoke with a smile upon his lips. This new ratio aligns with the standard trading practices observed among the major alchemy domains in the celestial void realm. Previously, the red maple alchemy domain lacked the strength and clientele to demand fair profits, but now it had garnered sufficient qualifications across various aspects. It was time to revert to a normalized trading ratio. After all, this trading system had long been a source of dissatisfaction, though previously they had lacked the courage to voice it. At these words, a knowing smile spread among all present. As for concerns regarding the potential loss of clientele due to the adjustment of trade ratios, only the more distant customers might withdraw. However, the nearby ones would inevitably remain loyal to the red maple alchemy domain, as the entire celestial void realm operated similarly. Suddenly, amidst this atmosphere, a panicked voice echoed from outside the temple. Shortly thereafter, the ancient ancestor witnessed a martial artist from the earth god realm burst into the hall. "I report to the ancestor that 6 civilizations have simultaneously severed their trading relations with the red maple alchemy domain." Initially, the intrusion of this earth god realm martial artist elicited discontent among the alchemists present, yet upon hearing this alarming report, their brows furrowed in concern. They had only just decided on the modified trading ratio, which had yet to be communicated. How could civilizations suddenly choose to withdraw from trading? Which 6 civilizations are these? What reasons have they provided? The ancient ancestor inquired, narrowing his eyes. In response, "Ancestor," the martial artist replied, "they are the Old Yu civilization of the Feather Clan and the Tianlan civilization of the Human Clan." Although they did not disclose their reasons for exiting the trading agreement with the red maple alchemy domain, our spies embedded within their civilizations have learned that another alchemical force has emerged nearby, offering a trade of 5 portions of materials for 4 superior elixirs. Consequently, these civilizations have swiftly abandoned us. Moreover, most critically, this new alchemical force does not impose restrictions on the tier of elixirs they produce. The earth god realm martial artist swallowed hard and spoke respectfully. This price even stirred his interest. prompting him to consider departing from the Red Maple Dan domain to join that formidable faction. What? In the Red Maple Temple, the revered ancestor of Red Maple, along with a group of Earth God Realm alchemists, suddenly rose, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chapter 132. The decision of the ancestor of Red Maple. How could there be an alchemical force promising such an unfeasible trade ratio? Do they not desire profit? The expression of the Earth deity realm alchemist who first proposed the modification of the trade ratio changed dramatically. Crafting elixirs is no trivial endeavor. The toll on the alchemist's soul is immense. For every batch of materials, or every 5 batches, the alchemist must retain a portion to replenish their spiritual energy for cultivation. The Red Maple Alchemy domain represents a vast civilization of alchemy, with countless alchemists operating under its banner. The domain collects materials from various civilizations, compensating the alchemists while requiring them to remit a portion as commission for the domain as a whole. The commission collected by the Red Maple Alchemy domain is partially utilized to attract and retain the divine and demonic warriors who protect it, while simultaneously safeguarding the interests and breakthroughs of the senior alchemists, which entails substantial ongoing expenses. Returning 4 mid-tier elixirs for every 5 batches is already the maximum concession. Yet even so, they are beginning to face deficits, necessitating additional material procurement and elixir production to compensate for these losses. The Red Maple Alchemy domain is already the most prominent alchemical civilization in the entire celestial void realm, with the highest trade ratio. They cannot fathom any other alchemical force surpassing them by elevating the quality of 4 mid-tier elixirs to superior grades. Such a venture would be a guaranteed loss. Is the information accurate? The ancestor of Red Maple inquired solemnly. Unlike other Earth deity realm alchemists, he was particularly concerned about the phrase unrestricted level mentioned by the Earth deity realm warrior. It is worth noting that even the foremost alchemist of the current celestial void realm, the alchemy god, would not dare to utter such audacious claims. Unrestricted level? Who in the world could refine ancient god realm elixirs? Not to mention, even elixirs for the 8th and 9th layers of heavenly gods remain unattainable to this day. Materials of such caliber require the alchemist to have achieved the same realm to harness the divine fire for refinement. And those who reach the 8th or 9th layers of heavenly gods are exceedingly rare, with almost no practitioners of the alchemical path. Reporting to the ancestor, the alchemical forces remain uncertain of the truth, yet the 6 civilizations have indeed gathered their materials within a region known as the Azure Domain. The Earth deity realm warrior replied faithfully. Those from those civilizations cannot be foolish. It is inconceivable that they would abandon the Red Maple Alchemy domain, which has yet to announce any modification to the trade ratio, without witnessing the results claimed by the alchemical forces. The ancestor of Red Maple took a deep breath and sat heavily upon the throne of the temple. Ancestor, I believe the opposition is merely blustering, perhaps intentionally targeting our Red Maple Alchemy domain, possibly in collusion with the Alchemist Temple. We can maintain the current trade ratio for now. Once that alchemical force collapses under pressure, we can adjust the trade ratio then, suggested the elder alchemist from the Earth deity realm. The Alchemist Temple, as mentioned by him, was established through the collaboration of numerous alchemical civilizations. Previously, the overly favorable trade ratios of the Red Maple Alchemy domain adversely affected the business of the Alchemist Temple, leading to significant conflicts between the two. Had it not been for the robust foundation and divine protection that the Red Maple Alchemy domain had amassed, it might have already faced annihilation. Now, this foremost alchemist of the Earth God realm immediately associated that alchemical force with the Alchemist Temple. Otherwise, how coincidental it was that just as they were preparing to adjust the trade ratios, a rival alchemical force emerged with even more advantageous terms. It was evident that the Alchemist Temple had discovered the losses suffered by the Red Maple Alchemy domain through some means, intending to thwart their attempts to amend the trade ratios. Consequently, whether they maintained the current terms or modified them later, their business would likely decline significantly. At that point, the Alchemist Temple could suppress them or even lead to their destruction. The Alchemist Temple, the ancestor of the Red Maple, pondered its possible connection. Yet he shook his head slightly, narrowing his eyes. The vastness of the great wilderness was endless. Even the pinnacle powers of the central world dared not claim dominion over it or assert knowledge of all its forces. Therefore, the ancestor maintained a certain reverence towards everything in the great wilderness, refraining from rash actions without understanding their depths. What you propose, waiting and observing, might indeed be the best strategy if the other party had merely released information without concrete actions. However, with 6 civilizations already withdrawing from the trade with the red maple alchemy domain, do you think those civilizations are foolish for having survived in such a perilous great wilderness? Would they abandon the red maple alchemy domain without having seen the superior trade ratios for 4 high-tier elixirs? It is crucial to note that the decision to modify the ratios had only just been made by the ancestor. Could it be that they learned of this information beforehand? Even if rumors of losses had circulated within the red maple alchemy domain, no actual changes had been implemented. The herbs transported had consistently been traded for 4 mid-tier elixirs, and for them to withdraw so decisively indicates they were aware of the consequences. Yet, they still chose to leave, even neglecting to conceal their intentions and continuing with the previous trading terms with the red maple alchemy domain. There are far too many uncertainties in this matter. The ancestor of the red maple surveyed all present and spoke slowly. Does the ancestor mean to ascertain the truth of the situation first? To determine whether it is mere bluster or indeed a serious threat before deciding on a course of action? Inquired one alchemist of the earth god realm, bowing respectfully. Indeed, the ancestor of the red maple nodded. What he found most concerning was the aspect of unrestricted levels. The previous trade ratios for elixirs held little significance for him. With his current cultivation, he could effortlessly produce high-quality elixirs for those below the mortal realm, often yielding 2 to 3 from a single batch of herbs. However, crafting earth god elixirs, even as a divine-grade alchemist, posed considerable challenges. Producing even mid-tier quality was the utmost of his capabilities. If the opposing force was unbound by such restrictions, they would indeed have an overwhelming advantage. The implications of this situation instilled a profound sense of dread within the venerable ancestor of the Red Maple clan. Nevertheless, irrespective of the circumstances, this enigmatic alchemical force has begun to exert an influence on their business operations. Should they choose to remain passive, the eventual dissemination of this news would undoubtedly deliver a staggering blow to their endeavors. It is imperative that they ascertain the details before devising any further strategies. As for initiating a price war, if the opposing party is indeed linked to the Temple of Alchemists, such actions would surely ensnare them in a trap, potentially leading to the downfall of the Red Maple alchemy domain. Contemplating this, the ancestor of the Red Maple clan turned his gaze toward the earth deity-level elder and inquired, "What civilization does this azure domain represent?" The elder replied, reporting to the ancestor, "It is a civilization of the human race at the earth deity level. However, according to our scouts, the azure domain recently suffered an attack from the alien tribes of the Great Wilderness. They seem to have found a divine power to rely upon, which has mitigated the crisis posed by the alien tribes. Shortly after the azure domain convened the 6 major civilizations, we received news that they have severed ties with the Red Maple Alchemy Domain's trading conference. Thus, there is a connection to the divine power backing that azure civilization." The ancestor mused, furrowing his brow. When it comes to divine powers, even the most formidable scouts of the Red Maple Alchemy Domain would find it difficult to investigate without being detected. It is a task that only he could undertake. After a moment of contemplation, the ancestor gestured, signaling the conclusion of the meeting. He then proceeded to a towering mountain at the heart of the Red Maple Alchemy Domain. "Predecessor Kuth Bamboo, may I request an audience?" The ancestor approached the entrance of a cave dwelling upon the mountain, bowing respectfully. The cave door creaked open, revealing an elder clad in gray robes, who emerged with the aid of a cane. A peculiar scent, reminiscent of decaying bamboo, emanated from him, carrying a faint aura of decay that swiftly permeated the surroundings, eroding everything in its vicinity. This individual is none other than the guardian deity of the Red Maple Alchemy Domain, Kuth Bamboo, a formidable being at the 4th level of divine power. It is due to his presence that the Temple of Alchemists has refrained from employing force. In his early years, Kuth Bamboo had erred in his cultivation, allowing his soul to be tainted by the path of decay. He requires a divine-grade elixir known as the Wood Intent Divine Pill to stave off the encroachment of this decay. Within the entire celestial void realm, only 3 individuals possess the knowledge to concoct this elixir. The first is the alchemy deity, the second is the second-ranked divine alchemist of the celestial void realm, and the third is himself. The former holds a prestigious status, catering exclusively to titans of divine might, while the latter is elusive, wandering through the great wilderness. Given Kuth Bambu's standing, he finds it challenging to engage with either of them. Consequently, the ancestor of the Red Maple clan has managed to secure the protection of such a powerful ally, merely by presenting himself as a low-tier divine alchemist. This journey aims to enlist Kuth Bambu's companionship to venture into the Azure Domain. While the Red Maple Alchemy Domain possesses other divine guardians, they are deemed unreliable against the alchemical force. The Wood Intent Divine Pill can only be crafted by those with a Wood Spirit body and within the realm of divine power. Moreover, the formula for the Wood Intent Divine Pill hails from ancient times, passed down through generations, and only 3 individuals are capable of its creation, which emboldens him to bring Kuth Bambu along. As he understood, the celestial spirit of withered bamboo would offer him protection due to the scarcity of the Wood Essence Divine Pill. What brings you to seek the old man, Crimson Maple? Has the new Wood Essence Divine Pill been successfully refined? The voice of the celestial spirit was weathered, entirely unlike the demeanor expected of a 4th-rank celestial deity. The path of decay is a double-edged sword. If one can master it, its lethality is terrifying, capable of surpassing ranks in combat. However, if one cannot control it, their soul will be eroded, ultimately leading to their demise. The celestial spirit of withered bamboo belonged to the latter category. Indeed, there is but one more matter I wish to request, spoke the venerable Crimson Maple, outlining his intent. I understand now. Rest assured, I shall protect you thoroughly. The celestial spirit nodded. Given the circumstances, it was no wonder that the venerable Crimson Maple would take personal action. Among those he had encountered, only the venerable Crimson Maple possessed the ability to refine the Wood Essence Divine Pill, making it impossible for the celestial spirit to decline his request. There is no time to lose. I kindly ask you, esteemed celestial, to accompany me, the venerable Crimson Maple said with deep respect. Subsequently, after arranging the necessary matters, the venerable Crimson Maple led the celestial spirit towards the Azure Realm. They intended to covertly infiltrate the Azure Realm, seeking an opportunity to delve into the divine forces hidden behind it and uncover their secrets. Rest assured and await patiently, said the Minister of Revenue in the Azure Realm Temple, waving his hand dismissively. They possessed the divine powers of the river deity after ascending to celestial status. They could freely open the divine gates, transporting elixirs from the 6 great civilizations into the imperial territory. Initially, the 6 great civilizations, upon his proposition, were skeptical that the empire would offer such substantial concessions, as even the Crimson Maple Pill domain could not provide such prices. However, when they tentatively submitted their own materials to the Minister of Revenue, it was not long before they received the promised proportion of elixirs, all of superior quality. The warmth of the elixirs lingered, the medicinal properties circulating and the aroma wafting, clearly indicating they had just been refined, rather than being old concoctions meant to deceive them. This trial made them realize that the empire undoubtedly possessed a formidable foundation in alchemy. With gritted teeth, they decided to gather all their materials. Meanwhile, the Crimson Maple Pill domain was urging them to deliver the remaining materials. One of the ancient deities declared they had no need for them. Seeing this, the rest of the ancient deities were concerned that by severing ties with the Crimson Maple Pill domain, they would lose the Empire's supportive alchemical assistance, thus following suit in their departure. However, once they separated, regret quickly set in. Now, they found themselves with only the Empire as their trading partner. Should the Empire refuse or siphon off their materials, their harvest for the year would be in vain. Yet, with matters as they stood, they could only press on with determination. Presently, they awaited news from the Empire with palpable anxiety. Even with the Minister of Revenue offering reassurances, they remained tense. Observing this, the Minister of Revenue was not in a hurry. As time slowly passed, soon, the elixirs from the 6 great civilizations were transported back in the provided storage rings. Indeed, there exists an abundance of elixirs, all of superior quality. The divine beings grasped their respective storage rings, their consciousness sweeping through, and their pupils constricted as they inhaled deeply. What do you think? The Minister of Revenue smirked. Before the divine beings could respond, he continued, this is merely the trade ratio offered to external parties by the dynasty. Internally, for instance, with the affiliated powers of the dynasty, the typical exchange is 5 portions of medicinal materials for 10 superior quality elixirs. Furthermore, there are additional benefits. The minister's enticing voice reverberated throughout the grand hall. Upon hearing this, the divine beings shuddered. Elixirs serve as a shortcut for martial artists' evolution. Being able to exchange the same amount for 4 superior elixirs significantly accelerates their civilization's development. Should they manage to double this amount, it would imply that their future progress in martial prowess would outpace their previous advancements by more than double. Meanwhile, the Minister of Personnel, Li Yuanfang, accompanied the Sword Saint to the territory of the Azure Domain. However, unlike the Minister of Revenue, their approach was clandestine, veiled from public knowledge. Suddenly, as they walked, the Minister of Personnel was startled by a thunderous roar. Looking up towards the source of the sound, he beheld a colossal ape, beating its chest and howling toward the heavens. Such a terrifying presence, it must belong to the realm of the divine beings. The Minister of Personnel swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of trepidation. "Fear not, it is one of our own." The Sword Saint gestured toward the demon ape. The Minister of Personnel, however, once he regained his composure, he suddenly gazed intently at the demon ape. A brilliant idea flickered in his mind. Our own. Indeed, our own. The Minister of Personnel's pupils suddenly constricted. He seemed to have conceived a comprehensive strategy for assimilating the subjects of the dynasty, to create new glories. Chapter 133. The Sixth Summoning of Gods and Demons. Your Majesty, the trade ratios for the elixirs have been meticulously established. The 6 civilized territories, swayed by the elixir production of the Elixir Temple, are inclined to become vassals of the empire. It is likely that a decision will be reached in the near future, reported the Minister of Revenue with utmost respect. Indeed, I am already aware of this matter. You may withdraw for now. Xuan Ming nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Minister of Revenue respectfully took his leave. This mission to the Azure Domain has afforded him a tangible understanding of the empire and its sovereign's profound heritage, and he has grown to genuinely admire the emperor. As he watched the minister depart, Xuan Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Overall, the minister's actions have been commendable. Has there been a breakthrough? Just as Xuan Ming's attention was drawn to contemplating the minister's capabilities, he suddenly sensed a subtle tremor in the realm of the emperor's world. From the information relayed by the emperor's world, it was revealed that the ancestors of the 12 sacred lands of humanity had ascended to become divine demons, while the 24 sacred beasts of the beast clan had transformed into divine beasts. They became the first generation of divine demons since the inception of the emperor's world. Your Majesty, the Minister of Personnel requests an audience. At that moment, a guard at the palace entrance reported respectfully. "Let him enter," Xuan Ming commanded, retracting his focus from the emperor's world with a wave of his hand. "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard withdrew. Soon, the Minister of Personnel entered the hall. "I humbly report, Your Majesty, that after visiting and observing 2 civilized territories, I have devised a preliminary plan for swiftly incorporating these civilized beings into the empire's citizenry." A hint of joy graced Li Yuanfang's countenance as he bowed respectfully. The outline of the plan had already formed in his mind. Upon witnessing the demon monkey's presence in the Azure Domain, recognized by the Sword Saint as one of their own, Li Yuanfang experienced a moment of enlightenment that solidified his plan. "Oh, pray, elaborate," Xuan Ming said, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. He wished to ascertain whether the minister's proposed plan held merit. "Your Majesty, these civilizations possess a long and storied history. During my visits, I inquired about their perceptions of the empire, and the responses were uniformly filled with reverence. They recognized the empire's might, which instills a genuine sense of fear within them. This fear may deter them from opposing the empire's brilliance. However, fundamentally, they still consider themselves as belonging to their respective civilizations. In terms of cultural assimilation, it is exceedingly challenging to alter the deeply rooted identities of these outsiders. To fundamentally transform the divergent perceptions of these 2 civilizations and have them assimilated as subjects of the empire, we must begin by nurturing the new generation of children born within these civilizations. However, the older generations of these civilizations remain unextinguished. Under the subtle influence of their inherent cultural heritage, the dynasty's efforts to cultivate a sense of belonging among the new generation of children prove largely ineffective. They may still perceive themselves as the disadvantaged, believing that the dynasty merely subjugated them through sheer military might, while they continue to yearn for independence. The Minister of Personnel articulates all the shortcomings in one breath. Please, continue, he is urged. Xuan Ming leans slightly against the dragon throne, faintly aware that the minister has already pinpointed the root of the problem: the older generations. Unless they are addressed, the dynasty's ambition to assimilate all beings into its citizenry will be exceedingly difficult to implement. Yet, these elders possess considerable influence over the dynasty, and as they do not pose a threat, exterminating them would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, utterly pointless. Furthermore, it could invite potential adversaries to the dynasty. He is eager to see how the minister intends to resolve the issue of these elder civilizations. Yes, Your Majesty, I propose that the dynasty's plan to assimilate all beings into its citizenry should leverage the academy system established by Your Majesty. By recruiting a cadre of exceptionally talented children from external civilizations into the academies, we can cultivate them into loyal subjects of the dynasty. Subsequently, these individuals could be dispatched to non-native civilizations to assume positions of authority, such as provincial governors or other official roles. At the same time, we could repatriate the elders of these civilizations and establish some form of external warfare agency under Your Majesty's direction, assigning them there in exchange for territorial expansion, thus allowing these elder figures to contribute to the dynasty's growth. The lands acquired could then be entrusted to their offspring, who would be nurtured as subjects of the dynasty, trained to guard these territories and disseminate the civilization of the dynasty, gradually assimilating the beings of those regions into loyal subjects. In this manner, the dynasty would not squander excess resources, but would instead fully capitalize on the intrinsic value of these civilizations to fortify and enhance its foundation. The minister's demeanor remains calm, and his tone measured, as though the proposal he presents is exceptionally ordinary. Xuan Ming, seated upon the dragon throne, discreetly nods, a ripple of intrigue crossing his face. Clearly, the minister's plan aligns with his aspirations. Should this plan be executed, it would effectively allow the dynasty to ascend to divinity atop the platform constructed by these civilizations. In contrast, those civilizations, having expended their utmost efforts, would ultimately find themselves assimilated rather than independent, their millennia of heritage wholly consumed by the dynasty, becoming an indelible part of its territory. Remarkably, all the dynasty would invest in this endeavor would be merely the time and resources required to nurture these gifted children, a trifling cost compared to the substantial gains reaped. Nevertheless, while this may sound feasible in theory, actual implementation poses considerable challenges. Should the dynasty regard them merely as stepping stones, seeking to reap maximum benefits without expending any military effort, discontent is bound to arise, potentially leading to various complications. Thus, the dynasty must allocate a significant degree of military force to manage this segment more rigorously than other areas. In this regard, Xuan Ming possesses a systematic approach, and thus harbors no concerns. Given sufficient time, not only ancient deities but also the sages of the primal world may eventually be summoned to serve under his command. Therefore, the proposal put forth by the Minister of Personnel is nearly impossible to implement for ordinary factions. However, it holds sufficient merit for a dynasty to execute. Many aspects of the proposal resonate with Xuan Ming's prior contemplations. For instance, the recruitment of the elder generation to establish an external warfare institution aligns perfectly with his own idea of forming a divine demon bureau, which would convene divine beings to oversee and engage in external conflicts. Furthermore, he has envisioned nurturing talented children and assigning them to various regions. He has considered supplementing the dynasty with talents from the martial arts academy, ensuring their development across numerous sectors. The minister's plan can be regarded as an amplified version of his method for enhancing the dynasty's foundation, albeit at the expense of extracting all value from these subordinate civilizations. Throughout its existence, the dynasty has consistently been the beneficiary. Naturally, the proposal articulated by the Minister of Personnel does possess certain shortcomings. For the dynasty to persuade individuals to willingly engage in warfare, there must be mechanisms of control and sufficient incentives to lead them to believe that their participation is advantageous rather than merely serving others' interests. Xuan Ming has long contemplated a system akin to contribution points. In his recollection of the previous world, the main deity system depicted in novels seemingly operated in this manner, manipulating reincarnators to invade various realms and plunder resources. The combination of the minister's plan and Xuan Ming's ideas bears a striking resemblance in execution. Following their discussion of certain details, The Minister of Personnel departed. After his exit, Xuan Ming continued to ponder over the refinement of various proposals when a subtle aura of divinity emanated from the imperial hall. "Come forth," Xuan Ming beckoned with a gesture. "Little deity pays respects to your majesty," the land deity greeted. "Your majesty, I have made progress on the matters you instructed me regarding some time ago," the land deity stated respectfully. "Oh, progress has been made." A smile graced Xuan Ming's face. The achievements mentioned by the land deity were directly related to Xuan Ming's earlier directive concerning the widespread martial arts initiative. Previously, the Xinyuan dynasty was not composed solely of martial artists. Each province, district, and county contained a significant majority of commoners, amounting to over 70 or 80%. Even though the recent resurgence of spiritual energy has narrowed the gap between martial artists and non-martial artists, commoners remain the prevailing demographic within the Xinyuan dynasty. Xuan Ming had always harbored intentions of elevating the martial capabilities of the populace. Upon learning from figures such as Xuan Xue that the strength of the dynasty's citizens is closely tied to the nation's fortune, he became even more resolute in this endeavor. Consequently, during this period, the land deity has been diligently occupied with the establishment of a universal martial arts curriculum, and now, at last, there are tangible results. "Your Majesty, this humble servant has painstakingly assimilated the martial arts of Your Majesty's two younger sisters along with the lifetime teachings of the celestial God of the eternal universe, distilling the essence while discarding the dross, to create a cultivation method suitable for all beings, regardless of their innate talents." The earth god gently gestured, and divine power surged forth, revealing a grand scroll above the hall of the mysterious emperor. Indeed, the mysterious emperor cast a cursory glance at the scroll presented by the earth god, nodding subtly in approval. A universal cultivation method. The paramount aspect is its simplicity and comprehensibility. Now, in the hands of the mysterious emperor, after subduing Xian Shui, Lin Ning, and the celestial god of the eternal universe, there exist numerous divine and demonic techniques. However, they cannot be directly disseminated. The reason, of course, lies in the varying degrees of difficulty among these techniques. The mortal populace of the divine Xian Empire is vast, and their capabilities in terms of innate potential, physique, and understanding differ significantly. Even if all techniques were to be distributed, achieving any effective martial proliferation would be arduous. Conversely, the cultivation method devised by the earth god precisely contradicts the complexities of these divine and demonic techniques. Within the scroll, the methods of operation are primarily illustrated through intricate patterns, embodying the profound principles of the universal path. As long as the practitioner can flawlessly align with the depicted patterns, they can draw spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, embarking on the path of martial cultivation. Only through the widespread adoption of such a method can the martial prowess of the populace be elevated. Your Majesty, this method is constructed from the foundational elements of numerous divine and demonic techniques, reaching a level of divine and demonic classification. It harmonizes with the spiritual energies of the cosmos and the principles of the universal path. Even mortals with lesser talents can attain the postnatal realm within a year. Those with greater innate gifts may even reach the innate stage, with the possibility of achieving semi-saint status. Furthermore, should one diligently practice this method, those with even a modicum of talent could ascend to the rank of earth god. However, the path beyond the earth god is irrevocably severed. As the earth god humbly stated, crafted through divine means, this method penetrates the soul, providing substantial cultivation feedback even for mortals. Yet without your Majesty's command, the subsequent paths of cultivation remain eternally inaccessible. Those who practice this method will, until their final breath, only attain the rank of earth god. If your Majesty were to supplement this with the pills from the Pill God Pavilion, it is conceivable that these commoners could reach at least semi-saint status within half a year. Oh, a flicker of astonishment crossed the mysterious emperor's face. He had anticipated that the method created by the earth god might yield unexpected results, yet he did not foresee such astonishing efficacy. Thus, if within half a year, with sufficient resources for cultivation, it is possible for the entire populace to become semi-saints, and in some particularly strong regions, even village inhabitants could attain semi-saint status, with the village chief potentially reaching the saint level. This realization prompted the mysterious emperor to stroke his chin, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes. Given the current fortune of the nation, which has already augmented his divine combat prowess and subtly enhanced his mastery over the myriad paths. What heights might the national fortune ascend to if the entire populace were to elevate to semi-saint status? How much more could his cultivation be accelerated? In that moment, the mysterious emperor made a resolute decision. Regarding the multitude of commoners within the dynasty, the consumption of medicinal pills is indeed substantial. This, however, is a trivial matter as long as the medicinal materials are plentiful. The essence can be refined in a single day. As an ancient divine-level alchemist, his soul has transcended to an elevated realm. Unless he is concocting high-tier celestial or even ancient god-level elixirs, fatigue is unlikely. For potions within the realm of mortals, he can recover effortlessly. Excellent. You have performed admirably, Xuan Ming praised. Undoubtedly, the technique imparted by the land god holds significant value for him. Subsequently, the land god withdrew. Xuan Ming waved his hand, condensing the martial scripture hovering above the Xian Emperor's hall into a tome, which he placed upon the dragon table. Now that the method for universal martial cultivation is established, it is imperative to present this at the court. Xuan Ming contemplated silently. The court serves as the paramount center of power within the dynasty. Such a monumental initiative as universal martial cultivation must be announced in the court to ensure its rapid dissemination throughout the nation. Moreover, the Imperial Academy has recently been completed in the capital, and the subordinate academies have entered the teaching phase. It is high time for the Imperial Academy to commence the enrollment of disciples. Xuan Ming thought further. The three ministers, guided by the divine beings under his command, are well acquainted with the current might and territory of the dynasty. Henceforth, he trusts they will adeptly manage his various mandates without requiring excessive attention from him. Just as Xuan Ming was deep in thought, preparing to consolidate all matters for resolution, a sudden, mechanical, and chilling notification echoed in his ears. Ding! The opportunity for summoning the moon god has refreshed. It has detected that the host possesses one summoning chance. Shall the summoning proceed? Let us create brilliance anew. Chapter 134. The Divine Giant, the pinnacle of imperial power within the Xianwang Palace. Xuan Ming contemplated the matters he intended to announce at the morning court. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his ear. Another month had swiftly passed. Xuan Ming reclined slightly in the dragon throne, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, 6 months had elapsed since he ascended to the imperial throne. The system summoned deities and demons once a month. The previous 5 summons had granted him 8 utterly trustworthy divine beings under his command, among which 5 were celestial deities of exceptional caliber. These 5 were no ordinary celestial beings. The earth god, the river god, and the mountain god had evolved into divine entities whose domains had significantly expanded. Within their realms, they possessed the capability to battle beyond their ranks. As representatives of heavenly authority, they could momentarily suppress various divine laws within their domains, effectively weakening any foreign deities or demons that dared to enter. Despite their divine power being categorized at the first tier of celestial deities, their true strength could rival that of the 3rd or even 4th tier celestial realms, provided they remained within their divine territories. Should they venture beyond, their prowess would resemble that of any standard celestial deity. Nevertheless, their existence greatly bolstered the dynasty's strength, rendering them indispensable pillars of power. The moon worship leader, endowed with world-destroying abilities and referred to as the annihilation body by the celestial sovereign, along with the water beast, could merge to transform the moon worship leader into an immensely potent celestial being in a brief span of time. Their might was at least equal to, if not greater than, that of the divine lords within the realm. Then there was the spirit wood, a divine entity whose significance lay not in martial prowess, but in its formidable alchemical skills, which had considerably enhanced the dynasty's alchemical foundation. This advancement was crucial for the dynasty's martial development and its external trade relations. Beyond them were the likes of the Mountain River King, the Sword Saint, and the Nameless One, alongside various subordinate deities such as Bai Chun of Bianlong County, the demon god Ape, and the Qingyu civilization. In just 5 months, the foundational strength of the dynasty's elite had multiplied exponentially compared to the reign of the previous emperor. Xuan Ming pondered which divine being from the myriad realms he would summon this time. His heart stirred with anticipation. The system boasted 2 primary functions, sign-in and summoning. The former replenished the mid-tier resources of the dynasty, while the latter consistently augmented its top-tier combat capabilities. Each summoning represented a significant leap forward for the dynasty. Summon forth. System. Xuan Ming murmured as he settled into the comforts of his throne. Ding. Summoning in progress. Please hold on, host. Time passed slowly. Xuan Ming gazed intently, unhurried by the process. The system's summoning occurred randomly from the vast multiverse. It requires a certain amount of time. Ding. The summoning is complete. Congratulations to the host for summoning the divine demon, Sword God. System, please display the profile of the Sword God. Xuan Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, silently instructing. Sword God. This title, or perhaps name, is far too common across the myriad realms. Merely based on these two words, Xuan Ming could not discern who this summoned divine demon was or the extent of their prowess. In the next moment, a faint blue light curtain appeared before Xuan Ming. Divine demon, Sword God. Race, human. Cultivation, seventh heaven of the celestial god realm. Technique, heavenly blade of divine slaughter. Abilities, 10,000 blades of heaven's net, thunderous blade. Soul-devouring blade. Weapon, heavenly blade of divine slaughter. Half-step ancient god level source, heavenly blade realm. The sword god of the seventh heaven of the celestial god realm. This, Xuan Ming felt a slight shock within. The seventh heaven of the celestial god realm, as described by the celestial gods of the eternal universe, is regarded as a powerhouse of the Tianshu realm, akin to a clan giant. Among the 100 clans of the Tianshu realm, those with the celestial god of the seventh heaven are referred to as great clans, marking a demarcation in the cultivation hierarchy of the entire Tianshu realm. Achieving this realm signifies entry into the upper echelon of the Tianshu realm. Xuan Ming never anticipated that this summoning would yield such a divine demon. However, it is indeed a fortuitous event, as it provides the dynasty with considerable confidence during external expansions. Xuan Ming took a deep breath. This summoning had indeed brought him some pleasant surprises. Ding. The sword god will arrive at the host's side within the hour. The system's cold prompt echoed. Xuan Ming displayed no signs of surprise. He leaned slightly against the dragon chair, recalling that he had yet to check in today. System. Check-in. Ding. Checking in. Check-in complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancient artifact, God-slaying spear. Xuan Ming raised an eyebrow. At the border of the Azure Domain civilization, the ancestor of red maple and the celestial god of corrupted bamboo, cloaked in black robes, cautiously entered the Azure Domain civilization. They understood that behind the Azure Domain lay a celestial-level power. Such a celestial power would undoubtedly leave some means within the Azure Domain. Hence, their infiltration was conducted with utmost discretion. Otherwise, if a celestial descended upon the earthly god civilization, the upper echelons of any earthly civilization would gather to offer the highest honors in reception. Utilizing the methods of a celestial, they soon gleaned information regarding the celestial power behind the Azure Domain from some individuals within. The special divine gate would only activate when the dynasty entered the Azure Domain. The Azure Domain lacked the capability to open the divine gate to access the dynasty. This meant that even the Azure Domain was unaware of the precise coordinates of that dynasty, and all actions were conducted from behind the scenes. Upon understanding this information, the ancestor of red maple and the celestial god of corrupted bamboo exchanged glances, feeling a measure of difficulty. They discovered that the Qingyu might merely be an outpost of the celestial power known as the dynasty, its precise location shrouded in mystery. Thus, their intention to infiltrate the Qingyu to investigate the veracity of the celestial force was rendered futile. Previously, they had ventured into the realms of the Laoyu and Tianlan civilizations for reconnaissance. They had almost confirmed that the celestial power behind Qingyu, the dynasty, was a refining force that traded 5 portions of medicinal herbs for 4 superior pills. After a thorough exploration of Qingyu, the 2 celestial beings found nothing of significance. Eventually, they arrived at an inn, intending to wait a few days in hopes of uncovering an opportunity. Esteemed guests, here is our house specialty, stir-fried bean curd with tiger whip. Please enjoy. A server presented them with an additional dish. The red maple ancestor felt a sudden jolt of surprise. It is merely food from the mortal realm. The bean curd celestial gently shook his head. With a lifespan spanning tens of thousands of years, such trivial matters no longer troubled him. That is good to hear. Just as the red maple ancestor exhaled a sigh of relief, a voice within the inn abruptly captured the attention of the 2 celestial beings. Have you heard? The great wilderness battlefield has nearly been cleared, and soon, the ancestral beings of our Qingyu will lead a delegation of high-ranking officials to the dynasty's territory to pay homage to the emperor there. Such news was astonishing. Hissing. The voice was subtle, merely casual banter during a meal. However, at their level of cultivation, the slightest rustle within a 100-mile radius was discernible to them. The two celestial beings exchanged glances, silently nodding. They resolved to investigate further. If true, this would present an excellent opportunity to blend into that refining force. Meanwhile, in the Wanyao mountain range, within the southern demon domain, a rift suddenly tore open in the fabric of space. A towering sword god stepped forth with a single stride. Chapter 135, The Popularization of Martial Arts, the Divine Canon of Martial Arts. The blade god did not squander time unnecessarily. He did not even spare a glance at his surroundings, but instead tore through the fabric of space and stepped inside. In the Xianhuang Palace, Xuan Ming furrowed his brow as he gazed at the multitude of divine artifacts within himself, feeling a sense of ennui. Just then, a respectful guard entered. Bowing deeply and announcing, "Your Majesty," a burly man requests an audience outside the palace. "Admit him," Xuan Ming replied, withdrawing his focus from his inner contemplation. The blade god, a titan among the celestial gods. According to the prior accounts of Hengyu, Xuanxue, and Lin Ning, this individual represented the pinnacle of strength within the human race. Xuan Ming felt a flicker of excitement within. After lying in wait in this remote land for 6 months, the top combat forces of the divine Xian Empire were finally beginning to ascend towards the higher echelons of the celestial void realm. Soon, the imposing blade god entered the Xianhuang Palace. "Little god pays respects to your majesty," he said, bowing in deference. Xuan Ming surveyed the blade god and spoke, "You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty," the blade god responded as he straightened. Xuan Ming remained silent. Yet his gaze fell upon a line of small characters annotated by the system near the blade god. System notification. The blade god has dedicated his life to the pursuit of the ultimate swordsmanship. He is a man of few words and is not adept at conversation. Having ascended from the lowest ranks in the celestial blade realm to its zenith, executing only a single strike. Possessing the blade god physique and practicing the art of swift swordplay, his speed is unparalleled. Yet, his true formidable power lies beyond mere techniques. The blade god, known for striking only once. Xuan Ming's eyes shifted slightly. Each summoned deity or demon by the system bears unique annotations, but the blade god's description differed from the others. He had consistently concealed his strength within the celestial blade realm. Or perhaps, there had never been an opponent worthy of him revealing his hidden capabilities. His true power, like the myriad blades of the heavens and the soul-stirring blade, had never been unleashed. However, it was clear from the system's depiction that the blade god has always eliminated his foes with a solitary strike, ensuring their demise or incapacitation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to exist as the pinnacle of the celestial blade realm. The might of a single strike could annihilate all adversaries. Thus, if he were to unleash his divine powers, could it be that the blade god is capable of battling beyond his level? Xuan Ming stroked his chin, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes, though he quickly masked it. The summoned deities and demons were all peak-level beings of their respective realms, and in some senses, only a select few could attain such heights. Achieving the ability to fight beyond one's level did not seem an insurmountable challenge. The stronger the blade god became, the more beneficial it would be for the empire. "From now on, you shall remain by my side temporarily," Xuan Ming gently commanded. "Little god obeys," the blade god replied, clasping his hands in respect. The following day, in the imperial hall, civil and military officials entered in succession, bowing reverently before the imposing figure seated upon the throne. "The esteemed ministers may rise." Xuan Ming gestured with a calm demeanor. Though only 5 months had passed, he was no longer the naive emperor of Ur. With Xuan Ming's permission, the civil and military officials gradually stood. He waved his hand, signaling the courtiers to commence their discourse. Subsequently, various ministers stepped forward to respectfully recount the issues arising in their respective regions. These matters, beyond the capacity of local authorities, had been reported to the various departments. Should the issues be of significant magnitude and difficult for the departments to adjudicate, they would be presented during the morning court for the emperor's ultimate decision. As time elapsed and the ministers concluded their reports, Finding no further issues to present, Xuan Ming lightly tapped the armrest of his dragon throne, a sound that rendered the entire Huangji Hall silent. Since you esteemed officials have no further matters to discuss, I, on the other hand, have several important issues to address, Xuan Ming proclaimed, surveying the assembly with an air of authority. The ministers felt a jolt of apprehension, their gazes drawn to the imposing figure seated upon the throne, listening intently. Having recently transcended to the realm of earth deity, the imperial majesty radiating from Xuan Ming instilled a sense of awe among them. Following his ascension to the rank of heavenly deity, his imperial presence intensified to an extraordinary degree. Even in casual gestures, he could evoke a heavy sense of pressure upon them. This formidable transformation seemed to signify the deepening weight of imperial power, commanding respect without a word of anger, leading the ministers to cautiously discuss it among themselves. Yet none could articulate a convincing explanation. The matter I previously mentioned regarding the universal martial training of the populace can commence from today onward. With a wave of his hand, Xuan Ming conjured a divine martial compendium, which transformed into a myriad of radiant beams, each descending into the hands of the ministers. Previously, when he announced an increase in the salaries of imperial officials and the distribution of local spiritual and demonic powers, he had subtly alluded to the idea of martial training for the common people, though he had not explicitly stated it. Nonetheless, it was likely that the ministers had already speculated on this development. Thus, Xuan Ming's decision did not come as an utter surprise. Upon receiving the martial compendium, the officials were taken aback. After the emperor had vaguely hinted at the notion of universal martial training, they had entertained some conjectures, albeit mistakenly believing the emperor's sentiments to be mere whimsy. After all, throughout history, martial prowess has often led to chaos. The internal climate of the dynasty had become acutely aware of this notion. Although the martial culture posed a potential threat, its prevalence among the populace remained modest, allowing the dynasty to manage it to some extent. However, should the practice of martial arts be disseminated widely, empowering all citizens to become practitioners, it would surely not herald prosperity but calamity. Previously, the common folk, devoid of martial prowess, had engaged in honest labor, farming, or commerce, obediently following the directives of local officials. Yet, once endowed with the strength of warriors, how could they remain docile? Even if they did not rise against the authorities, mere disputes between neighbors could escalate into catastrophic confrontations, potentially collapsing their very homes. How could such a situation possibly end well? Even with the intervention of local authorities, it remains exceedingly challenging to quell the disturbances that arise throughout one's life. Furthermore, the populace consistently constitutes over 80% of the entire dynasty. Should the martial arts be universally disseminated, chaos would undoubtedly ensue across the realm. They had initially presumed that the emperor merely made a casual remark, unaware that he was indeed poised to implement such a decree. The Minister of War instinctively perused the martial arts scriptures, his gaze revealing a flicker of astonishment. The illustrations therein bore a striking resemblance to the earthly elemental divine sorcery recently augmented in the stipends of officials by the emperor. However, it was not the content of the techniques that evoked this peculiarity within the minister, but rather the unsettling notion that the emperor's proposed method for widespread cultivation held a comparable standing to that of the earthly elemental divine sorcery. Could it be? The minister's pupils contracted slightly. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the upper echelon of this technique? The minister stepped forward, bowing respectfully. The realm of the earthly deity. Xuan Ming replied with a slight nod. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the assembled officials felt as though they had been struck by some formidable force, creating a resounding shockwave. Chapter 136. In the future divine mystery dynasty, the common people are all divine beings. The majority of ministers, clutching the martial arts scripture with trembling hands, were struck by a sudden revelation. The Earth God Realm Technique. This indicates that His Majesty intends to disseminate a divine-level technique to all citizens. In an instant, countless ministers gasped in astonishment. Their previous concerns were merely about the promotion of ordinary techniques. However, should a divine-level technique be circulated, their apprehensions would multiply exponentially. Having just perused the illustrations within the martial arts scripture, they were acutely aware of its distinction from conventional techniques, its clarity and conciseness. The illustrations addressed each cultivation realm with piercing precision. Even an uninitiated commoner could grasp the essentials of how to cultivate within this martial realm, how to navigate potential pitfalls, and the intricacies of overcoming certain bottlenecks, all meticulously explained. It seemed that by adhering to this technique, the arduous path that typically hindered martial artists would transform into an expansive thoroughfare, enabling rapid advancement in martial prowess. Merely this aspect was profoundly alarming, as it could result in the mass production of countless martial artists. Yet now, the emperor described this technique as a divine-level method. The thought of an ordinary commoner, once devoid of any cultivation, potentially evolving into a divine being after practicing this technique sent chills down their spines. Should such a method be widely adopted, it would undoubtedly stir monumental upheaval across the entire dynasty. Furthermore, it would pose grave dangers. If this technique were to proliferate within a year or two, the divine mystery dynasty might very well transform into a realm of divine beings. Upon receiving a response from Xuan Ming, the Minister of War trembled involuntarily. Having returned from the outside world, he understood the profound implications of divinity. A single divine being could uphold a civilization for millennia. Yet, if the entire divine mystery dynasty were to become divine, even the commoners would be transformed into divine beings. This realization left the Minister of War in a state of bewildered terror. The other ministers evidently shared this sentiment, rendered speechless and wide-eyed. Minister of War, among the officials, you possess the most profound understanding of techniques. Please elucidate the merits and demerits of this method to your fellow ministers. Xuan Ming spoke calmly, directing his gaze towards the Minister of War. Yes, Your Majesty, the Minister of War replied, feeling a shiver at Xuan Ming's penetrating gaze. This technique is indeed remarkably easy to practice. Even a commoner unfamiliar with martial arts could become a martial artist within a month of study. However, this technique reaches its limitations at the Earth God realm, indicating that it lacks a progressive path beyond that stage. Once one embarks upon this cultivation method, the rapid enhancement of martial prowess results in a profound weakness in their intrinsic power and comprehension of the laws, rendering them significantly inferior to martial artists who engage in conventional practices. The lack of accumulation inherently limits their potential, confining those who cultivate this technique to the realm of earth deities. The Minister of War articulated his perspective, taking a deep breath before continuing. Moreover, since His Majesty has chosen to disseminate such a technique, he must have thoroughly grasped the implications involved. Upon returning from the outside world, they have come to understand the might possessed by the Emperor, and thus, it is implausible that he would act without foresight, failing to perceive the lurking dangers. Nevertheless, the Emperor has resolved to arm the populace. It is evident that he possesses some form of control mechanism in his hands. Those who practice this technique, regardless of their identity, will likely find themselves under the Emperor's complete dominion in the future. Indeed, Xuan Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Although the Minister of War did not explicitly state it, Xuan Ming indeed held means of control. When the earth deity bestowed this technique upon him, he made certain modifications, subtly aligning the method with the fundamental rules of the Emperor's realm. This implies that anyone who cultivates this technique will ultimately leverage the rules of the Emperor's world to establish their own path to enlightenment. The greater the number of those who become deities through this method, the more swiftly the myriad paths of the Emperor's realm will flourish, concurrently enhancing Xuan Ming's own cultivation. Furthermore, the essence of the Emperor's world is gradually merging with Xuan Ming's being. Thus, those deities who rely on the Emperor's realm for their enlightenment essentially become subjects under Xuan Ming's control. Even if Xuan Ming were to present divine-level techniques in the future, they would still require the foundational essence crafted by him to achieve their breakthroughs. Although these mass-produced deities may not match the benefits provided by traditionally cultivated ones, their sheer quantity is overwhelming. This technique is named the Martial God Canon. I intend to propagate it to every corner of the empire, enabling the common populace to engage in cultivation, transform their foundations, and thoroughly transmute the divine Xin Empire into a martial god dynasty. Xuan Ming's authoritative voice stirred all the ministers engrossed in the martial god canon. Despite the Minister of War's earlier explanation regarding the limitations of this technique, which confines practitioners to the earth deity realm, the fact remains that they are still formidable beings. Concern was palpable on the faces of several ministers. However, the Emperor's words clearly indicated a resolute decision. Their opposition could not possibly compel the emperor to retract his decree. "Yes, your majesty," the ministers replied with respect, bowing deeply. The ministers of revenue, personnel, and war exchanged glances, a sense of urgency igniting within them. Among all the ministers, they were the only ones who had witnessed the emperor's wielding of power, and throughout this process, they harbored no dissenting opinions regarding the emperor's decisions. Rather, they believed he was exceedingly self-assured. From the establishment of the martial academy, to the revival of spiritual energy, and now to the arming of the populace, it is abundantly clear. The emperor intends to elevate the divine Xian Empire to an unprecedented level. The divine Xian Empire is poised to undergo a monumental transformation. Should they fail to keep pace with the emperor's strides, it is only a matter of time before they face obsolescence. The morning court session concluded swiftly. The personnel of the ministry laid aside their tasks, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the printing of the martial arts scriptures. Given the vast expanse of the divine Xian Empire, relying solely on the ministry was insufficient for the rapid dissemination of the scriptures nationwide. Thus, a considerable number of temporary workers were summoned. Countless volumes of the martial arts scriptures were continuously printed and dispatched across the empire. This initiative sparked tremendous excitement throughout the various regions. The concept of divine and demonic level techniques had long been relegated to myth within the empire's history. Even with the recent significant changes, the majority of the populace remained skeptical about the accessibility of such extraordinary practices. Yet now, the emergence of the martial arts scriptures filled them with awe and elation. And there is still one more chapter. Chapter 137. The currency of the dynasty is replaced, the awakening of the divine and demonic realms. Divine and demonic techniques. Divine and demonic techniques. How could the emperor bestow such a precious treasure upon me? The esteemed leader of the joyous sect in Yuanyang County grasped the martial scriptures delivered by the government envoy, his hands trembling, a faint flush appearing on his face. He never anticipated that, while seated in the comfort of his home, the divine techniques would descend from the heavens. It is not just you. Everyone has a share. The official responsible for the delivery interrupted the leader's reverie. Behind him, an accompanying clerk forcefully overturned a small cart, spilling a multitude of martial scriptures onto the joyous sect's courtyard. His Majesty has decreed the universal dissemination of martial practices. We must ensure that everyone receives a copy of the martial scriptures. Luzon, quickly gather your disciples and distribute them. We have other places to attend to, urged the responsible official, prompting the leader of the joyous sect, who stood there in a daze. Only then did he realize that this technique was not exclusively his. Soon after, he summoned all disciples of the joyous sect, under the watchful eyes of the officials. After distributing the scriptures to all disciples, the imperial officials finally departed. Once they left, a grave expression suddenly crossed the leader's face. Despite his prior belief that aligning with the dynasty would yield substantial benefits, he never imagined he would receive such a treasure as the divine techniques. What surprised him most was that this divine technique was to be made available to everyone. Faced with such a precious treasure, his immediate instinct was to monopolize it and cultivate it alone. However, the imperial officials had clearly stated that the technique must be distributed to all, making any notion of exclusivity impossible. Of course, he could utilize his superior's semi-holy cultivation to seize it, but would he dare? No. The lingering authority of the martial sage sent by the dynasty still loomed over him, and in such circumstances, he could not possibly defy the imperial edict. Moreover, even if he were to steal the martial scriptures from others, there would undoubtedly be a plethora of scriptures distributed by the officials outside, rendering any theft meaningless. Yet, if he could not monopolize it, then with the widespread availability of such techniques, how could he maintain his position as the leader of the joyous sect in the future, should everyone's cultivation be on par? Lu Zheng's expression darkened. Previously, various sect systems had been established to allocate ranks, but now, with the dynasty's techniques being democratized, this had inadvertently leveled that hierarchy. What path should he take next? However, he soon dispelled his concerns. For the dynasty announced that the original imperial currency could be exchanged at a specific ratio for elixirs and divine stones. Henceforth, the dynasty would utilize elixirs and divine stones as the primary circulating currency. This news left Lu Zheng feeling uneasy, yet he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Recognizing that while the gap in strength was being narrowed, he could still utilize his accumulated wealth to exchange for these elixirs and divine stones, allowing the disciples of the joyous sect to continue serving him. At the same time, he could acquire more elixirs and divine stones to strengthen the joyous sect. In exchange for standard proportions of elixirs and divine stones for the subjects of the entire dynasty, the consumption of these two items is bound to be immense, a fact that Xuan Ming has already prepared for. Considering the medicinal materials sent from the 7 major civilizations, including the Qingyu region, a small portion was returned after refining them into elixirs. The remaining elixirs have resulted in an extraordinarily vast reserve for the dynasty, with no reduction in their circulation among the common people after distributing salaries to the officials. As for the divine stones mined from the otherworldly realm, they have been steadily transported into the national treasury, coupled with the resurgence of spiritual energy in the southern continent, which has given rise to numerous divine stone veins. The dynasty's reserves of divine stones are substantial as well. From the dynasty's perspective, the announcement of the martial arts divine canon has indeed stirred up an unimaginable storm in various regions. However, the dynasty, which had long been prepared for this, along with the sages dispatched by Xuan Ming to various counties to promote martial arts, managed to transition through this upheaval without significant peril. Gradually, the various regions have begun to settle down. Simultaneously, another matter has been quietly unfolding: talent assessment. In Xuan Ming's definition, the martial arts divine canon is merely a commoner's martial art. Among the commoners, the talented individuals are to be incorporated into various academies for cultivation, then deployed into the ranks of officials across the dynasty. However, compared to the shocking revelation of the martial arts divine canon, the talent assessment has garnered little mention. As the dynasty progresses, the first generation of the Imperial Academy has confirmed 10 candidates. Xuan Ming has considered that the development of the martial arts divine canon is somewhat related to the generous contributions of Xin Yue and Lin Ning. Furthermore, both individuals possess exceptional talents, and Xuan Ming has intentions of utilizing their capabilities to assimilate the Ice and Snow Divine Dynasty and the Demon Sect, thus including them among the first generation of students in the Imperial Academy. Concerns about the two of them causing any disturbances by mingling together are unfounded, given the current strength of the dynasty and Xuan Ming's means of control. Besides these two, there are also Meng Xingchen from Bianlong County and Xiangda from the North Spirit Gorge, among others. Concurrently, as the spiritual energy from the southern continent continues to permeate, the secret realm of gods and demons near the depths of the Tongxian plain has undergone significant changes. Within this space, numerous delicate vortices of spiritual energy have emerged, continuously releasing energy into the secret realm, which is gradually being absorbed by the corpses of the gods and demons lying upon the ground. It is visibly apparent that these corpses of gods and demons are swelling, slowly awakening with a hint of vitality. Suddenly, a strange sound reverberates. All 10 of the divine and demonic beings present abruptly open their eyes. How many years have we been in slumber? A massive ape murmurs slowly. Perhaps a millennium. It snorts. This should not have been a time for war. Fortunately, we ultimately restrained ourselves, merely exhausting our physical strength and divine power. Had we gone further, we would have harmed our very foundations. Not only would our revival be impossible, but we might have perished in our slumber. The 10 divine demons gradually regained their composure, each displaying a hint of anguish on their faces. During the great battle of Ur, they had expended an extraordinary amount of power, and even after a millennium of slumber, recovery would be arduous. 4 divine demons at the earth god level, 1,000 years of sleep equates to a significant waste of 1/10 of their lifespan, rendering the countenance of each awakened demon exceedingly grim. Very well, now that we have just awakened, let us first restore some of our divine vitality before departing this newly established realm. I recall that at the conclusion of that great battle, we found ourselves in a place known as the Southern Continent, a realm rich in blood offerings, correct? If those offerings still exist after a millennium, they would be opportune to replenish our depleted forms. Subsequently, we shall deliberate on the matter of anointing a new lord of the southern demon domain. The earth god of the monkeys spoke slowly.